The sect is about to be destroyed by the demonic path, but I am not thinking about how to save it. Instead, I pick up the injured empress and kiss her. Just because I just crossed over and encountered a sneak attack by the demonic path, the entire sect was killed, leaving only a few hundred people. Even the sect master, Empress Lingxiao Yinyanran, was seriously injured and is now trapped in the final defensive formation. Just then, my system activated, and the first task was to kiss the empress. Although I might be slapped to death by the empress during the kiss, it's better than dying when the formation is broken. It's worth a try. What if the system's newbie gift pack can give me something good to survive? At this moment, Yin Yanran, who was forcibly kissed by me, widened her eyes. She never expected that this disciple was not here to persuade her to surrender, but to kiss her personally. She ignored her internal injuries and forcibly pushed me away. However, before she could slap me to death, she saw a corner of the formation above her head had already been broken. The other Lingxiao sect disciples also noticed this situation, and they all fell into panic. Yin Yanran, you better surrender to me obediently, and you bold and dare to defile my furnace, I will make you die without a burial, the demon emperor of 1,000 desires said as he was about to attack through the gap. Seeing this, I quickly pointed at the formation and silently said, "Skill, Diamond Blessing." As soon as I finished speaking, a golden light flashed across the formation barrier, once again blocking the demonic cultivators outside the formation. The blocked demon emperor of 1,000 desires was immediately furious. Despite his fierce words, he still couldn't enter the formation. The next moment, he raised his hand to strike again, but the light barrier remained unmoved. Yin Yanran in the center of the formation was extremely shocked because she clearly saw the disciple who kissed her point at the formation. Could it be him? But how is that possible? And I immediately breathed a sigh of relief when I saw this, because the skill I just used was from the beginner's gift pack, but it can only be used once. Its effect is to bestow protection on any object, defending against any attack within a day. However, upon further thought, this alone is not enough. Even after a day, I won't be able to escape the clutches of the dark arts, so I still have to rely on Her Majesty the Empress. Thinking of this, I silently took out another reward recovery charm from the system, which can restore any object to its peak state. Then, in my heart, I silently prayed to Her Majesty the Empress. At this moment, Yin Yanran suppressed the shock just now in her heart, thinking about how to deal with me, this disciple who just arrived. Suddenly, she felt a surge in her body, and her injuries completely healed in an instant, and her true essence returned to full capacity. What just happened? Yin Yanran's rosy face was full of shock. The sudden recovery to its peak made her unable to control herself for a moment, and a strong aura belonging only to an emperor-level powerhouse suddenly spread out. The Lingxiao sect members inside the formation couldn't help but look over. Such a strong aura. Could it be that the Empress has recovered? What exactly happened? Today's impact is too much. First Yi Lang insulted the sect master. Then the broken formation inexplicably became extremely solid. And now the Empress, who was already seriously injured, seems to have returned to her peak, leaving the Lingxiao sect disciples puzzled for a moment. At this moment, a young and beautiful woman with a lively appearance glanced at me not far away and murmured, "It seems that all this started from when Yi Lang kissed the Empress." The speaker was the senior sister of the Lingxiao sect, Xiao Linger. While others were grateful for their narrow escape, she keenly noticed this issue. At this moment, the Empress's aura swept through the entire venue, and she naturally heard what Xiao Linger said, looking towards me. "He's quite handsome. Could all of this really be related to him? Forget it. Quickly send messages to several sects for reinforcements now." Yin Yanran shook her head and put this matter aside. The sudden attack by the demonic path earlier did not give her a chance to use the long-distance sound transmission technique to inform the other 6 sects, and the elders sent to deliver the message were all intercepted. At this moment, the other 6 righteous sects still did not know the current situation of the Lingxiao sect. Long-distance sound transmission. Yin Yanran lightly opened her vermilion lips, formed hand seals with her fair hands, and in a moment, she transmitted the message to the other sections. Outside the formation, the Qianyu Demon Emperor and others also noticed Yin Yanran's actions, their faces darkening. At this time, the Qianyu Demon Emperor spoke, "Attack for another half a day. I don't believe we can't break this formation." Several Demon Emperors nodded, then continued their frenzied attack on the formation. However, under the protection of the Vajra, their efforts were doomed to be in vain. At this moment, Yin Yanran waved her hand to gather the disciples, then turned her head in my direction, her pretty face suddenly tinged with a barely noticeable blush. "Now, let me ask you, is the recent change related to you?" Yin Yanran snorted coldly, not punishing me for my unreasonable actions, but instead publicly asking me this question. I was somewhat surprised. The Empress actually did not punish me for forcibly kissing her. Is she really that kind? But should I admit it? And how should I explain it if I do? Just as I was hesitating, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Don't answer the Empress's question. Directly use the cultivation card to level up. Then confess your love to the Empress for a counterattack. After hearing the system's words, I was dumbfounded. Does this damn system want me dead faster? But then I thought again. The Empress is so kind. She probably won't do anything to me. And it doesn't seem like a bad idea if I really win her over. Thinking this, I looked at Yin with a slight smile, then used the cultivation card rewarded by the system. Immediately, a majestic true essence surged into my dantian. At the same time, Yilang also suddenly had many more realm sensations in his mind. The original predecessor's memories of the obscurity on cultivation were all of a sudden cleared away the clouds and fog, so that Yilang was soothed to the core. Couldn't help but slowly close my eyes. On the other side, those Spirit Sky Sect disciples who were waiting for a good show couldn't help but be a bit confused when they saw Yilang's move. The Empress asked. Yilang actually ignored it and closed his eyes. So floating? No, the Yuan Qi is so raging. He is breaking the boundary. Breaking the realm? Didn't I hear that this Yilang couldn't enter Tongxian for several years, and that his qualifications are famously low in the sect? There were quite a few disciples who could see the signs and opened their mouths. Martial cultivation begins with forging the body, and then the innate metamorphosis. Tongxian, Celestial, Zun Realm, Imperial Realm, Emperor Realm, Great Emperor. Yilang's qualifications were low, and he was one of the few Spirit Sky Sect disciples who hadn't broken through to Tongxian after several years in the inner sect. I didn't expect to break through now. These disciples thought as such in their hearts. Just as well. Let's let him break through first. Yin, who was on the side, saw the darkness and could not see any emotions on her pretty face. And at this moment, within the formation, where Yilang was, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth had condensed into a huge vortex, gathering above Yilang's head. Bang! A loud vibration resounded within Yilang's body, and Yilang's entire aura changed. Tongxian Realm. Only, after Yilang broke through the Tongxian Realm, he did not immediately open his eyes to collect his breath, and still stood in place with his eyes closed. It's all broken through. What's he still standing there for? Really drifted. Still not answering the Empress question? Could it be that he thinks that a mere early Tongxian stage is very powerful? When the people of the Spirit Sky Sect saw this, they couldn't help but cross their fingers and whisper, "Humph, since you have broken through, answer this seat." Seeing that Yilang was still wooden there even after his breakthrough was successful, Yin couldn't help but grunt out softly. This disciple is really a bit too rude. Boom. However, again, she was only halfway through her sentence when she was interrupted by a raging movement of Yuan Qi. Then he saw that on Yilang's body, the aura belonging to the Tongxian realm actually surged again, and the Yuan Qi vortex that had already begun to disperse even accelerated to coalesce again. Its commotion was so great that it even startled the Devil Dao clansmen outside the formation who were like attack machines. Holy, why is there a burst of cultivation in this cultivation card? At this time, Yilang's heart was also a secret abdominal row. Of course, this was the equivalent of what a talented martial artist had gained from 10 years of cultivation, so it was impossible to break through just once and be done with it. Yilang only felt that the true essence in his body was growing crazily, and soon rushed to the edge of the middle Tongxian stage. Bang! Middle Tongxian. Break through. The crowd around them was stupefied, just broke through Tongxian, and then immediately broke through again? However, what shocked them even more was that the soaring aura on that Yilang hadn't even stopped, still growing crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had actually crossed over into the late Tongxian stage. A dozen breaths later, boom! A loud sound once again resounded within Yilang's body, and only then did Yilang's rising aura slowly come to a halt. And at this moment, a strong aura surged out of him, and he had actually reached the peak of Tongxian. Phew, cool. Yilang clenched his fists and felt the powerful strength in his body for a while, and couldn't help but let out a sound of comfort. My Nima, peak Tongxian? Breaking through 4 levels consecutively, directly spanning across a large rank? Shocked. How is this possible? Can't it be that Yilang used to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers? Within the formation, the people of the Spirit Sky Sect had been shocked to the core, breaking through a great rank at once. It's a miracle drug, isn't it? Although peak Tongxian was not considered the top amongst the Spirit Sky Sect's disciples, but the target was Yilang, who had always been at the bottom of the inner sect, and this was simply unbelievable to them. And at this moment, not only them, but the Devil Dao martial artists outside the formation were likewise stirring. Although they were unable to sense the aura within the formation due to the isolation of this defensive formation, the movement of heaven and earth Yuan Qi during Yilang's breakthrough fell in their eyes, and they cursed and exited. Nima, this Spirit Sky Sect disciple is actually making a breakthrough. This is simply not putting our devil's way in our eyes. Good fellow, we are exhausted from breaking the formation. and he breaks the realm peacefully inside? After breaking the formation, I'll be the first to hack him to death. On the other hand, Yi Lang naturally did not pay attention to the reactions of these people, but instead turned his head to look at Lord Empress, who was standing playfully in the center of the formation. With her clear beauty, he's not done yet. In the next moment, amidst the countless gazes inside and outside the formation, Yi Lang's handsome face twitched slightly before he said aloud, Empress Sama, leaving aside whatever changes you're talking about, I just want to clarify one point. Just now when I had the audacity to kiss Lord Empress, it wasn't some impulse. Rather, I really fell in love with Lord Empress and want to stay with Lord Empress for a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has arrived. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the Earth rank martial art Heavenly Spirit Palm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill, Armor of Damage Reduction. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the game buff, Charm Plus. The moment Yi Lang's words fell, the sound of the giant tart system alert in his head rang out. Rewards? In place. And at that moment, within the formation, the noisy Lingxiao sect crowd also instantly quieted down after Yi Lang finished speaking. You can hear a pin drop. If Yi Lang's successive breakthroughs before had shocked them to the core, then this wave of Yi Lang's operations now could be said to have really ripped their waists off. You're confessing your love for the Empress? This is something a disciple could do? On the other hand, Yin Yanran instantly faded away on a pretty face that was so clear and beautiful the moment Yi Lang finished speaking. A reddish haze rose, and for a moment, he was frozen in place. She really did not expect that this Yi Lang would confess to her. Her martial arts talent was strangely high, and she had been cultivating in her family since she was a child. And then she was alone. And since joining the Spirit Sky sect, she was even in seclusion in the Forbidden Land for many years, never experienced love yet. So much so that Yi Lang's sudden show of love had actually left her a bit at a loss for words. It took a while for Yin Yanran to come back to her senses and look across the room at Yi Lang, who had fallen silent after professing her love. This disciple does look like a jade tree, also very brave. Not only dare to kiss me forcibly, but also dare to confess. It's just that the cultivation level seems low. For some reason, as Yin Yanran looked at Yi Lang's handsome figure, she suddenly felt that there was a different kind of charm in this disciple. The thought came to her in a flutter of her heart, and she was so frightened that she stopped thinking about it in a hurry. In the next moment, Yin Yanran forced herself to stabilize her mind, and with a wave of her outstretched hand, an arcane light swept towards Yi Lang. Aha! Yi Lang, who was checking out the rewards, was swept by the arcane light, and immediately let out a muffled grunt as his entire body was swept under the corner at the very back of the formation. Humph! Nonsense! Chapter 5, Receiving News. Demon Road Withdrawal. Yin Yanran put on a bland face and said with a cold hum. Then he turned his head to the rest of the crowd and spoke. The people of the Devil Dao outside the formation have not yet retreated. Now is not the time to relax. Elder Mo Yu, you keep an eye on this Yi Lang so that he doesn't talk nonsense again, and the rest of you grab the restoration. As she spoke, a trace of the pressure belonging to an Emperor Realm powerhouse spread out from her body. The surrounding Lingxiao sect crowd was shaken by this pressure and immediately gathered their minds back together, also remembering the situation at this moment. Scattered and tuned up to go. Just a little bit of doubt in both minds. That's not true, Lord Empress. This is letting Yi Lang off the hook? However, there was another middle-aged Confucian-looking man who did not disperse, but flashed to Yi Lang's side. It was none other than one of the few remaining elders of the Spirit Sky sect. M.O.U. You kid. You've got some nerve. But the Empress has given orders. If you speak nonsense again, this elder will not be polite. M.O.U. shook his head, stared at Yi Lang for a few moments, and opened his mouth. Ahem. Don't worry, elder. At the foot of the wall, Yi Lang arched his hand back. After feeling his body again and realizing that he wasn't hurt, he let go of his heart. With another glance at the Empress Sama, who was reseated in the center of the formation, her face expressionless, her mind turned slightly. Interesting, it seems the Empress didn't mean to hurt me at all. Could it be the effect of this charisma-boosting buff? Thinking of this, Yi Lang couldn't help but sink back into the system and continue to check the rewards he had just received. That Heavenly Spirit Palm was the superior martial art of the Spirit Sky sect, and the predecessor had only heard of it, but now he had learned it straight away. However, the other two rewards are even more awesome. Armor of Damage Reduction, a passive skill, triggered by damage to the host. Damage in the same realm and below is fully exempted, and the ability to reduce damage is reduced by 20% for every minor realm higher. Charisma Enhancement, gain buff. Targeting the opposite sex, the host's charisma increases, making it extremely easy to gain favor with the opposite sex. The reason why Yin Yanran suddenly felt that Yi Lang had a different kind of charm on her body just now came from this charm addition. This armor of damage reduction is fierce. And with this charisma enhancement, wouldn't I be a killer of the opposite sex? Yi Long touched his handsome face and leaned against the wall behind him in a very good mood. From his experience in his previous life, extremely handsome men tend to mix it up a lot. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye an hour had passed, and at that moment, the 10,000 mile sound transmission sent out by Yin Yan also reached the remaining 6 clans one after another. In the center of the green sky domain, where the Xian Tian sword sect, the head of the 7 sects of the righteous Tao, was located. Clang! A loud sword sound resounded throughout the Xian Tian sword sect, and countless disciples of the sword sect were astonished when they heard it. This is the clan's call for the disciples to gather. The Spirit Sky sect has been raided by the Devil's Way, and is in critical condition. All peaks immediately gather their elites and head for support. This seat goes first. A majestic voice rang out. It was none other than the Xian Tian sword sect sword master, Mo Xianli. Afterwards, a sword light was seen flying out from the Xian heavenly sword sect, disappearing into the sky in the twinkling of an eye. At the same time, within the Cyan sky domain, the remaining few sects of the righteous Tao were all experiencing similar situations. Spirit Sky sect, still covered in demonic aura. Outside the huge formation light curtain, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and several other heads of the demon sect were also gathering above the void once again at this time. It's been so long, but this formation hasn't moved at all. It seems that it can't be broken in a short period of time. Thousand Desires. It's time for the clans to withdraw. With the speed of the 10,000 miles sound transmission technique, by now those 6 clans have already received the news. That's right, although we didn't accept Yin Yan, but this Spirit Sky sect has also been abolished for the most part. The strength of the righteous path has been greatly reduced. Our plan is still considered a success. Other than the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, the remaining few demons spoke up. In the void, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's shadowy face was as heavy as water. At this point, he had long since calmed down. I swept in the direction of the formation and said in a deep voice, "It's just a pity that he failed to break the formation and collect the Spirit Sky sect's secret realm." Within the area covered by the erased curtain of light, there was an attic, which meant that Yi Lang's was leaning above the corner of the wall. That was precisely the entrance to the secret realm of the Spirit Sky sect, and within the secret realm, the most precious underpinnings of the Spirit Sky sect were hidden. Well, then let the disciples of the sects withdraw first, and we, a few of us, will stay here and leave a gift for those sects first. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor nodded. This had been discussed before. If the situation changed, let the disciples of the various demonic sects withdraw first. After all, their cultivation levels were uneven, so as not to steal the chicken and lose the rice. As for their 7 devils, they were all strong at the Emperor realm, and when they joined forces, if they wanted to leave at any time they could. Afterwards, a few devils barked out an order, commanding those devilish martial artists to retreat. That's it. I still want to see the Spirit Sky Empress being crushed by Lord Demon Emperor. Still haven't cut that arrogant brat. It's a great pity that my demon blade has not drunk the Emperor's blood. The Devil Dao martial artists were cursing and looking extremely disgruntled. However, none of them dared to disobey the orders of the Demon Emperors. That was why very quickly, these devilish martial artists retreated from the Spirit Sky sect like a tidal wave, quickly heading off into the distance. As they left, the morose demonic aura that permeated the entire Spirit Sky sect dispersed for the most part, revealing a field full of debris and tired wreckage. All that was left was the figures of several demon emperors looming in the void and delivering blows to the formation from time to time. And within the formation's light curtain, the people of the Spirit Sky sect who saw this scene couldn't help but retreat from their attunement with a jolt. These damned people of the Devil's Path have finally begun to withdraw. We have survived. Is this what it feels like to come back from the dead? The crowd of the Spirit Sky sect was talking. Their emotions were very unsettled, and there were even disciples crying out in pain. Only, after they saw those broken walls as well as corpses on the ground in the distance through the light screen, they all slowly fell silent. Yeah, they survived. However, more fellow disciples and elders died. The Lingxiao sect that was once one of the 7 sects of the righteous path was no longer what it used to be. In the center of the formation, Yin Yanran sighed similarly. Cruel is what the world really looks like, right? It's not easy for me to cross over once and have a system chat group, but I can't turn into the appearance of those dead corpses. In the corner, Yi Lang narrowed his eyes, and his mind was touched as a ray of crisis rose in his heart. It also reinforces the idea of getting stronger as soon as possible. Half a day later, the seemingly tattered formation was still motionless, and the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's few demons had long since given up on the idea of breaking the formation. The figure had also hidden itself in the void and disappeared. Shoo shoo shoo. At that moment, in the distant sky, several streams of light interspersed with a hint of sword light arrived as if they had broken through space. and in an instant, they appeared above the void above the Spirit Sky sect. It was Mo who had joined forces with the rest of the Emperor Realm powerhouses from several clans. Boom! However, as soon as the 6 of them appeared, they heard a roaring sound that shattered the sky. The void trembled. Chapter 6, Thoroughly Safe, with an ulterior motive. Only to see that in the trembling void, a devilish aura that covered the sky suddenly appeared, lightning-like attacking Mo and the others. In the midst of the demonic aura, there are huge and hideous demonic monsters roaring, chilling swords and knives crisscrossing, and it seems to harbor an infernal hell with evil ghosts devouring souls. Behind the demonic aura, the figures of the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and the others loomed. The 9-specter devil sky-killing formation. Mo Xuanli's expression was austere. The pressure belonging to an Emperor Realm powerhouse was all over the place at once. Then he merged his fingers into a sword. A stroke towards the incoming demonic aura. A sword chi hundreds of feet in size coalesced with his movements and fiercely chopped towards the demonic chi. Shoo! The sword chi chopped on top of the demonic chi and instantly cut it in half. Yet the demonic chi didn't dissipate there. Instead, it split into 2 petals and rolled Mo Xuanli's 6 into it. Ha! Seeing this, the remaining 5 Emperor Realm powerhouses hurriedly struck out, and for a moment, the void was filled with sword chi and extremely powerful energies constantly colliding. Under this kind of battle, it caused cracks to appear in the void, just like the end of the world. Occasionally, the aftermath of the waves landed on the ground in the distance, and it was a huge pit that was too deep to see the bottom. However, even these engagements failed to affect the people of the Spirit Sky sect within the formation in the slightest. That was Sword Master Mo of the Xian Tian Sword sect just now, as well as the Swinging Demon Slayer Emperor of the Jin Killing Alliance, and the Purple Extreme Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Heavenly Sect. The 6 clans have finally come to our aid. We are completely safe. Within the formation, the crowd could not help but exclaim out in shock at the sight of the situation. You guys stay well within the formation and don't move. At that moment, Yin Yenran stood up and dropped a sentence. Then with a slight tremor, the delicate figure disappeared into the formation. In the next moment, Yin Yenran had appeared above the void and joined the fray. This battle scene is too exaggerated. Yi Lang looked up at the battle above the sky and smacked his lips. At the moment his heart couldn't help but be a little glad. Luckily, Empress Sama is kind. Otherwise, if it were any other Emperor Realm expert, those rude actions of his would have been slapped to death long ago. And at this moment, above the sky, with Yin Yenyan joining in, the 7 Emperor Realm powerhouses joined forces and soon broke that 9-specter demon sky-killing formation. Jie, Mo Xuanli, don't be complacent. This attack on the Spirit Sky sect is just foreplay. You so-called righteous paths wait. The green sky domain will eventually belong to us. The moment the demonic aura dispersed, a shadowy and incomparable voice echoed in the void, but there was no human figure to be seen. Arrogant! Sword Master Mo, why don't you give chase? Above the void, the Lord of the Jin Killing Alliance, the Jin Demon Killing Emperor, said with a face of anger. Forget it, it looks like they had plans, and the rest of the demonic path seems to have withdrawn a long time ago. We can't stay. Mo Xuanli shook his head and stopped him, and then he turned his head toward Yin Yenran and said, Patriarch Yin, we are late. His divine thoughts swept across the entire Spirit Sky sect, and he couldn't help but sigh slightly in the bottom of his heart. With this calamity, the Spirit Sky sect suffered so many deaths and injuries that I'm afraid it will be difficult to recover for hundreds of years. Yin Yenlan's complexion dimmed at his words and shook his head. Sword Master Mo was polite. If it wasn't for you guys coming to support me, I'm afraid my Spirit Sky sect would have completely gone up in smoke this time. Huma, would like to thank you all. We have always been of one mind. Patriarch Yin does not need to be polite. Exactly. Several Emperor Realm powerhouses from various clans said in a hurry. Only one of them frowned slightly. Looking downward at the Spirit Sky sect, his eyes turned slightly. This person was none other than the Purple Sky sect's patriarch, the Purple Extreme Heavenly Emperor Zhang Sherdao. At that moment, several Emperor Realm powerhouses also landed from above the sky, and Yin Yenran reached out and formed a seal, withdrawing the formation. Another half a day passed, and the rest of the people from the various sects who came to support them arrived at the Spirit Sky sect. Looking at the Spirit Sky sect, which was already in ruins, they were all silent. The Spirit Sky sect was one of the 7 sects of the righteous path along with their various sects, but now it had become like this under the attack of the demonic path, which caused them to not be able to help but feel a hint of a sense of their lips dying and their teeth chilling. All of them were determined to cultivate well after going back, so that they could wipe out the devil's way as soon as possible. This, too, was the reason why several Emperor Realm powerhouses still didn't let them return halfway even though they knew that the Devil Dao had completely retreated. At this moment, on the Spirit Sky sect's still intact martial arts arena, the disciples of the various sects were each gathered. and not far away, underneath the boundary isolation, a few Emperor Realm powerhouses were deliberating. Patriarch Een, are you saying that the reason why the Devil Dao was able to raid so successfully this time is because there are Devil Dao spies in the clan? Well, it was that treacherous spy who took the opportunity to injure the guards of the mountain protecting formation and collaborated with the Devil's Way from the inside. Otherwise, the Spirit Sky sect wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Within the boundary, Een Yenran spoke out news that caused the remaining few Emperor realms to be somewhat shocked. I see. This Devil's Way's idea coincides with this Emperor's. Gentlemen, there will be an inevitable battle between the righteous and the devils. After January, it will be the 7 sect martial arts. At that time, all of you will come to my sword sect, and we will agree in detail on how to counterattack the demonic path. Mo Xuanli nodded slightly and said in a deep voice. When the remaining 6 heard this, although they were slightly curious in their hearts, they nodded. Everything, let's wait until January. After talking about this, the 7 emperors withdrew their boundaries and came to where their respective clans were gathered, and then they planned to leave. Wait. However, at that moment, Zhang Shidao, who had been silent, waved his hand slightly and spoke out. Patriarch Een, the Spirit Sky clan was destroyed in this calamity, and with only 100 or so people left in the clan is already considered to exist in name only. This emperor would like to invite sect leader Een to join my Violet Sky sect as chief elder. In addition, the rest of the Spirit Sky sect disciples will also join my Purple Sky sect together. This emperor believes that given the current situation, they will be able to receive better cultivation by joining the Purple Sky sect. Zhang Shidao's eyes were slightly warm as he spoke. Although the Spirit Sky sect had suffered extremely heavy losses this time, the secret realm had not been lost, and its heritage was still there, and it is said that this Een Yenran has a mysterious origin, suspected to be the origin of the Holy Family in the central heavenly domain, carrying some secret books that the Emperor Realm powerhouses are all begging for. If he could incorporate all of these into the Violet Sky sect for his own use, in time, he might be able to break through the bottleneck. Zhang Shidao fantasized inwardly, and at this moment, after Zhang Shidao's words fell, there was some uproar in the martial arts arena. Mo Xuanli and a few other Emperor realms also looked at each other with different faces. As for the people of the Spirit Sky sect, their faces were all a bit ugly. What does it mean to join the Purple Sky sect? It meant that the Spirit Sky sect would cease to exist from then on, meaning that they would have to be parasites, like a lost dog. Moreover, now that the Empress Lord was still around and the secret realm had not been lost, the sect would definitely be reopening the mountain to accept disciples. And by then they would be the most qualified group of people. How could you be happy to go to the Purple Sky sect and be ostracized? It's just that Zhang Shidao was an Emperor Realm bigwig, so they weren't qualified to speak. On the other side, Een Yenran's face was also a bit unhappy. Not to mention, she vaguely guessed some of Zhang Shidao's real purpose, based on the promise she made to the previous patriarch when she joined the Spirit Sky sect back then alone. She wouldn't have promised Zhang Shidao. It was just that Zhang Shidao had just aided the Spirit Sky sect, and she hadn't thought of the words to refuse for a while. However, right at that moment, a voice with some unruly sound rang out. This senior, whether or not the Spirit Sky sect exists in name only is not to be discussed, but senior said that we would receive better cultivation by joining the Violet Sky sect, but junior really doesn't dare to agree. Chapter 7, Unwilling to join. One move to settle the matter. The person who spoke was none other than Yi Lang. For Zhang Shidao's words, Yi Lang was not half-hearted. He now carries a sky-blowing system chat group, and it makes no difference to him which sect he cultivates in. It's just that in the Spirit Sky sect there's a kind and beautiful sect leader like the Empress Lord, who can feed their eyes as well as protect them. Going to the Purple Sky sect only to be replaced by an old man with ulterior motives. Moreover, he couldn't control which system he bound nowadays. In case he bound a more unethical system and accidentally offended any big brother in the Purple Sky sect, he might even risk his life. With this comparison, of course he didn't want to join the Purple Sky sect, but he saw that the Empress Sama was silent and worried that she was too kind to say no, so he stepped forward. This emperor is speaking with Patriarch Een. When is it your little disciple's turn to speak? Zhang Shidao snorted coldly and did not put Yi Lang in his eyes. Senior is wrong. Lord Empress has always loved and cared for us. This kind of big event that should change the family, Lord Empress will definitely consider for us first. Yi Lang laughed, glanced at Een Yenran, blinked imperceptibly, and replied calmly. Mou, who was on the side, reached out her hand, as if she wanted to stop Yi Lang, but after thinking about it, she stopped. Een Yenran noticed Yi Lang's blinking action and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. What does he want? However, Een Yenran still nodded, indicating that she agreed with Yi Lang's words. In any case, no matter what, she would not agree to give up the Spirit Sky sect. In that case, Then answer this emperor. What is it that you do not dare to agree with? Seeing this, Zhang Shidao had no choice but to look at Yi Lang and open his mouth. In full view of everyone, he couldn't act too unreasonably, and listen to this annoying disciple first. Yi Lang smiled faintly at the words, then slowly walked to the front of the Ling Xiao sect's crowd and released his own aura. Only then did he reach out and point to himself, saying, I, Yi Lang, am counted as the least qualified disciple in the inner sect of the Spirit Sky sect, but I'm confident that the disciples of the Purple Sky sect, I can kill them indiscriminately amongst the same rank, and even if they are all together, they won't be able to defeat me. That's why I said I didn't dare to agree with Senior's words, nor was I willing to join the Purple Sky sect. As soon as these words came out, the people of the Violet Sky sect who were present felt agitated and were furious. Arrogant and ignorant. What is he, but a peak Tongxian cultivator? How dare he make such a wild statement, deceiving my Purple Sky sect as having no one? I'm really not afraid of the wind flashing my tongue. Thousands of Tongxian from my Purple Sky sect can drown him and spittle together. There were even a handful of Tongxian realm disciples who had come with them who were already asking for battle, threatening to teach Yi Lang a lesson. Zhang Shidao's face was also a bit gloomy. This disciple dared to speak out in front of him. He also so blatantly refused to join the Purple Sky sect, really thinking that the Purple Sky sect wanted him to join? Master, since he's so confident, why don't you let my disciple fight with him? Or let him know whether or not the Violet Sky sect is capable of accommodating the Spirit Sky sect. At this time, in the direction of the Violet Sky sect, a teenager stood out and said aloud, duel, since you have this idea, then this emperor will allow it. Zhang Shidao nodded slightly. This young man was his personal disciple named Pei Di. Extremely talented, just still young, and now happens to be at the peak of Tongxian as well. It was just that Pei Ji had already realized the unity of heaven and man, and could be called a half-step celestial being, and coupled with his exceptional talent, his true strength far exceeded that of ordinary people of the same rank. With senior brother Pei taking action, let's see how arrogant that brat can still be. I bet he won't last more than 3 moves. The people of the Purple Heaven sect were talking about the situation, and they were all very confident in Pei Ji. And at this time, on the martial arts arena, the rest of the people from the various clans also had a look of watching the show, but no one stopped it. On the other side, after that Pei Di got Zhang Shidao's consent, he flashed to the opposite side of Yi Lang and said in a disdainful tone, you wouldn't be afraid to fight, would you? Yi Lang smiled honeydly and was about to answer the battle when a clear voice suddenly came from his head. Are you sure? It's the Empress? Yi Lang instantly reacted and hurriedly turned his head to nod at the Empress. Just as well. If he won, it would be logical to reject Zhang Shidao. Yin Yenran secretly said inwardly, her face not moving. After responding to the Empress, Yi Lang then turned his head to Pei Di and reached out. You make the first move. Arrogance. Anger flashed across Pei Ji's face, and then, without any politeness, he puffed up his true essence with all his might and swung his palms forward violently. They saw palm prints appear in the air in vain, smashing at Yi Lang like thunder. What a powerful might! With such dense palm prints, an ordinary early-stage celestial might have trouble dodging them. Behind Yi Lang, the crowd of the Spirit Sky sect could not help but be shocked when they saw this. However, Yi Lang faced the palm imprints that came from all over the sky as if he didn't see them, and even walked forward idly. He didn't even duck. Senior brother Yi, be careful. Xiao Linger, who had been standing amongst the crowd of the Spirit Sky sect, could not help but speak out at this time to remind them. Bang bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the palm imprint smashed into Yi Lang's body, sending out a series of vibrations. However, what shocked countless people in the arena was that Yi Lang was actually unharmed. This, naturally, is the effect of the passive skill, Armor of Damage Reduction. My turn, Heavenly Spirit Palm. Yi Lang carried this wave of damage while lightly shouting. His palms flipped, and the surrounding heaven and earth yuan chi suddenly coalesced with his movements to form a transparent palm print. In the next moment, the palm print disappeared like a ghost, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of that Pei Ji's body. Boom! An air explosion sounded, and before Pei Ji could react, his entire body flew straight backwards and landed in the distance. His clothes were broken and he was coughing up blood from his mouth. That's it? Yi Lang slightly skimmed his lips, but this heavenly spirit palm was worthy of being an earth-rank martial art. Its power was truly extraordinary. This scene caused the people of the various clans in the martial arts arena to look at each other in disbelief. Unexpectedly, that Spirit Sky sect disciple really didn't blow awesome. Many female disciples from various sects were even more colorful in their eyes, attracted by Yi Lang. It was just that the people of the Purple Sky sect had a hard time. This ing face was slapped. In their hearts, they even began to complain about Pei Ji. At least you hold out for a while longer. One move for others to solve. Zhang Shidao's face was also gloomy, being stirred up by this disciple. I'm afraid that his calculations are going to come to naught. Ahem. And stand down, Patriarch Zhang. This disciple doesn't know what's important. This seat will definitely punish him. At this time, Yin Yanran saw Zhang Shidao's gloomy face and even stepped forward to drink down Yi Lang and spoke. This disciple is good at what he does, but I hope that this emperor's words will be taken into consideration by Patriarch Yin. Zhang Shidao paused and spoke. I thank Patriarch Zhang for his good intentions, but I believe that the Spirit Sky sect is not yet at the point of extinction, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Patriarch Zhang's good intentions. Yin Yanran's clear face revealed a very faint smile as she politely said. Zhang Shidao saw this and hated it inwardly. His own personal disciple was taken care of by a single move by a random disciple of someone else's Spirit Sky sect. How could he still have the cheek to say that he could give better cultivation to the Spirit Sky sect's disciples? Patriarch Zhang, since Patriarch Yin has the intention to continue the Spirit Sky sect, let's call it quits at this point. Since the matter is settled, we will leave separately. At this time, an Emperor Realm powerhouse came out to round off the scene and offered his farewells again. Zhang Shidao had no choice but to call it quits for now, only to sort of remember Yi Lang in his heart. The clans then began to say their goodbyes and leave. See you again in January. Chapter 8, 7 days expired. Change of system. Within a short time, the people from all the sects had all left, and only 100 or so people from the Spirit Sky sect were left on the large Spirit Sky sect martial arts arena. It was quite chilly for a while. At this moment, in the middle of the field, Yin Yanran was slightly in a daze. In fact, until now, she still couldn't figure out what was going on with the formation that had suddenly become sturdy, and the sudden recovery of her injuries. In a trance, Yin Yanran remembered Xiao Linger's words again, and couldn't help but drop her gaze to Yi Lang, who was hanging back, retreating to stand behind the crowd. That's just it. It's a good thing after all, no matter what. Yin Yanran secretly shook her head and decided not to look any deeper. Only, once she saw Yi Lang, Yin Yanran's mind unconsciously recalled the scene where he kissed herself again, and that bold confession. The pretty face couldn't help but roll a little. However, in the next moment, Yin Yanran came back to her senses and averted her gaze from Yi Lang, only to find the crowd staring at her with curious faces. He was busy snorting coldly and said, this seat will go and repractice the mountain protection formation to prevent the Devil's Way from raiding again. Several elders, take the disciples to reorganize the mountain gate. After saying that, he lightly chopped his footsteps and disappeared into a stream of light, leaving the crowd in the martial arts arena, staring at each other in disbelief. At the back of the crowd, Yi Lang couldn't help but touch his face and sigh. Empress Sama just now seemed to look at me and blush. I'm a damn charmer. At that moment, Mou and the other remaining elder walked in front of the crowd and instructed them to go to the various parts of the sect and reorganize the mountain gates that were destroyed in the previous battle. A few days later, a golden light flashed above the entire Spirit Sky sect, which represented that the previously destroyed Spirit Sky sect's mountain protection array had been reopened. After refining the grand formation this time, Yin Yanyan handed over the right to use the formation to only Mou and another Imperial Realm elder. This is to avoid a repeat of the previous situation. And at this time, after a few days of reorganization by the people of the Spirit Sky sect, the entire mountain gate was not as grand as it was before the battle, but it had recovered a lot. It's just that since the clan is currently depleted in numbers, they all live in the main peak. It was worth mentioning that after this calamity, the Spirit Sky sect had a total of 2 Emperor Realm elders left, 11 Zun Realm deacons, and the rest were nearly 100 inner sect disciples. It can be miserable. At the main peak of the Spirit Sky sect, the residence of the inner disciples, Yi Lang was sitting alone inside the wooden house. Today was the 7th day of his crossing, and he was involved in cleaning up the mountain gates in the past few days, not so much as triggering the quest of the Tawdry operating system. And in the blink of an eye, it's already time to replace the system. At this time, within the system chat group, Giant Slut OS, the wind stopped, the rain cleared, and I left. Lazy Dog System, I just woke up. Villain Playing System, Jia, then it's time for me to come out. Yi Lang took a look at the group's chat, shook his head and stopped paying attention, instead opening his avatar. Group Leader, Yilong. Cultivation Level, Peak of Tongshan Realm. Binding System, in the process of being replaced. Skill, Armor of Damage Reduction. Special Ability, Charisma Plus. Authority, LV1, 15 out of 100. It's not a bad system, but the frequency of triggering quests is not good. It only increases 15 points of privileges in 7 days. Yi Lang silently abdominal row said. At the same time cannot help but in the bottom of the heart expect. What will be the next system? Soon after, a message appeared within the system chat group that it was time to extract the new system. Then he saw the illusory chat interface. with countless system avatars flashing by one. A few breaths later, the chat interface was framed with a few large words. The head pulling system. Ding! Congratulations to the group owner who drew the head pulling system. It is being bound and will be used for 7 days. The beep sounded, representing that Yi Lang had successfully bound this new system. Pulling head system. This name had a strong sense of MLM vested feeling. As soon as Yi Lang saw the name of this system, he was a little unsure in his heart when he heard an electronic beep ringing in his head. Ding! The head pulling system is bound successfully. The host chooses the clan he belongs to and receives a newbie reward. In the meantime, there's an introduction to this head pulling system. It turned out that after binding this system, it would take a month for Yi Lang to choose a clan to belong to. Then as long as Yi Lang pulls martial artists into the clan, they will be rewarded. The condition for determining the reward has nothing to do with the martial artist's cultivation, but rather the martial artist's talent. The system determines that the higher the talent, the more awesome the reward. I throw. This is really like a pyramid scheme, eh? Yi Lang was speechless for a long time after reading the message. The sect to which it belongs, the Spirit Sky sect. Soon after, Yi Lang accepted this reality and bound the clan he belonged to. Get your newbie rewards first. It couldn't be helped. He was now but initial access. It wasn't up to him to decide which system he was on and for how long. The only thing he could do was try to get stronger with the help of these systems. Ensure that you have the capital to survive this battle between the righteous and the wicked. As smart as he was, combined with the vicious words that the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor had put down before he left, he could naturally guess that there would be a great war coming between the righteous and the demonic. Ding! Rookie reward has arrived. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Yuan Stone gift pack. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a talisman gift pack. As Yi Lang's words fell, the system's beep sounded. The newbie reward arrived. Yi Lang sniffed. His mind sank into the system space, and after a slight check, he immediately revealed a heartfelt smile. By the way, there's a bit of preparation to be done to pull heads. Afterwards, Yi Lang muttered another sentence before getting up and walking out of the wooden house, heading towards the spirit pavilion, the pavilion outside the secret realm. He's going to Lord Empress. Not long after, outside the spirit sky pavilion, Yi Lang's figure appeared. Deaconess Xie, disciple Yi Lang, seeks to see Lord Empress. Outside the attic, Yi Lang was blocked by the deacon who was guarding this place and had no choice but to stop and open his mouth. The Empress is cultivating. If there's anything you need to do, go to the elders first. Oh, I wanted to come and ask the Empress Sama if she'll promise to be with me or not. And also first. What? Deacon Xia almost bit his own tongue. And then it occurred to him that this kid wasn't the disciple who had forcibly kissed the Empress and confessed his love for her before. And the Empress didn't seem to punish him then. Now this disciple came to Lord Empress and was so arrogant. Murphy. Deacon Xia was shocked in his heart, feeling as if, seemingly, he might have discovered something extraordinary. Then why don't you trouble the deacon and go ask for me? Yi Lang was a bit impatient and skimmed his mouth and spoke again. This. You'd better go by yourself. Deacon Xia hurriedly waved his hand. Although the Empress was kind, she was after all an Emperor realm powerhouse. He wouldn't dare to be so rude, not to mention that it was about the Empress's personal affairs. Then he stepped aside his body and let Yi Lang in. As soon as Yi Lang stepped into the attic, he felt a wave of heaven and earth. Only in the next moment did Yi Lang feel that he landed on top of a piece of ground and smelled the faint scent of flowers between his noses. The surrounding area was filled with an incomparably dense heaven and earth energy. When you look up, the blue sky, white clouds, flowers and grass, it's as if you've come to another world. In the distance, a clear and delicate figure sat on the shore of the lake, seemingly sensing Yi Lang's arrival and moving slightly. Ha! Yi Lang, you came to the secret realm. But, what's the matter? Chapter 9, Heading to Falling Sun. Must kill. Within the secret territory, by the lake, Yin Yenron's pretty face slightly blushed as she opened her mouth. Murphy, he came to say those shy words again. Ahem. Yes, Empress Sama. My disciple sees that after this calamity, the sect has been depleted. So I would like to ask the Empress Dowager to open up the mountain gate and absorb new disciples into the sect. This is also good for restoring some of the clan's vitality. Yi Lang gave a slight beat, then spoke. He certainly wasn't specifically here to ask the Empress if she wanted to be with him. Although the Empress Sama was certainly quite attractive, beautiful and kind, with a high level of cultivation. He quite likes it, but now the priority is still to get stronger as soon as possible first. This is a fantasy world. Just rely on the face is still not very safe. Saying that just now outside the attic was just not wanting to waste more time with that deacon. So it is. Yin Yenron's face couldn't help but look a little odd. What was he thinking to himself? He was here to talk business this time. After a pause, Yin Yenran came back to her senses and turned to look at Yi Lang. the Empress Sama is indeed beautiful. Yi Lang's heart was slightly hot. The next moment, he saw Yin Yenran standing playfully by the lake and nodded. It's rare that you are so considerate of the clan, and there is some truth in what you say. The clan should indeed recruit some disciples into the clan. Just, forewarned, in order to avoid having spies mixing in again, you will take this mirror of God. After Yin Yenran finished speaking, she reached inside the lake and ingested a copper mirror. With a slight wave of his hand, the bronze mirror fell into Yi Lang's hand. Illuminating mirror? This object is an extremely high-grade spiritual weapon. You can hold this mirror and ask if you are sincere in entering my spirit sky sect, as long as it is below the Emperor realm. But if there is a hint of mischief, it can be detected. That bad? Yi Lang was secretly shocked. This was the otherworldly version of a lie detector? But with this, it's greatly in my favor. Yi Lang was then happy again. In this way, every disciple who wanted to join the spirit sky sect would end up being asked by him, so that in the eyes of the system, then all the new disciples could be considered to be the ones he pulled into the sect. All of them were rewards. Empress Sama, it really is a treasure. Yi Lang heatedly smiled in the bottom of his heart. He was getting more and more satisfied with Yin Yenran. If there's nothing else, you just get out. Yin Yenran's clear voice once again sounded in the secret realm. Yi Lang froze, then nodded. He's fine for now, but I don't know about later. When Yin Yenran saw him nodding, her veiled hand lightly waved, and Yi Lang disappeared into the secret territory. Soon, an imperial decree came out from the secret realm. The spirit sky sect had opened its gates wide, causing 2 Zune realm deacons to descend the mountain with more than 20 inner disciples to recruit new disciples. On the second day, a flying boat was speeding above the void outside the spirit sky sect. It was Yi Lang and the others who had gone out to the sect to recruit disciples. Senior Sister Xiao, where are we going to pull heads? Oh no! Recruit disciples. On top of the flying boat, Yi Lang came up to a very agile and playful young woman and chatted idly. That woman was naturally the Spirit Sky Sect's contemporary Grandmaster sister, Xiao Linger. Since that day, Xiao Linger had paid attention to Yi Lang, and in the few days of reorganizing the mountain gate, the two of them had crossed paths more often than not, and were quite familiar with each other. We are going to Falling Sun City. That is under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Sky Sect, the largest city. In the past, when the sect selected disciples, it was also there. Oh hoo! The journey was spent in this idle chat, and half a day later, the flying boat stopped above a huge city. Falling Sun City, it's here. Senior brother Chen and I will go pay our respects to the Landing Ying City Lord, Xiao Linger. You take them to the Spirit Sky Terrace in the city first. That's where the clan used to select disciples exclusively. The flying boat landed in the city, and one of the Zune realm deacons at the head said, yes. Xiao Linger nodded, and then the crowd split into two, with Yi Lang naturally following Xiao Linger to the Spirit Sky Terrace. The so-called Spirit Tower is a huge platform built in the center of Lokyang City. Soon, Xiao Linger and Yi Lang and the other 20 or so disciples arrived not far from the Spirit Sky Terrace. However, the crowd around the Spirit Sky Terrace was bustling, and it was surprisingly lively. What's going on? We haven't even arrived yet. Why are there so many people? Xiao Linger opened her mouth in doubt. Just go and see. Yi Lang narrowed his eyes slightly and picked up on the side. Something doesn't seem right. Between words, the crowd had already walked to the bottom of the Spirit Sky stage, and after getting a good look at the situation on the stage, the face changed instantly. On the Spirit Sky stage, a group of blue-robed martial artists were setting up their doors, and from time to time, teenagers from the stage went up, surprisingly recruiting disciples as well. The 4C sect. Yi Lang saw the flag erected behind the group and read, 4C sect. How could you come to our Spirit Sky sect's jurisdiction to collect disciples? It's just too much. Xiao Linger's spirited and pretty face suddenly puffed up with anger, and with a flash of her body, she jumped onto the high platform, pointing at the group of blue-robed martial artists and saying with righteous indignation, the 4C sect was one of the most powerful sects in the vicinity of the Lingxiao sect's jurisdiction. Aside from not having any Emperor realm powerhouses, other aspects to not too much worse than the Spirit Sky sect. And in this world, powerful clans or families have their own jurisdictions that small families or clans in the jurisdiction are dominated by them. Generally speaking, it's not that people within the jurisdiction are not allowed to worship forces outside the jurisdiction. It's just that it's extremely rare for the 4C sect, like this, to openly plant a flag and enter the Lingxiao sect's jurisdiction to collect disciples. This behavior was already a provocation to the Spirit Sky sect. At this moment, on the high stage, with this drink from Xiao Linger, the faces of the group of blue-robed martial artists were suddenly gloomy. Many of the teenagers who were planning to go forward to test it also stopped in their tracks. Although there was news that the Spirit Sky sect had been raided by the Devil's Way and nearly wiped out, But the Spirit Sky sect had been the overlord of this square tens of thousands of miles for many years after all. Someone from the Spirit Sky sect? You were attacked by the Devil's Way and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. And I heard that even the Empress of the Spirit Sky was seriously injured and unable to fight anymore. Our 4C sect is now in the ascendant. And the Patriarch is only one step away from the Emperor realm, with a breakthrough not far away. So we won't be afraid of the Spirit Sky sect anymore. If you know what's good for you, stay honestly to the side. At that moment, the leader of that group of 4C sect martial artists stood out, his face disdainful. After the demonic path withdrew that day, the news was released, and it soon spread throughout the entire Green Sky domain. Of course, they naturally didn't know that Yin Yenran had long since recovered her injuries through Yi Lang's recovery card. That's why the 4C sect dared to be so bold. Moreover, accepting disciples was only their superficial purpose. Their true purpose was to get their hands on the resources under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Sky sect. You, shameless. When Xiao Linger heard this, she instantly pointed at the man and cursed even more angrily. Humph, this honored one is talking to you nicely. If you don't listen again, don't blame this honored one for being impolite. That 4C sect leader let out a cold snort as his aura radiated out. A strong pressure subdued toward Xiao Linger, as well as the crowd of the Spirit Sky sect under the high platform. It's actually a Zun realm powerhouse. Xiao Linger, as well as the rest of the Ling Xiao sex people, couldn't help but have their little faces turn a little pale and their bodies sway slightly when they were subdued by this pressure. Senior Sister Xiao, against this shameless old dog, relying on scolding is useless. It has to be killed. Chapter 10, Slaying the Zun Realm. The Empress makes a move. Under the high stage, a voice with a hint of chill in its arrogance rang out. At the same time, a handsome figure leapt onto the high platform and walked in front of Xiao Linger. It's none other than Yi Lang. How dare you insult this father? Looking for death. That 4C sect Zun realm on the opposite side instantly became furious when he heard that, and the pressure belonging to a Zun realm powerhouse instantly tidal waves pressed towards Yi Lang. At the same time, that 4C sect Zun realm reached out his hand and pointed towards Yi Lang, and a strong and extremely powerful true essence was blasted towards Yi Lang. As soon as he did this, the rest of the 4C sect's people on the elevated platform as well as other uninvolved people hastily retreated, lest they be affected by the fallout. Senior Yi. Xiao Linger was so startled by this series of changes that she couldn't help but cry out in shock. She didn't expect that senior brother Yi would be so brave, facing a strong enemy and standing directly in front of herself as a senior sister. Protective talisman. However, in the face of this strike that could be considered a sure kill for a Tongshan martial artist, Yi Lang was not the least bit flustered, but instead moved with incomparable swiftness to fling out a talisman. A curtain of light formed in front of him. Boom! That 4C sect Zun realm's attack blasted onto the light curtain with a tremor. But it was blocked. This was exactly one of the talismans inside the talisman gift pack that Yi Lang had previously obtained. It's actually a Earth-ranked talisman. That 4C sect Zun realm's face changed at the sight. General Pill's talismans in Kung Fu martial arts are divided into Heaven and Earth Xianuang. Of course, there are Emperor products above the Heavenly Order, etc. But an Earth-ranked talisman was already a precious thing that even Zun realm powerhouses coveted. As the thought flashed, greed could not help but appear on the face of that 4C sect Zun realm. These Spirit Sky sect disciples must still have a lot of good things on them. However, just as he was about to strike again and take down all of these Spirit Sky sect disciples, he saw that the Spirit Sky sect brat who had insulted him fling out a talisman once again. Blockade charm. Yi Lang threw out the talisman while giving a low gulp, and that 4C sect Zun realm immediately saw and felt the surrounding Heaven and Earth Yuan Chi squeezing towards him. It's actually keeping him out of action for a while. Surprisingly, it's another Earth-ranked talisman. But so what? With just these two talismans at most, they can only hold back my father for a few breaths. This father doesn't believe that you still have Earth-ranked talismans. That 4C sect Zun realm figure was trapped and still snapped. Earth-ranked talismans? I am indeed out of them. However, there's one more Heaven-ranked talisman. Yi Lang laughed, and a snow-white talisman paper once again appeared in his hand. Above the talisman paper, a small golden sword came to life. That talisman gift pack contained dozens of yellow-ranked Shin-ranked talismans and 2 Earth-ranked talismans, as well as the only Heaven-ranked talisman, and it was also an attack talisman. Golden penalty killing rune. Yi Lang shouted in a deep voice and threw out the talisman in his hand without hesitation. At that instant, the talisman was seen rising against the wind, instantly turning into an incomparably sharp golden giant sword, killing towards that 4C sect Zun realm. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and that 4C sect Zun realm was lifeless before it could even open its mouth. Zun realm powerhouse. Fall. This scene caused the entire martial artists around the Spirit Sky Terrace to all fall into a stupor. A hallowed Zune realm powerhouse had been decimated in a few breaths. The power of a heavenly ranked talisman was as terrifying as it was. You actually beheaded Venerable Kong. Hurry and inform the Grand Elder. In the distance, when that group of 4C sect people saw that exalted realm being killed, each one of them was a bit incredulous. One of them then released a transmitting note, seemingly informing someone. Afterward, they retreated from the high platform for fear of being attacked by Yi Lang. And at this moment, as Yi Lang decapitated that 4C sect's Zune realm, the crowd of the Ling Xiao sect and Xiao Linger under the high platform hurriedly surrounded them and opened their mouths in shock. Senior brother Yi, when did you possess so many high-grade talismans? Yes, surprisingly, there's even a heavenly ranked talisman. It was awesome. Yi Lang slightly waved his hand and coughed. Cough cough. You all know that I am with the Empress Lord. I won't say the rest. Those who understand understand. He couldn't explain the origin of these talismans well, so he had to push it on Yanran. Hiss. The crowd of Spirit Sky sect disciples slightly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and when they thought about what Yi Lang had done to the Empress that day, they had a clear picture in their hearts, and they couldn't help but respect Yi Lang. Senior brother Yi is truly a model for our generation. That's right. And at that moment, just as the people of the Spirit Sky sect were talking, an aura that far exceeded that 4C sect's Zune realm just now rose from the direction of the City Lord's mansion, enveloping the entire city in a moment. Who is it that is so unaware of death and dares to kill my 4C sect venerable? A majestic voice with violent anger rang out. Surprisingly, it was an imperial realm. The 4C sect. To think that there was an imperial realm powerhouse here. The faces of the Spirit Sky sect's crowd immediately changed and they all banned their voices. Countless martial artists throughout the entire Falling Sun City were trembling under this imperial pressure, not knowing what had happened. However, this terrifying might only lasted for a moment before it suddenly dissolved. As if it was just an illusion just now, the way this seat sees it. It's you who don't know how to die. A cool and melodious voice, as if it came from above the 9 heavens, echoed in the void. In the next moment, 2 silhouettes seemed to emerge out of thin air in the void above the Spirit Sky Terrace. One of them was wearing a white dress, with a cool temperament, like a fairy on top of that heavenly queer. Who else is it if not Yanran? And the person opposite Yanran was a middle-aged man, only at this time was looking unsightly. The breath around his body was blocked to death. It was none other than the Imperial Realm from the 4C sect. What calculations your 4C sect is making? This seat knows clearly in my heart. The Spirit Sky sect is not so downtrodden that you can bully it. Heaven has the virtue of good life, today and let you leave. If there is a next time, this seat will not show mercy. Above the void, Yin Yan's expression was bland and her red lips lightly opened, then waved his hand to unblock that Imperial Realm. Many thanks to the Empress. That Imperial Realm's face was unsightly and barely said. It then rolled up the group of blue-robed martial artists on the ground and quickly disappeared. Put. On the Spirit Sky stage, Yi Lang couldn't help but let out a laugh. This 4C Zone Emperor realm was also too funny. Just coming out. The pussy hadn't even finished pretending before being whisked home like a grandson. But, how did Empress Sama know about this place? Yi Lang was a bit puzzled, but he remembered that the Imperial Realm might was coming from the City Lord's mansion just now. Then he was somewhat relieved. It should have been the 2 deacons who informed him. With the Empress's speed, it wasn't difficult to be able to arrive in such a short period of time. At this moment, Yin ran above the void, slightly looked down at the bottom, and her gaze flowed over Yi Lang for a moment. Since there is no more business, this seat will return to the clan first. Yin ran lightly dropped a sentence and disappeared. After she left, the people of the entire Falling Sun City hadn't regained their senses, especially those around the Spirit Sky Terrace, who were all speechless for a long time. Who said that the Spirit Sky sect had fallen into disrepair, when a random disciple of theirs was a large number of Earth-ranked and Heaven-ranked talismans? Who said that the Empress Lord was seriously injured and unable to fight anymore? She had easily subdued an Imperial Realm. Now then, the Spirit Sky sect will begin recruiting disciples. Anyone want to join? On the Spirit Sky stage, Yi Lang pulled out the God Shining Mirror and exclaimed, Chapter 11 Reward After Reward. Cold Ice Spiritual Body. As the words fell, the martial artists around the Spirit Sky Terrace came back to their senses, their eyes converging in Yi Lang's direction. The eyes couldn't help but warm up. The Spirit Sky sect had but just demonstrated its strength, proving that despite being attacked by the Devil Dao, the Spirit Sky sect still had untouchable depths. More importantly, the Spirit Sky sect is short of disciples right now. I do. Yes. We all want to join the Spirit Sky sect. Around the high platform, it was once again bustling with activity, and the news quickly spread to all parts of the city. The great clans in Falling Sun City received the news and also sent their outstanding disciples to the Spirit Sky Terrace to try to be admitted to the Spirit Sky sect. when the 4C sect came to accept disciples before. These great clans were smart enough not to show their faces, just because they weren't sure what was going on in the Spirit Sky sect. Comfy. The system is simply letting me pick up rewards for nothing. Where is the need to pull people? I just don't know if there are any particularly gifted ones. Yi Lang was secretly happy in his heart. This was the benefit of being in a big clan. Humph. Fong went to the 4C sect. We don't want any of them in the Spirit Sky sect. At this time, the people of the Spirit Sky sect had already set up the spirit measuring pillar for testing talent. But Xiao Linger puffed out her face and opened her mouth. Around the high platform, many of the martial artists who had gone to the 4C sect to test there all of a sudden snapped their faces. It's in plain sight. So many people have seen it. They can't even renege if they want to. Yi Lang didn't care. There were so many people anyway. It wasn't that bad. Looking at them, the talent isn't much better. This was, in the distant sky, 3 more figures flashed in, but it was those 2 deacons from the Spirit Sky sect, and an elegant-looking middle-aged man. This is Fallen Sun City Lord Su. One of the deacons briefly introduced himself to the Spirit Sky sect disciples. Then facing the growing number of martial artists around the Spirit Sky terrace, he opened his mouth. This time, the Spirit Sky sect is recruiting disciples. Everything will be kept simple. Martial artists under the bone age of 20 only need to pass the 2 hurdles of the Spirit Measuring Pillar and the Illuminating God Mirror. Starting now, around the Spirit Sky terrace, many young martial artists were a bit confused. They all knew about the Spirit Measuring Pillar. What was the Illumination Mirror? But they didn't have the guts to ask the deacon, so they could only wait and see later. Soon, under the organization of the Spirit Sky sect's disciples, the crowd of young martial artists stepped onto the Spirit Sky stage in an orderly manner to begin the test. Bone age 18. Under B. Fail. Bone age 17. Under A. Pass. Bone age 15. Under A. Pass. On the Spirit Sky stage, Senior Sister Xiao Linger spoke one by one beside the Spirit Measuring Pillar, while every qualified martial artist. He was then directed to the back of the Spirit Sky terrace. There, Yi Lang was holding a copper mirror and smilingly beckoned. Come on, come on, come on. The first person to pass the talent test was a woman of 18 years of age. Seeing Yi Lang's bright smile and handsome looks, the fangirls were a little nervous. Come, senior brother asks you, are you sincere in joining our Spirit Sky sect? Well, the woman's face blushed a little and she slightly bowed her head. When Yi Lang saw that there was no movement in the illuminating mirror after she replied, his heart was just delighted. Sure enough, the next moment, the beep of the head pulling system rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pulling in a sub-A gifted martial artist to join the Spirit Sky sect, and obtaining a small gift pack of treasure weapons. Yi Lang immediately then probed into the system space to take a look, and sure enough, there were 3 more treasure weapons. There was a satisfied smile. Not bad. Weapon classes are categorized into magic weapon, treasure weapon, spirit treasure, and emperor weapon. Only a normal celestial realm can afford to use a treasure weapon. Pulling a martial artist who was only a lower A talent to have this kind of reward was already good. Come on, come on. Next, Yi Lang's heart was on fire as he waved head on to the next person who passed the test. Eyes glowing, looking at the young martial artist's scalp, he couldn't help but tighten his backdoor. Falling Sun City. It's full of talents. At the edge of the Spirit Sky terrace, the 2 Zun Realm deacons stood together with that city Lord Su, chatting idly. Brother Chen is flattering. Speaking of which, I am also guilty of letting that 4C sex people run amok in the city. The Su City Lord named Su Qianhe shook his head slightly at the words. Previously, in the matter of the 4C sect, he was trapped in the City Lord's mansion by that imperial realm, and was incapable of stopping it even if he wanted to. The 2 deacons then busied themselves with some explanations. And then, that Deacon Chen added, I heard that Brother Su has a beloved daughter who seems to be very young. Why not let her join the Spirit Sky sect? Brother Chen is unaware that the canine daughter has a different physique and was born unable to cultivate. Mentioning this time, Su Qianhe looked slightly despondent. Seeing this, that Deacon Chen knew that he had lost his words and stopped talking. Looking at the scene on the stage where disciples were being recruited as they came and went. Time passes and 5 days have passed. In these 2 days, the Spirit Sky sect had recruited a total of thousands of disciples in Falling Sun City. Of course, a lot of these were people from around Falling Sun City, from other smaller cities, who had heard about it. Not only that, but there were also martial artists from under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Sky sect and from farther away places that were on their way. At this moment, on the Spirit Sky stage, Yi Lang was holding the Illumination God Realm in his hand while asking questions with a pleasant expression on his face. In these 5 days, the one who gained the most was by no means the Spirit Sky sect, but him. Thousands of disciples brought Yi Lang a variety of rewards. Nowadays, He had 7 heavenly rank talismans, dozens of earthly rank talismans, and the rest of the Xian rank yellow rank was even a whole lot. 7 spiritual treasures, dozens of spiritual weapons, hundreds of various types of treasure weapons, and thousands of magic weapons, hundreds of bottles of elixirs of all classes, and a whole lot of yuan stones. For a man of his stature, the Zun realm was definitely not as rich as him, and even the average imperial realm couldn't compare. It can be a walking vault. With this equipment I have now, if it's an imperial realm, I can still smash him to death, Yi Lang secretly said to himself. His bottom line was much stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pulling in an A medium gifted martial artist to join the Spirit Sky sect, and obtaining a ground-level transportation talisman. On the high stage, Yi Lang once again asked a young martial artist and managed to obtain a reward, but suddenly something felt wrong. Why is it so much quieter around here? He couldn't help but look toward the stage, but he saw that the martial artists surrounding the Spirit Sky Terrace were all staring in one direction. There, a green-clothed woman with picturesque eyebrows and stunningly beautiful features, only with a slightly pale face, was silently looking in the direction of the Spirit Sky Terrace, a pair of pretty eyes, showing infinite sorrow, appearing pathetic. Dreamer, what are you doing here? On the Spirit Sky stage, Su Qianhe, who had been there for the past few days, changed his face and said with some alarm. Then with a flash of his body, he reached the woman's side. Ding! Sensing the host's surroundings, a cold ice spirit body has appeared. Trigger mission, pull a woman with the cold ice spirit sky body to join the Spirit Sky sect. And at this time, Yi Lang, who was sighing at the woman's beauty, suddenly dinged in his head. Sounding the system's voice, Yi Lang hurriedly retracted his gaze and his face froze. Then he once again looked at the stunningly beautiful green-clothed woman. Ice body? It's her? Chapter 12, Spiritual Body Entering the Sect. Breaking through the celestials. And at this moment, around the Spirit Sky Terrace, numerous martial artists were looking at that stunningly beautiful woman and were whispering, "Isn't that the city lord's only daughter, Miss Su Xuemeng? Miss Su is truly a beautiful woman, but it's a pity that she can't cultivate. Yes, I heard that she has a different physique and is unable to condense her true essence." Aha! On the high platform, Yi Lang, who was waving his hand for the testing disciples to wait with the intention of walking down and pulling that stunningly beautiful woman, that is, Su Xuemeng, to join the sect, heard these arguments and couldn't help but be stunned. That woman is Lord Su's daughter? And born unable to practice? That's not right. Didn't the system say that it was some kind of cold ice spirit body? Yi Lang was puzzled in his heart. But the cold ice spirit body that the system said was that Su Xuemeng. The system can't be wrong. Maybe something like a spirit body requires whatever conditions to be awakened. Yi Lang remembered what was said in some novels he read in his previous life and shook his head. Whatever. Let's get it into the clan first. After saying that, he leaped off the Spirit Sky platform and stepped towards Su Xuemeng. On the other side, Su Qianhe was standing beside Su Xuemeng and spoke in a concerned tone. Manger, what are you doing here if you're not resting in the mansion? He knew that joining the Spirit Sky sect had been Su Xuemeng's wish since childhood. It was only due to the inability to cultivate that this heart's desire, in turn, became a pain in Su Xuemeng's heart. Now is the time when the Spirit Sky sect is opening to accept disciples. Isn't it adding to the sadness for Manger to come here? Su Qianhe secretly sighed in his heart. Father, the mansion is boring. Dreamer wants to come out for a walk. It just so happens that I heard that the Spirit Sky sect has been accepting disciples in the city for the past few days. So I came over to take a look. Su Xuemeng's thin lips kissed. Her voice was as melodious as heavenly music, and with a hint of chutzpah. Hey! Su Qianhe sniffed and let out a silent sigh when he suddenly noticed a Spirit Sky sect disciple walking over. He was about to open his mouth, but suddenly saw Yi Lang say first, "City Lord Su, Senior Yi Lang, it's like this. I want to invite Miss Su to join the Spirit Sky sect. I wonder what Miss Su thinks." The last sentence, Yi Lang was looking at Su Xuemeng and said it. This chick, she's in a completely different style than the Empress Sama, but it's really hard to tell the difference in looks. It's ing beautiful, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. Ha, of course I want to, but, when Su Xuemeng heard this, her absolutely beautiful face could not help but be stunned as she whispered. Of course she was willing, but how could she join the Spirit Sky sect when she was an invalid? Yi Lang, your kindness is appreciated by this city lord. It's just that, as I'm sure you've heard, Manger, she can't cultivate. To the side, Su Qianhe sighed. The surrounding martial artists were whispering. There was nothing to hide about this. City Lord Su, I think that Miss Su might not be some kind of wasted body. There's just some reason why she can't cultivate for the time being. Yi Lang vaguely explained and continued to speak. Anyway, as long as Miss Su agrees, it's fine. Can you make the call? Su Qianha sniffed and looked at the two deacons on the high platform, and said with a twitch in his expression, why wouldn't he want to fulfill his daughter's wish? You're coming with me. Yi Lang saw that both their father and daughter agreed, so he stopped talking nonsense and pulled Su Xuemeng up and headed for the high platform. Before Su Xuemeng could react, her small hand was held by Yi Lang, and her face couldn't help but blush a little. Two deacons. I want Miss Su to join the Spirit Sky sect, and when I return, I'll personally explain it to Lord Empress. Yi Lang led Su Xuemeng to the two deacons and said, this. The two Zun realm deacons looked at each other. How could a woman who couldn't cultivate join the Spirit Sky sect? Only, this Yi Lang's relationship with the Empress seems to be unusual, forcibly kissing the Empress and confessing, and as a result, nothing has happened until now. I've heard that this mirror of illumination was also given to him by the Empress herself. Besides, he said he'd explain it to the Empress himself. The two deacons' minds turned slightly, and after a moment of silence, they both nodded. Thanks, Deacon. Here, just look in the mirror again. Yi Lang pulled Su Xuemeng again and walked to the back, pulling out the illuminating God realm and quizzing her. Soon, the answer was given, and naturally there was no movement in the illuminating mirror. Su Xuemeng is already considered a member of the Spirit Sky sect. It's as simple as that. And I'm joining the Spirit Sky sect? In a trance, Su Xuemeng was still a bit incredulous. A dream of your own, and this has come true? She was still unable to cultivate, but she was happy. Happy. Su Xuemeng looked up at the handsome man beside her, her eyes slightly brimming with tears. It's all because of senior brother Yi. On the other hand, after Yi Lang had done all this, in his mind, a system beep immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully pulling a spirit body into the sect. Mission complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heaven and Earth exotic treasure, Essence of Cold Ice. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Extreme Cold Refrain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Imperial Armor, Sea Condensation Armor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Pure True Element. In the next moment, Yi Lang didn't have time to check what exactly these 4 rewards were. Then he felt a stream of pure to the extreme true essence violently appear within him. It didn't even need to be refined. It was transformed into cultivation. Boom! Subsequently, Yi Lang's body, his aura surged, and in an instant, he rushed to the threshold of the celestial realm. Ha! Is he making a breakthrough? Why so sudden? On the Spirit Sky stage, those two deacons were the first to notice Yi Lang's abnormality and said with a shocked face. Soon, as Yi Lang's breath skyrocketed and his voice grew louder and louder, the entire Spirit Sky terrace, including the surrounding martial artists, were all attracted to it. Seeing this, Su Qianha hurriedly flashed his body onto the stage and pulled Su Xuemeng away, lest she be shocked on by Yi Lang's aura. Bang! At this time, Yi Lang's cultivation had risen to the limit of the Tongxian realm, and after a tremor, Yi Lang has broken through the celestial realm, and at this moment, the surrounding martial artists were fine, but those 20 or so disciples of the Spirit Sky sect could be said to be human fools. Yi Lang, what's he doing? Breaking through again? Wasn't it just a few days ago that you broke through several realms in a row? Is it really that simple? In the midst of the crowd, an idea suddenly surfaced as eldest sister Shaolinger was shocked. In that case, in a few days, Brother Yi will have surpassed me. Doesn't that make him big brother? But, being senior brother Yi's senior sister doesn't seem too bad. Phew. At this time, Yi Lang also ended his breakthrough and exhaled a long breath. Could this breakthrough come any more suddenly? No preparation at all. At this point, the breakthrough was over, and he also checked, in passing, the 3 rewards other than the Supreme Pure True Essence that he had already used. Essence of Cold Ice, an extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth. The Essence of Extreme Cold, harboring the power of extreme ice and cold, which can help the cold ice spirit body awaken. Extremely cold yet active skill. After the host uses it, it can cool down any target for 3 seconds. Within 3 seconds the target can't make any reaction and all means are invalidated. Note, opportunity to use once per day. See Condensation Armor, consumable class of Imperial Armor that can diffuse damage at the Imperial Realm level 10 times and at the Imperial Realm level 3 times. Note, damage below the Emperor Realm does not consume times. Hiss. That's quite a skill. And this Sea Nimbus Armor, a life preserver. Yi Lang was shocked. However, this cold ice essence is not ing for me. Yi Lang ventriloquized a sentence in his heart and raised his eyes to Su Xuemeng who was not far away. Chapter 13, Snow Dream Awakening. Confessing Yi Lang. It's a bargain for you pussy. This cold ice essence can help the cold ice spirit body to awaken. This cold ice spirit body is not Su Xuemeng. Of course, Yi Lang didn't have any grudges in his heart. After all, he was able to get the reward indirectly because of Su Xuemeng. Think of it as a win-win. Besides, he helped Su Xuemeng awaken the holy body. I don't believe Su Xuemeng and Su Qianhe wouldn't be grateful to him. It's like picking up another favor for nothing. On the spirit sky stage, Yi Lang lifted his feet towards Su Xuemeng after making up his mind. On the other side, Su Qianhe was standing on the side of the high platform protecting Su Xuemeng, and was secretly marveling in his heart. This Yi Lang, at such an age, is already a celestial realm martial artist. His future is unlimited. At this time, he saw Yi Lang walking in his direction again and was slightly puzzled in his heart. City Lord Su, Miss Su, but do you still remember what I said just now? The reason why Miss Su can't cultivate is perhaps not some wasted body. It just opened the wrong way. Now, I'd like to give Miss Su another gift. Yi Lang walked in front of the duo. A smile appeared on his handsome face and said, the fact that he made the decision to enroll Su Xuemeng in the Spirit Sky Sect today was already a not-so-small gift to the Su Xuemeng duo. Now that he's riding the wave of victory, I don't believe these two won't be moved. Cried directly to the master. What? Yi Lang's words caused both of them, Su Xuemeng, to be a bit puzzled, only to vaguely catch the meaning of Yi Lang's words. Su Qianhe could not help but breathe heavily and said in a difficult tone, Mr. Yi, could it be? Hush. Yi Lang smiled mysteriously, his eyes fixed on Su Xuemeng. His mind sank into the system and mobilized the cold ice essence. All he needed to do was to strike the essence of cold ice into Su Xuemeng's body, and that would be it. Su Xuemeng's stunningly beautiful face was also covered in tension at this time. Although she didn't know what exactly senior brother Yi wanted to do, she had a vague feeling. His own life was about to undergo a radical change because of elder brother Yi, and at this moment, the Spirit Sky stage, as well as the many martial artists around it, were all looking at this scene with puzzled faces. In the next moment, amidst the probing gazes of the crowd, a flash of cold light suddenly emerged from Yi Lang's hand. In an instant, it flew into Su Xuemeng's body. Su Qianhe on the side didn't even react, and the moment that cold light, that is, the essence of cold ice, entered Su Xuemeng's body, a burst of icy blue light was released from her body in vain. The temperature in the field, in an instant, dropped with the naked eye. Su Xuemeng herself closed her eyes the moment the light bloomed. It seems, some kind of amazing change is brewing. Hiss, what's going on? It's suddenly cold. Hands are suddenly icy. The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but shrink their necks and chirp. And the ones who felt it the most were undoubtedly Yi Lang and Su Qianhe, who were closest to Su Xuemeng. On the sleeves of the duo's clothes, even ice slush had formed. Is Dreamer going to be okay? Su Qianhe's face was concerned as he asked. Don't worry, Yi Lang affirmed back, while darting backward. He didn't want to be frozen into an ice sculpture. At this moment, as the light on Su Xuemeng's body continued to spread, an extremely cold aura was violently released from her body, straight to the sky. It made Su Qianhe, who had been guarding Su Xuemeng's side, couldn't help but step back. Not to mention that the rest of the Spirit Sky Sect disciples on the stage had long since retreated to the edge of the high platform, shivering in the cold. There's cultivation in her, and it's growing like crazy. On the high platform, the eyes of the two Spirit Sky Sect deacons who had been paying attention to the scene narrowed as they spoke out. That's right, at this moment, Su Xuemeng was undergoing an astonishing change in her body. The original Su Xuemeng had no cultivation, but at this time she had crossed the forging body, innate, and transformation in a very short period of time, all the way up to the Tongxian realm. It was only at this point that Su Xuemeng slowly opened her eyes, a flash of crystal in her eyes. The temperature in the field is gradually returning to normal. Good fellow, one awakening is the Tongxian realm? Yi Lang smashed his mouth. This spirit body is different. In fact, he didn't know that most of the reason why Su Xuemeng was able to go straight to Tongxian was due to the essence of cold ice. Spiritual body awakening, often supplemented by heaven and earth exotic treasure, and the essence of cold ice, belongs to the more powerful existence of heaven and earth exotic treasure. Dreamer, are you okay? Su Qianhe rushed up and asked with an excited face. Dreamer actually has cultivation. It's just too good to be true. However, Su Xuemeng just gently shook her head, a pair of pretty eyes, staring tightly at Yi Lang. 2 lines of tears were slowly imprinted on a snow-white and absolutely beautiful face. She had never imagined that there would be someone like that, bursting into her life, perfectly realizing those scenes from her dreams for her. This man is her Gaijin. In the next moment, Su Xuemeng moved her feet lightly towards Yi Lang. Senior brother Yi, you know, Xuemeng has longed countless times to be able to join the Spirit Sky Sect one day, to be able to practice martial arts just like the others. But Snowdream knows that none of this is possible. But today, because of senior brother Yi, both of these dreams have come true for me. Su Xuemeng stood in front of Yi Lang, her pair of pretty eyes staring at him tightly with a touched expression. Yi Lang was calm, Such a situation was expected. Do not six the base. But, this chick's eyes, they seem a little off? Sure enough, the next moment, Su Xuemeng's pleasant and melodious voice rang out. Xuemeng doesn't know how he should repay senior brother, only wishing that from now on, he can always be by his side. As she spoke, Su Xuemeng gently ruffled the green silk around her ears. Seemingly nervous, a blush rose to a pretty face. 2. Wow! The moment these words came out, around the Spirit Sky Terrace, there was an outcry. These martial artists, before they could catch their breath from Su Xuemeng's sudden change, had another big melon. It went into a series of shocks. Gollum. Opposite Su Xuemeng, Yi Lang also swallowed a mouthful of water. This chick, she actually confessed to me directly? I'm a charmer. Am I really that hard to top? Yi Lang settled down and squinted his eyes as he surveyed Su Xuemeng in front of him. It had to be said that Su Xuemeng was stunningly beautiful and had an excellent temperament. Among the women Yi Lang had seen, only the Empress Sama can fight with one. It's cool to take it in. 2. That's right, Empress Sama. Yi Lang suddenly remembered that there was still a group of people from the Spirit Sky sect in the field. The fact that he had forcibly kissed and confessed his love for the Empress was well known in the Spirit Sky sect. If Su Xuemeng were to be accepted here, it would surely reach the ears of the Empress Dowager. At that time, the Empress Lord lightly scolded him for being a scum and was never his lap again. Repeat, Senior Brother Yi. If it's difficult for you, Xuemeng naturally won't force it. I just need to be a silent guardian behind Elder Brother. At this time, Su Xuemeng saw Yi Lang's long silence. Her complexion was slightly gloomy, but she still opened her mouth sincerely. Yi Lang was about to open his mouth, but suddenly heard a familiar cold voice ringing out from the void. This seed is pleasantly surprised that there is a spirit living in Falling Sun City. Chapter 14, Snow Dream's Heart. Female Emperor's Disciple. Hearing this voice, Yi Lang's brain couldn't help but be confused. What the? Just thought of the Empress Sama. And this shows up? That's right. The one who appeared here was Yin Yenran again. Why do I say again? Because she just had a visit the other day. And now this. Above the Spirit Sky Terrace, Yin Yenran's figure slowly descended from the sky dome and stood on the terrace in the twinkling of an eye. White dress and cool temperament. Greetings, Empress Sama. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding martial artists, including Su Qianhe, all hurriedly paid their respects. It was just that, while those 20 or so Spirit Sky sect disciples were paying their respects, their eyes kept wandering over Yi Lang and Su Xuemeng. Hidden looks like a good show, but they all knew what Yi Lang had done to Lord Empress. And, even though there was no definite proof, the attitude of the Empress Lord towards Yi Lang was indeed a bit different. Now, that City Lord Su's daughter was confessing her love to Yi Lang. This drama, all of this, naturally, could not escape the Empress Lord whose legal eyes were like moments. Yin Yenran's eyes wandered over Yi Lang's duo along with the Spirit Sky sect's disciples. Did something happen that I don't know about? She had sensed the movement of the spirit body coming out earlier and descended here directly, not really paying much attention to the details of the field. Look at that. Look at Nima. Yi Lang at this time inwardly really want to strangle these same door. One by one. Are not looking forward to me a little good at? However, he reacted extremely quickly, and seeing that the Empress was about to speak, he arrived in front of Yin Yenran with a single step and said, Empress Sama, why are you here all of a sudden again? Did something happen again? In fact, he had heard the Empress' words and knew that she had come for the spirit body. He said this on purpose to pull the Empress' mind to business. At the same time, it was also to prevent Su Xuemeng from opening her mouth to say anything sensational to him again. Well, it's not a big deal. Just sensed the spirit body coming out of the world and came over to take a look. Yin Yenran couldn't help but be slightly stunned when she saw Yi Lang running in front of her and asking questions. Then he was really taken into orbit and opened his mouth. For some reason, every time I talk to this Yi Lang, I seem to be a bit nervous. Could it be that I'm really interested in him? Yin Yenran couldn't help but be startled, and hurriedly shook those chaotic thoughts out of her mind. Afterwards, turning his head to look at Su Xuemeng, his divine thought swept over her body and he nodded in satisfaction. It's true, the cold ice spiritual body, born with the laws of ice. Once she said that, the rest of the people in the room were okay, just a little awestruck. Unexpectedly, the former Miss Su, who was unable to cultivate, was actually a 1 in a million spiritual body. Su Qianhe, on the other hand, was outright thrilled. With an arrow step, he rushed to Yin Yenran, and then realizing that he had lost his temper, he bent over slightly and opened his mouth tremblingly. Lord Empress, dream child, is she really that 1 in a million spirit body? Yin Yenran didn't care about Su Qianhe's outburst and nodded lightly. Ha 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 ha, dreamer, that's great. Seeing that the Empress Lord nodded her head, Su Qianhe couldn't help but laugh freely. and stepped in front of Su Shuemeng again, saying with great joy, he had only one daughter, and now not only had she joined the Spirit Sky sect, she also had cultivation. It's still that 1 in a million spiritual body, with unlimited future achievements. How could he not be pleased? Only, somewhat awkwardly, Su Shuemeng didn't match his excitement, just a soft smile. At this moment, Su Shuemeng's heart was a bit gloomy because of Yi Lang's avoidance of answering, but it was only a little gloomy. Su Shuemeng's mind was made up. No matter what, in this life, she would guard the best Yi's senior brother. In the arena, Su Qianhe didn't care about his own daughter's small mind, but once again changed the arena and came in front of Yi Lang again. You're a monkey, aren't you? Why are you jumping left and right? Yi Lang couldn't help but laugh a little. However, in the next moment, Su Qianhe actually bent down and worshipped directly in front of him and said, Mr. Yi, a great favor is not appreciated. If you need help in the future, you will not be disappointed. Also, Dreamer will be, from now on. Ahem. Yi Lang hurriedly coughed when he heard this. You're playing me, old man Su? A hand up is not enough. Yi Long hurriedly helped Su Qianhe up. It is? On the side. Yin Yenran was a bit puzzled when she saw the scene. How could a Zun realm martial artist and a city lord treat Yi Lang like this? It's nothing. It's just that I helped City Lord Su. A small, insignificant favor. Yi Lang skimmed over it with a single stroke, with no intention of going into detail. Too much talk and it's time to get sidetracked again. The Su Qianhe standing beside him looked impressed for a while. Mr. Yi, a high-minded man. Dreamer likes him, no mistake. Yin Yenran nodded her head slightly, not suspecting anything, and slowly walked over to Su Shuemeng's body, her tone slightly softening as she said, would you like to worship the seed as your master? Su Shuemeng froze at the words, then reacted and hurriedly returned. Lord Empress, Snowdream is willing. So, still calling this seed Empress? Master. A trace of satisfaction flashed across Yin Yenran's face. A spirit body, no matter where it was a rare genius, and at this moment, as Su Shuemeng called out this master, the people around the Spirit Sky Terrace all had envious looks in their eyes. To be able to worship an Emperor Realm powerhouse as a teacher, that was something that many people had begged for. Perhaps many years from now, Miss Su will also become a female emperor. Yes, that dog named Yi Lang's life is also too good. On the Spirit Sky stage, Yi Lang watched the scene and reached out to touch his chin. Master and disciple? One is clear and beautiful, the other I see. Hiss. Congratulations, Lord Empress, on finding a good disciple. At this moment, those two Zun realm deacons delivered a wave of horses' ass at just the right time. At the same time, the duo was faintly glad. Luckily, it didn't stop Yi Lang from taking Su Shuemeng into the clan. Of course, if we were to say the happiest on the field, it would definitely be Su Qianhe. He's had one surprise after another today. Alright, this seed view has also collected quite a few disciples in the past few days, so let's stop here this time. 2 deacons, let the new disciples rest and recuperate in the city for 2 days, then take them back to the sect. At this time, Yin Yenran swept her gaze across the room, her red lips lightly opened, and she looked at Su Shuemeng again. You and your father, thinking it necessary to say goodbye, will be with deacon follower. After saying that, he slightly swept a glance at Yi Lang and disappeared on the stage, heading back to the Spirit Sky sect. It couldn't be helped. Emperor Realm powerhouses, they just came and went like this. 2 days later, Spirit Sky sect, 2 flying boats much larger than when they landed in the sect's martial arts field. It was Yi Lang and the others and more than 1,000 new Spirit Sky sect disciples who had joined the sect. However, as soon as he got off the flying boat, Yi Lang ran straight back to his place with some excitement on his face. Today, it's time for another 7-day period to change systems. However, it wasn't this that made Yi Lang excited. Rather, his group owner privileges were, at long last, upgraded. Chapter 15, Secondary Authority, Daily Acts of Kindness. Within the system chat group, Yi Lang clicked on his avatar and his personal information appeared. Group Leader, Yi Lang. Cultivation, Early Celestial Realm. Binding System, in the process of being replaced. Skills, Armor of Damage Reduction. Extremely Cold. Special Ability, Charisma Plus. Authority, LV2, 10/500. In addition to all of the above, he also had many talismans, pills, weapons, and whatnot, as well as a sea condensation armor. And in fact, 2 days ago, Yi Lang's authority had already been upgraded. It just wasn't the day to replace the system. He hasn't had a chance to use his new privileges yet. And now, after Yi Lang's authority reached level 2, he didn't have to force a system change every 7 days like before. Instead, you can choose to carry a system forward. And of course after the continuation, you can always choose to replace it. it extends up to a month. And it's not as if the number of times the system should have been changed every 7 days during the month, as per the initial permissions, would have been wasted. Instead, it will be saved for when Yi Long wants to change systems. To put it simply, it meant that Yi Lang could save up to 3 times a month to change systems. And what's the point of these 3 chances? That was if Yi Lang was not satisfied with the system he drew when he drew it the next time. You can have up to 3 redraws. Of course, if Yi Lang didn't use the saved extraction opportunities when he extracted the system, the save times would be considered null and void. It is not infinitely stackable. You still can't do whatever you want, but it's so much better than before. Yi Lang muttered, overall satisfied with this privilege upgrade. And at this time, within the system chat group, the results of this change of system had also come out. A few big words flashed on the unreal screen of the chat group. The daily walk system. After the system was pumped, without looking, Yi Lang also knew that within the chat group, there was definitely another brouhaha. Then simply quit the chat group. 1 good deed a day? Sounds like it's pretty normal. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly, but right now he had only just upgraded his privileges and didn't have any extraction times to use yet. There is also no resistance but to be on this system. Ding! Daily acts of kindness system, binding successful. The host must accomplish 1 good deed per day, which will raise the host's cultivation upon completion. The greater the impact of the good deeds accomplished, the more the cultivation improves. Soon, a beep sounded in Yi Lang's head. No newbie packs? Yi Lang secretly bristled. This system was so stingy, but it's still very nice to get an upgrade for doing good. This way, his cultivation should be able to rise very quickly. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a soft knock sounded outside Yi Lang's wooden house. Who? Yi Lang mentally exited the system and got up to open the room doorway. Yi, senior brother Yi, it's me. I've just arrived at the Spirit Sky sect and I'm still not familiar with the environment. So I'd like to ask senior brother to show me around. Is that alright? At the doorway, standing playfully was a woman, none other than Su Shuemeng, was looking at Yi Lang with some apprehension and said. Yi Lang saw it was her and with the idea of avoiding suspicion, wanted to decline for now. You can wait until it's late at night and turn quietly. But then, Yi Lang remembered that he was the persona of the great and the good from today onwards. What's wrong with showing your sister the ropes? Then he broke into a wide smile and nodded his head. Sure. When Su Shuemeng heard this, she couldn't help but give a soft smile, just like a March spring breeze that brushed her face. Time flies and before you know it, it's evening. Ling Shao sect. On the mountain path, Yi Lang was walking alone towards the place, with some depression on his face. He didn't expect that accompanying Su Shuemeng on this turn would be most of the day, and Su Shuemeng also specifically wanted him to take around towards those crowded places, making Yi Lang want to take her to some hidden corners. No chance to do something quiet. Ding! Detected the host completing today's good deed, gaining 1 day's cultivation. At that moment, the system beeped. Immediately afterward, Yi Lang felt his cultivation level scurrying upwards by a tiny bit. Nima? No? Yi Lang was stopping and was ready to wait to enjoy the thrill of upgrading. The results were just getting started, and then they were gone. Laozi accompanied Su Shuemeng for most of the day. Just 1 day of cultivation? Yi Lang was speechless to the core. However, after this incident, he had sort of realized what it meant that the greater the impact of a good deed, the more his cultivation would improve. Seems like there's no future in helping one person at a time. In Yi Lang's mind, an idea slowly appeared. The next day, Yi Lang came to the martial arts arena early and stood on the high steps. At his feet, there were several large piles of stuff that were being covered with black cloth. This black cloth was a few special spells that Yi Lang had gotten from pulling heads before and had no other use for it, but it can isolate sight and divine sense. Senior sister Shao, senior brothers and sisters, have they all gone and shouted? Yi Lang turned his head and asked Shao Linger, who was at the side. Shao Linger nodded, her eyes somewhat puzzled. Senior brother Yi, what exactly are you doing? Early this morning, senior brother Yi called her to the martial arts arena, and even asked her, the senior sister, to mobilize the older disciples. Go and call all the new brothers and sisters who are new to the sect to the martial arts arena. Hey, anyway, it's a good thing. You'll see in a moment. Senior sister. Yi Lang smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. Not long after, on the martial arts field, there were new disciples, one after another, all with a puzzled look. Many of the old disciples also held their arms and looked at Yi Lang and Xiao Linger on the steps, and talked among themselves. What do you guys think big sister is up to? I don't know, but I don't think it's senior sister. It should be Yi Lang. That's right, eldest sister seems to be confused too. At this time, as time passed, on the martial arts arena, thousands of new disciples, basically, had arrived. The martial arts arena was abuzz with activity. In a corner, Xiao Linger was also standing with several female disciples. Although she had been accepted as a disciple by Yin Yanran, she had just joined the sect and was still cultivating within the inner gate as well. It was just that the cultivation resources and techniques were much better than the average disciple. The Spirit Sky sect had gone through the demonic affair, and the resources within the sect had been plundered. Except for those true treasures within the secret territory, ordinary cultivation resources are, for the time being, running out. The cultivation resources that ordinary new disciples were now allotted were actually very little. At this moment, Xiao Linger's few people were chatting idly while guessing what was going to happen. Only, Xiao Linger's eyes were on Yi Lang on the steps the entire time. It drew a bit of snark from a couple of the female disciples next to him. Ahem. At this moment, Yi Lang, who was on top of the steps, coughed forcefully, signaling the disciples on the martial arts arena to be quiet. He was a celestial cultivator and an old disciple. He still had prestige. Everyone settle down. What about calling all the senior brothers and sisters here today? There is no big deal. It's just for the sake of all of you being able to cultivate better in the sect, to give you all a little bit of cultivation resources. Saying that, Yi Lang gently waved his hand and lifted the pieces of black cloth. At that moment, in the martial arts arena, the eyes of more than 1,000 disciples straightened at once. Underneath those pieces of black cloth was 2 piles of yuan shi, 2 piles of spells, a bunch of talismans and pills. Chapter 16, Senior Brother is Powerful. Middle Stage of Celestials. These, naturally, were the rewards Yi Lang had received from pulling disciples into the sect before. Only, all of these posed, in Yi Lang's eyes, belonged to nothing useful. It's just some yellow-ranked talismans and magic weapons, and low-grade pills. With Yi Lang's current wealth, he couldn't even look at these, just in time to give to these new disciples. It's kind of like taking from them and using them. And Yi Lang himself, incidentally, gained a bit of insignificant cultivation. Gollum. At this moment, uncountable sounds of gulping resounded in the martial arts arena. One by one, the new disciples of the sect were in a bit of disbelief. These talismans and magic weapons are just given to yourself and others for nothing? The sects can all just hand out a small amount of yuan shi. Even among the new disciples, some who originally came from large families were shocked by Yi Lang's handiwork. Not to mention the 2 piles of talismans and yuan stones or whatever. That pile of spells alone is outrageous. Don't look at magic weapons as if they were the lowest level weapons, but the average martial artist, even at the Tongshan realm, still couldn't afford to use a magic weapon. Most low-ranking martial artists are just using unimpressive weapons. Masters and sisters, what are you waiting for? Get in line. Something for everyone. Yi Lang saw them froze and spoke again. The pattern is small. My brothers and sisters. Senior Brother Yi is awesome. Senior Brother Yi, the eternal God, I love you. After Yi Lang finished speaking, these new disciples finally reacted and howled wolf. Then they rushed forward and spontaneously began to line up, waiting with bated breath to receive it. Even those female disciples, they're not reserved anymore. But there was no confusion. After all, Yi Lang had said it all. There's something for everyone. And at this moment, Xiao Linger as well as the group of old disciples were similarly stunned. Where did Yi Lang get so many resources? And so generous to give it directly to the siblings? Of course, Yi Lang didn't give them an explanation. He couldn't explain it either. Just walking up to them, he opened his mouth and said, Senior brothers and sisters, you also have and the best in it. He certainly didn't forget these old cohorts. We have too? These old disciples were slightly stunned, and then they were also a bit happy. For those cultivation resources, they were also very enthusiastic. Under the euphoria, he didn't bother to inquire, where exactly did Senior Brother Yi Lang get these things? Is that important? Besides, maybe these things, they have something to do with the Empress Sama? One by one, the crowd unfolded their floating thoughts. Then, thank you Senior Brother Yi Lang. Immediately afterward, smiles spread across the faces of all the Spirit Sky sect's old disciples as they opened their mouths. One by one, they went and organized themselves into order and started distributing resources to the new disciples. Only Xiao Linger, after staring closely at Yi Lang for a while, let out a long sigh in her heart. After today, I'm afraid that the position of Senior Brother Yi in the hearts of the senior brothers and sisters will far exceed that of me, the senior sister. Find a time when I'd better step aside. Shaking her head, Xiao Linger also joined the ranks of organizing order. For a while, the martial arts arena was in full swing. In the corner of the martial arts arena, Yi Lang looked at this scene and muttered in his heart. This time, it's impossible to add just one more day to my cultivation. Giving out benefits to thousands of people at a time isn't a particularly big act of kindness though, but it's not small. Let me break through at least once. Yi Lang's heart was expectant. and he was bent on waiting for the disciples to finish receiving their things and for the good deed to be completed. On the other hand, such a big commotion in the martial arts arena naturally caught the attention of the senior members of the sect. Soon, there were 2 Zune realm deacons who were in charge of miscellaneous matters and came to the martial arts arena. What's this about? I don't know. The 2 deacons looked at each other, ready to go and find out. Then with a flash, he came to a new disciple who was lining up and asked, "What are you guys doing here if you don't cultivate properly?" That disciple was waiting in line with bated breath to receive his magic weapon, and was a bit impatient when asked this question. He also didn't recognize the 2 Zune realm deacons, so he waved his hand and said, "Senior Brother Yi is giving out magic weapons and also pills and talismans to everyone. If you want to claim it, go to the back of the line and don't cut in." The 2 exalted realms were dumbfounded when they heard this. Hair spells, and pills and talismans? The clan still has so much stock? No, they said it was Senior Brother Yi who was sending it. One of the deacons reacted, and his divine thought swept across the entire room, spotting Yi Lang standing alone at the edge, a heartbeat away. Then he pulled the other person to flash in front of Yi Lang and directly said, "Yi Lang, what's going on here? Meet Deacon Zhang." "Deacon Li, it's nothing much, it's just that disciples see that the senior brothers and sisters are rather miserable, so they're just giving out some benefits to everyone." Yi Lang had long seen the 2 of them coming, so he wasn't surprised. "Where do you get all these resources? Bought in Lokyang City, all worthless." There was a moment of silence as the 2 deacons felt offended. "These really aren't high-grade items though, but there's a lot of it. They certainly can't afford it." But they didn't pursue Yi Lang to ask why he was so rich. Instead, they looked at each other, with a vague recollection of something in their minds. That was the old Xie who guarded the secret realm had once whispered to them not to offend Yi Lang. Yi Lang probably had an unusual relationship with the Empress and had even entered the secret realm to look for the Empress in private. Stayed out quite a while. Thinking this way, the 2 deacons had it in their hearts. If Yi Lang knew about this, he would definitely give the deacon Xie a thumbs up. Why didn't you see it at the time? So eye-catching. At this time, in the martial arts arena, more than 1,000 new disciples had all received their magic weapons and pills and talismans, one by one, with a satisfied smile on his face. At this moment, in their hearts, their sense of belonging to the Spirit Sky sect was unprecedentedly strong. To Yi Lang, that was even more grateful. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for completing today's good deed and obtaining 1,000 days of cultivation. In Yi Lang's mind, the system's beep also instantly sounded. In the next moment, a huge stream of pure true essence, transformed into cultivation, surged into Yi Lang's body at once. Phew! Yes! Yi Lang stretched out a chant. This time it was finally no longer over before it started. At the same time, the aura on his body began to rapidly skyrocket. At once, it attracted the attention of the entire martial arts arena. How did Senior Brother Ye's breath suddenly rise so fast? It's Nima, he's going to break through again? Outrageous! The new disciple is still wondering. The old disciple is already numb. Another familiar scene. Yi Long's senior brother. This is either a ing breakthrough or on the way to one. Is it really that simple? The crowd of old disciples, in their hearts, received a 10,000 point blitz. Boom! Soon, Yi Lang's aura soared to a critical point, and a tremor sounded within his body. Mid-celestial, breakthrough. Chapter 17, Expiration of January? 7 Sect Martial Arts Meeting. What are they all looking at me for? As the breakthrough ended, Yi Lang stretched his back, only to find his fellow disciples in the martial arts arena, each and every one of them staring intently at him. The eyes of those old disciples were even tinged with sorrow. Senior Brother Yi, now I'm embarrassed to call you Senior Brother. Your cultivation has caught up with me. At this time, Xiao Linger walked over and puckered her lips. She was currently at the exact middle stage of the celestial realm, and was also the highest cultivation of the younger generation of the Spirit Sky sect, in terms of cultivation. But now this top is going to add a 1. Of course, she wasn't jealous. She was just a bit emotional about the terrifying speed at which Yi Lang's cultivation had risen. What did sister say? As long as senior sister is willing, then I will always be your senior brother. Yi Lang smiled faintly and was very low-key. At this moment, beside Yi Lang, the 2 Zune realm deacons, there was some shock in their eyes. This Yi Lang, since his rise to power on the day that the Devil's Way receded, has been out of control. In the future, I'm afraid my achievements will be unlimited. Since there's nothing else to do, we'll be on our way. You new disciples, you should also learn more from Yi Lang and cultivate diligently. The 2 deacons figured out what happened, so they didn't stay any longer and left after dropping a line. However, this is said to make Yi Lang sweat for a while. Learn from me. I'm not diligent. I've never even practiced properly. Ahem. Senior brothers and sisters, there is one more thing. Starting tomorrow, I'll be at the martial arts arena all the time to explain the realm epiphanies. Everyone who has time, come and listen. At this time, Yi Lang said loudly once again. This, naturally, was and is to accomplish good deeds. He can't give away spells and stuff every day. No family can hold out. And although he hadn't cultivated himself, his cultivation was solid. And regarding the senses on various realms, that was all present in his mind as well. Whoa! Senior brother Yi. That's too good. Love it, love it. The crowd of new disciples, naturally, cheered again. Stars rose in the eyes of many female disciples. Not only is brother Yi handsome and charismatic, he's also very enthusiastic. Moreover, Yi Lang's cultivation was evident to them all. To have such a talented senior brother, explaining the realm's senses, that would definitely be of great benefit to their cultivation. After saying that, Yi Lang was in a good mood and planned to leave first. Senior brother Yi, today, can you show me around again? At this time, Su Xuemeng was the one who followed up and softly asked. Yi Lang's heart was slightly moved as he smelled the fragrance of her body. Still shaking my head though, today's good deed is done. He also didn't want to be led by Su Xuemeng to those crowded places again. Then he spoke. Senior sister Su, you're an adult. Learn to be independent. But if you really want to turn, ahem, next time, remember to come to elder brother at night. The second sentence. It was Yi Lang who lowered his voice and quietly whispered in Su Xuemeng's ear. With that, it was off. Evening. Su Xuemeng looked at Yi Lang's back as he left and murmured faintly. The absolutely beautiful face was vaguely blushing. There is no sun or moon in the mountains. And in the blink of an eye, nearly half a month has passed. For nearly half a month, Yi Lang had been lecturing in the martial arts arena every day. And at this time, his cultivation was only one step away from the late celestial stage. This was possible because he had used his permission to use the daily acts of kindness system, in continuity, until now, and of course had accumulated 2 extraction opportunities. And the reason why he hadn't broken through to the late celestial stage was because a good deed like lecturing didn't bring as much increase in cultivation as a direct gift of pills or something. 2. Because it's harder to break out of the late stages than it is to break out of the mid stages. Martial cultivation tends to get tougher the further back you go. Of course, during this period of time, Yi Lang still didn't go to turn the sect at night with Su Xuemeng, because Su Xuemeng had been taken to the secret realm by the Empress Sama to be taught alone. And today, the Spirit Sky sect had over 100 old disciples, a dozen Zun realm deacons, plus 2 Emperor realm elders, are gathering in the clan hall. 2 days later, it would be the January date that had been agreed upon by all the Emperor realm bigwigs that day. Discuss how to fight back against the Devil's Way. It's also the day of the 7 clans tournament. The 7 clans of the Righteous Path will gather at Xian Tian Sword Sect. At that moment, within the Great Hall, the space fluctuated slightly. In the next moment, 2 silhouettes appeared out of thin air. One is clear and beautiful, with a superb temperament, the other has picturesque eyebrows. And I feel sorry for her. It was Yin Yenran who showed up with Su Xuemeng. Everyone, for this 7 sect martial arts, apart from Xuemeng who went with this seat to see the world, there will be no new disciples brought into the sect. I'll trouble the 2 elders to stay at the sect. A few deacons will just follow the seat and lead these disciples. At the time of the match, it will still be led by eldest sister Xiaolinger. After Yin Yenran showed up, both master and disciple first glanced at Yi Lang in the middle of the crowd. Only then did Yin Yenran speak faintly. The elders and deacons naturally agreed. Lord Empress, it's better to have senior brother Yi Lang as the leader. He's also in the middle stage of celestials. However, at this time, Xiaolinger was the one who suddenly opened her mouth. It was something that had been brewing in her mind for a long time. When Yin Yenran heard this, her divine thoughts couldn't help but fall on Yi Lang. Only then did he realize that Yi Lang was actually on the verge of breaking through to the late celestial stage. In terms of cultivation, it was indeed stronger than Xiaolinger. How did he cultivate so fast? Yin Yenran was surprised in her heart. The last time he was in Falling Sun City, he had only just broken through the celestial realm. If so, he might have a chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Then, Yin Yenran's heart suddenly stirred. Then she hastily suppressed it and said, since that's the case, then let Yi Lang be the leader. Yi Lang in the crowd couldn't help but be puzzled for a while. So I'm the big brother from now on? After doing all this, Yin Yenran led the crowd and prepared to depart. Soon, a snow-white flying boat rose from the Spirit Sky sect. Afterwards, it sped towards the direction where the Xian Tian Sword sect was located. At the same time, within the Green Sky domain, other than the Xian Heavenly Sword sect, the other 5 sects, all of them, were out in force, heading towards the Xian Heavenly Sword sect. Above a void, a flying boat belonging to the Violet Sky sect was speeding along. On top of the flying boat, The Emperor Realm powerhouse Zhang Shidao stood with his arms folded, silently looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking, and behind him, a clean-cut teenager was clenching his fists, eyes looking into the distance, a strong look of anticipation on his face. It's Pei Yi Long, I'm coming. This time, I've broken through the celestial realm. How can you not be defeated by my hands? Pei Di's heart was pounding, and he couldn't wait to fly to the Xian Tian Sword Sect and meet Yi Lang again at the 7th Sect Martial Arts. Since the last time he lost miserably to Yi Lang in the Spirit Sky Sect, after returning to the sect, many of his fellow disciples had secretly sneered at him, to say that he presumed to be a disciple of an Emperor Realm bigwig, yet he couldn't even last a single move from an ordinary disciple of the Spirit Sky Sect. Shame on the Purple Sky Sect. All of this, so that the young Pei decided how to endure. Under the fury, actually broke through the celestial realm in one fell swoop, becoming the youngest celestial realm martial artist of the Purple Sky Sect. The realm breakthrough gave Pei Wei a powerful confidence. After a day or so, in the center of the Green Sky Domain, above the huge mountain range where the Xian Tian Sword Sect was located, a snow-white flying boat came from the distance and rested steadily above the void. It was none other than the Ling Shao Sect crowd. At this moment, not only the Spirit Sky Sect, but the 5 sects of the Purple Sky Sect, the Jin Killing Alliance, the Nine Suns Hall, the Tsangyu Sect, and the Extreme Shadow Sect had all arrived as well. The Xian Tian Sword Sect, as the host of this 7th Sect martial arts meeting, had naturally made preparations to welcome guests early on. Soon, a Zun Realm powerhouse welcomed the Spirit Sky Sect's crowd. Inside the mountain gate, as an Emperor Realm bigwig, Yin Yanyan had naturally headed to the Xian Tian Sword Sect's secret realm a long time ago to rendezvous with the remaining few Emperor Realms. Xian Tian Sword Sect, on the huge martial arts arena, around a huge high platform, the various sect divisions gathered and were looking up at the sky above. The arriving crowd of the Spirit Sky Sect. In the crowd, Pei Di's eyes were like electricity and he saw Yi Lang at a glance, an ecstasy in his heart. Yi Long, I was afraid you wouldn't come. Chapter 18, Looking for you at night, Pei Di cries. Soon, the crowd of the Spirit Sky Sect had landed on the martial arts field and gathered together. Only, compared to the rest of the sects, the Spirit Sky Sect's aura was much weaker. Although the number of people from each clan who came to participate in the martial arts meeting was around 100, but the other people's 100 disciples, they were in the middle of the sect, hand-picked. The worst estimate was around the late Tongxian stage, and there were quite a few celestial realms as well. The 100 or so disciples of the Spirit Sky Sect, on the other hand, were all old disciples with varying cultivation levels, and many of them were still only at the early Tongxian stage. As for the celestial realm, there were only 4 in total. Other than Xiao Linger and Yi Lang, there was only a disciple named Chen Xian and another disciple named Shen Yang who were at the early stage of the celestial's cultivation. How come the Spirit Sky Sect even pulled in the early Tongxian stage? Isn't this an explicit delivery? AI. The Spirit Sky Sect is not as good as it used to be after the incident with the Devil's Path. Then there's no escape from the bottom this time. On the martial arts field, the disciples of the various sects have discussed, some regret, some flirtation. The faces of the crowd of Spirit Sky Sect disciples were a bit grim when they heard these murmurs. The current Ling Shao Sect, in terms of strength, was a far cry from the remaining 6 sects. However, Yi Lang just laughed and didn't take it to heart. With his current combined strength, to be honest, the disciples of the various sects weren't really in his sights. At that moment, in the center of the martial arts arena, on top of the high platform, a middle-aged man with a strong aura stepped on his sword and fell. It was an Emperor Realm powerhouse from the Xian Tian Sword Sect. Xian Tian Sword Sect, here to welcome you all. Without further ado, the 7th Sect martial arts will officially begin early tomorrow morning. That Imperial Realm spoke succinctly and dryly. The people of the various clans nodded their heads at the words, and then dispersed, heading for the residences that the Xian Tian Sword Sect had arranged for them. At night, the place where the people of the Spirit Sky Sect were staying, Su Xueming arrived outside Yi Lang's wooden house with an extremely light pace and knocked on the door. Soon, the wooden door opened, revealing Yi Lang's handsome face. Senior sister Su, it's you? Yi Lang was stunned. Lord Empress went to the Xian Tian Sword Sect's secret realm. Su Xueming was naturally with them. But she's coming to me now, is she? Yi's senior brother. Didn't you say that the next time you come to find you to ask for the night? Su Xueming's voice was small and seemed a bit shy. It had been a long time since she had been alone with senior brother Yi, and now it was hard to get a chance. Go. Yi Lang sniffed with clarity and took Su Xueming's hand and headed out. The Empress isn't here. It's a dark and windy night. What's there to be afraid of? Just in time to finish today's good deed. In the darkness of the night, Su Xueming's small face reddened, but she did not break free. On the second day, Yi Lang arrived at the martial arts arena refreshed. The 7th sect martial arts was about to begin. Of course, don't get me wrong, Yi Lang certainly didn't take Su Xuemeng down directly last night. It's just a slight advantage. Soon, the martial artists from all the clans arrived around the martial arts arena and stood under the leadership of their respective deacons. On the high platform, at this point, it had been divided into several areas and separated by a boundary. It was still the same Emperor Realm powerhouse from yesterday. Still speaking in a few concise sentences, the 7th sect martial arts will then officially begin. Immediately afterward, the disciples of each sect began to draw lots to determine the order in which they would take the field in the preliminary exam. After the draw, as one of the judges on the high stage opened his mouth, amongst the disciples of each clan, people continued to take the field. Start dueling. For a while, above the high platform, sword chi was flying and fist shadows were flying. Senior brother Yi, we're relying on you for this tournament. At this time, Xiao Linger walked to Yi Lang's side and puckered her face. She had just learned that the Xian Tian sword sect senior brother, Li Qingyang, had broken through to the late celestial stage. Not only him, but also Guo Miaoyang of the Purple Sky sect, and Duanidao of Vision Killing Alliance. She, a mid-celestial, was definitely no match for them. Senior brother Yi, on the other hand, is different. He's always surprising people. Don't worry, the first place in the Kaiwu, it's on me. Yi Lang smiled at her and casually replied, as if to say an insignificant little thing. The morning went by quickly. The preliminary round of the 7 clans martial arts is over, and the victor advances to the next round. Yi Lang, naturally, succeeded in advancing, and the opponent he had encountered on the field before was nothing more than a late Tongxian martial artist from the Zhongyu sect. Before I could exert myself, the other guy went down. Not even the cultivation of the celestial realm was revealed, and as the second round of the 7th sect martial arts competition began, the martial artists battling on the high platform were all at least at the peak of Tongxian. The battle scene has been quite spectacular. Around the high platform, in the direction of the Purple Sky sect, Pei Di is talking to a man in white. Junior brother, don't be anxious. What should be encountered will always be encountered. The white-robed man smiled faintly, his tone carrying a soothing tone. Aha! This time, I will make sure that Yi Lang is defeated under my fists. Pei Di gritted his teeth and said firmly. At that moment, on the high stage, a group of martial artists finished dueling. That referee starts to read aloud the names of the next group to face off in the ring. Purple Sky Sect, Pei Ji, versus Spirit Sky Sect, Yi Lang. Wow! As soon as the referee finished speaking, Pei Di immediately tensed his body and an excited smile appeared on his face. A few steps and he stepped onto the high platform and walked within that boundary. Senior brother Yi, go for it. On the other side, Su Xuemeng's pretty face was slightly red as she raised her pink fist to cheer for Yi Lang. Yi Lang smiled gently and went up to the high platform. High platform? Inside the boundary. Put. Yi Lang couldn't help but grin as he looked at Pei Di across from him. Not this guy again. Here comes another beating. What are you laughing at? This time, you will definitely be no match for me. Pei Di couldn't help but feel insulted when he saw him laughing. With a movement of the gong method in his body's aura was in full bloom. A might belonging to the early stage of the celestial realm then swept across the entire boundary. I didn't expect it. But I'm already in the celestial realm. What are you taking with me? Pei Di smiled confidently, yet he got stuck halfway through his sentence. The smile on his face also slowly disappeared and his expression stiffened. Because an aura that far exceeded the early stage of the celestial realm appeared within the boundary, and the source of that aura was none other than Yi Lang. How is that possible? Pei Di's entire body was completely confused. Trying to act tough in front of Dad? Yi Lang was really amused in his heart. He then didn't bother to waste any more time with Pei Ji, reaching out and launching a random palm. Bang! A palm print landed on Pei Ji in an instant, and the latter was still in a daze at that moment. Where did he have time to dodge? In an instant, he flew backwards and landed on the edge of the boundary, clothes broken, coughing up blood at the corners of his mouth. What a familiar scene. Ling Xiao sect. Yi Lang. Win! Yi Lang shook his head and was about to walk off the high platform when he suddenly saw that the teenager's face was actually shedding tears. The whole thing was pervaded by loss and dishevelment as well. A heartbeat later, I remembered that I hadn't done my good deed for the day, and the teenager wasn't actually obnoxious, just a little short in the head. Then he folded his body and walked to Pei Ji's body, lowering his tone and said, Hey, how can a 7-foot man cry? Cheer up, and later on, maybe, you can beat me. Chapter 19, Another Breakthrough. Extremely cold yet, on the high platform, at the edge of this boundary, Pei Ji, who was caught in the middle of a huge blow, couldn't help but raise his head at the sound. A glance at Yi Lang's handsome face seemed to carry a hint of sincerity. For a moment there was a bit of a daze. I can't believe he's not here to taunt me. Instead, it's encouraging me. In Pei's determination, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings. No way, brother. You get defeated once or twice and then you're all bent out of shape? That's a weak tolerance you have. Yi Lang saw that he still stayed silent, and said that pacification doesn't work, so why not stimulate you a bit? Stand up. Who says I'm a wreck? Humph. Yi Lang, I don't need your pity. One day I will defeat you in a dignified manner. Pei Ji's juvenile nature, once heard this, really excited, hastily wiped away his tears, struggled up from the ground, and shouted, finally, a reprieve from the blow. This scene, falling in the eyes of the referee, who was planning to urge the two to hurry down, stopped him in his tracks. This spirit sky sect disciple, very graceful. The 7 sects of the righteous path are united by the same spirit, and it is precisely these kinds of disciples that are needed to unite and defeat the devil's path. Below the high stage, that white-clothed youth from the purple sky sect also nodded secretly. There was a lot of goodwill towards Yi Lang in his heart. In the sect, the senior brothers who had been to the spirit sky sect last time were saying how this Yi Lang was so arrogant and bossy and unreasonable. Now that I look at it, it's clear that the rumors were wrong. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing today's good deed and obtaining 10 days of cultivation. At this moment, in Yi Lang's mind, the system's beep also sounded. Aha! This time there were actually 10 days of cultivation. Not bad. Yi Lang was secretly satisfied. This wave was not a loss. The next moment, there was a pure true essence pouring into his body. A breath of fresh air went upwards. However, this scurry was a direct result of Yi Lang going for a breakthrough. Originally, he was just a hair's breadth away from the late celestial stage, and now this 10 days of cultivation had arrived. Nature can break through. Boom! Within the boundary, the aura brought about by Yi Lang's breakthrough swept across the field, shaking this boundary. Below the high platform, the disciples of the various sects that were watching the meeting were all attracted to look over. There was a lot of talk. Among the disciples of the Xian Tian sword sect, a cold young man holding a sword hooked the corner of his mouth into a very small arc and murmured softly, "Late stage celestial. It's barely worth drawing my sword." Besides him, there was a man who stayed among the disciples of the Jin Killing Alliance, as well as the white-robed man from the Purple Sky sect. All of their complexions revealed a hint of a smile. Late celestial. Interesting. On the high platform, Yi Lang finished his breakthrough and shook his fist, feeling great. With that, he raised his feet and walked towards the bottom of the high platform, suddenly noticing that Pei Ji's face on the side had turned a saucy purple color again. He was a bit puzzled. What's with the look again? Let's go. Don't hold up the others in the tournament. Pei Ji sniffed and ignored Yi Lang, smothering his head as he walked down the road, his heart depressed to the extreme. This Yi Lang's breakthrough speed was too perverse. On the other hand, Yi Lang returned to the spirit sky sect amongst the crowd, naturally ushering in another bout of sorrowful gazes. But these disciples are pretty much used to it. No more sixes. Soon, the second round of bouts had also ended, and next, there was going to be a third round of bouts. In this third round, it will be a keeper style, with a total of 10 boundaries on the high stage, leaving 10 winners after the end. That is, the top 10 of the 7 sect martial arts. These last 10 will then compete to determine the rankings. The third round of the tournament. Begin. With that Imperial Realm powerhouse's command, the third round of the tournament would officially begin. The emotions of the disciples from all the sects were also agitated, and those who were still able to take the field now were the elite disciples of each sect. As for the Lingxiao sect, the only ones who were qualified to participate in this third round of competition were merely Yi Lang, Xiao Linger, and those 2 Celestial Realm martial artists. It can be a bit miserable. Let's see. For this tournament, our Xian Tian sword sect senior brotherly will definitely be the first place. Not really. Our Purple Sky sect senior brother Guan Miao Yang is not weaker than Li Qingyang. That's right. There's also senior brother Duan of the Jin Killing Alliance, and whoever from the Spirit Sky sect just now didn't break through to the late celestial stage as well. Around the high platform, the disciples of the various sects were discussing more than just who would win first place in the grand competition. This first place is not only rich in rewards, but also about the status of their respective clans in the righteous path. I can't say about the other few, but that person from the Spirit Sky sect, but he just made a breakthrough. What's he going to fight with the other few? Indeed. Yet there were quite a few people who questioned Yi Lang, believing that he wasn't qualified enough to taint the first place. These idle words, however, could not reach Yi Lang's ears, because at this time, he was already fighting on the high stage. I don't know if it was intentional on the part of the referee who arranged the bout or what, but Yi Lang, as well as several other late-stage celestials, were staggered out of a boundary. On the high platform, within the boundary, Yi Lang stood casually, opposite a martial artist who had been blown away by his punch. Yawning, Yi Lang couldn't help but be a bit bored. Just these martial artists whose cultivation level was lower than his could not even break through his armor of wound reduction. So where were his opponents? Turning his head to look, the other several late celestial martial artists were similar, basically all resolved with a single move. This makes for 4 boundaries that already have overlords. Soon after, the bouts within the various boundaries were basically over. Within each of the 10 boundaries stood one person. In addition to Yi Lang's 4, there were 6 other mid-celestial martial artists from each of the 6 clans. Unfortunately, it didn't include Xiao Linger. At this time, that Xian Heavenly Sword Sect's Imperial Realm reappeared and waved his hand to remove the 5 boundaries, allowing the 10 people on top of the high platform to split into 2 groups, play against each other. And this time, Yi Lang's opponent happened to be a late-stage Celestial Realm as well. Jin Killing Alliance, Duan Dao. Within the boundary, Duan Dao dragged his sword with one hand, his eyes showing a strong battle intent, and he didn't say a word. Late-stage Celestial, but it was worth him drawing his sword. However, Yi Lang was lacking in interest. So what if he was in the late celestial stage? You can't even break the defense. Jin Killing Slash. As the referee announced the start, Duan Dao instantly swung his long blade into an extreme blade light, as if it was going to cut through heaven and earth. It chopped towards Yi Lang. Why don't we try the effects of this extreme cold yet? Yi Lang's heart stirred, suddenly remembering that he hadn't used the skill since acquiring it. Don't know the results yet. Just in time to try it now. With that, Yi Lang mentally mumbled, designated target Duan Dao. In the next moment, all the disciples who were paying attention to this battlefield suddenly realized that the extreme blade light in midair had directly disintegrated. What's going on? I don't know. Could it be that Yi Lang made a move? Haven't seen him move. These bystanders are in a daze. However, it was Duan Dao himself who truly felt the thrill, because at this moment, he found that his cultivation seemed to have disappeared in half. His divine thoughts could not be perceived, and his true essence could not be mobilized. It's like an ordinary person. What is this all about? Duan Dao looked terrified and looked up at Yi Lang across the room. Chapter 20, Taking First Place, Undercover Program. Within the boundary, Yi Lang was satisfied with the effect of the skill. Even the light of an already chopped blade can be cooled. It's really powerful. Immediately, while the 3 seconds had not yet expired, Yi Lang reached out and struck a palm seal. A bang sends Duan Dao flying in the distance. Yi Lang didn't even dare to push too hard for fear of killing him outright. After all, the opponent has everything on cooldown right now, and certainly doesn't have much defense. Vomit. Duan Dao spat out a mouthful of blood, only to realize that he was back to normal. It's just that he was really frightened by the bizarre changes just now, and in his heart, he could no longer raise the courage to fight Yi Lang. That feeling of being reduced to ordinary people is just too much. He doesn't want to come back a second time in his life. And at this moment, all up and down the high platform, were shocked by this scene. Duan Dao couldn't even hold up one move. Among the Purple Sky Sect disciples, Peiji's expression was a bit stiff. He suddenly felt that trying to defeat Yi Lang seemed far away. Senior brother Yi, that's awesome. He said he could take first place, and it looks like it's true. Xiao Linger exclaimed with emotion and admiration for Yi Lang. On the other side, on top of the high platform, Li Qingyang and that white-robed man from the Purple Sky Sect, also known as Guo Miaoyang, were also silent. Duan Dao and their battle strength is similar. He failed to resist the Yi Lang one move. The two of them, I'm afraid, aren't much better. Next, as the battles within the 5 boundaries had all ended, the 4 to 10 places of the 7 sect martial arts meeting had been decided. Although Duan Dao had lost to Yi Lang, his cultivation was there, and he was still the 4th most deserving. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the top 3 corners to see who takes first place. Perhaps it was because Yi Lang had defeated Duan Dao. Among the various clans, there was no longer such a sound as Yi Lang not deserving to take first place. Elder Su, Yuli, had a private sparring session not long ago, and Li's strength is a step above mine. I'll resign myself to the 3rd place in this top 3 fight. So let senior brother Li and senior brother Yi face off at the peak. However, at this time, Guo Miaoyang walked up to that imperial realm and arched his hand. He was telling the truth, and he also feared to himself that he was not Yi Lang's opponent. In that case, fine. That elder Su nodded his head without any dissent. Then he told Yi Lang and Li Qingyang to prepare for battle. On the high stage, inside the only place left in the boundary, all eyes were on them. Shen Tian Sword Sect's Li Qingyang, please teach me. Li Qingyang's expression was incredibly grave as he held a Qingfeng Dao. Ling Xiao Sect, Yi Lang. Yi Lang said back. His handsome face still had a casual expression. Although he couldn't use extreme cold today, he still couldn't break his defense. Shoo, In the next moment, Li Qingyang no longer spoke anymore, and the green blade in his hand moved violently. There were several chilling sword chi chopping towards Yi Lang. Shoo shoo shoo. Not only that, as he danced with his long sword, within the boundary, it was instantly covered in sword chi. There seemed to be no place in the sky or underground that was not a world of sword chi. Domain of sword chi. This strike by senior brother Li is going all out. A disciple of the Xiantian sword sect muttered out. Senior brother Yi. Will be alright, right? In the crowd, Su Xueming was a bit worried. Xiao Linger, who was on the side, gave her a strange look, and her pretty face was filled with confidence as she said, "Don't worry, senior sister. When has senior brother Yi ever had an accident?" Just as she finished speaking, Yi Lang's figure was revealed within the boundary above the high platform. Those thousands of sword chi fell on his body, but it was as if it did no harm, and it didn't even hurt Yi Lang in the slightest. Heavenly Spirit Palm. Yi Lang was no longer polite, reaching out and stirring the wind and clouds. Countless transparent palm prints then strangely appeared and disappeared, then appeared in front of that Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang had to retract his sword to block. However, his attacks were completely useless against Yi Lang, whereas Yi Lang was able to strike him continuously. Soon, Li Qingyang had a break and was blasted by a palm print. The figure fell backward in a sorry state. Ahem. You win. Li Qingyang coughed and had to admit defeat. This Yi Lang is simply perverted. His sword chi can't even break through the defense. He'll lose 1,000 times over. And with Li Qingyang's admission of defeat, the 7 sect martial arts meeting came to an end. First place, Ling Xiao sect, Yi Lang. Around the high platform, there was a bit of silence for a while. Honestly, even the Spirit Sky sect disciples didn't expect to take first place this time. Not to mention the people from the other clans. First place, yeah, senior brother Yi. It's just too awesome. Xiao Linger's happy exclamation of surprise immediately caused the other Spirit Sky sect disciples to cheer. Senior brother Yi is awesome. And at this moment, the Xiantian sword sect, within the large secret realm, 7 figures with unfathomable auras were gathering here. It was none other than a few Emperor Realm bigwigs from the 7 sects of the righteous path. Do we really have to do this? The only female emperor in the arena, Yin Yenran, opened her mouth. Patriarch Yin, if you have any different opinions, you can speak out. Shin Heavenly Sword Master Mo Xuanli stroked his beard and spoke. That's not true. It's just that I'm afraid that the safety of the several disciples involved in this plan will be difficult to guarantee. There's no harm in it. They're all among the most outstanding disciples of the sects, and it's exactly the kind of sharpening they need in order to go far. Mo Xuanli shook his head and said. The remaining few Emperor realms also nodded. The plan they were talking about was precisely Mo Xuanli's long-planned plan to counterattack the Devil's Way. That was to send 7 of the top disciples from each sect to go undercover in each of the 7 sects of the Devil's Way. One is to understand the movements of the Devil's Way and the plans against the Righteous Way. Secondly, it's an inside job for the Righteous Path to conquer the Devil's Path afterwards, inside and outside. This was also the reason, when Mo Xuanli heard that there were spies within the Spirit Sky sect that day, he said that the Devil's Way coincided with him. At first glance, this plan seems like a bit of child's play, because how easy is it for a district undercover agent to learn about the movements and plans of the Devil's Way? Then again, the Devil's Way had done so in the Spirit Sky sect, and it wouldn't have had any great effect if it wasn't for the 7 sectors of the Devil's Way raiding one of the sects. Now that both the righteous and demonic paths were prepared, it would simply be unrealistic to rely on the spies to injure the disciples guarding the mountain guard formation to achieve their goal again. However, Mo Xuanli, as an Emperor Realm bigwig, how could he not know this? The reason why he dared to do so, it was because he had already been in the various sects of the Devil's Way, and had gone to great lengths to prepare several identities, and those identities had extraordinary status in the various sects of the Devil's Way and had access to the top echelons of the various sects of the Devil's Way, and a little bit more. The nature of the righteous and demonic gong methods are completely different. I'm afraid that once our disciples go over there, they'll be exposed. At that moment, the head of the Jin Killing Alliance raised a question. This emperor naturally thought of that. There's a piece of news this emperor forgot to tell everyone. The old ancestor of my Xiantian sword sect has awakened. This matter, old ancestor will resolve it. Mo Xuanli smiled again, but he spoke out news that shocked the crowd of emperor realms. The Xiantian sword sect's old ancestor. That was a great power at the Great Emperor Realm. Chapter 21 Great Emperor Existence. I'm an undercover agent? This kind of existence was not found in any of the other 6 sects except for the Xiantian sword sect. It's just that I heard that the old ancestor of the Xiantian sword sect was seriously injured in the middle heavenly domain hundreds of years ago and has been in a deep sleep. I didn't expect to be awakened now. In that case, there is naturally nothing wrong with it. The Lord of the Jin Killing Alliance, returning to his senses, nodded his head and said, With a great emperor in attendance and this plan, the demon removal can be accomplished. Seeing that things were finalized, Mo Xuanli's divine sense sensed for a while and realized that the meeting martial arts had already ended. Then he sent a message to that Elder Su, asking him to bring the top 10 of the martial arts to this secret realm. The undercover program was a secret amongst secrets, unknown to the rest except for all the Emperor Realm bigwigs. The arena. That Xian Heavenly Sword Sect Su Imperial Realm Elder was planning to leave when he saw the end of the martial arts meeting. There are naturally honorable realm deacons who do such things as handing out rewards. However, in the next moment, he stopped again, his eyes sweeping towards Yi Lang and a few other top 10 participants of the meeting martial arts. Naturally, he had received Mo Xuanli's voice transmission. Silence. Elder Su opened his mouth and droned, and the noisy disciples of the various clans in the arena hurriedly shut up. I wonder what he's up to. The top 10 of the meeting martial arts. Come with this elder for a moment. After he finished speaking, Yi Lang as well as Li Qingyang and the others were stunned, and then they all stepped out. The words of the Imperial Realm Elders. Even Yi Lang still had to listen to them now. Besides, nothing will happen in the Xian Tian Sword Sect. Go! When Elder Su saw them come out, he spoke succinctly and flew off in the direction of the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm first. Yi Lang and the others, naturally followed behind. They were all Celestial Realm martial artists now. They could have flown long ago. Soon, that Elder Su, with 10 people, arrived outside the Xian Tian Sword Sect's secret realm. You guys go in. The sect masters are waiting for you inside. Elder Su dropped a sentence and left. Inside the sword master's transmission, he was only told to send the 10 people here. He wasn't told to go in. Yi Lang and the others couldn't help but glance at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. One was frozen in mid-air. Let's go guys. It's not like the sovereigns are going to harm us. Yi Lang took the lead and fell towards the entrance of the secret realm while opening his mouth. Since Empress Sama is in there, it must not be bad as all. Seeing this, the 9 Li Qingyangs hurriedly followed suit. After a moment of heavenly rotation, the 10 people entered the secret realm. The Xian Heavenly Sword Sect's secret realm, unlike the Spirit Sky Sect, was filled with skyrocketing giant swords standing everywhere, and even the air was tinged with a hint of sharpness. Not far from the 7 Emperor Realm sovereigns were gathered there watching them. Yin Yenran looked at Yi Lang with a slightly surprised look. She had just learned that Yi Lang had won the first place in this tournament, but then a hint of worry came into her eyes. Yi Lang entered the top 10. This undercover agent he definitely couldn't get away. On the side, Zhang Sherdao of the Purple Sky Sect also had complicated eyes. He didn't expect that the kid who destroyed his own calculations that day. I can't believe I was able to take first place in the kaiju. At this time, Yi Lang and the others also saw the bigwigs and hurriedly walked in to pay their respects. Oh, you're all great, but do you know what you have been called here for? Mo Xuanli stroked his beard and laughed. Oh, that's not good. Yi Lang noticed Yin Yenran's face, vaguely revealing worry, and his heart thumped, knowing that I'm afraid it's nothing good. The other 9 shook their heads. Before I say anything, let me tell you one thing. As you all know, in the Green Sky domain, the Devil Dao is rampant and murderous, yet it has been impossible to eradicate it. A month ago, it even attacked the Spirit Sky Sect, a great crime. Mo Xuanli first took a detour and spoke about the evils of the Devil's Way. Only then did the words change. But now, this seat and the patriarchs have formulated a plan. Prepare for a major counterattack against the Devil Dao and return a clear sky to the Green Heaven domain. And this plan requires you to carry it out. Will you? Righteousness. As soon as his words fell, Li Qingyang was the first to step forward and said, Damn, you usually look so cool, and you run so fast to show your loyalty? Yi Lang ventriloquized in his heart, but in this situation, he couldn't say no. Then, along with a few others, he nodded in response. Patriarch Yin, just please give them the plan. Aha! Yin Yenran nodded, then told Yi Lang's group about the undercover plan. As he spoke, a hint of worry was hidden on his clear and peerless face. Undercover demon sect? 10 people were shocked to hear that. Though the plan, for their safety, is laid out a bit, but that's the Devil Sect's main camp. All murderous, psychopathic personalities. At this moment, Yi Lang was also lying down in his heart. He didn't realize that this so-called plan was this. Is this the otherworldly version of infernal affairs? No wonder Empress Sama looked at me with some concern just now. I'm worried about myself. Your mission is to steal as many secrets of the Devil's Way as you can, especially about attacking us. The Righteous Way. I'm guessing that they might be preparing to launch an all-out attack on the righteous path as well. Know thyself and thy enemy, and thou shalt win 100 battles. And that is, if it comes to the day of the great battle, to work with us inside and out as much as possible. Mo Xuanli added. The 10 people were speechless for a long time. all of them feeling the enormity of this task. Then may I ask Patriarch Mo, how do we blend into the major demonic sects? At this time, Yi Lang asked. It's impossible to run to the devil's sect and say that you're going to rebel against the righteous path and fall to become a devil. Ha! Follow me. Emo Xuanli smiled gently and didn't answer with a straight face. Afterwards, Emo Xuanli and a few emperor realms led the way, taking them deeper into the secret realm. Deep in the secret realm, before a deep cave, the crowd arrived. That's, Yi Lang and the others' eyes narrowed as they looked toward the cave entrance. There, 10 silhouettes covered in black aura were lying on the ground, unable to see their exact appearance. That black aura was not unfamiliar to Yi Lang. It was precisely the demonic aura from those demonic martial practitioners when Ling Xiao sect was raided by the demonic path that day. Elder Ancestor, the people have been brought. Please make a move. Old Ancestor. In front of the cave, Mo Xuanli bowed slightly and spoke in a respectful tone. The remaining few emperor realms also bowed slightly. Looking at Yi Lang, he was puzzled for a while. Who was in this cave? All the great men of the imperial realm have to bow down? Aha! Let them each choose a devil Dao martial artist and stand in front of him. Inside the cave, a majestic voice that seemed to have come from eternity rang out. The mere sound of the voice sounded as if it had suppressed heaven and earth. Hearing Yi Lang and the other 10 disciples couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. What level of existence was this that was so terrifying? Yes, Mo Xuanli nodded, then turned his head to Yi Lang and the others and said, those are the 10 devils from the 7 sects of the Devil's Way, all of which have been sealed by this seat, and these, which were personally handled by this seat, took a lot of time and a great deal of effort to get. 4 of them are each from a separate demonic sect. It means that the 4 people who chose those 4 sets are going to go undercover into a demon sect alone. You guys, split it. Chapter 22, A Change of Face, Undercover System. After he finished speaking, Yi Lang and the others couldn't help but glance at each other once again. Going undercover to the unknown demon sect, they were all a little apprehensive in their hearts. At times like these, it's naturally much better to have someone along for the ride. Of course, those who had such thoughts by no means included Yi Lang. Since he couldn't hide from it, he would try to hold the initiative in his own hands as well. He was the only one from the Spirit Sky sect to enter the top 10 anyway, and he still had the system chat group at hand and had 2 more extraction opportunities useless. The undercover path has endless possibilities. Naturally, I don't want to drag my feet. Several patriarchs. Since I'm in first place, it's only natural for me to lead the way. I'll take a solo. Yi Lang spoke dryly. The several emperor realms nodded their heads for a while as they listened. This disciple, good realization. However, when he said that, Li Qingyang and the 3 late celestials, Gua and Duan, were too embarrassed to grab it from the back. One after another, they opened their mouths and chose a single martial artist from a single demon sect. The remaining 6, naturally, were happy to do so. Soon, each of the 10 people stood in front of a body filled with demonic aura. In the next moment, a mysterious and incomparable green light floated out from the cave, instantly landing on those 10 bodies, and Yi Lang and the others. Immediately afterward, they saw the demonic chi above the bodies of those 10 devil Dao martial artists begin to slowly withdraw, and actually surge toward the bodies of Yi Lang and the others standing in front of them. Yi Lang and the others, all of a sudden, felt that the true essence in their bodies began to be covered with a layer of black gas. Not only that, with the infusion of demonic chi, Yi Lang and the others' faces, as well as their figures, were actually slowly changing. It's not at all what it could have been. Only another layer of blackness was in front of their faces, blocking them from seeing what they look like to each other. This seed has already disguised you as people of the Devil's Way, and the true essence in your bodies is already no different from the Devil's element. Seal your appearance for the time being, so that no one will be discovered at that time and involve the others. Remember, you guys, normally unless you are fighting someone or breaking the realm in front of the Devil Dao Emperor realm, even if it's an Emperor realm God's mind, you won't be able to see the end of it. Inside the cave, that majestic voice sounded once again. With that, there was no sound. In front of the cave, the disciples were marveling at the magic of the means. Hearing the words of that being inside the cave, his heart couldn't help but feel slightly more secure. It's still a tough road to go undercover, but at least, the first level won't be discovered. Yi Lang touched his face, but his heart could not help but sigh. Oh my handsome face, I may not be able to show my face for quite a while. Many thanks to old ancestor for making a move. At that moment, that Mo Xuanli first thanked the existence within the cave, then looked at Yi Lang and the others, slightly satisfied. You don't have to worry too much. The identities that this seat has prepared for you all belong to the top genius figures within your respective demon sect. Even, that 7 slaughtered demon sects or demon son. You only need to pay attention to one thing, and that is that within the demon sect, you must never use the righteous martial arts again, or else you will attract the suspicion of others. Imo Schwanli opened his mouth once again, exhorting the crowd. At the same time, 10 storage pouches appeared in his hands, handing them to each of the 10 people and opening his mouth. Inside here are jade slips of the specific memories of your current identities and your respective identity tokens, as well as some of the martial arts that your respective identities used to cultivate. An Emperor Realm powerhouse could already claim memories through soul searching. It wasn't hard to know that information, except for the very few martial arts that had been placed under a ban. The storage bag had them all. After a pause, Mo Schwanli continued his introduction. There are also yuan stones and some pills and talismans prepared for you in here, as well as a special sound transmission note personally refined by the old ancestor, so that within 100 miles, you will be able to communicate with each other in a way that cannot be perceived by an Empyrean realm powerhouse. Also, afterward, we will have your respective patriarchs leave a brand on the sound transmission note, so if you find anything at that time, send it to your patriarchs through the sound transmission note. Yi Lang reached out and took it. His divine mind first probed into the jade slip inside the storage bag, clarifying his identity. Sky Demon Sect. Lung Jin, a true disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, one of the top disciples other than the current generation of demon sons, whose master was a half-step Imperial realm. At the time of going out of the Heavenly Demon Sect for training, he was at the middle stage of celestial cultivation. The remaining 9, too, had seen their identities. For these 2 days, you will each familiarize yourselves with the Devil Dao martial arts within the secret territory, and after 2 days, return to the Devil Sect. Mo Schwanli instructed and arranged the 10 people in different parts of the secret realm. Aside from the sect lords and old ancestors of each sect, even they, themselves, didn't know the specific identities of the others. Not long afterward, within the secret territory, inside a small valley, Yi Lang, who had changed his face, was sitting on the ground. At this point in time, he is replacing the system. He was now on level 2 access, and within a month, if he didn't want to continue using the previous system, he was able to change it at any time. We're about to go to the Heavenly Demon Sect, and we still need this daily acts of kindness system. What's the point? Going to the Devil's Sect to do good deeds is because you don't want your identity to be exposed fast enough. Inside the system chat group, Unreal on the chat screen. The daily act of kindness system, oh, I want to keep doing good. Murder escalation system, I want to give you a cut. Villain system, good people don't live long. Yi Lang just skimmed a glance and was not in the mood to watch the system's water group, but directly began to extract the system. Since binding the daily acts of kindness system, a total of more than half a month had passed since then, and he had saved a total of 2 extraction opportunities. As Yi Lang began to extract, the illusory screen began to rapidly flash through a system. Soon the interface is fixed. Martial Arts Summoning System, Nima. Yi Lang's heart was half cool just by looking at this name, and then looked at the introduction of this system. Straight off the paw, you can summon characters from martial arts novels of your past life for your own use. What's the point? In martial arts novels, I'm afraid that the most powerful ones can't even carry a punch from their current selves. Smoke again. Yi Lang gritted his teeth and started drawing again. At the same time the heart murmurs, gods and goddesses forbid, come up with a better system. And at that moment, on the screen, the interface was once again frozen. A few large words appeared on the screen, undercover survival system. Holy, here comes the luck. Yi Lang was overjoyed when he took a look at the name. Ding! Congratulations to the group owner for drawing the undercover survival system. The binding is successful. Soon, Yi Lang successfully bound this system. The mind immediately sank into the system to see what it was all about. After reading it, Yi Lang couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. This undercover survival system is not particularly impressive though, but arguably customized for his current situation. After binding this system, from the day he entered the Heavenly Demon Sect, as long as he survived every day, he would be able to obtain the base reward. There are even more awesome rewards for completing system quests. Ding! Initial mission, please ask the host to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect as an undercover agent and start an undercover career. A system prompt sounded in Yi Lang's head. Yi Lang put down his heart, and from the chat group space, pulled out a light blue undershirt and wore it inside. It was none other than that Imperial Grade C condensation armor. The dangers of this trip to the Demon Sect were unpredictable, so he naturally had to use all of his means. Only after doing this did Yi Lang begin to familiarize himself with the Heavenly Demon Sect's martial arts within the Jade Slip, only waiting for 2 days later to head to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Time flies, and before you know it, 2 days have passed. Green Sky Domain, a large land not far from the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yi Lang, who was covered in a demonic aura, appeared here, and beside him was Yin Yenran, who had a worried look on her face. This trip to the heavenly demon sect is dangerous and unpredictable. Everything is still about your own safety. Separation is imminent. Yin Yenran's red lips gently opened. The meaning of the words are to let Yi Lang do not care about what task, mainly to ensure their own safety. Empress Sama still cares about me. Yi Lang's heart stirred as he turned to look at her, a wisp of flirtatious thoughts suddenly rising in his heart. It's going away anyway. Then he laughed. Don't worry, Empress Sama. I won't die that easily. I'm still waiting to be with the Empress Sama for a long time. After saying that, he moved his body and flew away in the direction of the Sky Demon sect, leaving Yin Yenran in place with a red face. What a time to be poor. Let's talk about it when you return safely. Chapter 23, Langjin returns. Demon killing 9 blades. In the Green Sky domain, the two paths of righteousness and evil have been at loggerheads for a long time, with the Xin Tian sword sect sitting in the center of the Green Sky domain as the division, and countless frontiers to the west of it, where the Devil's Path is rampant. In addition to the long infamous 7 sects of the Devil's Way, many small and medium-sized Devil's sects also existed. Of course, the Righteous Path was likewise the same, and its overall strength. It also suppressed the Demonic Path, which allowed the Green Heaven domain not to fall into a cultivation ground. And in the extreme southwest of the Green Sky domain, there was a huge canyon below that was filled with demonic gas all year round, not seeing the light of day. This is where one of the 7 sects of the Devil's Way, the Heavenly Demon sect, is headquartered. At this moment, Yi Lang, who was dressed in black and covered in demonic aura, was standing above the canyon, gazing down. At that moment, the black aura on his face that had obscured his appearance had disappeared, revealing his current appearance. But it was an evil face, with a strange kind of openness. And now, with Yi Lang's own charm enhancement ability, the attraction to the opposite sex reached a new height. This made Yi Lang feel slightly better in his heart. It's good looking to be undercover to get a sense of carryover. Subsequently, Yi Lang no longer hesitated and pulled out the token that symbolized his current identity from his bosom. Drawing out a demonic element from his body, he drove the token toward the canyon below with a single blow. At that instant, a surge of demonic aura from below the canyon revealed 2 cold and merciless figures. True disciple, Lung Jin, returning from an adventure. Yi Lang's tone was as usual as he drank loudly. After the great powers within that cave changed their forms, even their voices were different from the original Langjin. Therefore, the duo at the bottom of that canyon just sized him up for a while and nodded. Let Yi Lang into the Heavenly Devil sect. Phew, first hurdle, sort of over. To say you're not nervous would be a lie. It's your first time undercover after all. Below the canyon, it was only after standing on the somewhat dimly lit ground that I felt slightly more grounded. At the same time, within his mind, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected the host completing the initial quest and received a reward. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a Devil Dao spiritual artifact, Killing Heart Demon Blade. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the martial arts means of the person from whom one's own demonic energy originates. Congratulations to the host, for acquiring the heavenly ranked Devil Dao martial art, Devil Killing 9 Blades. As the voice fell, Yi Lang first felt that there were many more memories of the Devil's Way techniques, as well as martial arts, in his mind, like an arm. It was as if he had practiced these techniques since he was a child. This, naturally, is what the original Langjin would have known. Good. This way, the possibility of me revealing my identity is greatly reduced. Yi Lang smiled evilly, and the sense of security in his heart increased once again. Previously, although the storage bag given by Mo Xuanli also contained many of the martial arts that Langjin originally knew, how could he possibly learn them in a short period of time? Besides, the righteous and the devil have different origins, and many martial arts require special means to be cultivated. Now, on the other hand, it's a no-brainer. Subsequently, in Yi Lang's hand, another long knife that was pitch black but vaguely reddish appeared. It was none other than the Devil Dao spiritual armament, Heart-Slaying Demon Blade. Go out for a trip to practice, break through in cultivation, get another spirit weapon, and learn a heaven stage martial arts move. It's not too much, is it? Yi Lang muttered as he held the magic sword in his hand. The original Langjin was only at mid-celestial cultivation while he was at late celestial cultivation, so naturally he could only explain it with a cultivation breakthrough. Coupled with these 2 rewards, even if we throw out the skills on Yi Lang, I'm afraid they all already have the power to defeat the demon child. After all, that demon slaying 9 blades was a heavenly rank martial art. Normally, it was mastered by a great man of the imperial realm. After muttering for a while, Yi Lang slung the demonic sword on his back, and with his expression back to normal, he stepped towards the inside of the heavenly demon sect. Inside the heavenly devil sect, many disciples noticed Yi Lang who came from outside and couldn't help but quietly discuss. It's senior brother Langjun. He's been out practicing for over a year. Right. And he's actually back. That's right. It's a shame to even miss out on something as big as raiding the Spirit Sky sect. Pity? Haven't you guys noticed that the aura on his body is much stronger than before? And that knife on his back. Hiss. It seems to be a spirit weapon. The crowd of Heavenly Demon Sect disciples observed Yi Lang for a while and noticed the change in him, and their tones were all filled with shock. From the 7 sect martial arts of the righteous Tao, one could see how rare a disciple of the late celestial stage was. Within the entire Heavenly Demon Sect, only the current generation Demon Son, Xia Wuxing was this strength only, and spirit weapons, in general, were even weapons that only Zun realm powerhouses could afford to use. Langjun, what's going on out there? In the hearts of the crowd, they were all secretly amazed. If Yi Lang knew what they were thinking, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Cold Gotham is having a strange encounter. Being sealed up is no different than being a deadbeat. In the canyon, Yi Lang was not the least bit flustered as he walked past the group of disciples and headed deeper into the canyon. With the introduction of Langjun's memories on the Jade Slip, he was no stranger to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Naturally, I also know where Langjun originally lived. Soon, Heavenly Demon Sect, True Disciple Residential Area. Yi Lang arrived here and looked up at a separate cave. Not a bad place to live. Yi Lang nodded and walked towards the cave where Langjun originally lived. Only, a silhouette was the one that stopped him. Cold Gotham? You kids are still alive. How come you didn't die out there? It was an ugly-looking black-clothed youth who was speaking in a conspiratorial manner. Yi Lang was a bit annoyed by the sight of him. Not to mention listening to him. It seems that this Langjun is not well liked in the magic sect. You want to die? Yi Lang didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly opened his mouth to dislike him. He hadn't carefully read the memories within the Jade Slip yet, and was rather unclear about the identity of the ugly youth in front of him. However, since he was from the Devil Sect, it was naturally impossible to reason with him. If you don't like it, just do it. Ha! Going out to practice once has become arrogant. That ugly youth smiled disdainfully. He was likewise a top existence among the true disciples, with a mid-celestial cultivation. Yet he hadn't finished his sentence. A blood-red blade light was seen, as if coming from hell. Bang! Ugly youth hastily blocks, but it's completely useless. Being directly chopped away by this blade, he landed in the distance in a terrible state. A deep, bone-deep slash appeared where his heart was, just a little bit more, and the knife would have killed him. Ahem! Cold Gothic you actually broke through to the late stage of celestials, and this sword technique. The ugly youth looked horrified and hurriedly took a few pills as he spoke. If you don't want to die, get lost. Yi Lang dropped a sentence and entered the cave. That ugly youth also hurriedly climbed up, covered his wounds, and hurried away. He had to hurry to get the news to the devil. Inside the cave, Yi Lang surveyed for a while and just sat down. A transmission note then came from the outer sky and flashed in front of him. A safe return is good. You rest for the night. Come to the back of the mountain tomorrow to meet your master. It was the original Langjun master. That half-step Imperial Realm powerhouse's message. Chapter 24, First Day of Survival. Lickspittle Cold Gothic? Inside the cave, after listening to the contents of the voice transmission, Yi Lang's evil face was slightly stunned and then relaxed. A half-step Imperial Realm. There shouldn't be any accidents. At the same time, he flipped out the Jade Slip from his storage pouch and read the description of Langjun, the master teacher. For a while, instead, a hint of eccentricity appeared on his face. In the introduction, the name of this Langjun's master was Lin Shi, and he was also a murderous devil, once slaughtered 100,000 people just to sacrifice a devilish spiritual treasure. However, he was extremely protective of Langjun, his disciple, and could be described as caring, often taking the initiative to ask him questions about his cultivation and life. One must know that Lin Fury was not the only disciple of Langjun, but to the others, he was mediocre. Holy, could it be that this Langjun is the illegitimate son of this Lin Shi? Yi Lang's brain was wide open, but he felt that it wasn't impossible. Still, he was just a curious figment of his imagination. He wasn't really Cold Gotham. What's the point of recognizing a cheaper father? Shaking his head, Yi Lang no longer dwelled on this matter and continued to look at the Jade Brief, the content of Langjun's memories. Only, after Yi Lang finished reading the memory, he frowned slightly. On the other hand, at the same time that Yi Lang managed to blend into the Heavenly Demon Sect, Li Qingyang and the other 9, all blended into their respective demonic sects by virtue of having changed their identities. But then, it's all up to them to play. And at this time, more than 2 days had passed since the 7th sect martial arts, and the rest of the disciples from each sect had already returned to their own sects. Only, these disciples had discovered that one or both of the highest cultivation levels within their own clans were missing. They, the top 10 of this kung fu tournament. A close disciple inquired with the sect elder, but only received the result that he had a confidential mission to go on. Spirit sect. Within the secret area, Su Shueming hesitated for half a second before she finally couldn't help herself and came next to that lake, speaking to Yin Yenran, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy in the sky. Master, Shueming has something to ask. Senior brother Yi Lang. Where exactly did he go? Su Shueming's stunningly beautiful face was filled with worry. Beside the lake, Yin Yenran turned to look at her disciple and faintly returned. You don't have to worry, Yi Lang. He's fine. He's just gone on a hidden mission. What mission? Will it be dangerous? Yin Yenran could not help but look at Su Shueming with some strangeness. This disciple of his own has a soft character, and seems to be asking after himself like this, but it's still the first time. She and Yi Long, are they close? Seeing her master staring at her like this, Su Shueming knew that she was being a bit rude and hurriedly explained. Shueming is just a little worried about senior brother Yi Lang. Yin Yenran shook her head to show that she didn't care and continued. Yi Lang's matter is confidential, so master cannot tell you. When Su Shueming heard this, disappointment appeared on her face, and she had no choice but to retreat to another part of the secret realm to cultivate first. After she left, Yin Yenran's face also floated with a wisp of worry, remembering that bold and monstrous figure. Don't let anything happen to you, little one. Heavenly Demon Sect, True Disciple Residential Area. It was already 10 minutes past midnight, but Yi Lang was not sleeping. He was already a celestial realm martial artist, so sleeping or not actually made little difference. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully survived for one day as an undercover agent. Gain the base reward, January cultivation. In his mind, the undercover survival system's beep sounded, indicating that Yi Lang had successfully survived the day. In the next moment, Yi Kong felt a burst of growth in his body's cultivation. It was a little stronger. It's not bad, if that's what the base reward is every day. It's not bad at all. Yi Lang was still relatively satisfied. One day was equivalent to practicing for a month, which was good enough. And that's just the base reward. The big one is still completing the mission. Subsequently, Yi Lang entered the chat group again and clicked on his avatar, ready to see how close he was to the next privilege upgrade. Group leader, Yilong. Cultivation, Late Celestial Realm. Binding system, Undercover Survival System. Skills, Armor of Damage Reduction. Extreme Cold. Special ability, Charisma Plus. Authority, LV2, 170/500. 170 points? Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a little depressed when he took a look, but there was nothing he could do about it. The last time he bound the daily acts of kindness system, he could only use it once a day. If he hadn't done a couple of great acts of kindness, he might not even have 170 points. This permission point is increased by his use of the system, and the increase is naturally different depending on the degree of use of the system. Anyway, it must be upgraded as soon as possible, or else I won't be able to use this undercover survival system a month from now. Yi Lang secretly said. He was quite satisfied with this system now. Surviving would make him stronger, and it was also related to undercover agents. The rewards of the first initial mission made him satisfied. Maybe later, there will be more surprises for him, and the next system is full of unknowns. Returning to his senses, Yi Lang stopped thinking too much and waited for the next day. A night without words. Soon it was the second morning. Yi Lang, still wearing a black coat and carrying a long sword, walked out of the cave, preparing to head to the back of the Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain to meet his current identity's master, Lin Fury. Around the cave, several true transmitters secretly noticed Yi Lang, but none of them dared to make a sound. Yesterday, the scene of Yi Lang splitting that ugly youth with one slash was still fresh in his mind. Yi Lang could naturally sense the presence of these people and smiled coldly, and headed for the back of the mountain. It shouldn't be a problem. On the mountain path, Yi Lang once again reviewed his situation at this moment and affirmed. There was no way for him not to be cautious. Here, once he was exposed, he would only end up dead, even if he was armed with skills and a heavenly rank amulet and sea condensation armor. In the next moment, Yi Lang continued to walk forward. Not far ahead was the place where Lin Fury was practicing, but at this point, the mountain path ahead. But there just happened to be a woman in black walking down it head-on. The woman was beautiful looking, with just a hint of condescension. At this moment, Yi Lang also noticed the woman's arrival and looked up. His heart immediately screamed ominously. How did we meet her? Yesterday Yi Lang had already finished basically understanding Lang Zhen's memories, and was not unfamiliar with this woman's identity in the slightest. And yesterday Yi Lang frowned because of this woman. First of all, this woman's identity was not simple. Her name was Han Weiwei, the only daughter of the Heavenly Demon Sect's lord, an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and her status in the Heavenly Demon Sect was extraordinary. Secondly, The original Langjin had been in love with him for a long time, although I don't know if it was to evening out the heavenly demon emperor or what, but he had been licking Cold Weiwei furiously anyway. It also led to a feud with the heavenly demon sect's demon son, Xie Wuxing, who also liked Cold Weiwei. If Cold Weiwei also liked Langjin, then Yilang might wake up laughing in his dreams, equivalent to directly becoming the son-in-law of the devil emperor. Then his undercover career, it would not be smooth sailing? The point is, the other person, Cold Weiwei, doesn't even look at the original Langjin. Anyway, there's no way I'm going to be a lickspittle like that Langjin. Yilang skimmed his mouth and said in his heart. Chapter 25, Triggering a Quest, Meeting Lin Fury. After that, Yilang raised his feet, intending to directly bypass that Han Weiwei and go to find Lin Shi first. At this time, Han Weiwei also discovered Yilang, who was already in the shape of Langjin, and was first stunned. Mind you, these annoying lickers, they're back. However, in the next moment, she suddenly felt from the Langjin in front of her, a kind of charm that she had never felt before. It actually made her feel a little better. The ghost spoke up. When did you get back? Just the tone, which inevitably carries a sense of condescension. Yilang frowned. Was this still treating him as the original Langjin? With a pang of displeasure in his heart, he directly intended to ignore her, bypassing Cold Weiwei on the mountain path and continuing forward. He is not afraid that he will expose his identity because of this. Practicing the devil's way is easy to distort the mind. Don't want to be a lickspittle? What's the problem? Langjin. You. On the mountain path, Cold Weiwei returned to her senses, only to find that he had ignored her and walked around her, so she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. When had she, the princess of the heavenly demon sect, ever received such treatment? And this guy used to be all over her. Then with a flash, he caught up with Yilang, reached out to stop him, and said in a brutal tone, Langjin, how dare you ignore this young lady now? I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Although Cold Weiwei was good looking, Yilang didn't like her tone and her attitude was naturally not good enough. Then he drummed up his true essence and pulled away in one go. Seeing this, Han Weiwei's little face sank, but she didn't chase after him anymore. Only, on the mountain path, Yilang didn't take a few steps, but he stopped in place. Cold Weiwei, who was watching from behind, was amused for a moment, thinking that he couldn't pretend anymore. However, the real reason that made Yilang stop, or to be precise, be baffled, was that he had received a quest from the system. Trigger mission, take down Cold Weiwei as an undercover agent, as a way to gain quick access to the heavenly demon emperor. This is outrageous. Yilang was speechless in his heart. Could it be that in this life, Lao Zi is destined to rely on charm to eat? I really want to rely on strength. However, this was actually a really good idea. After all, the heavenly demon emperor was a great man of the imperial realm on one side, and the only way to get to him fast enough to get confidential information is to saber rattle him. It's just that this Cold Weiwei couldn't even look at the original Langjin, so it's going to take a bit of effort. Damn, how come you're so bad at this? You can't even hold a sister? Yilang couldn't help but belly flop at Langjin in his heart. No way. It's still up to him. Of course, he would never be a lickspittle like the original Cold Gotham. No future. Yilang secretly glanced at Han Weiwei behind him and smiled in his heart. Let's see if you can resist the charms of the wave boy. Then, without looking back, it continued to leave. Lust away first and take your time after the rest. Heavenly demon sect, back mountain, beneath a mountain cliff. Yilang's figure appeared. Here was where his current master, Lin Fury, lived as well as practiced. In front of Yilang, in the open space, two heavenly demon sect martial artists dressed in black were battling each other. These two are both Langjin's senior brothers. Holy, it's really the devil's sect. It's just not the same. Sifu brother dueling is made to look like an enemy killing. Yilang couldn't help but lie down in his heart as he watched the two of them battle each other, only to see that at this moment, the two martial artists who were battling each other were covered in slashes and blood was pouring out. But spare me, the duo kept slashing at each other. It seemed as if it wouldn't stop until one of them was cut down. Or both. Stop it. At that moment, a cold voice called out to stop the duo, and an ordinary-looking, expressionless middle-aged man appeared in the middle of the field. Afterwards, he turned towards Yilang, but he smiled extremely gently and said, "Jeune, you've been gone for more than a year, so I'm really worried." Yilang's scalp couldn't help but tingle slightly. The contrast was too obvious. Is it really his illegitimate son? Let the master worry. Yilang calmed down and mimicked Langjin's tone as he opened his mouth. Lin Shi nodded, sizing up Yilang for a while, and his eyes wandered over the killing heart demon blade behind him for a while, and he could not help but be somewhat shocked. You've broken through to the late celestial stage. And this knife of yours, It's of such good quality that even amongst spirit weapons, it's considered superior. Yi Lang nodded and succinctly replied. Disciple is outside and has some encounters. Very well. With your current strength, I'm afraid that you are no longer inferior to the Demon Sun. It may not be impossible to go for the challenge and become the new Demon Sun. Lin Fury seemed to be in a good mood and was very attached to Yi Lang. This scene caused a burst of envy and jealousy from the two senior brothers who were silently bandaging their wounds behind Lin Shi. That's a difference in treatment that's just too severe. Ding. Trigger mission, through the identity of an undercover agent. Test the movements of the Devil's Way from Master Lin Fury, and initially obtain the Devil's Way's plans regarding the Righteous Way. At this time, Yi Lang, who was standing opposite Lin Fury, was receiving another quest prompt from the system. Yi Lang could not help but be slightly speechless in his heart. This system lives up to its name, starting with undercover. It's more on the ball than the old man himself. 2 quests triggered in such a short time. Luckily, these mission releases are just releases, and it's entirely up to him when they're completed. Jeuneur, come, let's test your current strength for your master. At this time, Lin Shi once again spoke. Yes, Yi Lang naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, to get words out of this Lin Fury's mouth, he still had to coax him to come first. Since you favor cold Gothic so much, I'll make you happy. Heavenly Demon Finger. In the open space, Yi Lang's true essence that had been transformed into demonic yuan surged, but he did not use the heart-slaying demon blade behind him first. Instead, he performed the martial arts that Lang Jin originally knew. This was naturally from the initiative, dispelling any possibility of any trace of suspicion on Lin Fahui's part, only to see a huge black fingerprint in the void strike at Lin Shi, who naturally dispersed it at any time. Immediately after that, Yi Lang performed the other martial arts that Lang Jin knew. One by one, in an instant, demonic chi surged in all directions and waves of chi raced. However, Lin Fake frowned slightly, seemingly not too satisfied, and continued to speak. Jeuneur, what other means are there? Use them all and give me a look. This old boy, he expects a lot from Lang Jin, Yi Lang muttered, then reached out and the heart-slaying demon sword on his back fell into his hand. Demon killing 9 blades. In the next moment, Yi Lang let out a low gulp, and the long blade in his hand with a hint of bloodlight amidst the pitch blackness trembled violently. Buzz. Above the void, 9 huge black and red blade lights with intense killing intent coalesced out of thin air. As these 9 saber intentions condensed, the entire bottom of the cliff was instantly filled with an endless sense of solemnity. Subsequently, the 9 blade lights instantly lined up in a straight line again, all chopping towards Lin Shi. This blade, it's strong. On the ground, Lin Shi narrowed his eyes, feeling the powerful killing intent in the blade energy, and his heart fluttered. The magic element in his body mobilized and formed a shield outside his body. Boom boom boom, only to see those 9 rays of blade light fall like a tidal wave, all landing on Lin Shi's shield. After a few breaths, the blade light dispersed. Ahem. Nice. Lin Shi's top coat was torn open with a few cuts, slightly wretched, but his face was elated and he opened his mouth to boast. Good, good, good. This slash is very good. My master is very satisfied. Lin Fury's face was all satisfied. His gaze was fixed on Yi Lang, and he even brought a hint of excitement with him. At the bottom of Yi Lang's heart, he couldn't help but feel a little weird. You don't think so, do you? At the back, the 2 senior brothers, at this time, couldn't help but glance at each other. Senior brother Lang Jin's strength was so terrifying. Afterward, Yi Lang stabilized his mind and took advantage of Lin Shi's happiness to walk up and said with a hint of curiosity in his tone, Master, disciple heard that a month ago, our Devil's Way had raided the Spirit Sky sect, one of the 7 sects of the righteous path. I wonder what the hell is going on. Chapter 26, Spying for Information. Getting Rewards. At the bottom of the cliff, Lin Shi was slightly stunned when he heard Yi Lang's words, then said with a hint of regret, Speaking of this matter, Master is still somewhat sorry for you that you weren't able to participate. This time it is a raid launched by our Heavenly Demon sect, as well as the other 6 sects of the Devil Dao, together against the Spirit Sky sect. The entire Spirit Sky sect. Blood is flowing and there are countless deaths and injuries. For the Master, he has also collected quite a bit of essence blood, and even the essence blood of an Emperor realm. A bloodthirsty expression appeared on Lin Shi's face as he spoke. Devil's Way cultivation often needs some special things, either a woman as a cauldron, or a martial artist's essence blood as a guide, either refining een souls and ghosts, or absorbing the een and evil things of heaven and earth. And Lin Fury's lineage has always been fond of collecting the essence blood of martial artists to strengthen his body. So, you're the reason I almost died the day I crossed over. Ha! Yi Lang's heart just flared up when he heard him talk about it. I wish I could stab him right now. Returning to his senses, Yi Lang still had to pretend to say, So it is. However, Why are we suddenly gathering the strength of the 7 clans to attack that spirit sky clan? Lin Shi was a bit hesitant, and after a pause, he turned his head to look at the other 2 disciples behind him and coldly said, "You two, go down first." Those 2 couldn't help but feel a pain in their hearts. "Damn, old thing, I can't believe you don't think of us as your own." His heart was stifled in anger, but he had no choice but to retire. Only after those 2 had left did Lin Fake open his mouth. "This matter, which concerns the machinations of the entire Devil's Way, is what you, Jeanner, are asking about, or else the master would not have said anything." "Then I thank you." Yi Lang was happy in his heart, and in his heart, he felt more and more that there was definitely some kind of unusual relationship between Lin Shi and Lang Jin. At that moment, Lin Fury's voice continued to ring out. "The demon emperors have already made a decision and are preparing to consolidate the demonic path and attack those so-called righteous paths in a big way soon. Turn the entire green sky domain completely into our Devil Dao's world. And attacking the spirit sky sect is actually nothing more than a vanguard. On the one hand, it's to weaken the strength of the righteous path first, and on the other hand, it's the Thousand Desires demon emperor of the lust demon sect, who wants to break the realm by using that female emperor of the spirit sky sect as a cauldron." "I see." Yi Lang nodded secretly in his heart when he heard this. This was something he had guessed long ago. Not only him, but the several emperor realms could also think of it, or else they wouldn't have been in such a hurry to send out several of their undercover agents. However, the doggone Thousand Desires demon emperor, how dare he hit on my empress lord? "I'll you up if I get a chance in the future," Yi Lang said in his heart. Also, the system's mission. That can't be it, can it? But then again, he hadn't received a prompt from the system, which meant that the mission hadn't been completed yet. Surprisingly, wouldn't that mean there will be a great battle on the horizon? On his face, Yi Lang cooperated to show another hint of surprise and bloodthirsty excitement. Then the words turned and added, "However, the righteous path is not weak, so how can we, the devil's path, be sure that we will be able to win?" Strange to say, Lin Shi to Lang Jin seems to be really 100% trust. Heard Yi Lang so asked, "Without much hesitation will return. There are all the demon emperor adults planning. Jin child, why worry? However, the secret is highly confidential. The teacher also knows the ominous, only know the righteous way. It seems that some clans has secretly defected to us." This time, Yi Lang was truly shocked. He didn't expect that the Devil's Way would have such tactics. Are they playing ing games with each other? And just what insidious and shameless clans had secretly defected? Not the son of a man. But soon he collected himself and nodded. So it is. At the same time, in his mind, the system also prompted that he had completed the task of exploring the movements of the Devil's Way. And of course, the reward arrived. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the skill, Demonized Body. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the special ability, Aura all over. 1 skill and 1 special ability? Yi Lang's heart stirred with some anticipation. Master, then disciple will go back to cultivate first. Yi Lang's task was completed, so he didn't want to stay here anymore and opened his mouth to say goodbye. Aha! In terms of cultivation, if you have any problems, you must tell your teacher in time. Lin Fury nodded and once again admonished. Not long after, in the heavenly demon sect, on a mountain path, a black-clothed evil young man carrying a long sword was walking on the road. It's none other than Yi Lang. At this moment, Yi Lang was checking out that reward he had obtained. Demonized Body, active skill. After using it, the host can transform into the form of a demonic martial artist, tripling his attack power and raising his cultivation through demonic means. Full Aura, special ability. When the host is serious or angry, the aura rises and can impact the minds of the living beings around the host. Also, can form an enhancement with, to Charisma Plus, to give the opposite sex a blast the moment your aura soars. Only works once on the same person. Those 2 rewards. Awesome. After Yi Lang read it, his heart was just bursting with surprise. The first demonized body. That would be equivalent to, he now had 2 forms. Prior to this, although he and several other undercover agents appeared to have similar true essence as the Devil's Way martial artists, their essence was actually completely different. And also not being able to fight and break through in front of an Emperor Realm powerhouse would be tough. And now, after using this demonized body, he was a true Devil Dao martial artist and had absolutely nothing to fear from this. Even, it can be upgraded by refining essence blood or something. Although he wouldn't do that. Not only that, but the attack is tripled. Is that what they call it? Blackening makes you stronger? And the second aura is all over the place. For him now that's even more of a blessing. He was pondering on how he was going to use Lang Jin's identity to take down Cold Weiwei, the condescending princess of the demon sect. Here comes this ability. The difficulty is instantly halved. This system, straight up love it alright. Yi Lang was flushed with excitement. Then without any further hesitation, he directly used this demonized body. After all, being in the Devil's Gate, there are any means of early insurance in the morning. And then, Yi Lang instantly felt some metaphysical changes within his body. The true essence of the body, from the inside out, was completely transformed into demonic essence. In his heart, a trace of desire for essence blood suddenly rose as well. Hiss! Yi Lang licked the corners of his mouth. This demonized body, the impact was all-encompassing. Suppressing the longing in his heart, Yi Lang flashed his body and quickly walked towards the cave. Along the way, naturally, there were no more accidents. Soon, Yi Lang returned to the cave that belonged to Lang Jin and closed the cave door tightly. Then he pulled out his storage pouch and took out a boundary talisman from it, cut off the cave from the outside world. This talisman was one of the talismans Mo Xuanli had given them. Only after doing all this did Yi Lang pull out the specially made transmitting note and record the news he got from Lin Fury today, with a final note of thinking of you. Then, sent it to Yin Yenran. Chapter 27 Big Brother's Shock. Battle of the Rankings. The Other Side. Xian Tian Sword Sect. Secret Territory. At this time, all the great men of the righteous path at the Emperor Realm were gathered here again. In front of the seven, a portal with waves of light flowing through it stood silently in the void. The Xian Tian Sword Sect leader, Mo Shanli, was nodding his head in satisfaction. Several patriarchs. This teleportation array? Then it is considered to be built. On the day when the old ancestor's injuries are stabilized and he completely awakens, the various sects will be able to quickly gather here. The remaining 6 Emperor Realms, too, nodded. Naturally, they were not idle during this time. On the one hand, they stepped up arrangements for the disciples within their respective sects to train for battle. On the other hand, this teleportation array was established within the 7 clans. At that moment, an Emperor Realm bigwig added, Patriarch Mo. Next, isn't it necessary to set up teleportation arrays in other decent-sized sects in the righteous path? A battle between the righteous and the devil. Such a large-scale action. Naturally the entire righteous path would participate together. Mo Xuanli and the others, too, had secretly notified many of the larger righteous sects, and to establish a teleportation array of this distance and size, it had to be an Emperor Realm powerhouse. That's why he asked. Naturally, Mo Xuanli nodded, and the 7 of them discussed for a while longer, and then they planned to split up and head to the righteous clans that were closer to their respective clans to do this. But at this point, Yin Yenran, however, suddenly frowned and stopped. Patriarch Yin. What else? The remaining few Emperor Realms were puzzled. Yi Long sent a message over through the transmission note. Yin Yenran's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly as she opened her mouth. The mind then sank into his mind to receive the information from Yi Lang. The branding left by their 7 Emperor Realms on their respective disciples' sound transmission notes was like a medium through which they could transmit information directly into her mind. Only, this kind of transmission was one way. Yin Yenran was unable to send a message to Yi Lang. After all, the Devil's Ways Emperor Realm wasn't just for show. Within the secret area, Mo Xuanli and Zhang Sherdao and the others couldn't help but glance at each other when they heard this. Both saw surprise in each other's faces. How long has it been since we entered the demon sect? Could it be that we've uncovered some secrets? It can't be, can it? No one else has come back with any news yet. And at this time, Yin Yenran had already read almost all the information that Yi Lang had sent over. And a trace of anger even appeared on her clear and beautiful face in a rare way. Only, when she saw the last sentence, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly again. Looking at Mo Xuanli, several people were even more confused. Couldn't help but ask, Patriarch Yin, I wonder what was said in that Yi Lang's transmission. Patriarch Mo, and all the other patriarchs. I'm afraid that this matter of establishing teleportation arrays in other sects will have to be put on hold. Yin Yenran collected her mind and suppressed her anger. Ha? Why? What happened? A few Emperor Realm bigwigs were puzzled, and they were busy asking after him. Subsequently, Yin Yenran then told what Yi Lang had said, that among the righteous path, there were several sects that had secretly defected to the devil's path. The several Emperor Realm bigwigs couldn't help but freeze directly, their faces shocked. The news came at the right time in my mind. If everything was really as that Yi Lang had said, there really were those shameless clans that had secretly defected to the devil's way. Then if they went to set up a teleportation array now, then I'm afraid that when the Great War came together, it would directly allow the devil's way to enter directly into their own lair. It's like leading the wolves into the house. Asshole. Such behavior is simply the scum of the righteous path. A few of the Emperor Realms could not help but shout angrily. That swinging demon slayer Emperor of the Jin Killing Alliance even had a vicious color appearing on his face as he coldly said, if I were to know that it was those clans, I would be sure to personally go out and clean up the mess. If we were to talk about the imperial realms of the righteous path, who sent the most hatred towards the devil's path, it would undoubtedly be him. You can tell by the title. It's just that, with so much at stake, is the news actually true? At that moment, Zhang Shidao hesitated and spoke out. Yin Yenran's face instantly turned unsightly when she heard this, and she coldly grunted. Humph. How can Patriarch Zhang say such things when my disciples risked their lives and went to the devil's sect for only 2 days to probe such secrets? She could tell that the message was from Yi Lang himself just from the last sentence of thinking of you. Since Yi Lang sent it, it must be true. For some reason, Yin Yenran just had this intuition. Patriarch Yin doesn't have to be angry. I didn't mean to doubt that Ji Lang. Zhang Shidao was slightly embarrassed and explained. Patriarch Zhang, since we sent them undercover, we have to trust them completely. Mo Xuanli stepped forward and said a fair word. In his heart, he knew better than anyone else that the possibility of these undercover agents defecting to the enemy was actually extremely small. After all, with the style of the devil's way, if these disciples were exposed, it would be absolutely difficult for them to escape death in the end. They're all first-class geniuses. They wouldn't be so stupid. And what the rest of the several emperor realms didn't know was that the note transmission he gave to Yi Lang and the others had been forbidden by the old ancestor. Once any breath other than its own gets on it, it will instantly explode. So this thing, how is it going to be resolved? On the side, the Tsangyu sect's emperor realm, who had been relatively silent, brought the topic back on track once again. A few people shook their heads at that, without clues, not to mention a few of them in the emperor realm. Even the Grand Emperor realm Shen Tian Sword sect's old ancestor had no way of knowing exactly which clans were secretly defecting to the Devil Dao. We can only hope for Yi Lang. Please keep an eye on Patriarch Yin at all times, and once you receive news, please inform us immediately. In addition, I will give him credit for this matter, and when we defeat the Devil's Way, then we will discuss the reward. Mo Xuanli pondered for half a second and looked at Yin Yenran, helplessly saying. Yin Yenran sniffed and nodded, while all the righteous over here were at a loss. In the heavenly demon sect, in Langzhen's cave, Yi Lang was however a bit bored. Now that the situation hadn't opened up yet, the source of his scrying intelligence was really no one else but Lin Fury. As for those ordinary disciples of the Sky Demon sect, they probably didn't know as much as he did. It seems that it's impossible not to take down Cold Weiwei, Yi Lang said to himself. It's just that Cold Weiwei, as the daughter of the demon emperor, was living in the secret realm, and it was lucky that she ran into it today. It's not really easy to see it normally. He, Yi Lang, is just charming, but it's hard to mess up even if you can't see anyone. It's a pity that there is no WeChat or anything in this other world, or else I would have flirted with it online first. Right, come to think of it, 3 days later, it seems to be the day of the battle of ranking. Yi Lang suddenly remembered that in Langzhen's memory, there was a tradition within the heavenly demon sect that if the demon son was in the sect and also not in seclusion, then he had to be challenged in the heavenly demon hall at the beginning of every month. Also each true disciple will challenge each other to rank their seats. And this, then, is called the Battle of the Platoon. At a time like this, Coldwell should not be absent. Even if she didn't go, then let's take a demon son's position and move up the status first. Yi Lang muttered to himself and settled on a plan. Chapter 28 Devil's Son Ruthless, launching a challenge. In 3 days, in the cave, Yi Lang tidied up his clothes, placed the heart-slaying demon sword behind his back, and prepared to head to the heavenly demon Great Hall. Today is the beginning of the month, the day of the Battle of the Ranks. At this moment, Yi Lang's aura was much stronger than 3 days ago. This, naturally, is because of the base rewards for these days. As before, the daily reward was, indeed, 1 month's cultivation, so Yi Lang now had the equivalent of 3 more months of cultivation. Yi Lang couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he walked outside the cave. Not far away, quite a few true disciples were walking out of their cave and sizing each other up. In the heavenly demon sect, breaking through the celestial realm made one a true disciple, and there were almost 20 of them in the entire heavenly demon sect. Only, most of them were just early-stage celestials, and there were only 3 middle-stage celestials. No, there should only be 2 of them now, because the current Langzhen was already in the late celestial stage. This amount was similar to the original Spirit Sky sect, except that after going through the Devil's Road robbery, the Spirit Sky sect was no longer comparable to the same level of power. Yi Lang just swept a glance through the crowd without saying anything, and his figure left directly to the heavenly demon Great Hall. Not long afterward, within a dark and tall palace in the middle of the Sky Demon sect's huge canyon, Yi Lang's figure appeared here. Here, it's the Great Hall of Heavenly Devils. At this moment, the Heavenly Devil Great Hall was filled with Devil sect disciples inside and out. They don't qualify for the Battle of the Platoon, but that doesn't stop them from enjoying watching. One was to learn about the clan's new true disciple rankings, and the other was to observe the strongest killers and learn in secret. Cold Gotham. As soon as Yi Lang appeared, An ugly man in the hall immediately clenched his teeth. It was the man who had been slashed by Yi Lang that day. Beside him, a man with an arrogant demeanor and bloodshot eyes also turned his head to look at Yi Lang. Demon son, that Langzhen has now broken through to the late celestial stage and is a threat to you. The ugly man looked at the man beside him with a fierce expression. Jia, if he challenges me today, I will make his path to the devil's way be cut off. The man with bloodshot eyes was none other than the heavenly demon sect's demon son, Xie Wuqi, who sniffed and said grimly, a hint of killing intent showing in his gaze. The reason why he was like this was naturally not just because today's Langzhen cultivation level had broken through. What's more, when he had traveled to the secret realm to look for Cold Weiwei the day before yesterday, the latter was actually mumbling about Langzhen. It's just cursing something about Cold Gotham's guts and all that. But this has made it intolerable for Xiaoruoshi. In his mind, whoever wanted to steal Cold Weiwei from him would be a lifelong enemy, because behind Cold Weiwei, it was the heavenly demon sect master, an emperor realm bigwig. On the side, the ugly youth couldn't help but rejoice at his words. I'm afraid he won't dare to challenge. He's the devil's son, Xie Wuxing, and at this moment, Yi Lang was also secretly sizing up Xie Wuxing, muttering in his heart, it looks pretty bluff. I wonder how many cuts it can resist me. He didn't intend to use his skills easily. After all, he was now undercover in the devil's sect, and it was better to use bizarre means sparingly. Besides, with the bonus of his current demonized body, he didn't believe that Xie Emotionless could be his opponent. Soon, more than 20 true disciples were all within the heavenly demon hall. Not only that, a devil with a powerful aura also appeared in the great hall. The very masters of all the true disciples. Lin Fury's figure was also clearly within. Master. Yi Lang saw Lin Fake walking towards him and bowed his head slightly. Gotham, don't be nervous, just do your best. Lin Fury's face was filled with encouragement, which was really a bit incongruous with his cold face. Looking at Yi Lang could not help but feel a burst of egg pain. The battle of the platoon now begins. At this moment, a powerful demon emperor descended, sweeping a glance at the great hall and coldly said. Yi Lang and the others immediately then walked towards the deep out of the hall and fought in order. Xia Wuxing naturally stood at the very center, while Yi Lang, on the other hand, stood in the third position. This, on behalf of the original Cold Gothic platoon. As the crowd stood, the battle of the rankings began in earnest. The way is quite simple. You can challenge whoever you don't like, as long as they are ranked higher than you, and the latter must answer the challenge. Why didn't Coldwell come? Yi Lang's divine thoughts surged out, observing a circle inside and outside the hall, but none of them found the figure of Han Weiwei, so he couldn't help but be a little disappointed. And by this time, there was already a true disciple that was starting the challenge. The two, then, were within the great hall, killing each other. Instantly, huge blood-red blade lights were slashing against each other in the great hall, and from time to time, bursts of demonic chi swept through the hall. Soon, with a miserable scream, a blood-red blade light cut through one of them. An arm fell off of him. The battle is over. True disciple Su Han, the winner, ranked up to 10th. That demon emperor indifferently swept a glance at the field, and his voice was without ripples as he said, although the devil's way behaves without any bottom line, it has to be said that the disciples cultivated in this manner do have battle power that is generally above the righteous way. Inside the hall, Yi Lang's mind turned slightly and secretly said, Ding! Trigger a mission to challenge the heavenly demon sect's demon son as an undercover agent and become the new demon son. At this time, in Yi Lang's mind, the system's beep was ringing. Yi Lang wasn't surprised and was even a bit delighted. He was actually waiting for the system quest to appear, so that he could whore out another wave of rewards for nothing. Since the mission was here now, Yi Lang wasn't going to delay. As for Cold Weiwei, we could only wait until later. Thinking of this, Yi Lang intended to open his mouth to challenge Xiaowui in the middle of the field. However, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Langzhen, haven't you already broken through to the late celestial stage? What? You don't even have the courage to challenge the demon son? The person who spoke was none other than the ugly youth, who saw Yi Lang's delay and worried that he didn't dare to challenge. Then he spoke out to irritate. Noisy. Originally, I was planning to challenge the demon son, but since you jumped out, I'll challenge you first. Yi Lang stepped out and looked at him, his voice cold. Coincidentally, that ugly youth seated exactly second, slightly higher than the original Langzhen. Otherwise he wouldn't have dared to provoke Yi Lang when he first returned to the demon sect. And in this way, Yi Lang could just challenge him, and he couldn't refuse. That ugly youth was lying in his heart at that moment, frozen in place and not daring to speak. If it were the previous Langzhen, he wouldn't be afraid, but the key was that now they were in the late celestial stage. Just gave him a stabbing the other day. What? You want to break the rules? Yi Lang's gaze was like electricity, tightly trying to force the road. This annoying fly will only stomp his nose if you don't teach him a lesson. Elder, I admit defeat. That ugly young man's face was red, but he still didn't dare to fight Yi Lang. Instead he looked at that demon emperor and directly admitted defeat. He was truly afraid that Yi Lang would give him a direct chop. Actually admitting defeat directly. It's too wimpy, isn't it? What a disgrace to the demon sect. Inside and outside the hall, could not help but quietly ring up the voice of discussion. Listen to the ugly youth. Hate to find a crack in the ground. The hatred on his face was almost frozen into substance. Ha! Yi Lang let out a light laugh, then looked at Xia Wuxing and raised his head, saying, "Now, I challenge you." Chapter 29 Aura in full swing. Sword defeat without mercy. As Yi Lang's words fell, inside and outside the heavenly demon hall, countless demon sect disciples couldn't help but stare. And then they were excited. Langjin is really going to challenge the demon son. Who do you guys think will win? Naturally, it's the devil son. How long has Langjin only broken through to the late celestial stage? How can he compare to the devil's son? I don't think so. Langjin went out for a trip to practice, and it's obvious that the relationship has changed dramatically. These disciples, who were all looking forward to this great battle, each expressed their own views and said. Inside the hall, Lin Shi's face was also filled with anticipation, and he seemed to be very attached to Yi Lang's seizure of the demon son's position. Does Elder Lin think that Langjin can defeat Emotionless? At this moment, a voice rang out next to Lin Shi. Lin Shi twisted his head to see that it was a middle-aged man whose face bore a threefold resemblance to Xia Wuxing's, and he was none other than Xia Wuxing's father, Xia Yunfei. The same was true of the half-step emperor realm. Whether we can win or not, we will naturally know in a while. Lin Fury snorted coldly. He could owe half a good face to others. Langjin is going to challenge Xia Emotionless? At this moment, a woman's voice that was condescending with a hint of curiosity appeared from outside the hall. Then they saw the devil sect disciples outside the hall hurriedly make way for a beautiful woman with a delicate figure to walk in. It was none other than the daughter of the heavenly demon emperor, Cold Weiwei. What brings Missy to the heavenly demon hall? When Xia Yunfei saw Han Weiwei, he hurriedly came to her and said with a smile. He knew that his own Xia Wu'er wanted to get on the line of Cold Weiwei, so he naturally raised his hands in support. To be in-laws with Lord Demon Emperor, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Why? Is there any place in the heavenly demon sect that I can't go to? Coldwell glanced at him and asked rhetorically. No. Missy can go wherever she wants. Xia Yunxing curried a laugh and said with some embarrassment. And at this moment, deep in the great hall, Yi Lang and Xia Emotionless both saw that Cold Weiwei had arrived, and their tigers' bodies were shaken. Although their starting points were different, both of them now wanted to take down Cold Weiwei with the same purpose. The two looked at each other, and the smoke of battle ignited in the air. I, for one, shall fight. Xia Wuxing held his head high and his voice was like thunder as he walked across to Yi Lang. Then let it begin. That demon emperor still spoke coldly. Langjin, you don't deserve Weiwei. In Xia Emotionless' hand, a scarlet longsword appeared and he looked up and coldly said, Damn, you're the only one who deserves it. You're a top match. You're a perfect match? Yi Lang skimmed his mouth, disdained in his heart, and didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. Reaching out, the heart-slaying demon sword appeared in his hand. Afterwards, his figure stood straight, an evil face slowly became serious, and on his entire body, an extremely strong aura suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire scene. In the next moment, Yi Lang's gaze tightened on Xia Wuxing as he drank. Xia Emotionless, the seat of the demon sun, changes hands today. As the words fell, the killing heart demon blade in his hand was a-quivering, and 9 huge blade lights coalesced in the air, the 9 blades of devil's slaughter. And at this moment, Xia Wuxing felt a strong shock to his heart and soul the moment Yi Lang spoke out, and a hint of fear even appeared vaguely. Couldn't help but freeze in place. Not only him, the devil sect martial artists in the hall were all shaken by Yi Lang's drink. Their minds blanked for a while. Even that demon emperor, his mind was shaken for a moment, and his indifferent face that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years finally moved and looked at Yi Lang in shock. But, at this moment, the ones who were most affected in the field were Han Weiwei, and the female disciples in the hall. The moment Yi Lang's aura was in full bloom, the other people's figures disappeared from their eyes. Under the shock of the mind, the figure holding the demonic sword instantly enlarged infinitely in front of Han Weiwei and these female disciples, directly occupying their entire minds. Senior brother Langjin is so handsome, the kind of charm that goes to the bone. After the blitz, the female disciples murmured, including Han Weiwei. All of them had a look of infatuation on their faces. At this moment, what they were intoxicated with could not really be said to be Langjin, but Yi Lang. because both aura full open and charm enhancement were abilities that belonged uniquely to Yi Lang. Even if Yi Lang now exposed his identity and restored his original face, these female disciples would certainly still be just as infatuated, even more so, because Yi Lang was even more handsome than Lang Zhen. And if the real Lang Zhen were to come back now, these female disciples would also surely realize that they didn't have that feeling for Lang Zhen because there was less of that charm. On the other hand, while the crowd was shaken, Yi Lang's demon-slaying 9 blades had already condensed into a straight line, falling like a tidal wave towards Xia motionless. Boom boom boom. The air couldn't help but emit a loud sonic boom under the pressure of this terrifying blade light. Xia motionless, too, had finally come to his senses. Looking at the terrifying blade light that had already chopped in front of him, Xia Wuxing couldn't help but have a terrified expression on his face. Heavenly Demon Sword Qi. In the rush of time, Xia Wuxia only had time to swing out a few sword qi, trying to block the blade light. However, in the next moment, the terrifying blade light took on the momentum of pulling and destroying, instantly churning the sword qi to pieces. All of them chopped down on Xia Wuxing. Xia Wuxing only had time to let out a miserable scream before he was drowned out by the blade light. Emotionless, inside the hall, Xia Yunxing's body moved wildly, coming directly beside Xia Wui, striking out Dao Magic Yuan to block the blade light behind for Xia Wui. Ahem. After a few breaths, the blade light dispersed, and Xia Yunxing's hair was disheveled and he coughed, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at Xia Wuxi on the ground and instantly became red-eyed, only to see Xia Wuxie lying on the ground covered in blood, his eyes closed tightly and his breath weak. A slash almost across his entire body, deep enough to see through to the bone, was shocking. Lang Zhen, how dare you lay such a heavy hand? Xia Yunfei's eyes turned red as he growled. Enough! In this battle, Lang Zhen wins. I now announce that Lang Zhen has become the new demon son of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Inside the hall, Lin Shi was about to come out and speak, but that demon emperor directly exited. The triple attack boost from this demonized body. It's fierce. Yi Lang didn't care about Xia Yunfei's brainless rage, but sighed in his heart. If Xia Yunfei hadn't stepped in at the last moment, Xia Wui would have inevitably escaped death. Just one slash almost split Xia motionless to death. This is too terrifying. No, if Elder Xia hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid that he really would have already cleaved to death. Lang Zhen. No, the strength of the demon son is as terrifying as this. Inside and outside the hall, the crowd of Heavenly Demon Sect martial artists couldn't help but fall into deep shock. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining breakthrough opportunity once. Congratulations to the host's limited time skill, seeing through good feelings. At this time, in Yi Lang's mind, the rewards for the completion of the mission also arrived. Yi Lang hurriedly sank into his mind to check the rewards. Breakthrough opportunity, host uses to immediately break through to the next realm. Seeing through favor, a limited time skill that allows the host to see the value of other people's favor towards the host for a limited time of half a month. After reading it, Yi Lang couldn't help but fall into a deep silence. He felt that he was really in love with the system. Every step of the way, he's thinking about his undercover journey. This breakthrough opportunity aside, after the breakthrough, his position in the Heavenly Demon Sect would surely rise to another level. And this looked through good sense. For him to take down Cold Weiwei, that was directly reducing the difficulty by another half. The equivalent of adding a cheat. But how did this undercover system get this kind of skill? This kind of skill shouldn't appear in some kind of love system or something? Yi Lang muttered, and could only understand it as the undercover system's heavenly show. Then, next, breakthrough, Yi Lang secretly said. Since Cold Weiwei came today, he was going to fill up his pussy. Chapter 30, Celestial Peak. Strange good feeling. Celestial Peak. Creepy goodness. Anyway, he had a demonized body. Not to mention that there was no demon emperor in the field right now. Even if there was, he wasn't worried in the slightest. Breakthrough if you want to. With that, Yi Lang used that breakthrough opportunity with a silent thought in his heart. Boom! Right away, Yi Lang's aura began to rise wildly. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many Heavenly Demon Sect martial artists, both inside and outside the Heavenly Demon Hall. The Devil Sun's aura. It's rising crazily. That's right, by the looks of it, it seems like a breakthrough is coming. Hiss, isn't that the peak of celestials? The crowd of Devil Sect disciples were once again shocked and talking. If the disciples of the Spirit Sky Sect knew what was happening here, they would have patted them on the shoulder and said that it was good to get used to it. At this moment, Yi Lang's body aura quickly rushed to the peak of the late celestial stage. A burst of demonic aura emanated from his body, exuding a pure demonic aura. Naturally, no one will suspect a thing. Bang! In the next moment, a tremor sounded on Yi Lang's body, and his entire aura rose once again. Peak celestial realm. Breakthrough. Inside the grand hall, Han Weiwei looked at the spirited Lingjun and her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She was born noble, and her father was the supreme demon emperor of the heavenly demon sect. Since she was a child, she was accustomed to hearing flattery and admiration, so the nicer people were to her, the less she took to them. Just like Xia Ruthless and the original Langjun, but licked to the end. Nothing. Now, Yi Lang returned as Langjun, and as soon as he came back, he was all lovey-dovey with cold Weiwei, but it kept her chanting for a few whole days. Today, she had just experienced Yi Lang's charm storm and witnessed Yi Lang breaking through the peak of celestials, a heart that could be said to be in turmoil. Langjun is like before. It seems completely different. A hint of intoxication appeared on cold Weiwei's demonic face. She was curious to know what Lingjun had been going through out there for more than a year to have changed so much. It's become so attractive. And at this time, Yi Lang's breakthrough was complete, and he also turned his eyes to Han Weiwei. By hitting the seeing through favor skill, an illusory message appeared as soon as it left in front of your eyes. The target's current favor value to the host is 80. 80? Yi Lang was stunned in his heart. This goodwill value is divided by 0. Full of 100 points. 60 points or more is already the degree of a good friend. And 80 points means that at this point, Chill Vivi is already very attracted to him. And that, in the original Cold Gotham, was impossible. The original Langjun couldn't even get into Cold Weiwei's eyes, and Yi Lang estimated that he had about 20 good feelings at most, or for the fact that he's been licking Coldwell. This combined blast of aura all around and charisma plus, it's really fierce. Why don't we just, step it up a notch today and just take her down? Yi Lang sighed in his heart and decided. Then, he averted his gaze and looked at the body of Lin Shi, who was looking surprised. However, in the next moment, Yi Lang's entire body was however directly stunned, and a trace of cold sweat could not help but emerge from his forehead. Because, there was a message written clearly in front of his eyes. The target's favor value towards the host is -100. You know, he's a cold gothic now. Lin Shi's favor value towards Langjun was -100. How is that possible? What does a -100 favorability rating say? It meant that Langjun was not only not half as good in Lin Shi's heart, but was pulling in all the bad feelings. It's basically the level of a life and death enemy, the kind that doesn't want to kill him all the time. But, this is the complete opposite of Lin Fury's behavior. Yi Lang's scalp tingled, narrowing his eyes and secretly sizing up Lin Fury, and he couldn't guess for a moment. This Lin Fury must be playing a very big game of chess, and the target is Langjun, Yi Lang affirmed in his heart, and his vigilance against Lin Fury was instantly drawn full, obviously wanting to kill Langjun at all times, but still pretending to be loving and caring, and fooling himself. If he hadn't gotten this skill today, I'm afraid that he would really somehow end up on this Lin Fury one day. I'd like to see how long you're going to pretend. Yi Lang collected his mind, unable to see a trace of clarity on his face, and walked towards Lin Shi. Since he was now prepared, he wasn't so afraid of Lin Shi. At most, it was only a half-step Imperial realm. Gotham child, you are very good and have not failed your master. Seeing him coming, Lin Shi said with a smile on his face, without master, there would be no disciple today. Yi Lang also smiled gently and said, he wasn't afraid of Lin Fury when it came to acting. Cold Gotham. At this time, that demon emperor walked over and opened his mouth to call out to Yi Lang, then handed him a black token and continued, you are now a demon son. You have the qualification to enter the secret realm for 10 days a month to cultivate. This is the token. Yi Lang's heart rejoiced at the words. To be qualified to enter the secret realm meant that he had now squeezed into the core circle of the heavenly demon sect. The status was higher than even a normal Zune realm. One step closer to getting the secrets. Last time, I learned from Lin Fury that a number of clans in the righteous path had secretly defected to the enemy, but exactly which clans? But still no clue. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly, then he arched his hand and said, thank you, Elder. That demon emperor gave him a deep look, nodded, and left. Afterwards, Lin Shi pulled Yi Lang for a few more words of encouragement and told him to report to him when he broke through the Zune realm, and then he left first. Yi Lang's heart stirred as he listened. Could it be that when he breaks through the Zune realm, this Lin Shi is going to reveal his original form? Just what is it all about? Yi Lang secretly guessed in the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't guess anything for the time being. In a word, too little information for him to be Sherlock Holmes. Shaking his head, Yi Lang didn't bother anymore and looked up to skim over Han Weiwei who was still staring straight at him. Then he lifted his leg and headed out of the Great Hall. Cold Gotham. Send this lady back to the secret realm. This was, but Han Weiwei suddenly opened her mouth and called out to Yi Lang. At this scene, the heavenly demon sect martial practitioners who hadn't left yet, looking inside the Great Hall, froze again. Cold Weiwei actually took the initiative to let Lingjun send her back? This has never been done before. The faces of those female disciples were even more upset, but they didn't dare to grab it from Han Weiwei. Deep within the great hall, Xia emotionless, who had just been woken up by Xia Yunfei taking the elixir, also witnessed the scene with his own eyes. His eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted once again. Ruthless, ruthless. Xia Yunfei's hands were busy again, and he hated Langjin with a passion. And yet nothing can be done about it. Langjin was now a demon son. How could he dare to strike at a demon son in public? At the entrance of the grand hall, Yilang's footsteps lurched when he heard Han Weiwei's words, and the corner of his mouth pulled up in a tiny arc. And yet, just like last time, he kept going. Excuse me, I have to go back to my cave first now. Yilang dropped a sentence and his figure quickly disappeared outside the hall. Hiss, Langjin actually rejected the eldest lady? So, we have a chance? Inside the great hall, all the martial artists looked at each other with some surprise. Those female disciples, however, seemed to see a glimmer of hope. In front of the crowd, Cold Weiwei couldn't help but stomp her foot. This Langjin, could it be that she really doesn't like herself anymore? It's been 2 rejections in a row for her. What are you looking at? All of you, get out of my lady's way. Infuriated, Han Weiwei vented at the martial artists watching in the great hall. Then he left the great hall as well. Not long after, in the back of the heavenly demon Sect's mountain, on the mountain path to the secret realm, with a cold face, Cold Weiwei was heading towards the secret realm. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in her line of sight. It was none other than Yilang who had changed his clothes. Chapter 31, Flirting with Vivi. Wild bees and butterflies. On the mountain path, when Han Weiwei saw Yilang appear, her face could not help but show a touch of surprise, and then she tilted her head with a condescending look. Then he walked over to him and lifted his chin. Didn't you go back to your cave? Why again? Yilang couldn't help but secretly smile. This Han Weiwei seemed to be a bit different from the other demon sect members. It looks arrogant and rude, but it's actually a little girl at heart. Shaking his head, a smile appeared on Yilang's evil face as he turned his head to stare at Han Weiwei. Instead, he didn't say a word, just looked at her closely. You, what are you looking at? Cold Weiwei was able to hold on at first, but after a while she lowered her head and her voice broke. After the shock of the party, she was already filled with favor and curiosity towards Yilang. How could she withstand such a bold gaze from him at this moment? Don't you see that I'm different? Seeing her embarrassed appearance, Yilang was somewhat amused in his heart and asked in return. Coldwell looked up and shot him a quick glance, puckering her mouth. It's not just a change of clothes. Can't you just send me back first? What she hadn't even realized was that the tone of her voice was already petulant. Yilang's gaze deepened slightly when he heard this, and then his magnetic voice sounded. I just fought with Xia Wuxing, and my body is stained with his blood. I don't want to be with you with someone else's scent on me. That, already, is a bit revealing. He said this because by now, he was almost done with his desire to escape, and if he hung on any longer, he feared he would lose more than he gained, and now is the time to strike out and tease her. As expected, when Han Weiwei heard this, her pretty face turned even redder, and her heart was even more pleasantly surprised. Great, he still likes me. Being so cold twice before must have just returned from the experience and hadn't yet transformed. Cold Weiwei even began to brainstorm. She had been well protected by the heavenly demon emperor since she was a child, and had developed a condescending personality. But it's true that unlike the rest of the devil's way, she's actually pure in nature, totally not giving a good face to those she didn't like, but for those she did like, such as Yilang in front of her, she was easily satisfied and shy. At the same time, in front of Yilang's eyes, the illusory information was constantly changing. The target has a favor value of 81 towards the host. The target has a favor value of 82 towards the host. The target has a favor value of 83 towards the host. The favorability is rising. Steady. Yilang put his heart down when he saw that he had raised a few points of goodwill with a single compliment. Come on, let's get you back to the secret realm. Yilang nodded his head. Now that taking down Han Weiwei was already a win, he was instead not in a hurry to do it now. He still had plans in his mind. He wanted to use Han Weiwei to get on the Devil Emperor's line. Then he must create enough of a stir to make the Devil Emperor notice him. At least, not quietly with Coldwell. On the mountain path, Han Weiwei sniffed and nodded with a red face as well. It was night. In Langjin's cave, Yilang stood alone inside. In front of him, the illusory chat group interface. His personal panel unfolded. Group Master, Yilang. Cultivation, Peak Celestial Realm. Binding System, Undercover Survival System. Skills, Armor of Damage Reduction. Extreme Cold Refreshing. Demonized Body. Seeing Through Good Feelings, Limited Time. Special Abilities, Charisma Enhancement. Aura Enhancement. Authority, LV2, 270/500. There are still 230 points of access left to upgrade, so it should be in time. Yi Lang thought for a while and said to himself, today was the 7th day since he had bound the undercover system, and it was supposed to be the day to change the system, but he naturally chose to continue using it. However, the secondary authority could only be extended up to 1 month, which meant that either the war between the righteous and the devil would end within that month, and he would not be needed to go undercover again. Either that, or we'll have to hope to turn on level 3 access and see if we can continue to use this system. But Yi Lang knew in his heart that in a month's time, even if the righteous and the devil began to fight, it would be impossible to separate the winners and losers in such a short period of time. So he can only try to trigger as many quests as possible in the next 20 days or so, arranging the plan afterward. Yi Lang relaxed again. Wait for midnight to arrive and reap today's base rewards. Meanwhile, within the secret territory of the Heavenly Devil sect, in a small chic courtyard, Han Weiwei was looking up at the sky, but in her heart, she was somewhat at a loss. In the daytime when Lang Jin sent her on her way back to the secret realm, she was actually looking forward to it in her heart, expecting Lang Jin to confess to her, but she waited all the way, and Lang Jin didn't. Not only that, he didn't even talk much on the way back. What the hell does he mean by that? Cold Weiwei's mind was in turmoil as she muttered to herself. Forget it, give him another chance. Tomorrow this lady takes the initiative to go to him once. Shaking her head, Cold Weiwei said so in her heart. Day 2. Yi Lang walked out of the cave and prepared to head to the Heavenly Demon Sect's hidden scripture pavilion. Now that he had become a demon son, according to the rules of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he could cultivate the core technique within the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Heavenly Demon True Scripture. Although Yi Lang couldn't use the contraption, he still had to act it out in case he was suspected by someone with a good intention. Soon, Yi Lang arrived outside the hidden scripture pavilion. However, once he arrived here, Yi Lang was a bit dumbfounded. What's with all the sisters? Only to see that around the hidden scripture pavilion in front of them, there were female disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect standing in 2s and 3s forming a pile. Not far away, there were many male disciples looking this way. Senior brother Lang Jin is here. Get on. At this time, those female disciples discovered Yi Lang and were surprised. Afterwards, a swarm of people ran to Yi Lang and chirped, Senior brother Lang Jin, I like you. Be with me. Follow me. Follow me. I'm more moist than she is. Senior brother Lang Jin. People know musical instruments, so they can blow for you. They were the very same female disciples who had fallen into Yi Lang's charm blitz yesterday. Plus seeing Lang Jin rejecting Han Weiwei, all of them felt like they had their chance. Knowing that the Devil's Son was going to enter the scripture pavilion today to select a technique, they waited here early to confess their love. Holy, that's too enthusiastic. Yi Lang was instantly confused, and before he could react, he was surrounded by a group of warblers. The scented air gusted from his nose, and from time to time his arm touched something soft. Damn, these women are like obsessed. Stop it. Envy is drooling from your eyes. Not far away, those male disciples of the Sky Demon Sect were envious and jealous of Lang Jin. While they weren't the old snakeskins of the Lust Demon Sect who only knew how to do sports, they weren't monks either. Who doesn't love a pretty girl? At this moment, if Lang Jin himself, who was sealed in the Xian Tian Sword Sect, were to learn of all this, I'm afraid he would also cry bitterly. That's not him at all. Get out of my lady's way. You wannabes. No pestering cold sad. At this moment, a gnashing of teeth and a delicate shrieking voice suddenly rang out, and the arena was suddenly silent. Chapter 32 Mission accomplished. Devil Emperor transmits voice. This voice was no one else. It was none other than the Heavenly Demon Emperor's only daughter, the only princess of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Cold Weiwei. Not far from the hidden scripture pavilion, Han Weiwei's pretty face was chilled, and her teeth were about to be clenched. Originally she came to take the initiative to look for Lang Jin today with great expectations. Who knew that she had just arrived to see a large group of women surrounding Lang Jin to confess their love? It even rubbed on him. If you don't know, you'd think this is the Lust Demon Sect. Shame on you. At this time, Yi Lang, who was in the middle of the crowd of female disciples, saw that Cold Weiwei had arrived, and also hurriedly drew back his hand that had been flowing with the waves just now, and squeezed out from between the crowd of women. Then square off. Sisters, I don't think it's appropriate for any of us, so let's not bring this matter up again. It's not that you guys aren't good, it's just that Chill Vivi is a father fighter. In Yi Lang's heart, he silently said, Brother Cold Gothic, with Cold Weiwei here. Those female disciples had some scruples and their faces were filled with aggression and reluctance. Humph. When Han Weiwei saw that Yi Lang had rejected them, her face looked much better. However, a great sense of crisis suddenly rose in her heart. I didn't realize Cold Gotham was so sought after. No wonder. He's so attractive. It's normal to be liked. Thinking of this, Cold Weiwei felt that she had to keep a close watch. She must not let Lingjun fall into the hands of those prodigal hooves. She'll chop off the hand of anyone who dares to grab it. Ha! With that, Han Weiwei quickly walked to Yi Lang's side, reached out and pulled his sleeve, then condescendingly glanced at the crowd of female disciples on the side. Lingjun, as I recall, aren't you going to cultivate the heavenly demon true scripture today? So don't go yet. Yi Lang looked at Han Weiwei and smiled darkly. At the same time, he activated the seeing through good feelings skill, and the illusory information appeared in front of him. The target has a favor value of 90 towards the host. 90? Yi Lang was slightly stunned. It seemed like only 85 came yesterday when they separated. However, since it's all the way to 90, it's already ready to be flushed. Lord Empress, Sister Snowdream, please don't blame me. All for the sake of righteousness. With a silent whisper, Yi Lang made a decision. In the next moment, a large hand gripped Cold Weiwei's small hand in reverse, and Cold Weiwei froze. Wait, I'm not done yet. Yi Lang held Han Weiwei's soft and boneless little hand and swept a circle around him and said, well, there were a lot of people. A couple of bad old men in the hideout must have been snooping around. 2. There were people at the upper and lower levels, so I'm sure the word would spread throughout the entire heavenly demon sect very quickly. It's done. Clearing his throat, Yi Lang looked down at Han Weiwei, who looked back with a puzzled face and said dryly, but loudly, Vivi, I like you. Will you stay with me? After saying that, Yi Lang stared closely at Cold Weiwei, with his skills on all the time, monitoring Cold Weiwei's favorability value towards him. Buzz. On the opposite side, after Han Weiwei heard Yi Lang's words, her entire head was just confused, and her pretty face turned red all of a sudden. He confessed to me. Cold Weiwei's heart was shy, and at the same time, she was very excited. She had come here today with that purpose in mind. She was just pissed off at those wannabe hooves just now. I do. Suppressing her shyness, Cold Weiwei looked up and returned. She had lived in the devil's sect since she was a child, but she didn't have too many twists and turns. Since she liked it, then she was definitely willing to Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has arrived. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Ears of Eavesdropping. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of spiritual treasures, Swimming Heavenly Boat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special elixir, Soul Devouring Elixir. The moment Han Weiwei's words fell, a crisp electronic tone sounded in Yi Lang's mind. Take down the Cold Weevil mission. Complete. 3 rewards. They all sound great. Yi Lang's heart was on fire, wanting to see what these skills were all about. Then he said to the red-faced Han Weiwei in front of him, here, have a hug first. With that, he wrapped Cold Weiwei in his arms tightly, while his mind sank into the system and went to check the rewards. And at this point, the moment Yi Lang hugged Han Weiwei, the hearts of the surrounding female disciples were broken. The hearts of the crowd of male disciples in the distance were even dripping blood. Missy has been taken down by Cold Gotham. There's nothing to think about. Cold Weiwei is the biggest bowl of soft rice in the Heavenly Devil sect. Want to eat the people that can be a lot to go. Just all know that they have no hope. In the heart to hold back, not to say. Now there's no chance to talk about it. Inside the hidden scripture pavilion, a few devils with shadowy faces couldn't help but look at each other when they saw the scene. Report it to the Demon Emperor. One of them said with no emotional fluctuation in his voice. This kind of thing, they were not qualified to interfere. The remaining few nodded, not paying attention to what was going on outside the pavilion. Just all remembered this new demon child in their hearts. This may be the future emperor's son-in-law of the heavenly demon sect. Cold Gothic. You loosen up. You'd better go to the hidden scripture cabinet first. After a while, Han Weiwei, who was smothered in Yi Lang's arms, hammered his chest and muffled her voice. Ha ha, yes. Yi Lang came back to his senses and let go of her. At this time, he had already finished those 3 rewards and was in a mood of relief. 3 rewards? Except for the last soul-devouring pill, which he couldn't use for the time being. The other 2 were dangling. That, Ear of Eavesdropping, which allowed him to eavesdrop on any communication within a 10-mile radius, ignoring any means of isolation. It sounds like a 10-mile range, which may seem like a bit of a pull across, but it's not, because this any communication but includes divine thought transmission, and even mind-to-mind. He could eavesdrop on even the exchanges between Emperor Realm bigwigs. In this way, he might be able to, perhaps, probe the most confidential information of the Devil's Way. As for that heavenly swimming boat, it was a spiritual treasure that was specifically used to run away, and as long as there were yuan stones, it could always exert the speed of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. It's the equivalent of one more means of escape. Shaking his head, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it, and walked into the hidden scripture cabinet with Han Weiwei to cultivate that whatever heavenly demon true scripture. On the other hand, deep within the heavenly demon sect's secret realm, In the center of a scarlet-red lake amidst the pitch black, a middle-aged man in black with an incomparably terrifying aura slowly opened his eyes. A horrifying bloody light flashed in his eyes. He, one of the 7 emperors of the Devil Dao, the heavenly demon sect master, the heavenly demon emperor. Ha, Langjin, it's quite a skill, to get Wei Wei's favorite. However, this level of this emperor, let's see if you can pass. The heavenly demon emperor's hideous face clouded over after reading the message from the people below. Afterward, the heavenly demon emperor looked in the direction of the scripture pavilion, his brows frowning imperceptibly. Next moment, in the scripture pavilion, the face of Han Weiwei, who had just finished receiving the heavenly demon true scripture, together with Yi Lang, suddenly stiffened, loosening her grip on the man beside her. Ha, what's wrong? Yi Lang's footsteps were staggered and he was puzzled. Cold Gotham, my father just sent me a message. Let me immediately take you to the secret realm, to see him. Cold Weiwei's tone was rare and a bit nervous as she stammered. Chapter 33, Showing Strength. Demon Emperor shocked. Your father, that's not the Demon Emperor Lord? Yi Lang was shocked when he heard this. So you're meeting your father-in-law? Soon. Though, he reacted. This was an opportunity. If this meeting was recognized by the heavenly demon emperor, then he would be the rightful son-in-law of the devil emperor. And at that time, in the entire Devil's Way, aside from the 7 emperor ranks, who would dare to say that they were more powerful than him? Wei Wei, since Lord Demon Emperor wants to see me, let's go here. Slightly pondering, Yi Lang opened his mouth. His tone did not see a trace of panic, and there was even a hint of expectation hidden. But my dad isn't very nice. Cold Wei Wei raised her head, seemingly a little afraid of the heavenly demon emperor. It's okay, don't worry. Yi Lang grabbed her hand and led her towards the outside of the hidden scripture pavilion. What kind of person is Lord Demon Emperor? A person like that? On the way, Yi Lang inquired to Han Weiwei. Confidence is confidence, but knowing your enemy is the only way to win 100 battles. My father seems to spend most of his time in the blood lake cultivating or refining his essence blood. He worships strength and often says that I don't cultivate properly, and I'm only in the middle stage of the celestial realm now. Cold Weiwei replied truthfully, and by the way, her cultivation level was also in the middle celestial stage. It was just that as the daughter of the demon emperor, she was not to participate in the ranking of true disciples, nor did she need to. This way, Yi Lang sniffed and nodded. In this way, the heavenly demon emperor should belong to the martial arts obsessive type, recognizing only power. Such people will only recognize to the strong, or the future strong. Soon after, Yi Lang and his duo arrived within the heavenly demon sect's secret realm. Come here. As soon as he entered, Yi Lang heard a voice without any emotional fluctuations. In the next moment, he felt that he lost control of his body and was shocked. The good thing is that in just a moment, the feeling passes. Yi Lang looked up and realized that he had arrived next to a black and red lake. The sickening smell of blood raged through his nose. This kind of tactic, is this the Emperor realm? Yi Lang squinted his eyes and looked at the center of the lake, the figure that could not clearly see the exact shape of the body, his heart slightly alarmed. Needless to say, that must be the heavenly demon emperor. Meanwhile, Yi Lang's divine thoughts kept drifting over that lake, his face slightly gloomy. In the divine mind, under the lake are countless corpses. Your cold Gotham? At that moment, the figure moved closer and spoke. As the figure drew closer, Yi Lang also got a good look at the heavenly demon emperor, and at the same time, he also realized that Han Weiwei was also beside him, was looking at him with helplessness in the midst of anxiety. Back to Lord Demon Emperor. Exactly. Yi Lang stabilized his mind, withdrew his divine thoughts, drove those impractical things out of his mind, and said in a nonchalant manner, on the surface of the lake, the heavenly demon emperor used only one glance to see through Yi Lang's inside and outside, and his face slightly eased a few points. Peak celestial, barely passable, but it's not enough to be worthy of this seat's daughter. The heavenly demon emperor shook his head and said with little expression on his gloomy face, Daddy! Cold Weiwei instantly quit and hurriedly pulled the heavenly demon emperor to pamper her. However, it didn't help. What Lord Demon Emperor said is true. Peak celestial cultivation is indeed nothing. It's just that the disciple is not an ordinary celestial peak. Yi Lang replied back in a deep voice, and after a pause, continued, Forgive my disciple's arrogance. Even if Lord Demon Emperor pressed his realm to the same level as my disciple, he would still be no match for me. As the words fell, the face of the heavenly demon emperor above the lake instantly condensed, and the atmosphere in the arena instantly chilled. Jia. Other than the last trip to the Spirit Sky sect, it's been a long time since I've seen a junior as arrogant as you. Since you say so, this seat will do as you wish. If you lose, you'll become the sustenance of this blood lake. The heavenly demon emperor smiled coldly with disdain in his tone. he was a genuine Emperor realm powerhouse. And even if he suppressed his realm at the peak of Celestial, his sense of the laws of the heavens and earth was still there, and his sense of countless high-level martial arts was still there. It was no exaggeration to say that even the Zun realm wouldn't be his opponent. Beside the heavenly demon emperor, Han Weiwei also looked at Yi Lang with a worried face, but there was nothing she could do. One can only hope for a miracle. At this time, however, in Yi Lang's heart, there were some oddities. The spirit sect line? It's not me, is it? Remembering that he had forcibly kissed the Empress that day, it seemed like the demons outside the formation did see it. Please wait a moment, Lord Demon Emperor. Shaking his head, Yi Lang arched his hand and said to the heavenly demon emperor. He then took off his tunic and removed the inner piece of blue inner armor. It's the Sea Nimbus armor. The heavenly demon emperor was a bit puzzled and impatient at first, but when he saw Hainingjia, his face froze. Imperial inner armor. How did this kid get this good stuff? Lord Demon Emperor, this is what my disciple gained while practicing outside. Wearing it is really a victory. Jia, crazy enough? This seat appreciates you somewhat. I hope you won't let this seat down. The heavenly demon emperor narrowed his eyes, once again sizing up Yi Lang for a while, and opened his mouth. Subsequently, the heavenly demon emperor suppressed his cultivation, controlling his demonic elemental power at the peak of the celestial realm. Seeing this, Yi Lang reached out and beckoned, and the killing hard demon blade appeared in his hand. Looking at the heavenly demon emperor's eyes jumped again. This kid, he has a lot of good stuff. Lord Demon Emperor, I'm offended. Demon killing. 9 blades. Yi Lang let out a low cry. The devil blade in his hand shook. Still a familiar stance. However, this time, after the 9 blade lights appeared, Yi Lang's figure followed after the blade lights. Barely. On the surface of the lake, the Sky Demon Emperor was expressionless, so he intended to strike to shatter the blade light. However, the next moment, his face suddenly changed. He couldn't even use his magic element. What's going on here? And at that moment, in the midst of the heavenly demon emperor's shock, those 9 blade lights had all landed on the heavenly demon emperor. Bang bang bang, a blast passed, and the heavenly demon emperor wasn't damaged in the slightest. However, a long black and red blade landed on the side of his neck. Lord Demon Emperor is an Emperor realm flesh body. Disciple can't break through the defense with just himself. Yi Lang retracted his magic sword and opened his mouth. The party he used, naturally, was extremely cold, but, at this moment, Yi Lang was secretly calculating in his heart, if he had an Emperor Great Attack talisman, was it possible to kill the Emperor realm? According to the effect of the extreme cold, it is able to cool down all the means of the other party, and what can be left behind is nothing more than the defensive inner armor on the other party's body, and its own physical body defense. It should be possible. It looks like we need to find a way to get some Imperial talismans. Yi Lang secretly said that the highest he had on him right now was only a heavenly ranked talisman. Whoa! Langjin, you actually won. That's amazing. On the surface of the lake, Cold Weiwei was pleasantly surprised and leaped. At this time, the heavenly demon emperor's internal true essence also regained control, and there was shock and some silence on his grim face. He didn't expect that he had actually lost, and inexplicably so. Although the defense wasn't broken, it was the fleshly body of the Emperor realm, not a means belonging to the peak of celestials. This Langjin, indeed, is something. Chapter 34, in name only, going to lust demon. You're very good, and you shocked this seat a bit. Since Weiwei likes you, this seat won't say anything more, so be good. On the surface of the lake, the Sky Demon Emperor was expressionless as he glanced at the two of them and spoke. When his eyes fell on Han Weiwei, a look of favor flashed by. On the side, Cold Weiwei's face was yet again delighted at the words. With her understanding of the heavenly demon emperor, this statement from the heavenly demon emperor meant approval of Langjin. In other words, Langjin could now be considered a legitimate son-in-law of the demon emperor. Thank you, Lord Demon Emperor. Yi Lang's heart was relieved and he arched his hand. He actually wanted to call his father-in-law directly, but held back hard. Nothing else, fear of being beaten. Father, then we will leave first and not disturb your cultivation. Cold Weiwei's heart rejoiced as she probed and asked. When the heavenly demon emperor heard this, a trace of helplessness flashed across his shadowy face, and then a mass of blood-red beads appeared out of thin air in his hand. Waving his hand and throwing it at Yi Lang, he said, Blood Spirit Bead. Refining the essence blood in it will increase your cultivation speed. Increase the speed of cultivation? Yi Lang was slightly stunned. What use was this thing to him? It seems like someone Yi, has never practiced on his own. However, he quickly reacted and busily took the beads before thanking the demon emperor. The heavenly demon emperor nodded, then waved his hand, and Yi Lang and Han Weiwei disappeared from the lake. Langjin, this kind of battle power, Soon will be the day of the gathering of the various sects, but it is just right to send him to carry out that task. After the two disappeared, the heavenly demon emperor muttered under his breath. Within the secret territory of the heavenly demon sect, within a dim, but very quiet valley, this was where Cold Weiwei lived and practiced on weekdays. At that moment, the space within the valley fluctuated slightly, and two silhouettes appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Yi Lang and Han Weiwei. I didn't expect you to defeat my father. That's awesome. Until this moment, Han Weiwei was still exhilarated and looked at Yi Lang with a face of adoration. Lord Demon Emperor, let me just. Mainly because he likes me too. Yi Lang laughed and flirted. Humph, what does he like about you? Like the fact that I'm good looking and attractive. Bah, shame on you. After flirting with Han Weiwei for a while, Yi Lang was suddenly silent for a while, then asked, Vivi, what would you do if one day, and I mean if, I took on the form of another person? Another person's identity? When he met the heavenly demon emperor just now, the worried look on Han Weiwei's face made Yi Lang's heart suddenly a little complicated. Although this chick is a member of the Devil's Path, she is in no way hateful. Ah, she is even cute. That was why Yi Lang had asked that question. What kind of problem is that? It's not like it's hard for a martial artist to change their appearance and status. You're trying to say that you won't be a devil's son one day, right? And that this young lady will not be too poor to be rich, right? Don't forget what this young lady is about. She doesn't care about you, some devil's son. To Yi Lang's surprise, Han Weiwei was unconcerned and even despised him in reverse. Yi Lang couldn't help but stare, and then he cursed himself in his heart for being a sand sculpture. How is it that having passed through all the flowers in his previous life, he's now actually being stupid in front of a chick? And to say such revealing things, this is a metaphysical world, and some things just don't work according to the ideas of the previous life. Since Cold Weiwei was overcome by his charms, that wouldn't change even if he resumed his original identity. Oh, you're so witty. That's for you to find out. Yi Lang grinned and gave a thumbs up. Humph, that's for sure. Cold Weiwei had a haughty face and said joyfully. When Yi Lang saw her moving smile, his heart was hot, and with one reach, he hooked her to his side, a pair of restless hands reaching out, aiming for the mountains and the sea. The entire secret realm is under the shroud of my father's divine mind. Han Weiwei smiled mischievously and whispered in Yi Lang's ear. Yi Lang stopped moving when he heard that. Joking aside, as fierce as he was still a bit weak to test the depths with his daughter under the demon emperor's nose. Reaching out and patting Han Weiwei's head, Yi Lang said with a straight face, It's getting late. I'm going back to my cave to cultivate. Remember tomorrow, come early for this lady. And at this time, when Yi Lang left the secret realm and headed for his cave, the news about him and Han Weiwei being together spread throughout the heavenly demon sect. Countless devil disciples are shocked, envious, and jealous, with different reactions. In the true disciple residence area, outside a cave not far from Lingzhen's cave, a pale man fell into silence for a long time after listening to the words of an ugly man beside him. Then, with 10 fingers clasped together, he hissed up to the sky. Cold Gotham, you took my position as a devil's son and robbed my beloved. This enmity is not to be shared. He, naturally, was the former demon's son, Xia Wuxing. Just now, not long after he woke up again from his coma, he heard this news. No, it's bad news for Xia Wu'er. Almost passed right out again. The ugly man on the side couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Xia Wuxia in such a state. And then remembering the 2 times he was insulted by that Lingzhen, he couldn't help but clench his fists as well. Senior brother Xie, one day, we will make Lingzhen pay. Aspirational. He had just finished speaking when another voice rang out from the field. It was none other than Yi Lang, who had just returned from the secret realm. Cold Gotham. As soon as that ugly youth saw Yi Lang, he was suddenly absent and froze in place, not daring to speak. Although Xia Wuxing on the side was filled with resentment, he had the sense to shut his mouth. Don't look at me like that, making me look like a villain. Yi Lang was somewhat speechless and opened his mouth. Shaking his head, he didn't bother with the 2 of them and went straight back to his cave. Anyway, if they wanted to take revenge, it was Lingzhen that they would find in the future. So what business was it of his Yi Lang? Time flew by, and soon another 3 days passed. In these few days, besides gaining a little basic reward every day, Yi Lang was accompanying Han Weiwei to fall in love. By the way, all sorts of prying into the strength of the heavenly demon sect, as well as the characteristics of various types of demonic skills and breakage. This was also one of the tasks Mo Xuanli had given them in the first place. With Yi Lang's current status in the heavenly demon sect, doing this didn't attract any suspicion at all, and he got what he wanted very smoothly. It was worth mentioning that after learning that he was with Cold Weiwei, Lin Sha's entire body was much more excited. When he looked at Yi Lang, his eyes often showed a yearning light. It was in anticipation of a better life ahead. Yi Lang was secretly alert in his heart, but he did not move as the master and disciple duo played acting skills against each other. On this day, Yi Lang returned to his cave and had just organized the information he had poked around in the past few days and sent it to the Empress Lord, when he heard a voice that resounded throughout the canyon. Inner sect and above disciples, organize your belongings today and head to the Lust Demon sect tomorrow. Chapter 35, The Devil's Way gathers. Undercover agents arrive to the Lust sect and bring a carry-on. Could this be Devil's Road is ready for war? Within the cave, Yi Lang once again took out the transmitting note, silently added this message and sent it to Lord Empress. Then he scanned around the cave, as if he didn't have much to bring with him. The good stuff is in the system and chat group space. The regular stuff is in the storage bag. Meanwhile, after the rest of the disciples within the Heavenly Demon sect heard the news, one by one, however, they all licked their lips with some excitement. The last time the clans gathered was when they raided the Spirit Sky clan. This time it's all together again, so it must be another big deal. And that, in turn, means killing people. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. In the middle of the huge canyon, the pervasive demonic aura slowly dispersed in a rare manner, revealing the Heavenly Demon sect martial practitioners who had already finished gathering. At the forefront of the crowd of Heavenly Devil sect disciples, Yi Lang stood beside Han Weiwei and was squinting his eyes as he observed the slowly dispersing devilish aura. This should be a formation, similar to the Spirit Sky sect's protector battle, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. Great, this time this young lady can finally tag along as well. At this time, Han Weiwei pulled Yi Lang's arm and said happily, last time when they raided the Spirit Sky sect, the Heavenly Demon Emperor did not allow her to participate, but it disappointed her for a while. However, if she really went there last time, I'm afraid Yi Lang's attitude towards her wouldn't be as good as it is now. After all, without the system chat group, Yi Lang would have definitely died in that havoc. Do you know what to do? Yi Lang looked at her and asked. I don't know, but with this many people, something big must be going on and it must be fun. Coldwell shook her head honestly. After a few days of getting along, she had already been completely attacked by Yi Lang, and in front of him had long since lost the arrogant tone that she had at the very beginning. Yi Lang nodded. The specific plan, the Heavenly Demon Emperor would definitely not reveal it easily. Let's go. At that moment, the terrifying figure of the Heavenly Demon Emperor appeared out of thin air above the canyon and spoke coldly with his head bowed. A huge, pitch-black flying boat was then sacrificed. Yes, below, the crowd replied in unison. And then under the leadership of a group of demon emperors and demon zoons, the Heavenly Demon sect disciples stepped onto the flying boat. Soon, the flying boat turned into a black light and disappeared into the sky. And at this time, the Spirit Sky sect, in the secret realm, next to the lakeside, the beautiful eyes of the stunningly clear Yin Yanran opened and received Yi Lang's message. With a slight frown, he stepped into the teleportation array, and in the next moment, he appeared in the Xian Tian Sword sect's secret realm. Sovereign Yin has indeed come as well. As soon as Yin Yanyan showed herself, she realized that several other clans' emperor realms had already gathered here. It was instantly clear that it appeared that all the undercover agents had sent word back. Patriarch Yin, your sect's disciple, Yi Lang, should have also sent back news of the Heavenly Demon sect's journey to the Lust Demon sect, right? The Xian Heavenly Sword Master, Mo Xianli, asked directly. Yin Yanran nodded. It seems that the Devil's Way is really going to make a big move. And our disciples from various sects who were sent to the Devil's Way have all sent back the same news. Seeing her nod, an Emperor Realm spoke. That's right, it's also time for us to make preparations. It's just that all these times, this seat has been secretly probing, but we still have nothing on the clans that have secretly defected to the Devil's Way. Mo Xuanli murmured slightly, then looked at Yin Yanran and said with a hint of anticipation in his tone, on Yi Lang's side, are there any clues coming in? Yin Yanran shook her head and opened her mouth. For the time being, there is no. However, he passed on a report about the number of specific strong people in the Heavenly Demon sect, as well as a large number of breaks in the Heavenly Demon sect's demonic techniques. The tone of his voice hid a touch of pride. What? When these words came out, the several Emperor realms were instantly shocked, automatically ignoring the previous sentence of no. The list of clans that had secretly defected to the Devil's Way was, needless to say, surely the Devil's Way's top secret, and they hadn't held out much hope in the first place. And Yin Yanran's later words were different, directly giving them another surprise. With this information, they would be able to clearly grasp the strength of the Heavenly Demon sect, and would also be able to have their disciples make preparations against the shortcomings of the demonic techniques. When the war starts, I'm afraid that the strength of the Heavenly Demon sect will directly decrease greatly. This Yi Lang, what a rare talent. Give him another credit. Mo Xian left his mouth in praise, and the remaining 5, including Zhang Shidao, had to admit this fact in their hearts. So much confidential information in such a short time. Even if they were put in Yi Lang's position, they all asked themselves that they couldn't do it. If the remaining few people, too, can get this information about their respective clans, then this battle will be much less difficult. The Sanyu sect patriarch could not help but sigh. Yes, when the several emperor realms heard this, they couldn't help but glance at each other, and in their hearts, they suddenly felt a little bit like their own undercover agents weren't up to the task. Afterward, the various emperor realms took the information down from Yin Yanran's hands, and they each returned to their clans first. 2 days later, in the extreme west of the Green Sky domain, there was a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, and this was exactly where the desired demon sect, the first of the 7 sects of the Devil's Way, was located. At this moment, in the void above the mountain range, the Sky Demon sect crowd had already arrived. Soon, the flying boat landed, and there were people from the Lust Demon sect welcoming down the Sky Demon sect crowd. Hiss, is the sister of the Lust Demon sect so Tai? Yi Lang looked at the people of the Lust Demon sect who had come to greet him, and crouched in his heart. All of them were sultry women wearing only tulle and showing off their long legs. I wonder who the undercover agent is who came to the Lust Demon sect. I have to say I'm a bit envious, Yi Lang said to himself in his heart. Immediately, he remembered that this time, not only the Heavenly Demon sect would come to the Lustful Demon sect, but all the other sects had come as well. Wouldn't that be? The undercover agents are all here. That's interesting. The corner of Yi Lang's mouth vaguely lifted up a smile. I wonder if they are in the demon sect. Are they mixing well? Just like this, Yi Lang thought about things all the way inside the Lust Demon sect. The Lust Demon sect had naturally arranged a place for them to stay a long time ago, and as a great sect at the head of the demonic path, the place was naturally not bad. However, just after stepping into the Lust Demon sect, a stirring came from Yi Lang's divine thoughts, sensing that someone had sent a message from that specially made transmitting note. Aha! You got a message just after you got here? Yi Lang was slightly stunned. This sound transmission could allow them, the undercover agents, to communicate with each other within 100 miles. It's kind of like the WeChat group in the previous world in a sense, but the identity of each is hidden. Yi Lang swept a glance. At this time there were people all around. It was not very convenient for him to check, so he suppressed his curiosity. When he reached the place, Yi Lang intended to run towards the cave assigned to him as soon as he spread his feet. Langjin, walk with me around. Cold Weiwei was ready to drag him around the Lust Demon sect and opened her mouth. Next time. Yi Lang dropped a sentence and quickly arrived in the cave. Then, the divine thoughts probed into the storage bag and landed on the transmitting note, and a message instantly appeared in his mind. Brothers, you're finally here. Please find a way to help me. I can't hold on much longer. Chapter 36 Undercover for Help. Can Hiko do it? Yi Lang's face instantly became a bit odd. Why did he directly ask for advice? You don't think so, do you? I was just about to send a message asking about it when another series of messages popped up in my head. This senior brother, don't panic. Please also say what's going on. That's right. We're all undercover agents together, so naturally we have to help each other out. All on the same page. But it was the other undercover agents who were also online and were sending messages. It's all very welcoming. Yi Lang couldn't help but be a bit headstrong. This one news popped out. It was hard to tell who was who. Yi Lang's divine thoughts moved and sent through the sound transmission note. Everyone stop for a moment and listen to me. It's so confusing for people to send messages like that. They don't even know who's who. It's hard to tell who is the senior brother who just asked for help. After he transmitted the message, the transmission note subsided for a moment, and then the message was received in his mind again. This senior brother has a point. Is there a solution? In that case, before each of us transmits, we'll put a code word in front of what we want to say. Yi Lang thought about it and transmitted his voice. The undercover agents immediately agreed. In that case, my codename will be Hikaru. Yi Lang continued to transmit his voice. Then my codename will be Shirokomo. My name is Kabuto. Tengu. Weeds. The undercover agents have reported their codenames. Yi Lang almost laughed out loud. These codenames were outrageous. Isn't it a bit much to call the one with the knife? At that moment, through the transmission note, information popped up in his mind once again. Sorrowful son, all of you, senior brothers, when the codenames are taken, can you care for little brother first? But it was the undercover agent who had begged for help and sent another message. Blade, you tell me, what the hell is going on? Tengu, +1. Sorrowful Yang, in that case, I will first reveal my identity. I am the one lurking in the Lust Demon sect. His identity in the Lust Demon sect is a true disciple named Xia Yang, an undercover agent of the Lust sect? What's the point of asking for help when there are so many beautiful women here? Yi Lang had some doubts in his heart. And soon the message codenamed Sorrowful Sun came again. Sorrowful Yang, everyone knows that the lust demon sect cultivates by sucking the essence of the opposite sex. In fact, within the sect, these disciples also refine their demonic essence through dual cultivation. By Yunzi, this little brother envy Tengu, yeah, not so much as a cry for help. Yilang also let out a long sigh and slowly sent out a transmission. Hikaru, dedication to the right path is understandable. After Yilang finished speaking, he realized that the transmission note was silent for a while, and then the message flooded into his mind once again. Sorrowful Young, in fact, at first, I was thinking the same thing, but in fact, they are all practicing dual cultivation demonic techniques, and I simply cannot get started in a short period of time. At first it was barely able to cope with some devilish women with low cultivation, but I never thought that this Xia Yang would have a long-term partner who was also practicing outside before. After she came back, she kept wanting to double cultivate with me, and I reluctantly refused all of them, but she pressed me every step of the way, and I just couldn't hold out any longer. Once she gets her hands on me, I'm afraid my identity will be exposed. Pust. Seeing this, Yilang finally couldn't hold back his laughter. As pathetic as Sad Yang was, he really couldn't help it. In fact, even if Sorrowful Yang had cultivated the dual cultivation devil technique purely, he still wouldn't be able to dual cultivate with that woman, because the sizes are different. As soon as you try the length, it's revealed. That's when the undercover agents started to pass the word again. Blade, can you find a way to get rid of her? Sorrowful Yang, her strength is not low, and now that I can't use my original kung fu martial arts, I can't do anything to kill her silently, and she's not from a bad background. Weeds, I remember. That day Patriarch Mo said that the undercover agent of the 7 Slaughter Demon sect, who is a Devil's Son identity, should be able to find a way? Tengu, makes sense. I'll have to ask that senior brother for help in this matter. Sorrowful Son, please brother save me. In the cave, Yilang silently looked at their water group and did not speak for the time being. If someone could solve Sad Yang's predicament, he wouldn't have to worry about it. At the bottom of his heart, he certainly didn't want anything to happen to any of the undercover agents, because that would probably involve himself. By Yunzi, now that it's come to this, and since we all belong to the same righteous path, I don't have anything to hide. I'm the one who went undercover for the 7 Slaughter Demon sect. But, I'm not a Miko now. Through the transmission note, messages flashed through Yilang's mind. The undercover agents were instantly puzzled, and they transmitted their voices for an explanation. By Yunzi, it's an embarrassing thing to say. Patriarch Mo had a momentary oversight that day and forgot that the 7 Slaughter Demon sect's demon son was originally in the late celestial stage. But I'm only in the mid-celestial stage. Afterwards, my family's patriarch had approached Patriarch Mo, but Patriarch Mo said that the being within the cave would not strike again in a short period of time due to a number of reasons. I had no choice but to have the patriarch fake a serious injury to me, disguising the fact that I had been knocked off my realm. After entering the 7 Slaughter Demon sect, he was jerked out of his position as a demon son on the same day. Behind the transmissions, the undercover agents couldn't help but fall silent for a while. It's too hard for everyone. They entered the devil sect undercover, unable to use the means of the righteous path, and unfamiliar with the devil Dao martial arts in a short period of time. Their strength could not be fully utilized at all. Still have to figure out how to probe for information. One by two, are a bit stifled. At that moment, that Sad Yang couldn't help but despair a bit and transmitted his voice. Wouldn't that be the end of me? Yilang shook his head after reading the information in his mind. It seemed that it was better for him to make a move. Ding! Trigger mission, save the undercover agent in danger from being implicated and exposing his identity. At this time, the system beep that hadn't sounded for a long time suddenly appeared. Yilang couldn't help but be pleased. Now that's another white wave reward. Afterwards, Yilang's divine thoughts connected to the transmission note, preparing to stabilize that Sad Yang first. Don't panic, just wait for the news. After sending it, Yilang left his divine thoughts from the note transmission, put away his storage bag, and walked out of the cave. And as soon as he did so, all the undercover agents lurking in the various demonic sects instantly launched another message. Shirokomo, could Hikaru do it? Tengu, that can't be right, but there's no one else who's a demon son identity. Urching, hey, it's a pity we can't think of anything for a while. Not long afterward, within the area where the heavenly demon sect's disciples were located, within one of the best cave dwellings. Naturally, the one who lived in here was the princess of the heavenly demon sect, Han Weiwei. In the 7 sects of the Devil Dao, Han Weiwei was actually quite famous, and many Devil Dao martial artists knew that the heavenly devil emperor had an only daughter. The mind is harboring the idea of evening out, but there has just been no opportunity to do so. At this moment, inside the cave, Han Weiwei was sitting intimately with a man. The man was naturally Yi Lang. "Humph. Why did you just run off without my lady?" With a sappy tone, Cold Wei Wei asked. "Occasionally, I had an epiphany and went back to my cave to cultivate for a while." Yi Lang blindly gilbull ****** Ted. Then with a slight pause, he opened his mouth. "Vivi, there's something. I want you to do a small favor." Chapter 37, Vivi Strikes. "Hikari is awesome." "Humph. So there's something you want to ask this young lady. No wonder you took the initiative to run over. That said, what am I doing over here if there's nothing going on?" "What did you say?" Okay, down to business." Inside the cave, Yi Lang's movements were overbearing as he pulled Han Weiwei into his arms. After getting along for this period of time, he had figured out some of Coldwell's character. This chick is a sucker for that. In her previous life, she would have loved a dominant president. So to lick the dog, Cold Weiwei, that was no feeling at all. Sure enough, Han Weiwei just gently hammered Yi Lang's chest and then said, "Then you say what's the matter? Here's the deal." Yi Lang lowered his head to Cold Weiwei's ear, and described Sad Yang's situation in a jealous way, saying that the woman was too horny, and Sad Yang could not bear to be squeezed and wanted to escape from the clutches of. Of course, he concealed the identity of Sad Yang's undercover agent and only said that it was a friend he had made while he was practicing outside. The timing is right too. Your friend is so miserable, so what am I going to do? After hearing this, Cold Weiwei's pretty face blushed as she asked. It's simple. You go show up and teach the woman a lesson, taking care to keep her injury in focus. I'll take care of the rest. With a nod of her head, Han Weiwei intended to go out of the cave to do so. However, Yi Lang was the one who pulled her back into his arms and let out a light laugh, then lowered his head. Hey, don't rush it. Do some business before you go? What else is positive? Not long afterward, Lust Demon Sect, True Disciple Residential Area. Outside a cave, a woman with a hot dress and enchanting figure was frowning as she looked inside the cave. Xia Yang, there must be something wrong with you. Otherwise how could you refuse to double cultivate with me? If you don't open the cave and let me in, I'm going to break in. The woman's language is bold and not at all evasive. It immediately attracted the attention of many people around. There were still quite a few people in this living area at this time, but they were not all true disciples of the Lust Demon Sect. There were also some disciples from various other demonic sects. It's to visit someone you know well. The women of the Lust Demon Sect are really wild enough. But what's going on here? It looks like it's the male in the cave who doesn't want to double cultivate with her? Ahem. It's not as if this sort of thing can't be done on my behalf. Many of the disciples of the various demon sects murmured with doubts in their tones. Soon, there was a true disciple of the Lust Demon Sect who came over to explain. You guys don't know what happened. Senior Sister Chen He and Xia Yang, the one in the cave, have been long-term dual cultivation partners, but I don't know why. But after Senior Sister Chen came back from this expedition, no matter how much Senior Sister Chen teased, Xia Yang strongly held back from dual cultivation with her. Now it's even hiding in the cave and not coming out. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. The Lust Demon Sect was truly unique. There's such a thing. And at that moment, inside the cave, a good-looking man was looking at the storage bag in front of him with an anxious expression. He was naturally Xia Yang, one of the undercover agents of the Righteous Path, codenamed Sad Yang. At this moment, he was asking for help from his undercover brothers through a transmitting note. Sad Yang, what to do? That woman is going to break into my cave. Tengu, she won't use force. Shirokomo, where's Hikaru? Didn't he tell you to wait for news? Weeds, I think he's just the king of strong mouth. Boom. At that moment, a loud bang came from the entrance of the cave, and Sad Yang was shaken. That Chen He really broke in. How can there be such a woman? Sad Yang was on the verge of crying in his heart. Where in the Righteous Path had he seen this kind of woman who was dead set on dual cultivation? If he called her in and performed those enchanting tricks, how could he control his brother? Guys, she'll be in a minute. I'll do my best, and even if I'm exposed, I won't give it away. Sending one last message through the sound transmission note, Sad Yang stood up and walked towards the entrance of the cave with incomparable apprehension in his heart. How dare you force your way into a man's cave in broad daylight? Shameless. However, at that moment, outside the cave, a condescending woman's voice suddenly came. Sad Yang was stunned as his divine thoughts hurriedly probed out, only to find that it was a beautiful-looking young woman. It's none other than Vivian Cold. Where did the little come from that dares to meddle in my business? Chen Han sized up Cold Weiwei for a few moments, his tone venomous. She had never met Cold Weiwei, so naturally she didn't know her identity. However, the moment her words came out, Cold Weiwei instantly chilled her face. In all her life, she hadn't been called a little by anyone. How dare you scold this lady? In Han Weiwei's hand, A blood-red talisman appeared out of thin air and violently threw it at Chun-Han. This is the Earth-rank blood-melting talisman. What is this woman's origin? Out of the blue is an Earth-rank talisman? Don't you know? She is the only daughter of Lord Sky Demon Emperor, known as the Princess of the Sky Demon Sect. Hiss. This strike by Han Weiwei immediately shocked the surrounding martial artists and caused them to talk about it. Her identity is naturally not a secret. At the entrance of the cave, the Divine Mind couldn't help but have a wonderful look on his face when he heard these arguments about Sad Young, daughter of the Devil Emperor. What's a big shot like that doing in my? Could be Hikari? Sad Young was shocked in his heart, and at that moment, the talisman had already transformed into a rain of blood, completely enveloping the side of the world where Chen Han was. Ah! In the rain of blood, Chen Han's mournful screams rang out, as if he was about to be melted by the rain of blood. At this time, Han Weiwei once again threw out a talisman, dispersing the rain of blood. She was angry, but still didn't try to kill anyone, and 2 Earth-rank talismans were absolutely nothing to her, the daughter of a demon emperor. The rain of blood dispersed, revealing Chen Han's figure, but he fell to the ground, already unconscious and covered in blood. Shoo! At that moment, a stream of light suddenly came from the sky, and a woman's figure appeared. The breath was terrifying. It was actually the Imperial Realm. Seeing Chen Han's miserable state, his face couldn't help but sink. Seeing Coldwell again, but then paused. Eldest Miss Cold, I don't know how Honor has angered you to lay such a heavy hand on her? The woman's voice was sharp and full of resentment. Humph. She scolded this young lady small. Then my father is not old? You. The woman was speechless. How dare she take that? After taking a deep look at Han Weiwei, he left with Chun Han, and at that moment, Sorrowful Yang also came out from the cave, and he was momentarily agitated by the desperate situation, and let out a long breath in his heart. Miss Chill. Sad Yang walked across to Han Weiwei and was about to open his mouth to say thank you when he suddenly remembered that his thanks seemed a bit odd. He is now a disciple of the Lust Demon Sect. You don't have to say much, my lady is just being entrusted. Coldwell gave him a look with some sympathetic eyes and dropped a sentence, then drew away, leaving Sorrowful Young frozen in place. Huge waves had surged in his heart by now. Being entrusted by someone, it seems it must be Hikaru. Only Hikaru told himself to wait for the news. I didn't realize that Hikari Zu had gotten so mixed up that she was able to invite the Demon Emperor's daughter to make a move. The same undercover agent. The difference is too big. Chapter 38 Undercover Shocker. What mission? Soon after, Sad Yang returned to his cave, and with excitement and shock, he sent his situation through the transmission note. The undercover agents lurking in the various demonic sects were shocked. Kabuto, hiss. Hikaru was able to invite the Demon Emperor's daughter. Bayunzi, I dare not think that Hikaru would be so successful in the demon sect. Weed, Hikari-sensei. I immediately apologize for what I said before. Lust Demon Sect, the gathering area of the heavenly demon's disciples. Yi Lang was in his cave when he felt a throbbing of the transmission note. Then the Divine Mind connected to take a look. It was immediately clear in his mind that it looked like Vivi had already taken care of things. However, that only relieved Sorrowful Yang of a momentary danger, and another hand had to be added. Afterward, Yi Lang joined in the speech through a transmission note. Hikari, ahem. Sorrowful Yang, Hikaru is here. Thank you so much. Otherwise I might have been exposed today. Kabuto, Hikaru is really deep. Urching, the path of the undercover agent is still a lesson to be learned from you. Hikaru. Yi Lang smiled faintly. The big guy pattern was still small. That's shocking? He then continued his statement. Please be quiet for a moment. Sorrowful Sun's crisis is not completely over yet. Sorrowful Sun, Hikari is right. I'm afraid that Chun Han will come back again after his injuries are healed. Hikari, senior brother. I wonder if you can teach me. The other undercover agents did not speak again at this point and were listening in silence. Hikaru, this matter is not difficult. Just declare to the public immediately that you fell in love at first sight with the Demon Emperor's daughter today. As soon as he finished speaking, the transmission note was immediately a tremor, and the undercover agents came out of the water again. By Yunzi, hiss. That's a great move by Senior Hikari. So Sad Yang can rightfully reject that woman. Tengu, and that woman didn't dare say anything. Hikaru-sensei, that's awesome. The undercover agents licked at Yi Lang for a while, not knowing if they were sincere or hoping that if they had a crisis in the future, Yen Zhu would be able to save them. Yi Lang shook his head and continued. Hikari, but Sorrowful Sun, you should be careful to never really bother the Demon Emperor's daughter, because she has a sweetheart, and that person is strong to the core. Sorrowful Yang, thank you for reminding me. I'll keep it in mind. After saying this, Yi Lang withdrew his divine thoughts and exited the chat with the undercover agents as the system prompted him that the mission had been completed. The rewards, too, are arriving. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining 1,000 days of cultivation. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the secret skill, shifting art. As the system voice disappeared, Yilang instantly felt the cultivation level in his body skyrocket for a while. It didn't even seem far from breaking through the Zune realm. Speaking of breaking through the Zune realm, Yilang thought of Lin Sure again. That oldie than one day does not reveal the cloven foot. This heart is really a bit unsettled. Shaking his head, Yilang suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Everything would wait until he broke through the Zune realm. Then look up another reward. Transformation technique, auxiliary secret skill. After the host casts it, he can change his appearance into that of any person he has seen, and cultivators below the level of great emperors are unable to see through it. Aha! This thing doesn't seem to work backwards. Yilang muttered a sentence in his heart, but he didn't care. You can't be too good at it. Cold Gotham. At this moment, Han Weiwei's voice sounded outside his cave. Yilang came back to his senses and lifted his feet to walk out. What's with the look? At the entrance of the cave, Yilang saw that Han Weiwei was bulging her mouth and was somewhat curious. Humph. It's not even you, asking me to help your friend. That woman's master is an emperor, and took the matter to my father. Father just sent me a message to follow him and not to cause any more trouble. Cold Weiwei blankly glanced at him and said with some anger, Follow your daddy? Yilang's gaze flickered as he heard this. Lord Demon Emperor. It seems to be in the Lust Demon sect's secret realm, right? And several other demon emperors are there as well. Well, he just told me to go to the secret place and there's nothing even in it. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy Cold Weiwei became, and her little face kept crumpling. Why don't I go with you then? Yilang suddenly said. This was an opportunity, a chance to get up close and personal with all the demon emperors. Maybe, it's possible to eavesdrop on some secret. Really? When Cold Weiwei sniffed, she turned sad to happy. Of course it's true. I just don't know if Lord Demon Emperor will allow it. Don't worry, I'll talk to Dad personally. Besides, you're not an outsider. Cold Vivian patted her chest and assured her. Looking at Yilang, he shook his eyes for a while. Not a big crowd, but quite choppy. Afterward, Yilang joined Han Weiwei and headed for the secret realm of the Lust Demon sect. Along the way, they encountered quite a few disciples from various sects, and seeing the two of them move in close proximity, they all cast envious and jealous gazes at Yilang. Today, Cold Weiwei's great display of power in the true disciple area had spread everywhere, and everyone knew that she, the daughter of the Demon Emperor, couldn't be messed with. Who wouldn't want that? Besides, Vivian Cold herself was a great beauty. Soon, Yilang and his duo arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, and a Lust Demon sect Zune realm stopped them. My father is the master of the Sky Demon sect. He let me in. Cold Weiwei's small face raised, and she straightened up. So it's Miss Cold. You can naturally go in. That Zune realm immediately compensated with a smile. But this, can't you see what we have to do with each other? Han Weiwei tightened her hand around Yilang's arm and said, This, let them in. That Zune realm was still hesitant when a majestic voice suddenly resounded from within the secret territory. He obeyed at once and got out of the way. Subsequently, Yilang and his duo stepped into the secret realm. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were picked up by a great force, and then when they landed on the opposite side, there were already 7 eerie but terrifying to the extreme figures standing. Hello father, a couple of uncles. Cold Dweller hurriedly greeted her. Heavenly Demon Sect, Demon Sun Langzhen, see all the demon emperors. Yilang's heart was slightly nervous, but only an instant long disappeared, bowed his head. On the opposite side, the demon emperors were also sizing him up. Peak Celestial, not bad indeed, can be a heavy duty. The majestic voice from earlier sounded once again, and a figure standing in the very center spoke. He was none other than the Lord of the Lust Demon sect, the 1,000 Lust Demon Emperor. On the opposite side, Yilang slightly raised his head, and his eyes stared when he saw the 1,000 Desires Demon Emperor. So it's you, old man. No wonder the voice sounded familiar. He didn't have a shallow impression of this 1,000 Desires Demon Emperor, remembering how this old thing almost made him hiccup just after crossing over, and tried to hit on the Lady Emperor Sama. I'll kill you sooner or later. Yilang couldn't help but mouth the fragrance in his heart. The cultivation is indeed the strongest when it comes to the disciples of the various sects, and it seems that he is also the son-in-law of the Heavenly Demon? At that moment, another Demon Emperor spoke up and also asked the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was slightly silent. His eyes roamed over Yilang's body for a while, and slowly nodded. That would indeed be one of the more appropriate candidates for the task. Seeing him admit it, that Demon Emperor continued, but it was Yilang who heard a moment of doubt. The mission? What mission? Chapter 39, Eavesdropping on Secrets. Yilang is awesome. Well, let's talk about this afterward. The 1,000 Desires Demon Emperor stopped the conversation. He then walked towards the other side with several demon emperors, and the heavenly demon emperor landed at the end. Looking at the two of them, Wei Wei, you'll be here from now on, and since Langjin is willing to accompany you, join us as well. Oh, cold Wei Wei didn't dare to retort and nodded. Lord Demon Emperor, disciple has the audacity to ask. I don't know what kind of mission the party was talking about, Yi Lang asked in a low voice as he slightly pondered. Just now, the heavenly demon emperor had acknowledged him as his son-in-law, so it seemed that he had already approved of him. He doesn't have to be so formal anymore. You'll find out soon enough. The heavenly demon emperor glanced at him, then left with his hands folded. Only when the figures of the several demon emperors disappeared into thin air did Han Weiwei breathe a sigh of relief. It's so depressing to be with them. Still comfortable with you? Yi Lang sniffed back and smiled, then opened his mouth. Well, your father can't be far away, so don't you pretend to practice a little. Cold Weiwei had no choice but to sit down on her knees and unwillingly run her gong method. Yi Lang likewise sat down next to her, but instead of cultivating, he unleashed his skill. Eavesdropping ears. This secret realm is bound to be placed under a ban. He just tried secretly, and his divine thoughts couldn't even extend out 100 meters. And it was in the middle of a secret realm. Surely it wouldn't be as vast as the outside. Then he had reason to guess that the heavenly demon emperor and the others wouldn't be too far away. In the next moment, the skill was opened, and Yi Lang instantly hurried all the sounds in a 10-mile radius of himself into his ears. Suddenly, Yi Lang's face twitched as he heard the voices of several demon emperors talking. They really weren't far away. Those righteous clans that have defected are not much of a surprise, are they? This was the voice of the Thousand Desires demon emperor. No, but it's too spread out, with different strengths and weaknesses, and it seems to be a bit cluttered. This was another demon emperor speaking. You can pick a clan to be the leader, so why don't you pick? Alright, we'll talk about this afterward. Yi Lang was hearing the most crucial point, but he was interrupted by the Thousand Desires demon emperor, and he couldn't help but feel depressed in his heart. You're dead, and at this moment, within the secret territory, according to Yi Lang and the others, not far away, in a huge altar shrouded by a boundary, the Thousand Desires demon emperor and the others were talking. Of course they wouldn't have thought that in this secret realm, within the boundary, there would be someone who could eavesdrop on their conversation. To be honest, even if Yi Lang told them that he could eavesdrop, I'm afraid these demon emperors wouldn't believe him. How is that possible? At this moment, the Thousand Desires demon emperor, who had just stopped the conversation, continued. Now it's better to hurry up and finish sacrificing the demon puppet. That's right. If it weren't for the fact that in the mid-heaven domain, the Darkness Demon Palace had begged for this demon puppet that was comparable to a great emperor's battle power, we wouldn't have started the war lightly. Great Emperor Warrior. On the other side, Yi Lang, who was cursing the Thousand Desires demon emperor in his heart, his face directly froze. The Devil's Way actually had a what devil puppet that was comparable to the battle power of a great emperor. No wonder the Devil's Way dared to take the initiative to challenge the Righteous Way. Just, the middle heavenly domain to the Dark Devil Palace. What kind of power is this? It's so powerful. I have to hurry up and tell the Empress the news so they can get ready. Except for Han Weiwei, Yi Lang had no good feelings towards most of the people in the Devil's Way, especially since he had almost died at the hands of the Devil's Way when he first crossed over. So naturally he didn't want the righteous path to lose. Afterward, Yi Lang glanced at Han Weiwei beside him and saw that she had already sunk into cultivation, so he quietly probed his divine thoughts into the storage bag. Connecting the transmission note, he sensed the branding left behind by Yin Yenran. Subsequently, send the message that you have heard, and send it, in a very block. Yin Yenran, who was in the Spirit Sky sect, received Yi Lang's message. I can't help but sit up from the lake with an open mind. Master, what's wrong? Next to the lake, Su Shuemeng happened to be there as well, and seeing this, she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. Nothing, you continue to cultivate. Yin Yenran stabilized her mind, then took a step into the teleportation array and disappeared. After she left, Su Shuemeng frowned and murmured, I hope it won't be bad news for senior brother Yi. She knew that Yi Lang was going on a secret mission, she just didn't know exactly what it was for. That's why there is some concern. On the other side, within the Xian Tian Sword sect's secret realm, after Yin Yenran appeared, she realized that the various sect's emperor realms were, in fact, all here again. She couldn't help but freeze when she had wanted to be in some kind of hurry. Patriarch Yin, your clan's Yi Lang, is truly a rare talent. I didn't expect him to be in the Devil's sect and be able to mix so well. As soon as she appeared, Yin Yenran froze when she heard these emperor realms, praising Yi Lang for a while. Speaking of which, this seed is the one who should be thanking Yi Lang. Shen Heavenly Sword Master Mo Xuanli exclaimed with a sigh. Gentlemen, I wonder what happened. Yin Yenran said doubtfully. Patriarch Yin doesn't know. It seems that Yi Lang didn't tell you. So he really has the manners of a gentleman. Mo Xuanli sighed again and then told the story one by one. It turned out that it was the undercover agents of the various clans who had told the various emperor realms about what had happened before. Sad Young, in particular, thanked Hikaru profusely in his message, and Mo Xuanli and the others naturally knew that the only one who could invite the daughter of the Heavenly Demon Emperor could be the undercover Heavenly Demon Sex Yi Lang. The one codenamed Sorrowful Yang is none other than this seat's disciple, Li Qing Yang, Mo Xuanli explained after he finished. So it is. A touching smile slowly rose on Yin Yenran's face. Yi Long, always surprising her, but only for a moment. She put away her smile and her expression became grave. The remaining few emperor realms froze when they saw this, and one of them said, "It can't be that Yi Lang has some more secrets coming in, right?" Yin Yenran nodded. Several of the emperor realms looked at each other at once. This Yi Lang, hanging out in the Devil's Road, is also too powerful. Right. Secrets one after another? The other undercover agents don't compare at all. Could it be that the clan that secretly defected to the Devil's Way has a clue? Mo Xuanli was slightly agitated and guessed. No. However, this information is more important in comparison. Shaking her head, Yin Yanyan said the news that Yi Lang had summoned to the meeting without revealing a single word. At that moment, the crowd of emperor realms directly froze in place. The Devil's Way, to think that it has also secretly prepared a great emperor battle power. No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. What's even more terrifying is that they actually have a connection with the To Darkness Demon Palace in the Middle Heavenly Domain. It's a good thing there's Yi Lang, or else we'd probably be caught off guard by the Devil's Way then. But how to deal with it now? I'm afraid it will take some time for old man Xintian to recover fully. If the Devil's Way comes to attack in advance, after the crowd froze, they opened their mouths in shock. A demonic puppet of the great emperor realm is not a match for us. No matter what, it's better to inform the old ancestor about this first. Mo Xuanli looked shocked as he opened his mouth. Chapter 40 Undercover in the Righteous Path? Yi Lang was confused. Soon, Mo Xuanli and the other 7 emperor realms arrived at the depths of the secret realm. Outside that cave. What happened? Inside the cave, an old and majestic voice came out. Mo Xuanli pondered slightly, then explained what had happened. Succinctly, that Xiantian old ancestor within the cave fell silent. After a long time, the majestic voice sounded again. This seat is already fast approaching from complete recovery and should be in time to deal with this. Rather, that Supreme Darkness Demon Palace, how could it be involved in the affairs of the Green Sky Domain? The few people outside the cave couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. Where do they know? However, Yin Yenran stepped forward and slightly saluted before saying, "Senior may not need to worry. With the strength of the Dark Demon Palace, the Green Sky Domain is not worth laying their hands on in their eyes. It should just be that the Devil's Path happened to beg for a devil puppet." Oh, Yin family girl child has a point. I have not been present for hundreds of years, but I am a little confused. Old ancestor Xiantian, who was inside the cave, saw Yin Yenran open her mouth and eased her voice quite a bit. The remaining few emperor realms couldn't help but glance at each other once more, their hearts complicated. Yin Yenyan was indeed of great origin, and seemed to know a great deal about the great powers of the Middle Heaven Domain. Zhang Shidao even sighed inwardly. That day, if not for that, Yi Lang stirred up the situation. Perhaps Yin Yenran is already his Purple Sky Sect people. At this moment, old man Xuantian's voice once again sounded. Next, it is still necessary for that undercover disciple to pay close attention to the movements of the Devil's Way, and inform me immediately if there are any changes. Yes, the crowd responded, and retreated. Lust Demon Sect, within the secret realm. At this time, another 3 days had passed since Yi Lang and Han Weiwei entered the secret realm. Yi Lang's cultivation, with the superimposition of the daily base bonus cultivation, was already just a hair's breadth away from the Zun realm. On this day, the Heavenly Demon Emperor suddenly sent a message asking him to head to a place in the secret realm. Following the Heavenly Demon Emperor's guidance, Yi Lang soon arrived in the middle of the secret realm, outside a huge open space. Surprisingly to Yi Lang, above the open space, there were 2 more people. Yi Lang's eyes couldn't help but stare when he saw the 2. These 2. One was a contemporary demoness of the Lust Demon Sect, known as the Demoness of Yang Picking, and the other was a contemporary demon son of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect, named Mo Sha. All of them are in the late celestial stage of cultivation. It was the 2 with the highest cultivation level among the disciples of the Devil's Way. Except for him. Originally, among the Devil's Way, there was still Xiaowui of the Heavenly Demon Sect and the former demon son of the 7 Slaughter Demon Sect who were at the late celestial cultivation stage. However, those 2, one of them was hit by Yi Lang in vain, and their injuries were still not healed until now. One person, who was still lying in the secret territory of the Xiantian sword sect, didn't know if he was dead or not. What's this about? Yi Lang was a bit puzzled, but then he suddenly remembered what mission that demon emperor had said that day. Is that it? But the heavenly demon sect demon son, senior brother Lang? At that moment, the male among the two, that is, Mo Sha, with a smile on his face, opened his mouth. That young Kai Demonis, however, had a Thai face, her eyes constantly swaying at Yi Lang's lower body, revealing a look of interest. Yi Lang glanced at her and nodded faintly at Mo Sha. In his heart, he was secretly disdainful. This woman, could it be that she still wants to pick Laozi's essence? But it's a pity that Laozi can't see you. He's not interested in a 10,000 man chopper. Not much. I wonder if senior brother Lang knows what the demon emperor summoned us here for. Ma Sha asked tentatively. The matter of Yi Lang and Han Weiwei's had long been rumored in all the major devil sects during this period of time. Anyone who knew that he was besotted with the daughter of the demon emperor must be better informed than the average person. Yi Lang glanced at him and was about to open his mouth when several strong figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he shut his mouth in a hurry. Greetings to all the demon emperor lords. The various demon sons hurriedly bowed and said, and Mo Sha also had the sense not to say anything more. Aha! There is no need to be polite. You have been summoned here to go on a mission while you are there. Among the 7 demon emperors, one of them spoke. Mo Sha and the others couldn't help but stare. They hadn't received half the news before. It was only Yi Lang, whose heart was shaken. Secretly, it was true. Just what kind of mission was it, making it so secretive? Not even Vivian Cold is qualified to hear it. For some reason, a familiar feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Dare I ask Lord Demon Emperor, what is the mission? Yi Lang's gaze flashed as he opened his mouth and asked. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor glanced at him, then faintly said, I'm sure you all know that we, the Devil Dao, are about to wage war on the righteous path and turn the entire Green Sky domain into the territory of the Devil Dao. What a familiar opening. Yi Lang was stunned in his heart. This Thousand Desires said something. How in that day that Xiantian sword sect old man Mo, a tone. In the middle of the field, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor paused and continued. Among the righteous path, there are also already a few clans of not so weak strength that have secretly defected to us. When these words came out, besides Yi Lang, Mo Sha and that lust demon sect's Kai Yang were all shocked. That's news they didn't really know. Could it be that our mission is related to these righteous sects? Yi Lang pondered for a while, then asked archly. You're smart. Yes, your mission this time is indeed about these clans. There are a total of 3 righteous sects that have defected. All of them are sects that have an imperial realm at their helm. And even the patriarch of one of them is still a half-step imperial realm. And this seed intends to send the 3 of you, each of you, to those 3 sections. For 1, as an undercover agent, it can pass on information, and play a role in keeping an eye on them, just in case those righteous sects are waving their flags at a critical time. Also, there will be an important thing for you to accomplish at that time. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor looked at the 3 of Yi Lang and slowly said. As soon as the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor finished speaking, a series of question marks immediately appeared in Yi Lang's mind. Straight up confused. Send him undercover to the righteous? That's outrageous. Isn't he working undercover in the devil's way now? This double agent? Yi Lang came back to his senses and sighed long in his heart. Unlike him, that Mo Sha and Kai Yang were shocked. But there was also a hint of excitement, especially Kai Yang of the Lust Demon sect, with a look of yearning. Yi Lang knew with his feet that the disciples of the sect she went to were going to be succored. Lord Demon Emperor, then I don't know how to hide this demonic aura of ours. At that moment, Na Kai Yang remembered a question and asked. You don't have to worry about that. This seat will personally take action. And since the clans you're going to have all defected to the devil's way, just be careful not to show your face in front of the righteous imperial realm. The other demon emperor, sniffing, spoke, looking at it this way. As far as undercover agents were concerned, the devil's way's methods were still inferior to the righteous way. Yi Lang secretly said in his heart that he had quickly accepted this reality. If you go undercover in the right way, then go undercover. And, instead of being a bad thing, it still seems to be a great good thing. Once he's gone, won't the righteous sects that have secretly joined the devil's path be revealed in their original form? Not only that, listening to that Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's words, it seemed that this time, going undercover was mainly for whatever they were asked to do afterwards. Doesn't that leave a lot of room for maneuver? Chapter 41, Seeing Lin Fury again. The picture is not clear. After that, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor instructed them a few more times before saying, this matter is confidential and must not be mentioned to outsiders. After 3 days this seed will send you to wherever you are going. yet there was no mention of which specific righteous sects. Of course, Yi Lang didn't rush to ask. He would know by then anyway. After Thousand Desires finished speaking, he glanced at the lust demon sect's Kai Yang again and headed off into the distance. The latter instantly understood and hurriedly followed. After the duo left, that Demon Emperor Zun and Heavenly Demon Emperor of the Yellow Springs Demon sect signaled Emosha and Yi Lang, respectively, to follow them out. Shortly afterward, a separate space within the secret territory where the Heavenly Demon Emperor and Yi Lang appeared. An array disc-like object appeared in the Sky Demon Emperor's hand, then handed it to Yi Lang. You will keep this item safe, and you can receive a message from this emperor through this item at that time, but don't use it in front of the Emperor realm. Yi Lang nodded and took that array disc. This should be something of the same nature as that transmission note given by Patriarch Himo. It's just that this thing is less stealthy and is designed to receive information. Thinking of that transmission note, Yi Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Good lord, it's really a double agent. By the way, this seat observes you. It seems that you are only a hair's breadth away from breaking through the Zun realm. Perhaps it is the effect of taking that blood spirit pill of this seat. At this time, the Heavenly Demon Emperor sized up Yi Lang and spoke again. Ha? Blood elixir? I forgot about. If you didn't tell me. When Yi Lang heard this, he was first stunned, then his heart was speechless. The previous ones were still in his storage pouch and he hadn't used them. Although he was able to use this blood spirit pill in his demonized body state, he had the system's daily bonus cultivation. I really forgot something. However, since the Heavenly Demon Emperor had said so, Yi Lang nodded. In that case, for Wei Wei's sake, this seat will gift you 3 more grains so that you can break through the Zun realm just in these 2 days. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's face was slightly satisfied as 3 blood-red pills once again appeared in his hands. Ah, this. Many thanks to Lord Demon Emperor. Yi Lang received the Dan pill and put on a touched plus grateful look on his face. There's one more thing. This seat suddenly remembered that previously, after you entered the secret realm with Vivi, your master, Lin Shi, had specifically begged to see this seat, asking you to make a trip to him when you were about to break through the Zun realm. It says that there is a great gift there for you as a disciple. The Heavenly Demon Emperor had all but turned around to leave when he suddenly turned his head again and said, after Yi Lang and Cold Wei Wei established their relationship, the Heavenly Demon Emperor had read the information about him, and thus knew about Lin Shi's relationship with Langjun. Otherwise, with his status, how would he easily meet a mere half-step Imperial Realm Lin Shi? Disciple knows. I'll go out to meet Master later. Yi Lang could not see any change in his face and nodded his head. The Heavenly Demon Emperor then stopped talking and disappeared in a flash. Old, was thinking of going double agent. Lazy, but since you're a thief, I'll come to meet you. Yi Lang was fuming in his heart, even though he wasn't really Langjun, but Lin Shi really wanted to mess with him. In that case, might as well find out what he's up to. As for fear, this really didn't exist. The sea nimbus armor and the swimming heavenly boat on his body alone were enough to keep him safe. Thinking of this, Yi Lang's eyes condensed, and his body flashed toward the secret boundary. After leaving the secret realm, Yi Lang did not delay and headed straight to the mountains outside the Lust Demon sect. During this period of time, many more small and medium-sized demonic clans had flocked to the Lust Demon sect one after another, and there was definitely no room for them within the sect. However, the mountains outside the Lust Demon sect stretched for thousands of miles, but it was not a problem. The Heavenly Demon sect then chose a section of the mountain range as a temporary base. Soon, outside a remote cave outside the mountain range where the Heavenly Demon sect members had gathered, Disciple Langjun, seeking an audience with Master. Yi Lang stood outside the cave and said in a deep voice, boom! The door to the cave was quickly opened, revealing Lin Shi's figure. Isn't Zhun'er cultivating in the secret realm? Why did he come to Master's place today? Lin Shi revealed a hint of a smile and said, he saw Lord Demon Emperor today, and he said that Master told me to come to you when I'm close to breaking through. It just so happens that the Demon Emperor rewarded a few blood spirit pills for my disciple to break through the realm. So my disciple came. Yi Lang replied honestly, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Fury all the time, watching the change in his expression. As expected, the moment he heard Yi Lang say that he had broken the realm, a flash of excitement appeared on Lin Shi's face, but it was hidden in only a split second. That's right, it does happen. I just didn't expect Gotham Child's cultivation to progress so fast. Zhun'er, quickly follow me in. I have a great gift to give you when you break through the Zun realm and your soul is solid. Lin Shi divine thought swept over Yi Lang's body and found that he had indeed reached the time when he could make a breakthrough. His face couldn't help but show a look of relief as he pulled Yi Lang and headed inside the cave. Yi Lang sneered in his heart and followed him into the cave. After entering, Lin Shi first waved his hand to activate the boundary within the cave, isolating this room from the outside world. Only then did he allow Yi Lang to immediately take the blood spirit pill to break the boundary. Yi Lang saw it in his eyes and didn't say anything. After all, it was normal behavior to set up a boundary when breaking the boundary. Afterward, Yi Lang sat down on his knees, pulled out the blood spirit pill, and swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp. The demonic power belonging to Langjin's cultivation in his body slowly operated. At once, he felt a pure power transform into demonic energy, causing his cultivation level to climb. Behind Yi Lang, when Lin Shi saw this, a touch of madness and greed faintly appeared on his face, which was a picture of relief. However, what he didn't know was that the storage pouch at Yi Lang's waist had already been filled with several talismans by him. They're all heavenly talismans. All it takes is a thought of God to strike. And with Lin Shi's strength, it was completely impossible to break through the defense of the sea condensation armor. And at this moment, as time passed, the aura on Yi Lang's body grew stronger and stronger, and had reached a critical point. Junior, just take the remaining 2 blood spirit pills, Lin Fury said from behind him, and at this point, there was already a hint of trembling hidden in his voice. Yi Lang's heart moved as he continued to take the blood spirit pill. Only the vigilance in his heart had been raised to the extreme. Boom! In the next moment, Yi Lang's aura shook violently, and a pressure belonging to the Zun realm appeared in the cave. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, the illusory soul slowly solidified, a benefit unique to breaking through the Zun realm. And this represented that Yi Lang had broken through the Zun realm. However, right at this moment, Lin Shi, who had been standing behind Yi Lang, reached out to Yi Lang, and an attack that was enough to seriously injure an ordinary Zun realm landed on Yi Lang. Immediately afterward, the center of Lin Fury's brow split in vain, and an illusory black shadow drilled out from it, forming Lin Fury's appearance in the air. My good disciple, from now on, this body of yours will be taken over by your master. All that you have, the master will take good care of it for you. Jia Jia. Chapter 42, Soul Eating Pill Out. Yi Lang split up. Oh, old thing, aren't you overjoyed? However, at this time, Yi Lang, who had received a blow from Lin Shi, stood up unharmed and looked at the illusory black shadow in the air with a teasing tone. This old was trying to take over Langjin. No wonder he had been sparing no effort to train Langjin and cared for him so much. Sensed that this is all in preparation for himself. By this point, Yi Lang had almost figured out the beginning and end of things in his mind. After knowing that Lin Shi had ill intentions towards Langjin, he had specifically looked at Lin Shi's information when scouting for information on the heavenly demon sect's powerhouses. This person, Lin Fury, did not have a high natural talent, and was able to come to his current cultivation level solely by means of the devil's way. However, he had been stuck at the half-step Imperial Realm for a long time, and even though he had once refined the Imperial Realm essence blood, he was unable to break through. Combining these, it was not difficult for Yi Lang to understand why Lin Fury had taken over Langjin. What did you say? Did you already know I wanted to take you over? Also, how can you be okay after taking a hit from me? In the air, the illusory black shadow, which was Lin Fury's soul, could not help but be startled. He didn't expect that Yi Lang would be so calm and didn't seem the least bit surprised that he was about to strike. What was even more unexpected was that the blow had failed to have an effect. However, in an instant, a bloodthirsty demeanor appeared on his illusory face. Jia Jia, even so, you have just broken through the Zun realm. Your soul has not completely solidified, and you will only end up being devoured by your master. After saying that, the Lin Fury violently scurried towards Yi Lang, seemingly wanting to burrow into his sea of consciousness. However, and he didn't manage to move. What's going on? In the air, Lin Fury was truly shocked this time, and his illusory face couldn't help but twist a little. After trying again a few times and realizing that he couldn't even return to his own body, Lin Fury finally realized the crux of the problem. This is the heavenly rank blockade talisman. Not bad, just stop struggling. You can't run away. I'm sending you away. Yi Lang smiled faintly and said dryly. The moment Lin Fury's damage landed on him, he pulled out the talisman in his storage pouch. What was being used at this moment was the upgraded version of the Earth Stage blockade talisman that had been used previously in Falling Sun City. The longer the blockade, the stronger it is. Langjin, you and I are at least masters and disciples. Do we really have to be so heartless? In the air, the illusory state of Lin Fury hissed loudly. I'm sorry, who's your master and disciple? Yi Lang spat out a sentence in his heart, then pulled out a heavenly rank talisman and prepared to result this old thing. Ding! Trigger mission, use the soul-devouring pill to occupy Lin Fury's body and get another undercover identity. At this time, the system's beep was suddenly ringing. Yi Lang couldn't help but stop his hands. Soul Eater? With this reminder from the system, Yi Lang remembered that when he completed the mission to take down Wei Wei earlier, he had obtained such a reward. Yi Lang hurriedly entered the system and checked the introduction of the soul-devouring pill once again. Soul-devouring elixir, a special elixir that allows the host to split a wisp of soul, and by devouring the souls of others, it can enter the host's body and turn it into the host's doppelganger. I see. The soul-devouring pill was undoubtedly just right for him at this moment. A half-step Imperial Realm doppelganger is still hiding in the demon sect. Hiss, isn't this the dish? Yi Lang's mood was a bit uplifted, deeply feeling that this trip really wasn't in vain. Subsequently, a crimson pill with a halo of light appeared in Yi Lang's hand. It was the soul-devouring pill, and at that moment, the Lin Fury in the air, seeing Yi Lang stop moving, thought that he had gone soft, not without a secret sigh of relief. At the same time, his heart was fierce. When he returned to his body, he would strike quickly and subdue him. Inside the cave, Yi Lang glanced at Lin Shi and revealed a meaningful expression before swallowing the soul-devouring pill in one gulp. After swallowing it, Yi Lang immediately felt that a tickling sensation came from his soul within his sea of consciousness. Then he sank his mind into the sea of consciousness, and instantly saw his soul split into an insufficiently solid shadow. The shadowy figure soon morphed into his own appearance. Is this a split soul? Yi Lang muttered, then put away the heavenly ranked talisman in his hand, and turned to pull out a few earthly ranked talismans with small swords printed on them. Without further ado, he directly struck the Lin Fury who was trapped in the air. Shoo! In the next moment, those talismans turned into several huge swordlights that carried a strong killing power and chopped into Lin Shi one after another. Aha! Lin Fury immediately let out a miserable scream, and his pitch-black, illusory figure blurred for a while, looking like it was about to disintegrate. You, Lin Fury was shocked and fearful. This unworthy disciple, how is it suddenly a killing move? He was only in his soul state now, so how could he withstand these several earth-ranked talismans? I'm about to lose my soul. Don't worry, I won't beat you to death. Hey, Yi Lang said meaningfully. Although there was the soul-devouring power added, but Lin Fury's cultivation was too much higher than his after all. It was still better to play a half-dead insurance first. With that, Yi Lang drove that split soul and flew out from the center of his eyebrows. Then he saw a flash of white light, and the shadow appeared in the air, condensing into the appearance of Yi Lang himself, slowly approaching Forest Fury. It's awesome. Yi Lang sighed. What do you want? No, why does your soul look like this? You're not Langjin. You, who you really are. When Lin Shi saw this, he was first stunned, and then he realized that the split soul's appearance was not his disciple Langjin at all, but another person. Immediately, there was a big shock. It's a shame it's too late to realize that. Yi Lang naturally wouldn't talk nonsense with him, knowing that villains die from talking too much. Driving the split soul in the air to come in front of Lin Shi, the soul-devouring power carried by that split soul immediately sucked Lin Shi in. At this moment, blocked and already seriously injured, Lin Fury was simply incapable of resisting. Shoo! With a flash of white light, that soul belonging to Lin Fury had disappeared. In its place, it was Yi Lang's split soul that had completely solidified. Phew! Yi Lang lightly exhaled. Between him and the split soul, it was tightly inseparable. The moment he devoured Lin Fury's soul, all the memories about Lin Fury flooded into his mind. It slowed him down a bit for a moment. It was only after a while that Yi Lang suppressed the discomfort. Then, his eyes fell on top of that Lin Fury's body across the room. Go on! Yi Lang muttered to himself and maneuvered the split soul in the air, from the center of Lin Shi's brow, drilling into his sea of consciousness. The moment the split soul entered Lin Shi's body, Yi Lang suddenly had an additional feeling. The Lin Fury opposite him seemed to have become completely himself, and through his split soul, he was able to share all of Lin Fury's perceptions and manipulate all of Lin Fury's actions. This was a half-step Imperial Realm split that belonged entirely to him. Yi Lang. Chapter 43, Emperor Realm Split. The original 4 Cs. And at this moment, the system's beep sounded in Yi Lang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to break the realm once. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial grade Shadow Slayer talisman. Yi Lang sniffed and was delighted, then hurriedly checked the rewards. He didn't need to look at that realm-breaking opportunity to know what it was. Having won it once before, what made him care was that Shadow-killing talisman. Shadow-killing talisman, an Emperor grade attack talisman, designed for assassination, with a power equal to an ordinary Emperor realm's full power strike. That's great. Yi Lang's heart couldn't help but surge a little. When he was facing off against the Heavenly Demon Emperor at the Heavenly Demon sect before, he was still thinking about when he would get an Emperor quality talisman. Maybe he could mess with the Emperor realm. It's available now. And unlike back then, now that he had Lin Fury as his doppelganger, if there was anything dangerous, it was entirely possible for Lin Fury to go on. At most, he'll lose a bilocation if he dies. Inside the cave, Yi Lang was in a good mood. Looking at the opposite side of the doppelganger who had opened his eyes, he suddenly thought of something. Is this opportunity to break through the realm something that can be used on Lin Shi? This realm-breaking opportunity was a reward. It didn't say that it had to be used on his own body. And Yi Lang had just broken through the Zun realm now. And his battle power wouldn't increase much even if he broke through again. It would be different to let Lin Fury break through, becoming the Emperor realm. That would immediately have a different status amongst the Devil's Way. Even if you help him block the knife later, you can block a few more knives. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Lang immediately used it silently in his mind, targeting none other than the Lin Fury in front of him. In the next moment, Yi Lang was able to sense, through his split soul, the appearance of several pounds of demonic energy in Lin Shi's body. Its half-step Imperial Realm cultivation was growing crazily. At the same time, outside of this cave, the yuan qi of the heavens and earth in all directions suddenly gathered here, coalescing crazily above the sky, breaking through the Imperial Realm. What a great momentum! Yi Lang sensed the situation in the outside world and muttered to himself. Afterwards, he maneuvered Lin Shi to get up, and with a flash, he appeared above the void of the outside world. As soon as he appeared, the heaven and earth yuan qi that had gathered crazily seemed to have found their masters and swirled around him one after another. Boom boom! The sound of a huge airwave resounded between heaven and earth, and its commotion caused the people of the Devil Dao and the entire mountain range to look sideways. Is that someone breaking through to the Imperial Realm? The direction of the gathering of the Heavenly Demon Sect. It seems that the Heavenly Demon Sect is going to have another emperor. Check it out. All over the mountain range, martial artists from the various demonic sects were talking, and many of them rushed towards where Lin Shi had broken the boundary. An Imperial Realm was already a high-ranking figure in the Devil Dao, and at this moment, outside of the Lin Fury cave, the martial artists of the Heavenly Demon Sect had long since rushed here at the sound of their voices. Yi Lang, himself, came out of the cave. Lin Shi has finally made a breakthrough after years of bitter cultivation. Yeah, thought he'd be stuck at the half-step Imperial Realm for the rest of his life. A few Heavenly Demon Sect emperors opened their mouths. Yi Lang swept a glance at them and smiled imperceptibly. As time passed, the Lin Shi in the void had reached a new level in his aura. Mighty pressure on the heavens and earth. Like a party's master. Exactly the realm of the emperor. Afterward, Lin Shi slowly fell down from the void and stood outside the cave with an expressionless face. His eyes coldly swept a circle of the surrounding martial artists who had come at the sound of their voices, and he did not say a word. This, in line with Lin Fury's original character. Around them, the martial artists of the various clans had their scalps tingling at this look from him. An Imperial Realm powerhouse is truly as terrifying as this. At this moment, the void not far away suddenly flashed, and a figure with an unfathomable aura appeared in the middle of the field. This person was the Heavenly Demon Sect's Grand Elder, a peak Imperial Realm powerhouse. Lin Shi, since you've become at the Imperial Realm, you'll be a Heavenly Demon Sect Elder in the future. This is the Elder Token. The Heavenly Demon Sect's Grand Elder walked up to Lin Shi with a hint of approval in his gaze and handed him a token. Lin Shi took the token and nodded. In front of the cave, Yi Lang couldn't help but look a little odd. If they were to let Lord Empress and the others know that they had come to the Devil's Way for a short period of time, and that their doppelgangers had all mixed up to become Heavenly Demon Sect Elders, I don't know how they would feel about it. However, it was something he wasn't going to tell anyone about, keeping it as a base. Elder Lin has just made a breakthrough and still needs to stabilize his cultivation. So disperse. At this moment, the Grand Elder turned around and looked around in a deep voice. The crowd responded in a hurry and dispersed. It was just that the news about the Sky Demon Sect having an additional Emperor realm had already spread within the various sects of the Devil Dao, including those small and medium-sized devil sects that had come here. After the crowd dispersed, the Heavenly Demon Sect's Grand Elder didn't stay much longer. And soon there were only the two of them, Lin Fury and Yi Lang, on the field. No, to be precise, it was Yi Lang alone. Inside the cave, Yi Lang stood in front of Lin Shi and pulled out the special transmission note. He was going to take this thing and put it on Lin Fury. It made it easy to communicate with other undercover agents. And anyway, his essence could share Lin Fury's senses. It also wouldn't affect his ability to send messages to the Empress Sama. When he pulled out the transmitting note, Yi Lang felt a throbbing on the transmitting note. So he probed his divine thoughts to look at it for a while, noticing that there were two undercover agents discussing Lin Fury's breakthrough. He didn't participate in the speech. It was worth mentioning that at this time, the 7 sects of the Devil's Way were scattered all over the mountain range, and there were only 2 people who could send a message to Yi Lang for the time being by transmitting notes. Subsequently, Yi Lang placed another pack of talismans on Lin Shi, including the Emperor Grade Talisman. After doing this, Yi Lang returned and headed to the secret realm of the Lust Demon Sect. waiting for the day to come when he would head to the righteous path. 3 days later, Lust Demon Sect Secret Realm. Vivi, I'm leaving. Yi Lang, who had received the Sky Demon Emperor's voice transmission, stood up and said to Han Weiwei beside him. The Heavenly Demon Emperor had already told Cold Weiwei that he was going on a special mission. Then be careful. Cold Weiwei was filled with unhappiness, but the Heavenly Demon Emperor had spoken first, so she could only accept this fact. Yi Lang's heart was slightly warm, reached out and touched her head, then flashed away towards the distance. It was still the same clearing, and when Yi Lang arrived, Imo Sha and Kai Yang had already arrived, was standing honestly in front of the 7 demon emperors. The moment they saw Yi Lang, both of their eyes stared. How is this breath so powerful? These 3, he too under the help of their own patriarch. Cultivation also improved a lot, but with this Ling Jun a comparison, totally outclassed. Today is the day that the 3 of you will travel to the righteous path. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor saw that everyone had arrived and spoke with an expressionless face. Lang Jun, you have the highest cultivation level, so you will go to the strongest of the 3 families. This is information about that clan. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor spoke while waving his hand, throwing a jade slip to Yi Lang. Yi Lang's heart beat furiously, and without showing any emotion, he took the jade slip, and his divine thoughts probed into it to take a look. The 4C Sect, the name of a clan that Yi Lang was somewhat familiar with, presented itself in his divine mind. Chapter 44, Going to the Right Path. Sooner or later, pills. Yi Lang's heart was shaken, and the scene from when he was in the Falling Sun City immediately appeared in his mind. Isn't that the clan that came to Lokyang City to steal territory, and had a Zun realm beheaded by himself? The 4C Sect. It seems that there is a half-step emperor realm. Such a power has secretly defected to the Devil Dao. Yi Lang was secretly shocked. This kind of scale was already one of the most powerful sects besides the 7 sects of the righteous path. Imagine if the 4C sect were to turn against one another when the Great War started. It would definitely be able to cause big losses to the righteous path. It's possible for even the emperor realm to fall. At this time, Yi Lang was shocked that the 4C sect had defected to the Devil's Way, and that Thousand Desires Devil Emperor had already handed the other 2 jade slips to Imo Sha and Kai Yang, then spoke up. After you and others have joined the righteous path, you need to pay attention to hiding your tracks on weekdays and wait for the seat's secret orders, especially Langjun. The 4C sect you're going to is very close to the Spirit Sky sect, one of the 7 sects, so be careful not to show your face in front of that empress. As for the Red Spirit sect and Earth Emperor sect that you 2 went to, Mo Sha, they are relatively safe. Yi Lang sniffed and quickly returned to his senses, nodding his head in response. At the same time, he silently made a note in his heart of the Red Spirit sect and the Earth Emperor sect, 2 2/5 sects. He was still worried about how to get information about these 2 clans, but he didn't think that Thousand Desires didn't try to hide it from him. Afterward, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor stepped aside, and another Demon Emperor stepped forward and said, "Next, it will be this seat that will conceal the demonic aura for you." After saying that Demon Emperor popped out a colorful boundary, enveloping Yi Lang's 3 people in it, making it impossible to see the exact figures of the 3 people. As time passed, the colorful boundary gradually became a dark color as the demonic chi rolled around. Shoo! Seeing this, that Demon Emperor nodded slightly and reached out to remove the boundary, revealing Yi Lang's 3 figures. The demonic elemental breath in your bodies has been temporarily extracted by this seat. Remember that you may not break the boundary in the righteous path, and you may not use demonic techniques, that Demon Emperor admonished. Yi Lang and Mo Sha both looked at each other and nodded without moving. Of course he wouldn't worry about that. He was originally a member of the righteous path. At that time he would simply cancel his demonized body and there wouldn't be any shadows of the demon sect. Since it's finished, then this seat will send you to your respective clans, and after you arrive, the 3 clan masters will arrange your identities for you. Seeing this, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor stepped forward and said, "Yes." 1 day later, Green Sky Domain, not far from the 4C sect in the void above, Yi Lang was on his own, heading towards the 4C sect. At this time, his body and appearance were still the same as Langjun's, but Yi Lang had already cancelled his demonized body, and his body was pure true essence. There's not a trace of the Devil's Way left. Half a month. I didn't realize it was only half a month and Master was back. Yi Lang sighed as he sped along. At this point, only half a month had passed since he bound the undercover system and headed to the Heavenly Demon sect to work as an undercover agent. Sighing, Yi Lang clicked on the system chat group to check his current status. Cultivation, Early Zun Realm. Binding System, Undercover Survival System. Skills, Armor of Damage Reduction. Extreme Cold. Demonized Body. Seeing Through Favor, Limited Time, Ears of Eavesdropping. Special Abilities, Charisma Enhancement. Aura Enhancement. Authority, LV2, 400/500. It's already 400. So it looks like we'll be upgrading to level 3 access soon. Yi Lang muttered, now that he had become a double agent. But that didn't mean that the road of his undercover agent was finished. For this undercover survival system, he didn't want to replace it anytime soon. After saying that, Yi Lang exited the chat group and rushed towards the 4C sect with all his might. With Yi Lang's current speed as a Zoon realm powerhouse, it didn't take long to arrive outside the 4C sect's gate. Standing in the void, he narrowed his eyes and surveyed the 4C sect in front of him. It doesn't look too bad, but this kind of 2/5 clan will be finished sooner or later. Yi Lang's heart ventriloquized. He didn't have any good feelings towards the 4C sect. At the same time, the moment he appeared within the 4C sect, an old man opened his eyes. A glance was swept in the direction where Yi Lang was. His name was Sun He, and he was none other than the 4C sect patriarch, a half-step emperor realm powerhouse. In the next moment, an old voice resounded in Yi Lang's mind. Is the visitor Langjin? Yi Lang froze, then nodded. In his heart, he said that this old thing should be that half-step emperor realm. Inside the 4C sect, that old man saw Yi Lang nodding his head and reached out with a slight wave. A mysterious fluctuation immediately enveloped Yi Lang in the void, and his entire person directly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the opposite side of the Sun River. The Demon Emperor has already sent secret orders to me before, and I have already arranged an identity for you. Let's just condescend for a while and be a disciple in the 4C sect for a while. Sun He sized up Yi Lang for a few moments and said succinctly. In fact, he was somewhat puzzled by the fact that the Devil's Path had sent undercover agents, because with his status, the information about the righteous path that he could learn was far beyond that of a mere undercover agent, and there's no question of identity exposure. Good. Yi Lang nodded. Facing Sun He, there was no restraint. Afterward, Sun He summoned a 4C sect elder and arranged Yi Lang among the 4C sect disciples. All of this did not make a big fanfare, so for the time being, only a very small part of the disciples of the 4C sect know that the sect has more than one person like Yi Lang. It's night. Yi Lang was sitting in the cave that the 4C sect had arranged for him, and he was thinking in his heart. Through today's meeting with the 4C sect patriarch, it wasn't hard to see that he and the Devil Dao were able to contact each other at any time. Since this was the case, it didn't seem to make much sense for people like themselves to come undercover in the righteous path. At the very least, scouting for information and whatnot, there's no use for them at all. In that case, it looks like it's just whatever mission that old thing Thousand Desires said. Yi Lang muttered to himself while pulling out the array disc-like object. This thing, surely it's not the only function to receive the Devil Emperor's voice transmission. Yi Lang affirmed in his heart. It was just that after all, he had traveled to this world for a relatively short period of time, and his knowledge was not rich. Can't see this thing doing anything else. After thinking for a while, Yi Lang didn't dwell on it, but instead, his mind connected to his split body that was far away in the Lust Demon sect. Through the transmission note, a message was sent to Yin Yenran. Since they were all back on the right path, Yi Lang would naturally find a way to meet Yin Yenran. By the way, get her to see what's wrong with this array disk. On the other hand, the Spirit Sky sect's secret realm. When Yin Yenran sensed Yi Lang's message coming through, she hurriedly conducted a check. Meet in the city of the 4Cs tomorrow? How did he get to 4C City? Yin Yenran's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. 4C City was a large city under the jurisdiction of the 4C sect, but it was extremely far from the Devil's Way. However, in Yi Lang's message, he didn't say that there was any danger, which reassured her a lot. As for the rest, it wouldn't be too late to ask Yi Lang when he saw him tomorrow. At the corner of Yin Yenran's mouth, a smile could not help but slowly appear. Chapter 45, in the Bazaar City. The Empress is shocked. Day 2. In the cave, Yi Lang opened his eyes, felt the growth in cultivation and shook his head. After breaking through the Zoon realm, the daily base rewards that bring about cultivation growth are far less than before. The war between the righteous and the devils was about to break out, and Yi Lang had some sense of crisis in his heart. Trying to get strong fast so I don't have any surprises when the time comes. Sighing, there was nothing he could do for the time being, so Yi Lang got up and headed out of the cave. After leaving the cave, Yi Lang walked straight towards the mountain gate, naturally intending to go to 4C City. 4C City was similar to Falling Sun City. It was the largest city under the jurisdiction of the 4C sect, and it was only 1,000 miles away from the 4C sect. With Yi Lang's current speed, he would soon be able to arrive. He wasn't worried about being discovered by the 4C sect patriarch. After all, the Empress Lord was a proper emperor realm. There was no reason why she would be discovered by a half-step emperor realm, right? Ha? Who's that guy and why haven't I seen him before? He seems to be a new disciple who joined the sect yesterday. as if he was personally brought by the elder to receive his identity jade and arrange for a cave residence. Hiss. Someone behind you? On the way, Yi Lang encountered quite a few disciples of the 4C's sect, and most of these disciples were unfamiliar with Yi Lang, and they talked about it. Not only that, those female disciples of the 4C's sect couldn't help but have their eyes light up the moment they saw Yi Lang. This guy is so handsome, so charming. Yi Lang, however, just skimmed them, pressing no intention of stepping forward to negotiate. When the war between the righteous and the devil comes together, I'm afraid that the disciples of these two fifth sects will end up in a very ugly situation, even if these bottom disciples don't know it. After thinking about it, Yi Lang continued to walk towards the mountain gate, but just after walking for a short while, he was stopped. The ones who stopped him were a group of female disciples. This senior brother, why does he look so strange? Yeah, haven't seen you before. Yi Lang couldn't help but hold his forehead and be speechless as he listened to the chattering voices of these female disciples. It's too glamorous, and sometimes that's not a good thing. Luckily, he was not using his original face right now, or else these female disciples wouldn't go crazy. Ahem. I just joined the 4C's sect yesterday, so it's normal that you senior sisters haven't seen it before, Yi Lang said with a bland expression. I scanned over these female disciples. Well, nothing too pretty. Shaking his head, Yi Lang's body was like a swallow. A few flashes down and he crossed over these female disciples and headed for the mountain gate. Only the group of female disciples were left staring at her back for a while. Soon, Yi Lang arrived at the 4C's sect's mountain gate, submitted his token, and went out of the sect. 1 hour later, Yi Lang's figure appeared outside a huge city, which was the 4C's city. At this time, his appearance was however no longer that of Lengjin's, but had been restored to his original appearance through the shifting art. This was done, firstly, for safety so as not to be discovered by the people of the 4C's sect, and secondly, it's been a long time since I've seen the Empress Sama, so I might as well give her a surprise. Entering the city, Yi Lang strolled around, found a hidden tea house, and sat in. Afterward, Yi Lang threw out a talisman and set up a boundary in the room. The talismans he had gotten when he had bound the head pulling system before hadn't been used much. Among them, the attacking talismans basically stayed on Linshur, and these auxiliary types, he instead brought them on himself. Only after doing all this did Yi Lang send his exact location to Yanran through the distraction, connecting the transmitting note. As it happened, there was a throbbing coming from the transmission node at that moment, but there were undercover agents communicating through the transmission note. Sorrowful Yang, in the past few days, almost all of the large and small sects of the Devil's Way have assembled in the desired Demon Mountain range, and I reckon that the Devil's Way will soon be officially waging war. Tengu, not bad. I've already sent the message back. I hope the clans will prepare early. Sorrowful Yang and Tengu, the very two people who were still within 100 miles of Linshur right now. As for the other undercover agents, they are unable to communicate for the time being. Sorrowful Sun, by the way, there's been no news from Hikaru for the past few days. There's nothing going on, is there? Tengu, I don't think so, but Hikaru is related to the daughter of the Heavenly Demon Emperor. When Yi Lang saw this, he replied back through Linshur. Hikari, don't worry, I'm fine. After settling their hearts, Yi Lang stopped paying attention to their exchanges. Sitting in the middle of the tea house, he waited for the Lord Empress to arrive. Soon after, a ripple slightly swept up in the room where Yi Lang was. Yi Lang hurriedly sat up straight, and sure enough, the next moment, Yanran, who was dressed in white and was as beautiful as a fairy in the sky, appeared in the room. Empress Sama, long time no see, but disciples miss the Empress Sama very much. When Yi Lang saw Yanran, his heart fluttered and he revealed a smile with some teasing. After walking through the Devil sect, Yi Lang's guts had grown quite a bit. There was no more pressure to molest Yanran. Humph, still as borderline as ever. Yanran's pretty face reddened and glared at him. In fact, when she saw Yi Lang, Yanran was not very happy in her heart. I don't know when, but she already had a trace of unspoken affection for Yi Lang. By the way, this seat asks you, why would you be showing up with your real face? But did something happen in the Devil's Way? And you all cultivation unexpectedly broke through the Zun realm. After being in a trance for a while, Yanran then asked. After a short period of time, Yi Lang was actually a Zun realm cultivator. Yanran's heart was shaken to the core. Everything was fine in the demon sect for my disciple. It was only by chance that I acquired a secret technique that could change my appearance, which reversed it. As for cultivation, disciples work harder, Yi Lang replied without blushing. Yanran looked at him deeply and couldn't help but remember the scene when Yi Lang confessed his love to her that day. Now Yi Lang is already a Zun realm cultivation. According to this speed, I'm afraid that it won't be long before he becomes an Emperor realm. It was only after a while that Yanran came back to her senses and asked again, Then how did you get here? And this demonic aura of yours, why has it disappeared as well? When Yi Lang heard this, he put away the color of flirting and sent him undercover by the Devil's Road, as well as the matter of the 3 families of the 4C sect, the 2nd and 5th son of the patriarch, and one by one, he would give Yin Yanran a listen. Of course, the reason why his demonic aura disappeared was naturally impossible to say that it was because of his demonized body, but rather, it was all pushed onto that demon emperor. After Yi Lang finished speaking, on Yin Yanran's face, a rare flash of shock appeared as she said, the sects that have secretly defected to the Devil's Way. There is actually the 4C sect. There's also that Red Spirit sect and Earth Emperor sect, neither of which are weak. Yin Yanran looked at Yi Lang dumbfounded. She didn't expect that the sects that defected to the Devil's Way would be these great sects. There was also Yi Lang, who had actually gotten so mixed up in the Devil's Way. You know, it's only been half a month since he went to the Devil's Way. So, you're on both sides now. Undercover? Returning to her senses, Yin Yanran remembered Yi Lang's current identity again and could not help but say somewhat oddly. Yi Lang nodded helplessly. Then, pulling out the array disc, he said, let's not talk about that for now. Empress Sama, do you know what the hell this is? Chapter 46, Transmission Array Plate. All emperors shocked. This, Yin Yanran's eyes landed on that array disc and she couldn't help but frown. This was given to me by the heavenly demon emperor, saying that it can be used to send me secret orders. Yi Lang held the array disc in his hand and added. Yin Yanran sniffed and nodded gently, observing carefully for a while longer before speaking. This thing can indeed be used for voice transmission, only that's not the only function. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a special teleportation array disc. A teleportation disc? Yi Lang froze, a pang of doubt rising in his heart. Why did the heavenly devil emperor give him a teleportation disc? Could it be that you want to wait for the time of the Great War to teleport the strongest members of the devil path and kill the righteous path by surprise? Yi Lang thought of this possibility and spoke it out with a shock in his heart. Yin Yanran's face was also grave when she heard this. Thinking about it that way, you have some good points. This special teleportation array disc is difficult to ensure the stability of the teleportation by itself alone. If there are you guys who maintain it with the true essence of the Devil's Way, then you can pick up the strongest people of the same Devil's Way. This also explains why the Devil's Way sent a few of you undercover agents when they had these shameless sects like the 4C sect as their undercover agents. These people of the Devil's Path are truly sinister. A touch of anger couldn't help but float up on Yin Yanran's face. The Spirit Sky sect was almost destroyed in the hands of the Devil's Way, and she herself almost lost her innocence, so she naturally had extremely bad feelings towards the Devil's Way. So that's it? Yi Lang was a bit dazed. He was still wondering before what exactly the Demon Emperor was doing by sending himself and others to come undercover in the righteous path. Subsequently, Yin Yanyan planned to head to the Xin Tian Sword sect first to discuss the matter with the Emperor Realms, and then send troops to take down the 4C sect and a few other 2/5 sects first. Wait, Lord Empress, don't move the 4C sect for now. How about this? You take me to see all the sect lords to discuss the next course of action. Yi Lang reached out, stopped Yin Yanran and opened his mouth. Yin Yanran sniffed and pondered slightly, seemingly guessing Yi Lang's intention, and nodded her head. Afterward, Yin Yanran reached out and waved her hand, and the two of them disappeared into the tea house. Soon after, Spiritual Shao Sect's secret realm, beside that lake, Yi Lang and Yin Yanran appeared here. The intention was to travel to the Xin Tian Sword sect through the teleportation array. Before stepping into the teleportation array, Yi Lang unfolded his divine thoughts and swept through the secret realm. Sure enough, in one part of the secret realm, a woman with stunningly beautiful features but a sad face was seen. It was Su Xuemeng. I'm sorry, senior sister Su. It's not good to come and see you when the Empress Lord is around. Yi Lang muttered to himself in his heart. Then together with Yin Yanran, he stepped into the teleportation array. After a moment of heavenly rotation, Yi Lang realized that he had appeared in the secret realm of the Xin Tian Sword sect. This teleportation array is quite convenient. Only after sighing, Yi Lang saw an old man appear in front of him, and it was none other than Xin Tian Sword Master Mo Shinli, Patriarch Yin. Yi Lang, how did you end up here? Mo Shinli was just about to greet Yin Yanran when he saw Yi Lang beside her and was shocked. Isn't this kid working undercover for the Heavenly Devil sect? Greetings, Patriarch Mo. Yi Lang secretly laughed in his heart and opened his mouth to greet him. No need to be polite. Quickly tell this seed why you are not in the demon sect and have restored your true appearance? I won't hide it from Patriarch Mo. I'm currently one of the 3 undercover agents sent by the Devil Dao to the righteous path. What? A burst of questions rose in Mo Shinli's heart, revealing the same odd look as Yin Yanran did. At that time, what's this? Wait, the Devil's Way sent you to come undercover. That undercover clan, could it be worthy of being an Emperor Realm bigwig? Emo Xuanli reacted and guessed the crux of the matter at once. Yi Lang nodded and then told the 3 clans, including the 4C sect, and the other 3 clans. I didn't realize that it was actually these 3. Emo Xuanli's face showed shock as he lamented. At the same time, in the bottom of his heart, he was surprised at the success of Yi Lang's undercover trip, that he had actually found out the sect that had secretly defected to the Devil's Way. Also, think about it, just 3 spots for undercover agents of the Devil's Way. Yi Lang actually managed to take one. This showed that Yi Lang's position in the Devil's Way was extraordinary nowadays. Returning to his senses, Emo Xuanli couldn't help but show a hint of killing intent on his face again. Humph. Since that's the case, then this seat will send a message to a few sect masters to split up and go ahead to exterminate these sects. Yi Lang couldn't help but be somewhat speechless. Why are all these bigots so eager to get their hands dirty? Even the kind Empress Sama, Patriarch Mo. There is one more thing. Yi Lang opened his mouth and stopped Emo Xuanli, pulling out the array disc. This is... Emo Xuanli's eyes condensed and his face gave way to killing intent. Patriarch Mo. This is what the Heavenly Demon Emperor handed over to Yi Lang. It is a teleportation array disc. Yin Yenran spoke from the side, then spoke Yi Lang's guess. When Emo Xuanli heard this, he froze in place and fell silent for a moment. If that's the case, it's true that one shouldn't be in a hurry to make a move against these 3 patriarchs. Rather, it's better to make a trick out of it and let those demonic powerhouses have no return. Emo Xuanli pondered for a while and spoke. This, too, was precisely Yi Lang's purpose. It would be such a waste to uproot the 3 4C sect families now. There are still quite a few small clans that have secretly defected to the demon sect that have yet to be found out. Agreeing on an idea, Emo Xuanli then sent a message to the remaining few Emperor realms, and soon all the Emperor realms of the righteous path gathered in the secret realm. After the Emperor realms understood the news, they were naturally shocked again. Minds can't help but exclaim one after another. The same are all undercover agents. People Yi Lang are mixed to this point. Their own clan, how is still in the Devil's Way obscene development. Yi Lang, you've done extremely well in this matter. Next, we still need you to continue lurking in the 4C sect, and once you receive news from the Demon Emperor, immediately inform us. We will also make a layout to keep those 3 clans under secret surveillance. Emo Xuanli's tone was grave, but he brought a hint of politeness with him. To this day, Yi Lang's role in this battle of good and evil has far exceeded that of any other undercover agent. Yi Lang nodded, and then accompanied Yin Yenran, returning to the Spirit Sky sect, and then back to the 4C city. Be careful with everything, and send me a message if you are in danger. Yin Yenran's eyes lingered on Yi Lang as she admonished. Yi Lang's heart was warmed. It was better to return to Lord Empress. There was a sense of security. Nodding his head, Yi Lang didn't say any more. He had been out of the clan for almost a day. If he didn't go back, he might arouse the suspicion of that 4C's patriarch. Then he said goodbye to Yin Yenran, used the shifting art to become Lingzhen's appearance, and headed for the 4C sect, the other side. Lust Demon Sect, deep in the secret realm. In the center of that huge altar, 7 devil emperors were standing in a 7-cornered position, and the Tao of terrifying to the extreme devil Yuan enveloped the entire altar. Roar! At that moment, an earth-shattering hissing roar came from the middle of the 7 devils, and the devilish chi around the entire altar suddenly surged to that spot and disappeared like a mud cow into the sea, revealing a pitch-black colored figure that was several feet tall and covered in lines. A terrifying pressure that far exceeded the Emperor realm immediately rushed out of the secret realm and enveloped the entire desired demon mountain range. Chapter 47, The Devil Puppet Comes Out. The Great War is coming. The Devil's Puppet is out. The Devil's Way is on the march. In the mountains, countless devil Dao martial artists immediately felt a wave of trepidation and trembling. Even those martial artists whose realms were lower couldn't bear it directly under this pressure and fell to their knees. What a terrifying aura. What's happening here? Such an appalling pressure. Even above the demon emperors. Unimaginable. The top echelons of the various demonic sects were alarmed and speculating. At the same time, in the area where the Sky Demon sect was stationed, Yi Lang's doppelganger, Lin Shi, opened his eyes, and his eyes looked in the direction of the Lust Demon sect's secret realm. That great Emperor realm demonic puppet. It was actually sacrificed so quickly, and at this moment, within the secret territory of the Lust Demon sect, the demonic aura on the altar completely dissipated, and the face of the pitch-black figure was revealed. Skin glistened with metal, and there was nothing but indifference in his empty eyes. Jia, a demonic puppet equivalent to the great Emperor realm is truly extraordinary. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's eyes glowed as he revealed a satisfied smile. The remaining few demon emperors also had the same expression. Gentlemen, the demon puppet has become a reality. It's time. The demons looked at each other and nodded their heads. The eyes were filled with a greedy killing aura. On the second day, The 7 sects of the Devil Dao's imperial realm simultaneously ordered that in the desired demon mountain range, the large and small devil sects assemble within the desired demon sect, with each of the 7 clans acting as a commander. They were prepared to travel to the border of the Devil's Way sphere of influence through the Lust Demon clan's large teleportation array. Go out on the right path. As soon as this order was issued, the entire Devil's Path instantly became excited, and boundless killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Lust Demon mountain range. Inside the Lust Demon sect, Li Qingyang, who was in the guise of Xia Yang, couldn't help but look shocked when he heard the order. Hurriedly, he passed this news to Mo Xuanli through a transmitting note. Not only him, but the rest of the several undercover agents were also the first to report this news back to their own patriarchs. After doing so, the undercover agents then contacted each other through the sound transmission notes. Now that they were all gathered within the Lust Demon sect again, they could be contacted. Sorrowful Yang, gentlemen, the battle between the righteous and the demons is about to begin. What should we do? Weed, that's right. Is it hard to believe that we're really going to be like the people of the Devil's Way and slaughter our fellow members of the righteous way? Blade, how can this be? How can the same righteous people kill each other? Urching, I wonder what Hikari has in mind. At this time, Yi Lang was of course also secretly following their exchange through his bilocation. Not only that, but he had already sent the news back previously when the devil puppet came out. I'm sure the big boys, and the superb one in the cave, will be prepared. Seeing them ask about themselves, Yi Lang slightly pondered, then sent, Hikari, don't panic everyone, we mustn't panic at a time like this or we'll be easily exposed. Don't forget, at that time, Patriarch Mo asked us to cooperate with them inside and outside, and now is the time when we are needed. Don't mess up your plans because of this. Sorrowful Young, Hikari is right. When we meet fellow members of the righteous path on the battlefield, we'll just paddle. Urching, makes sense. Paddling. In the 4C sect, Yi Lang manipulated the distraction, withdrew his divine thoughts from the transmission note, and shook his head with a smile. If the senior management of the 7 sects of the Devil's Path were to learn that their elite disciples were all planning to paddle in the Great War, I don't know how they would feel. At the same time, deep within the Xian Tian Sword sect's secret realm, outside that cave, Mo Xuanli and the other 7 emperor realms were gathering in one place, silent. I didn't expect that the demonic puppets were sacrificed so quickly. You and the others gather the clans first and head to resist the demonic army. Inside the cave, old man Xuantian's pale voice came out. Old ancestor, you haven't completely recovered yet. Are you really alright? Mo Xuanli asked with some concern. No problem. Besides, the situation is not necessarily bad. Now the devil does not know I have awakened. Can hit that devil puppet a surprise? And not there is that disciple called Yi Lang lurking in the 4C sect. If the devil really lined that move, is to seek their own death. Yes, old ancestor. A few emperors nodded in response, and then went to the righteous clans around their respective clans to set up the teleportation array. Previously, they weren't sure which of the righteous great clans were 2/5, and they didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Now that things are clear and the Devil's Way is coming soon, it's time to act. For a time, the news of the impending war between the righteous and the devilish spread throughout the entire righteous path. 2 days later, the larger clans of the righteous path had all begun to gather toward the 7 sectors, preparing to unify and head to the Xian Tian Sword sect, which was at the border of the forces of the righteous and the devilish paths. This, of course, included the 3/2/5 sects such as the 4C sect and the Red Spirit sect. As for the rest of the smaller clans, they slowly rallied over from behind. Only, what the patriarchs of the 3 clans didn't know was that they had all been long since their whereabouts had been monitored by the Emperor realms, secretly, still waiting with anticipation for the big battle to come together and just backfire. And at this time, inside the Spirit Sky sect, Su Xuemen retreated from her cultivation. Nowadays, she was on the verge of breaking through to the late Tongshan stage. One must know that it hadn't even been 2 months since she had entered the Spirit Sky sect. However, at this time, Su Xuemen's face was not half pleased, but carried a strong sense of worry. Could it be that senior brother Yi Lang's mission is related to the Devil Dao? She wasn't stupid. Yi Lang had gone on a mission for less than a month and there was going to be a war between the righteous and the devil. She could easily guess that. But it was precisely because of this that Su Xuemen was even more worried. The Devil's Way can be murderous and ruthless. Senior brother Yi Lang, you must come back safely. Xuemeng is still waiting for you, Su Xuemen muttered. At that moment, a sound transmission note flew in from outside the secret boundaries and landed in front of her eyes. It was to summon her to go forward and gather at the martial arts arena. As today was the day to head to the Xian Tian Sword sect, Su Xuemen let out a light sigh, then got up and headed to the martial arts arena. At this time, the Spirit Sky sect's martial arts arena had long been filled with martial artists from different righteous sects that were gathering in piles. Yi Lang was naturally among the martial artists of the 4C sect. Tighten your breath and I'll help you hide it. In the middle of the field, he secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Lang. Yi Lang sniffed. Nothing changed on his face as his eyes surveyed all parts of the Spirit Sky sect. Since being this undercover agent, it was the first time that he had stood in the Spirit Sky sect in a bright manner. As for the last time, the Empress Sama went straight to bring him the secret realm. Not a chance in hell. At this time, a stunningly beautiful woman in green clothes leaped from the distance, and Yi Lang's eyes immediately condensed. If it isn't Ms. Su Xueming's figure landed on the martial arts arena, and as if her heart was in the right place, she turned around and glanced towards Yi Lang's direction. Seeing that it was a strange man who was staring intently at him, he couldn't help but frown gently, but suddenly realized that there was an extremely special charm about that person. It's exactly like her senior brother Yi Long. Su Xueming froze in place at once, muttering slightly under her breath. Senior brother Yi Lang? Chapter 48 Night Meeting with Snow Dreams. The Great War begins. Senior sister Su, come over here. Why are you frozen there? Seeing that Su Xueming was freezing in place, not far away from where the disciples of the Spirit Sky sect were gathered, a pretty woman opened her mouth. That woman was none other than Xiaolinger. When Su Xueming heard this, she once again looked deeply at Yi Lang twice before walking over to Xiaolinger's side. The feeling that person gave her was too similar to senior brother Yi Lang. However, if it was really senior brother Yi Lang, why did he change his appearance without saying anything and not recognizing her? Su Xueming was still a bit uncertain in her heart. It's rare for this little ninny to almost recognize me like this. In the crowd, Yi Lang stroked his chin. Looking at her worried look, his heart was somewhat touched and said. However, at this time, it was not yet time to show his identity, so Yi Lang had to pretend he didn't see it. It wasn't long before all the disciples of all the major righteous sects that had come here had assembled on the Spirit Sky sect's martial arts arena. At that moment, Yin Yenran's figure appeared above the void, and the field was suddenly silent. Yin Yenran's eyes swept in the direction of the 4C sect before she lightly opened her red lips. The sect heads lead their disciples to enter the secret realm with this seat and head to the Xian Heavenly Sword sect through the teleportation array. Yes. Subsequently, one could see the disciples of the various sects on the martial arts arena, led by their own sect masters, heading towards the Spirit Sky sect's secret realm, and fishtailing in, traveled to the Xian Tian Sword sect through the teleportation array. Beyond the mountain range where the Xian Heavenly Sword sect was located, there was a canyon that was so huge that it was appalling, almost cutting half of the green heavenly domain in half. It was rumored that this was the result of a battle 10,000 years ago between two great emperor realm existences from the righteous and demonic paths at the time. And here, it is the boundary that divides the forces of the righteous and the devil today. To the east of the canyon, a huge boundary covering 1,000 miles was rising. Within the boundary, there were several figures with extremely strong breaths, as if they were suppressing heaven and earth, lining up in a zigzag pattern on the east side of the canyon. It was none other than the 7 emperor realms of the righteous path. Above the earth behind the 7 emperors, countless figures of martial artists were standing solemnly. At a glance, the momentum has the power of a mountain. This, naturally, was the green sky domain, the martial artists of the righteous sects. At this time, all the sects have all gathered in the Xian Tian Sword sect, and this canyon is the front line of the battle between the righteous and the devil. This seat has already sensed that the aura of the devil's way is frantically converging and coming, and will attack tomorrow at the latest. Rest for the night and prepare for battle. Above the void, Imo Xuanli's majestic voice rang out, landing in the ears of the countless righteous disciples below. But it was a mixed reaction. Normal disciples, much with tension. This was not the case for the 3 families of the 4C sect, the Red Spirit sect, and the Earth Emperor sect. And just today, the core disciples of these 3 families suddenly received a secret order from the higher echelons of the sect, to have them secretly paddle in the midst of the battle afterward, or even take the opportunity to harvest the heads of other righteous disciples. This caused these core disciples to be momentarily terrified in their hearts. Only at this point did they realize that their own clan was actually a dark child of the devil's way. However, things had come to this. It was no longer up to them. As core disciples, they were already tied to the sect. Moreover, the moment they received the secret order, the 3 patriarchs placed a ban on these disciples. Once they leaked the secret, they were dead. Of course, this did not include Yi Lang and the other 2 undercover agents of the devil's way. They've known about this for a long time. After Imo Xuanli finished speaking, he and the rest of the few emperor realms exchanged glances before disappearing in unison. The disciples below then also entered the tents that had been set up long ago for rest and recuperation. Soon it was evening. Inside the boundary, in the area where the disciples of the 4C sect were gathered, a figure burrowed out from the tent and quickly disappeared. With a flash of talismanic light, the figure disappeared into the night, heading off towards who knows where. On the other hand, within the confines of the Spirit Sky Sect's crowd's tent, inside a plain tent in the deepest part, Su Xuemeng was sitting dumbfounded at the table. At that moment, her brow suddenly furrowed. Then she looked around, uncertain. Who? I haven't seen you for half a month. Your cultivation level has increased so much. Inside the tent, a man's soft laugh rang out of nowhere. Su Xuemeng was like petrified. This voice was more than familiar to her. From that day in Sunset City, she would never forget it in her life. In an instant, Su Xuemeng reacted and said with infinite expectations, "Senior brother Yi, is it really you?" As soon as her words fell, a figure manifested, revealing a face that was handsome to the extreme. Who is Yi Long if not the restored Yi Long? As soon as Yi Lang appeared, he threw a talisman to isolate the entire tent. Mud. These talismans are useless for fighting, so they are used to get girls. Yi Lang ventriloquized a sentence in his heart before he looked at Su Xuemeng with a smile. "Oh, elder brother Yi, Xuemeng misses you so much." When Su Xuemeng saw Yi Lang show up, she couldn't hold herself back at once and pounced into his arms with pearly blossoms. Well. Yi Lang hugged Su Xuemeng's delicate and soft body, patted her shoulder and pacified her. "Where have you been all this time?" "It's a long story." Yi Lang told a general story about his trip to the Devil's Way to go undercover. Hearing Su Xuemeng's small face froze. She didn't expect that senior brother Yi Lang was actually going on such a dangerous and arduous mission. And seems to have done a great job. Senior brother Yi Lang. It's just too awesome. So are you done with your mission now and don't have to go back? Su Xuemeng leaned in Yi Lang's arms, her stunning face with tears, and asked, "That won't do. The war between the righteous and the wicked hasn't started yet, and there's a mission afterward. I came tonight because I couldn't bear to see you worry too much. Stopping by to crave your body?" Of course, the last sentence, Yi Lang said in his heart. When Su Xuemeng heard this, she was a bit lost, but more than anything, she was still worried. "Well, senior sister Su, I still have to go back in a while. Come, let's senior brother kiss." Yi Lang soothed her for a while, and the beauty was in his arms, and he was a bit apathetic, and he couldn't help but lower his head to Su Xuemeng's vermilion lips. One hand, too, was not honest. Aha! Su Xuemeng's pretty face reddened and did not struggle. Day 2. It was obviously a cloudless sky, but it was terribly low. A blackened mist that covered the sky and swept in at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the western part of the boundary. Meanwhile, to the west of the canyon, there were roars of earth-shattering beasts, accompanied by the roars of evil spirits and netherworlds rising up. Countless righteous disciples' hearts trembled as a thought rose at the same time. The army of magic roads is here. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying aura that overwhelmed the heavens and earth thunderously blasted over the huge boundary. It caused the entire righteous disciples within the boundary to be in a state of shock. This seat has said long ago that the green sky domain, after all, belongs to us. Everything, then, begins today. Chapter 49 Emperor Realm Encounter. Assault and Kill Mission. Above the void beyond the boundary, the figures of the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and the other 7 Devil Dao Emperor realms emerged. Above the Great Emperor behind the 7 devils, the figures of countless Devil Dao martial artists emerged amidst the pervasive devilish aura. Started following this huge canyon and kept spreading out. This canyon was huge and incomparable. It was the boundary line between the forces of righteousness and devilry, and the boundary where the righteous path was located was right in the center of the entire canyon. However, the Devil's Way wouldn't be so stupid as to only know how to impact the boundary. Instead, they can kill their way into the righteous sphere of influence from beyond the boundaries, and this, in turn, required the defense of the disciples of the righteous path, so as not to be attacked by the devil's path and cause the backwaters to be devastated. Cut the crap. You and the others have done a lot of evil. Since you're here, let's fight. Within the boundary, Emo Xuanli's voice rang out. Immediately afterward, the figures of the 7 emperors appeared outside the boundary, holding against the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and the others. Emo Xuanli and the others' divine thoughts were taught, not daring to relax in the slightest. They all knew in their hearts that the Devil's Way had a great Emperor Realm Devil Puppet, even though the old ancestor had said that once the Devil Puppet appeared, he would beat it by surprise. But it was they who faced the demon puppets first. If that demon puppet were to strike now, I wonder if old ancestor would be able to defeat it. Let's go. A battle outside the sky. Above the void, the 7 devils' faces were shadowy as they threw out a sentence. It then transformed into 7 streaks of black light and rushed toward the sky. The righteous emperors couldn't help but stare at each other. Old ancestor will keep an eye on the battlefield at all times. That demonic puppet doesn't need us to worry about it. Let's go and meet these demons first. Emo Xuanli transmitted his voice and then joined the remaining 6 emperors in chasing towards the demon emperors. The The battle between the righteous and the devils actually depended a great deal on the outcome of the battle above the emperor rank. If they could defeat the devil emperor rank, then the balance of the battle would fall in their favor. Below, the various sects of the righteous path that had gathered within the boundary had also received orders long ago to begin traveling down the canyon to snipe at the attacking devil's path. Countless disciples of the righteous path dispersed towards the outside of the boundary and fought with the disciples of the devil path. Of course, Yi Lang's status was special, and the 4C sect clan had specially arranged for him to stay within the boundary, not letting him go out to answer the battle. At this moment, Yi Lang was standing within the boundary, withdrawing his gaze towards the sky, slightly worried in his heart. After this period of contact, he knew that in fact Yin Yenran's cultivation was only at the early stage of the Emperor realm, and was considered a weaker existence amongst all the Emperor realm bigwigs. This kind of melee between Emperor realms was naturally unfavorable to her. Shaking his head, Yi Lang could not do anything about it. The current him was only at the Zun realm cultivation level. Even if he had skills on his side, he could not get involved. Ding! Trigger mission, through the alter ego Lin Fury. Attack and kill the strongest members of the Devil's Way, weakening the Devil's Way's strength. This mission is a long-term mission. For every demonic path powerhouse above the Zun realm that is killed, you will be rewarded. At this time, the system's beep sounded in Yi Lang's head. Yi Lang was stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal an inexplicable smile, then lifted the tent and stepped inside. On the west side of the huge canyon, in the midst of the Devil's Way camp, Yi Lang's doppelganger Lin Fury's face was indifferent as his figure walked outward. Elder Lin, are you going to make a move today? Not far away, a Devil Dao Venerable froze at the sight and said, generally, the first day's battles are tentative, with the disciples going on the offensive. Emperor realm powerhouses rarely make a move. Aha! Lin sure skimmed him. Killing intent flashed in his eyes and was quickly concealed. We can't do it here. With that, they continued outward and soon disappeared into the distance. In the middle of the canyon, a forest that was about 100 miles away from the boundary of the righteous path had long been razed to the ground at this point. Above the open space, nearly 100 martial artists from the righteous and devilish paths were in a melee. However, it was obvious that the side belonging to the Devil's Way was about to be unable to support itself and was about to be decimated. Roar, roar. In the air, a pitch-black beast of more than 10 feet in size was also carrying a silhouette, desperately trying to flee outward. Humph, mustn't let him get away. It's so hard to catch a demonic father. The three righteous Dao Zun realms surrounded the Devil Dao martial artist in a zigzag formation, and one of them said, if Yi Lang was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that the person speaking was none other than Deacon Xie of the Spirit Sky Sect, the one who prevented him from going to see the Empress in the secret realm. Shoo! In the void, with a flash of swordlight in Deacon Xie's hand, a huge swordlight left a bloody wound on the demonic beast. It made it move with a lurch. Damn! Only is going to die here this time. The sinister face of that Devil Dao Venerable on the Devil Hand was filled with urgency as his divine thoughts unfolded with full force, banking on the fact that there were Devil Dao powerhouses nearby. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Devil Emperor's aura is coming this way. Ha ha ha. The devil couldn't help but let out a rampant laugh, his demonic aura exerting itself to the best of its ability to surround himself. At the same time, drive the magical beasts underneath him to come to his front and resist damage for him. He naturally did all this so that he wouldn't die before the Demon Emperor arrived. Oops. Deacon Xie and the others also noticed the situation and immediately looked back with ugly faces and some stiffness. There, a figure with an extremely indifferent face was staring at them silently. The disciples below listened to the order. Retreat at full speed. Let's fight him. Deacon Xie spoke decisively after only a little contemplation. As the words fell, his figure rushed madly towards the figure. And when the remaining two righteous Dao Zun realms saw this, they also hastily summoned up their true essence and attacked. Jie, don't think for yourself. Before the silhouette could say anything, that demon instead snatched a smile and revealed a hideous expression. However, in the next moment, to the surprise of everyone present, the Demon Emperor who had come here didn't pay any attention to Deacon Xie and the others who were attacking. Instead, with a flash of his body, he appeared directly in front of that Demon Lord. An extreme cold light flashed, and the life breath of that demonic Dao Zun realm instantly disappeared. Why? The eyes of that Devil Dao Zun realm collapsed, only having time to leave a question. Needless to say, this visitor was naturally Yi Lang's doppelganger. Lin Shi. In the void, Lin Shi coldly swept a glance at Deacon Xie and the others who were in a daze as his eyes looked downwards. Then he waved his hand violently and struck out several black lights, taking away the lives of several Devil Dao martial artists who were still alive. After doing this, Lin Shi's figure instantly turned into a black light and disappeared, leaving only Deacon Xie and the others frozen in place. What the is this? Operation? That person just now, is really the demon emperor? The crowd made a shocked outcry, and for a moment they couldn't believe what they were seeing. A devil emperor? Ran this to kill a bunch of people in the devil's way, and then left straight away, and didn't give them a hard time at all. Who would believe that? On the other hand, the moment Lin Fury killed that demonic Dao Venerable, Yi Lang received a system reward alert. Congratulations to the host, for slaying a demon Dao Venerable through his detachment, and obtaining a heavenly rank, blood-bursting elixir. Chapter 50, A Single Blade Exposed. Lin Fury strikes. When Yi Lang heard the voice, his divine mind immediately probed into the system to check up on this reward. Blood Explosion Elixir, a heavenly ranked extremely high-quality elixir that can be taken to increase battle power by 10 times within half an hour. Effective under the Emperor realm. Not bad. Yi Lang smiled faintly. To get this reward for killing just one Devil Dao Venerable, this system was already not considered stingy. The other end. In the middle of the huge and boundless canyon, Lin Shu's figure transformed into a black light, his divine thoughts constantly sweeping, searching for strong demonic Taoists suitable for decapitation. At this time, the Emperor realm bigwigs of the righteous and devilish paths had all gone to fight outside the 9 heavens, and with Lin Shu's current strength at the Emperor realm, plus the many talismans Yi Lang had left on him, it could be said that he didn't scare anyone. Just be careful and stealthy and no one will even notice. Time passed, and the first day of the Devil's Way's attack soon came to an end. The Devil's Way disciples spread throughout the canyon were already showing signs of retreating, and today, Lin Shu had already killed a total of 3 Devil Daozun realms, all killed by sneak attacks, and after the beheading, he cleared out the nearby Devil's Way disciples in the process. This is naturally to avoid exposure. Yi Lang naturally also received 2 more rewards, which were 2 extremely high-grade spiritual weapons and 3 Earth-ranked talismans. Tomorrow, there should be a Devil Dao Imperial realm out there, so we need to prepare properly and see if we can decimate one. Within the boundary of the righteous path, Yi Lang frowned and thought. The gap between Emperor realm powerhouses and the Zun realm was enormous, and Lin Shu had no trouble decapitating the Zun realm and could hide his identity with ease. But this was not the case when facing the Emperor realm, and one slip of the tongue could lead to an accident. Luckily, shifting isn't a skill that can be used on Lin Fury. Yi Lang pondered for a while, and with a plan in his mind, he got up and headed for the Spirit Sky Sect's camp, planning to check on Su Xuemeng. However, just after taking 2 steps, Yi Lang frowned, and his mind couldn't help but watch a scene within the range of his divine mind through Lin Shu. In the center of the canyon, in a clearing 100 miles away from the righteous boundary, several Devil Dao martial artists were surrounding a man and a woman, and one of them had a terrifying aura, actually an imperial realm. At this moment, that Devil Dao Emperor's pair of shadowy eyes were staring dead on at the man who was surrounded, and his voice was extremely cold as he said, "You're not Li Feng. There's no way he'd put his life on the line to save a righteous woman. Also, the martial arts you used just now are not from my Wuji demon sect. Instead, they are somewhat like righteous means. Say, who the hell are you?" On the opposite side, the man's face was ghastly white, and he seemed to have suffered an extremely heavy injury. After hearing that demon emperor's words, the man's cold sweat couldn't help but brush off, his body trembling slightly, yet he still stood motionless in front of the woman behind him, not saying a word. This man was no one else, but one of the 10 undercover agents of the righteous path. And Yi Lang had dealt with him before. He was the eldest disciple of the Jin Killing Alliance, Duan Yido, who was currently lurking in the Wuji demon sect, one of the 7 great demon sects, under the alias Li Feng. And the reason why Duan Yido was in such a scene was entirely because of this woman behind him, his fellow apprentice sister and the object of his affection, Nie Shaoqing. Not long ago, Duan Yido and a few of his fellow Devil Dao disciples were being chased by a righteous Daozun realm, so one of the Devil Dao martial artists asked their master, the Devil Dao Emperor realm in front of them, for help. However, unluckily, after this Devil Dao Imperial realm rescued them, he encountered Nie Shaoqing and a bunch of other Jin Killing Alliance disciples on his way back. Between the Devil Emperor's walk and his passing, the Jin Killing Alliance disciples were killed and wounded, and it looked like Nie Shaoqing was about to fall as well. Duan Yido finally couldn't hold back and took the Demon Emperor's strike at the cost of a serious injury. "Master, since Li Feng has problems, just kill him," a Devil Dao martial artist with a fierce expression said. The rest of the crowd chimed in, without a hint of intolerance. "No, there is something wrong with Li Feng's identity. Maybe it's not that simple. This seed will take him back to search his soul." That Devil Dao Emperor waved his hand, seemingly sensing a hint of something wrong, and coldly said. As his words fell, Duan Yido couldn't help but twist his head to look at Nie Shaoqing, a hint of despair on his face. No, he has to be saved. Yi Lang, who had seen this scene through the Lin Fury divine thought, quickly made a decision. The next moment, a place in the canyon, Lin Sha body and the face wiped. The whole person suddenly changed his appearance. Such appearance was an unknown devil disciple that Yi Lang had once seen. After the change, Lin Shi's figure flickered, and he headed towards Duani Dao's location. At the same time a handful of talismans quietly appeared in his hand. The female killed and took Li Feng away. That Devil Dao Imperial Realm made a decision and threw down a sentence. The crowd of Devil Dao martial artists behind them immediately swung the devil swords in their hands and chopped at Nie Xiaoqing. Green. Get out of here. Duani Dao couldn't care about his injuries in the heat of the moment, and he forcefully swung out a blade light and roared. Bang! However, the blade light was quickly churned to pieces, and the channeled black chi smashed into the Duani Dao duo, who were instantly blown away and landed in the distance. Duani Dao spat out a mouthful of blood, twisted his head to look at Nie Xiaoqing, who was already seriously injured and unconscious by his side, and thought to himself that he couldn't escape today. Let's hope it doesn't involve other undercover agents. Then he closed his eyes, powerless to resist. Shoo! However, at this time, several air-breaking sounds came suddenly, and this space was suddenly lurched. Subsequently, countless huge sword lights appeared out of thin air in the void, violently falling towards the crowd of Devil Dao martial artists below. Who else is? What a strong sword chi! No! Why can't I move? It's over! The crowd of Devil Dao martial artists were terrified, and in mere moments, they were taken away by the sword light. In the middle of the field, only that demonic Dao Imperial Realm was left alive. Who is the Heavenly Order blocking charm? That Devil Dao Emperor Realm's face was gloomy to the extreme, and his body was already wounded as well, as he drank. However, what answered him was a terrifying sword chi nearly 100 feet in size. As the sword chi fell, the void trembled and the earth collapsed. That Devil Dao Imperial Realm's entire body had collapsed to the ground after enduring this sword chi, his breath extremely depleted. At this time, a silhouette slowly revealed itself, and it was none other than the changed appearance of Lin Shi. You are even a member of the Devil's Path. Kill me, and you won't escape death. On the ground, that Devil Dao Imperial Realm's eyes widened as it intermittently said, bang! Lin Fury was dry and sharp, and landed a palm on his heavenly aura, instantly understanding his life. Then looking in the direction of Duani Dao, he flexed his fingers and a pill landed in the hands of the latter, who was dumbfounded. After doing so, Lin Shi didn't stop at all, turned around and left as a black light. After circling around for hundreds of miles, it flew back to the Devil's Road camp. After he left, Duani Dao stared blankly at the elixir in his hand. The fragrance of it was refreshing. It was an earth-ranked healing elixir. What the hell is going on here? Duani Dao was completely confused. Chapter 51, Speculations Abound. Who is it? The person who appeared just now. Although Duani Dao didn't recognize him, the aura on his body was obviously from the Devil's Way. But how could a Devil's Way man lay hands on his own people? And also gave him the elixir? No, the behavior of that person. It is obvious that he knows my identity and is trying to save me. Duani Dao was shocked in his heart and instantly understood. That's the only explanation that makes sense. But that one was at the Imperial Realm cultivation level and was clearly not any of the 10 undercover agents. Then why did he save himself? Duani Dao was puzzled and wanted to communicate with the other undercover agents. But obviously not at this time. Only after a long time did Duani Dao shake his head, temporarily suppressing the disbelief in his heart and taking the healing elixir. He then walked over to the unconscious Nie Xiaoqing and quietly looked at her for a while before finding the messenger talisman from her and sending out a signal for help. At this point, the Devil Dao martial artists had basically retreated, so Nie Xiaoqing shouldn't be in danger anymore. The situation did not allow him to linger any longer, so he forced himself to turn away. On the other hand, after Lin Fury killed that Devil Dao Emperor Realm, Yi Lang also received the reward given by the system. Surprisingly, it was 5 heavenly ranked talismans and 2 spiritual treasures. This wave of blood earns used 2 heaven-ranked talismans and 1 earth-ranked talisman to get back so much. Yi Lang was delighted in his heart. An Imperial Realm was really worth it. Gotta find a chance to put these things in the hands of the doppelganger. Right now, Lin Fury, the doppelganger, was Yi Lang's main battle force? But Lin Fury was only at the early stage of the Imperial Realm and basically had no possibility of breaking through again, to decapitate an Emperor Realm powerhouse, or even the Emperor Realm, only by talismans. When he thought of decapitating the Emperor Realm, Yi Lang's thoughts couldn't help but drift a bit. I wonder how the battle is going with the Empress. Beyond the 9 heavens, in the middle of the infinite void strewn with hurricanes, all the Emperor Realms of the righteous and devilish paths were in the midst of a chaotic battle, and the scene was incomparably terrifying, only to see that the hurricane had been churned to smithereens in the void within a radius of 10,000 miles, and the void cracked open with gaps, seemingly desiring to choose people to devour. Shoo! In one place in the void, Yin Yenran held her sword in her vegan hand. and with a single stroke, she chopped the ghostly shadow opposite her that was hundreds of feet in size to pieces. At this point, she had some blood on her and her breath was already a bit shriveled. Even though she had a mysterious background and countless secret techniques, her cultivation was ultimately quite a bit inferior to the others, and she was already suffering from a considerable amount of injuries. However, other than her, the remaining few righteous emperor realms were the ones that had been suppressing the devil's way. The overall strength of the righteous path was already above that of the devil's path. Patriarch Mo. Why did the devil Dao delay in releasing that devil puppet? At this moment, the battle was stalemated and could not be divided into winners and losers in a short period of time. A righteous emperor realm could not help but secretly send a voice to ask. This seat also doesn't know what these devils are planning. If they release the devil puppets now, we only need to hold on for a while. The old ancestor will definitely sneak in secretly. Mo Xuanli shook his head slightly and transmitted his voice back. In the boundless void, the devil Dao emperors did not have a trace of panic on their faces at this time, and only kept striking out terrifying attacks. Its behavior seems to be somewhat like trying to drag down the emperor realm of the righteous path. At the same time, after the devil Dao disciples had retreated to the campsite, a furious cry was heard from the place where the peerless devil sect had gathered. Elder Tan unexpectedly fell. What on earth has happened here? The righteous imperial realm has already been held back by the demon emperor lords, so can anyone kill Elder Tan silently? Inside the tent, the Grand Elder of the Peerless Devil sect was saying with a gloomy face. In front of it were the senior members of the Peerless Devil sect, all of whom were silent at this time. To lose an imperial realm on the first day of the expedition, before the real battle had even begun, this was unacceptable to anyone else. Grand Elder, if you want to know who killed Elder Tan, you'll know at a glance with the blood demon returning shadow technique. A man stepped forward and said. The Grand Elder nodded with a grim face. There were Emperor Realm Elders' essence blood soul lanterns left within the infinite demon sect. This matter was not difficult to operate. You take the teleportation array back to the clan to fetch the essence blood, and at this moment, not only were the top brass of the Peerless Devil sect speculating about the cause of that Devil Dao Emperor's death, but all of the undercover agents of the Righteous Dao were also communicating through the sound transmission notes. The 7 clans of the Devil Dao were all gathered in the very center of the Devil Dao camp, so none of them were too far away. Sorrowful Yang, you said that person was a Devil Dao Emperor, yet he beheaded another Devil Dao Emperor, and also gave you a healing pill? Blade, yes, exactly. Weed, that's so weird. It's obviously to save you for fear of exposing your identity. Tengu, but none of us undercover agents are royalty, not even Hikaru, so who the hell is it? Blade, I have a bit of a guess in my mind. Could it be that Emperor realm has been turned by one of you? Urching, that's an emperor. Who can turn the tables? Shirokamo, it's not me anyway. Could it be Hikaru? The crowd burst into speculation and could not help but associate it with Yi Lang. Yi Lang had been secretly paying attention to their chat through his distraction, and could not help but be slightly stunned at the sight. Should we tell them? After thinking about it, Yi Lang still decided to conceal it for the time being. The less people knew about it, the safer it was. It's also more effective at taking people by surprise. Therefore, Yi Lang did not participate in the speeches and only let them silently speculate away. In fact, this night, it wasn't just the hearts of many in the Devil's Path that were filled with doubt. The Righteous Path was actually the same. The number of people that Lin Fury had killed in the daytime had not been hidden from the people of the Righteous Path who were present, because that was not necessary. Because it's impossible for the righteous and the wicked to sit down and discuss this. It was so that this caused those righteous disciples present to be extremely confused. Back on the side of the Devil Dao, after that great elder of the Peerless Devil sect gave the order, someone quickly retrieved Elder Tan's essence blood soul lamp through the teleportation array. Inside the tent, the Grand Elder looked at the already extinguished soul lamp and began casting spells with an ugly face. As the Dao of demonic chi rose, Dao changes began to appear above the soul lantern. An image slowly appeared. It was exactly the scene where Lin Shi's palm blasted on that Devil Dao Emperor's heavenly aura. This person is actually a member of the Devil Dao, or an imperial realm. Inside the tent, the top echelons of the Peerless Devil sect were creeped out, and a trace of coldness inexplicably arose in their hearts. An emperor with a heart of gold hiding in the middle of one's camp. That's a risk at any time. The Grand Elder clenched his teeth, his face hard to see. How could he not have imagined that Elder Tan had not died at the hands of someone from the Righteous Path? Do any of you recognize this person? An emperor, who could never be obscure in the devil's way. The eyes of the crowd of people from the Peerless Devil sect swept carefully over Lin Shi and shook their heads. Joking aside, Lin Shi's appearance was just that of a small disciple who didn't know about the devil's way. How could these bigwigs possibly recognize it? Save the images, head to the clans of the Devil Dao, and search throughout the entire Devil Dao. There's a mole. He must be uncovered. and this elder wants him to live forever. The great elder of the peerless devil sect said in a chilling voice. Chapter 52 Tertiary Authority, Puppet System. That night, the people of the Wuji demon sect did not delay, and directly found the senior management of the various sects of the Devil's Way, requesting a thorough investigation of each other's sects, and whether or not there was a man on the screen. And the various sects of the Devil Dao were shocked after hearing this news. An Imperial Realm powerhouse belonging to the Devil's Way was secretly attacking and killing one of their own. This caused the entire Devil's Way to, all of a sudden, go on alert. And soon enough, the Devil Disciple whose appearance had been borrowed by Lin Shi was also uncovered, brought within the gathering place of the Wuji demon sect. Various seniors, don't know what they are looking for disciples? That disciple was apprehensive when he saw a group of Emperor Realm powerhouses from various sects of the Devil's Path, all staring at him with shadowy faces. Is that him? A lust demon sect Imperial Realm, with a gloomy and uncertain face, asked, investigating the mole, and surprisingly finding out that it was in their lust demon sect. He naturally didn't have a good mood. The top brass of the peerless devil sect compared for a while and nodded, killing intent on their faces. Jia, isn't that person an emperor? And this disciple is only a mere area Tanshian. Ha! The lust demon sect's grand elder stood out and sneered. Means of hiding cultivation are not rare. Whether it's him or not, this elder will know once he tries. The grand elder of the peerless devil sect could not help but open his mouth as he could not contain his killing intent somewhat the moment he saw that disciple. Then without any nonsense, the terrifying demonic yuan in his body surged, and he blasted his palm towards the disciple. Elders save me. The disciple was so terrified that he only had time to let out a wail before his body was turned into annihilation under this palm. When he died, the crowd in the room froze. Obviously, the mole is not this disciple. Now, the faces of the several lust demon sect Imperial realms present became even more unsightly. It wasn't that they cared about the death of a disciple, but they felt that the peerless devil sect had somewhat disregarded them. Everyone, that mole must still be lurking in the Devil's Way. If not removed one day is a hidden danger. The great elder of the peerless devil sect said in a deep voice. How can we go about finding it now that the trail has been broken? It's better to wait for the demon emperors to return and report to them. The high-ranking members of the various sects of the Devil's Way were in a heavy mood, but there was nothing they could do for a while. Only when the demon emperors return will we look into this matter. Other side. What had happened in the Devil's Way? Yi Lang had already learned all about it through his bilocation. Lin Shi, however, he did not care. With the demon emperor not even present, he had enough confidence to deal with these scenes. At the moment, his mind was on something else. The day he'd been waiting so hard for his privilege to be upgraded was almost upon him. Inside the system chat group, Yi Lang opened his personal homepage. Group leader, Yilong. Cultivation, Early Zune Realm. Binding system, Undercover Survival System. Skills, Armor of Damage Reduction. Extreme Cold. Enchanted Body. Ears of Eavesdropping. Special Abilities, Charisma Enhancement. Aura Enhancement. Authority, LV2, 499/500. At this point, half a month had passed since he had obtained the Seeing Through Good Feelings skill, which naturally went away. And most of all, it's the permissions column that's just a little bit away from being upgraded. This would be made up for early tomorrow morning, after he received his base cultivation reward. In Yi Lang's heart, he couldn't help but unfold his expectations. A night without words. Early in the morning of the second day, Yi Lang had just felt a little increase in his body's cultivation, when a crisp sound came from his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the group owner for rising to level 3 access. Permission content. The group owner can use 2 non-diving systems at the same time, and can bind one of them as the main system. There is no limit to the time of use, and it is up to the group owner to change it on his own. Subsystems follow secondary authority. Yi Lang was stunned at the sound of his voice, and his heart could not help but rejoice wildly. You can bind to both systems now? One of them can also be used for as long as you want and replaced as often as you want. This freedom, too much Not only that, but another subsystem, too, could continue along with secondary access and still rack up extractions for him. This is equivalent to the fact that he is now steadily binding a primary system for use while repeatedly replacing it with a good secondary system. If you meet a great one, just tie it into the main system again. After a long time, Yi Lang suppressed the joy in his heart and directly bound the undercover survival system to the master system. Subsequently, Yi Lang exited his personal homepage, intending to use the 2 extraction opportunities he had accumulated previously. On the illusory chat screen, the system stopped water swarming, and one system avatar kept flashing across the screen. Soon, the screen is still. The 5 big words, soft eating system, stayed on top of the screen. Yi Lang couldn't help but be a bit silent. To be honest, Seeing the name of this system, it was false for Yi Lang to say that his heart wasn't moved, but the thing is, it's not very useful to have this system in the current environment. Lord Empress was fighting outside the heavens, and Han Weiwei was in the midst of the Devil's Way. These two objects he could eat softly were inconvenient for the time being. The battle between the righteous and the devil has just begun. It's not the time to slack off. Right now we still need a stronger system. Shaking his head, Yi Lang finally gave up on this system. With some anticipation is clicked again to extract. Emperor O'Hare is possessed. Come on and be fierce. Yi Lang silently chanted. Soon, the extraction ended, and Yi Lang could not help but show a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth when he saw the extracted system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the puppet system. It is detected that the host possesses an Imperial Realm doppelganger. Is it free to transform into a puppet? A mechanical electronic tone sounded in Yi Lang's head. Yi Lang did not hesitate and answered yes silently in his mind. That's right, the puppet system was the system that Yi Lang had extracted for the second time. This system, as the name suggests, allows Yi Lang to turn others into his puppets, and these puppets were no different from Yi Lang's previous doppelgangers. Yi Lang could share all of their perceptions and manipulate their behavior. The condition for turning into a puppet was to consume puppet points, and beings of different realms required different amounts of puppet points. Puppet points are gained through metastones and also heavenly treasures conversion. Not only that, puppets obtained through the system can be upgraded by killing martial artists of the same realm and above to gain upgrade points, but the upgrade points gained from each golem decapitating that can only be used on himself. I almost forgot. This long-term mission released by the undercover system, with this puppet system, is a perfect match. Yi Lang suddenly remembered that mission again, now that Lin Shi had been transformed into his puppet. Then, if Lin Fury killed another martial artist above the Devil Dao Emperor realm next, not only would he receive a reward, but he would also be able to raise Lin Fury's cultivation level. Thinking about this, Yi Lang's heart could not help but be on fire. Imagine one day, one obtains a few more puppets and upgrades them in droves, even giving all of them a hole to the Emperor realm. What was that scene? Inside the tent, Yi Lang's eyes looked in the direction of the Devil Dao camp, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Chapter 53, Killing the Emperor Realm Again. 1,000 Years of Yuan Essence. West of the canyon, the Devil's Way camp. Today is the day when the Devil's Way really launches its attack. At this moment, the 7 great devil sects, in conjunction with countless Devil Dao sects, gathered at the front of the camp and were preparing to strike. The sky was covered in demonic aura, and the sound was extremely spectacular. For this attack, the Devil Dao had nearly half of the Emperor Realm powerhouses out, and naturally, Lin Shi was among them. Lin Shi's eyes swept around, revealing a hint of inexplicable smile. Kill! As the grand elders of the various devil sects gave the order, countless Devil Dao disciples scattered at once, rushing toward the east side of the canyon, the sphere of influence of the righteous Dao. At the same time, the righteous sects within the boundary had also long been prepared, and a constant stream of martial artists were gathering outside the boundary to begin meeting the battle. Yi Lang also chose to go out of the boundary after binding the system, but his main purpose was not to meet the Demon Realm sect, but he had other ideas. Soon, both the good and evil sides began to engage in battles in various parts of the canyon, and the sky and the ground for 10,000 miles in every direction became a battlefield. In the middle of the canyon, beside an unoccupied small ditch, Yi Lang's figure was hidden and appeared here, waiting quietly for something. Soon, a black light flashed above the distant void, revealing the figure of a man. It's none other than Lin Fury. Yi Lang couldn't help but smile when he saw his puppet coming and went forward to pat his shoulder. Nice work, hey! Afterwards, he pulled out a storage bag from his body and placed it on Lin Shi, and took another storage bag from Lin Shi. When he did this, he was naturally placing the remaining heavenly ranked talismans in his hands on Lin Shi, to enhance the battle power of this puppet. By the way, he took away the heavenly materials and also Yuan stones that Lin Fury had accumulated, which he was going to use to convert into puppet points. After doing this, Yi Lang wiped it on his face again, and his entire person suddenly changed his appearance. It turned into the appearance of an ordinary disciple of the heavenly demon sect that he had seen before. Lin Shi did the same, transforming his appearance into another ordinary disciple of the heavenly demon sect. After all, Yi Lang had stayed in the heavenly demon sect for a longer period of time and had seen more disciples. Let's go. Let's both match a wave today, Yi Lang said to Lin Fake, which was actually a cry to himself. That's right, this was his main purpose of coming out today, to assassinate the Devil Dao Imperial Realm with his own skills, combined with the strength of this puppet and the talisman. Soon, the duo disappeared into the area, according to a void not far from the junction of the righteous path. You escaped last time. I don't know if you're still that lucky today, A Devil Dao Imperial Realm held a trident of ghosts and said with a fierce expression. On the opposite side, a Confucian-looking middle-aged man stood with his arms folded, his expression not fluctuating too much. It was none other than the elder of the Spirit Sky Sect, MOU, Night Ghost. Your Yellow Springs demon sect kills people to train their souls. Are you really not afraid of heaven's wrath? The color of disgust flashed across MOU's face as he said in a deep voice. Bull asterisk 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 heaven's wrath. When I draw your soul, my strength will surely increase greatly. Maybe I can break through the late stage of the Imperial Realm. The Night Ghost didn't care, and his eyes looked greedily at MOU. In the next moment, channels of demonic yuan emitting an evil aura surged out from his body, condensing on top of that halberd. Shoo! A black wave of light, 100 feet in size, violently blasted towards MOU. MOU's complexion was slightly gloomy, and his figure retreated wildly. At the same time, he punched out a clean white curtain of light that was constantly stacked in front of his body. Battle with that black wave of light. Boom boom. In the void, thunderous collisions rang out, the clouds shattered, and the void trembled. Aha! However, it didn't take long before MOU's figure stepped back once again, his face a little pale. Previously, when the 7 demonic clans raided the Spirit Sky Sect, he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and at this point, he had not yet fully recovered. Jie, take life. When that Night Ghost saw this, it became even more rampant. However, what neither of the two Emperor realms noticed was that more than 10 miles away from them in the void, 2 silhouettes lurked in a cloud of mist, silently watching the battle. It was none other than Yi Lang and his puppet. This heavenly rank breath-converting talisman is just powerful. The Emperor can't even detect it. It's a pity that it's the only one, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. At this time, he didn't have a few heavenly rank talismans left in his hand. Gotta save it. Yi Lang noticed that MOU was at a disadvantage on the battlefield, so he immediately stopped hesitating and maneuvered Lin Shi to bring him up, transforming into a stream of light and heading straight for that Night Ghost. In the void, the Night Ghost was roaring up to the sky like a god or a demon, constantly bombarding the retreating MOU. Suddenly, his body shape lurched, the whole person first stayed in place, and then even fell straight down. Not only that, the terrifying waves of light in the void that were about to blast towards MOU all disappeared in an instant. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's happening? The Night Ghost couldn't help but be horrified. He felt as if his entire body didn't belong to him anymore. Totally unmanageable. How is that possible? Shoo! At that moment, countless huge blade lights with demonic aura suddenly appeared, chopping continuously at the falling Night Ghost. Each slash was an Imperial Realm level of damage. All of this, naturally, was Yi Lang making a move? First, he used extreme cold to temporarily cool down all of the Night Ghost's means, and then he manipulated the Forest Fury and kept on making up for it. At this moment, the Night Ghost had no means other than his physical body, so even if his cultivation level was higher than Lin Shi's, he couldn't resist. Soon, 3 seconds passed and the skill time was up, and while the Night Ghost hadn't hit the ground yet, it had long since lost its life breath, fell under Lin Fury's demonic blade. Ding! Detected the puppet decapitating a mid-royal realm being, gaining 1000 upgrade points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for slaying one of the Devil Dao's Imperial Realm through his detachment, and obtaining 1 heavenly talisman and 1 drop of 1000-year yuan essence. The moment the Night Ghost died, in Yi Lang's mind, 2 voices sounded at the same time. This feels not too good. Yi Lang couldn't help but sigh. Kill 1, get 2 favors, that's a great deal. Immediately after that, Yi Lang maneuvered Lin Fury to take the storage bag on the Night Ghost's corpse. This place was not suitable to stay for a long time, so Yi Lang decisively maneuvered Lin Shi and disappeared with him. In the distant void, MOU's always calm face was confused. What the? Is this operation? Of course, Yi Lang didn't have the time to care about MOU clueless. At this time, he was studying the rewards he had obtained. It was needless to say that the heavenly ranked talisman was an attacking one, just what Yi Lang wanted. Yi Lang was mainly looking at the 1000-year-old yuan essence because he wasn't sure what it was. 1000-year yuan essence, the essence of the yuan chakra, condensed for 1000 years, contains the most refined and purest heaven and earth yuan qi. So it is. Yi Lang understood at a glance that this was a heavenly material. However, Yi Lang didn't intend to use it to convert into puppet points. Something this good was just right for his breakthrough. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Lang lowered his figure and split a hole in the ground in an extremely remote part of the canyon. Then have the Lin Fury set up a boundary and guard the side. Then he swallowed the drop of Yuan Jing in one gulp. Chapter 54, Cultivation Breakthrough. Puppet Upgrade. In the next moment, Yi Lang felt a huge and extremely pure Yuan Qi appear in his body. It almost didn't need to be transformed through a gong method before it turned into true essence. Boom! The cultivation on Yi Lang's body was rising extremely fast. Originally, he hadn't broken through the Zun realm long ago, and his daily base cultivation reward was too small, so he was still some time away from breaking through to the middle Zun realm. But now with the help of this 1,000-year-old Yuan essence, it unexpectedly rushed to the edge of breakthrough at once. Bang! With a loud bang, Yi Lang's aura shook violently, instantly becoming much stronger. Mid-Zun realm. Breakthrough. Phew. Inside the hole in the ground, Yi Lang lightly exhaled, surprisingly condensing into a white arrow that blew right through the opposite wall. That's ing. Spitting out a breath can kill someone, right? Yi Lang also didn't expect that he was already so fierce now. In his current state, if he were to return to his previous life, he would truly be unrivaled. I'm afraid he's no match for a hot weapon. Dumbly smiling, Yi Lang was not thinking too much. Returning to Earth was basically impossible. It was better to do the things in front of him first. With a wave of his hands, 3 storage bags appeared in front of Yi Lang. It was filled with heavenly materials and eye-shattering Yuan stones. These were Yi Lang's own accumulation as well as Lin Fury's, and the one that had just beheaded that Emperor realm. Transformation, Yi Lang said softly, and then he saw the 3 storage bags instantly empty. Puppet system, within the personal panel. Host, Yi Lang. Puppet, Lin Fury, Early Imperial Realm, 1000. Puppet points, 5000. Only 5000 puppet points? It's a bit of a ing pit. Yi Lang couldn't help but be a bit speechless after reading this. As far as he knew, to get an early stage Emperor Realm puppet, it would require 10,000 puppet points. Damn his own and the 2 Imperial Realms fortune. Even if that Night Ghost didn't have all of it with him, it wouldn't be worth just this much. It's too much. Forget it. It's better to upgrade the Forest Fury first. After killing that middle stage of the Imperial Realm, Lin Fury had already met the upgrade conditions and only needed Yi Lang's nod to advance. Ground. Lin Shure's entire aura suddenly skyrocketed. It caused the surrounding void to tremble continuously, and the commotion was tremendous. At this time, he was already at the mid-royal realm cultivation level. When Yi Lang saw that he had finished upgrading, he jumped out of the hole in the ground. Let's go. Keep going to the hunt. This attack by the Devil's Way lasted for 3 whole days before it slowed down, and up until this point, the various Emperor realms that had fought outside the heavens still showed no signs of wanting to return. Not only that, after 3 days of killing, not only did the Devil's Way not achieve a breakthrough victory, but instead, the deaths and injuries far outnumbered those of the Righteous Way. A full 5 Imperial Realm powerhouses alone had fallen. The Zun realm was even dead by the dozens. This number was something that the Devil's Way had never even dreamed of. Imperial Realm powerhouses were extremely difficult to kill, and 5 had died in just 3 days. This instantly made the Devil's Way's high-end battle power lower than the Righteous Way. In this way, there were disciples in both the righteous and the devilish paths who secretly wondered, on what basis did the devilish path dare to start a great war? At this time, within the Devil's Way camp, the 7 clans of the Devil Dao, as well as some of the senior members of the great clans of the Devil Dao, were gathering together, and Lin Sha was among them. Within 3 days, behead 5 Emperor realms and a dozen Zun realms of my Devil Dao. That mole is abominable. The Grand Elder of the Lust Demon sect, the head of the 7 great demon sects, had a mouthful of teeth that were about to be clenched at this moment. They had already gone back through the Soul Lantern and were clear on the cause of death of those 5 emperors. All died at the hands of a demon road emperor. Damn it, that person's appearance was the same day after day, and all of them were ordinary disciples of the various demonic sects. At this moment, the Lust Demon sect's Grand Elder was already in a completely different attitude from 3 days ago, and didn't feel that anyone was disrespecting their Lust Demon sect anymore, because 2 of the 5 dead Emperor realms were from their Lust Demon sect. He must be found quickly, or else if this continues, we will surely lose. If I know who it is, I will definitely draw out his living soul and use it to light the soul lamp. In the middle of the field, the demons were all in a state of hatred. Lin Fury followed among them and echoed. In fact, at this moment, Yi Lang, hiding inside the boundary, was about to laugh at the melon. By killing these powerhouses these past few days, Yi Lang had gained an extreme amount of benefits. First, the rewards from the undercover system, just the heavenly rank talismans alone, had accumulated 5 of them, as well as several spiritual treasures, and a bunch of heavenly materials. Speaking of the puppet system, the upgrade points that Lin Sha had accumulated were not much, only 1,000, and had not yet reached the conditions for upgrading, because Lin Sha was now in the middle stage of the Emperor realm. Only by killing a strong person in the middle stage of the Emperor realm or above could he get upgrade points. He only met one behind him, but the puppet points were amassed to the tune of 40,000. But spare me, Yi Lang didn't have the idea of adding puppets now. Nothing else. Puppet points can be gained with only heavenly materials, so why not accumulate more and just get an awesome one when the time comes? Even directly get an Emperor Realm puppet? One must know that no amount of Emperor Realm puppets would be as fierce as one Emperor Realm puppet. The only thing that was a bit troublesome was that turning the other party into his puppet required subduing the other party so that he couldn't resist first. Back to the devil's camp. After the crowd of devil realms sent out a burst of harsh words, they realized that they had no means to find out who exactly was the mole. Not by looking at each other. Things have come to this, the only way is to send a message to Lord Demon Emperor. It can't go on any longer. The heavenly demon sect's Grand Elder pondered for a while and proposed. The crowd had no choice but to agree. Beyond the heavens, in the boundless void, the great battle between the Emperor realms continued. At this moment, the Sky Demon Emperor's brows suddenly furrowed as he received a transmission from the Grand Elder. Then he transmitted his voice to tell the remaining few devils about it. How could this happen? All the demon emperors were shocked for a moment, and there was some concern in their hearts. It looks like we can't put it off any longer. So let's get on with the plan. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor pondered slightly and transmitted his voice. A few secret orders followed in the dark. The Heavenly Demon Emperor as well as the Yellow Springs Demon Emperor also sent out a secret order. Same time, while Thousand Desires was passing out secret orders, the Devil Dao camp was in the middle of the camp. The Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder's expression suddenly froze, and his face couldn't help but show shock, surprise, and other expressions. Looking around, the demons were confused for a moment. Gentlemen, this matter will end here today, so you and the others can go back first. It didn't take long for the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder to return to his senses and dismiss the crowd. Only the Grand Elders of the remaining 6 demonic clans remained. A secret order from Lord Demon Emperor for us to be like this. The Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder waved his hand to set up a boundary, and said something to a few people in a voice transmission. After the crowd heard the words, their faces couldn't help but show the same complex look that the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder had before, shocked with surprise, and at that moment, the other side, within the boundaries of the righteous path, Yi Lang, M.O. Shah, and the 3 undercover agents of the Devil's Way, that Kai Yang, all suddenly felt a tremor in that array disc on their bodies. Inside a tent of the Four Seas sect, Yi Lang looked dumbfounded. He had just been able to take in the events of the Devil's Road camp through the puppet, and was having some doubts in the back of his mind. This is it? Chapter 55, The Devil Emperor's Secret Order, Meeting the Ancestor. Thinking about this, Yi Lang couldn't help but get a little excited. Hurriedly pulling out that formation disc, his divine mind probed into it. Lang Jin, this seat orders you to quietly return to the Xian Tian Sword Sect at the back of the boundary tomorrow, and once the Z hour arrives, use demonic chi to catalyze the array plate within the Sword Sect. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's secret order surfaced above the array plate. Yi Lang froze, his mind racing. Lord Empress and the Emperor Realms had said that this array plate was a teleportation array plate, which meant that it was used to teleport people. That day when the Demon Emperor wanted him to activate this array disc tomorrow, the odds were that he was going to teleport the strongest members of the Devil Dao directly to the rear, kill Masamichi by surprise. No, it's not just the demonic powerhouses. It was likely that there was also that great Emperor Realm demon puppet. Yi Lang was shocked in his heart and suddenly understood why the Devil Dao's Empyrean realms wanted to fight the righteous Dao's Empyrean realms outside the heavens. It's a battle that goes on for days and doesn't come back. Just imagine, without an Emperor Realm powerhouse to press the line, wouldn't that demonic puppet kill indiscriminately? It's also not right. There is another terrifying existence within the Xian Tian Sword Sect cave. A Xian Tian Sword Sect old ancestor, most likely also in the great Emperor Realm, but that one doesn't seem to have fully awakened and is in bad shape. Could it be that the Devil's Way knows or guesses the situation of the existence of the one inside the cave, and by letting me go to the Xian Tian Sword Sect to receive the guide, they want to strangle it first? Yi Lang suddenly thought of this situation and felt more and more justified. The existence of the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect's old ancestor was certainly not a big secret amongst the strongest people in the Green Sky domain. It was just that very few people knew of his awakening. What a devil's path. Great plan. But unfortunately, I'm undercover. After the review, Yi Lang couldn't help but smile. With him around, it was naturally impossible to let the Devil's Way achieve its goal. With that, Yi Lang no longer hesitated and conveyed the news to the Empress Lord through the transmitting note on his doppelganger. After doing this, Yi Lang didn't rest, but walked out of the tent, his figure heading inside the tent where the Earth Emperor's sect had gathered. There was the clan where the undercover agent from the Lust Demon sect, the sun-casting Demoness, was from. Between walking around, Yi Lang slapped an Earth rank astringent talisman on his body. Although he didn't have the heavenly rank breath-converting talisman anymore, he still had 2 Earth rank ones. The Earth Emperor sect was not a proper sect. and it was also a 2/5 sect, so he didn't need to be so nervous. Not long afterward, outside a tent of the Earth Emperor sect, Yi Lang's figure stood quietly, and inside the tent, there were sounds of men and women making merry, faintly heard. Yi Lang's face could not help but look a little strange. Soon, the voices inside the tent subsided and a man, pale but with a contented look, stumbled out. When he saw Yi Lang, he was stunned. Brother, so strange. Also come to cool? Yi Lang was speechless, not interested in communicating with this unlucky person whose life was short, pushed open the tent and walked in. As soon as he entered, Yi Lang waved his hand and threw out an Earth-grade separation note. Only then did he turn his head to look at the woman inside the tent. The only thing I saw was a disheveled bed with a jade body spread out across it. Only a thin quilt covered the delicate body. Come on. Ha, it's you? The young Kai Demoness on the bed was just about to open her mouth to seduce, but she realized that the visitor was Lingjun. He sat up from the bed at once. What are you doing here? Yi Lang laughed and did not reply. His eyes scanned over her body, and his heart did not fluctuate much. A 10,000 man right who was only disgusted and not sexually aroused. In the next moment, his aura belonging to the Zun realm blossomed as he swung out a palm and attacked Kai Yang. Bang! Kai Yang is only a celestial cultivation. Where is his enemy? Immediately seriously injured. You? Why? Kai Yang looked terrified and didn't understand why Yi Lang suddenly struck out. To be a puppet. Yi Lang's heart murmured. And 500 puppet points were instantly missing from the system. Kai Yang was only at the late celestial cultivation stage, and the amount of puppet points spent was very little, but she wasn't much help. If Yi Lang hadn't been trying to control the other two array discs, he wouldn't have wasted puppet points on her. On the opposite side, before that Kai Yang could finish his words, the divine splendor within his eyes suddenly disappeared. Has become a Yi Lang puppet. Subsequently, Yi Lang manipulated Kai Yang to pull out the array disc and used his divine mind to check the secret orders on it. Found nothing different from himself except that the location was within the boundaries. Subsequently, Yi Lang didn't stay any longer and turned around to head to the Red Spirit sect again. As he did, turning Mo Sha into his puppet as well. Thus, the three undercover agents sent by the Devil's Way to the Righteous Way had all become Yi Lang alone. In the meantime, out of heaven, Yin Yenran also hurriedly conferred with Mo Xuanli and the others after receiving Yi Lang's voice transmission. Mo Xuanli and the other emperor ranks were shocked, and their first thought was to hurry back. However, the demon emperors on the opposite side didn't budge an inch, making it impossible for them to get away for a moment. For today's solution, the only way is for Yi Lang to contact Old Ancestor alone. Mo Xuanli had no choice but to transmit his voice as he tangled with the demon emperor. In the boundless void, Yin Yenran took a healing elixir and her figure suddenly retreated toward the back. In the blink of an eye it's 1,000 miles away. The Wuji demon emperor, who had been chasing Yin Yenran and fighting on the opposite side, could not help but be stunned and hurriedly followed. Yin Yenran seized the opportunity and used the miles of sound transmission technique. Send a message to Yi Long. Day 2. Yi Lang quietly left the boundary, and his figure went straight to the Xian Tian sword sect in the mountains behind him. The Xian Heavenly Sword sect was not far from the boundary and existed as a rear supply station, and frontline disciples had the qualifications to enter the Xian Heavenly Sword sect. After Yi Lang entered the Xian Tian sword sect, he did not delay and went straight to the secret realm. Last night, he had received a 10,000 mile transmission from the Empress, asking him to head to the Xian Heavenly Sword mystic realm and inform the Xian Heavenly Ancestor of this matter. Yi Lang naturally wouldn't refuse. He alone didn't have the strength to hold down the strongest members of the Devil's Way. Beyond the entrance of the secret realm, Yi Lang looked up into it. At this time, his appearance had been restored to its original form. Disciple Yi Lang, by order of the patriarchs, seeks to see the Old Ancestor. Yi Lang said in a deep voice. Come in. The old and majestic voice sounded, and Yi Lang's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already before that cave. What an awesome tactic. Yi Lang was secretly shocked in his heart. Worthy of being in existence of the great emperor realm. Ha! Are you that Yi Lang? The pale voice asked. Returning to the Old Ancestor. It is precisely the disciple. Yi Lang bowed his head and replied. I heard that you are undercover in the 4C sect. What is the reason for your visit? Back to Old Ancestor. The matter is like this. Yi Lang told the story of receiving the secret order from the demon emperor last night, as well as his own speculations, of course hiding the matter of going to look for Mo Sha and the others. After saying that, Yi Lang did not pit his voice and stood still. It was only after a long while that old man Xuantian's voice sounded again. You're doing a good job, and there's a good chance that the Devil's Way will do that. If that demonic puppet appears directly in the sword sect and shatters the secret realm by surprise, it will indeed be difficult for me to escape. But since we know now, we can make some preparations. I want that demonic puppet and those demonic martial artists to have no return. Chapter 56 Son He is confused and prepares for teleportation. I wonder what is required of the disciple. Yi Lang sniffed and said in a deep voice, I'll give you a few array tiles. Set them up before you inspire the teleportation array disk. I'll use them as a base to lay down a killing array. Yes. Yi Lang nodded. Yi Lang, you have done a great service to the righteous path this time, and you are even considered to have indirectly saved me. When all the dust settles, I will personally pass on your kung fu and lay the foundation for you, Old Man Xiantian added. As he spoke, several bronze-colored formation plates flew out from the cave and landed in Yi Lang's hands. Yi Lang looked down at the array plate and sniffed slightly, but then he reacted and said, Many thanks, old ancestor. Not bad for the goodwill of a great Emperor Realm powerhouse. As for passing on Kung Fu techniques and whatnot, he was feeling nothing. He didn't need it at all. Go on. Yi Lang nodded and planned to leave, but just 2 steps away, he turned back. By the way, old ancestor, if the devil Dao acts today, the patriarchs of those 3 undercover sects will definitely cooperate. I almost forgot. You don't have to worry about this. The district is just 3 emperors. I will leave a strand of divine thoughts on them, and will instantly strangle them at the first sign of movement. Old ancestor Xiantian sniffed and said with little ripple in his tone. Yi Lang's heart was shocked again when he heard it. The great Emperor Realm, when it's really as terrifying as it is. I don't know when I'll be able to have the battle power of the great Emperor Realm. Yi Lang had a slight longing in his heart. He then left the secret realm and stayed in the Xiantian sword sect, waiting for the arrival of the Z hour. That night, within the boundaries of the righteous path, the patriarchs of the 4 Seas sect, the Red Spirit sect, and the Earth Emperor sect were quietly gathering together at this moment. Once the Z hour arrives, Lord Demon Emperor's plan will begin to be implemented. It's time for us to make our move. Sun He's gaze was gloomy as he said in a cold voice. Those 2 nodded, a cold light flashing in their eyes. Go! As the words fell, the 3 of them dispersed their figures and dived towards the gathering places of several large sects within the boundary. Their mission was to attack and kill as many of the strongest members of the righteous path as possible before the strongest members of the devil's path teleported in. Outside the gathering place of the Purple Sky sect, Sun He walks into the tent and meets no resistance. On the surface, he was, after all, a half-step Emperor Realm powerhouse, someone who was rare in the righteous path except for the 7 emperors. Outside the tent of an Emperor Realm elder of the Purple Sky sect, killing intent flashed in Sun He's eyes. Brother Sun has come. I wonder what is the matter. The Violet Sky sect elder's figure appeared outside the tent and asked with a gentle smile. I'm here to kill you. Sun He's aura instantly exploded, breaking the silence of the dark night. Boom! However, before he could actually strike, a terrifying and unspeakable aura instantly locked him in place, and Sun He instantly turned pale. The whole thing was totally confused. Die! An old and majestic voice sounded in Sun He's mind. In the next moment, Sun He's eyes collapsed and his vitality was all but extinguished. It was actually killed in seconds. At the same time, the patriarchs of that Red Spirit sect and Earth Emperor sect were both wiped out in an instant. 2 dead to die. Within the boundary, that Violet Sky sect elder was also completely confused at this moment. No idea what's going on. Sun He, who was also a member of the righteous path, suddenly tried to make a move on him, only to die inexplicably before he could do so. Inside the Xian Heavenly Sword sect's tent, Grand Elder Su Qianxiu suddenly received a voice transmission from his old ancestor, asking him to thunderously suppress the 4 Seas sect and 3 other 250 sects, and informed him of the cause and effect. Su Qianxiu couldn't care less about being surprised, and hurriedly joined forces with the rest of the 6 great clans to control the disciples of the 3 clans with a thunderous force. Of course, this did not include Mo Sha and Kai Yang, as these 2 had already arrived at the Xiantian sword sect under Yi Lang's manipulation. By this point, the Devil's Way's inner circle that had been planted in the righteous path had been completely pulled out. But all this, the Devil's Way is still completely unaware of. On the other hand, within the Devil's Way camp, Lust Demon sect is 1,000 meters below the ground. A dozen or so imperial realms from various sects of the Devil Dao were standing here. Leading the way were the grand elders of the 7 great devil sects of the Devil Dao, all gathered here. Lin Fury didn't appear here, and those who were qualified to come here today were all senior emperor realms from the various sects of the Devil's Way, all with cultivations above the middle stage of the emperor realm. The identities have all stood the test of time too. What's that? Deep underground, a pitch-black figure several feet tall, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura, stood quietly there. That's a great Emperor Realm demonic puppet from the Mid-Heaven domain to Darkness Demon Palace. But for now, it belongs to us. A smile surfaced on the face of the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder as he faintly said, "What? A demonic puppet of the great Emperor Realm? I know. That day in the desired Demon Mountain range, That terrifying aura came from it. Jie. How can the righteous path still fight this time? The devils within the underground were first shocked when they heard this, and then they were all overjoyed. The mood that had been depressed for days because of that mole was also suddenly relieved. Not only that, but the lords of the demon emperors have also secretly laid out their plans long ago, and have put in undercover receivers in the righteous path. First, teleport all of you into the Xian Heavenly Sword sect, the main camp in the rear of the righteous path, and within the boundary. And at this point, I'm sure the killing has already begun within the boundary. The Lust Demon sect's Grand Elder spoke once again. It drew a burst of excitement from the demons. So, where's the demon puppet? Someone asked. The demon puppet will naturally go forward as well. It's just that it has more important things to do first. The Xian Tian Sword sect has a great Emperor Realm Elder who has been in a deep sleep. So to avoid any accidents, the devil puppets will go and kill him first. When things came to a head and all the demon emperors were going to the righteous path, the great elder of the lustful demon sect didn't hide it from the crowd any longer. The devil Dao emperors within the underground heard this and became even more excited. Soon, the hour of midnight would arrive. Xian Tian Sword sect. On the open ground outside the secret boundary, Yi Lang was following old man Xian Tian's instructions, placing the formation tiles in a triangular shape. Then step aside. Boom. In the next moment, an incomparably terrifying pressure descended, accompanied by an illusory silhouette appearing in the void. Yi Lang squinted his eyes, but he couldn't see the silhouette's appearance. Only when the figure waved his hand and pinched, a wave of light rose from the three formation beats, constantly intersecting in the void, forming a huge cage. Inside the cage, the sea of swords surged in a horrifying manner. Soon, however, the horrible vision disappeared as if nothing had happened. In a moment, you will activate the array disk in the middle of the formation, and after activating it, you will come out through this token. The rest, I will leave to me. The illusory figure was none other than the Xian Tian Sword sect's old ancestor, throwing down a token and saying, "Yes." Yi Lang nodded and hesitated for a while before saying, "Old ancestor, later on, can we first half-kill those demonic path powerhouses without killing them first? Why? When I was undercover in the Devil's Way, I deeply experienced the cruelty of their methods and hated the people of the Devil's Way to the bone. Adding to that, the two undercover agents of the Devil's Way that disciples have turned are also deeply aware of their mistakes, and I hope that old ancestor will give us a chance to kill these devils handily in order to vent the anger in our hearts." Chapter 57, Arrogant Laughter. Just arrived and no. In the void, the Xian Tian Sword sect's old ancestor's illusory figure couldn't help but freeze when he heard the words. The heart felt slightly speechless. However, Yi Lang had made a great achievement and he liked it, so this request was nothing to him. Then he nodded. May. Yi Lang was overjoyed when he saw him agree. Although Lin Fury wasn't here, he could kill people through the two newly acquired puppets. The strength of these two puppets would certainly be able to grow extremely much in a short period of time. After doing this, the figure of the Xian Tian Sword sect's old ancestor disappeared in the void, and at this time, it was already 10 minutes past midnight, to the time in the Heavenly Demon Emperor's secret order. "Come on out." Yi Lang twisted his head to look at the rear and faintly said. Two silhouettes leaped out from the back and appeared beside Yi Lang. Precisely the two undercover agents who had been curved as mentioned to the Xian Tian Sword sect's old ancestor just now. Masha and Chayan. Of course, they were all Yi Lang's puppets now. In the middle of the field, Yi Lang took the token that old man Xian Tian gave him and made a stroke, and a gap appeared in the invisible formation in front of him. Yi Lang brought the two of them, Mo Sha, and slowly walked into the center of those three array plates. The three of them then pulled out their teleportation array discs in unison to set them on top of the void in front of them. Boom! Immediately, Yi Lang's demonized body opened, and his body's true essence was converted into demonic essence, pouring towards the array plate. The Masha duo naturally did as they were told. With the constant infusion of demonic chi, changes began to appear above the three array discs. A dark but intricate pattern began to light up. Shoo! In the next moment, the ripples shone brightly and continuously intertwined in the air, forming three pitch-black portals several meters in diameter, standing quietly in the void. Sure enough, it's a teleportation array. Seeing this, Yi Lang nodded silently in his heart. Then with another stroke of that token, the three figures appeared outside the formation. Boom boom! After Yi Lang and the others disappeared in the formation, the area covered by the three formation tiles suddenly changed again. A huge cage, identical to the previous one, appeared in the middle of the field. In the cage, terrifying sword chi raged, and Yi Lang felt his eyes sting a little just by looking at it. He couldn't help but shake his head, slightly sympathizing with the Devil's Way in his heart. Is there any other option than to give away your head when you come over here? In the meantime, the Devil's camp, under the ground. The Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder's eyes twitched as he looked at the formation that lit up in front of him. The time has come. Langjun and the few of them have already activated the teleportation array disk. When the crowd of Devil Dao powerhouses heard this, their eyes were suddenly covered with anticipation and killing intent. Straight to the back of the main road. It's time to go on a killing spree. Yeah. Remember, this teleportation is divided into 3 locations. First teleporting to the candidate within the boundary, and then finally descending the demon puppet to directly teleport to the Xian Tian Sword Sect. The Great Elder of the Lust Demon Sect instructed. The several demon emperors had already informed him of all the specifics of the plan, so he was naturally very clear about it. The crowd nodded at the words. Grand Elder, how is this demon puppet maneuvered? At that moment, a devil asked. Demon puppets of the Great Emperor realm possess battle consciousness and battle intelligence, and will naturally carry out orders simply by giving them. And all of this, the Demon Emperor Sama accomplished it long ago, so you don't have to worry about it. When the demons heard this, they put their hearts down and their eyes swept over that demonic puppet once again. The heart is so much stronger. The first batch, led by my Lust Demon Sect's late Imperial Realm Elder Lin Su, will now stand in the center of the formation. The Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder pointed at the center of the formation and said in a deep voice. As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man in the late Imperial Realm, with several devils in tow, stepped into the formation. Those several men, their cultivation levels were surprisingly all in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm at the lowest. After everyone settled down, a formation disc that looked similar to Yi Lang and the others appeared in the hands of the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder. Then his hands strangled, and the black light enveloped the people in the formation. Boom! With a flash of intense black light, the people in the formation had disappeared. Xian Tian Sword Sect. Yi Lang took the 2 puppets and hid behind a hill not far from the formation. At this time around the secret realm, everyone else had already been ordered to clear away, leaving it empty. Why haven't they come yet? Yi Lang stared at the 3 portals in the formation with anticipation in his eyes and muttered to himself in doubt. Then as soon as his words fell, he saw one of the portals in the countless swordchi-infested formations begin to glow faintly. In the next moment, several silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Jie, the flavor of essence. I'm coming. My magic blade is hungry for more. Kill. The crowd of demonic path powerhouses laughed this arrogantly and maniacally before their figures had settled, as if they couldn't wait to kill. Shoo. However, before they could thoroughly look at the situation in front of them, the countless sword chi within the formation instantly sensed their arrival. A tidal wave chopped towards the demons. Ah, good. What a terrifying sword chi. What the hell is going on here? Within the formation, the sword chi was like endless, constantly strangling the demons. The void was continuously cut out cracks by these terrifying sword chi. Extremely horrifying. After a stranglehold, a bunch of powerhouses with cultivations as low as the middle stage of the Imperial Realm had all been chopped down to the ground. One by one, they were breathless and sprawled on the ground, their bodies covered in wounds, their breath shriveled to the extreme. I can't believe I'm already close to death. Old ancestor, leave them alive. When Yi Lang took a look at their state, he was a bit anxious and hurriedly called out. After Yi Lang finished speaking, it seemed that old man Xian Tian had made a move, and the sword chi in the formation suddenly left a space for the demons. Thank you, elder ancestor. Yi Lang was overjoyed and hurriedly ran to the edge of the formation to check the status of the demons. Good. None of them are dead, but none of them are fighting back either. At the same time, Yi Lang was marveling in his heart. What kind of formation was this? It was so fierce. Within the formation, Lin Su, who only had air that was coming in but not going out, opened his eyes with difficulty and muttered in despair. The great elder has wronged me, which is what is a righteous boundary. Can be a big kill. This damn once directly lost awe. Not only him, but the rest of the counting devils were all thinking the same thing. Since you want to kill them by hand, make it quick. The voice of the Xian Tian Sword Sect's old ancestor rang out. Yes. Yi Lang nodded at the sound and then led Mo Sha and Kai Yang into the formation. By the way, he handed the 2 of them a handful of spirit treasures each. Cold Gotham? Yes, it's you guys? After the 3 appeared, the faces of the devils within the formation turned brilliant. They all knew from the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder that these 3 were working as undercover agents in the righteous path. It was also the 3 of them who activated the teleportation disc. But now it seems that these 3 must have defected. How else to explain their current misery? Kai Yang, you as a disciple of the Lust Demon Sect. Actually, Lin Su's body trembled, pointing at Kai Yang and unable to speak, but the only thing that responded to him was a decisive slash. Chapter 58, increasing the number of undercards, preparing for a counterattack. Shoo, the knife flashed, and Lin Su's neck nourished blood, and yet, not dead. The fleshly body of an Emperor Realm powerhouse was strong. if not for the fact that what appeared in Kai Yang's hand was the spiritual treasure given to her by Yi Lang, and Lin Su was seriously injured at this time. With her cultivation at the celestial realm, she really wouldn't be able to break through the defense. Weakened to the extreme. Lin Su was shocked and afraid, and just wanted to hold on strongly to brighten this traitor's strangled. Then a sword chi within the formation landed on him. Lin Su instantly no longer had a single ability to fight back, and was about to gulp. Yi Lang hurriedly maneuvered Kai Yang to make up for it. At the same time, Yi Lang himself and Mo Sha were both holding spiritual treasures, constantly mopping up on the powerless Devil Dao Imperial realm within the formation. However, Yi Lang himself didn't make up the last cut, but quietly gave up all the chances to kill to the two of them. Soon, only a few corpses remained within the formation. These Devil Dao Emperors, who were full of expectations, fell in an extremely humiliating manner before they could even begin to play. After doing this, Yi Lang then removed all the storage bags of these demon emperors. This was naturally for the heavenly treasures Yuan Shi and whatnot inside. He didn't have a lot of puppet points right now. It was then that Yi Lang flew with the two of them, running out of the formation and hiding to the side. Then, it began to check how many upgrade points the two puppets had gained. At this look, Yi Lang was instantly delighted. Mo Sha now had 4,000 upgrade points, while Chai Yang had 5,000. Now, with just a single order from Yi Lang, then Mo Sha and Kai Yang could immediately reach the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. Because upgrading to the late Imperial Realm requires a full 5 times as many upgrade points as it does to the mid-stage. The later you get, the harder it is to upgrade. This was why Yi Lang preferred to obtain a strong puppet directly by consuming puppet points instead of slowly upgrading it. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the old ancestor, Yi Lang did not choose to level them up for the time being. It's also easier to keep killing people for upgrade points later. Otherwise, when the cultivation level was raised, the upgrade points of the early Imperial Realm would be wasted. And this opportunity for a great Emperor Realm powerhouse to indirectly help with upgrades didn't come along all the time. And at this time, the Devil's Way was still completely unaware of what was happening over here. Because the essence blood soul lanterns of these Devil Dao powerhouses were kept in the clan, although they certainly couldn't be concealed afterwards. However, at the moment, the Devil Dao congregation of the Imperial Realm that was underneath the ground was still completely unaware of it. Underground, the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder opened his mouth. It's time for the second batch to be ready. After saying that, another batch of Devil Dao Imperial Realms, 8 in total, entered the formation. This batch, their cultivation level was inferior to that of Lin Su and the others in the party. The leader was also only in the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. Shoo! Black light flashed and the 8 people disappeared. Pass the order down. Everyone gather, and after the devil puppets teleport over in a moment, prepare to launch the attack with full force. Kill the righteous one inside and out. As for that mole thing, we can only wait for Lord Demon Emperor to return, so that everyone can pay attention. A person beside the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder said. The rest of the 6 sect Grand Elders nodded, not objecting to this decision. The other side, Xian Tian Sword Sect, outside the secret realm within the 10,000 Swords prisoner killing formation. After those 8 demonic path powerhouses appeared, they looked at the sword chi that was attacking the sky, as well as the several corpses lying on the ground that could no longer be seen in human form. It was a moment of confusion. What the hell is going on here? However, old man Xiantian didn't leave them time to think, directly manipulating the formation and screwing them all over. Afterwards, Yi Lang moved in a familiar manner and took the 2 puppets to make up for it. This time, Yi Lang basically let Kai Yang in for the last kill, preparing to give her the upgrade points to stack directly to the late Imperial Realm. After killing them, Yi Lang still shunned their storage bags and then withdrew from the formation as old man Xiantian's voice rang out. Next time, it should be that devil puppet that comes. Even though I have the help of this 10,000 Swords prisoner killing formation, I still don't have the certainty of killing it. Yi Lang was stunned at his words. Was that devil puppet so fierce? But, seems like it could help itself. You have skills, don't you? Thinking of this, Yi Lang wasn't that worried. Anyway, in the worst case scenario, there was an old ancestor in front to carry the load. The old ancestor's strength is unfathomable. That demon puppet is definitely no match. Yi Lang copped. Old man Xiantian laughed and then said, with the help of the formation, even if it can't be decapitated, it won't be difficult to trap it. The important thing is that the Devil's Way has lost a dozen or so Emperor realms here, and their strength has begun to greatly diminish, so a counterattack can be launched outside. Yi Lang nodded. The old ancestor was right. In the absence of Emperor realm powerhouses, the Emperor realm was supposed to be the decisive battle force, and the Devil Dao had already been assassinated by him using Lin Fury to kill a number of Emperor realms before, and this wave had resulted in heavy losses. Fighting is definitely not an option. Next, instead of talking to Yi Lang again, Old Man Xiantian secretly transmitted a message to the Grand Elder of the Xiantian Sword Sect, ordering the start of a counterattack. Yi Lang, on the other hand, was hiding on the side, quietly waiting for the arrival of that devil puppet. Soon, in the middle of a canyon that you can't see the edge of at a glance, the shimmering light emanating from within the boundaries of the righteous path, countless disciples of the righteous path are gearing up, and their momentum is like a volley of mountains. The old ancestor has given orders, saying that the devil Dao has fallen a dozen or so emperor realms this night, and has suffered a great loss of strength, so it's the perfect time for a counterattack. Destroying the devil Dao and returning a clear sky to the green sky domain will begin tonight. The Grand Elder of the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect flicked out a shocking sword cry, and the sound spread throughout the entire boundary. Punchy punchy, the hearts of countless righteous disciples within the boundary surged as they loudly chanted. At this time, they were full of confidence, and they had gained the upper hand in the battles with the devil's way over the past few days, though the process was a bit inexplicable. At this time, with the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect's old ancestor preying on them, they could be considered to be excited for battle. After the words were uttered, under the leadership of all the emperor realms of the righteous path, countless disciples of the righteous path rushed out of the boundary and killed towards the camp of the demonic path. And at this time, on the side of the devil's way, the situation was not much different from the righteous way. When the devil puppet teleported, it immediately killed towards the righteous path, where the sky demon sect disciples gathered. A silhouette came in front of the wooden-faced Lin, her pretty brows slightly furrowed. Lin Sha turned his head and froze when he saw the visitor. "Vi, Missy, what can I do for you?" Yi Lang maneuvered the Lin Fury and almost shouted out his mouth, saying, "There's no need to be polite, Elder Lin. I came to ask you if you've contacted Lingjun. It's been so many days since he went on his mission, and I'm worried when I haven't heard a word." With a somewhat worried expression, Cold Wei Wei opened her mouth. Yi Lang's main body, who was far away from the Xiantian Sword Sect, could not help but be stunned. Unexpectedly, Cold Wei Wei was so worried about him. In Yi Lang's heart, he couldn't help but make a decision. However, at this moment, Yi Lang could only manipulate Lin Shi and shook his head, saying, "No, but Gotham has always been resourceful, so he should be fine." Cold Wei Wei had no choice but to walk aside grimly, and while the two spoke, beneath the ground, the terrifying demonic puppet that was several feet in size had already walked to the center of the formation, a flash of ghostly light blossoming in its empty eyes. Chapter 59 Battle of the Great Emperors, Skills and Power. The moment the devil puppet was teleported, in the void beyond the heavens, the Thousand Desires Devil Emperor instantly received feedback. The devil puppet had been under his primary control, and he was naturally able to sense everything the devil puppet did. A winning expression suddenly appeared on the shadowy face, and the remaining few devils saw this and had their hearts in the right place. In the boundless void, Mo Xuanli and the other 7 righteous Dao Emperor ranks were somewhat worried in their hearts at this time, because none of them know what's going on down there. But these damned devils dragged them down again to their deaths, and they couldn't get away for a while. Xiantian Sword Sect. Under the darkness of the night, the illusory figure of the Xiantian Sword Sect's old ancestor reappeared outside the secret realm. Coming! At the sound of Yi Lang's voice, he hurriedly stood up and looked towards the center of the formation with a slightly grave expression on his face. Bang! 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 Suddenly, those 3 pitch-black portals directly exploded with 3 loud bangs. Subsequently, a pitch-black puppet, several feet in size, appeared within the formation. As soon as it appeared, the countless sword chi within the formation was instantly chopped away in full. The void within the formation revealed channels of pitch-black cracks, just like the end of days. Boom! However, the sword chi blasted on that demonic puppet without causing any half damage to the latter. Roar! An icy roar resounded through the heavens and earth, shaking the entire formation cage, and under this roar, countless sword chi directly collapsed, and the void even directly collapsed to piece. This nifty is a bit outrageous. Yi Lang tongue a little knot rode. He has no doubt, if not this array of restrictions, this roar under, I am afraid I have to have no sea gel armor may not even be able to carry it. After shattering the sword chi, the devil puppet's icy cold eyes looked towards the Xiantian Sword Sect's old ancestor in the void, and with a flash of his figure, he wanted to break through the formation and kill the old ancestor. Sinner, I've come to meet you, old ancestor Xiantian shouted in a cold voice, and his illusory figure actually appeared directly in the middle of the formation. In the next moment, a sword chi consisting of an incomparably huge, entwined with countless arcane yellow chains appeared in the formation. The moment this sword chi appeared, the heart of Yi Lang outside the formation suddenly trembled, and he actually had the thought of wanting to prostrate himself, shaking his head and forcibly driving away the uneasiness in his heart. Yi Lang was already somewhat appalled in his heart. A battle at the level of the Great Emperor realm was truly terrifying. Inside the formation, the sword chi directly pressed the space until it collapsed and fell towards the demon puppet. The devil puppet stopped, and a black light flashed in its griefless eyes, and with that, mechanically, he threw a seemingly flat punch. Rumble. The moment the fists and swords collided, with the formation as the center, the earth directly collapsed within the entire Xiantian sword sect. Yi Lang's figure had to appear in the air. Within the sword sect, the few martial artists who remained behind could not help but be alarmed. I don't know what happened. And that is still because the real fallout was blocked by the 10,000 swords prisoner-killing grand formation. The reason why old man Xiantian had laid down this formation was actually the main purpose was to prevent the battle from spreading too widely. And at this moment, in the center of the formation where the void had completely collapsed, that terrifying sword chi was actually on the verge of being shattered by that demonic puppet. A flash of gravity flashed across old man Xiantian's illusory face. With that, one hand choked. Changes were immediately regenerated within the formation. The roiling sword chi reappeared, but instead of directly blasting at the devil puppet, it was all attached to that huge sword chi. Old man Xiantian's pressure was suddenly reduced. Air. Yi Lang's heart stirred. At this time the formation was once again powerful. It seemed to be the right opportunity. Think it and do it. Extremely cold yet. Yi Lang silently recited a sentence, targeting the demon puppet. In the next moment, the skill took effect, and the demon puppet in the middle of the formation suddenly and strangely stopped throwing punches. The figure smashes into the ground. Demon puppets only have consciousness and intelligence about fighting, not the ability to think. Otherwise it must have been extremely shocked as to why it suddenly wasn't working. And the moment it was cooled down by Yi Lang's skill, the sword chi coalesced by the laws of old man Xiantian, plus the formation-enhanced sword chi, directly then chopped down. Rumble. Under the skill, the demonic puppet that was not able to resist in the slightest was directly chopped into the depths of the ground under this incomparably terrifying sword. The lines on his body dimmed for a moment, and a crack appeared in his entire body. Great opportunity. There was a surge of surprise in old man Xiantian's heart, and although he didn't know exactly what had happened, it didn't prevent him from seizing this opportunity, only to see old man Xiantian's figure standing with the void, reaching out and continuously chopping out a terrifying sword chi towards the devil puppets under the ground. At the same time, all the roiling swords within the formation were also madly chopping towards the devil puppet fiercely. The violence of it scene made Yi Lang somewhat unable to bear watching. In 3 seconds, skill time is up. An unknown number of kilometers underground, a mechanical wail came. The devil puppet's figure rushed up from below and landed on top of the ground. However, after the devil puppet came up, it didn't make any movements, and with a flash of black light on its body, it slumped to the ground. Seeing this, old man Xiantian stopped discharging his sword and waved his hand to remove the formation. Only then did Yi Lang look at the demonic puppet on the ground. Couldn't help but smash his tongue. It's a ing disaster. One could only see that the devil puppet's head was only half left at this point. Its left leg was broken. The lines on its body were broken, and even its color seemed to have faded quite a bit. In the meantime, out of heaven, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's face suddenly turned white. His figure froze, and he was directly blasted 100 miles out with a palm strike by Mo Xuanli on the opposite side of the room. Chio, what's going on? The remaining few devils saw this and instantly flashed in front of him, blasting apart the attacks from the opposite side while asking. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor had some blood at the corners of his mouth, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he had a look of disbelief and panic on his face. The demonic puppet has been nullified, and my connection with me has been severed, and my soul has suffered a great deal of trauma. What? How is it possible? Who can defeat a demon puppet, let alone cripple it? That's right, even if that old man Xiantian forcibly awakens, it will never be possible. The remaining few demon emperors could not believe it, yet the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's reaction would not be faked. Retreat! Retreat! The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor reacted and hurriedly said eagerly. The crowd glanced at each other, and then they frantically retreated towards the bottom. The void crowd, Mo Xuanli, and the others looked at each other in the same way, puzzled, but they wanted to go back at this point, so naturally they didn't stop them. It also turned into 7 streams of light and fell in the direction of the canyon. Xiantian Sword Sect. Yi Lang walked to that devil puppet and somewhat curiously looked at it for a few moments and even touched it. Suddenly, the mechanical voice of the puppet system rang out in his mind. Ding! One unowned puppet that has not been completely damaged has been detected. The host can consume puppet points to transform it into a host puppet. After transformation, it possesses 1/3 of its original attack power. Required puppet points, 500,000. Yi Lang was stunned. Then his heart beat wildly, and his gaze that fell on that devil puppet became fiery. This puppet can become mine? This was a puppet of the Great Emperor realm. Even if it was broken and only a third of it attacked, it would certainly surpass any Emperor realm powerhouse. Chapter 60, A Shocking Sword. The Devil's Way collapses. Thinking of this, Yi Lang's palm touched the demon puppet, and for a moment he couldn't let go. Old ancestor. Disciple has something to say. Yi Lang raised his head and looked at the Xian Tian sword sect's old ancestor and said, "Oh, straight to the point. You deserve a lot of credit for being able to abolish this demonic puppet this time." Old man Xian Tian laughed cheerfully. This demon puppet has been broken by the old ancestor and is of no great use anymore. So disciple has the audacity to want this demon puppet. Yi Lang sniffed, and after a little thought, he spoke bluntly. Since the old ancestor said that he had already disabled the demon puppet, it shouldn't be difficult for him to ask for it directly. After all, he gets a lot of credit. It wasn't that he didn't want to make the demon puppet his own on the spot. The problem is he doesn't have that many puppet points. Even if you transformed all of the heavenly materials and yuan stones in the looted storage bag, it definitely wouldn't be enough. It could only be left on for now, until enough puppet points were accumulated. You want this demon puppet? Old ancestor Xian Tian could not help but be slightly stunned at his words. This demon puppet was indeed of little use in his eyes. The head of the puppet's core was cut in half, and it could no longer be successfully sacrificed under normal circumstances. Even if he paid a large price, Terror would not be able to regain the battle power of the Great Emperor realm. It was just that the materials used to build the demon puppet were not mortal, and he was slightly moved. However, there was only a slight heartbeat. At the Xian Tian ancestor's realm, other than particularly treasured resources, the rest were not too difficult to obtain, and Yi Lang had a great merit. If not for him, Old Man Xian Tian might have died under the sneak attack of that devil puppet. Besides, Old Man Xian Tian was extremely optimistic about Yi Lang, so he decided to promise Yi Lang, "That's fine. Since you want it, I'll give it to you as a reward for you." "Many thanks, old ancestor." Old ancestor's atmosphere. Yi Lang was delighted in his heart and hurriedly put that devil puppet into his storage bag. At this moment, Old Man Xian Tian suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. "Oh, trying to run?" After a cold laugh, Old Man Xuantian's somewhat illusory figure shot up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Lang stood frozen in place and didn't think much about what he was going to do. Instead, he took advantage of the time he had to open the storage bags that had been brought from the Emperor realm powerhouses. It began to convert the heavenly materials within it, as well as the yuan stones. The other side. In the center of the canyon, the righteous army that blew the horn of counterattack had already started a battle with the Devil's Way. As the martial artists fought, terrifying energies were declared, destroying the terrain within the canyon. Miles of land razed to the ground. Everywhere there are huge craters that are too deep to see the bottom, as well as huge sword marks, palm prints. This time, however, the Devil's Way was routed even more rapidly than before, because it wasn't just the Devil Dao side that had lost nearly 20 Emperor realm powerhouses. There was also Lin Fury, who was constantly reaping the lives of the fallen Devil Dao powerhouses, as well as the remaining 9 undercover agents who have been silently lurking in the Devil's Way. They also finally play their roles at this time, secretly patching up and deliberately letting go. Damn it! Where are the people sent to the back of the righteous path? Where are the several clans lurking in the righteous path? The strength of the righteous is not damaged at all. In the void above the canyon, the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder couldn't help but say in exasperation when he saw his retreating side. The demon puppets are gone too. What the hell happened? Beside him, another Imperial realm had fear on his face as he murmured in a low voice, "Devils, since you're here, leave your lives behind." A voice containing anger came from the eastern sky. A dozen or so figures with strong auras landed around the Lust Demon Sect's Grand Elder and the others. The person in the lead was none other than Su Qianqiu, the Grand Elder of the Xian Tian Sword Sect. Same time, above the sky dome above the pole, 7 streaks of black light were rushing toward the bottom. It was none other than the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and the other 7 Emperor realms. The moment the demon puppet was disabled, Thousand Desires knew that they had lost this time. A complete and utter defeat. If a strong person who could defeat the demon puppet appeared in the righteous path, then they would still be fighting for nothing. Grab and organize a team to escape back to the clan, and by relying on the mountain protector formation, we might be able to get away for a while. So, what's that? As the 7 devils sped on, they suddenly saw an arcane yellow light rising above the distant sky. No good. It's the aura of a great emperor. Run away. However, in an instant, the crowd felt the threat of death from that light, hurriedly making a break for it, scattering in all directions. Shoo! However, that light, which seemed to be extremely far away, landed on this side of the celestial dome in an instant. It was a sword light that stretched across the sky, overwhelming the heavens and the earth. This sword caused the entire canyon, where the martial artists of the righteous and devilish paths that were fighting chaotically all trembled. Even the fighting stops for a while. In the Xian Tian sword sect, Yi Lang, who was receiving the rewards obtained from Lin Shi's murder, raised his head suddenly and looked at the shocking sword light. It's the old grandfather. Boom! At that moment, the sword light chopped down, and the one who bore the brunt was none other than the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, the head of the 7 great demon emperors. Ah! The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor let out an unwilling roar as black and red mist continuously surfaced around his body, transforming into a flirtatious silhouette. Then all the silhouettes rushed into the sky, rushing forward and backward toward that sword light. All the other demon emperors had also used their underhanded means to fight that sword light. Rumble! A loud noise that resounded through 10,000 miles appeared, and a huge chunk of the void collapsed out. It's slowly being repaired, and the forms of the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and the others had disappeared. Afterward, Old Man Xiantian and the 7 righteous emperor realms appeared in that celestial dome in unison. I set up a formation in advance and have already crushed the demonic puppets, only that I have consumed too much, and even let them run away after striking with all my might. But they've all been seriously injured, so you guys make good. I need to return to the secret realm to sleep for a while longer. After saying that, Old Man Xiantian left. Greetings, Elder Ancestor. Mo Xuanli bowed his head slightly and respectfully said, even though he knew that Yi Lang had completely grasped the devil's plan, it was still a bit out of his expectation that the situation down there was so good. Patriarch Yin is not doing well, so he can return to the sword sect for a short period of time to recuperate first. Let's clear out the demons in the canyon before we go after Thousand Desires and the others together. The Lord of the Jin Killing Alliance, with his eyes looking downwards, said. Yin Yenran sniffed and nodded without any pretense. At this moment, she had indeed suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and her face, a face of stunning clarity and beauty, was a bit pale. Afterwards, Yin Yenran headed towards the Xian Heavenly Sword sect, while the remaining few emperors descended directly into the battlefield in the canyon. With the addition of 6 Emperor Realm Greats, the Devil's Way was suddenly defeated. The 7 great elders of the demon sect joined forces to resist, but 5 of them fell directly. Only the Heavenly Demon Sect and Yellow Springs Demon Sect's Grand Elder escaped from the canyon with a small number of remaining Devil Dao martial practitioners in a severely injured body. Forest Fury fled with them, and by now, the undercover agents lurking in the Devil's Way have finally regained their true identities. Can't help but gather together and weep with joy. I am Li Qingyang, codenamed Sorrowful Yang. I'm Duani Dao, the one with the codename Knife Man. The undercover agents were talking to each other, revealing their former codenames. How come I don't see? Hikari? Chapter 61, Unbelievable, Amazing. Yeah, Hikari. Is Yi Lang, right? Where did he go? Inside the canyon, the undercover agents gathered together and Li Qingyang said, did something happen to him? Someone speculated. The crowd froze. Although Yanzu, no, Yi Lang had mixed much better than them in the Devil's Way. It wasn't impossible for the two parties to mix it up in the party. As the crowd froze, 5 Emperor Realms, including Mo Xuanli and Zhang Shidao, arrived in front of them. Greetings to the sovereigns. The crowd rushed to pay their respects. There is no need to be polite. You are all meritorious people, and this seat is very happy to be able to come back safely. Mo Xuanli was in an extremely good mood and waved his hand. Then his hand strangled, and a green light flashed over the 9. The green light dispersed, and the undercover agents realized that they had regained their original appearance, and the demonic aura had disappeared. Can't help but feel another surge of joy. After wearing a mask for so long, I can finally be myself again. In one word, awesome. By the way, I wonder if all the patriarchs, do they know where Yi Lang has gone and if something has happened to him? Li Qingyang quickly calmed down and asked in a deep voice. Yi Lang had helped him, and he was immensely grateful in his heart. Something happened? What could happen to him? He's fine. The several patriarchs glanced at each other and their faces couldn't help but look a little odd. With that, he told the crowd about Yi Lang being sent undercover by the Devil's Way to the Righteous Way, becoming a double agent, and destroying the Devil's Way's plans. What's this? Unbelievable thoughts immediately rose in the hearts of the undercover agents, and they froze in place with shocked faces. But these words were spoken by all the great men of the Emperor realm, so there was no way for them to disbelieve them. Yi Lang actually did so much in the dark and played such an important role. Himself and the others were a complete washout compared to him. The same undercover agent. Why the difference is so big? Hara. So it is. In that case, Yi Lang should be in the sword sect now. After a long time, Li Qingyang came back to his senses, still somewhat happy, and said. At this time, Duan Ido, who had also returned to his senses, suddenly opened his mouth again. Disciple still has another doubt. A few days ago Disciple had exposed his identity in order to save senior sister Nya. But then there was a Devil Dao Emperor who killed all of the people from the Peerless Devil sect who were present at the time, and gave the disciple a healing elixir to heal his wounds. I wonder what that person really is? When he opened his mouth, he immediately pulled the rest of the undercover agents back from their shock, and they also expressed their doubts. Not only that, I have also heard some hidden information that there is a mole within the Devil's Way that has attacked and killed quite a few Devil's Way powerhouses, and my disciple guesses that it should be that person as well. Guo Miao Yang of the Purple Sky sect, who had codenamed by Yunzi, opened his mouth to add this. Mo Xuanli, a few emperors, couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't even know about it. Perhaps Yi Lang will know about this matter. Let's go. First follow us back to the Sword Sect. Mo Xuanli shook his head and said. Afterward, he returned to the Xiantian Sword Sect with the undercover agents. Xiantian Sword Sect. Within the secret territory, Yi Lang was staying with Yin Yanran. Empress Sama, are you alright? It looks to me like you're hurt. Yi Lang came to her and said with concern. Yin Yanran's pretty face reddened and she slightly twisted her head. No harm done. Have taken the elixir. By the way, these two, how did you turn them? The two people in Yin Yanran's mouth were naturally Mo Sha and Kai Yang, who were also standing not far away at this time. Dawning on them, they are now fully aware of their mistakes and have reformed. Yi Lang spilled a smile and lied. He can't say that because I turned them into puppets. It's too much trouble to explain. Yin Yanran nodded. She had seen Yi Lang's ability many times. Turning back two Celestial Realm Devil Dao martial practitioners didn't seem to be something unacceptable. At this time, Mo Xuanli and the others also brought Li Qingyang and the other undercover disciples to the secret realm. Patriarch Yin, has the injury stabilized? Several Emperor realms asked politely. Yin Yanran nodded, indicating that she was fine. Yi Lang, this time you have made a great achievement. What reward you want? You can mention it yourself. Mo Xuanli walked to Yi Lang and said with a smile. Several other Emperor realms, including Zhang Shidao, did not have any opinions, because it could be said that half of Yi Lang's credit was due to the fact that this great battle was won so smoothly. Rewards well. Disciples want heavenly materials and yuan stones. Any quality is fine. The more the better. Yi Lang saw him say that and didn't be polite. He also knew that the Devil Dao was basically finished now. Even the several Emperor realms were all seriously injured. And after that, Mo Xuanli and the others were definitely going to go after them. It's safe to say that the victory has been won. And it's time to take credit for it. Not to mention, right now, puppet points can be much worse. Counting the ones in those Imperial Realm storage bags from before, there were also the heavenly treasures and the rewards that Lin Fahrenheit later obtained from killing the Devil's Way martial artists in the final battle. Together, they only exchanged 170,000 puppet points. Together with the previous 30,000 or so, there was still a full 300,000 puppet points missing before that demon puppet could be claimed as his own. Celestial treasures and yuan stones? Mo Xuanli and the others couldn't help but look a bit odd. These things weren't considered anything precious, and there's no demand for quality. You know what you're doing? When Yin Yanran heard Yi Lang's request, she twisted her head to look at him, also slightly strange. However, Yi Lang definitely had his own ideas, and she didn't say much. Right, pills and spiritual treasures and other good things. Just leave it to them. It's not easy for everyone to be an undercover agent. Yi Lang nodded and said atmospherically. When the undercover agents heard Yi Lang's words, they were instantly a bit touched in their hearts. By the way, Yi Lang, do you know? At this time, Mo Xuanli remembered the person that Duanidao had mentioned and couldn't help but introduce him to Yi Lang and ask if he knew. Yi Lang's expression was slightly odd after hearing this. That's what they're talking about, isn't it? It's Forest Fury. Thinking slightly, Yi Lang had a plan in his mind, and intended to follow the example of the Mo Sha duo and whitewash Lin Sha, as well as avoid any misunderstandings in the future. That Devil Dao Emperor's name is Lin Shi. He was Langjin's master in the Heavenly Demon sect, but he has long since been turned by me. He's doing all these things I've asked him to do that I forgot to tell you guys about before. Yi Lang explained simply. What? He was turned by you? A Devil Dao Emperor was turned by you? Unbelievable. After Yi Lang finished speaking, the several Emperor realms were instantly nonplussed. How did this Yi Lang do it? Actually turning back a Devil's Way Imperial realm? He also arranged for him to secretly attack and kill the strongest member of the Devil's Way. Too damn awesome. Li Qingyang and the other undercover agents, moreover, were in another series of shock. It's numbing. Don't play like that. It makes them look like losers. Right. Then where is that Lin Fury? Now, didn't fall in the previous battle, right? At this time, Mo Xuanli suddenly thought of something and asked with some anticipation. Chapter 62 Vow to kill Yi Lang. Siege the Devil of Lust. No, He has now fled with the remnants of the demonic path. Yi Lang shook his head and returned. Mo Xuanli and Zhang Shidao and the other Emperor realms couldn't help but have their eyes light up at the words. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and the others, who have all been seriously injured by the old ancestor, must have fled back to the demon sect by now, because only the devil sect's mountain protector formation can temporarily resist our pursuit. But now, with that Lin Fury over there, it might be able to serve an unexpected purpose. Mo Xuanli didn't hide it and said with a slight hint of urgency in his tone. Oh, Yi Lang had been within the Xian Tian sword sect, but he was not aware of old man Xian Tian's shocking sword that had seriously injured all 7 demon emperors. No wonder. Old ancestor came back and went straight into the cave to continue his slumber. So then, is indeed a good opportunity. In that case, if Patriarch Yin's injuries are not greatly impaired, we will set out immediately to eliminate the roots. At that moment, that Jin-killing alliance lord could not help but eagerly open his mouth. I'm fine. Yin Yenran gently nodded and said, then let's go. The other side. Inside the Lust Demon sect that had already raised the mountain protection formation, the breath of the 7 demon emperors shriveled, their faces hard to see. In front of them, the Heavenly Demon sect's Grand Elder with a group of Devil Dao martial artists who had luckily escaped back were all standing in silence as well. Ho ho ho, this seat is really blind. I didn't even see that Lingjin was actually that Spirit Sky sect disciple pretending to be, and that Emo Sha duo. How dare they betray the devil's way? The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor laughed miserably a few times, anger rising on his face as he gritted his teeth and said in a hateful voice. The Heavenly Demon Emperor on the side was even more humiliated to the extreme. Lingjin was under his door and had been in contact with him for the longest time, and became his son-in-law, and he never found out what was wrong with the other guy to the extent that it resulted in what we have now. That's right, as things stood, the Devil's Way had discovered that Lingjin was a fake, because the first thing that the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and the others did when they escaped back to the sect was to investigate the reason why the demon puppets had been scrapped and why those Emperor realms had fallen. Through the strand of divine thoughts that had penetrated into the demonic puppet's mind, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor was barely able to retrace the scene at that time. The cause and effect are suddenly clear. If they couldn't guess the truth of the matter, they wouldn't be worthy of being Emperor realm powerhouses. If you think about it, all of our plans have long been exposed in the eyes of the righteous, and it's ridiculous to think that it's seamless, the Yellow Springs Demon Emperor said with a pale face. Strange shame. This seat swears an oath in the name of the Emperor to kill that righteous disciple. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor spoke in a sorrowful tone and raised his finger. In the middle of the field, those remaining Devil Dao martial artists were in an incomparably angry mood when they saw this scene. Murderous intent fills the air. Cold Gotham turned out to be a fake. No wonder he's changed so much from before. In front of the crowd, Cold Weiwei froze in place and muttered. Her mind couldn't stop floating back to the bits and pieces of time she spent with Yi Lang's incarnation of Lingjin. Suddenly, he remembered that the other party had asked him what she would do if she ever changed her appearance and identity. So, you've been testing me for a long time. And this is what you really look like? As the daughter of the Heavenly Demon Emperor, Cold Weiwei had been close to the fake Lingjin, so the Heavenly Demon Emperor had specifically shown her Yi Lang's appearance. Cold Weiwei's inner emotions at this time could be described as complicated to the extreme, not knowing how to accept this reality, but the only thing she was sure of was that she still wanted to see Yi Lang, even if he had cheated her. Lord Demon Emperor, there's also that matter of the mole that has never been found out. I'm afraid he's still hiding among us. And what would that be? At this moment, the Heavenly Demon sect's Grand Elder said in a deep voice. When the several demon emperors heard this, their eyes suddenly swept over everyone in the arena in a shadowy manner. The line of sight lingered on the few remaining Imperial Realm martial artists. In the crowd, Lin Shi's face was calm as he allowed the demon emperor's divine thoughts to sweep over his body. Yi Lang, who was on his way to the Lust Demon sect, was not even panicking in his heart. The big deal was just a puppet. He could afford to lose it even if he found out. At this time, he already knew about his identity being exposed through Lin Fury, but of course he didn't care too much about it. Just a little sigh of relief that the undercover trip is pretty much almost over at this point. Lust for the Devil's sect. The demon emperors observed for a long time, but they didn't see anything. Humph, if he is still here, as long as he makes a move, he will not be able to escape from this seat's divine thoughts, and although this seat is now seriously injured, an Imperial realm will not be able to turn the tide yet. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor had no choice but to snort coldly and say, now that the Devil's Way had suffered heavy losses, the disciples had died and fled, and these were the only ones who had returned to the sect. He couldn't just randomly do something to a certain Imperial realm. Now you guys hurry up and heal your wounds. The righteous path will soon kill again. The other demon emperor shook his head, his eyes looking towards the distant sky and said, soon. Xuanli and the other sect masters led dozens of emperor realms, hundreds of Zun realms, and already countless disciples, arrived beyond the Lust Demon mountain range. Standing in the void, he looked at the mountain protector formation in front of him. It's a pity that the old ancestor is sleeping once again, or else this grand formation wouldn't last long. The Lust Demon sect, being the #1 sect in the Devil's Way, had a history of tens of thousands of years, leaving behind this mountain protection formation that was even stronger than the spirit sky sects. Adding the fact that there were a full 7 demon emperors inside maintaining the formation, Xuanli and the others would be hard to break through in a short period of time. Subsequently, in the void, Xuanli and the other emperor realms took the lead, and the terrifying energy immediately blasted towards that grand formation. Rumble, the void trembled, and the entire mountain range shook as the peaks collapsed and the earth shattered. The demonic beasts within the countless mountain ranges fled, those above the Zun realm. All together, Xuanli drank as he struck out. As the words fell, hundreds of powerful members of the righteous path were seen, their figures spreading out around the Lust Demon sect. Then, all together, boom boom, the entire Lust Demon sect was instantly flooded by countless huge sword palm prints. Yi Lang stood in the distance and narrowed his eyes at this scene. Inside the Lust Demon sect, all the devils openly raised their heads, looking at the above directly dimmed a layer of the large array light curtain. The heart is terrified beyond measure. Once the formation is broken, we will have nowhere to run. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor gritted his teeth, reached out and pinched his hand, doing his best to maintain the formation despite his serious injuries. The rest of the Devil Emperors, as well as the Devil Dao martial artists in the arena, were also sending devilish energy into the Thousand Desires Devil Emperor's body, one after another. Yi Lang, can you contact that Lin Shi? At this time, Xuanli's voice asked in Yi Lang's mind. Yi Lang sniffed and nodded slightly. Very well, when that Thousand Desires Demon Emperor runs out of strength, we can have Lin Shi sneak attack him, and then the power of the formation to maintain it will naturally be greatly reduced. We may be able to break through the formation directly with a burst of energy. Xuanli continued, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. In fact, without Xuanli's reminder, Yi Lang was planning to do just that, and his intention wasn't just to disrupt the formation to maintain it, but to directly allow Lin Shi to kill the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, attacking and killing an Emperor realm. I wonder what reward the system will give. Chapter 63, Attacking and Killing a Thousand Desires, Pursuing for 10,000 miles. As time passed, within the Lust Demon sect, a group of demons gradually felt overwhelmed. They had already been fighting in the canyon for a long time, and they were both seriously injured. Not only them, but also the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor and a few other Emperor realms were beginning to run out of strength due to the injuries in their bodies. Outside, in the void, the eyes of Yi Lang, who had been secretly observing through Lin Shi, lit up. Here's your chance. Ahem. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's face paled as he took a few pills. Even at this point, his divine thoughts kept falling on each and every one of the Imperial realms present. He knew that the more such moments, the more he couldn't let his guard down, or else he would give that mole a chance to take advantage of it. Not far from the Thousand Desired Demon Emperor, the expressionless Lin Shi inadvertently dropped his gaze on him. He then stopped channeling his demonic energy and a talisman appeared in his hand. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor who had been paying attention to him frowned. The heart is on alert. In the next moment, Lin Shi's figure moved violently, and that talisman was immediately activated by him. So it's you. Come to hell. The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor instantly exploded, not taking that talisman seriously at all, only stretching out one hand, wanting to directly subdue Lin Shi. Although he was seriously injured, the Emperor realm was always the Emperor realm, not something the Imperial realm could shake, not to mention that it was only a middle stage of the Imperial realm. Boom! However, to his surprise, the talisman actually directly transformed into a 100 feet sized spear in an instant. Dao of terrifying thunder converged between the guns, and a mighty pressure of the Emperor realm emanated out. With that, the long spear pierced through the clouds and fell straight towards the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor. How could it be? It's actually an Emperor rank talisman. All the Demon Emperors were watching this scene and were shocked at the sight. However, with their heavily injured bodies, they were suddenly unable to react when faced with an attack of the same level. Eyes wide open, he watched as that thunder lance directly penetrated the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor. The lance pierced through his body and slowly dissipated as a huge hole appeared in the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's chest, letting out a pained roar. The life breath dissipated dramatically, no longer able to maintain the formation. Outside the formation, Xuanli sensed the weakening of the resistance of the formation and was instantly overjoyed, hurriedly launching an attack with the crowd at full force. And after losing the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor as an intermediary, Coupled with the resistance for such a long time, the formation had been weakened a lot. The entire formation was instantly somewhat powerless to resist. Click here. Click here. Dao cracks appeared on the huge curtain of light. At this time, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor was still not dead, and the black and red black chi constantly overflowed around him, surrounding him. This seat wants a woman. At that moment, in the midst of the black and red demonic aura, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor trembled and hissed. In the next moment, channels of black and red demonic chi, wrapped around toward the female devil Dao martial artist in the field, were pulled to the Thousand Desires Devil Emperor. Don't! Ah! Constant sounds of panic from the women rang out, but they quickly disappeared. Not enough! Not enough! The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor was like a mad dog, constantly sucking the essence of the women in the field, and at that moment, a demonic aura rolled onto Cold Weiwei's body. Bang! The Heavenly Demon Emperor instantly got up and dispersed the demonic aura with a palm strike, shielding Han Weiwei behind himself. Ah! This seat's life force is about to collapse. Get out of here! The Thousand Desires Demon Emperor couldn't help the Heavenly Demon Emperor, so he had to keep rolling in other women. In the blink of an eye, the demonic women present were swept away by him. Just then, boo! A shocking sound rang out, and the formation, which had lost its maintenance, was broken. Mo Xuanli's Empyrean realm, all of a sudden, appeared above the crowd of devils. Thousand Desires. It's your turn to repay the lives of countless disciples of the Spirit Sky sect. Yin Yanran's gaze landed on the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, who was constantly sucking the essence of the devil Dao women, and her tone was tinged with disgust. And the old bastard resisted? Yi Lang stood beside her and muttered in his heart. The talisman that Lin Fury had struck was the only Emperor-ranked talisman that Yi Lang had. I just didn't expect that the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, who was already seriously injured, was so rigid and resisted without dying. Not a big problem though, just mending. Chopped up. In the void, Mo Xuanli threw down a sentence and then took the lead. Run! This time, the hearts of the devils completely collapsed, thinking only of escaping to heaven. Yi Lang also hastily maneuvered the retreating forest fury into the distance and grabbed a filler on Thousand Desires. Want to kill this seat? Dream! Damn the righteous path, and the abominable brat. Sooner or later, this seat will make you all pay. However, unexpectedly, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor directly transformed into a messy black and red mist and then disappeared. Just leave a harsh word. True demon unraveling technique. The crowd of Orthodox Emperor realms were startled, and as soon as he ran, the other demon emperors also exerted their best efforts to find a way to escape. The Heavenly Demon Emperor also rolled up Cold Weiwei and turned into a black light, heading towards the distance. Only, before leaving, Han Weiwei gave Yi Lang an incomparably complicated look that seemed to have 1,000 words. Yi Lang noticed the scene and couldn't help but freeze slightly, but before he could say anything, Cold Weiwei's figure disappeared. They can't run far, so leave Thousand Desires to this seat. Yin Yanyan's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly, as if she had sensed the direction in which Thousand Desires had fled and was preparing to chase after him. Lord Empress, we're with you. Yi Lang came back to his senses and rushed forward, maneuvering Lin Shi to come behind him as well, saying, Lin Shi had already gained the recognition of the righteous path with his actions, so Yi Lang would not be suspected by anyone if he brought him with him. Cold Weiwei had the Heavenly Demon Emperor with her, so she should be fine for a while. Let's get the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor first, then we'll figure out how to save her. Yin Yanran sniffed and nodded. Then he brought up Yi Lang and the two of them, and with a shake of his body, he disappeared into the distance. After they left, the crowd of righteous Emperor realms also led their people and split up to pursue the fleeing Devil Emperor. The rest of you, naturally, are cutting the rest of the devils down to the roots. Above the sky, Yin Yanran's brows brightened slightly, and in no time, she looked in the direction of the extreme west. Afterwards, it rolled up Yi Lang and the two of them, and then sped towards the west, an Emperor realm powerhouse with extreme speed. Before long, tens of thousands of miles had passed, and he was about to catch up with the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor. Even Yi Lang felt the aura of the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, and at this point, the position they were in was almost to the border of the green sky domain. Thousand Desires. You can't escape. Yin Yanran's clear and cold voice rang out in the void. Subsequently, a huge palm print that was white and transparent, but emitted a terrifying aura, violently fell from the dome of the sky in front of him. Under the palm print, a black and red mist was directly slapped. Ah! A miserable scream came from the mist and landed directly in a mountain range below. Yin Yanran's three figures hurriedly followed. On the ground, the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, who was entangled in black and red demonic chi, was as if he was swimming in air, and no longer had the power to resist. This seat is not willing. Seeing this, Yi Lang pulled Yin Yanran and said, let him go. lest this devil has any hidden killing moves. Yin Yanran was stunned, and her heart couldn't help but warm up. With that, Lin Shi flashed to the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's side with an expressionless face under Yi Lang's control. A palm blast to his heavenly aperture. Chapter 64 Lust Demon Poison. Empress Wife. Bang! Under one palm, the brow of the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, who had completely lost his ability to resist, cracked open. Vitality completely dissipated. A black light drilled out from his brow. That's his divine soul. Don't let him escape. Seeing this, Yin Yanran was busy reminding. Yi Lang frowned. This Emperor Realm Big Brother was different, huh? The soul survives alone when the body dies. Then he once again manipulated the Lin Fury and dispersed the black light with a slap before it could completely burrow out. Thus, a generation of devil emperors, completely fallen. Congratulations to the host, for beheading a late-stage Devil Dao Emperor Realm martial artist through Lin Fury, and obtaining 3 Emperor-ranked talismans, 1 Emperor's Warrior, penetrating Sun Lance. The moment the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's divine soul was destroyed, in Yi Lang's mind, the system's beeps also rang out. Yi Lang couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. 3 Emperor-ranked talismans and an Emperor soldier. This Thousand Lust Demon Emperor is really worth it. It's a bloody good deal. Not only that, by beheading the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, the upgrade points belonging to Lin Sha directly skyrocketed to 80,000. This puppet system was rather pitiful, requiring 5,000 upgrade points just to go from the middle of the Imperial Realm to the late Imperial Realm. To the peak of the Emperor Realm would require 10,000 upgrade points, and to advance to the Emperor Realm, it would take a whole 50,000. So these 80,000 upgrade points could directly allow Lin Shi to break through to the early stage of the Emperor Realm. There's still some left. This was equivalent to the fact that Yi Lang could have an early Emperor Realm fighter at any time. In the mountain range, Yi Lang pressed down the joy in his heart and didn't click on upgrade for the time being to avoid the trouble of explaining it to Yin Yanran. And when the time comes to need it, it can have a surprising effect. However, at this time, what Yi Lang and Yin Yanran did not realize was that the corpse of the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor slowly changed slightly at this time. It turns into an invisible mist that spreads unconsciously. Wait, Yi Lang, did you find anything wrong? Yin Yanran's pretty brows frowned slightly as her eyes scanned around. It seems like there's an aroma? Yi Lang sniffed his nose and said uncertainly. Boom! A popping sound suddenly came from the corpse of the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, and Yi Lang and his duo turned their heads to look. It was discovered that the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's corpse had actually exploded directly. It turned into a large mass of extremely dense black and red mist, instantly wrapping the two here. Even Yin Yanran didn't react. No good. This is the Thousand Lust Demon Emperor's body. The lust demon poison that has accumulated over thousands of years. As she spoke, Yin Yanran, one must know that she was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, but under this demonic poison, she couldn't even carry it directly. Yi Lang was also at this time. How do you solve this thing? Unsolved. Poisoning of living beings can only be deciphered by intercourse with the opposite sex. With the opposite sex, Yin Yanran's eyes had broken a bit and said, What? Mind has also been about to. Yi Lang could not help but be alarmed. Eyes in Yin Yanran's exquisite body. Gotta bury this thing. Anticipating what was going to happen next, Yi Lang directly manipulated Lin Fury and drove Lin Fury's body into the ground. Lin Fury had already turned into his puppet and was spiritless, so there was no possibility of being hit by this lust demon poison. Yi Lang let out a low roar and threw out an isolation talisman, and then he no longer. I don't know how long it took before Yi Lang woke up quietly. When he opened his eyes, he saw a delicate figure with its back to him. It was Yin Yanran. Yi Lang froze, then looked down and realized that he didn't have a single piece of clothing on him. The mind was suddenly reminded of the madness that had preceded it. You, don't put your clothes on yet. Yin Yanran's cool voice, with a hint of trembling, said. Yi Lang reacted hurriedly and put his clothes back on. At this moment, he was slightly apprehensive. This ing is a bit ridiculous. However, in a flash, Yi Lang felt that he was apprehensive. Empress Sama should have feelings for him. Otherwise she wouldn't be so calm, and remind him to get dressed. Lord Empress, Yi Lang walked forward and prepared to speak. You don't have to say much. Before, what happened before? Just pretend it never happened. Yin Yanran's face blushed, her heart shy and complicated. She did have a trace of affection for Yi Lang, but this matter came too suddenly. She had been cultivating martial arts for many years and had always kept her body like a jade, and now she had been taken away by Yi Lang in a blur. A moment of confusion as to what to do with it. What did you say? Don't you recognize a man when he puts on his clothes? Yi Lang sniffed and subconsciously asked back. He originally had his heart set on Yin Yanran, and now that the Empress Sama had done that with him, she was naturally considered his woman. As soon as he got serious about this, the sudden blitz of a full aura and charisma enhancement stacked on top of each other hit Yin Yanran's heart and mind directly. The latter couldn't help but freeze. His mind filled with Yi Lang's figure. Even more so, she thought of the image of Yi Lang forcibly kissing her back then. In the next moment, Yi Lang directly stepped forward and held Yin Yanran's hands, saying with deep emotion, "Empress Sama, I made my feelings known to you a long time ago. Now that it's happened, why don't we stay together on this?" Yin Yanran sniffed and slowly came back to her senses, bit her lip, then nodded gently. "Cheap shot, little guy." Yi Lang was overjoyed when he saw her nod, directly holding Yin Yanran in her arms. The latter twisted her body and did not refuse. "I'm with Empress Sama. I guess I'm not a soft touch, am I?" Yi Lang was in a good mood and said silently in his heart, "Honored wife, it's still early, why don't we do it again?" With a beautiful woman in his arms, Yi Lang was bold and lowered his head in a colorful manner. One hand began to be unruly again. Pop! With a red face, Yin Yanran knocked off his strange hands and left from Yi Lang's arms. Although she had promised to be with Yi Lang, she was always a bit shy. "By the way, where's that Lin Fury?" Yin Yanran suddenly remembered that besides her and Yi Lang, there was another person here. He's, underground. Yi Lang heatedly smiled back. Since it was already this kind of relationship with Yin Yanran, there was no need to hide some things from her. With that, Yi Lang maneuvered Linya to come out from the underground and landed his figure in front of the duo. "In fact, he's my puppet and has long been under my control." Surprisingly, Yin Yanran couldn't help but feel a little shocked in her heart. She didn't expect Yi Lang to actually be able to control an imperial realm, and even practice it as a puppet. Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a little odd in his heart as he looked at her expression. If Lord Wife knew, this imperial realm puppet could be promoted to the imperial realm at any time. I'm afraid I won't believe it. Chapter 65 Devil Puppet. Wei in trouble. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly noticed that a pitch-black ring had been left behind where the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor's body had previously been. "It is?" Yi Lang walked over, picked up the ring, and looked down at it. "A storage ring?" Yin Yanran also walked over and nodded at the words. "This is the Thousand Desired Demon Emperor's storage ring. Don't you need heavenly treasures as well as yuan stones? There should be quite a few in there." Yin Yanran remembered the reward Yi Lang had mentioned to Imo Xuanli and opened her mouth. Speaking of which, because of the pursuit of the Devil's Way, the reward Imo Xuanli promised Yi Lang had not yet been given to him. Otherwise Yi Lang should have already gathered 500,000 puppet points. Yi Lang's divine thoughts probed into the storage ring, and he immediately saw a small mountain of heavenly treasures piled up inside, as well as high-grade yuan shi, and several Devil Dao spiritual treasures, and even an Emperor's soldier, as well as many other cultivation resources. There was a wide grin. "It's true that a man can't get rich without a fortune, and a horse can't get fat without night grass. Do you need anything, wifey?" Yi Lang looked up and asked. Yin Yanran blankly glanced at him and considered it a tacit acceptance of the title, then shook his head. "You keep it. Let's go back to the Lust Demon sect first and see what's going on there." "Yes." Afterward, Yin Yanran took Yi Lang and the puppet Lin Fury and headed back. However, unlike when he came, on the way back, Yi Lang was holding Yin Yanran's waist all the time. On the way, Yi Lang took the time to secretly convert all the heavenly materials and treasures in the storage ring left behind by the Thousand Desires Demon Emperor, as well as the yuan shi, into puppet points. A whole 200,000 puppet points were directly harvested, more than before combined. Worthy of being a demon emperor, just rich, but we're still short of 100,000 puppet points, so it looks like we can only go to the Lust Demon sect to collect some. Yi Lang secretly said inwardly. Not long afterward, above the Lust Demon mountain range, Yi Lang's three figures appeared here, and Yin Yanran gently broke away from Yi Lang's salty piggy hands and said, "There are a lot of people here. Don't be like that." Yi Lang hemmed and hawed and nodded. Afterward, the three of them descended and appeared within the Lust Demon sect. At this moment, the remaining demons were either killed or surrendered honestly, then had their cultivation wasted and crouched on the ground like lost dogs. Seeing Yi Lang appear, these surrendered Devil Dao members immediately hated their teeth. Yi Lang simply ignored them, but directly joined Yin Yanran and headed to the place where the Lust Demon sect stored their cultivation resources. He had been in the Devil's Way for so long that he naturally knew this information like the back of his hand. Soon, Yi Lang had emptied the remaining heavenly treasures and yuan stones within the Lust Demon sect, with Yin Yanran following her. The righteous martial artists who stayed behind didn't dare to say anything more, and none of these things are considered particularly valuable resources, nor are they particularly abundant, because the righteous and the devil had just consumed a lot not long after the battle, and the really good stuff is all in the secret world. Therefore Yi Lang wasn't worried about what would happen if he took it. and Mo Xuanli had even promised to give him a reward. The big deal is that it's time to buckle. After scavenging, Yi Lang began to make the conversion. Yin Yen Yen, on the other hand, was transmitting to the remaining few patriarchs, asking if their pursuit was going well. With this wave of conversion, Yi Lang gained another 150,000 puppet points. At this point, Yi Lang was considered to have completely saved enough puppet points to turn that demonic puppet into his own puppet. With that, Yi Lang no longer delayed and clicked on the puppet system. Ding! Does it consume 500,000 puppet points to transform a masterless puppet into a host puppet? Yes. In the next moment, Yi Lang realized that he had created a strand of connection with the demonic puppet that he had already transferred to his storage ring. At the same time, there was a general understanding of the demon puppet's strength today. The original devil puppet was at the early stage of the Great Emperor realm, but after being crippled by old man Xiantian, only 1/3 of his strength remains today. It belonged to a level that was stronger than any emperor realm, but no better than the early stages of a great emperor. But even so, Yi Lang's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. With this demon puppet, his strength could be said to have produced a leap. It could be said that right now, looking at the entire green sky domain, aside from the Xiantian sword sect's old ancestor, he basically had no enemies. If he played all his cards, it was not certain if old man Xiantian would be able to over him. The only weakness was that his own cultivation wasn't good enough. Only at the middle of the Zun realm, Yi Long. Just now I transmitted a message with Patriarch Mo that he is caught up with the Heavenly Demon Emperor, and now the latter is doing a trapped beast fight, so I will go to help him. At this time, Yin Yanran walked up to Yi Lang and said to him. Yi Lang sniffed and came back to his senses. The Devil Emperor? That's not Papa Vivi, my you. Bah, I'm with you. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly and returned. In his heart, he was a little worried about Coldwell. Yin Yanran nodded, then took Yi Lang with her and flew towards the distance. The other side. In the southwest direction of the green sky domain, at the foot of a towering mountain peak, blood was spilling from the corner of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's mouth. His body was bruised and battered, and his breath was extremely disorganized. However, he still held up a magic chi barrier to protect Cold Weiwei behind him to the death. Humph, Heavenly Demon Emperor, your hands are stained with blood, and now that the momentum is gone, why are you doing a trapped beast fight? In the void, Mo Xuanli led several emperor realms, surrounding the two of them as he opened his mouth and drank. Mo Xuanli, cut the crap. The Heavenly Demon Emperor held back his injuries and said in a tone tinged with anger. Daddy, are we going to die here? With teardrops hanging on her pretty face, Cold Weiwei asked dully. The Heavenly Demon Emperor couldn't help but tremble slightly when he heard this. Spare him the fact that he had sprawled across the Cyan Heavenly Domain and was nobly a demon emperor. Now also know that there is no escape today. When Cold Weiwei saw this, her face turned pale. There was the fear of death, but there was also the unwillingness to give up on Yi Lang. Yes, having escaped all the way and faced death head-on, Vivian Cold has figured herself out. Yi Long did lie to her, but she really loved him too. And not some cold Gotham. Humph. Mo Xuanli snorted coldly, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. When this sword came out, the wind rose up and the sharpness was overwhelming. It is an emperor's soldier. Shoo! A sword slashed through, and the terrifying sword chi landed on top of the demonic chi barrier. The Heavenly Demon Emperor immediately had a face like purple and gold and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Immediately, the Sky Demon Emperor's face turned livid, intending to fight to the death. And at that moment, a stream of light came from the distant sky, and it was none other than Yin Yanran and Yi Lang. The moment Yi Lang appeared, Han Weiwei saw him. The pretty eyes stared deathly at Yi Lang with an incomparably complex expression. There's surprise, there's bewilderment, there's overwhelm. In the void, Yi Lang also noticed Han Weiwei, and between the four eyes, Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a slight trace of guilt rise in his heart. Just as well. After all, I was the one who lied to this little ninny, so I can't let her die here by saying anything. Yi Lang secretly said inwardly. After spending so many days intimately with Han Weiwei in the Devil's Road, it would be bull ***** to say that Yi Lang had no feelings for her. Therefore, Yi Lang naturally couldn't stand by and watch Cold Weiwei die. Thereupon Yi Lang's mind turned slightly, thinking about what to do so that no Cold Weiwei could get out of the trap, without arousing the suspicion of others. Chapter 66, Throw yourself into the net to help you get out of trouble. Soon, Yi Lang thought of a solution and with a single movement of his body, he arrived beside Mo Xuanli, and at this moment, the Heavenly Demon Emperor also noticed Yi Lang, and his movements couldn't help but lurch. It's that kid again, Patriarch Mo. When I was undercover in the Sky Demon sect, this old lamp didn't make things difficult for me. Let the disciples send him on his way. Yi Lang's tone was tinged with anger as he dropped a sentence. His body then linked up. his Zune realm cultivation fully open, and he fiercely blasted towards the heavenly demon emperor duo. Look out! Seeing this, Yin Yenran could not help but exclaim slightly. Seek death. At the foot of the mountain, when the heavenly demon emperor saw that Yi Lang dared to attack alone, he immediately revealed a cold smile. Daddy! Don't hurt him! Cold Wei Wei busily turned to the sky demon emperor and reached out to pull him down, desperately shaking her head to prevent him from making a move. Wei Wei, what are you doing? He's not one of us from the devil's way. He's an undercover agent sent by the righteous way. The heavenly demon emperor didn't want to injure Cold Wei Wei by mistake and hurriedly said. Cold Wei Wei had no words, just shook her head, tears rolling down her cheeks. However, at that moment, in the heavenly demon emperor's mind, he suddenly received a transmission. Hold me hostage if you don't want to die. That's right. Yi Lang's solution was to throw himself into the net and let the heavenly demon emperor duo hold him hostage and leave. Only then can Coldwell get out of the trap. Of course, this was also because now he was strong enough to keep himself safe. First of all, he had Emperor rank C condensation armor on him, as well as an Emperor rank talisman. Even if the heavenly demon emperor tried to strike at him in anger, he would have enough reaction time. And there were still devil puppets in his storage ring. The heavenly demon emperor was no match at all. In the middle of the field, the heavenly demon emperor couldn't help but freeze in place after hearing this transmission. He didn't react until Yi Lang gave another prod and his figure was blasting into the magic chi barrier in front of him. The first thought in his mind was to directly slap Yi Lang to death. But in just an instant he reacted. Whatever this kid's intentions were, hijacking him was really the only way to escape. Kid, since you threw yourself into the net, don't blame this seat for being impolite. The heavenly demon emperor raised his head openly and let out a furious cry from his mouth. However, instead of making a killing move, he directly rolled Yi Lang into the magic chi barrier and bound him. Yi Long, let him go. This scene immediately caused Yin Yenran to become a bit anxious, and her gaze towards the heavenly demon emperor was actually filled with killing intent. But because Yi Lang was in his hands, he didn't dare to make a move for a while. Your wife is sorry, but I can't let this little ninny die here. Yi Lang silently apologized to Yin Yenran in his heart. In the void, Mo Xuanli and a group of Imperial realms were also caught off guard by this sudden change. Heavenly Demon Emperor, release Yi Lang. Mo Xuanli also hurriedly opened his mouth and drank. At the same time the heart can't help but grumble a little. How is it that this kid is smart for a lifetime, but confused for a while? What cultivation level do you have? Don't you have a number in your heart? Ahem. Letting him go is fine, but you have to let this seat and Vivi go. Otherwise, this seat will immediately take his life. The heavenly demon emperor coughed. The injuries in his body were worsening, so he didn't talk much and went straight to the point. Mo Xuanli immediately felt a big headache. Yi Lang was a contributor to the Righteousness and Devil War. As a Righteousness Emperor realm, how could he stand by and send him to his death? Yes, I promise. However, Yin Yenran agreed directly on his behalf. How could she possibly put Yi Lang's safety at risk? As for the heavenly demon emperor, having suffered such a serious injury and bracing himself to strike, I'm afraid that he has already injured his foundation, and I'm afraid that it will be difficult to recover in 100 years. No longer a threat. Patriarch Yin, you. Mo Xuanli's face suddenly looked a bit odd, but in the end, he nodded. Yi Lang couldn't help but be a little touched in his heart. Then he slightly twisted his head and looked at Han Weiwei on the side. The latter was looking at him with a tearful face at that moment. Don't worry, I'll help you out. Yi Lang quietly transmitted his voice and comforted. Retreat 1,000 miles away, and then do not follow this seat. When this seat reaches a safe place, I will naturally release him. Seeing that they agreed, the heavenly demon emperor was slightly relieved in his heart and gritted his teeth. No, what if you kill Yi Lang? When Yin Yenran heard that she couldn't follow, she instantly quit. Then this seat will kill this brat now. Yin Yenran was instantly defeated. Vivi, let's go. Seeing this, the heavenly demon emperor immediately waved his hand and rolled up Han Weiwei and Yi Lang, with the demonic chi barrier still open. Wanting to head out of the green sky domain, Mo Xuanli, who was on the side, pondered in the void for a while. He could see Yin Yan's concern for Yi Lang. Plus, he himself didn't want Yi Lang to fall. Then he did not stop the heavenly demon emperor. Soon, the three heavenly demon emperors were out of sight. No, I have to follow quietly. I'm afraid Yi Lang will be in danger. At this time, Yin Yenran was very different from her usual coolness and lightness, and her absolutely beautiful face was filled with worry. This emperor is with you. Mo Xuanli concurred. There's no need. If there are too many people it might be discovered by the heavenly demon emperor. I have a secret method that can conceal his divine thoughts. Yin Yenran returned. The figure then shifted and became illusory, then chased after the sky demon emperor in the direction he had fled. It was only after she left that the few Imperial Realm martial artists leaned over to Emo Xuanli, and one of them asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Could it be that Patriarchine has some other relationship with that Yi Lang and seems to be very worried?" Emo Xuanli shook his head, momentarily confused. However, he wasn't too worried. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was already heavily injured and his strength had seriously regressed. Yin Yenran could handle it all by herself. Time passed, and the Heavenly Demon Emperor brought Yi Lang with him as he kept flying in the direction outside the Green Sky Domain. With Yi Lang's understanding of the Nine Heavens continent, the one the Heavenly Demon Emperor was going to should be the Black Heavenly Domain. It was a relatively chaotic place with no distinction between good and evil. Above the sky, within the magic chi barrier, Han Weiwei looked at Yi Lang and opened her mouth. Why are you doing this?" The Heavenly Demon Emperor in the front twisted his head and glanced at Yi Lang, seemingly waiting for him to answer as well. Because I don't want to watch you die." Yi Lang gently smiled, looked at her with soft eyes and opened his mouth. Cold Weiwei instantly shuddered. "Kid, you've tricked this seat so bitterly. The Devil's Way has ended up in such a state. All thanks to you. Now you still dare to talk fancy. Do you really not know how to die?" The Heavenly Demon Emperor's gloomy voice rang out. A hint of disdain flared up at the corner of Yi Lang's mouth. If it wasn't for the sake of saving Han Weiwei, he didn't have the time to care about the Heavenly Demon Emperor. 3 days later, inside the Black Sky Domain, the Heavenly Demon Emperor took Yi Lang and Han Weiwei and entered a clan. This sect was called the Ghost Swallowing Sect, and its patriarch had a strength of half-step Emperor realm and had known the Heavenly Demon Emperor for a long time. At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Emperor was on the verge of dying as his injuries erupted. After arriving at the Ghost Swallowing Sect, he couldn't care less about how to deal with Yi Lang, and directly went into the secret room to retreat and heal his wounds. And at this time, Yin Yenran also quietly arrived outside the Ghost Swallowing Sect. Chapter 67 Vivi offers herself. The Empress arrives. Ghost Swallowing Sect. In the middle of a cave, Yi Lang and Han Weiwei stood opposite each other. "Weiwei, I have to go now, or else the Empress Lord and the others may give you a hard time if they come after me." Yi Lang looked at Han Weiwei and opened his mouth. In the past few days, he had already told Cold Weiwei the cause and effect of the incident, plus he had risked his life to help them get out of trouble this time, so he had gained Cold Weiwei's forgiveness. It can't be helped. Women in love are just so easy to coax. It was just that the great defeat of the Devil Dao could not be separated from Yi Lang after all, and the Heavenly Devil Emperor was seriously injured, so it was impossible for Han Weiwei to go back with Yi Lang. This also made Yi Lang slightly relieved. Otherwise he really didn't know how to explain to Yin Yenran. And the reason why he wanted to leave now was that the Heavenly Demon Emperor was in seclusion, and no one was stopping him. More importantly, Yin Yenran is still worried about his safety. If he really chases after him and finds out that he has an unusual relationship with Han Weiwei, that's a bit of a bummer. Inside the cave, Han Weiwei looked up at Yi Lang, her pretty eyes full of reluctance. He couldn't help but reach out his palm to pull Yi Lang's sleeve. Yi Lang gently smiled and patted Han Weiwei's head, saying, "Come what may, we will surely meet again." Han Weiwei bit her lip, and in her heart, she knew that it was impossible for Yi Lang to stay with her for the time being, because the destruction of the Devil's Way had nothing to do with Yi Lang. The Heavenly Demon Emperor didn't hate him lightly. On the one hand, there was Daddy. On the other hand, there was the love of her life, and Cold Weiwei's heart was torn. After a long time, Han Weiwei suddenly came close to Yi Lang, and her hands directly encircled Yi Lang's waist. Shy red face, murmured, "This time a goodbye. I do not know when I can see each other. I want to give myself to you." "What?" Yi Lang couldn't help but stare at his words. "Woohoo!" But before he could say more, a passionate patch of red lips was imprinted on his. Just do it." Cold Weiwei's fierce demand made Yi Lang couldn't hold back at once, and with a roar in his heart, he directly pressed Cold Weiwei underneath him. On the other hand, after Yin Yenran waited quietly outside the Ghost Swallowing Sect for a while, she still had not seen Yi Lang come out. Immediately, he was a bit anxious and couldn't help but reveal his figure. An aura belonging to the Emperor realm unfolding. The wind and clouds changed, and the Ghost Swallowing Sect was in shock. Who is the visitor? A dark shadow flashed into the void from within the clan, looking at Yin Yenran from afar and frowning. This person was none other than the Ghost Swallowing Sect leader. Ghost Destruction. Where is the Heavenly Demon Emperor? He's already in a safe place. Why hasn't he released him? Yin Yenran's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly as she asked in a chilling voice. Ghost Extinction was taken in by Yin Yenran's aura, and his tone couldn't help but slow down. The Heavenly Demon Emperor is in seclusion. I don't know what your excellency means by releasing people. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was too urgently injured and went into seclusion as soon as he entered the Ghost Swallowing Sect, so Ghost Destroyer didn't yet know that Yi Lang was captured by the Heavenly Demon Emperor. seeing how close he looked with Han Weiwei. Instead, he thought he was the son-in-law of the heavenly demon emperor? Less playing dumb with this seat. If you don't release Yi Lang again, don't blame this seat for being impolite. Yin Yanran instantly felt that the other party was putting her off with words. Ghost Destroyer couldn't help but feel a big headache. He didn't want to provoke an emperor realm for no reason. Divine Yan hurriedly sent a message to Yi Lang in the cave, asking if they knew about this matter. At this time, inside the cave, the clouds had just subsided. Cold Weiwei was lying on Yi Lang's chest with a mesmerized expression. At this moment, Ghost Destroyer's voice transmission entered Yi Lang's mind. The Empress is here? Then he hurriedly helped Cold Weiwei up and put on his clothes at fire speed, saying, "My family patriarch is here. If I don't go out, I'm afraid she's going to fight her way into this ghost-swallowing sect." "So, you're leaving?" Yi Lang hesitated slightly, but still nodded. "Weiwei, don't worry, we'll definitely meet again. By then I hope your father will accept me. This is some talismans and pills. Keep them. I hope that the next time we meet, you will already be a strong person." Oh. Yi Lang turned around and hugged Cold Weiwei, saying, then he stuffed a storage pouch to Han Weiwei, and inside, there was an emperor rank talisman. "I'm leaving." After doing so, Yi Lang turned around and left the cave. If we delay a little longer, maybe Yin Yanran will really call in. Inside the cave, Han Weiwei looked at the direction Yi Lang had left. Her eyes reddened and she muttered, "I'll be waiting for you," trying to stall for time. Then this seat is not polite. In the void outside the ghost-swallowing sect, Yin Yanyan saw that Ghost Extinction was silent for a long time and couldn't help but chill her face. About to strike. "Lord Empress, I'm here." Yi Lang's voice suddenly came from the Ghost Destruction sect, and Yin Yanran's face instantly slowed down, confirming that Yi Lang was fine. Her heart finally relaxed. Yi Lang's body flashed and he soon exited the ghost-swallowing sect and arrived in front of Yin Yanran. Ghost Destroyer didn't dare to stop them. He's still in a daze to this day, wondering what the hell is going on. "Thank you, Ghost Sovereign, for your hospitality now. When the heavenly demon emperor comes out of the gate, just tell him that I'm leaving." Yi Lang turned around and smiled towards Ghost Destroyer, then leaned over to Yin Yanran. "Let's go, wifey." Yi Lang touched his nose and said softly. To be honest, now that he was facing Yin Yanran, Yi Lang's heart slightly had a hint of bottomlessness. After all, he had just had that with Coldwell. Since Yi Lang was fine, Yin Yanran was not in the mood to have to cut down the heavenly demon emperor. Afterward, the two of them turned their bodies around and flew towards the green sky domain. "Why do you want to protect the two of them?" Above the sky, Yin Yanran suddenly turned her head and asked, "What?" Yi Lang froze. Little fellow, still trying to trick me. If you didn't want to let them go on purpose, how could you charge up alone knowing the cultivation gap with the heavenly demon emperor?" Yin Yanran blankly glanced at Yi Lang, and her red lips lightly opened. She hadn't thought much about it before when she was worried about Yi Lang's safety, but now that the matter had passed, with her intelligence, she instantly noticed that something was wrong. Wife, your honor really is a beautiful person with a beautiful mind. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Don't be poor. Actually, it's because, when I was undercover in the heavenly demon sect, the heavenly demon emperor treated me very well, and thus had a moment of compassion. Yi Lang naturally couldn't tell her the truth and lied to hide the matter. Yin Yanran swept him a glance, not knowing whether she believed him or not, but she didn't pursue it any further. The black sky domain and the green sky domain were far apart, and the locales and customs in between the two were different from the green sky domain. Therefore on the way back, Yi Lang did not rush to catch up, but instead walked a section and stopped a section, taking Yin Yanran, and roaming around. And by now, with the great defeat of the Devil's Way, that undercover survival system was completely useless, so Yi Lang decided not to use it anymore. On this day, during the flight, Yi Lang directly changed the puppet system to the main system, and opened the system chat group, ready to use the one chance to draw a new system that had been reaccumulated in these 7 days. Chapter 68 Dislike System. Someone from the Central Region. Within the system chat group, Yi Lang first opened his avatar and took a look. Group Leader, Yilong. Cultivation Level, Middle Zone Realm. Binding System, Puppet System, Main. Skills, Armor of Damage Reduction. Extreme Cold. Enchanted Body. Ears of Eavesdropping. Special Abilities, Charisma Enhancement. Aura Enhancement. Authority, LV3, 200/1000. It had been a few days since Yi Lang had risen to the 3rd level of authority, and under his constant use of the puppet system in the past few days, he had accumulated 200 authority points. After reading it, Yi Lang opened the illusory chat screen. The non-diving systems in the group continued to merrily water the group. After obtaining the chat group for so long, Yi Lang knew pretty much everything about the chat group, knowing that these systems were only able to communicate by speaking within the group. but after being bound to him, they had no consciousness of their own. This put Yi Lang at ease, because in his opinion, the system was after all only assisting him to grow. If it had its own consciousness, it would be much more laborious to manage. I wonder when, if ever, I'll be able to smoke a dive system and see what it's made of? Yi Lang's eyes in his heart swept over those gray system avatars in the group, and he said with anticipation in his heart, since the chat group divides all systems into dives and non-dives, there must be a difference, and in Yi Lang's opinion, these systems that he had extracted up to now were not particularly powerful, so those powerful systems must be the ones in the dive. Shaking his head, Yi Lang came back to his senses, and without further thought, began to extract the system. There was still a flash of system avatars, and finally a few large words settled on the illusory chat screen. Dislike the system. Dislike system? It looks pretty good. Yi Lang didn't have any extra chances to extract now, nor did he have a choice, so he didn't look carefully at this system introduction and directly chose to bind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the dislike system. The host can gain dislike points by disliking someone and causing them to become angry. The greater the anger of the disliked person, the more dislike points the host receives. The host can use dislike points to be able to purchase items in the system mall. A mechanical electronic tone sounded in Yi Lang's mind. Yi Lang sniffed, and the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. That system doesn't sound too bad, and it suits him too. I just don't know how the stuff inside the system mall is. Thinking of this, Yi Lang then hastily opened the dislike system's mall. At this look, Yi Lang's heart was instantly delighted. Inside the mall, there is really a wide range of everything. There are three main sections: resources, cultivation, and ability. Resources are well understood. That is, the yuan sure and dan pills and talismans etc. that can be used for cultivation. The cultivation, on the other hand, is a gift pack containing cultivation, with 1-year cultivation packs, 10-year cultivation packs, etc. On this point alone, Yi Lang felt that this system was still very powerful. Even the cultivation could be bought. As for the abilities section, it was for skills as well as special abilities, but Yi Lang's cursory sweep revealed that there didn't seem to be any particularly dangling skills, but it's not all useless. For example, one of the skills called morphing can briefly turn your body into other items when used. It was similar to Sun Dishang's 72 changes, except that he couldn't change his own breath. It's a skill that can be extremely useful in certain situations, but when Yi Lang saw the prices underneath these skills and abilities, he was smacking his lips. The cheapest ones cost 100,000 dislikes point up. Yi Lang had just bound the dislike system, and he still didn't know how many dislike points he could probably get from disliking someone once. In case if dislikes were calculated in single digits at a time, how many ing years would it take to accumulate to 100,000 points? Twisting his head to look at the absolutely beautiful Empress Lord next to him, Yi Lang shook his head. The Empress's wife wouldn't be mad at him for disliking him twice. Plus it's not rowable. Yi Lang, our timeout has not been short, so let's return to the sect here. At this time, Yin Yenran twisted her head and said. Yi Lang nodded, then reached out and wrapped his hand around Yin Yenran's soft waist, and the latter blanked him. It wasn't rejected. In these few days, on the way of the tour, Yi Lang again used all his strength and slept with Yin Yenran for 2 sleeps once again. The two have gotten even closer. Subsequently, Yin Yenran took Yi Lang and headed towards the Spirit Sky sect. As for Lin Fury, he naturally followed far behind under Yi Lang's control, and at this time, in the Cyan Heavenly Domain, the battle between the righteous and demonic paths had long since come to a complete end. The 7 great sects of the Devil's Way were all destroyed, and the rest of the sects of the Devil's Way were destroyed and dispersed. 5 of the 7 great demon emperors fell, and only the Heavenly Demon Emperor and the Yellow Springs Demon Emperor escaped the Green Sky Domain. As for the rest of the martial artists of the Devil's Way, the one that managed to escape either lurked in the Green Sky Domain, no longer daring to show their heads. Either that or they've all escaped the Green Sky Domain. At this point, the Green Sky Domain was considered to be completely under the control of the Righteous Path. Spirit Sect. Su Shuemeng stood in front of Imperial Realm Elder Mou, her face full of worry. Elder Mo, why hasn't senior brother Yi Lang returned yet? Mou looked at Su Shuemeng in front of him and said with a face full of helplessness. I'm not sure of the exact reason for this, but sect leader Mo of the Xian Tian Sword sect said that Yi Lang shouldn't be in danger. Furthermore, the Empress Lord, at this time, should also be with Yi Lang. With that, he headed off into the distance. The Great War is over, but the Spirit Sky sect is still in the midst of all the chaos, and Mou is seriously quite busy. Su Shuemeng had no choice but to harbor her worries and head towards her own place, and at the same time, what no one had discovered was that at the edge of the Green Sky Domain, above the sky, 3 figures with extreme speed entered the green sky domain. The 3 stopped, and the leader was a man who looked around 30, with a haughty expression. This is the green heavenly domain? The heaven and earth's yuan chi is completely one heaven and one earth compared to the middle heaven domain. For my little sister to stay in such a place is a disgrace to our family. The man shook his head, his tone filled with disdain. Back then, when Miss left in anger, I'm afraid she also came here because she didn't want to be found by the family. This time, I was able to find out Mrs. whereabouts, but it was still because the so-called Great War between the righteous and the devil had occurred in this green sky domain only a short while ago, and there were martial artists who escaped from the green sky domain who happened to be encountered by the family scouts in this vicinity. Behind the man, one of the old men whispered, "Humph, in the matter of that year, it was her own disobedience to the family arrangement, but this time it can't be up to her." The man sniffed, but he let out a cold snort and said, "Let's go. Go to her clan and see what she's tossed around all these years without a family." The man waved his hand, and then led the 2 of them straight towards the interior of the green sky domain. The 3 of them were extremely fast, and it only took them less than 2 days of work to arrive at the clan they were talking about. And this sect was actually none other than the Spirit Sky sect. Chapter 69, Strongly Entering the Spirit Sky. Sacred Clan in Family. There's no aura of Emperor Realm martial artists within this Spirit Sky sect, and the strongest cultivators are just the 2 Emperor Realms, so the young lady shouldn't be there. Outside the Spirit Sky sect, behind the man, another old man sensed slightly and opened his mouth. If someone heard this old man's words at this moment, I'm afraid they would be shocked. The Spirit Sky sect was guarded by a mountain protection array, but this old man was actually able to directly sense the specifics of the Spirit Sky sect. This kind of cultivation was by no means something an ordinary Emperor Realm powerhouse would be able to do. Only 2 Imperial Realms. Is this clan a joke? The man couldn't help but be even more disdainful at his words. Afterwards, an aura violently swept away, and heaven and earth changed color in vain. It's actually an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and as soon as he revealed his own aura, those within the Spirit Sky sect felt it immediately. No other way. The outside world is in the wind and there's just too much commotion. 2 streams of light flew out from within the Spirit Sky sect, and it was none other than MOU and another Imperial Realm Elder. In the void, MOU couldn't help but frown as he looked at the man with the Emperor Realm pressure. The gaze fell on the 2 old men behind the man, the 2 old men who could not be seen at all, and there was even a moment of silence. After a slight contemplation, MOU then arched his hand and spoke. "In my Lingxiao sect Elder MOU, I don't know what several people have come to the Lingxiao sect for? It's natural to come for something. Let me ask you, is your Spirit Sky sect's patriarch named Yanran?" The man didn't even look at MOU squarely and asked lightly. MOU was stunned at his words. These people were rushing towards Lord Empress? "Answer me, won't you?" the man said in an impatient tone. MOU nodded helplessly. This matter was known to everyone in the entire green sky domain. He had nothing to hide. "The Empress Lord is not in the clan now. I don't know what your excellency is looking for my Empress Lord? Don't worry about that. She's not in the clan, so where did she go?" The man frowned and continued to ask. MOU shook his head and said, "I don't know about that." While speaking, MOU was already secretly sending a message to the Zun Realm Deacon within the sect, asking him to hurry through the transmission array and head to the Xin Tian Sword sect to request support from Patriarch MO. Although these people did not have a murderous aura on them, in MOU's opinion, they were by no means coming with good intentions either. Moreover, he was an Imperial Realm, and the gap between his status and strength with the other party was too great, and the other party didn't even look at him with a proper eye. "No? That's fine. Then we'll wait for her to return at the Spirit Sky sect," the man sniffed and said in an unusually domineering tone. With that, he took the 2 old men behind him, and with a flash of his body, he headed for the Spirit Sky sect. No good. When the Imperial Realm beside MOU saw this, he immediately exclaimed in shock. MOU himself was fine, his gaze fixed on the trio, waiting for them to be stopped by the Mountain Protection Formation. However, the Mountain Protection Formation, which even unusual Emperor Realm powerhouses could not easily break through, gave way to the 3 of them under a burst of choking from the 2 old men behind the man. "Gathering Spirit do Heavenly Grand Formation? A formation that came out of my own family, and you still want to stop me?" The man smiled contemptuously and landed on top of the Spirit Sky sect's martial arts arena. This? MOU immediately panicked and hurriedly joined that Imperial Realm, rushing towards the sect. Inside the Spirit Sky sect, the man couldn't help but shake his head once again as his divine thoughts encompassed the entire Spirit Sky sect. This is the strength of my little sister's clan outside? Originally, I was thinking that this time I came out, I would be able to accept a force that looked past me in passing, but now it seems like there's no need for that. And at that moment, all of the old and new disciples within the Spirit Sky sect also noticed the trio. It was because the man hadn't concealed his aura in the slightest, and the pressure was astonishing. In the direction of the spirit sky sect's secret realm, Su Xuemeng heard the commotion and couldn't help but head in the direction of the martial arts arena, wanting to see what had happened. Ha! This woman is actually a spirit body? At this time, the man seemed to have noticed Su Xuemeng and couldn't help but have a hint of a smile on his face. With that, with a single move of his outstretched hand, he regaled Su Xuemeng, who was still on her way, directly to his body. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he suddenly sensed the pressure of an Emperor Realm powerhouse descending upon the Spirit Sky Sect. Where is the god? Doesn't this casual entry into the Spirit Sky Sect seem too much? A sword light appeared, revealing Imo Xuanli's figure. On the martial arts arena, the two old men behind the man frowned lightly, but only just. Late Emperor Realm? Old boy, you don't get to talk here. The man faced Imo Xuanli, who was the #1 sect head of the Green Sky domain, but he even still spoke with an unparalleled arrogance. Imo Xuanli immediately froze. He couldn't help but carefully survey the three people in front of him for a while. Even though he had prepared for it earlier, he still couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. The man in front of him would never be much older than Patriarch Yin in terms of age, and he was bound to be a supreme genius who would become an emperor in a few hundred years. What was even more frightening was that the old man behind the man, Imo Xuanli, couldn't even see the depth at all. However, when the latter's eyes fell on him, Imo Xuanli couldn't help but tremble slightly inside. Peak Emperor Realm? Still a half-step great emperor? Imo Xuanli was inwardly horrified and pondered for half a second before speaking again. My name is Imo Xuanli of the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect, and I have always been friends with Sect Master Yin of the Spirit Sky Sect, and my family's ancestor is a great Emperor Realm powerhouse. So I wonder what exactly are the identities of all of you? And I see that you all seem to have no malicious intent, so why don't you sit down and talk about it? What exactly is your business? He's decided to raise someone. Although old ancestor Xian Tian was still sleeping right now, it didn't stop Imo Xuanli from taking him out to intimidate others. Great Emperor Realm? You're friends with Yin Yenran, so do you know her identity? The man's expression didn't change much when he heard about the Great Imperial Realm. Instead he snorted and asked in return. It is rumored that Patriarch Yin comes from the Middle Heavenly Domain. Then do you know what specific power she said she came from in the Mid-Heaven Domain? Imo Xuanli was immediately stunned and vaguely guessed something in his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, the man's condescending voice was heard. Yin Yenran is my little sister, and we, both of us, come from the Yin family, one of the 6 great sacred clans of the Mid-Heaven Domain, Imo Xuanli, as well as the two of them, Mou, who had already returned, couldn't help but look dumbfounded when they heard this. With their cultivation at their level, they had a certain understanding of the forces within the Middle Heavenly Domain, the most central part of the continent. Anymore, the Mid-Heaven Domain was located at the very center of the 9 Heavens continent, where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense, bringing together the most powerful martial artists in the entire 9 Heavens continent. Naturally, there were countless forces entrenched in the Middle Heavenly Domain, and the most powerful of them all is 1 pavilion, 2 halls, 3 clans, 4 palaces, 5 alliances and 6 clans, in no particular order except Ichigaku. However, the one thing that all of these forces had in common was that there were Saint Realm powerhouses sitting in the forces. And what is a saint? Above the Emperor Realm is the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor is divided into 9 revolutions. The success of the 9 revolutions, the party-certified saints, the various Emperor Realms of the Green Heaven Domain had actually long speculated that Yin Yenran might have originated from a great power in the Middle Heaven Domain. And even Zhang Shidao had plotted the secret method on Yin Yenran. But none of them had expected Yin Yenran's origin to be this big. Chapter 70, Returning to the Sect. Stop. So it is. It took a long time for Imo Xuanli to come back to his senses, a heart that had been lifted up and let go. Since these people were all Yin Yenran's own family, there shouldn't be any malicious intent. Subsequently, that Yin clan man didn't care about Imo Xuanli anymore, but instead carefully sized up Su Xuemeng in front of him. Su Xuemeng didn't know what kind of behemoth the Yin family was, but from the expressions on Imo Xuanli's and the others' faces, she also guessed that it must not be simple. I felt a tingle in my back. The cold ice spiritual body of the Green Sky Domain actually has this kind of seedling. The man stared at Su Xuemeng for a while, licked his mouth, and said with a hint of excitement in his gaze, I didn't expect that I would be able to meet a spirit body this time in the Spirit Sky Sect, and the looks were also so stunning that even if they wanted to compare with Yin Yenran, they did not fall behind. Such a woman would be hard to come across in the Middle Heaven Domain. In the man's mind, he couldn't help but think of something else. Behind them, the two old men saw the man's thoughts, looked at each other, and didn't say anything more. Su Xuemeng met his gaze and said something bad in her heart. This kind of gaze She had seen too much of it in Falling Sun City. Strongly stabilizing her mind, Su Shuemeng opened her mouth to ask, "Former, senior, you are a clan member of the master. Then I should address you as senior uncle." "Master? Yin Yenran is your master?" The man froze, then reacted. It was also true that there was no way Yin Yenran wouldn't take such a good seedling. "Third young master, this time we came to take Miss home, to help the family through the difficult times. It is better not to cause trouble." At that moment, behind the man, one of the old men secretly transmitted his voice. The man licked his lips, his gaze swept over Su Shuemeng's exquisite body, and reluctantly nodded. On the martial arts arena, Mo Xuanli, who had been paying attention to them, could not help but let out a slight breath when he saw this. And at this point, above the sky not far from the Spirit Sky Sect, two streams of light that were extremely close together were speeding towards the Spirit Sky Sect. It was none other than the duo of Yi Lang and Yin Yenran who had returned from the Black Heavenly Domain. Soon, the duo's figures landed outside the Spirit Sky Sect and stopped in the void. "Let's go, wifey." Yi Lang smiled cheaply, holding Yin Yenran's jade hand, and was about to fall inside the sect. "There's something wrong with the situation." Yin Yenran suddenly frowned her eyebrows and spoke slowly. Yi Lang was stunned. There are several powerful auras present within the clan. Something must have happened. Yin Yenran continued. "Then let's hurry up and check it out." Yi Lang put away his flirting mind and hurriedly followed Yin Yenran, falling into the Spirit Sky Sect. "Yin Long? I can't believe it's you. How did you end up here?" The two of them, Yin Yenran, had just entered the Spirit Sky Sect, and Yin Yenran immediately noticed the man in the martial arts arena. The expression immediately became cold, even with some questioning. On the martial arts arena, when the crowd saw Yin Yenran and Yi Lang appear, they also looked up to this side. Mo Xuanli heard something different from Yin Yenran's tone. His face was a little grave. "Little sister, haven't seen you in 100 years. And this is the tone you use to talk to me?" The man called Yin Long, directly ignoring Yi Lang behind Yin Yenran. His face sank down and said. At this time, Yin Yenran and Yi Lang, too, had arrived at the martial arts arena, and the latter was secretly sizing up the Yin Long trio at this time. "These are Lord Wife's people? Looks a little scary strong." That Yin Long's aura wasn't even restrained, and it was easy to tell that it was an emperor realm. And the two old men behind him, their breath was even more unfathomable. Yi Lang even had the illusion that he was facing the Xian Tian old ancestor. But something doesn't seem right about the situation, Yi Lang secretly said inwardly. He was not very clear about Yin Yenran's past, nor did he know Yin Yenran's exact origin. After having a relationship with Yin Yenran, Yi Lang had asked her, but Yin Yenran did not even answer specifically. Yi Lang just roughly knew that it was the Middle Heaven domain, a major power. Master. On the field, Su Shuemeng was pleasantly surprised to see Yin Yenran and Yi Lang returning, and hurriedly ran behind Yin Yenran. Then he looked at Yi Lang with a happy face. "Elder brother Yi is fine." She said she was relieved. Yi Lang smiled quietly at her and did not say anything. After Yin Long finished speaking, Yin Yenran's complexion did not fluctuate a bit and her voice was clear and cold. "I already said back then that I was disassociating myself from the family. And you and I are even more disassociated long ago." "You." Yin Long pointed at Yin Yenran, momentarily furious. At this moment, an old man behind Yin Long stepped forward, his pale voice resounding. "Miss, 100 years have passed, so why should Miss keep grumbling about what happened back then? This time we came, we sincerely want to receive Miss back to the family, and this is also the meaning of the family." I said, "I have nothing to do with the Yin family anymore." Yin Yenran still had that look, her voice cold. "Yin Yenran, don't forget that you couldn't have achieved your current cultivation without the Yin family's cultivation of you. Without the Yin family, would you have a chance to become an emperor realm? And is it something that can be wiped out with a single word from you?" When that Yin Long heard that, anger could not help but appear on his face as he pointed at Yin Yenran and angrily rebuked. "Oh, and do you remember what you had done to me back then? And how the family treated me?" Yin Yenran sneered and asked back. Yi Lang stood behind Yin Yenran, and his expression couldn't help but move at the words. "Back in the day? What happened to your wife? It was for the sake of the family back then too. Humph. Anyway, this time, no matter what, you have to come back with us. Even if you have to tie it, you have to tie it back." When Yin Long heard her mention the events of that year, his tone paused slightly before he continued. Yin Yenran sniffed and was slightly silent before she stared at Yin Long dead in the face. "The Yin family won't be short of a person like me. So, what exactly is the reason for this? That they want to kidnap me back? That's out of your hands. Elder Fu. Elder Yu. Do it." Yin Long bristled back, then greeted the old man behind him. In the middle of the field, Mo Xuanli was in a daze. What's wrong with a family that's about to start a fight? For a moment, He didn't know whether to make a move or not. This was, after all, Patriarch Yin's family matter. And more importantly, facing those two old men, he knew very well in his heart that he was no match at all. Behind Yin Long, the two old men glanced at each other. Then their figures flashed out. Miss, I'm offended. With a cold expression, Yin Yenran intended to strike out in resistance as well. She was well aware of the strength of the two old men in front of her, but it was not in her character to do nothing or give in. Stop it. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, with a hint of seriousness, and an inexplicably vast majesty. Everyone present, including the incomparable Yin Long and the two old men who didn't know the depth of the situation, felt their hearts and minds receive a shock at the sound of their voices. He froze in place. With that, a handsome and extraordinary figure slowly stood out from behind Yin Yenran. It's none other than Yi Lang. A single word is going to forcefully kidnap my family's patriarch. Is the Nine Heavens continent your family's? Chapter 71, Disliking Yin Long, Releasing the Devil Puppet. Yi Lang stood in front of Yin Yenran, tilted his head to look at Yin Long and disliked him. The strength of these two old men was unfathomable, and he was afraid that Yin Yenran would suffer a loss, hence why he couldn't stand up. And just now, he had triggered the ability of a full aura and had the scene under control in an instant. And it was at this moment that the crowd on the field slowly came back to their senses. The two old men, narrowing their eyes, surveyed Yi Lang, a trace of shock rising in their hearts. Yi Lang's cultivation level naturally had no secrets to tell in their eyes, but it was only the middle stage of the Zun realm. But to be able to shock their hearts and minds with a single sentence was incredible. As such, the duo did not continue their strikes for a moment. As for that Yin Long, after hearing Yi Lang's words, he couldn't help but instantly become furious. A mere Zun realm mole cricket, how dare you taunt me? Ding! Congratulations to the host's success in disliking the system. Dislike points plus 50. As soon as Yin Long became angry, Yi Lang instantly received a system beep. 50 points? Rather barely. Acceptable. Yi Lang secretly said inwardly. Humph, the patriarch has already said that he is unwilling to go with you. So if you are sensible, get out of the Spirit Sky sect right now. Yi Lang didn't put Yin Long and the others in his eyes much due to the fact that he had a demon puppet in his body. Although those two old men had a feeling that gave him the feeling of the Xian heavenly ancestor, Yi Lang was still able to feel the difference. These two, they definitely wouldn't have failed to reach the realm of a great emperor. Then he won't be false. Dislike is over. Seek death. Yin Long's complexion was cold as his inner rage spewed out. Originally, he was in a bad mood when Yin Yenran refused to go back to the family with him. Now such a mole dares to speak to him like this. Unable to help himself, his figure flashed and reached out his hand toward Yi Lang to ingest it. Boom! A white light flashed as Yin Yenyan struck out to interrupt Yin Long's attack, her pretty face covered in icy cold. Yin Long, if you dare to hurt him, I won't go back with you even if I die. Well, Elder Fu, what are you waiting for? Why don't you forcefully take Yin Yenran down? Yin Long's complexion was gloomy to the extreme, and he could not help but drink to the two old men. When those two old men heard that, they no longer hesitated, and their auras exploded. Boom boom. The space seemed to become heavy as two auras far towards Yin Yenran appeared. With that, two terrifying to the extreme pressures pressed towards Yin Yenran. The duo only wanted to control Yin Yenran, but they didn't make any killing moves. Not far away, Imo Xuanli's figure couldn't help but give a start and his face froze. Surprisingly, they were two half-step great emperor powerhouses. A strong person like this, in the entire green sky domain, aside from the old ancestor who had fallen asleep, there was no one who could be defeated. I'll do it. At this moment, Yi Lang reached out and pulled Yin Yenran back, and his entire body suddenly stood in front of her once again. Yin Yenran was stunned, and while her heart was warmed, she was also anxious. Those two were too much stronger than Yi Lang. I'm afraid that a single aftershock could kill Yi Lang. She didn't have time to protect him. Behind the duo, Su Shuimeng couldn't help but be filled with worry when she saw this. However, the next moment, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared from in front of Yi Lang. The moment the black shadow appeared, those two pressures, too, arrived in front of the black shadow. Rumble. However, just a shocking sound of collision rang out, and the mighty pressure was suddenly like ice melting away. It's all gone. On the field, a broken, several feet tall pitch-black puppet stood silently in place. This is a puppet of the Great Emperor realm? The two old men were shocked in their hearts and were about to back away. The puppet was then seen to have disappeared into thin air. No good. In the next moment, before the two old men's figures could dodge out of the way, two terrifying fist shadows that blasted the void landed on them at the same time. Bang! 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 Two explosions rang out. The figures of two terrifying powerhouses of the half-step Great Emperor realm were actually directly blown away. And under this punch, The entire void within the spirit sky sect unexpectedly had cracks appear at the same time. Horrible to the core. In the middle of the field, there was silence. This series of changes caused Imo Schwanli and Mou, among others, to be unable to react in time. Not only them, even Yin Yenran didn't expect Yi Lang to have such a terrifying undercurrent. Could this be that demonic puppet? Imo Schwanli looked at the slightly familiar golem and a thought could not help but flood his heart. And at this moment, on the martial arts arena, Yin Long looked terrified and swallowed his saliva as he looked at the terrifying puppet in front of him. With his vision, it wasn't hard to see that this puppet was definitely an existence of the Great Emperor realm. Although it was in disrepair, it was not something that any Emperor realm could defeat. Not even a half-step Great Emperor. Shoo! At that moment, the two blasted away old men's figures came back again, and at the first opportunity, they pulled Yin Long and retreated into the distant void. The look was unmistakable. Who exactly is your excellency? And why do you have to Dark Demon Palace's Great Emperor realm demon puppets? The two old men, the one with the name of Blessed Old Man, opened their mouths and asked, "What's it to you? Hey, that guy, aren't you going to kill me? Come on." Yi Lang maneuvered the demon puppet back to his body and did not rush to continue to make a move, continuing to provoke. In the sky, Yin Long's face was hard to see. As a member of the sacred clan, when had he ever suffered this kind of anger? Anger that nearly filled his chest. Yi Lang also deeply felt his anger, because in these few short words, he had actually already gained 1,000 dislike points. He estimated that this Yin Long hated to dismantle him in his heart. Did you not think that you could put up a fight with my Yin family by relying on a broken Great Emperor realm puppet? Yin Long's face was morose as he said with a single word. I don't know if I can spar with the Yin family, but it should be more than enough to spar with you. If it weren't for the fact that you and the patriarch are clansmen, do you think you'd still be alive right now? Yi Lang didn't care about the provocation in his words and continued to dislike him. Dislike a few words to collect some dislike points only, and did not really do anything to this Yin Long. At this time, Yin Yenran came back to her senses. Her eyes swept over the demonic puppet and asked in a daze. You, to your surprise, even took this demonic puppet as a puppet. Although she hadn't seen the demon puppet with her own eyes, Yi Lang had been introduced to the demon puppet in the information he had given her when he was an undercover agent in the Devil's Way. She wasn't hard to recognize. Yi Lang twisted his head and nodded lightly. It had come to this, and he couldn't hide it any longer. And at this moment, when the rest of the Spirit Sky sect people heard this, their hearts were even more shocked to the extreme. How on earth did Yi Lang manage to have such a terrifying puppet? This is just incredible. Thinking about it, Yi Lang's rocket-like breakthrough speed had already shocked the people of the Spirit Sky sect beyond measure. But that's nothing compared to now. On the other hand, Imo Schwanli also seemed to have seen a ghost after he saw Yi Lang admitting to being that demon puppet. He had asked his old ancestor about the demon puppet, but the old ancestor had said that the demon puppet had been disabled by him and couldn't be used for battle. That's what was given to Yi Long. But now, it's called being unable to fight? Chapter 72 Changes in the Yin family. The Empress's past. At this moment, in the void, when Yin Long saw that the Yin family's name had not shocked Yi Lang, he was angry and helpless at the same time. This time out, since they knew that Yin Yenran was in the remote green sky domain, the family didn't send any Great Emperor realm powerhouses to follow. Thus he had nothing to do with Yi Lang right now. Although he was confident that the puppet would not be able to keep him alive, he would not be able to force Yin Yenran to take him away. Old Man Fu and Old Man Yu, who were on the side, obviously realized this as well. After pondering for a long time, Elder Fu dropped his figure and stood not far from Yin Yenran as he slowly opened his mouth. Miss, this time we have come with no ill intent. There has been a change in the family. The old ancestor has disappeared. The probability is that he has fallen, and the family head is seriously injured and unconscious. That's why I wanted to pick you up. What? This time, it was Yin Yenran's turn to be nonchalant. Her complexion suddenly startled. How could the old ancestor fall? He is a saint, Yin Yenran murmured, but she didn't say a word about the family head in Fu Lao's mouth. More than 10 years ago, in the middle of the middle heavenly domain, a great saint's tomb was shockingly discovered, and countless powerful people wanted to go to it. The old ancestor and the family head, as well as quite a few elders were among them, and successfully found the entrance. But 3 years ago, the old ancestor's soul lamp suddenly shattered, and only the family head returned with serious injuries, directly in a coma. After the news leaked out, the family was directly thrown into turmoil, and the status of the sacred clan was on the verge of being lost. The foe recounted in a hushed voice. Yin Yenran stood still, her complexion becoming complicated. Seeing this, Yi Lang did not continue to manipulate the demon puppet to continue striking, but instead glanced at Elder Fu and then stood behind Yin Yenran. Why don't we just talk about it? You have to play dumb with me. Yi Lang skimmed his mouth and said in his heart, "And what are you forcing me back for?" At this time, Yin Yenran added, "This is the decision of the elders. I'm not sure exactly, but Miss Family Head will most likely not wake up. Are you really not going back to take a look?" Elder Fu was silent for a long time, not knowing whether it was true or not. He said. Yin Yenran was speechless for a while when she heard this, as if she was struggling internally. Yi Lang was behind her, and also probably ran through what was going on. That Yin Family Head should be Yin Yenyen's father, but I don't know what he did to her back then, causing Yin Yenyen to run away from home straight away. Even now that she was about to die, Yin Yenran didn't even make a decision in the first place. Give me a little time on this matter. I want to think it over. It was only after a long time that Yin Yenran spoke. In the sky, Yin Long couldn't help but look a little anxious when he heard this. He did know that this time, coming to pick up Yin Yenran to go home was not as simple as letting her go back to see her father. Rather, the family had other claims that required the use of Yin Yenran, but it was something he wouldn't dare say now. You guys and stay in the Spirit Sky sect. If I think about it, I'll let you know if I'm going back or not. Yin Yenran dropped a sentence and then flew in the direction of the secret realm. Before leaving, he transmitted a voice to Yi Lang. Yi Lang, please keep an eye on them and don't let them mess around in the sect. I'm a little messed up inside and I want to go back and rest. Yi Lang nodded. He could feel that Yin Yenran's mood was a little off. Only after Yin Yenran left did Yi Lang stand out with a big grin and pointed at Yin Long and the others. Since Lord Empress has spoken, then you few will honestly stay in the Spirit Sky sect for the next few days. Don't let me find out about harassing the rest of the clan, or don't blame me for being impolite. While speaking, Yi Lang patted his side, the incomparably powerful demon puppet. Yin Long gritted his teeth. Inwardly he was itching to hack Yi Lang to death, but both Fu Lao shook their heads at him, telling him to hold back. We will not be nosy, and will wait here for the result of the lady's consideration. Elder Fu nodded his head and replied. Then his eyes once again fell on the demon puppet and he couldn't help but ask. You are a person of the Supreme Darkness Demon Palace. The Yin family has always been friendly with the Supreme Darkness Demon Palace. You guess. Yi Lang glanced at him and dropped a sentence. Then he turned around and walked in the direction of Su Shuimeng, who saw this and hurriedly ran to his side and whispered, Senior Brother Yi, you're awesome. Yi Lang gently laughed and did not care about the other people on the field anymore, leaving the demon puppet here to hold down the field, and then headed towards the secret realm along with Su Shuemeng. On the martial arts arena, Mo Xuanli's eyes glanced over the demon puppet and the departing Yi Lang, and then he also followed Yi Lang and the others, heading for the Spirit Sky sect's secret realm. He didn't want to ask anything, but he wanted to take the teleportation array back to the clan. Only after the crowd left did Mou suppress the shock in his heart and dismiss the surrounding disciples before going to arrange for Yin Long and the others to stay in the Spirit Sky sect for a few days. And after today's incident, Yi Lang was once again famous in the entire Lingxiao sect. Everyone knew that he had a puppet of the Great Emperor realm, whose true strength was stronger than even the Lord Empress. On the other hand, Yi Lang had already sent Su Shuemeng to her residence within the secret territory. Su Shuemeng pulled Yi Lang's hand. Her pretty face slightly reddened and said, Senior Brother Yi, I miss you so much. Yi Lang patted her hand, but he didn't dare to be intimate with her here. There was no other reason. Yin Yenran was still inside the secret territory. Senior Sister Su, I still have to go watch those few people. I'll find time to accompany you again, ha. After softly telling Su Shuemeng a kind lie, Yi Lang drew back and left. Yin Yenran was then found in a remote corner of the secret realm. At this moment, Yin Yenran was staring blankly into the distance, her expression frozen. Yi Lang walked forward, patted Yin Yenran's shoulder and said softly, If you don't want to go back, don't go. They can't do anything to you with me. Yin Yenran turned back and smiled lightly at Yi Lang. Then he shook his head and said, You're not clear on what kind of behemoth the Yin family is. Even though the situation is bad now, it's still not difficult to send a few great emperors. And, maybe I am supposed to go back and see him. Yi Lang stared at the words and then asked, The Yin family head, it's your father, isn't it? Yin Yenran nodded, a trace of sadness flaring up in her complexion, wanting to speak. Seeing this, Yi Lang could not help but put his arm around Yin Yenran, a trace of pity suddenly rising in his heart. The seemingly extraordinary Empress Sama turns out to have such a weak side. Is there anything you and I can't say to each other? Yin Yenran looked up at Yi Lang, then slowly said, I and Yin Long them, is the same father and mother, when my mother indirectly died in the hands of my father. Not only that, back then, my innocence was almost destroyed in the hands of the young patriarch of another holy clan because of a few of my brothers. But he even tried to get me to marry that man in order to make a deal with the other family. Under my vow of death, I had no choice but to disassociate myself from my family and come to the Green Sky domain. Chapter 73 Old Ancestor Shocked. wants to go to the central region. After Yin Yenran finished speaking, she leaned in Yi Lang's embrace, and her eyes actually turned red. If an outsider were to see the scene, I'm afraid they would be so surprised that their eyes would fall to the ground. Who was Yin Yenran? The sect leader of the Spirit Sky sect, the only female emperor in the Green Sky domain, always cool and unassuming, not like a mortal. I can't believe I'm crying. Within the secret territory, Yi Lang looked at Yin Yenran and was also speechless for a long time. In his heart, he couldn't help but raise a burst of anger towards the unseen Yin family patriarch, as well as Yin Long and the others. A family that has committed such a brazen act. Yin Yenran was now his woman, and he naturally felt angry for her. There was even a thought of going to slap that Yin Long 2 big slaps right now, and that Yin family head. Yi Lang wanted to whip him awake. I didn't realize that you had such a past. Yi Lang was silent for a long time, calmed down inside. So what do you think now? Yi Lang asked again. Yin Yenran was silent for a while, her red lips lightly opened. Old ancestor treated me well, and he also happened to be away from the family back then before this happened. Something happened to him I want to go back and see. As for him, after all, he is my father, and I am hesitant to see him one last time. Yi Lang nodded. He heard Yin Yenran's meaning and knew in his heart that she was favoring a trip back to the Yin family. After all, blood is thicker than water. Not to mention the reason for that old ancestor. On the other side, while Yi Lang and his duo were talking, Yin Long and his trio were also arranged by MOU to stay at the Spirit Sky sect. Elder Fu, immediately send a message to the family and have the family send a great Emperor Realm expert. I'll make sure to make that arrogant brat look good and then take Yin Yenran away. Yin Long's face was filled with anger as he spoke to the 2 old men. Third young master, I think it's better not to inform the family yet. I see the meaning of Miss Fong. Perhaps she will agree to go back with us. She now, after all, does not know the real purpose of our taking her back. And that disciple, I'm guessing that he has a relationship with the Supreme Darkness Demon Palace, and even an extremely deep connection. Otherwise how could he have a great Emperor Realm demon puppet when he's a mere Zun Realm martial artist? Elder Fu pondered for half a second and analyzed the situation. That's right. Now that the family is in trouble both internally and externally, we must not provoke to the Dark Demon Palace again. That Rain old man added from the side. What if Yin Yenran doesn't go back with us? Yin Long frowned back. Then it's not too late to inform the family. In the meantime, Mo Xuanli had also returned to the Xian Tian Sword sect, and the first thing he did when he returned to the sect was to head straight to the secret realm, within the secret territory of the Xian Tian Sword sect. At the entrance of the cave, Mo Xuanli awakened a trace of consciousness in the sleeping old man Xian Tian. What is it? An old and majestic voice came out. Old ancestor. Today, the Yin family of the sacred clan of the central heavenly domain has come to bring the Yin patriarch of the Spirit Sky sect back to the family. The two clashed, and that Yi Lang actually released a great Emperor Realm puppet. Mo Xuanli organized his words for a while and narrated. A great Emperor Realm puppet? Yi Lang? Old man Xuantian's voice came out in a rhetorical question. That puppet. It's none other than that devil puppet. Are you sure? How is this possible? The majestic voice of the Xian heavenly sword sect's old ancestor was instantly nonplussed and filled with shock. 1,000 times over, Mo Xuanli affirmed. This person, Yi Lang, must be harboring a big secret in his body, so he can only befriend but not offend. It was only after a long time that old man Xuantian's voice sounded once again, and then it fell silent. Mo Xuanli stood in place for a while and then left. He had come to tell old ancestor about this matter, just to let him know the news, not for any particular purpose. Only the old ancestor's last words reminded him. Yi Lang's reward hasn't been sent to him yet. Thinking of this, Mo Xuanli couldn't help but quickly come to the clan's treasure trove that had been enriched several times over and loaded countless heavenly materials and yuan stones into a storage ring, then send someone to deliver it to Yi Lang. 3 days later, Spirit Sky Sect, Yi Lang was staying in his cave at this time, and at the entrance of the cave, Lin Shi and the 3 puppets of Mo Sha were guarding the entrance. With that, Yi Lang's mind sank into the dislike system. Host, Yi Lang. Cultivation level, Middle Zun Realm. Dislike points, 5,000. Items, none. Ability, none. In the past few days, Yi Lang had nothing to do, so he ran to the place where Yin Long lived and took a swipe at him, and although the latter's cultivation was high, his heart was really bad, and he had contributed 5,000 dislike points to Yi Lang in just 3 days. By the 3rd day, Elder Fu and the others couldn't even pull. Yin Long had to rush up and fight Yi Lang to the death. The result, of course, was that Yin Long was hammered by the demon puppet. At this moment, Yi Lang was strolling around the system mall, preparing to purchase something. He wanted to buy something in the cultivation section that could raise his cultivation. He had a premonition that Yin Yenran was going to head to the mid-heaven domain, so he naturally couldn't let her go alone, although he had several puppets now. but iron sharpens iron. He wanted to seize the time and raise his cultivation a bit. After browsing for a while, Yi Lang selected one of the items. Realm-breaking cultivation card, priced at 5,000 dislike points. Used to break through a minor realm. Limited to use below the Emperor realm. After buying it, Yi Lang didn't delay and chose to use it right away. In the next moment, there was a surge of true essence in Yi Lang's body, and countless martial arts insights surged into his mind. A breath began to surge upward. Next moment, boom! After a burst of sound, Yi Lang's aura surged wildly and broke through the sky. It's already in the late Zun realm. Outside the cave, some Spirit Sky sect disciples noticed the movement there and immediately looked at each other. What a powerful aura! Yi Lang he broke through again? Freak! The crowd of Spirit Sky sect people sighed for a while. In the past few days, with the 3 puppets of Lin Shi and Mo Sha being transferred back by Yi Lang, the shock in the hearts of the people of the Spirit Sky sect could not be attached. 3 more Emperor Realm puppets. It was so that now that Yi Lang had broken through to the late stage of the Zun realm, they only sighed slightly. It's still not enough. A late-stage cultivation of the Zun realm is nothing in front of a big brother. Inside the cave, Yi Lang shook his head, still not very satisfied with his cultivation. The sense of crisis in Yi Lang's heart intensified even more after hearing what that Fu Lao had said to Yin Yanran earlier. Even the legendary saints seemed to have fallen, as well as the Yin family head was on the verge of hiccuping. This world, it was more dangerous than imagined. Organizing his mood for a while, Yi Lang walked out of the cave, intending to take another look at Yin Long. Suddenly, a transmission sounded in his head. Yi Lang, I've decided that I want to go back to the Yin family for a visit. The voice was cold and pleasant, and it was Yin Yanran's voice. Yi Lang was stunned. Then he turned his body around and went in the direction of the secret realm. Same time, all 3 Yin Longs had also received Yin Yanran's voice transmission, saying that they would join them tomorrow and return to the middle heavenly domain. The 3 of them, Yin Long, immediately revealed expressions of relief. Chapter 74, Traveling to the Central Region. Changing Systems. Day 2. Ling Xiao Sect. Yin Yanran's figure stepped out from the secret realm. No expression could be seen above her pretty face. The 3 Yin Longs had been waiting on the martial arts field for a long time. Soon, Yi Lang also came out from his cave and arrived at the martial arts field. He's going too? Yin Long frowned when he saw this. These past few days, Yi Lang had relentlessly attacked him verbally, as well as physically educating him. It made Yin Long hate and fear Yi Lang in his heart, and instinctively resisted seeing him. Yin Yanran glanced at him and nodded faintly. Yesterday, after she transmitted her voice to tell Yi Lang about her decision, Yi Lang went to the secret realm to look for her. After discussing the matter, Yi Lang decided to accompany Yin Yanran to the central heavenly domain. For one thing, he was worried that something untoward would happen to Yin Yanran if she went to the Yin family alone, and with the demon puppet in his hand, he had more means to save his life. Secondly, after coming to this world for so long, Yi Lang also wanted to visit the middle heavenly domain where strong people were like forests, expecting to become stronger there. In the martial arts arena, Yin Long saw Yin Yanran nodding her head and had no choice but to helplessly acquiesce. However, on second thought, this Yi Lang went to the Yin family and arrived at his territory, so wouldn't he take back all the revenge from these days? Thinking of this, Yin Long could not help but stare at Yi Lang sorrowfully. What are you looking at? Haven't you gotten enough beatings? Yi Lang squinted his eyes at Yin Long and said with no trace of politeness. The next moment, dozens more dislike points were scored. In that case, miss, let's set sail. Elder Fu, who was on the side, hurriedly rounded off the conversation. The crowd nodded. With that, after Yin Yanran explained to the 2 elders of MOU about the one sect, the people made their move and set out on their journey to the middle heavenly domain. After a few people left, in the Spirit Sky sect, in a remote corner, Su Xuemeng stared at the sky in fascination, her eyes slightly red. Last night, after Yi Lang left Yin Yanran's place, he went back to find Su Xuemeng and bid her farewell, and the latter was naturally a million times more reluctant to leave, because Yi Lang had only just come back a few days ago, and now he was leaving again. Su Xuemeng, you must cultivate well, only then will you be able to follow in senior brother Ye's footsteps. Su Xuemeng clenched her pink fist and said in a firm tone, Green Heaven Domain in the 9 Heavens continent, located in the edge of the land, from the center of the Middle Heaven Domain. I do not know how many thousands of miles, the distance is extremely far. At this moment, above the void at the edge of the Green Sky Domain, a modest flying boat was carrying 2 silhouettes, speeding forward. After the flying boat, there were 3 other silhouettes following close behind. It was Yi Lang and his group. Third young master, I see that Yi Lang's relationship with the young lady seems to be a bit too intimate, which is not a good sign. Elder Fu's eyes fell on the 2 silhouettes on top of the flying boat in front of him, leaning extremely close to each other. and shook his head. Oh, I can see that too. I really didn't expect that my little sister would be involved with such a person, but it doesn't matter. When we get to the family, everything will be on our say-so. Yin Long's gaze was gloomy as he let out a cold smile. Above the flying boat, Yi Lang and Yin Yenran stood side by side. Why do I get the feeling that something is not right? Yi Lang looked slightly grave, with a touch of contemplation in his gaze, and transmitted his voice. What's wrong? I've just run through it. You've been away from the family for 100 years, but they haven't come looking for you either. But now that the Yin family head has had a change of heart and seems to be in a very bad situation, yet he is rushing to come and fetch you back home with such a resolute attitude. This one is definitely not as simple as something happening to your family's old ancestor and family head. Yin Yenran froze at his words. To be honest, she didn't feel anything wrong, only thought that the old ancestor had fallen, and her father didn't have much longer to live, and the family wanted her, a direct descendant, to go back to see her one last time. But now that she heard Yi Lang talk about it like that, Yin Yenran's heart also raised a hint of vigilance. I took a wild guess that maybe they have something they need your help with, or maybe you can solve the Yin family's predicament by going back. This should be the Yin family's main purpose in wanting to take you back. Yi Lang twisted his head to look at Yin Yenran and continued to transmit his voice. No matter what, I'm also a member of the Yin family, so there shouldn't be any problem with safety. We'll see what the hell they want me to do then. After a long moment of silence, Yin Yenran returned. Time passes in a flash, and very soon, the month of January passes, and after a month of flying at full speed, Yi Lang and the others were finally about to step into the middle heavenly domain. At the same time, the dislike system that Yi Lang had bound had reached its use state. However, Yi Lang was the one who didn't give up on the dislike system, but chose to bind it to the master system. As for the puppet system, it was naturally abandoned by Yi Lang. Yi Lang made this choice, not because the puppet system was bad, but the fact that the puppet system wasn't of any great use in his hands for the time being. He now had a demon puppet, but didn't have enough puppet points to harvest another great imperial realm puppet. Even if he exchanged all of the heavenly treasures Mo Xuanli had given him for puppet points, it would only be barely enough to get an emperor realm puppet, and he doesn't really have anyone in mind for a short period of time. The dislike system was different. Yi Lang could use it anytime and everything in it was not bad. Therefore, Yi Lang had no choice but to choose to give up the puppet system. After giving up the puppet system, Yi Lang used up the 3 chances to draw a new system in his hand, and finally drew a system that he was still satisfied with. Select the system, and at this moment, at the edge of the middle heavenly domain, Yi Lang and the others stopped. What a dense heaven and earth yuan qi! As soon as he entered the middle heavenly domain, Yi Lang immediately felt the difference. The richness of the heaven and earth yuan qi here was far too rich compared to the green sky domain. It was almost comparable to the secret realm of the spirit sky sect. To know that this was just an ordinary place, how much more so was the place where those spirit veins were located. It was heard that the great powers of the middle heaven domain even had their own small worlds, and within that, what superior cultivation conditions were there? No wonder there are so many strong people in the middle heavenly domain. Just this heaven and earth energy, little cutie. It's not too bad to come and cultivate. Let's go. To the Yin family. On the side, Yin Long glanced at Yi Lang with the eyes of a bumpkin and led the crowd in the direction of the Yin family. The middle heavenly domain was immense, and the Yin family was located in the Yin continent of the middle heavenly domain, and was the overlord of the Yin continent. It was only after several more days that the crowd finally entered the Yin continent and arrived at the Yin family's base camp. On the other side, the Yin family, more than a dozen Yin family elders were converging within a large hall. Very well, Yin Long has already brought Yin Yenran into the Yin continent and will be arriving at the family soon. At the forefront of the elders, an old man with gray hair and sharp eyes stood up and said, "Since this is the case, then order it to go down and immediately send a letter to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, saying that our side is ready." Another old man on the side took over and said with an uplifted expression, Chapter 75, Friendly Attitude? Door-to-door provocation. Inside the great hall, all the Yin family elders had a relieved expression, as if Yin Yenran's return had solved something that had been troubling them for a long time. Well, since she has come back, then command down. Let Yin Ti on them. Greet them at the family entrance, and let the clansmen have a better attitude. This time the Yin family still needs her after all. The white-haired old man who was leading the group spoke again. The crowd nodded. On the other hand, Yin Yenran and Yi Lang, along with Yin Long, arrived at Fengyan City, where the Yin family was located. Memories flooded Yin Yenran's face as she swept her gaze across the city. This, after all, had been where she had grown up. Yi Lang followed beside Yin Yenran and gently shook her hand. At the back, when Yin Long saw this scene, a cold smile could not help but appear on his face. Within a short time, the crowd arrived outside the Yin family. Is this the sacred race? It does look extraordinary. Yi Lang raised his head and surveyed the grandiose complex in front of him, as well as the Tao of terror that was faintly emanating from within it, and secretly said in his heart. At that moment, at the Yin family's entrance, a brocade-clothed man, leading a group of people walked out. Little sister, haven't seen you for 100 years, how have you been? A smile spread across the brocade-clothed man's face as he spoke in a cordial tone. Behind him was a group of second-generation Yin clan clansmen, all of whom had friendly smiles piled up on their faces. But how Yi Lang looked at it, how could he feel that these smiles were a bit fake? Only, Yin Yenran's attitude when facing this brocade-clothed man was even worse than when facing Yi Long. Press didn't reply, just gave him a sarcastic look. When Yi Lang saw her look like this, his heart immediately understood that this man was the originator of the year that nearly caused his Yin Yenran's innocence to be ruined. The Yin family's young patriarch, and Yin Yenran's half-brother, Yin Tian, in front of Yin's house. Slightly embarrassed, Yin Tian rubbed his nose and a haze flickered in his eyes. Yet, he continued to smile and turned to Yi Lang, asking, I wonder who this is. I'm just a disciple under Patriarch Yin, and I've followed him here this time only to admire the sacred race. With a smile on his face, Yi Lang replied back in a low tone. Now that the Yin family's specific purpose was unknown, he and Yin Yenran had discussed it, and for the time being, they would not publicize their relationship with much fanfare. At such a young age to be at the late stage of the Zun realm cultivation, it's true that a famous teacher produces a great disciple. Yin Long praised and didn't say anything more before welcoming the few people inside the Yin clan. Yi Lang, I'll go to the family Forbidden Land first, meet him, and then ask the old ancestor about the situation. Wait for me in the clan. If anything happens, just crush this transmission note and I will come immediately. After entering the Yin family, Yin Yenran handed Yi Lang a transmission note and then instructed. Yi Lang nodded and then stayed under the Yin family's arrangement. Yin Yenran, on the other hand, left with Yin Tian Yin Long and headed to the Forbidden Land to visit the Yin family head. Kid, since I came to the Yin family, then naturally I can't possibly let you live well. Before leaving, Yin Long glanced at Yi Lang grimly and sneered. Soon after, the Yin clan's Forbidden Land, within the small world that could only be opened up by a sage realm powerhouse, Yin Ranran followed Yin Tian and the others to the center of a small world, where spirit veins converged, only to see that in the center of the illusory and huge spirit vein, a human figure was lying on top of a cold ice bed, his eyes tightly closed and his face bloodless. The family master hasn't woken up for 3 years since he returned from his serious injury. If it wasn't for the small world origin protecting his last trace of life breath, I'm afraid it would have been long ago. Beside Yin Yenran, a Yin family elder, with a heavy face, shook his head and said, This Yin family elder's name is Yin Wuliang. He has always loved Yin Yenran, and when Yin Yenran was in trouble, he was also in the way of the family's pressure and couldn't intervene. Therefore, Yin Yenran treated him with some respect. At this moment, Yin Yenran was silently looking at the figure, with an expression that could not be seen on her face. It was a long time before he opened his red lips slightly. Has the old ancestor really fallen? The soul lamp is broken. 9 times out of 10. Yin Wulan was silent, then spat out a few words. As he spoke, Yin Wulan secretly surveyed the surrounding Yin Tian and the others, and then looked at Yin Yenran. It seemed to want to say something, but in the end it didn't come out. Meanwhile, while Yin Yenran and the others were in the middle of the small world, Yi Lang was also in a small courtyard arranged by the Yin family, staying there. Suddenly, Yi Lang looked up to the outside of the courtyard, and a cold smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Coming. After he finished speaking, the next moment, the courtyard door was kicked open and several young figures flashed into the courtyard. So you are the disciple who is Aunt Yin's disciple in the outside sect, Yi Lang? Coming is a group of youthful-looking men, the leader of which walked into the courtyard and asked in a very impulsive tone. Yi Lang's expression did not change much as he twisted his head to look at this group of Yin family's young children. The mind had already guessed where they were coming from. Mostly it was Yin Long, who couldn't think of the education he had given him in the Spirit Sky sect, and this was looking for someone to take revenge on himself. As for why Yin Long was looking for this group of juniors, it wasn't hard for Yi Lang to guess. The first was that this group of juniors had come to find their own trouble. Yin Yenran was not in a position to say anything, and the second was that in the face of this group of juniors whose cultivation wasn't too far off from her own, she was too embarrassed to use the demon puppet. Oh, that's right. Yi Lang smiled gently and returned. The mind was already calculating how many dislike points it could get from this group. We are all third-generation disciples of the Yin family, and none of our cultivation levels have reached the Imperial realm, so it's nothing else. Just wanted to spar with you. How dare you? The leading youth was named Yin Yang, and as Yi Lang said, They were indeed called by Yin Long. They wanted to come and teach Yi Lang a lesson, and they all knew that Yi Lang had a demon puppet of the great emperor realm, and were prepared for it. Once Yi Lang used the demon puppet to make a move against them, the Yin clan expert who was secretly protecting them would instantly appear and finish off that demon puppet. It's not a matter of whether I dare or not. I'm just afraid that if I beat you to death, the Yin family will come after me. Yi Lang spread his hands and looked at Yin Yang. Arrogance. I don't know the heights of heaven. With you, are you a match for us? The crowd of Yin family youths, hearing Yi Lang's words, were furious and opened their mouths. It was a wave of dislike points coming in. Yi Lang, do you dare to fight me or not? If you don't dare, just kneel down and kowtow to me. Yin Yang calmed down and continued to speak. Yi Lang sniffed and was about to open his mouth, but in his mind, several voices suddenly rang out. Ding! Host provocation detected. Trigger choice. Choice 1, concede to Yin Yang and the others and kneel down to apologize so as not to offend the Yin family. Rewarded with 1, Earth Grade Great Restoration Pill. Choice 2, mock Yin Yang and the others in a group and go out of your way to teach them how to be human. Rewarding them with 3, Heavenly Ranked Talismans, and 1 drop of the Great Emperor's Essence Blood. Choice 3, cross Yin Yang and the others. Challenge the Yin clan expert who is secretly protecting them, and defeat him to prove his strength. Reward, 1, Puppet Origin, the skill, Armor Breaking Hands, and the Super Imperial Soldier, Indestructible Spirit Robe. Chapter 76, Defeating a Great Emperor in a Second. Yin family shocked. Yi Lang froze. Is this a trigger choice? In the next moment, Yi Lang quickly weighed the 3 choices once more, and almost instantly, a decision was made. Then, raising his head, he skimmed in the void behind Yin Yang and the others. In my eyes, you're all just jumpers. To fight me, you guys aren't qualified for that. Yi Lang squinted at Yin Yang and the others and opened his mouth. The crowd was suddenly stacked with anger, and there was even him who couldn't help but want to strike. But the next moment, a black shadow several feet tall appeared beside Yi Lang, with an unfathomable aura, like a demon god. Not good. It's his demonic puppet. I have long heard that the Yin family is a holy clan, one of the hegemonic masters of the mid-heaven domain, and I aspire to the strong Yin family. Now that I have the honor of coming to the Yin family, I'm curious to know if it lives up to its name. Since Senior is here, why don't you show yourself and also let me have the opportunity to discuss? Yi Lang's gaze directly crossed over the crowd of Yin family's younger generation and looked into the void. He naturally chose the third option, and as for the party mocking Yin Yang and the others, he was just trying to collect another wave of dislike points along the way. The void. A silhouette slowly revealed its figure, and its gaze swept over Yi Lang. It surprises me that you were able to spot me. Only, to want to challenge me with a tattered devil puppet is a bit presumptuous. The silhouette approached the crowd and faintly said. At this moment, Yin Yang and the others were directly frozen in place. They didn't expect that Yi Lang would be so bold as to directly cross over them to challenge the strongman who was secretly protecting them. One must know that that person was a Yin clan guest minister, a second-turn great imperial realm expert. Oh, Senior wouldn't dare? The corner of Yi Lang's mouth picked up, and he directly said, Uncle Meng, show him some color. Do you really think my Yin family has no one? That's right, it's just a demonic puppet. See what he can do. Uncle Meng is a second-turn great emperor realm powerhouse. He'll have no problem dismantling that puppet of his. Yin Yang and the others could not help but feel a surge of irritation. No other reason. In their eyes, Yi Lang's attitude was just too pretentious. As sons of the Yin family, it had always been them pretending in front of others. When was it someone else's turn to pretend in front of them? Although I don't know with your cultivation, how did you succeed in sacrificing this demonic puppet? Even if it's impossible for Miss to help you. But since you have this idea, I will fight you. In the void, that Yin clan's guest secretary shook his head. His tone relaxed. It seemed that he didn't put Yi Lang in his eyes at all. With that, the Yin clan's guest minister waved his hand and helped Yin Yang and the others to the side, then quietly waited for Yi Lang to make his move. Yi Lang's eyes stared as he maneuvered the demon puppet to instantly charge into the sky. Boom! In the void, the devil puppet threw out a fist, and a heaven-destroying force was immediately poured out towards the Yin clan's guest minister. This punch, if placed in the outside world, would definitely call for space to collapse and the earth to shatter. It was just that there seemed to be a forbidden system within the Yin family, and this powerful attack only caused the space to vibrate slightly. On the opposite side, a faint smile spread across the corners of that Yin clan's guest secretary's mouth, and he extended his palm with an easy movement. If that's the extent of it, then you. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze in place. His expression snapped into fear, and his outstretched palm stopped in midair. And at that moment, the demon puppet's attack arrived moments later, blasting at his body. Bang! An explosive sound that spread throughout the Yin clan rang out. startling countless Yin clan powerhouses. God's thoughts are cast toward this. Who is Meng Xiang fighting? That seems to be the disciple that Yin Yin brought back, and actually has a great Emperor Realm demonic puppet? Oh, I heard Yin Long mention this matter just now. It's just a broken devil puppet. No, Meng Xiang was actually blown away? How is this possible? When the Yin family's strongest members, whose divine thoughts were being exchanged in secret, noticed the situation on the field, they could not help but freeze. In the void above the small courtyard, that guest secretary Meng Xiang was directly blown away with a punch and landed on the ground far away as if he had been cast in a fixation when the demonic puppet attacked. The front of his body exploded, revealing the defensive inner armor within. On the ground, Meng Xiang's face was filled with shock and horror as he realized that he was completely unable to use any means, not to mention using the power of the laws that were unique to great Emperor Realm powerhouses. Even the body protection true essence had automatically disappeared. You can only be passive. If it wasn't for the defense of the inner armor on his body, I'm afraid that under that punch just now, his physical body would have been injured, and all of this was naturally due to Yi Lang's skill in the dark. Extremely cold yet. How could he not know that with only a third of a first-turn great emperor's strength, he could not possibly be a match for this Yin clan's guest minister? The reason he was sure of the challenge was naturally dependent on this skill. Immediately, while the 3 seconds had not yet passed, Yi Lang once again maneuvered the demon puppet and instantly arrived in front of Meng Xiang, and palmed his hand into a blade, placing it in front of his neck. This scene fell completely in the eyes of Yin Yang and the others, and the latter and the others immediately looked at each other in disbelief. Yi Lang, this puppet is so strong? Didn't Uncle Yin Long say that at most, he only has the strength of a first-turn great emperor? This Ing killed the second-turning emperor in seconds. At the same time, those Yin clan powerhouses who were secretly following the battle with their divine thoughts were shocked beyond words. With their vision, how could they not see the exact strength of the demon puppet? But that's exactly why they're shocked. That devil puppet isn't the key. The energy fluctuation doesn't even reach the first turn of a great emperor. As a matter of fact, even Meng Xiang's protective true essence can't break through it. Indeed, the reason for Meng Xiang's defeat is not in that demon puppet. It should be in the person who controls the demon puppet. But what exactly happened just now? I actually didn't see it in the slightest. It's unbelievable to have such mysterious and unpredictable means when you're only at the Zun realm cultivation level. The divine thoughts of all the Yin clan powerhouses swept over Yi Lang's body continuously, secretly conversing. The heart couldn't help but pay attention to Yi Lang. Some people even had some doubts in their minds that Yi Lang was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and whether the strong man was deliberately hiding his cultivation. And at that moment, the time of extreme cold had passed, and Meng Xiang finally felt like he was able to grasp the power that belonged to him again. Hurriedly leaping up from the ground, he once again came above the void, looking at Yi Lang with a face full of fear. Is Elder all right? Yi Lang maneuvered the demon puppet back to his side and clasped his fists. Meng Xiang shook his head, no longer daring to belittle Yi Lang. He forced down the fear in his heart and opened his mouth. Little friend's methods are so bizarre. It has given me a long insight. It wasn't that he didn't want to ask Yi Lang what means he had used, but he also knew that this kind of thing usually belonged to a martial artist's hidden secrets and would not be revealed easily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the shadowy powerhouse. The reward has arrived. Inside the small courtyard, Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a pleasant mood as he listened to the beep of the system rewards arriving in his head. Chapter 77 Awesome Reward, Magic Puppet Upgrade. With that, Yi Lang's mind sank into the choice system to check out those 3 rewards. Puppet Origin, refined from heaven and earth spirits. It can be directly struck into any puppet, possessing the efficacy of elevating the puppet's position. Armor breaking hands, active skill. Host can specify who to use it on, not limited to the host himself, whose hands have the power to break armor. Increase attack power by 10 times. And automatically ignore any defensive equipment. Indestructible Spirit Robe, Defense Class Super Emperor Weapon. Can freely change size with the owner's body type. Ignores any damage below the Great Emperor Realm. Resists 70% of the damage of the first turn of the Great Emperor Realm. And for each additional turn, the resistance is reduced by 10%. Hiss. These rewards are so awesome? Yi Lang was pleasantly surprised in his heart after reading it. It could be said that all 3 rewards were useful to him, and in a big way. It went without saying that that puppet origin was naturally going to be used on top of the demon puppet, which was his biggest card nowadays. Once the devil puppet's strength increased, his bottom line could be stronger as well. And that, Armor Breaker's hand, was even more ecstatic for Yi Lang. Before that, he didn't even have any attack skills except for an extremely cold, and even if he paired it with a demon puppet, he wouldn't even be an opponent against a great emperor. Don't look at the fact that he had apparently killed the Yin clan's guest secretary directly in seconds, but in fact, He was not able to kill the other party at all. There was no other way. The attack power of the demon puppet was too low to destroy the opponent's defensive inner armor, as well as his physical body and divine soul. Once 3 seconds pass, he's gone. And now, with this armor-breaking hand, he could completely act on top of the demon puppet, and the latter's attacking power could instantly increase tenfold. And it goes with the extreme cold. Directly ignore the opponent's defenses. This was equivalent to his combat power, which was instantly raised by 1 level. How does that not make him happy? Finally, that undying spirit robe. It was also a good equipment for body protection, a means to save one's life. Now, even if the Yin family really has something else in mind, my means of dealing with it have greatly increased, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart, and at that moment, that Meng Xiang had already left, defeated at the hands of a Zun realm martial artist. He was really disgraced and didn't have the face to continue staying here. As soon as he left, those Yin clan powerhouses who were secretly focusing on this place naturally withdrew their divine thoughts. It's just all about remembering Yi Lang. Inside the small courtyard, Yi Lang looked at Yin Yang and the others on the side and opened his mouth to ask, "Are you guys still going to fight me? Oh, forget it. Next time for sure." The crowd hurriedly waved their hands. Yi Lang had even defeated Meng Xiang, even though it was said to be by that puppet. Yin Yang and the others had no bottom in their hearts. How dare you continue to provoke? Afterward, Yin Yang and the others ran out of the small courtyard in a hurry. After the crowd left, Yi Lang then took the demon puppet and headed for the room. Inside the room, Yi Lang first took out the undying spirit robe and put it on himself with a shake. It then transformed into the clothes that Sky normally wears, and you couldn't tell the difference at all. Double layer of defense. More intimate. Yi Lang patted the sea condensation armor inside and smiled heatedly. With his current equipment, even if he stood and let an Emperor Realm martial artist fight, there was no way for the other party to injure him. After doing so, Yi Lang took out that puppet origin from the system again. A pitch-black crystal that emitted a ghostly light appeared in Yi Lang's hand. Is this that puppet essence? Yi Lang looked down carefully and muttered to himself. With that, he maneuvered the demon puppet to come and stand in front of him, and as soon as he did, he struck the puppet origin into the body of the demon puppet. The next moment, on the tattered demon puppet's body, those tattered lines fiercely lit up with a ghostly light. Then, it actually began to slowly repair. At the same time, the devil puppet's tattered body, in the midst of the recovery of the ripples, surprisingly began to gradually recover. In no time at all, it was restored to its original full form. However, the change in the devil puppet wasn't over yet. After recovering its complete body, a black light was violently emitted from the devil puppet. Boom! A strong aura shook away from the demon puppet. The several feet tall demonic puppet unexpectedly became a circle larger once again, looking mighty to the extreme. Yi Lang, as the owner of the devil puppet, instantly sensed that the strength of the devil puppet had increased extremely much compared to before. At this moment, the devil puppet should have the strength of a third-turn great emperor. Yi Lang stared at the demon puppet for a while, a satisfied look on his face. 3 turns of a great emperor, plus the skills are already considerable. The main thing now is to raise my own strength. Otherwise it will be hard to organize when I meet an enemy and directly mess with my main body. Yi Lang patted the devil puppet and muttered to himself. On the other hand, after visiting the unconscious Yin family head, Yin Yenran was brought by Yin Tian and the others, within the Yin family council hall. Inside the temple, the Yin family elders had already been waiting here for a long time. Yen, you haven't returned to the clan for 100 years, have you? The white-haired old man who was leading the group, looked at Yin Yenran and said with a smile. He was Yin Chun, the Yin family's grand elder, the person with the highest cultivation level in the entire Yin family, other than the old ancestor and the family head, an 8th-turn great emperor realm powerhouse. Back to the grand elder. Yes, in the face of Jun Yin, even if Yin Yenran had a great deal of resentment towards the family, she had to lower her stance slightly. 100 years, counting up is not short. The Yin family is always the place that gave birth to you and raised you. What happened back then? Let him pass. Your father, nowadays, doesn't know if he'll ever wake up. As for Yin Tian and others, Yin Chun's eyes landed on Yin Tian and the others and shrunk slightly. Yin Tian and Yin Long and a few others who had assassinated Yin Yenran back then were a bit hesitant, but soon Yin Tian took the lead and walked over to Yin Yenran, bowing his head. Little sister, it was Big Brother's fault for what happened back then. Big Brother apologizes to you. No matter what, we are brother and sister. Can you forgive Big Brother? As soon as he moved, Yin Long and the others hurriedly followed suit, apologizing to Yin Yenran and asking for her forgiveness. Inside the great hall, listening to the words of the crowd, Yin Yenran's body could not help but tremble gently. The hatred for Yin Tian and the others couldn't help but subside quite a bit. In the end, She was still a very kind woman after all, and in the face of her loved one's apology, coupled with the fact that so much time had passed, she couldn't help but be a little soft. Ryoga nodded slowly. Ha ha ha, that's good. We're family after all. Seeing In Yenran's face ease up, In Chun burst out laughing. But then, In Chun's face slowly lowered again, pointing at the hall. Yen, since you're back, there are some things I won't hide from you. The matter of the great sage's tomb has led to a change in my In family, with the loss of nearly half of the strongest people, and the old ancestor has also fallen. I'm afraid that the position of the sacred clan won't be guaranteed. In order to avoid the worst, the family has reached an agreement with the hegemonic power that also has some losses, the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. By your marriage to the holy son of Yangbu of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 78 Shameless In Family. Yen submits. Inside the Great Hall, In Yenran listened to In Chun's words, and her face, which had already gradually eased down, couldn't help but become cold once again. By the end of the day, it was already looking at the Yin family crowd inside the Great Hall with an icy cold face. Huma, that Yan Department Saint's son is by no means the dude's brother of the Ouyang family back then, but is a top genius of the central heavenly domain. Being a strong person on the True Dragon list, I definitely won't dishonor you. Seeing the change in her expression, In Chun couldn't help but explain and said, oh, so what? Just because the Yin family needs the help of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, they have to sacrifice me? In Yenran sneered, her pretty face chilling. The people in the Great Hall couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. You have to understand what kind of situation our Yin family is in nowadays. It's no longer a secret that we don't have the old ancestors' deterrent, as well as the loss of a large number of powerful people. Many of the Yin family's rival forces are rubbing their fists and preparing to strike. As a part of the Yin family, shouldn't you contribute? At this time, when that Yin Tian saw that In Yenran was very resistant, his face couldn't help but look a bit ugly as well, and he opened his mouth to ask. In Yenran glanced at him, her expression not changing much. If the apologies of Yin Tian and the others just now, as well as the attitude of the elders had caused her to let go of a lot of her preconceived notions about the Yin family, then the scene in front of her could be said to have caused extreme disgust to rise in her heart again. It was only at this point that she figured out the purpose of the Yin family's compulsion to pick her up and bring her home. I want to know what you'll do if I don't say yes. In Yenran did not hide the disgust in her gaze and spoke bluntly. She knew very well in her heart that since the Yin family had made such a decision, they would never stop easily. As expected, after In Chun and the other elders looked at each other for a while, another elder said with a gloomy face, it's a matter of the family's safety, but it's not up to you. You have to marry even if you say yes, and you have to marry even if you don't say yes. Ha! In Yenran let out a mocking sneer. What if I swear not to obey? In Yenran, I'm afraid that Yi Lang's relationship with you is not just as simple as a disciple. However, at this time, Yin Long was the one who suddenly jumped out and opened his mouth. When In Yenran heard Yi Lang's name, she couldn't help but froze. Then her eyes became rare and gloomy as she stared at Yin Long. You don't have to look at me like that. The more you do, the more I'm sure you have an ulterior motive with that boy. Humph. If you don't agree, then I'm afraid Yi Lang won't be able to walk out of the Yin family. Yin Long said with a cold smile. The first time he returned to the Yin clan, he told the elders about this matter, and trying to use Yi Lang to force Yin Yenran was also something the elders had authorized him to do. Thus, when Yin Long said those words, no one in the Great Hall spoke. Yin Yenran naturally understood the meaning of this, and her pretty face couldn't help but turn a little white. She had grown up in the Yin family since she was a child, and knew how terrifying the Yin family's strength was, and even if it was at a low ebb now, it was by no means Yi Lang's ability to kill his way out by relying on a single demon puppet. Shameless. In Yenran's pretty face was filled with anger as she stared tightly at the Yin family crowd. In Chun shook his head, a sigh flashing across his aged face, and said, it's all about the family. Don't worry, as long as you agree to marry the Yangbu sacred son, the Yin clan won't harm that Yi Lang for a single minute, and will even allow him to stay within the Yin clan to cultivate. He did not know that Yin Yenran and Yi Lang's relationship had developed to the closest level, hence this comment. Don't you guys hurt him? I agree just. After a long silence, Yin Yenran finally chose to give in. It couldn't be helped. If she was alone, she could rather die than obey. But she was never willing to let Yi Lang die because of her. As the words fell, the crowd in the Great Hall immediately revealed expressions of relief. Afterwards, In Chun had Yin Yenran brought into the small world and placed under house arrest. Not one step out of the small world is allowed until the big wedding day arrives. I have another condition, to let Yi Lang come here to meet me once. Within the small world, Yin Yenran's complexion recovered quite a bit as she raised her head and said to Yin Chun. Yin Chun froze, then turned around and stared at her. I don't know what kind of past you have with that Yi Lang, but in the future, You are going to marry the sacred son of the Yang ministry, and you must be clean with him. Just take advantage of this meeting to speak with him. On the other hand, Yi Lang was staying within his room in the small courtyard, but his face was a bit puzzled. As the party began, he had vaguely sensed the aura of many more powerful people around him through the demon puppet. Under suspicion, Yi Lang silently activated the skill eavesdropping ear. Soon, Yi Lang heard a transmission. Does this kid really have an unusual relationship with Ms.? It should be. Otherwise the elder wouldn't have asked us to secretly spy on him as a threat to Mississippi. Also, however, just by hearing this conversation, the two people who were speaking had left Yi Lang's range of 10 miles. What do you mean? Yi Lang couldn't help but be a little confused, and began to slowly think inside. The young lady in those two's words should be Yanran, and the Yin family knows that they are close to her? Well, it should be Yin Long who said it. After all, they didn't hide it from Yin Long on this journey. But, what is the point of secretly spying on him to threaten Huma? Are the Yin family going to force Huma to do something? The more Yi Lang thought about it, the more wrong he felt. Before he came to the Yin family, he had felt that the Yin family's motives weren't too pure. And now that something like this had happened, he was almost certain in his mind that it had to be the Yin family trying to force Yen Yen to do something. It's time to prepare early. Yi Lang squinted, and an illusory panel appeared in front of him. Group Leader, Yalong. Cultivation, Late Zune Realm. Binding System, Dislike System, Main. Choose System. Skills, Armor of Damage Reduction. Extreme Cold. Enchanted Body. Ears of Eavesdropping. Armor Breaking Hand. Special Abilities, Charisma Enhancement. Aura Enhancement. Authority, LV3, 950/1000. That's right, it was the system access that was about to be upgraded to level 4 that he was pinning his hopes on these days. Now he was only 50 permission points short of being able to upgrade. He had a premonition in his heart that there would be a whole new kind of change after he upgraded to the 4th level of authority. At this time, Yi Lang's storage ring, the transmission note that Yin Yanran had given him suddenly lit up. Yi Lang hurriedly exited the chat group, and his divine thought sank above the transmission note. Instead, he found out that it was Yin Yanran who told him to look for her in the middle of the Yin clan's small world. Yi Lang was stunned. Why didn't Huma just come to him? Could it be that has been put under house arrest by the Yin family? Yi Lang was shocked in his heart, but since Yin Yanran let him go over, the danger should not be there. Thinking of this, Yi Lang no longer hesitated. His figure stepped out of the small courtyard and headed towards the direction within Yin Yanran's voice transmission. Chapter 79, Yi Lang angry, wildly swiping permissions. Not long after, Yi Lang smoothly arrived outside the Yin family's small world. With Yin Chun's permission, naturally no one would stop Yi Lang, and soon he entered the small world without any problems. This is the small world that only saints can open up? It's really marvelous. Just this heaven and earth energy alone is not comparable to the outside world. Yi Lang raised his head and looked into the sky, except for being much smaller. The rest of the sun that was different from the outside world, and the piece of floating island that was fast hanging in the air, slightly surprised in his heart. A sight that is indeed rare to see in the outside world. Shaking his head, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it, and his figure flashed toward where Yin Yanran was. In the small world, on top of a floating island, Yi Lang met Yin Yanran here. Huma, are you okay? Seeing Yin Yanran's haggard appearance, Yi Lang hurriedly walked over and said with concern. Yin Yanran was slightly relieved to see Yi Lang appear safe and sound, although she knew that after agreeing, the Yin family would not dare to do anything to Yi Lang for the time being. She still could not help worrying in her heart. I'm fine. I'm relieved to see you're okay. Yin Yanran forced a smile and shook her head as she opened her mouth. When Yi Lang saw her look, he knew that something big must have happened. Raising his head to look around the floating island, he saw that there were quite a few Yin clan experts silently standing guard. In his heart, he immediately realized that this was really putting Yin Yanran under house arrest. What the hell happened? Yi Lang continued to ask. You should stop asking. I called you here to tell you that after that, the Yin family will let you go, and you can just go straight back to the Green Sky domain. Yin Yanran shook her head, but did not tell Yi Lang exactly what had happened. She knew that with Yi Lang's character, he would definitely not be able to accept the matter of her marriage with the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's saint's son, but once Yi Lang made a scene, it would be absolutely difficult for him to be the Yin family's opponent. No, something big must have happened to you. Yi Lang's attitude was resolute, pulling Yin Yanran's hand and not letting go. Just as Yin Yanran thought, Yin Yanran was now his woman. How could he possibly leave her here unattended? Shoo! However, at this time, a figure suddenly flashed from the distance and landed not far from the two. Yin Yanran, the elder is letting you speak clearly with this Yi Lang, not letting you guys be all lovey-dovey here. The visitor was none other than Yin Long, who was looking like a villain. Yi Lang was stunned at his words. Speak clearly? What exactly does the Yin family mean? Yi Lang turned to look at Yin Long and said in a deep voice, "It doesn't mean anything, kid, and since you want to know, I won't keep it from you." Yin Long's mouth showed disdain as he opened his mouth. "You've survived until now solely because Yin Yanran agreed to the family's conditions to join forces with the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace." What? Yi Lang froze in place. In my head, it all became clear at once. It turned out that what the Yin family was trying to force Yin Yanran to do was to marry another power, and he was still used to threaten Yin Yanran. Thinking of this, Yi Lang couldn't help but raise a monstrous rage in his heart. Yin Yanran was his woman, and the Yin family dared to force her to marry someone else. That's too much for anyone to bear. However, for Yin Yanran, Yi Lang's heart was only touched and not half dissatisfied, because the latter was forced to submit to the Yin family solely because of him. Is this the so-called holy race? With such underhanded tactics, Yi Lang's face was grim as he strongly resisted the urge to beat the Yin Long in front of him to death and said in a deep voice. Yin Long couldn't be happier when he looked at him like this. The suffocation of being bullied and humiliated by Yi Lang for days had dissipated quite a bit. Whether or not the Yin family is underhanded is not for you, a tiny Zune realm martial artist, to judge. All you need to know is that your life and death are in the hands of the Yin family. Yi Lang, don't be impulsive. When Yin Yanran saw Yi Lang with this kind of expression, she instantly pulled his sleeve with worry, fearing that Yi Lang would directly kill Yin Long. Then he might not be able to walk out of the Yin family for good. Although Yi Lang was extremely angry in his heart, he had not yet lost his basic reasoning. He knew that even if he used the demon puppet to kill Yin Long now, it wouldn't help, and he still wouldn't be able to change his current predicament. Today's plan, he could only brush up his permission points as soon as possible and rise to level 4 to see if there were any surprises. Thinking of this, Yi Lang forced down the anger in his heart and looked at Yin Long with disdain. Do you realize that you look like a jumped-up clown now, with a villainous look on your face? Yin Long choked. He didn't expect Yi Lang to dare to dislike him now. What's the matter? Don't you sucker? So want to try again to see if you can beat me? Yi Lang threw out the devil puppet and continued to dislike it. The Yin clan powerhouses around the floating island twisted their heads to look this way, and seeing that no conflict had erupted, they did not come over. When Yin Long saw the devil puppet, he took a few steps back. Now that the marriage hadn't been completed, as long as Yi Lang didn't go too far, the family wouldn't do anything to Yi Lang. Even if Yi Lang beat him up here, it would be for nothing. Count on it. Yin Long leaves in disgrace after contributing a wave of dislike points. After he left, Yi Lang glanced at his personal homepage and realized that the permission points were still a bit short, so he hurriedly bid farewell to Yin Yanran. Don't worry, I'll set it right. You're my woman. There's no way I'm letting you marry someone else. Yi Lang dropped a sentence and headed out of the small world. Yin Yanran's eyes reddened as she gazed fondly at Yi Lang's departing back. After leaving the small world, Yi Lang didn't head to his own small courtyard, but went straight to where Yin Yang and a few others who had come to provoke him lived. He's going to dislike these people and thus gain permission points. The permission points of the chat group were originally increased by using the system. Yi Lang just had to dislike people to generate dislike points. Then naturally, he would be able to obtain the corresponding permission points. Shortly afterward, Yi Lang left from a few people's residence and headed for the small courtyard he was in. Only Yin Yang and the others were left with a face of anger and confusion. They were not clear about anything, and they were disliked by Yi Lang's doorstep for a while, and the whole thing dared to be angry but dared not make a move. During this process, those Yin clan powerhouses who had been secretly monitoring him did not make any moves to stop them, because Yi Lang's behavior wasn't anything excessive in their eyes. Yin family, inside a small courtyard, Yi Lang's face was calm, and he couldn't see the anxiety within. At this point, he had enough permission points to reach 1,000, and it was time to upgrade. Don't look at him as calm on the surface, but in fact his heart has long been in turmoil, because the outcome of the upgrade largely determines what he's going to do next. If upgrading didn't have much effect, then he could only rely on magic puppets and skills to be strong. Inside the chat group, Yi Lang slightly trembled as he inwardly said upgrade. The next moment, the chat group's beep sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the group owner for successfully upgrading and obtaining level 4 access. Chapter 80, Level 4 Authority. Identity System. The group owner has the opportunity to extract the diving system once and use it for 100 days. The group owner can turn the original authority, 3 monthly extraction opportunities into 2 keywords. More accurate extraction of non-diving systems. Yi Lang's complexion was instantly delighted after hearing this. Other things aside, that diving system alone made Yi Lang look forward to it. It's been so long since he acquired the chat group, but this is the first time he's had the chance to use the dive system. There is only one chance to draw it though, and it can only be used for 100 days, but Yi Lang was already satisfied too. I just don't know this diving system. What a difference it makes. There was another benefit that came with the privilege, and that was that when he extracted the system again in the future, he could just enter 2 keywords. That way, the systems he draws will be systems related to those 2 keywords. For example, if he wants to smoke the system that makes him stronger by lying down, he can type in the word sleep. However, very quickly, Yi Lang suppressed the joy in his heart. Now was not the time to be happy. We had to settle the Yin family's affairs first. Inside the system chat group, the strongest divine voice system, the group master is finally level 4. Sing a song with you. Hate system, those diving things are coming out. Yi Lang just made a cursory sweep of the illusory chat screen and didn't have the heart to pay attention anymore. Subsequently, Yi Lang mentally mumbled use extraction chance. This was naturally the extraction of the dive system, because after this extraction of the selection system, up to now he hadn't accumulated a single new extraction. As Yi Lang began to extract, the systems of the water group began to stop speaking on the illusory screen of the system chat group, and yet, there was no constant flashing of the system's avatar as before. Yi Lang's mind landed on top of those diving systems with grayish avatars, and his heart was incomparably expectant. I hoped for an awesome, preferably some kind of godly signing system or summoning mythological characters or something. That would be awesome, Yi Lang said in his heart, and could not help but pray silently. Next moment, there was a flutter in those gray dive systems and one of the avatars lit up. With that, a few big words appeared on the chat screen. Unlimited identity system. Yi Lang was slightly stunned. This system sounds so strange. Yi Lang hurriedly checked the introduction of this system, and at this look, he immediately revealed a shocked expression. Awesome! Yi Lang silently gave a thumbs up. The unlimited identity system, as the name suggests, allows the host to randomly obtain various awesome identities in this realm after binding. After obtaining an identity, as long as the host completes the identity quest, they will be able to obtain this identity, which is equivalent to an additional vest, and you get a bonus from the system. Then proceed to extract other identities. It's true that it's worthy of being a diving system. As long as I draw an awesome identity, then solving the puzzle in front of me won't be a problem, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart, and hurriedly bound the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the unlimited identity system. Please draw the host's first identity immediately. A crisp electronic tone sounded in Yi Lang's mind. Extraction. Yi Lang did not hesitate and immediately chose to extract it. In the process of extracting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting his identity, the new palace master of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, the hegemonic level power of the middle heavenly domain of the 9 heavens continent. Identity introduction. You are equipped with the Yin-Yang saint body, discovered by chance by the old palace master of Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, Li Wu Air, and taken in as a disciple by the sage ancestor of Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, designated as the next generation of palace masters, cultivated in secret, with the palace master of Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace token in your hand, but only a very few people know of your existence. Identity quest. 3 years ago, Li Wu Air emerged from the shocking great sage's tomb with serious injuries, and when the Heavenly Palace powerhouses went to greet him, Li Wu Air fell on the way. You need to find out the murderer who assassinated Li Wu Air. Limited to 100 days. The system's voice sounded in Yi Lang's mind, while a black and white token appeared in his hand. Yi Lang's expression couldn't help but become wonderful. Yin and Yang Heavenly Palace? Isn't that the power that Huma wants to marry? What a coincidence! In Yi Lang's heart, he couldn't help but feel a burst of ecstasy. He was now the new palace master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, and was even the disciple of a saint. So what Yang Department Saint's son? Would he still dare to steal a woman from him? But this mission is a bit tricky. Subsequently, Yi Lang's mood calmed down and he couldn't help but frown. Li Wu Air's strength as the previous generation's Heavenly Palace Lord could be imagined. He had originally read the introduction in front of him and thought that he had been seriously injured within that great sage's tomb and then had fallen without treatment, but now it seemed that there was something else going on. Speaking of this great sage's tomb, Yi Lang did suddenly have a trace of curiosity. The Yin family had fallen for the sake of exploring it. The old ancestor had fallen. The head of the family was dying, and the clan had lost a lot of their strongest members. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace explored it and lost the palace master as well. What kind of place is it? Forget it, just take a step. Shaking his head, Yi Lang didn't think much about it for the time being. There were 100 days anyway. Even if he didn't complete the mission in the end, at most, he'd be without that status, as well as without the reward. Exiting the system, Yi Lang's mind sank into himself, and at the place of the Dantian, he saw a Taiji diagram. After drawing this identity, within these 100 days, he also possessed that what's her name Yin-Yang sacred body, and there are also Heavenly Palace martial arts learned from the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace sage. As for the Yin-Yang sacred body, It was an extremely rare top-level physique that had an extremely fast cultivation speed and was born with the laws of yin and yang, and its true essence had both yin and yang attributes, making it extremely powerful. Hiss, this holy body is awesome. Yi Lang put the Yin Palace Master token into his storage ring, then a grayish cloud of true essence appeared in his hand, and with a movement of his mind, the true essence transformed into black and white again. With a slight feeling, Yi Lang knew that although his cultivation hadn't changed now, his strength had been raised a notch. If it was coupled with the attack power of the demonized body, then his own battle power alone would be considerable. After the test, Yi Lang put away his true essence. His eyes looked towards the direction of the small world, and the most corner of his mouth spread a smile. The Yin family. Wait for it. The Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace was one of the hegemonic level forces in the mid-heaven domain, and it was divided into two departments, Yin and Yang, each with a department head in command, and above the department head was the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace Master. However, due to the line of the Great Sage's tomb, the Yin ministry had lost a lot of strength, and had then been inferior to the Yang ministry over the years. After the fall of the old Palace Master, due to the old ancestors' perennial slumber, the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace has always been the Yang Department Grand Elder in charge. At this moment, in the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, within the area where the Yang Department was located, 3 days from now, it will be the day of the marriage between the Saint's son and the Yin family. So let the Saint's son dismiss all the women in the palace. The Yin clan is still a Saint clan after all, and besides, that Yin clan girl is at the Emperor realm and is a spirit body, which is enough to dissolve the Saint's son's young flame. An old man said into the void beside him. Yes, within the void, a man's voice rang out. Chapter 81, The Sage Son of the Young Ministry. The wedding day. Inside the heavenly palace, within an extremely grand hall. The sound of a sharp woman's gasp came from inside. And by the sound of it, it wasn't just one woman, but a group. A man's figure landed in front of the main hall. Saint's son, Elder told you to dismiss these women. 3 days later will be the day of the marriage union. The man stood at the entrance of the temple and spoke in a deep voice. It wasn't long before an extremely strong chi of Supreme Yang surged out from within the hall, and a man covered in muscles walked out. He is the Saint's son of the Yang division of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace. Wang Meng, late Emperor Realm Cultivation. Ranked above the true dragon ranking of the central heavenly domain. I've heard that Yin Yenran is an Emperor Realm cultivator and has inherited the Yin family's ethereal body. I wonder what it's like. Wang Mang licked his lips and revealed a touch of interest. The Saint Son's 9 Yang Grand technique is not far from being a great success, and combining it with that Yin Yin Yang will surely dissolve the Saint Son's Yang fire and help the Saint Son achieve greatness at an early date. The man slightly lowered his head and surveyed Wang Mang for a while, then spoke. Wang Mang nodded. It was true that the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace was an overlord-level power, but the cultivation method within it had its drawbacks. That is, Yin and Yang are difficult to reconcile, and the Yang fire of those who practice Yang magic is too strong, so if they don't dissolve it, they will easily ignite the fire and burn themselves. Those who practiced the Yin method had too much Yin energy and received suppression of their strength in the daytime, and the Yin energy eroded their souls, making them prone to heart demons. As the Saint's son of the Yang department, Wang Mang possessed an extremely Yang spiritual body, and his Yang fire was so vigorous that even the average great emperor couldn't match it, so he needed to constantly copulate with women to ensure that he didn't injure himself with the Yang fire, and the Yin family's ethereal body was extremely effective at dissolving Yang fire, so if you could have intercourse with a woman who possessed this spiritual body, the effect would be far better than with any other woman. This, too, was the reason why the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace chose to join forces with the Yin family, sort of to each his own. Leave on your own. In front of the grand hall, Wang Mang twisted his head and rushed to the women inside the hall. Immediately afterward, a dozen or so women clad only in muslin veils darted out of the hall, saluted Wang Mang, and then headed off into the distance. Time flew by and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today, it was the day of the marriage between the Yin family and the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace. With the marriage of two hegemonic level powers, almost all of the top-ranked powers in the entire middle heavenly domain were going to come to congratulate them. Yinzhou, Fengyun City. From time to time, streams of majestic light crossed from the sky above and fell into the Yin family. These, all of them, were people from various forces who had come to congratulate them. So many powerful people. Such a spectacle is a rare sight. That's right, that's the Western Continent Buddhist sect, one of the hegemonic level forces. Look, at the Shengwan family, and the Wangfu family, the 6 great saintly clans are all here. Only the Yin clan, who is also a sacred clan, can make such a commotion. Inside Wind Cloud City, countless martial gazes in the city discussed excitedly. According to the custom of the Mid-Heaven domain, today, the yin-yang heavenly palace would come to receive the bride at the yin family and stay for a period of time, complete the wedding before bringing back the yin-yang heavenly palace. That's why all the forces came to the yin family. At this moment, above the sky outside of the yin continent, a line of martial artists dressed in black, with an air of femininity, were heading towards the yin family. The head of the ministry. Yang ministry has been pressing us to death for the past few years. Is it necessary for us to come to Wang Mang's wedding? And in your own person? A refined-looking man asked the old man in front of him in puzzlement. After all, the same yin-yang heavenly palace people, and that Wang Mang after marrying the yin family girl child. Stepping into the great emperor realm is not difficult. Now that the palace master fell, the new palace master is also delayed. As a gesture of goodwill, that old man's tone inexplicably carried a sense of eeriness as he faintly said, this line of people was none other than the Inbu people of the yin-yang heavenly palace. And that old man, he was the head of the Yin Bu division, named Xin Zi. The man who asked the question was the Inbu saint's son, Zhang Wuluo. Zhang Wuluo's delicate brows frowned as he heard this and then asked, Minister, where exactly is that new palace master? In fact, he originally didn't know that there was a new palace master in the heavenly palace, or it was only in the past few days that the head of the ministry revealed it to him. According to the head of the department, the new palace master is a disciple of the sage ancestor, possessing a yin-yang sacred body that is rare to find in 10,000 years, and is extremely suitable to inherit the mantle of the heavenly palace. But in the entire yin-yang heavenly palace, there were no more than 5 people who knew about this. Xian Zi sniffed and shook his head. If I had known, I would have welcomed the new palace master back long ago. With that, he stopped talking and focused on the road. On the other hand, within the Yin family's small world, a few maids were dressing Yin Yenran, while the latter had a wooden look on her face. The Yin family had temporarily sealed Yin Yenran's cultivation in order to prevent accidents, and she could only be at the mercy of others. As long as you leave, I have no worries. Even if I die, I won't let anyone else touch my body. Yin Yenran said in her heart. She was a kind, yet extremely rigid woman. Since she had chosen to be with Yi Lang, then she will not do anything to apologize to Yi Lang, even if she is forced to do so. Same time, Yi Lang also stepped out from his own small courtyard and looked at the Yin family with all the lights and colors. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that today was the wedding day, and the wedding was to be held in the Yin family's welcoming hall. Yi Lang stepped towards the hall, but before he could walk out far, a figure drilled out of the void. It was one of the Yin clan's strongest men who were secretly watching him. Where are you going? The Yin clan's strongest man frowned and asked. Today is my family patriarch's big wedding. Can't I go to see it? Yi Lang squinted at him without a hint of panic and asked. That strong man froze, and after calculating in his mind for a while, he disappeared once again. In their eyes, the only thing Yi Lang relied on was nothing more than a demonic puppet, and it couldn't yet make any big waves. As long as it didn't leave the Yin family and was still under their control, it wouldn't affect the family's plans. Soon after, Yi Lang arrived at the welcoming hall, which was already filled with people. In the middle of the hall, strong men from various forces were talking to each other with the people of the Yin family, each of them exuding a strong aura. The arrival of Yi Lang, who only had a Zun realm cultivation, did not attract the slightest bit of attention. Yi Lang didn't care and found a corner to stand silently without speaking. Just eyes kept looking out to the sky. As time passed, it was soon almost noon. Rumble. Above the sky outside the Yin clan, a huge sound of an air explosion suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, the Taoist immortal music rang out and the clouds flew. Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, the saint's son of the Yang division has arrived. The next moment, a group of people in red robes, carrying a luxurious sedan chair, came from the sky. A man emitting a strong masculine aura stood at the forefront of the crowd and fell within the Yin clan. Chapter 82, I don't agree. It's my man. Ha ha ha. Thank you, seniors and fellow travelers for coming to my wedding to Miss Yin. Wang Mang stood outside the hall and laughed loudly. Several elders from the Yang division of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace also clasped their fists and thanked the people from the various forces. However, the head of the Yang ministry did not appear here. With his status, he naturally would not show his face easily. The people of the various forces in the hall, regardless of what they thought in their hearts, were all smilingly returning the salute at this time. There was a flurry of activity and harmony in the scene. In the corner, Yi Lang squinted at Wang Mang and the group of people from the Yang ministry, constantly sneering inwardly. Keep jumping around, just you still want to marry my wife. Let's see how you kneel down in front of me later. Yi Lang said in his heart. He was very clear about the role of that palace master token. Plus it wasn't as if there was no one within the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace who knew him, so he was confident that he wouldn't roll over, because behind him stood the saint ancestor of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. And at this moment, As Wang Mang and the others entered the hall, the wedding officially began. A fragrant breeze drifted into the hall, and Yin Yenran arrived within the hall with the support of several maids. Wang Mang's eyes lit up the moment they came into contact with Yin Yenran. He hadn't seen Yin Yenran at all before this, and had only heard that she was extremely beautiful looking, but wasn't sure exactly what she looked like. This sight of a real person instantly made his heart pound. A masculine fire is a little too much to suppress. Inside the hall, the people from all the forces couldn't help but discuss Yin Yenran's appearance when they saw it. Is this the Yin family's girl? Indeed. She has the appearance of a fish sinking into a goose. I heard that the cultivation level is also at the Emperor realm. The Yin family has put in a lot of blood this time. Words can't be said like that. Wang Mang is after all also a top genius of the central heavenly domain. Inside the hall, Yin Yenran's complexion was devoid of any trace of joy, and only a trace of worry surfaced on her face when she saw Yi Lang in the corner. Yi Lang secretly gave her a reassuring look. At this time, Yin Chun and a strong man that Yi Lang had never seen before appeared in the hall jointly, sitting on top of the main seat. Today, I am very happy to become in-laws with the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. I hope that in the future the two families can help each other and develop together. Yin Chun chuckled at the words. Next to him, the old man, the head of the Yang division of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, stood up and smiled, saying, "Naturally, the hour is up. Please stand side by side for the two newcomers." At that moment, a person who officiated the wedding spoke loudly. When Wang Mang heard this, he stood in the center of the hall, but Yin Yenran was slow to move. It was a long time before he took a slow step. Only then did Yin Chun, who was on the main seat, return his face to normal. Wait, this marriage, I do not agree. Yi Lang's eyes swept around the field, and after seeing that the people had almost arrived, and the people from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace had also arrived, he stood out and shouted. Yin Yenran's footsteps suddenly trembled, and then she violently turned back to look at Yi Lang, desperately shaking her head. And at this moment, as Yi Lang's words fell, all the people in the hall froze. The scene of a marriage between two hegemonic powers, and someone would dare to disrupt it? And it's still a district zone realm martial artist. This is not to be killed? How dare you? Why don't you take him down? Yin Chun's face was incomparably ugly as he hurriedly waved his hand. In the next moment, a figure with a strong aura suddenly appeared from the void, reaching out to grab Yi Lang. These people were all Yin clan powerhouses who were secretly spying on Yi Lang, and their strength was incomparably strong. Under the strike, Yi Lang only felt that the void around him was completely frozen, and he was unable to use any means at all. Couldn't even release the demon puppets. Extremely cold yet, Yi Lang mentally bellowed. In the next moment, all the attacks disappeared and Yi Lang felt free again. Shoo! With that, Yi Lang hurriedly took the opportunity to flash to Yin Yenran's side, stopping her behind himself. I said, this marriage, I don't agree. Yi Lang threw his voice. Behind him, Yin Yenran looked at Yi Lang in front of her, only to feel a sense of inner peace. Also strike. Since he is not even afraid, then today is to die with him. Yin Yenran made her decision silently. Seek death. Above the main seat, Yin Chun stood up violently, a terrifying to the extreme aura appearing from him. It was about to force its way out and strangle Yi Lang. Seeing this, Yin Yenran hurriedly stood beside Yi Lang, her pretty face full of determination. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Yin Chun's chi couldn't help but give a beat. After killing Yin Yenran, who was going to marry Wang Mang? At this moment, however, the head of the Yang Ministry, who was sitting beside Yin Chun, had his eyes wandering over Yi Lang. This person gave him an extremely familiar feeling, as if he had met before. The head of the Yang Division, named Tian Yangzi, was searching his memories endlessly at this time. Meanwhile, in the middle of the hall, the moment that Xianin Zi saw Yi Lang, his face appeared shocked, grave, and also surprised. Who is he? On the main seat, Tian Yangzi's face became grave as he found out who Yi Lang really was in his memories. However, he was still a little unsure in his mind and couldn't help but ask. Yin Yenran sniffed and looked around the hall. Her eyes did not stay on Wang Mang for half a second. Her voice was clear and cold. He is my man. Today, even if I die, I won't marry Wang Mang. Since she had made a decision, Yin Yenran would not drag her feet and was straightforward. When Yi Lang heard this, he could not help but look at her with some surprise. The fact that Yin Yenran admitted their relationship in public was slightly surprising to him. And at this moment, after Yin Yenran finished speaking, there was another outcry in the hall. What's going on here? How come Yin Yenran already has a man, and she's still making some kind of union? Honestly, I didn't read it either. I just know that Wang Mang is difficult right now. On the wedding day, the bride said she'd had a man for a long time. It does seem a bit difficult. I guess that man won't be able to walk out of Yin's house alive today. the people of all forces, secretly discussed. And as they said, at this time, Wang Mang was indeed about to explode with anger. Yin Yanran actually had a man, and it was only a mere Zun realm martial artist. It was an insult to him, dog boy and girl, looking for death. Under the shame and anger, Wang Mang no longer cared about the marriage alliance and was about to strike at the Yi Lang duo. Wang Mang, how dare you? How dare you strike at me? However, at this time, Yi Lang did suddenly let out an explosive shout, and under the full opening of his aura, he directly swept Wang Mang's mind and froze for a moment. In the next moment, a black and white token, emitting a bizarre aura, appeared in front of Wang Mang. The latter instantly froze again. This token is not a Palace Master token? How did this man get his hands on it? The new Palace Master is really you. At that moment, that Xianin Zi was instantly completely sure of Yi Lang's identity in his heart after seeing the token. Hurriedly leaping out from the crowd, he led the Yinbu crowd to behind Yi Lang and bowed in obeisance. Xianin Zi, head of the Yin Bu division, pays his respects to the Palace Master. Chapter 83 Heavenly Palace Master. All confused. In the middle of the hall, Yi Lang saw the scene, and only then did his heart completely let go of his heart. And sure enough, everything was as he expected. And at this moment, as Xianin Zi and the others paid their respects, the martial artists of the various forces in the hall were suddenly thrown into a daze. Who was Xianin Zi? None of them were unfamiliar with him. The renowned head of the Yin Bu division of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, an 8-turn great emperor realm powerhouse. But now, actually bowing to an unknown Zun realm martial artist? Call him master? Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master. Hasn't he already fallen? Yeah, who doesn't know that the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace has a young department head in charge? How come a palace head popped up this time? Or a Zun realm martial artist? Xianin Zi has personally worshipped. That means it is not fake. What is going on here? The crowd was shocked and talking. Above the main seat, Yin Chun even froze directly on the spot. That Yi Lang is the master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace? You've got to be kidding me. Xianin Zi must be crazy. Beside him, the head of that young department, Tian Yangzi, had a face that was indeed cloudy at this time. In fact, the moment Yi Lang took out his token, he clarified the identity of the other party. He was one of the few people in the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace who knew Yi Lang's identity. However, for some reason, Tian Yangzi was not the first to pay homage. Part of this, the rest of the young ministry people in the hall couldn't help but look at Tian Yangzi, somewhat at a loss for words. And among them, the one who was most at a loss for words was Wang Mang in front of Yi Lang. Tian Yangzi's face was only slightly hesitant before he stepped in front of Yi Lang, bowed slightly, and said, "Head of the Yang Division, Tian Yangzi, see the Palace Master." Tian Yangzi also worshipped. It seems that things won't be false. This is damn interesting. The man of the woman that the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's young section sacred son is going to marry is actually the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's Palace Master. This is like the play of the year. People from all forces, seeing that Tian Yangzi also went down, no one immediately suspected that Yi Lang's identity was false, although they were shocked and puzzled. This was after all an internal matter of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, so they would just watch the show. Big brother. What? About this? On the left side of the hall, where the Yin family disciples stood, Yin Long spoke in a difficult tone. Today was supposed to be a day of raising eyebrows for Yin Long, who had expected to see Yi Lang's lost and desperate look. I didn't expect the picture to change. Yi Lang actually became the Palace Master of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Yin Long couldn't figure out how this was possible no matter what. Yi Lang was obviously just a disciple of Yin Yanran's outside clan. How could he be the Palace Master of a dominating power like Yin Yang Heavenly Palace? But the scene before him made him believe it. On the side, Yin Tian was also completely dumbfounded. And after hearing Yin Long's words, he was also a little apprehensive inside. If there was anyone within the Yin family that Yin Yanran had the most resentment towards, it would be him. Aside from the Yin family head who was in a coma, who made him the mastermind back then, and this time he was involved in forcing Yin Yanran to get married, and now, the little white boy that Yin Yanran brought back is actually the Palace Master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. This is not only the marriage is out of the question, I am afraid that he will also face retaliation. However, at this moment, Yin Yan had no time to think about any retaliation against the Yin family, but instead froze in place even more dumbfounded than the crowd. What is Yi Lang's identity? She couldn't be clearer. How could suddenly become the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master? Yi Lang eyes staring at Yi Lang, pretty eyes inside all incomprehension and shock. Inside the hall, Yi Lang noticed Yin Yanran's gaze and smiled at her. He then drew his hand and took the token back, his eyes sweeping over Xianin Zi and Tian Yangzi as he spoke. You two don't have to be polite. Palace Master, why are you here? Ever since Yi Lang appeared, Xianninzi's feminine face carried a wave of delight and could not help but ask, "You don't need to ask more about this. I'll explain it to master." Yi Lang was slightly stunned. Then he waved his hand and said, "Why is he here? He should have been here in the first place." As for explaining to his master, it was just an excuse. Yi Lang believed that since the system had arranged an identity for him, it would definitely set these flaws straight. Inside the hall, Inchun finally came back to his senses, his face covered in bitterness. By now, he could see that Yi Lang's identity would not be false. What the hell is going on with the two ministries? Inchun collected his breath and came to the front of the few people, and was silent for a while before asking. Tian Yangzi was silent. He didn't seem to be in a very good mood at the moment. Xianninzi, on the other hand, smiled grimly before speaking. Regarding this matter of the palace master's identity, not only do you guys not know about it, but in fact, apart from a very few people such as Tian Yangzi and I, the rest of the people within the heavenly palace don't know about it either. The palace master is incredibly talented. With a yin-yang body, he is the perfect candidate to inherit the mantle of the yin-yang heavenly palace, and is the old ancestor's personal disciple. The old ancestor once personally designated him as the next generation of palace masters. It's just that after the old palace master's fall, there has been no news of him, and I didn't expect to meet him today. As the words fell, there was another outcry in the middle of the hall. The martial artists of all forces were once again in shock. This Yi Lang is still a disciple of a saint? No wonder he is so arrogant. Saints, is the entire nine heavens continent, the pinnacle of existence, topped with the name of a saint's disciple. Wherever they go, no one would dare to mess with them. The corners of Inchun's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. This Yi Lang is now completely unable to offend. The union thing, I'm afraid it's not going to continue. Not to mention, that Wang Mang wouldn't dare to grab a woman with Yi Lang on now. But now the Yin family is in a difficult situation. If there is no yin-yang heavenly palace to help, I am afraid that it will suffer greater losses, or even fall out of the hegemonic power from there. Thinking of this, Inchun glanced at Wang Mang, who was at a loss for words, and then looked at the Yin Yi duo who were moving intimately. But another thought rose in his heart. So that's how it is. That's a mistake of the old man's eyes. Inchun couldn't see any emotions on his face and made a look of sudden realization. Then he turned to Yi Lang. These few days, are Yin family slowness? Please Yi palace master, don't take offense. How can I see blame? Yin family treats me very well, that is, almost took my life, and almost gave my woman to someone else. Yi Lang squinted at him and said with a cold smile. When Xianninzi behind Yi Lang heard this, his eyes immediately stared at Inchun in an unkind manner. Inchun's face stiffened, but he quickly slowed down again and opened his mouth. Palace Master Yi, what happened before was purely a misunderstanding, and the Yin family doesn't know about your relationship with Yenran. Now that everything is clear, why don't we just let Palace Master Yi and Yenran consummate their marriage here and fall in line? I don't know what Palace Master Yi thinks. Chapter 84, Shameless Inchun. Are you willing to break away? As Inchun's words fell, the entire hall fell silent. The people from all the forces in the hall couldn't help but look at Inchun and the group from the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace with a strange look in their eyes. This tawdry operation of Inchun is really what they did not expect. Isn't that a little too thick-skinned? Things have developed to the present. The discerning can see that Yin Yenran's previous intention to marry Wang Mang was by no means her own willingness. It was even possible that the Yin family had forced it without knowing the true identity of that marriage snatcher. That is, Yi Lang. And now that Yi Lang's true identity was revealed, Inchun actually came back with such a sentence, directly replacing the groom with a wedding robber. You really didn't think about Wang Meng's feelings at all? He is at least the holy son of the Yang division of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. This operation of the Yin family's grand elder is truly outstanding. If I were that Wang Mang, really have no face to continue to stay. What can he do? That person is the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace master. The crowd murmured quietly. In the center of the hall, Wang Mang's face was also red with shame. Originally, he had found it hard to endure when Yi Lang directly interrupted at the wedding, and if Yi Lang hadn't suddenly taken out the palace master's token, he would have struck out long ago. The latter confirmed that Yi Lang was really the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace master, and even the two ministry capitals paid homage to each other. He was even more incomparably stifled inwardly. And now, Inchun said this again. Then is not he to watch the woman who was going to marry himself turn around and marry someone else? This is not about how much Wang Mang likes Yin Yenran. This is purely trampling on his self-esteem as a man. At least wait until I'm gone. At this moment, Wang Meng's heart was full of anger towards the Yin family and towards Yi Lang. What did you say? Yi Lang was also a bit skeptical of his ears, and could not help but freeze. Ha! The quiet murmur of so many people made Inchun's old face a bit untenable. Just for the sake of the Yin family, he still continued. I say, why don't ye Palace Master and Yenran just consummate their marriage here? The Holy Sun and the Palace Master are both from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace anyway, so I believe he won't mind. Wang Mang, Nima dead. You know I don't mind? But spare him the anger in his heart. Right now Tian Yangzi was still bowing down to Yi Lang. He could only hold it back to death. Beside Yi Lang, Yin Yenran heard such shameless words from Yin Chun, and in her heart, she was already completely desperate for the Yin family. Imagine if the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Palace Master who appeared today was not Yi Lang, but someone else. Even if the other party said he wanted to marry her, I'm afraid the Yin family would not hesitate to throw her out. How could she not be completely chilled by such a family? Yi Lang sensed that Yin Yenran's mood was a little off, and couldn't help but reach out and hold her jade sufferer, gently shaking it. Then, the corner of his mouth pulled up a cold smile, and he was about to open his mouth. However, just at that moment, in his mind, a beep suddenly came to mind. Ding! Host trigger selection detected. Choice 1, promise the Yin family's grand elder to consummate the marriage with Yin Yenran and gain favor with the Yin family. Reward, 10 years of cultivation, and the Yin family's mastery, empty spirit divine palm. Choice 2, reject the request of the Yin family's grand elder. Reward, 1, emperor rank talisman, and the great emperor martial art, treading heavenly steps. Choice 3, make a mocking remark and reject the Yin family's grand elder, and have Yin Yen break away from the Yin family, completely disassociating herself from the Yin family. Reward, 1 breakthrough opportunity. Special ability, Big Brother Aura. Special ability, 10 times the speed of Yuan Qi absorption. Yi Lang sniffed and paused slightly. His eyes then swept over Yin Yenran. Wouldn't that be just what he wants? There is also this reward. For the first 2 choices, honestly Yi Lang is not really looking at it now. 10 years of training? With his current realm, 10 years of cultivation was designated as difficult to break through. As for what Yin family's best techniques and great emperor's martial arts, jokingly, he was now the identity of a saint's disciple, carrying a large pile of saint's inheritance in his head. What kind of martial arts didn't he have? No choice, just pick 3. The Yin family's shamelessness. Yi Lang had already felt it deeply. Such a family. It was good for Yin Yenran to disassociate herself from it. Otherwise there may be more trouble later. Yen Yen in her heart probably doesn't want to have anything to do with the Yin family anymore. Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. He then reached out and pulled out his ears, turning to Yin Chun. Did I hear you right? Is this the grand elder of the Yin family of the sacred clan? Actually able to say such shameless words? Didn't you yell that you wanted to get me killed before? And use me to threaten Yen Yen? What? Now you want me to be your Yin family's son-in-law? Yi Lang, how dare you speak out against the grand elder? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're attached to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. This is the Yin family. When Yi Lang finished speaking, before Yin Chun could say anything, one of the younger Yin family members in the hall couldn't help himself and jumped out. Yi Lang just swept him a glance and smiled without saying anything. He, what do you Yin family mean? Is it possible that you still want to take action against the palace master? On the side, Xian Yinzi sensed the situation and hurriedly stepped forward. The might of the 8 revolutions great emperor realm in full force, instantly enveloping the entire hall. The people from the various forces in the hall were immediately shaken by the aura. They were all just people who had come to observe the ceremony, and they certainly wouldn't be like the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, where even peak powerhouses of the 8 revolutions great emperor realm had come. That Yin clan disciple was locked by this aura, and immediately turned white with fear, his heart and mind trembling tremendously. Don't dare say another word. Head of Department Xian is overstating things. The Yin family has no such intention whatsoever. Seeing this, Yin Chun's face turned a little ugly and he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Once upon a time, the Yin family might not have been afraid of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, but the current Yin family could not be compared to the past for a long time. Send an order back to the palace for the Yin Bu powerhouses to come out together to greet the palace master. Xian Yinzi glanced at him and instructed Zhang Wulua behind him. Zhang Wulua hastily nodded his head and reached out to strike a transmission note. Let Elder Yang come too. Tian Yangzi pondered slightly for a while, and also said to the one beside him. Yi Lang was, after all, the palace master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, a sage disciple, and now that he had returned, it was only right to have the elders come to greet him. Yi Palace Master, the Yin family has absolutely no ill will towards you, and, aren't you and Yin Yen in love with each other? It's the fortune of my Yin family to have a son-in-law like Palace Master Yi. When Yin Chun saw that they all started shaking people, he immediately panicked a bit. This damn Yin Yang Heavenly Palace powerhouses all came out. The current Yin family couldn't carry it. He couldn't help but explain to Yi Lang in a hurry. Yi Lang sniffed and laughed coldly before opening his mouth. The Grand Elder is wrong. Yen Yen and I are indeed in love with each other. There's no need for the Grand Elder to say more. but I'm afraid you're overthinking the title of Yin family son-in-law. Speaking here, Yi Lang turned his head to look at Yin Yenran beside him and asked softly, Yen Yen, are you willing to detach yourself from the Yin family and not have a single connection with the Yin family thereafter? Chapter 85, No More Relationships. Greetings to the Palace Master. Beside Yi Lang, Yin Yenran heard the words, and her clear and absolutely beautiful face could not help but be stunned. A moment of silence. Don't you want to? Then forget it. Yi Lang saw that she did not say anything and thought that she still could not let go of the Yin family, so he did not force her to do so. It's just less of a reward. It's not like we're going to have to go and force it on Huma. No. At that moment, Yin Yenran was shaking her head, and then her gaze became resolute. I've been completely chilled by the Yin family treating me like this. Just listen to you. After saying that, Yin Yenran's footsteps slightly moved forward, her pair of pretty eyes looking at Yin Chun, her red lips slightly opening. Today, there are people from all the major forces in the Middle Heaven domain here, so let's be a witness for Yen Yen. No good. Yin Chun's heart thumped and his face changed. He had already guessed what Yin Yenran was going to say. Sure enough, the next moment, the clear and cold voice continued to ring out. Today, I, Yin Yen, hereby announce my complete separation from the Yin family. From now on, there will be no more relations with the Yin family. After saying that, Yin Yenran's eyes retracted from Yin Chun without a trace of attachment and retreated to Yi Lang's side. Inside the hall, people from all forces could not help but look at each other once again. Honestly, before coming here, they hadn't really thought that today would be so wonderful. It seems that the Yin family has completely chilled that little girl's heart. After this time, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the Yin family. Wanting to form an alliance with the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace didn't work out, but also formed a beam, which can be said to be a loss of a lady and a loss of soldiers. The people from various forces secretly commented. Not far away, Yin Tian Yin Long and the other people of the Yin family hadn't expected Yin Yenran to be so determined, directly announcing that she had broken away from the Yin family. With so many forces present, I'm afraid the news would soon spread. What will happen to the face of the Yin family? In the center of the hall, Yin Chun, who was the Yin family's grand elder, was considering even more. After today, I'm afraid that the entire Mid-Heaven domain would know that the Yin family's alliance had failed, and those hostile forces would no longer have any scruples. Maybe more forces will fall in line. Huma, you, thinking of this, Yin Chun could not help but open his mouth to persuade. Since Yen Yen has already made her decision, there's no need to say more. Finishing the marriage with Yen Yen in the Yin family is definitively impossible, so you don't have to waste your breath. Yi Lang directly interrupted him and said dryly, Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection. The reward has arrived. And at that moment, the system's beep sounded again. The reward had arrived. Yi Lang's mind hurriedly sank into the system to check the rewards. That breakthrough opportunity Yi Lang didn't need to see. It wasn't the first time he had obtained it. The main thing to check out are the other two rewards. That's two special abilities. Big Brother Temperament, special ability. When the host uses it, his speech and actions can make the people around him feel fear and involuntarily produce the idea of submission. Note, use in conjunction with Aura All Out to multiply the effect. Hiss. Yi Lang couldn't help but suck in a slight breath of cold air after reading this first special ability. What? In the future he's going to move from a face player to a temperament player? Speaking and moving can make others feel submissive. This is too fierce. It can also cooperate with the aura all open. If the cultivation is not too high, will not it directly give the other party to be scared silly? This ability is also very useful in the middle of a stand-up fight. Master's fight. The slightest mistake can be fatal, Yi Lang secretly said, satisfied with this ability in his heart. Immediately afterward, Yi Lang hurriedly checked another ability. Tenfold Yuan Qi Absorption Speed, a special ability that superimposes tenfold on top of the host's original speed of absorbing heaven and earth's Yuan Qi when practicing. That's pretty awesome too. Yi Lang nodded. One must know that he was not the scrapper he once was. Now he was the identity of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's palace master, possessing the Yin Yang sacred body. In terms of cultivation speed, it is a full 10 top. Coupled with this ability, I'm afraid that right now, even if he didn't rely on the system, there weren't many people in the Nine Heavens continent who could cultivate faster than him. All the rewards of this choice system are great. It's just that the trigger choices can't be controlled. Otherwise it would be perfect. Yi Lang muttered a sentence in his heart. The quality of the things inside his other system, the dislike system mall, could not compare to the choice system. It's just that the latter can always earn dislike points. And at this moment, inside the Yin family's welcoming room, Yin Chun had realized that there was nothing that could be done to turn things around. The face was hard to see. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was somewhat frozen for a moment. Quite a few people have already started heading out, planning to leave. Only after a long time did In Chun calm down and reluctantly smiled, saying to the martial artists of the various forces in the hall, "I've made you all laugh at today's events. The Yin family has slightly prepared a crude tea and meal. Why don't you all eat before you leave?" He knew that the Yin family could not afford to offend these great powers nowadays, so even though his heart was furious, he still forced himself to endure it. "Palace Master, so are we staying for dinner?" Xian Yinzi asked. "Eat? Yin Jia has done it all. It's for nothing." Yi Lang laughed. He loved to see these people from the Yin family right now, looking as if they were looking at him in a bad way, but couldn't do anything about it. Who made their previous approach so hateful and tried to kill him? He was lucky if he didn't kill two of them backhandedly. Yin Yanran knew what he was thinking and couldn't help but smile helplessly. On the side, Wang Mang looked at the intimate duo and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but jump. To say that today's most tragic person, in addition to Yin Chun, is him. Quit being paranoid. He's the palace master and a disciple of a saint. At that moment, a voice transmission landed in his mind, and the person who transmitted the voice was none other than Tian Yangzi. "Master, disciple suffocates. What qualifications does he have to be the palace master for a Zun realm martial artist? The palace master position should be yours." "Master." Wang Mang squeezed his fist and transmitted his voice back. "Don't be ridiculous." Tian Yangzi transmitted an angry sentence. His face could not be seen, and then he said no more. Taking the crowd of the Yang department, they followed Yi Lang and dined together at the Yin family. Soon after, the banquet was finished, and the people from all the forces were ready to really leave. "There's nothing to see if you stay any longer. Yen Yen, come with me to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace first." Yi Lang took Yin Yanran's hand and opened his mouth. He still had to find out the cause of death of the previous generation's palace master Li Wu'er, so naturally he had to go to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Yin Yanran nodded and agreed. Outside Wind in Cloud City, dozens of extremely powerful breaths were splitting into two waves falling from the distant sky, heading straight for where the Yin family was. The martial artists in the city were shocked. Where did this powerful person come from? At this moment, Yi Lang was walking outside the Yin family along with the martial artists from various forces. The crowd looked up as they sensed the scent of those dozens of powerful men. Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. All the elders of the Yin Yang department welcomed the return of the palace master. Dozens of silhouettes, split into two waves, landed in front of the crowd, facing Yi Lang, and said in unison, Chapter 86, Traveling to the Heavenly Palace. Yin Ba awakens. These powerhouses were none other than the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, the elders of the Yin and Yang divisions. However, it was evident from above the costumes of the crowd that there were more elders from the Yang division, almost double the number of Yin Bu elders. Within the Yin family, those Yin family powerhouses who had secretly spied on Yi Lang and used him to threaten Yin Yanran could not help but feel a wave of happiness when they saw the scene. Luckily it didn't do anything to Yi Long. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this group of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's elders would directly fight their way into the Yin family. And at that moment, the rest of the people from the surrounding forces couldn't help but cast envious glances at Yi Lang. At such a young age, he was already the head of a hegemonic level power, and he was also a sage disciple. It was too enviable. In the crowd, there were women from various forces who were even more attracted to Yi Lang. The looks were already charming enough, and the status was so honorable and powerful. How can they not be moved? So much so that Yin Yanran suffered directly from the jealousy of these women. These are all from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace? Yi Lang narrowed his eyes and asked with a slight shock in his heart. Yes, Palace Master. Xianyin Zi nodded and replied. Good man. Not bad for a dominant power. Yi Lang secretly cried out in his heart. This group of people in front of him, the weakest of them were not much weaker than his demon puppet Zora. In other words, this was a full dozens of powerhouses above the great emperor realm. Although before this, Yi Lang knew that his current identity was powerful. He was still shocked when all of these powerhouses bowed their heads in front of him. No, that Li Wu'er died in a strange way. Said tomorrow the palace is not a piece. Maybe, there is someone who is staring at me, the palace master who came out of nowhere. We can't be careless. However, Yi Lang did not lose his mind and quickly realized the crisis. Li Wu'er was assassinated even though he was the palace master, which means someone wanted to be the palace master. So you're in the way now, aren't you? Yi Lang was shocked in his heart, and his eyes swept over the dozens of powerful people in front of him, and the Xian Yinzi, and the Tian Yangzi duo on the side. Too little information to have a clue at the moment. Yi Lang shook his head, then stepped out and opened his mouth. There's no need to be polite. All the elders, the crowd of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace elders heard the words, and only then did they all raise their heads to survey Yi Lang. They were all unaware of Yi Lang's existence before this. The Zun realm cultivation is a bit low. Yi Lang's cultivation was not a secret realm in front of them, and the elders could not help but raise a thought in their hearts at the same time. Palace Master, let's go back here? Beside Yi Lang, Tian Yangzi was expressionless as he opened his mouth and asked. Yi Lang nodded. Then holding Yin Yan ran, with a group of strong men from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, he headed in the direction of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. After they left, people from various forces also left, and as they left, what happened in the Yin family today quickly spread throughout the entire Middle Heavenly domain. The Yin family was instantly reduced to a laughingstock, and many of the Yin family's rival forces began to prepare to strike at the Yin family. One is to understand the old grudges that were once there, and the other is to compete for the resources that the Yin family possesses. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Lang and Yin Yan Ran anymore. At this time, Yi Lang, who had already arrived at the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, was staying in a secret room alone with Yin Yan Ran. He planned to tip his cultivation a bit before going to study Li Wuer's death. Inside the secret room, Yi Lang sat alone and used that breakthrough opportunity. In the next moment, Yi Lang's cultivation within his body skyrocketed, and countless epiphanies on the realm appeared in his mind. Bang! After a loud bang, Yi Lang's aura was much stronger than before. Already at the peak of the Zun realm, Yi Lang clenched his fists, but was not much satisfied. Nowadays, among the people he came into contact with, the Emperor realm was nothing. The murderer who had assassinated Li Wuer was more definitely an existence of the great Emperor realm, and he was really nothing at the peak of the Zun realm. However, while he was dissatisfied, Yin Yanran on the other side of the chamber was looking at a freak. Your cultivation has grown too fast. Yin Yanran could not help but smack her lips a little. Remembering the first time she met Yi Lang, she still remembered that at that time, Yi Lang had broken through to the late Tongxian stage since the mortal transformation realm in one breath, shocking the entire spirit sky sect enough. Now how long has this been going on? And yet they're already all at the peak of Zuni. Soon, I think it's average. Yi Lang shrugged his shoulders, leaned over to Yin Yanran's side, and opened his mouth. Yin Yanran couldn't help but give him a blank look. If those geniuses on the continent heard this, they wouldn't die of shame. Yi Lang looked at Yin Yanran's flavorful eyes, and his heart was suddenly hot. Honored wife, I'm really not fast. Instead I'm still long-lasting, which you know. With that, Yi Lang licked his lips and said in a single word. A pair of demonic hands attacked towards Yin Yanran's body. The latter instantly understood the meaning of his words and couldn't help but blush. Just as he was about to open his mouth, his red lips were gagged by a big mouth. Inside the secret room, there was a burst of spring color. The other side, Yin family, within the small world. Hurry, go and report to the Grand Elder. Just say that the family master seems to be waking up. One of the martial artists guarding the Yin family had suddenly let out a cry of alarm and said to the person beside him. Soon after, Yin Chun arrived with a large group of Yin family elders in a flurry of activity. An old face with a hint of excitement. The head of the Yin family, Yin Yanran's father, was named Yin Ba. He was a 9 revolutions great emperor realm powerhouse, famous throughout the entire mid-heaven domain. It is claimed that no one can be defeated without a saint. If he really awakened, the Yin family would be considered to have a card to deter the outside world and would be in a much better position. Countless spirit veins converge above the void. Yin Ba trips horizontally on it, his face pale, but not as dead as before. A wisp of pressure slowly emanated from above his torso. Not far away, when Yin Chun and the others felt that wisp of pressure, their hearts couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Father must wake up. The Yin family needs you. In the crowd, Yin Long clenched his fists. This period of time, he was suffocating and hard to bear. He only hoped that his father would wake up and bring the Yin family back to the top. Maybe at that time, there is still a chance to ruthlessly hit the Yi Lang's face. Rumble. At that moment, the wisp of pressure emanating from Yin Ba grew heavier and heavier as it slowly spread out. Beneath him, the countless spirit veins suddenly shook, and channels of heaven and earth yuan qi, pure to the extreme, surged into Yin Ba's body like a tidal wave. Boom! In the next moment, Yin Ba's eyes snapped open, shooting out a divine light. Although his face was still pale, his entire aura was completely different from when he was unconscious. And at that moment, not far away, Yin Chun and the others were thrilled to see him awaken. Not without bowing in unison and worshipping. Yin Chun couldn't help but exhale as well, and a hint of relief appeared above his old face. God bless the Yin family. The family head has finally awakened. Chapter 87. Angry to the point of vomiting blood, unconscious again. In the void, Yin Ba's lying body slowly rose up and turned into a cross-legged sitting position. Afterward, he turned his head to look at Yin Chun and the others and sighed. It's just a little bit closer to not waking up at all. Father is blessed and will be fine. That Yin Tian hurriedly burrowed out from the crowd and opened his mouth. Yin Ba glanced at him and nodded without saying anything. Family master, has the old ancestor really fallen? At that moment, Yin Chun pondered slightly. then asked. When Inba heard this, a rare flash of fear could not help but appear on his face for a long time before he gently nodded his head. There was a moment of silence from the In family. Although they had already known about this result in their hearts, it was still a bit hard to accept when they heard the family head confirm it at this time. The Sacred Clan. The reason why it was called the Sacred Clan largely stemmed from the fact that there were sacred human realm powerhouses sitting in the clan. Now that the saint had fallen, could the In family really still hold on to the title of the Sacred Clan? Has anything happened to the family in the time I've been in a coma? Inba shook his head and opened his mouth to ask. When the In family heard him ask this, they couldn't help but look at each other. I don't know what to say. The In family is not only something damn disgraceful disgrace. Ahem. What? Do you no longer have me in your eyes as the head of the family? Inba saw that the crowd was silent. His brows suddenly frowned, coughed and snapped. The family head rests his anger. Something did happen to the family during this period of time. Unable to do anything about it, In Chun stepped forward and slowly talked about what had happened to the In family. This included them arranging In Yenran's marriage with the In Yang Heavenly Palace, as well as Yi Lang's sudden appearance, In Yenran's separation from the In family, and causing the In family to lose face. In the void, In Ba's body could not help but tremble slightly as he listened to In Chun's narration. That Yi Lang with a Zun realm mole cricket dares to snatch the marriage in public, even if he is the In Yang Heavenly Palace master. He has not put the In family in his eyes too much, and In Yenran even publicly announced to withdraw from the In family. My In family has always only expelled the children from the family was even disliked, also made a mess of the entire central heavenly domain known to everyone. Me? Where is my face? In Ba's tone was sorrowful with anger in it, and he spoke with a trembling voice. He, In Ba, had been invincible for a lifetime, and how had the In family ever been so humiliated under that leadership of his? Also, In Yenran was nothing but a dispensable daughter of the concubine in his eyes. How dare she follow someone else to elope and do something to break away from the In family? But, under the knot of anger, In Ba touched the injuries in his body and couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood mist. Family master, are you alright? In Chun was shocked and asked with concern. Father, you must not be angry. You must recover early. That Yi Lang beat and scolded my child. Only father can do it for my child. At this time, In Long also stood out from the crowd. His tone aggrieved. Although he was at the Emperor Realm cultivation level, he had lived under the shade of the In family and In Baz since he was young, and had gotten used to looking for his family and his father when things went wrong. Useless. Put. When In Ba heard this, he immediately reached out and pointed at In Long in a distant manner and angrily rebuked. Once again, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Subsequently, the injuries within his body could no longer be tensed, and under the backlash In Ba's consciousness suddenly fell directly into darkness, and his entire body fell downwards. Originally In Ba had been angered by In Chun's words, and now that In Long had opened his mouth in a condescending manner, how could In Ba still stand it? How can you have the nerve to say that when you're in the Emperor Realm and you're being beaten and scolded by a Zun Realm? It could be said that In Long's words directly became the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing In Ba to no longer be able to hold on. Master of the house. When In Chun saw In Ba fall, he panicked and quickly reached out, striking out a true essence to drag In Ba down and slowly place him on top of the spirit vein. Is the householder alright? What's wrong with the family head? Seems to be unconscious again. What can be done about it? The people of the In family saw In Ba's eyes close tightly, and the previous pressure disappeared once again, so they couldn't help but worry. In Chun's divine thoughts probed through In Ba's body and found that the already stabilized injuries in his body had once again rebounded, even more severely than before. In Ba's entire life force was severely drained. In a short time, I'm afraid I can't wake up again. In the void, In Chun couldn't help but be silent for a while, incomparably unsightly. The hope that the In family had just raised is going to be gone. Escort In Long to the dungeon and face the wall for 30 years. In Chun dropped a sentence in a gloomy tone. Then his figure flashed and disappeared. Several figures drilled out of the void, framing In Long and dragging him into the distance. Great Elder, why is this? What did I do wrong? In Long was confused and struggled with his hands as he exclaimed. The several In family members who were holding him had a strong attitude, and they shot out to seal his cultivation. And one of them said in a cold voice, if it weren't for the stupid things you said, why would the family head fall into a coma again? In Long couldn't help but freeze in place when he heard that. Can you blame me? Didn't the elder say anything? You didn't make my father bleed? In Long's heart slandered, but did not dare to say more. Meanwhile, the In Yang Heavenly Palace. Yi Lang was in great spirits after his battle with In Yenran. Then he went out of the secret room, ready to get some information about the specific powerhouses of the In Yang Heavenly Palace in order to analyze who might be the murderer of Li Wu'er. Inside the palace, Yi Lang was not worried about his safety because the old ancestor of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace was currently slumbering in the small world of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. As a disciple of the elder ancestor, in the event of an accident, the murderer would never be able to escape the eyes of the elder ancestor. Speaking of which, when am I going to meet this saintly master of mine? Yi Lang secretly muttered. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, it was just that even though he was a disciple of a saint, he couldn't see the other side without a saint's summons. Shaking his head, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it, and his figure headed towards the distance. Not long after, Yi Lang arrived at the depths of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, before a large hall. This place was called the Soul Lamp Hall. It was where the soul lamps of all the disciples of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace were stored, and it also had the information of all the strongest people in the sect archived. The one who manages this place is an elder of the Yang division named Lu Rinjia, at the fourth turning Great Emperor realm. Since guarding the Soul Lantern Hall was a heavy duty, that's why he didn't join the other elders to greet Yi Lang last time. See you, Palace Master. As soon as Yi Lang arrived, the disciple who was watching the door in front of the Soul and other halls recognized him and bowed his head to greet him. After Yi Lang arrived at the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, Xianyanzi sent down information about Yi Lang's appearance to the entire Yin Bu and announced that Yi Lang was the new generation of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's Palace Master, and the identity of Yi Lang's saintly disciple. Tian Yangzi also followed, announcing Yi Lang's identity in the Yang division. So in today's Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, no matter what the disciples in the palace thought in their hearts, but on the surface, anyone had to recognize Yi Lang as the Palace Master. In front of the Soul Lantern Hall, Yi Lang waved his hand at them and walked into the hall. You are Yi Lang? Inside the Grand Hall, a red-faced middle-aged man, looking at Yi Lang who walked in, skimmed his mouth and asked, Chapter 88 Defeating Lu Rinjia, Killing the Chicken to Warn the Monkey. Aha! Yi Lang froze and couldn't help but measure the red-faced middle-aged man across from him, also known as Lu Rinjia, smiled, then opened his mouth to reply. That's right, I am Yi Lang. I would like to ask Elder Lu to make it easy for me to look at the specific information of the clan's strongest members. I've just arrived and I'm not too familiar with the clan. Before he came, Yi Lang did understand a bit and knew the name of Lu Rinjia. Humph. When Lu Rinjia heard this, he indeed did not give face to Yi Lang, the patriarch, and directly snorted coldly before opening his mouth. The information of the clan's strongest members is confidential. Not just anyone can read it. Yi Lang couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard this. This person seemed to be targeting him? In an instant, a series of thoughts crossed Yi Lang's mind. Did this Lu Rinjia look at him with disfavor? Or was he instructed to specifically come to make things difficult for him as the patriarch? Is the person behind him the murderer who assassinated Li Wu? Oh, I'm the Palace Master. Is there anything in the palace that I can't see? Yi Lang came back to his senses and asked again. So what if you're the Palace Master? You've only been in the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace for a few days. What kind of big-tailed wolf are you pretending to be in front of this elder? If this elder says I won't show you, you won't be able to. Lorenja's attitude was strong and skittish. In the Great Hall, there were still a few people from the Yang Ministry who were responsible for assisting in guarding this place, and when they saw this scene, they all secretly laughed, and no one opened their mouths. Yi Lang came out of nowhere and overrode everyone in the entire Yin Yang Heavenly Palace as soon as he arrived, and on the contrary, his cultivation level wasn't even high. Naturally, there are many who are not convinced by him. Yi Lang's eyes swept over the faces of everyone in the hall, thinking that this group of people were trying to embarrass me. Also strike. First arrived. Do not kill the chicken to make an example of, and no one will eye this Palace Master in the eyes, then how can things still be investigated? Yi Lang shook his head and made a decision in his heart. With that, he squinted at Lorenja and opened his mouth. What if I have to see it? When Lu Rinjia heard this, a trace of disdain flashed across his face, and his body's aura revealed itself slightly. The entire space within the Great Hall was shaken. Bold. You're a mere Yang Minister elder. First you unreasonably blocked this Palace Master, and now you dare to try to take a shot at me. You're really drifting if this Palace Master doesn't educate you for your Yang Division head. Yi Lang's face was solemn as he shouted. Inside the Great Hall, those several Yang Department martial artists, seeing the situation, their hearts and minds were suddenly in great gluttony. They could not help but give birth to a trace of submissiveness to Yi Lang, and even slowly lowered their heads. Not only them, Lu Rinjia was also trembling inwardly at this moment. Shocked by Yi Lang's words, the disdain on his face dissipated and he froze slightly. This, naturally, was the effect of the combination of Yi Lang's big brother temperament and aura in full bloom. However, he was, after all, a powerhouse of the Fourth Revolution's Great Emperor realm. His cultivation far surpassed that of Yi Lang, and he quickly wiped away the vague thoughts of submission from his mind. Then, with a furious face, he looked at Yi Lang, and a huge amount of true essence surged from his body. Speak up. This elder has come to educate you down, you brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. And at this time, inside the great hall, beside Yi Lang's body, there had long stood a huge figure appeared. It was the devil puppet. Seeing that Lu Rinjia really wanted to strike at him, Yi Lang was no longer polite, but the extreme cold was instantly unleashed. Lu Rinjia immediately felt that he was unable to use all of his own means, and it was as if the true essence in his body had failed to work. The laws comprehended also seemed to have disappeared. This? Lu Rinjia looked horrified, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. Armor breaker. Yi Lang mentally bellowed again and designated the armor breaker on the demon puppet. In the next moment, the devil puppet's gigantic figure flickered and blasted out an unrelenting punch towards Lu Rinjia. Rumble. The fist shadow broke through the air, and even though the hall was guarded by a prohibition, the space still broke through a crack. Lu Rinjia looked at this horrible circle. His heart was shocked, but at the moment he was in the midst of being extremely cold. His means were out of order, and he was completely unable to avoid it. Next moment, the devil puppet's huge fist blasted onto Lu Rinjia, and the defensive armor worn by the latter was as if it was useless, as the superimposed 10 times of the devil puppet's attacking power landed directly on him. Bang! A huge explosive sound resounded, and Lu Rinjia's body flew directly backwards, smashing down in the depths of the great hall, before the countless soul lanterns. Again, it was rebounded by the barrier in front of the soul lamp and landed miserably on the ground. Vomit. A large mouthful of blood was spat out from Lu Rinjia's mouth. At this time, his entire clothing had been torn, and his breath was messy and shriveled. 10 times the attack power, plus an armor-ignoring magic puppet strike, and being extremely cold but locked out of other means. In this situation, even if his cultivation was 1 turn higher than the demon puppet, it was impossible for him to resist with just his physical body. At this time, Yi Lang maneuvered the demon puppet to follow himself to the front of Lu Rinjia, squatted down, patted his face and asked, "Can I see it now?" Lu Rinjia's face was in shock. The whole person had not recovered. At this time, when he heard Yi Lang's words, his heart did not have shame and anger to the extreme. A 4th-turned Great Emperor was killed in a single move. Ahem. You, me. Lu Rinjia coughed up blood while speaking in a broken voice. When Yi Lang saw that he looked like he was about to die, he couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable about striking him. Shaking his head, he stood up and walked over to a few other people in the Great Hall and spoke. "Come on. Find out the identity information of the clan's strongest person and show it to me." A few martial artists from the young division were still in shock and daze at this point, and they hurriedly nodded their heads at the words. Moving extremely nimbly, from the depths of the hall, he retrieved a bunch of jade slips and handed them to Yi Lang. "Palace Master. You see." Yi Lang smiled and took the jade brief, walked to the side and sat down with a big swing, and looked at the content of the jade brief. Not long after, outside the Soul Lantern Hall, 2 streams of light flashed in. It was the duo of Xianin Zi and Tianyan Zi. The Palace Master is a disciple of the old ancestor. How dare you make a move against him? Xianin Zi's gaze was unkind as he stared at Tianyan Zi. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Why would I, Tianyan Zi, take action against the Palace Master? Tianyan Zi's face was expressionless as he retorted. "Humph." Xianin Zi let out a cold snort, then took a step toward the hall. "Palace Master, are you alright?" Xianin Zi walked into the Great Hall and asked. At this time, the fact that Yi Lang had a fight with Lu Rinjia and defeated him had already spread in the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace. He and Xianyan Zi, too, had received the news, and that's why they rushed here. Yi Lang sniffed. His divine thoughts exited from within the jade brief and shook his head. "I'm fine. It's good that the Palace Master is fine. It's the old man who was not strict in his discipline. I didn't expect this guy to dare to disrespect the Palace Master. When we return, I will definitely punish Lu Rinjia severely." Tianyan Zi also walked in at this time and said in a deep voice. However, when his line of sight landed on the back of the Great Hall, on the miserable-looking Lu Rinjia, he froze. Although he had long known that Lu Rinjia had lost, but how could he not expect that the whole thing was so bad? Chapter 89, The Sage's Call. Meeting the Master. Inside the Soul Lantern Hall, Yi Lang put away the jade slip, his face unreadable as he stared at the Tianyan Zi duo. If he didn't show up, the ones most likely to be in charge in the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace would undoubtedly be these two. Therefore, these two had the most motive to be the killers of Li Wu'er. But that's just his guess. Yi Lang remembered again the information about the powerful people he had just read, and he realized that in today's Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, there were far more powerful people in the Yang section than in the Yin Bu. Moreover, the Lu Rinjia who struck out at him this time was from the Yang department, which made Yi Lang, at the bottom of his heart, have so much suspicion towards Tianyan Zi. But it's just a hint. There's no evidence of anything or anyone today. He couldn't even confirm in his mind who had the problem. Elder Lu was also impulsive, so the head of the ministry should stop punishing him. Yi Lang smiled gently and returned, twisting his head to look at Lu Rinjia. He thought to himself that Elder Lu wouldn't be able to hold up any longer if he was punished. Yes, Tian Yangzi withdrew his gaze and nodded. His eyes went to Yi Lang, and the demon puppet on the side. With his vision, it wasn't difficult to see the strength of the demon puppet, and he couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. How did Yi Lang manage to do this, relying on a Third Revolution's Great Emperor Realm demon puppet to beat Lu Rinjia to this state? Xianyin on the side similarly had the same doubts as him. As for Yi Lang himself, he was completely ignored by them. How could Yi Lang's cultivation at the Zun realm possibly intervene in a battle at the level of a great emperor? Alright, I've pretty much read the information on the clan's strongest person, so I'll go back here. Yi Lang stood up, returned the jade slips in his hand to the several Yan division martial artists, gave birth to a lazy waste, and intended to leave. However, at that moment, a voice transmission suddenly sounded in his mind, an old but infinitely majestic voice. Disciple, since you're back, come to master. Yi Lang was stunned. Call him pupil? Isn't that the saint? Let me ask, where does the old ancestor? No, my master live? Yi Lang turned around and asked the Xianyin duo. The duo froze as Xianyin opened his mouth. The old ancestor sleeps in the small world for years. Has the palace master forgotten? Why does the palace master ask this? Master Fong summoned me and told me to go find him. Yi Lang did not hide it. Instead, he secretly observed the expressions of the two. Only a hint of delight was hidden on Xianyin face, while Tian Yangzi's face was expressionless. Could it really be him? In Yi Lang's heart, he secretly muttered a sentence. Since it's the old ancestor's summons, then palace master, hurry up and go. The place where the old ancestor sleeps is equipped with a forbidden system, and after the palace master enters the small world, he will be guided there by himself. Xianyin said with a delighted face. Yi Lang nodded, then with his gaze on Tian Yangzi's face, he left the Soul Lantern Hall and headed for the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace small world. Soon, Yi Lang came to the outside of the small world, now that he was the palace master. Naturally, no one dared to stop him, and he entered the small world very smoothly. After Yi Lang entered the small world, the disciples outside guarding the entrance couldn't help but whisper, "He is Yi Lang." "No, palace master. I heard that he injured Elder Lu who was guarding the Soul Lantern Hall." "That's right. This matter is all over the news now. The two ministries have been alarmed. It can't be false. It's too fierce. Isn't it true that he's only at the Zun realm cultivation level? That's unknown. But think about it, the palace master is the disciple of an old ancestor. So who knows what cards he has?" While the crowd was discussing, Yi Lang had already been swept up by a haze of light and disappeared. Yin and Yang Heavenly Palace. Deep in the small world, above a stone wall engraved with a huge Taiji diagram, Yi Lang's figure appeared out of thin air. What a dense Yin and Yang power. Yi Lang stood on the Taiji diagram and muttered. As soon as he arrived here, the Yin-Yang Bible in his body that originated from this identity, and which he had practiced, instantly and involuntarily operated. Countless heaven and earth energy as well as the power of Yin and Yang were sucked into his dantian. In this matter, the Taiji diagram above the stone wall slowly disappeared and turned into a huge face. The appearance was that of an old man. The moment this face appeared, this heaven and earth seemed to suddenly tremble, as if expressing its submission to the old man. "Yi Lang, you finally came back." The old man, with his face, opened his mouth. When Yi Lang saw this, his heart shook, knowing that this was a saint. Then he hurriedly bowed his head in obeisance. "Apprentice Yi Long Darkness, meet master." "Well, the peak of the Zun realm. It's a bit of a waste of your holy body talent, but all these years you weren't in the central heavenly domain and straight away to cultivate. Even though you are carrying the myriad martial arts that was passed down to you by your master back then, it's not bad to have this cultivation level." The old man, the Yin-Yang sage, continued to speak. In his memories, more than 10 years ago, he had also traveled to explore that great sage's tomb and brought Yi Lang, who was, at that time, still not very old, along with him. However, the great sage's tomb was incredibly dangerous. Even with his saintly cultivation, he was nearly shipwrecked and had to use the method of spatial teleportation to transmit Yi Lang to the rest of the Nine Heavens continent. The 9 domains of the Nine Heavens continent are vast, and he was later injured, so he never went out to look for Yi Lang. In front of the stone wall, Yi Lang heard the eyes of the Yin-Yang sage and did not dare to say anything more, just secretly sighing. This unlimited identity system is really worthy of being a diving system. It's just awesome. How dare you live to add a memory to the mind of a saint? Make his appearance in the slightest. Originally, Master was planning to have Li Wu'er go and retrieve you, but as the world would have it, he fell. At this time, the yin-yang sage exclaimed a sentence. When Yi Lang heard this, his heart stirred and he slightly pondered, then opened his mouth. Master, Palace Master's death may have been something else. After my disciple returned, I had checked within the palace, and the Palace Master did not fall when he was out of the great sacred tomb at that time, but rather, he accidentally fell on his way back to the palace. Not only that, at that time, all those who came out with the Palace Master, none of them survived. You have to know that at that time, there were strong people from the palace who had gone to greet them early. This makes the disciple very suspicious if someone had assassinated the Palace Master. On the stone wall, the face of the yin-yang sage sniffed, and there was a moment of silence. 3 years ago, he was in the stage of slumbering and recuperating from his injuries, and was actually not clear about the exact course of this matter. At this moment, hearing Yi Lang say this, he also had some doubts in his heart. Li Wu'er was a 9 revolutions great emperor realm powerhouse, and he had all but run out of the great sacred tomb only to die on the way. It does seem a bit puzzling. Do you have any leads? The yin-yang sage asked. If the matter was conclusive and within the yin-yang heavenly palace, someone dared to assassinate the Palace Master, then he would never rest. Yi Lang pondered for a while, then opened his mouth. The disciples have been back for a short time and have no proof yet, but in the heavenly palace, there are only so many people who are capable of assassinating the Palace Master. Chapter 90, please, dive for a breakthrough. On the stone wall, the yin-yang sage's face sniffed, and his eyes couldn't help but shrink slightly. Are you saying, it's the Xianyin-Zi duo? But both of them are 8-turn great emperor cultivation, is now the heavenly palace in addition to the teacher, the strongest 2 people, representing the 2 departments of yin and yang. There is no evidence, by no means nonsense. The words of the yin-like saints sounded out. If one were to speak in terms of motives, the 2 people within the heavenly palace who were most likely to mend fences against Li Wu'er were indeed Xianyin-Zi and Tianyang-Zi, and this point could naturally be thought of by the yin-yang sage as well. But as he had said, Xianyin-Zi and Tianyang-Zi were not minor characters. Even if it was the yin-yang sage, it was impossible to move them without a reason. Yi Lang couldn't help but fall silent when he heard this. His heart was also feeling a bit tricky. The difficulty of this mission was even harder than he had imagined. The one who was able to assassinate Li Wu'er must not be an ordinary martial artist. His methods were unimaginable, and even if he had a suspect, it would be futile if he couldn't produce any evidence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We can only take one step at a time. Yi Lang shook his head and then spoke. What Master said is true. Disciple naturally won't suspect the 2 ministries indiscriminately. It's just that if it wasn't for Palace Master bringing Disciple back to the heavenly palace back then, there wouldn't be a Disciple today. That's why Disciple will take his time to get to the bottom of this matter. The identity that the system had arranged for him was the one that was brought back to the yin-yang heavenly palace by Li Wu'er. So it made sense for Yi Lang to say that. The yin-yang sage nodded gently, and his pale voice returned. I have high hopes for Earless, and originally thought that he would have a chance to certify as a saint if he was truly assassinated. Then I won't let him off the hook. My main body is still sleeping now. This matter is in your hands. I gift you a yin-yang shin light. One for body protection, which can save your life when you are living or dying, so that you won't meet with an untimely end. Secondly, this Shen light contains my senses and can help you quickly advance to the Imperial realm. As soon as his words fell, a mysterious yellow light drilled out from within the stone wall, heading straight for Yi Lang's brow. Yi Lang was slightly stunned, and that light had already drilled into his sea of consciousness from his heavenly soul cap. In the next moment, Yi Lang felt countless martial arts insights suddenly appearing in his mind, and the yin-yang Bible in his body unconsciously operated. A person's cultivation level had actually risen by a large margin in an instant. Not only that, the countless martial arts insights were laying the foundation for his future cultivation, and the benefits were far more than just boosting his cultivation a little bit. Is this the way of the saints? Sure is mysterious and powerful. Yi Lang was secretly shocked in his heart. Disciple thanks Master. Yi Lang hurriedly bowed his thanks to the yin-yang sage. He could feel that the other party was really treating him as a disciple and did not have the slightest bit of malice. It was precisely because of this that Yi Lang had discussed his suspicion of the Tianyang-Zi duo with him. The identity given by the system just works. This mission must be accomplished somehow. Such a big backer. We can't let him get away. Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. If he couldn't complete the task of finding out the murderer, then after 100 days, the system would be unbound and his identity would cease to exist. The yin-yang sage wouldn't give a damn about him. Why do you need to be polite with me? After absorbing this arcane light, your cultivation is only a thread away from the imperial realm. This place is thick with the laws of yin and yang, and the yuan qi of heaven and earth is even more pure, so you can raise your cultivation to the imperial realm here first. A faint smile appeared on the yin-yang sage's face as he said amiably. Yi Lang pondered slightly in his heart. With the cultivation that the yin-yang sage had boosted for him just now, and with his current cultivation speed, along with this environment, it shouldn't take long. Then he nodded and agreed. By the way, Master, Disciple has a confidant who is now within the yin-yang heavenly palace, and she doesn't know that Disciple has come here to dive into cultivation. Can you let her come in to cultivate as well? Yi Lang thought of Yin Yan ran outside and asked again. May. Afterward, Yi Lang sent a voice transmission to Yin Yan Ran, asking the latter to come and find him in the middle of the small world. With his current status as the Heavenly Palace Master plus a sage disciple, naturally no one dared to say anything. Soon, Yi Lang and Yin Yan ran together, according to the stone wall not far away, opened up a small dojo, began to dive into cultivation. Inside the cave, Yi Lang slowly operated the Yin Yang Bible. Boom! As soon as he moved, countless heaven and earth yuan qi within the entire small world instantly surged madly towards him, forming a huge vortex in the sky. This horrifying scene of yuan qi gathering instantly made the few hidden powerhouses of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace who had been cultivating in other parts of the cell world notice it and then were shocked. What's going on? Heaven and earth yuan qi was actually pulled away in full. Over there is where the old ancestor is sleeping. Could it be that the old ancestor has awakened? No. If it's the old ancestor awakening, the commotion must be much greater than this. If my guess is right, this should be that palace master cultivating. The divine thoughts of the hidden powerhouses intertwined and secretly exchanged words. At this moment, the power of the laws of yin and yang that existed around the place where Yi Lang was also attracted by his holy body, surrounding and coalescing around him. Boom! A huge Taiji diagram emerged underneath Yi Lang. The scene was extremely spectacular. Not far from Yi Lang, Yin Yanran couldn't help but secretly smack her lips. This cultivation scene was a little too amazing. Did he used to be afraid of revealing his identity and kept his talent hidden? Yin Yanran secretly guessed. Discouraged by the stone wall, the doppelganger left behind by the Yin Yang sage was also secretly paying attention to Yi Lang, and when he sensed his cultivation speed, he couldn't help but be surprised as well. He was no stranger to the Yin Yang sacred body and knew that this type of physique cultivated extremely fast, especially when combined with the Yin Yang Bible. It was even harder for anyone to reach. But Yi Lang, this cultivation speed is also a little too fast. If Yi Lang knew what he was thinking, he would definitely smile slightly. Are you kidding? 10 times the absorption speed of yuan qi. Is that for nothing? Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a month had passed. During this time, Yi Lang had been in latent cultivation. Extremely superior our cultivation environment, coupled with the addition of Yi Lang's yin yang saint body and 10 times yuan qi absorption, allowing Yi Lang's cultivation, once again, to skyrocket. On this day, within the small world, on top of the open space not far from the stone wall, Yi Lang hung over the Taiji diagram, his aura rising to the extreme. A wisp of pressure faintly emanated from him. It was the pressure belonging to an emperor. Next moment, rumble, a loud vibration came out from within Yi Lang, and the heaven and earth yuan qi in the entire small world surged towards Yi Lang like a mud cow into the sea at this instant. All into him. Those hidden powerhouses in the small world couldn't help but all raise their heads to look at the place where Yi Lang was. A breakthrough. What a fast cultivation speed. A thought flashed through the hearts of all the powerful people at the same time. Phew. Finally broke through to Emperor. Yi Lang got up and stood in the void, clenched his fist, and lightly exhaled. Chapter 91, Saints supporting the Xianin. All along, the cultivation of the principal body had been Yi Lang's shortcoming, and now that he had broken through to the Emperor, although it was still not enough to look at compared to those in the Emperor realm, great emperors and whatnot, but finally, another important step has been taken. In the void, Yi Lang felt the surging power in his body for a while, then returned to his senses and sank his mind into the system chat group, opened the personal page. Group leader, Yilong. Cultivation, early imperial realm. Binding system, dislike system, main, choice system, unlimited identity system. Skills, armor of damage reduction, extreme cold, enchanted body, ears of eavesdropping, armor breaking hand. Special abilities, charisma enhancement, full aura, big brother aura, 10 times the speed of Genki absorption. Authority, LV4, 180/2000. Since he had been promoted to the 4th level of authority, the number of times he had used the system wasn't too many, so by now the authority points had only accumulated 180 points. It was a long way from being promoted to the 5th level of authority. To be honest, nowadays Yi Lang was looking forward to the higher permissions in the back, for no other reason. After feeling the power of the diving system, Yi Lang couldn't wait to bind the diving system. Congratulations, you've broken through the imperial realm. At this time, Yin Yenran flashed from a short distance away, a hint of a smile on her clear and stunning face as she opened her mouth. During this period of time, Yin Yenran's cultivation had also increased quite a bit, but for her, what was more important was that sensing in a place close to the saints all had great benefits for controlling the laws. Yi Lang's mind exited the chat group and landed beside Yin Yenran in a good mood. Looking at her coquettish smile, he couldn't help but lower his head to it and barfed on Yin Yenran's red lips. Wife, wait here for a moment. I'll talk to master and we'll go out. Yi Lang lowered his head and then his body flashed in front of the stone wall. I didn't expect that in just less than a month's work. You've made a breakthrough. It's really a bit out of my master's expectation. The face of the Yin Yang sage manifested above the stone wall, his old voice carrying a touch of surprise. Without master's assistance, I don't know when I would have been able to advance to the imperial realm. Yi Lang shook his head and laughed with a humble attitude. Oh, is good. Since you have broken through, you should go out of the small world first. Now that you are the palace master, you also need to try to manage the affairs of the palace. If there is anyone in the heavenly palace who is not convinced by you as the palace master, they can transmit their voice to me, the divine spirit. The Yin Yang sage's tone carried satisfaction, and then he spoke again. Yi Lang's heart was once again happy when he heard this. With these words from the Yin Yang sage, he was instantly at ease in his heart. There were only more than 70 days before the time given by the system, so Yi Lang was now anxious to find out the murderer who assassinated Li Wu'er. At that time, he would inevitably offend that real murderer, and with the Yin Yang sage as his backing, his bottom line was suddenly much stronger. Then the disciple will take his leave first. Yi Lang arched his hand at the stone wall and said goodbye. Then he turned around and flashed to Yin Yenran's side, taking the ladder with him, and flew towards the outside of the small world. On the way, Yi Lang was not idle, but was thinking about where to start. Before I appeared, the power of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace has always been held by Tianyang Zi, so it seems that Tianyang is undoubtedly more suspicious. Yi Lang's mind turned, and he thought of that Wang Meng, who was the saint's son of the Yang department, and that Lu Rinjia, who was also an elder of the Yang department. Thinking like this, Yi Lang couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart, and his mind thought about what to do. Soon after, Yi Lang and Yin Yenran came out from the small world. Yen Yen, you go back first. I'm going to find Xin Yinzi for something. Yi Lang patted Yin Yenran's hand and said softly, if something happens, send a message to me. Yin Yenran didn't ask any more questions. She just instructed and headed to the other side. Yi Lang was now the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace master, so he naturally had his own palace to live in. After Yin Yenran left, Yi Lang's eyes sank slightly. Then he flashed, flying towards the Yinbu Hall. At this moment, Xian Yinzi was with several Yinbu elders, gathered in the middle of the main hall, and Yinbu Saint's son Zhang Wuluo was also among them, head of the ministry. Now that the palace master has returned, but the Yang ministry still holds the power within the palace in their hands. Some disciples are still reacting to the fact that their cultivation resources have been appropriated quite a bit. Inside the main hall, a Yinbu elder said with a dissatisfied face, now that the Yang ministry is powerful, what can we do? The other man shook his head and spoke in a despondent tone. Xian Yinzi sat on top of the main seat, and his face was also gloomy. Ever since Li Wu'er, as well as many Yinbu powerhouses fell in the line of the Great Sacred Tomb 3 years ago, Tianyang Zi had placed the power of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace in his hands. In particular, the distribution of cultivation resources for the disciples in the palace was tilted drastically in favor of the Yang division, leading to complaints from the Yinbu disciples. If this goes on for a long time, the strength of the entire Yinbu will definitely be pulled further and further away from the Yang ministry. How can he, as the head of the ministry, not be worried? But there wasn't much he could do about this phenomenon. For one thing, Yinbu was far less powerful than the Yang division nowadays, and for another, although he and Tianyangzi were both 8th-turned great emperors, Tianyangzi wasn't far away from 9th-turned great emperors, and his strength was still above his. At this moment, Xianninzi's eyebrows suddenly twitched. Then he stood up and looked outside the hall. Isn't the palace master in the middle of a small world, diving into cultivation? Why would he have the time to come here? Xianninzi's figure flashed to the front of the great hall, and he said to Yi Lang, who had flown in from the distance, when you're done practicing, you come out. Yi Lang waved his hand and returned. Only then did Xianninzi notice that Yi Lang's cultivation level was already at the early stage of the imperial realm. Head of Zhenbu, I'm looking for you for something. Let's talk inside. Yi Lang spoke again and stepped towards the hall. Greetings, palace master. Inside the great hall, all the Yinbu elders opened their mouths. Yi Lang noticed that their expressions were all tinged with some sadness. His heart was slightly moved, but his face did not move. There's no harm in saying what the palace master has to say. Xianninzi came in behind him and asked bluntly, it's not that big of a deal. As head of the Xian department and all the elders know, I'm new to the Heavenly Palace, and even though I have the name of Palace Master, I'm unfamiliar with the matters of all sizes within the Heavenly Palace. Plus, my cultivation level is not high, making it difficult for me to manage the Norse Heavenly Palace. Speaking here, Yi Lang's tone paused slightly before continuing. That's why I want to hand over the management of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace to Yin Bu, and from now on, head of the Xian department will temporarily exercise the rights of the Palace Master on my behalf. As Yi Lang's words fell, the crowd in the hall froze, and then their breathing became rapid. The eyes of that Saint Sun Zhang fell even brighter. Only Shen Yinzi's face was still able to remain composed, and after a slight silence for a while, he then said, I'm grateful for the Palace Master's love, but I'm only the head of a department. How can I manage the entire Heavenly Palace? Please Palace Master take back the name. Yi Lang was slightly stunned. His eyes were on Shen Yinzi's face for a while. Seeing that his face was sincere, he couldn't help but nod in his heart. Then, with a slight smile, he continued, the head of the ministry mustn't refuse, and the fact that I'm asking the head of the ministry to manage on my behalf is only temporary. When my cultivation comes up, I'll still have to be the head of this palace on my own. The head of the ministry would be doing me a favor. Shen Yinzi sniffed, pondered for a while again, and added, in that case, I would be willing to do the Palace Master this favor. It's just that nowadays, the important affairs of the Palace Master are in the hands of the young ministry. I'm afraid they won't listen to me if the old man intervenes rashly. Oh, and what if there is this? Yi Lang raised an eyebrow as a token appeared in his hand. The very same jade token that represented the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's Palace Master. Chapter 92 Undercurrents. Sleeping to get stronger. This, Xianxi looked at the token and was stunned. This is the Palace Master's token. Anyone from the Heavenly Palace, seeing the token is like seeing the Palace Master, and must follow orders, correct? Yi Lang cupped the jade tablet in his hand and laughed. Xianxi nodded, and the expressions of the elders in the Great Hall were bursting with anticipation. There's no way they can't look forward to it. They've been bullied too hard by Yangbu for the past 3 years. Now if the head of the ministry could temporarily manage the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace in place of the Palace Master, then their Yin Bu's situation would undoubtedly be reversed. With that, Yi Lang handed the token in his hand to Xian Yinzi, and at the same time willed his body close to him and quietly said, the head of the ministry let go of his hands. The master is now in slumber, but has also been paying attention to the palace. With the master, there will not be any problems. When Xian Yinzi heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up slightly as well, and a trace of delight couldn't help but appear on his face. Yi Lang had been secretly observing his expression, and when he saw him like this, he basically had no more doubts in his heart about Xian Yinzi. Imagine if Xian Yinzi was the one who assassinated Li Wu'er, then he would definitely be yearning for control of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. But Xian Yinzi didn't seem to have this kind of behavior. Instead, they pushed back and didn't look like they were trying to get away with it. What's more, if he was the murderer, hearing the news that the Yin Yang sage was within the concerned palace wouldn't necessarily make him panic, but it would never make him happy, because from the Yin Yang sage's perspective, he would never tolerate the assassination of a powerhouse of the 9 revolutions great emperor realm. In that case, the biggest remaining suspect is Tian Yangzi, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. In fact, he originally thought the same thing, otherwise he wouldn't have come here to look for Xian Yinzi. The purpose of his doing so was to see if he could force him to resist revealing his fox's tail by seizing the power in Tian Yangzi's hands, thus finding a way to seize the evidence. And through the conversation with Xian Yinzi just now, Yi Lang's heart was just more certain about this speculation of his. Of course, with the situation in the Heavenly Palace today, it wasn't hard to have this guess, but that wasn't to say that the task was easy, because it's not possible for Yi Lang to guess that Tian Yangzi is the murderer on the line. What's needed is evidence. Then I'll go back first, and I'll trouble the head of the ministry to take care of the Heavenly Palace. Yi Lang withdrew his mind and cupped his fists to Xian Yinzi. By the way, if there's any situation in the palace, please ask the head of the ministry to send someone to inform me. Before leaving, Yi Lang instructed a sentence and said. With that, he flashed his body and headed for his palace. After he left, the great hall became noisy. Head of the ministry, now we'll finally be able to turn over a new leaf. That's right, with the palace master's token in hand. What name does Yang Bu have to be in charge of important matters within the palace? It's time to spit out the cultivation resources owed to us. The faces of all the Yinbu elders were filled with joy as they said. Soon, an order issued in the name of the palace master spread throughout the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, announcing that from today onwards, the new palace master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, Yi Lang, will temporarily hand over the rights of the palace master to the head of the Yin New Division, Xian Yinzi, and that the Heavenly Palace disciples will see him as if he were the palace master. Once this order was issued, the entire yin-yang heavenly palace was in an uproar. In the middle of the Yang Ministry's main hall, all the Yang ministerial elders gathered at the second time. All of them were full of discontent and discussing. The heavenly palace has always been managed by us, and now Xianyin Zi doesn't know what method he used to coax the Jilang to be happy, and even became the acting palace master. It's simply outrageous. We are not convinced. What strength does he, Yin Bu, have to override us? At that moment, a silhouette flashed from the distant sky and entered the great hall. It was the saint son of the Yang Ministry, Wang Mang. Pass on the master's order that no one from the Yang division shall disobey the palace master's order and henceforth follow the acting palace master's arrangements. After Wang Mang entered the great hall, he opened his mouth. After saying that, he didn't stay much longer and just left. Ever since the Yin family returned, Wang Mang's character had become much more somber than before, and he was reticent to speak. After he left, the young minister elders in the hall couldn't help but look at each other. But in the end, no one dared to disobey Tian Yangzi's order, and each dispersed. And at this moment, in the yin-yang heavenly palace, in a hidden secret room, two silhouettes were standing opposite each other. I'll sort him out? One of the figures hissed and spoke. The other man shook his head and said, you can't move him within the heavenly palace, otherwise it will be hard to escape that old thing's eyes. Wait for the opportunity. On the other hand, after Yi Lang returned to the palace where he lived, he first exercised and exchanged feelings with Yin Yenran. Yin Yenran was stunningly beautiful and had an extremely good figure, making Yi Lang infatuated beyond measure. On the bed, the two of them leaned against each other in an embrace, enjoying the afterglow of the aftermath. What a surprise! How I've fallen from you, little one. Yin Yenran's face was flushed, a far cry from her usual coolness, and she said softly, who's the little guy? I'm little? Yi Lang put an impish smile on his face and asked in return. When Yin Yenran heard this, she couldn't help but give him a blank look. There was not a single serious word coming out of this kid's mouth. I don't know how Su's senior sister still has Weiwei. How is it now? Yi Lang suddenly remembered again. Su Xuemeng, who was far away in the spirit sky sect, and Han Weiwei, who was nowhere to be found now, and sighed in his heart. Especially Vivian Cold. I don't know when I'll have to see her again. It's useless to think about this. Right now getting stronger is the most important thing. Yi Lang touched Yin Yenran's hair and shook his head, secretly saying. Subsequently, Yi Lang's mind sank into the system chat group. Now according to his binding choice system, a month has passed, and the day has come to change the replacement system. He was still going to leave the dislike system behind this time. The choice system reward was good, but the triggering was too random. He hadn't triggered it in a while. The dislike system is different. You can dislike people at any time, accumulate dislike points, and when you have more dislike points you can buy good stuff too. Above the illusory chat screen, Yi Lang looked at the systems that were constantly water swarming, and pondered in his heart which type of system he was going to bind. Next, he was now at the 4th level of authority, which allowed him to turn the 3 extraction opportunities he had accumulated each month into the type of system that allowed him to enter 2 keywords and thus extract exactly what he wanted. Now that I can't draw a dive system, it's not realistic to think about flying high. I still have to start by improving my strength. Just type in the word, get stronger. Yi Lang thought darkly within himself and decided. As soon as he thought of it, Yi Lang mentally typed down the words get stronger within the chat group. The next moment, the system within the chat was banned and countless systems flashed first. Immediately afterward most of the system avatars disappeared into thin air, with only a few continuing to flash. In no time, however, the extraction was complete and 6 large letters appeared on the chat screen. Sleeping to get stronger system. The moment Yi Lang saw these words, his complexion instantly became odd. What the hell? Is this seeing as I'm in bed right now and giving me the whole sleep to get stronger system? Chapter 93, the system loves it. Subterranean Dragon ranking competition. But flirting is flirting. Yi Lang felt that this system was good just by looking at the name. After checking out what this system did, Yi Lang instantly expressed love. This sleep and become stronger system, without any other fancy effects. After binding, as long as Yi Lang slept, his cultivation would grow, and it's a triple increase effect of his own cultivation speed. What kind of concept is this? His current cultivation speed was already fast, then the whole 3 times. If that were to be said, there wasn't a single martial artist in the entire 9 heavens continent who wouldn't envy him. Not only that, but this system will randomly release sleeping quests, and he'll be rewarded for completing them. This system is awesome, much more reliable than those before. Yi Langheart cannot help but be happy. Before binding the system, what a tawdry operating system. The day to do a good system what? It's not as powerful as getting stronger by sleeping. Thinking of this, Yi Lang no longer hesitated and hurriedly bound the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully binding the sleeping strengthening system. Trigger the initial quest, hold the Empress in your arms and enter dreamland. A mechanical beep sounded in Yi Lang's mind. Yi Lang was slightly stunned, then the corner of his mouth pulled up a smile. It's a simple task, isn't the Empress in my arms? The system is so damn conscientious. At this time, on the bed, Yin Yenran looked at the frothing Yi Lang and could not help but prop herself up from his arms and said, "What are you thinking about? Get up and practice." Yi Lang sniffed and came back to his senses, pulling Yin Yenran back into his arms. "No practice today. Sleep. Wasn't it just, before you went to bed? Think what you want. Sleep vegan this time." Yi Lang pulled the quilt over and hugged Yin Yenran, sniffing the fragrance of her body and closing his eyes. Yin Yenran had no choice but to go along with him. Her cultivation today is not bad for this moment. On the other hand, while Yi Lang was enjoying the tenderness, Xianyin had already, with Yi Lang's support, gradually taken over a lot of the power of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace from Tianyangzi. Tianyangzi, on the other hand, didn't have any blocking behavior and acted painfully. This made quite a few people from Yin Bu somewhat surprised. Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, inside the magnificent main hall, Yinbu Saint Sun Zhangwuluo stood below Xianyin and asked with a puzzled face, "Master, Yang Department actually handed over its rights so smoothly. It's a bit strange." A thoughtful look flickered across Xianyin's face as he returned. Now that the palace master has returned for the first time and has gone to see the old ancestor, with Tianyangzi's old cunning, he naturally won't drop the ball now. In fact, regarding the matter of Li Wuer's fall, within the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, it wasn't that there was no one who suspected it. Xianyin was one of them. The object of his suspicion was no one else either. It was none other than Tianyangzi. Back then, when the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace traveled to greet Li Wuer and the others, it was precisely with Tianyangzi leading the team, only that there were quite a few Yin Bu elders in the team as well, and none of them found anything wrong. Therefore, Xianyin could only suppress his suspicions in his heart, or as the saying goes, without evidence, no one would dare to arbitrarily falsely accuse a powerhouse of the 8th Revolution's great emperor realm. Inside the Grand Hall, Zhang Wuluo nodded as he heard the words, "Wuluo, go to the Palace Master's chambers and ask him to come to the Great Hall. The Subterranean Dragon ranking contest is about to open, and since the Palace Master happens to be at the Imperial Realm cultivation level, it's only natural that the Palace Master has to lead this ranking contest." Xianyin collected his inner thoughts and spoke to Zhang Wuluo again. The Subterranean Dragon ranking, one of the two rankings jointly organized by the most powerful force in the Middle Heaven domain, the Tianji Pavilion, in conjunction with the rest of the hegemonic forces. The other was the True Dragon ranking, which was a special competition for Emperor Realm powerhouses whose bone age was within 300 years, and the Subterranean Dragon ranking competes against young Imperial Realm martial artists under the age of 100. These two lists were not only proof of an individual martial artist's strength, but also related to the amount of resources of the power behind his or her martial artist. As a result, every time the list competition opens, the entire central heavenly domain forces of all sizes, including casual martial artists, will rush to it. Zhang Wuluo couldn't help but be a little curious when he heard this. The Palace Master seems to have only broken through the Imperial Realm not long ago. On the list, I'm afraid it's a bit difficult, isn't it? Palace Master is a disciple of a saint. His methods are not something you can imagine. Go. Xianyin shook his head and faintly said. Zhang Wuluo then stopped talking, turned around and flashed towards the outside of the hall. He also remembered that Yi Lang had defeated even Lu Rinjia of the 4th turning Great Emperor realm, albeit by his puppet. But that puppet was only a 3rd turned Great Emperor strength. Thinking like this, Zhang Wuluo immediately put away his contempt for Yi Lang and quickly arrived outside the palace where Yi Lang lived and opened his mouth. Zhang Wuluo seeks to see the Palace Master. Inside the palace, Yi Lang was still sleeping on the bed, and when he heard Zhang Wuluo's voice, Yin Yenran woke him up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the initial mission. Gain skill, shared increase. The moment Yi Lang opened his eyes, the system's beep sounded in his mind. Mission accomplished? Yi Lang came back to his senses, first ignoring Zhang Wuluo outside, but directly checking up on his skills. Shared increase, passive skill, only for use with this system. When the host sleeps, if there is a member of the opposite sex within 2 meters of his body sleeping together, he can share his cultivation growth with the other party, and the other party's cultivation growth rate will be 1/10 of the host's. Note, if the cultivation of the opposite sex is higher than that of the host's cultivation growth rate can be increased, and the higher the other person's cultivation, the faster the host's growth rate. Cow! After Yi Lang read it, he couldn't help but secretly praise it, and his heart was full of surprises. This sleeping system, It's a perk for yourself right off the bat. With this system, when he slept with Yin Yenran again in the future, that Yin Yenran could also increase her cultivation. It's growing at 1/10 of his rate, but what growth rate is he at now? Just sleeping for a while just now, the cultivation level in my body has grown quite a bit. Even if it was only 1/10, it wouldn't be slower than Yin Yenran cultivating on her own. What's more, Yin Yenran was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Her cultivation was a full major realm higher than his, so then the rate of cultivation growth while he slept could still be increased. Accordingly, Yin Yenran, who enjoyed 1/10 of his growth rate, would naturally grow faster in her cultivation. Isn't that great? This is awesome, because it presses no need for them to cultivate themselves, to sleep on it, easy and happy. If I get a few great Emperor Realm ones to sleep with me, hiss, in Yi Lang's mind, such thoughts unconsciously popped up, and he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. The only bad thing about is that the skill only seems to work when bound to the system. Yi Lang came back to his senses, suppressed the thoughts in his heart and shook his head. Only then did he get up from the bed, put on his clothes, and walked out of the great hall with Yin seemingly Yenran, who had long ago straightened her clothes. What's it to me? Yi Lang looked at Zhang Wulua in front of the grand hall, pulled out his ears and asked. Chapter 94, Don't Worship Brother. I'm sleeping. At the entrance of the palace, Zhang Wulua was slightly confused as he looked at the duo who had obviously just gotten up from their beds. Looking up at the sky, the sun was shining brightly. This big day, Palace Lord is the Palace Lord. Can really play. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Wulu's eyes secretly swept over Yin Yenran, and he couldn't help but feel another wave of envy in his heart. This was a female emperor, not to mention highly talented, but also absolutely beautiful. Only the palace master can have a woman like this. What are you fuming about? What do you want from me? Seeing Zhang Wulua's dumbfounded look, Yi Lang could not help but ask again. Oh, palace master. It's like this. The head of the ministry asked me to come and ask the palace master to make a trip to the main hall to discuss the subterranean dragon ranking contest. Zhang Wulua came back to his senses and hurriedly replied. Subterranean dragon ranking contest? What the hell? Yi Lang was puzzled for a while. He had just come to the central heavenly domain not long ago, and he had never heard of any submerged dragon list. Yin Yenyan blankly glanced at him from the side, then opened her mouth, explaining the origin of the subterranean dragon ranking. Yi Lang nodded his head while listening. So, whether or not we can get on this subterranean dragon ranking also relates to the division of resources between our Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and other forces? After listening, Yi Lang asked. Zhang Wulua nodded. Yi Lang then stopped asking more questions and together with Yin Yenran, followed Zhang Wulua in the direction of the main hall. Soon, several people arrived in the main hall. After some pleasantries, Xianyin opened the door. Palace Master. The subterranean dragon ranking contest is a major event for the entire Midheaven domain, and it's only right that the Palace Master should personally appear. Plus the Palace Master happens to be at the Imperial Realm as well, so it's just as well that he can participate in the ranking contest as well. Yi Lang stroked his chin and pondered slightly before nodding his head. Alright, then I'll go and see this so-called subterranean dragon ranking contest. It just so happens that I'm a little bored with holding it in the palace. Yi Lang was indeed a bit bored in Yin Yang Heavenly Palace during this period of time. Apart from cultivating or sleeping, he hadn't even disliked anyone for a long time. This time out, it's just the right time to dislike geniuses from all sides, and brush up on your permission points while making a whole lot of dislike points, and it didn't keep him from sleeping. Not only that, but actually Yi Lang had a hidden thought in his mind that if Tian Yangzi was really the murderer, then he must have a great hatred for him now. Maybe he will send someone to assassinate him. Then in that case, as long as he will kill the killer back, maybe there will be evidence. Inside the great hall, Xianyin nodded his head when he saw Yi Lang's promise and said, It's good that the palace master agrees. I'll choose the people from the palace who will participate in this ranking contest, and then the palace master will lead the team to the Tenji continent. I will also bring strong members of the palace to accompany the palace master and protect his safety. Yi Lang's brows were suddenly furrowed. You went with me too. People still assassinate. However, it was not good for him to open his mouth and refuse, because protecting the palace master was a normal operation. A few days later, Xianyin had already identified 10 Emperor Realm geniuses with a bone age under 100 years old from both the Yin and Yang divisions. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's underpinnings were as a hegemonic level power. One must know that those who could break through the Imperial Realm within 100 years of age were geniuses among geniuses. On this day, outside the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, Xianyin brought several Yin Bu elders and Zhang Wulua, and stood in the void with Yi Lang. Behind them were the 10 disciples who were going to participate in the subterranean dragon ranking contest. At this moment, these disciples were secretly sizing up Yi Lang. the palace master. This was the first time they had seen Yi Lang, and before that, they had only heard the legend of Yi Lang. What a big Messine family. Snatch marriage young department saint's son. Hitting family great elder face. One move to defeat 4-turn great emperor Lu Renjia and so on. Is this the palace master? He looks too young, doesn't he? No, not only young, but also very handsome. Is that the Yin family empress by his side? So beautiful. Among the crowd of Emperor Realm disciples, someone secretly transmitted a voice conversation. One or two of the few female disciples were even directly conquered by Yi Lang's handsome appearance. At this time, Xianyanzi had already sacrificed a spaceship and was letting Yi Lang go up first. Yi Lang nodded, but suddenly twisted his head towards the crowd of Imperial Realm disciples, then gently smiled. Don't worship brother. Brother is just a legend. Yi Lang secretly said with some amusement in his heart. Just now he had nothing to do. Boredom launched the eavesdropping art. Did not expect to hear this group of disciples praising him. He's really still a little embarrassed about it. In the void, the disciples looked puzzled, not knowing why the palace master was smiling at them. Soon after, all the people got on the airship, which turned into a stream of light, and then it cut through the clouds and headed for the sky. Inside the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, a pair of shadowy eyes stared at the distant airship with a deep gaze. Head of the Xian department, if there are any things along the way, you can just make the decision, and try not to bother me. On the airship, Yi Lang said to Xianyanzi, what can I do for you, palace master? It's okay. I'm sleeping. Yi Lang dropped a sentence and then entered his room. Naturally, he didn't want to waste time. He had to sleep and grow his cultivation on the way too. The rooms on top of the airship were equipped with prohibitions, so Yi Lang wasn't worried that the people outside would disturb him. Honey, come to bed. Inside the room, Yi Lang pulled Yin Yenran and headed for the bed. Why have you been so sleepy these past 2 days? Yin Yenran's clear and stunning face flushed with a trace of doubt as she asked. With Yi Lang's current cultivation realm, he wouldn't even need to sleep to rest like mortals. I have recently been practicing a secret method that will benefit you as well. You'll know when you sleep with me. Yi Lang found an excuse, and while saying that, he had already pulled Yin Yenran to lie on the bed. Hearing him say that, Yin Yenran had no more doubts in her heart. He really thought that it was that Yin Yang saint who had passed on some secret method to Yi Lang. Yi Lang was soft on her, and there was nothing she could do about it, so she had to go along with Yi Lang and sleep. At their level, it was just a matter of trying to put themselves to sleep. Minister, the palace master seems to be a bit indulgent lately. On the airship, Zhang Wuluo, who was traveling with him, opened his mouth and hesitated. Xianyanzi glared at him, meaning for him to keep his mouth shut. Tenji continent, that's where the #1 power in the Middle Heaven region, Tenji Pavilion, was located, and the location where the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest was held was in the Ascending Dragon City in the center of the Tenji continent. The Yin Yang Heavenly Palace was not too far away from the Subterranean Dragon City, plus there was Xianyanzi, an 8-turned great emperor personally piloting the airship. So after only a few days, Yi Lang and his group had almost arrived at the Subterranean Dragon City. Above the sky, the gazes of the crowd of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's Imperial Realm disciples gazed out at the magnificent city in the distance, their hearts and minds stirring. It was the long-cherished wish of all young Emperor realms to be on the Subterranean Dragon ranking, or even to win the top 10 and obtain a title. Ahem, Palace Master, Ascending Dragon City is here. Don't sleep. On the airship, Xianyanzi came outside of Yi Lang's room, coughed, and opened his mouth. Chapter 95, Trigger the Mission, Carry Me Out. Xianyanzi's voice broke through a trace of the room's restrictions and reached Yi Lang's ears. Yi Lang heard the sound and could not help but slowly wake up from his sleep. Looking down, Yin Yenran was still lying in his arms, her pretty eyes slightly open, seemingly also just waking up. Yi Lang didn't care about Xianyanzi outside first, but checked the cultivation level in his body, and at this look, Yi Lang was instantly shocked. It had only been a few short days, but his cultivation had actually risen by a large margin. Not only was he completely solid at the early Imperial realm, but he had also taken a step forward. If this continued, then it wouldn't take him long to make another breakthrough just by sleeping. It should be known that the more a martial artist cultivates, the more difficult it is to break through at the back, and it takes a long time for an unusual martial artist to break through from the early stage of the Imperial realm to the middle stage of the Imperial realm. Even if one was a genius, it was impossible to have just broken through the Imperial realm and then have another refinement so quickly. And Yi Lang was so good that he could directly grow his cultivation just by sleeping, and at such a fast speed. With my own 3 times speed alone, I can't achieve such an effect. There must be a reason for the Empress, Yi Lang secretly said. This shared increased skill is indeed powerful. Indeed hanging Yi Lang's arms, Yin Yenran's heart at this time is also shocked inexplicably. She originally just held the idea of will be Yi Lang, accompany him to sleep. She didn't expect that when she woke up this time, she actually found that her cultivation level had risen quite a bit. What's more, she was originally at the bottleneck point of her cultivation, and this rise directly allowed her to cross the bottleneck. Breaking through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm was only a matter of time for her now. Yi Lang, what's going on? Yin Yenran looked up, her moving eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Lang hemmed and hawed and lowered his head to kiss her on the forehead. This is my secret method. Don't tell anyone else. Yin Yenran's pretty face slightly reddened as she suppressed the shock in her heart and then reminded. Elder Xianyin Zi is calling you outside the door. Ascending Dragon City has arrived. When Yi Lang sniffed, he intended to get up from the bed. He had come to participate in the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest this time, so the sleeping matter would only have to be put aside for now, but at that moment, the system's beep sounded again in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to give up sleeping due to the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest. Trigger quest, during the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest, all are required to sleep in bed before going on stage to face each other. What's this? Yi Lang's movement to get up was immediately interrupted by the system, and a series of question marks could not help but pop up in his mind. The system is really looking out for him. Sleep is not a big deal. He can put himself to sleep if he wants to, but then he'd have to get off the ship if he had to sleep in bed all the time except before going on stage to fight. But this reward is sent to the front of the eyes. Not to take Yi Lang and a little reluctant to give up. What's wrong? Yin Yenran saw that he played half, and lay back on the bed again, and could not help but ask. That, wife, I won't get up. Ha, I have not yet succeeded in this secret method. If not necessary, I still need to sleep. Yi Lang could only explain it like this. Aren't you going to participate in the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest? Yes, just wake me up when I'm on stage. Senior Xianyin Zi is still waiting for you outside. Yin Yenran was speechless and pointed outside the room. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly, and he quickly thought of a way. In the next moment, Yi Lang reached out and waved his hand, and the demon puppet appeared in the middle of the room. Then, Yi Lang maneuvered the demon puppet to lift the bed couch underneath him along with his entire body and held it in his hands. That's it, let the demon puppets carry me out. Wife, you'll help me set up a boundary later. The noise from the others outside will disturb me. Yi Lang lay on the bed and felt that this method was very good. The devil puppet was Yi Lang's puppet, manipulated by his divine soul, and after Yi Lang's main body went to sleep, he was unable to fight though. However, it was still fine to leave instructions and simply move around. Just like the several puppets such as Lin Shi who were left behind by Yi Lang in the Spirit Sky sect, Yi Lang did not manipulate them during the weekdays. Just let them stay quietly in the sect, and if something happens, Yi Lang would be able to immediately control them remotely to fight. Inside the room, Yin Yenran watched Yi Lang's movements and couldn't help but hold her forehead. As cool as she was also thunderstruck by Yi Lang's behavior. Whatever. Shaking her head, Yin Yenran waved her hand and set a transparent boundary on Yi Lang's bed, then took a step towards the outside of the house. Outside the room, Xianyin Zi saw Yin Yenran come out and was about to open his mouth to ask Yi Lang when he saw a tall figure holding up a bedstead and walked out. Even though Xianyin Zi had a high level of cultivation and was old, he still didn't understand the scene in front of him. Directly confused. Palace Master. What are you? Yi Lang hadn't begun to fall asleep at this time, lying within the boundary of the bed, lazily saying, Head of the Xin Division. I've recently been practicing the secret method handed down by my master, and little need to fall asleep at all times, so that's what I came up with. This puppet of mine will move after Yuma. She'll wake me up when it's my turn, so don't bother me until then. Yi Lang's voice came out through the boundary. He deliberately brought up the name of the Yin Yang sage so that he wouldn't have to explain more to Xianyin Zi. As expected, Xianyin Zi nodded when he heard that Yi Lang was practicing the sage secret method. Anyway, with him around, there wasn't really much that was needed from Yi Lang, and waking up when he was on the field was enough. When Yi Lang saw him nodding his head, he knew that he had understood what he meant, so he smiled at Yin Yenran who was on the side, and then lay down, ready to fall asleep. The corner of Yin Yenran's mouth couldn't help but twitch gently. How did we get into such a mess? While several people were talking, the airship had already arrived above the void within Ascending Dragon City. In fact, Ascending Dragon City was forbidden to fly under normal circumstances, but Yin Yang Heavenly Palace was an overlord-level power, so it was naturally not subject to this constraint. At this moment, in the center of Ascending Dragon City, a red haze was rising, and a magnificent and incomparable huge ring had long been placed on the ground. On the far side of the ring was a huge palace, built around the ring, a place where the Heavenly Chance Pavilion prepared lodgings for people from various forces. The Yin Yang Heavenly Palace has arrived. In the midair directly in front of the ring, there were disciples from the Heavenly Chance Pavilion here to greet them. and when they saw the airship in the sky that was engraved with the Taiji diagram, they hurriedly shouted. As the words fell, the people from all the forces that had already arrived had stepped out from the palace, or around the ring, and looked up into the sky, above the void. The 10 disciples from the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace who had come to participate in the list competition were in a stirring mood as they looked downwards. Ahem, let's go. Xianyin came from the back of the airship and spoke. Then with a few elders, they took the lead and flew towards the bottom, and the disciples hurriedly followed behind them. At the end of the crowd, Yin Yan ran, her face slightly burning, also descended from the airship, downwards. Behind her, several Zhang-sized devil puppets with their hands resting on the 4-square bed couch followed and leaped down. Chapter 96, There's someone in the bed. They're all shocked. That person seems to be the head of the Yinbu division of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, rumored to be a top-level powerhouse of the 8 Revolutions Great Emperor Realm. That's right, there are also a few beside him. It seems like all of them are Great Emperor Realm powerhouses. It's really worthy of being a hegemonic level power. Rather, I didn't see that 9 extreme young emperor from the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace who made it to the True Dragon ranking. On the ground below, people from various forces, looking at Xianyin and the others who had appeared, talked quietly. The 9 extreme yang saint they were talking about was none other than Wang Mang. It should be said that as the only person on the True Dragon list in the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace today, Wang Mang's popularity was indeed not low. In the air, Zhang Wuluo followed behind Xianyin and the others, and his divine thoughts captured these conversations, and his complexion couldn't help but slightly darken. Being the same saint's son, he was indeed not a small gap compared to Wang Mang. At this time, the crowd on the ground was suddenly a little agitated, pointing towards the end of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palaces and others, with puzzled eyes. What is that thing? Holding up again? It appears to be a man. Holding up a bed? That which is a person. That is Might of the Dark Magic Palace's magic puppet. Look at this size, at least in the second turn of the Great Emperor or more. How can it be in the hands of the people of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace? What the crowd was referring to was naturally the devil puppet that came down at the end. There was some confusion about the shape of the magic puppets. Some to the Dark Devil Palace martial artists recognized the devil puppet and were even more surprised. Although the Supreme Darkness Demon Palace would also sell some demon puppets, they were basically ordinary demon puppets of the first turning Great Emperor, and the more powerful demon puppets were generally not for sale. It was worth mentioning that the middle heavenly domain was not like the green heavenly domain, where the righteous and demonic paths were clearly separated. Moreover, the Supreme Darkness Demon Palace was inherited from the ancient demon Dao Great Sage, practicing the orthodox demon Dao, not unlike the demon sect of the Green Sky Domain. Thus, the To Darkness Demon Palace, as one of the hegemony class forces, was not in a hostile relationship with all other forces. No, there is someone in that bed. At this time, around the ring, some sharp-eyed people discovered Yi Lang in the transparent boundary on the bed and couldn't help but scream out. This sound immediately attracted the rest of the people around the ring, as well as those people from various forces in front of the palace. They all gazed and gathered their eyes towards the bed held by the devil puppet's hand. It wasn't that they didn't want to use their divine thoughts, but in front of Xianyin, an 8-turned Great Emperor, how could they dare to probe with their divine thoughts at will? However, it was a good thing that the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace crowd was almost on the ground at this point, so they were all able to be clear. In the line of sight, a youth was lying on top of that bed, his eyes tightly closed. That person is actually sleeping with the bed lifted out? What kind of appearance is this? The Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace's people so strange? What is his status? And do the great emperors of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace not care about him, allowing him to act in such a reckless manner? You're silly. The ones who carried his bed are demonic puppets equivalent to great emperors. They're definitely not ordinary people. It just lights up my eyes. The people of the various forces on the ground were stunned and couldn't help but murmur. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen martial artists who came out to pull their weight in this kind of large-scale competition. What steps on a sword and rides a demonic beast? But like the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, this general, get a great emperor realm of the devil puppet carries their own with the bed to sleep. What a ing first. In the air, Xianyin face couldn't help but dry up when he heard the comments from below, and he hurriedly sped up his figure, landing in front of the ring in a flash. The several Yinbu elders around him, including Zhang Wuluo, were also speechless for a while. Those Imperial Realm disciples, on the other hand, heard the murmurings from below before they turned their heads to look, their eyes suddenly dilating. Isn't that the palace master? Yeah, why is the palace master sleeping and taking the bed out? This deserves to be the palace master. All the appearances are so sensational. The disciples were instantly thunderstruck and could not help but be jaw-dropped. Behind the crowd, Yin Yan was also unable to tense up and quickly dropped down, bringing the demon puppet to the ground. As they landed on the ground, the martial artists around the ring suddenly saw more clearly, and Yi Lang's handsome face was exposed to their eyes. The women in the crowd were instantly flooded with flowers. Wow, he's so handsome. Yeah, I didn't realize it just now, but now I think he looks so attractive when he's sleeping, so tempted to lay over and sleep with him. At the front of the ring, an old man with an unfathomable aura and wearing the attire of the Tianji Pavilion couldn't help but look at Xianyin with some suspicion. He was one of the pavilion elders of the Tianji Pavilion, named Ji Qiangu, and he was also an 8 Revolutions great emperor. Brother K, he is the new palace master of my Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, the old ancestor's personal disciple, Yi Lang. Xianyin was slightly embarrassed and opened his mouth to introduce himself. The fact that Yi Lang was the new palace master of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace had spread in the Middle Heavenly Domain after the Yin family that day, but the vast majority of people only know the name, not the person. K Qiangu sniffed. His eyes once again swept on the side. On top of the bed Yi Lang, the boundary laid by Yin Yenran was naturally useless in front of him. Determining that Yi Lang was indeed falling asleep, he couldn't help but ask, Yi Palace Master this is? The Palace Master has recently been practicing secret techniques that require sleep on weekdays. K Qiangu sniffed, and then nodded. Martial practitioners practiced 1,000 different kinds of secret methods, so he wasn't too surprised. Since that's the case, then Brother Xian will first take the Heavenly Palace disciples to the palace to rest, in order to wait for the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest to begin. Xian Yinzi nodded, then greeted all the Emperor Realm disciples and headed towards the far side of the ring, a larger palace. That was the place that Tianji Pavilion had specially prepared for the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace. Behind Xian Yinzi, Yin Yenran secretly blankly glanced at Yi Lang who was sleeping, and then her body flashed and flew away from the ring's surroundings with the demon puppet. She had always been cool. When had she ever been surrounded and talked about like this? After Xian Yinzi and the others left, the martial artists around the ring then withdrew their gazes that had been looking at Yi Lang. Since Xian Yinzi and Ji Qiangu had not deliberately hidden their words, some martial artists who had leaned closer to Xian Yinzi and the others whispered, "Hear that? The one sleeping is the new palace master of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, and I heard that he's also a saint's disciple. No wonder he is so sleeping on such occasions with a great Emperor Realm demon puppet carrying his bed, and no one dares to say anything about him." At this moment, on the other side of the ring, before a palace, a group of people were staring at the direction Yi Lang had disappeared in, their faces somber. Among this group of people, Yin Tian's figure was clearly listed. This group was none other than the Yin family. Yin Jian, our Yin family is so sad nowadays. It's all because of this Yi Lang, this Subterranean Dragon ranking contest. If you meet him, don't show any mercy and make sure to teach him a hard lesson. A Yin family elder with an angry face said in a deep voice to behind him, a young man. Chapter 97, the ranking contest begins. Waking up to a breakthrough. Nowadays, the Yin family, because of Yi Lang's sudden appearance before, led to the failure of the marriage with the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, as well as Yin Ba's coma again. It made the already bad situation of the Yin family directly worse. Many hostile forces had taken the opportunity to launch provocations against the Yin family, and the Yin family had not only lost quite a few of their clan's strongest members in the recent period of time, but even their resources had been robbed. The sacred clan had lost its majesty and was no longer the same Yin clan as before. Therefore, the people of the Yin family could be said to hate Yi Lang, who had caused all of this in their hearts. But Yi Lang was now the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace master and a sage disciple, so they couldn't do anything about Yi Lang at all. And this time, Yi Lang was going to participate in the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest, which instantly allowed the Yin family to see an opportunity to get out of their anger. Because the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest did not allow martial artists to use external objects to help them, even the weapons should be controlled at the spirit treasure level. Yi Lang's cultivation naturally could not be hidden from these several Yin family elders of the great Emperor Realm, and with a single glance, they could tell that he was only at the early stage of the Emperor Realm. Why don't we take him down a peg? In front of the palace, the young man named Yin Jian nodded at his words, his gaze sharp. He was determined to take this out for the Yin family. Well, but it's better not to take his life. The Yin family now can't bear the wrath of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace anymore. That elder instructed another sentence. On the other hand, after Yi Lang and the others entered the palace to rest, many more forces came into the Rising Dragon City one after another. With the arrival of all the forces, this Subterranean Dragon ranking contest has officially drawn to a close. Day 2. The martial artists from various forces came out from within the palace and gathered around that huge ring. Not only that, on the far side of the ring, a large number of martial artists from within Ascending Dragon City were gathered, stretching their necks to watch the event. Yi Lang, on the other hand, was still being carried by the devil puppets and stayed with the yin-yang heavenly palace crowd. There was a time limit to his mission this time, and the time when the subterranean dragon ranking contest ended was when his mission was completed. Boom! At that moment, above the ring, a figure suddenly appeared. An old man with white hair but incomparably deep eyes. On the old man's body, his aura was not exposed in the slightest, and he stood above the ring as if he was an ordinary person. However, the moment he appeared, the entire surroundings of the ring, forces from all sides, including the martial practitioners from all the hegemony level forces, all banned their voices. It was because this old man was the contemporary head of Tianji Pavilion, Tianji, peak cultivation of the 9 revolutions great emperor realm. It is claimed that a pair of divine eyes of heavenly chances can determine the past and future, and know the heaven and the earth. In the ring, Tianji stroked his beard. His face was rather amiable. The first year of time has passed in a flash, and it's time for the subterranean dragon ranking contest. I won't say any more nonsense, old man, so as not to waste everyone's time. This ranking contest is still the same as usual, adopting a point system and dividing the rankings according to points. 100 people on the list, top 10 seals. Now, begin! Tianji's voice resounded around the entire ring, clearly reaching the ears of every martial artist. Except, of course, for someone who was sleeping in the middle of the knot. Around the ring, the young Emperor Realm sect from all the major forces in the Middle Heaven region were all battle-hardened, but also nervous. One must know that there were not many forces in the entire Middle Heavenly domain that were qualified to come and participate in this subterranean dragon ranking contest, and there were also 21 hegemony-level forces amongst these. Not many disciples from each power were qualified to come and participate in the competition for the list, but with so many forces accumulating in the entire Middle Heaven region, how could there be thousands of people involved in the fight? You can imagine how hard it is to get a top 100 finish out of so many people. It could be said that at least half of the forces didn't even have a single disciple who could make it onto the subterranean dragon ranking. In the ring, after Tianji finished speaking, he floated and landed at the back of the ring, on top of a seat that had already been prepared. Immediately afterward, several more people from the Tianji pavilion came to the front of the ring and stood around it, and one of them appeared on top of the ring and spoke in a deep voice. And now, the first round of sparring begins. The first match is a melee mode. All disciples participating in the list competition will all go to the ring for a melee. I'll give each person a special token with a number of 0, which is your initial points, and as long as you blast others under the ring, the points on your own token will increase by a number, and the more people you blast down, the higher the points. The melee will last for half an hour. Martial artists from the same clan may not join forces against the enemy. All may not wear defensive armor, may not use weapons above the level of a spiritual treasure, and may not use external objects that exceed the strength of their own body, shall fight on their own merits. After saying that, he reached out to pinch his hand again, and a huge curtain of light instantly rose up to surround the ring. Yet again, around the ring, a certain amount of space was left, precisely prepared for the martial artists who were blasted down in the melee afterwards. Around the ring, all the forces from all sides, the martial artists who were going to participate in the list competition saw this and began to walk towards the ring, stopping in front of those Tianji pavilion people in front of the ring. Consciously, he took off the defensive armor or cloak he was wearing. On the other side, where Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and the others gathered, Yin Yenran saw that the martial artists from various forces began to take the field, and also waved her hand to remove the boundary on the bed and woke up Yi Lang. On the bed, Yi Lang woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 years of your own cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Instantaneous Flash Field. The sleeping to get stronger systems beep sounded in Yi Lang's mind right away. Now that it was time for him to take the field and fight, the mission was naturally declared complete. With that, Yi Lang stood up from his bed, and before he had the chance to check what exactly the 2 rewards were, he felt an extremely surging energy appear within him. At the same time, countless epiphanies about the Imperial Realm appeared in his mind, a cultivation level that skyrocketed in an instant, heading straight for the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. Yi Lang was only slightly stunned before he realized that this was the reward for those 3 years of cultivation. These 3 years of cultivation were equivalent to the cultivation gained by cultivating for 3 years at his current terrifying cultivation speed. Boom! The upsurge in cultivation drew the crazy convergence of the outside world's heaven and earth Yuan Qi, sending out a roar in the void above Yi Lang. The huge commotion couldn't help but directly attract the gazes of countless martial artists up and down the ring. That's not the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's what's-his-name palace master, the one who slept before, woke up? Not only is he awake, but by the looks of it, he seems to be breaking through the realm. Ah, this Everyday sleep can break the realm. What kind of freak? When the martial artists saw that the commotion was caused by Yi Lang, they opened their mouths to discuss, and their tones inevitably carried the slightest hint of shock. And at this moment, Yi Lang's cultivation had skyrocketed to the extreme, and a huge pressure emanated from his body, sweeping the room in an instant. Mid-Imperial Realm. Breakthrough. Chapter 98 Trenchless. Assorted attacks. At the front of the ring, the young martial artists from all the forces who were about to go up to the arena to participate in the battle couldn't help but have their eyes condense after sensing the pressure. The cultivation of the middle stage of the Imperial Realm was not considered top-notch among them, but it was enough to threaten quite a few people. None of these martial artists participating in the battle were over 100 years old, and many of them were only at the early stage of the Imperial Realm. What's more, Yi Lang's identity was special, being the head of a hegemonic level power, and even the son of a saint. Who knew what cards he had? Of course, there were quite a few people who did not place Yi Lang in their eyes, such as that Yin family's Yin Jian, who just smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. Above the devil puppet, Yi Lang collected his breath, but he did not rush down, but checked another reward. Instant Flash Field, a growth skill. The host can use it to open an initial field of 1,000 feet in circumference centered on itself, and the host can instantly move to any place within the field. Note, this domain expands with the host's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the larger the domain range. After Yi Lang read it, he was quite satisfied with the skill in his heart. Although the initial domain, for him an Imperial Realm, was a bit small, it could still grow not. With that, Yi Lang no longer delayed and fell down from above the bed. Well done. Yi Lang patted the waist of the demon puppet and then put it inside the storage ring. Congratulations, Palace Master. A breakthrough at the time of the battle. I'm sure my Yin Yang Heavenly Palace will achieve good results in this ranking contest. At this time, when Xianyanzi saw Yi Lang coming down, he couldn't help but bring a few elders, as well as Zhang Wuluo, over and praised. It was only the shock in their eyes that they couldn't hide. They were all aware that Yi Lang had only just broken through to the Imperial Realm when he came out of the small world, and how much time had passed before he broke through again. Spare me the saintly secret method of cultivation. The Palace Master's qualifications were too terrifying. In fact, they were not the only ones who had second thoughts about this. The Yin family's people, such as Yin Tian and a cadre of others in the distance, were also shocked in their hearts. They had all come into contact with Yi Lang when he was in the Yin family, and he was only at the Zun realm cultivation level at that time. And when they had seen Yi Lang with an early stage of the Emperor realm cultivation level before, they were a bit surprised, but they could still accept it. But Yi Lang unexpectedly broke through again in the twinkling of an eye. This son's qualifications are heaven-defying, and he has a saintly background. It seems that my Yin family can't afford to offend him. That elder who had instructed the Yin family to teach Yi Lang a lesson could not help but feel some regret in his heart at this moment, where the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and the others were gathered. Yi Lang laughed. His eyes swept over the martial artists around the ring. His tone relaxed. Since the head of the ministry said so, then I'll begrudgingly take first place. After saying that, he smiled softly at Yin Yen, ran to the side and stepped towards the ring. Since Yi Lang was in the middle of sleeping before, he didn't realize that he still had to undergo inspections and whatnot, and following one of the participating disciples of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace in front of him, he intended to directly leap onto the ring. Palace Master. In front, the disciple was just about to remind Yi Lang to take off the equipment on his body when a Tianji Pavilion martial artist stopped him. What for? Yi Lang stopped in his tracks, somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, the disciple in front of Yi Lang hurriedly ran over and explained the rules of the first round of melee to Yi Lang. Yi Lang nodded his head as he heard this. His heart was clear. Is it a point system? Then he smiled at the disciple and said, "What's your name, please?" Back to the Palace Master. "I'm a Yin Bu disciple, Tan Hao." After 2 sentences of simple conversation, Yi Lang let that Tan Hao go up first, and then asked that Tianji Pavilion martial artist, "All weapons within the defense, take them off, right?" The Tianji Pavilion martial artist's face remained unchanged as he nodded, his eyes sweeping over Yi Lang. However, at this glance, a flash of shock could not help but appear on his face. At the same time, Yi Lang's body shook slightly, and the tunic he was wearing detached itself from him. Boom! The clothes left his body and rolled in midair, and a flavor of arcane and mysterious laws leaked out from the robes. Is that the aura of a super emperor soldier? It still seems to be the top existence among them. What he's wearing is actually a super emperor soldier. This Nima. It's good that there is this rule, or else there is still a fart. Many of the participating martial artists who were paying attention to Yi Lang could not help but open their mouths when they saw this. Those who could come to the battle were all talented martial artists from various forces. Their eyesight was naturally there, and their equipment was certainly not bad either. But a ING emperor wears clothes that are super emperor soldiers. It was important to know that amongst weapons, defensive ones were often even more precious, and a defensive super emperor soldier was something that even many great emperors didn't necessarily have. What's more, the outer robe that Yi Lang had taken off had a strong aura, and a strong flavor of laws that far exceeded that of an ordinary super imperial soldier. And at this moment, in front of the ring, after Yi Lang took off his indestructible spirit robe, he lifted his inner shirt and reached out to summon an ice blue inner armor. It's the Sea Nimbus armor. This has another imperial weapon? In the end, it's still the palace master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. It's true that the trenches are inhuman. I find him even more attractive. Love it. Around the ring, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief and murmured. Many of the women even wanted to go straight into Yi Lang's arms. Ahem. Now can I go up? Yi Lang put the indestructible spirit robe and the sea condensation armor into his storage ring, changed into an ordinary white shirt, coughed and said, he has no intention of pretending, mainly because he is afraid of death, so he wears these two things on his body every day. It's okay. That Tianji Pavilion martial artist came back to his senses and sidestepped. Afterward, with a flash, Yi Lang stepped onto the ring. Soon, the people from all the forces around the ring stopped their discussions and looked up at the huge ring. At this moment, the thousands of martial artists who participated in this list competition were already all in place. A small group of small groups, dispersed in various parts of the huge ring. Around Yi Lang, there were also those 10 Yin Yang Heavenly Palace martial artists standing. Although it was said that in the midst of a melee, people from the same clan were not allowed to join forces, it was still fine if they didn't strike each other. At that moment, the Tianji Pavilion martial artist who had read out the rules just now, reappeared. His figure flashed to the sky above the ring, and then he reached out and waved his hand. Streams of light fell into the hands of each person above the ring, precisely a white jade card. These are the point tokens that belong to you. Now, I announce that the first round of the Subterranean Dragon Ranking Contest Melee will now begin. As the words of that Tianji Pavilion martial artist fell, the boundary outside of the ring instantly closed completely, and the battle officially began. Shoo! Immediately, a martial artist took the lead and swung his sword at the person who was not far according to him, and with this movement of his, like a fuse, the rest of the martial artists also struck out, and the ring instantly turned into a battlefield. In the midst of the chaos, an overbearing and extreme sword chi tore through a small half of the ring and attacked straight towards Yi Lang. Yi Lang, with me, Yin Jian, you won't be able to make it to the Subterranean Dragon Ranking. Chapter 99 Instantaneous Flash Field. Reuniting the Yin clan. An imposing man's voice, accompanied by sword chi, resounded above the huge ring. This sword chi exuded an extremely strong pressure, and wherever it passed, many martial artists were immediately swept away by the sword chi and fell into the distance. Many of the participants in the battle whose divine thoughts captured this scene were immediately startled and their eyes stared. Late Imperial Realm Powerhouse. Around the ring, the people watching the battle from all forces could not help but open their mouths quietly. Late Imperial Realm. Among the many martial artists participating in the Subterranean Dragon Ranking Contest, were already among the strongest, not to mention, Yin Jian was from the Yin family. Even though the Yin family was in a bad situation now, it was after all a hegemonic level power with deep roots and countless great skills. At the same time, Yi Lang heard the commotion and couldn't help but twist his head to look at the sharp sword chi that had already struck in front of him. With no time to react otherwise, his heart instantly unleashed his skills, the field of instantaneous flash. In the next moment, an invisible field opened up with Yi Lang as the center, enveloping him in 1,000 feet radius. Since the martial artists involved in the battle were all at the Imperial Realm cultivation level, the commotion caused by the battle would not be small. That's why this ring was incomparably huge, and the 1,000 feet range was just a corner. And at this moment, the moment the domain opened, an extremely subtle feeling appeared in Yi Lang's heart. As long as he wanted to, he could instantly move to any place within these 1,000 feet. This feeling was completely different from his own flashing away at an extremely fast speed, which could be completely called an instantaneous movement that no one else could capture or predict. With that, Yi Lang no longer hesitated, and his figure disappeared the second before the sword chi descended. Immediately afterward, the sword chi fell and directly sent several Yin Yang Heavenly Palace disciples who were originally standing behind Yi Lang flying. Even one of them was swept right out of the ring. Ha! Yin Jian, who had arrived with the sword chi, could not help but pause when he saw Yi Lang's sudden disappearance, and his divine thoughts swept above the ring. Hundreds of feet away, Yi Lang's figure appeared as if out of thin air, now behind a martial artist. The frightened martial artist was startled and shot away with a flash of his feet. Yi Lang did not strike at him, but instead looked at Yin Jian with a sullen face. The moment he came up, he was almost sneak attacked. Yi Lang's mood was naturally not good. Yi Lang, you can't run away. At this time, Yin Jian also saw Yi Lang, and the long sword in his hand shook, looking confident and arrogant. Since you're eager to get beat up, I'll teach you to behave. Yi Lang knew that he was a member of the Yin family and didn't want to talk nonsense with him. Skimming a sentence, the figure then disappeared above the ring once again. Then, when Yin Jian saw that Yi Lang had disappeared again, he couldn't help but concentrate his mind highly, but he still couldn't find Yi Lang's location at all. There was a frown. Shoo! And at this moment, a breaking sound was suddenly sounded behind him. Armor breaker, Yi Lang secretly shouted already in his heart. Then his cultivation of the middle stage of the Emperor realm was fully opened, and he blasted his palm towards Yin Jian. Bang! Caught off guard, Yin Jian was completely unable to dodge, and his body was instantly sent flying down towards the edge of the huge ring. In mid-air, Yin Jian flew backwards while coughing up blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes terrified. What he was afraid of was not only Yi Lang's ghostly speed, but also the strength of this palm. Yi Lang had just broken through the middle stage of the Imperial realm, and this was something he had seen with his own eyes. However, the power of this palm actually directly broke through his physical body's defense, causing him to be seriously injured. This was almost already an attack power only available at the late Imperial realm. How can that be? At this point, between Yin Jian's shock and fear, his figure was already fast falling to the ground, and was still some distance away from landing in the ring. However, before Yin Jian could make a move, Yi Lang's figure reappeared with another familiar palm. No! Yin Jian's eyes widened, but he was powerless to stop this from happening. After bashing out another mouthful of blood mist, Yin Jian landed powerlessly under the ring. Yi Lang pulled out the points jade card and took a look, and it really went up by a number, from 0 to 1. At this time, around the ring, all the forces watching the battle, such as the elders, have noticed the party Yi Lang, but with a shocked face, with the people beside them discussing, he just used instantaneous? How is it possible? How is it possible for the Imperial realm to master instantaneous movement? On the other side, Shen Yinzi also couldn't help but turn his head in asking Yanran, who was on the side, the secret method cultivated by the palace master. Could it be that this is it? To be able to master instantaneous movement at the Imperial realm. Although the palace master doesn't seem to have instantly moved a long distance, this is still shocking. Yin Yanran's eyes were equally shocked and she shook her head dumbfounded. Instantaneous transfer, which even she was still unable to master, was a means that could only be achieved by a great Emperor realm powerhouse. Yin family, yes or no? I'll let you all be annihilated. In the ring, Yi Lang had already put away the jade cards, and his heart was still not relieved. This Yin family, he hadn't even looked for trouble from them yet, but instead he dared to show his teeth first. Afterward, Yi Lang searched for the Yin family on top of the huge ring. Just now, many martial artists in the ring were shocked by the scene of Yi Lang forcefully blowing Yin Jian out of the ring. Thus no one dared to take the initiative to provoke Yi Lang. Even in the matter of coming into contact with Yi Lang's gaze, they all hastily averted their eyes. Found it. Soon, Yi Lang found a few disciples of the Yin family, and with the skill activated, his figure instantly appeared 1,000 feet away. After several flashes, Yi Lang directly appeared beside one of the Yin clan disciples. The martial artist who was battling that Yin clan disciple retreated wildly on his feet in fear. Yi Lang, what are you doing? That Yin clan disciple asked with a very low bottom. Just remember one thing, the Yin family will always be a younger brother before me. Yi Lang didn't even look at him squarely and opened his mouth to dislike him. That Yin clan disciple's face flushed red for a while, contributing a wave of dislike points to Yi Lang. Get out! Yi Lang's armor-breaking hand opened and blasted that Yin clan disciple out of the ring in a few hits. Afterward, Yi Lang did the same thing and blasted a total of 8 disciples from the Yin family who were participating in the battle, all of them out of the ring. This strong move immediately caused the rest of the martial artists above the ring to avoid Yi Lang. Even the few peak Imperial realm powerhouses in the ring were all gloomy, not daring to actively approach Yi Lang. Under the ring, that Yin family elder who had previously asked Yin Jian to teach Yi Lang a lesson could not help but be silent for a while, his face extremely ugly. Yi Lang's behavior did not just make the Yin family disciples bottom in the first round, but also ruthlessly slapped their Yin family's face. It's only 8 points. It's still going on. In the ring, Yi Lang looked down at the numbers on the jade plate and shook his head. Since he had come, he was bound to take this subterranean dragon ranking. Anyway, with the skill instantaneous flash field in his hand and the armor breaker, he was almost invincible in this kind of melee. As fast as the Emperor realm powerhouse was, he was completely unable to keep up with his instantaneous speed. With a hand of armor breaking hand and 10 times the attack power stacked, even if it was the peak of the Emperor realm, Yi Lang was sure to dislike it out of the ring. Not to mention the fact that he still had an unused mastery from a saint's inheritance. In the next moment, Yi Lang's figure leaped up and appeared in the air above the center of the ring, his tone arrogant. Don't waste your time striking out at each other either. Just stand still and wait for me to blast you down. Finish the fight early so I can go back to sleep. Chapter 100, Hundreds in One Battle. Sweeping the ring. As the words fell, the remaining hundreds of people on top of the huge ring could not help but stare. Even those who were fighting had temporarily stopped, looking at Yi Lang, and an anger had risen in the bottom of their hearts. With that, they spoke up. So arrogant. With you alone, do you still want to challenge all of us? Not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue? That's right. Yi Lang's performance just now was awesome. It was not to be messed with. But who wasn't a genius anymore if they could come to this subterranean dragon ranking contest and stand in the ring until now? The moment Yi Lang opened his mouth, he asked them all to stand still, as if one person could handle all of them. They naturally couldn't endure it. Especially those few peak Imperial Realm martial artists among them were almost unable to resist directly striking out at Yi Lang. In mid-air, Yi Lang listened to their drinking and cursing while looking at the dislike points within the dislike system, which were constantly rising, and was in a much happier mood. In this small amount of time, together with the ones he had accumulated before, his dislike points were already in the tens of thousands. It's not to continue the dislike wave and collect more dislike points? Be quiet, be quiet. Yi Lang waved his hand and exclaimed, I think you may have misunderstood. I didn't say I was going to knock all of you out of the ring. The crowd of martial artists in the ring froze at the words, thinking that Yi Lang had admitted his weakness, and someone was about to open his mouth to taunt. Yi Lang's voice then sounded again. After all, I'm the palace master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, and I'm sure I won't beat the disciples of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace out of the ring. So what I'm going to fight is all this crap from your other powers. Can you understand? This nigga, too good for him, to actually call us trash. It's too damn much. I can't stand it. The moment Yi Lang said this, the martial artists above the ring burst into a rage and couldn't stand it any longer, not caring about the rules either. They all struck out at Yi Lang. For a moment, countless energies mixed with the pressure of might. Tidal waves bombarded toward Yi Lang. The void was in turmoil. The palace master will be fine. Tan Hao, who had already ducked into the distance with a few Yin Yang Heavenly Palace disciples, swallowed and said, It's not good to say. Hundreds of imperial realms with anger. This scene is too damn scary. I hope the palace master is okay. The remaining few were also apprehensive in their minds and said, At this moment, the faces of the several judges of the Tianji pavilion on the side of the ring were also somewhat hesitant. The rules state that you can't join forces against the enemy, but that kid sure is arrogant, and it's causing public outrage. And the situation happened so suddenly that they were a bit unresponsive. Yi Long, below the ring, Yin Yenran couldn't help but look somewhat worriedly at Yi Lang, who was wrapped in countless attacks. Better shoot him. On the other side, Yin Tian was constantly praying in his heart, cursing Yi Lang to be killed. Then the Yin family can be as happy as the new year. In the distance, the ascending Dragon City martial artists who had gathered to watch the submerged dragon ranking contest were also jaw-dropped. Is the man alive? This is still living my ass. Pay attention in your next life. Rumble. At this moment, above the ring, countless attacks collided in midair, striking the boundary with its layers of ripples. If it wasn't for the protection of this boundary, I'm afraid that with these hundreds of emperors joining forces, it would be questionable whether or not this rising dragon city could still be saved. After the impact, the attack dispersed, but the void was empty. The crowd in the ring froze. You've been given a chance and you're no good at it. So get down there, all of you. At this time, on the far left side of the ring, Yi Lang's figure appeared and shook his head. With the instantaneous flash domain in place, how could these people's attacks hurt him? Not much time left. Gotta hurry, Yi Lang muttered. Then his figure disappeared again, before appearing already in the center of the ring. Only Yi Lang clasped his hands in vain, and a huge taiji diagram appeared above the ring. Yin Yang Yi Chi tackle. As Yi Lang shouted in a deep voice, illusory palms appeared from the taiji diagram on the ring and grabbed toward the hundreds of martial artists. This is a martial art from the Yin Yang Bible, of extremely high grade. Some martial artists who could not react as well or whose cultivation level was lower than Yi Lang's, their bodies were immediately grabbed by the palms of their hands and thrown towards the bottom of the ring as if they were dumplings. The numbers on Yi Lang's points jade plate jumped with a jolt, increasing by a lot in a split second. Of course, above the ring, there were still many martial artists who had not been completely bound by Yi Lang's palm, and there were even those with greater strength who had directly blasted the illusory palm apart. Only, at this moment, both the martial artists participating in the battle and those watching from below could not help but look at Yi Lang in fear. They didn't expect that Yi Lang wasn't just arrogant in tone, but even more so in behavior. To actually dare to make a move against hundreds of emperor realms at the same time. And at this time, Yi Lang didn't have much of a surprise when he saw that his yin yang together tackle only just threw a small portion of people down. As fierce as this martial art was, he was only at the middle stage of the Imperial Realm cultivation after all. With that, Yi Lang continued to channel his true essence, and the huge Taiji diagram still continued to output illusory poems. However, his own figure disappeared and reappeared next to a martial artist who was resisting a grappling hand. The fist with the tenfold effect of the armor breaker slammed down, and the martial artist was instantly smashed, tripping to the ground. Then the illusory palm crushes it and throws it out of the ring. Above the huge ring, Yi Lang's figure disappeared and reappeared, just as one martial artist was thrown out of the ring. Coupled with the fact that under his instantaneous movement, no martial artist was able to keep up with his speed, and thus he was surprisingly completely uninjured in the process. Even if they were occasionally grazed by damage, under the effect of the armor of damage reduction, they were completely unable to hurt Yi Lang. On the side of the ring, those few Tianji Pavilion judges, seeing this scene, couldn't help but raise their heads to look at Tianji Z at the back of the ring, as if asking, what to do about this? Tianji Z, who was sitting at the back of the ring, couldn't help but tremble slightly on his pale face at this moment. In all the years of organizing the Subterranean Dragon Gang, it was also the first time he had seen someone fight against all the rest of the participating martial artists with his own strength. What's more, seems to have ING won the fight. Even an Emperor Realm can't do that. Sulking for a while, Tianji Z shook his head at the several judges, meaning not to interfere. Time flew by and soon it was half an hour. Stop. The first round of melee ends here. The Tianji Pavilion martial artist who had announced the start earlier hurriedly flashed to the top of the ring and opened his mouth. Yi Lang sniffed and had no choice but to withdraw the fist that was planning to blast at the man in front of him. The man glanced back at him, and his body flashed away in a hurry, his heart palpitating. The man then raised his head to look around, only to find that there were already less than 100 martial artists above the entire ring. 682. Yi Lang lowered his head, felt out his points jade and read it out. Chapter 101, 100. 000 points. Buying skills. 682 points. What kind of concept was this? Which meant that Yi Lang, alone, had blasted a full 682 participating Emperor realms out of the ring. One must know that there were only thousands of martial artists in total who participated in the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest. Without a doubt, this was an astronomical figure that was impossible for other martial artists to reach. At this moment, on the ring, the dozens of remaining martial artists had long since frozen in place. They didn't doubt for a second that if it wasn't for the time of the first round of melee, it would have been difficult for them to escape the fate of being blasted off the ring by Yi Lang. Not far away, Tan Hao and a few other disciples of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace were looking at Yi Lang with eyes full of admiration. The Palace Master is worthy of being the Palace Master. Surprisingly, he swept the entire ring with the power of one man. At the same time, around the huge ring, the forces from all sides, as well as the martial artists from Ascending Dragon City in the distance, all had their jaws dropped and were talking. Is he really in the Imperial Realm? From the cultivation fluctuations, yes, but damn this battle power. It's completely beyond. Nay, I am uneducated. A line. In the direction of the Yin clan, Yin Tian and several Yin clan elders had been completely dumbfounded. According to normal circumstances, shouldn't Yi Lang have been killed by those people who joined forces? How? At this time, that judge from the Tianji Pavilion in the ring retrieved the points that had fallen on Yi Lang's jade card, suppressed the shock in his heart, and opened his mouth. This is the end of the first round of melee. Tomorrow the second round of the list competition will begin. Yi Lang sniffed and tucked the jade card in his hand into his bosom. His eyes swept over those who were still standing above the ring and grinned. Count yourselves lucky. It couldn't really be said to be luck, as he had previously been selective in opening the instantaneous flash field to clear the field. Those with low cultivation are naturally blasted down first. As for the remaining dozens of people, they were basically all above the late Imperial Realm, and there were even some peak Imperial Realm martial artists. Yi Lang's self-conscience relied on the combination of skills and biblical martial arts to blast him down as well, but it could never be done in seconds. Shaking his head, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it. Just based on these 682 points, as long as there were no surprises behind, that position of the first of the Subterranean Dragon ranking could not be escaped. With a flash of his body, he returned to Yin Yenron's side. The Palace Master's strong tactics are a good shock to the old man. Xianyin Zi hurriedly came up and said with a face of shock plus admiration. To be honest, before this, although he felt that Yi Lang was a disciple of a saint, his means would never be bad. However, he didn't think that he had the strength to really win the Subterranean Dragon ranking one, let alone like now, almost sweeping all the other participating disciples by himself. Yi Lang smiled at him. Then he pulled Yin Yenran towards the palace. I'm going back to bed. Yin Yenran was pulled by Yi Lang, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a slight color. Yi Lang's move of sweeping across the entire ring just now, even she didn't dare to say that she could definitely do it. Those were, after all, hundreds of the top young geniuses of the Middle Heaven region. When placed in the outside world, they were all fierce men who fought against many with one, and even crossed levels. The little guy's strength now is a little elusive even to her. After thinking for a while, Yin Yenran couldn't help but smile again. Yi Lang is even stronger. Nowadays is also her man. Soon, the two of them returned to the palace that Tianji Pavilion had arranged for Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Yi Lang, however, did not immediately fall asleep, but probed his mind into the dislike system. After a few waves of collecting dislike points in the party, now his dislike points had exceeded 100,000. These dislike points have been able to purchase some cheap skills. Inside the system mall, the introductions of various skills were displayed. Chi Luck Plus, passive skill. The host's Chi Luck Plus increases the probability of obtaining any chance, and the probability of finding a way out of a desperate situation. Priced at $500,000. 100% 50-50, active skill. Host use can hold with any opponent for 10 minutes. Use once a day. Priced at 300,000. Yi Lang only looked at them for a few moments before averting his gaze from these skills. No other way, it's too expensive. Eyes then fell on one of the skills at the bottom. Transformation, used by the host to take on the appearance of other objects, but cannot change one's own aura. Priced at $120,000. This skill, Yi Lang had noticed it when he had just obtained the dislike system. This was because its function was similar to the 72 changes of the Qi Tian De Shang in Yi Lang's previous life mythology. Although it was impossible to change one's own aura, as long as one added a breath-concealing talisman of a sufficiently high grade, one could also conceal the divine thoughts of a high-ranked martial artist. It can be a great tool for dodging chases. He is now investigating the murderer of Li Wu Air Cave and may be of use. You're it, can only afford you. Yi Lang no longer hesitated, and immediately spent 120,000 dislike points to buy this skill into his hand, and after the buy, he had less than 1,000 dislike points left. Inside the room, Yi Lang's mind exited from within the system and realized that Yin Yenran was piecing in front of his eyes, staring at himself with wide eyes. Bam! Yi Lang moved forward and just kissed her on the cheek. What are you doing? Yin Yenran blushed and backed away. What are you staring at me for? Obsessing over my good looks? I was watching you freeze and not move, and thought you had developed a heart demon. Yi Lang sniffed and was slightly moved. It's still the Empress Sama who loves herself. With that, he reached out and pulled Yin Yenran across the bed, leaning his body over. The Empress wife is my biggest demon. Soon, the night passed. On the second day, people from all forces gathered around the ring once again. Yi Lang also yawned, and Yin Yenran piece by piece, leading the crowd of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, walked out from the palace. Why are they all in a bad mood today, eh? Yi Lang looked at the crowd that was at least half as absent as yesterday and was a bit puzzled. But Yin Yenran, who was on the side, couldn't help but let out a rare laugh. Behind them, Xianyanzi and the rest of the crowd sniffed and wanted to laugh a little. How can you be enthusiastic when you beat them up like that yesterday? In yesterday's battle, except for Yi Lang who took 682 astronomical points, most of the rest of the participating martial artists had 0 points. Only a few martial artists who had captured some points before Yi Lang made his move had numbers on top of their jade cards, but it's double digits at best. At that moment, above the huge ring, the Tianji Pavilion's martial artists appeared. The second round of the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest is taking place today. After this round, the top 100 in points will be decided, which is the list of potential dragons. The second round of the battle format is a ringkeeper system, divided into 9 smaller rings. If the defender keeps winning in a row, he can keep on defending. The voice of the Tianji Pavilion martial artist resounded across the field, pausing for a moment before continuing. I will now announce the 9 participating martial artists who will guard the ring for the first time. Battle Soul Hall. Li Hu. Sacred Clan Shangguan Family. Shangguan Luyuan. Forces Alliance. Su Ji. Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Yi Lang. Chapter 102. You guys are too weak. Lie down and win. As the words fell, the crowd on the stage froze, and then their gazes coincidentally looked in the direction where Yi Lang was. He's the first one to hold the ING ring. Want to do something like that? There was a wail in the hearts of all the participating martial artists. Although with the current situation, there was not much chance of competing with Yi Lang for the number 1 spot on the Submerged Dragon ranking, but there are still 99 places left. After a night's time, most of the participating martial artists had actually thought about it. If you punt in the first round, you punt, and it's basically the same for most of them anyway, except for Yi Lang. All zeros. By the second round, as long as you don't meet that Yi Lang, you can still compete just as fairly and still have a chance to make the list. But damn, now among the first people who guard the ring there is Yi Lang. Then if it is divided into is that ring, there is still a fart to play where the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and the others gathered. Yi Lang didn't have much of a reaction when he heard that he was the first to defend the ring. With a raised eyebrow, he was ready to head to the ring. At this moment, the ring had been divided into 9 separate areas under the control of the Tianji Pavilion martial artists. Soon, Yi Lang and the other 9 people were each standing on top of a ring. Other than him, that Shangguan Lu Yuan and the other 8 people all glanced at each other, a touch of celebration flowing out of their eyes. To be honest, if they had been the first to go up in the past, they would have been a little apprehensive. At this time, the Tianji Pavilion martial artist from before spoke again, reading out the list of the first batch of people who would go up to the stage to attack the ring. Ring 1, Sacred Clan Yuan Family, Yuan Wolf. Ring number 7, Xianqing Sect, Zhangwanxiang, **** is up. Below the ring, there was a gasp of surprise. A young man with an ugly face walked up to the 7th ring, which was the very ring that Yi Lang was guarding. When Yi Lang saw this, he couldn't help but laugh a little, but didn't laugh out loud. Instead, he looked at that Zhang Wanxian with an arrogant face and directly disliked him. Wimp out and kowtow to grandpa and admit defeat. Then get the hell out of here. He didn't mean anything by it, but simply wanted to earn some dislike points to spend. Poor Shu. The people from the various forces under the ring immediately fell their gazes on Zhang Wanxiang in unison when they heard what was said. In the ring, Zhang Wanxiang's face turned a pig's liver color, and his heart was filled with shame and anger. Contributed a wave of dislike points to Yi Lang, but it was slow to speak. Is he a wimp? Of course he's a wimp. Opposite this was a pervert who had swept away hundreds of participating martial artists by himself. But so many people are watching it. He surely can't really do what Yi Lang said. That's too insulting. When Yi Lang saw that he was slow to move and the dislike point was collected again, he lost his patience and appeared in front of Zhang Wanxiang as soon as his figure disappeared. I concede. Frightened, that Zhang Wanxiang fell to the ground with a poof and said sharply, "Cut. The disciples of the Xianqing sect are also too pulled. Don't they have the courage to fight?" Below, the crowd couldn't help but point at the situation. Many of the participating martial artists also immediately patted their chests and assured that although they might not be able to defeat Yi Lang, they would never be so gutless. Yi Lang watched Zhang Wanxiang stumble out of the ring, then glanced at the pointing crowd below, and the corner of his mouth pulled an arc. Then the body made such a trip to the ring, the posture incredibly relaxed. Honestly, all of you disciples of these sects are too weak. This palace master can win even if he lies down and fights. Yi Lang yawned, pointed at the bottom of the ring, and opened his mouth. While Yi Lang was speaking, the corner of the mouth of one of the Tianji Pavilion judges who was supervising ring number 7 on the side could not help but twitch slightly. This kid is so damn old. Below, the elders of the various forces, their faces were also embarrassed at the words. I was just talking about someone else, and now I'm being mocked. Not to mention the participating martial artists, all of them were red in the face, embarrassed and angry. War, you didn't get attacked by him in the first round. Are you sure you can beat him? In the direction of the War Soul Hall, a middle-aged man looked at the young man beside him and asked. The youth looked up at Yi Lang, and the battle intent flashed in his eyes, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. No, based on his instantaneous means alone, he is already invincible. If it wasn't for the limited time in the first round, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape being blasted out of the ring. That middle-aged man couldn't help but be speechless when he heard that. Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, where did you find this weirdo? On the ring, Yi Lang watched as the faces of many disciples below finally hung some anger again, and his heart could not help but be happy. Those are dislike points, and at that moment, the second martial artist also stepped onto the ring. There was no surprise that he was ed down after a dislike from Yi Lang. That Battle Soul Hall youth was right. With the instantaneous flash domain alone, Yi Lang was already an invincible existence amongst Imperial Realm martial artists. They couldn't capture Yi Lang's figure at all. Coupled with the tenfold power stacking of the Armor Breaker's hand, this subterranean dragon ranking contest, Yi Lang really didn't have an opponent. As time passed, the people guarding the other 8 rings had changed several batches. However, ring number 7, but still Yi Lang was lying there, all damn near asleep. There was no way. After the several martial artists in front of them were mercilessly taunted by Yi Lang and then beaten up, and even a few top geniuses at the peak of the Emperor realm were almost exhausted by Yi Lang's instantaneous flash, these participating martial artists completely saw the reality. There was no way they could beat Yi Lang. There was no hope of a wheel battle. There have been several in a row that have conceded as soon as they came up, and at this point, The second round of the top contenders was nearing the end. The second round of the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest ends here. Now, arrange the points to determine the list of potential dragons. Soon, a Tianji Pavilion martial artist announced the end, and Yi Lang woke up from his drowsy state. Phew! At that moment, Tianji, who had been sitting at the back of the ring, flashed over in his figure. With a flash of his hand, the points jade tags on the thousands of participating disciples turned into white light and appeared in the sky. Subsequently, the thousands of jade tiles shuddered, and the names and points of the contestants manifested in unison, arranged from top to bottom, below the ring, as well as all the martial artists in the distance. They all stared at the neatly arranged jade cards. This distance was nothing to the martial artists. The numbers and names on the jade tags were clearly and distinctly reflected in their eyes. At the very top, a jade sign was extremely eye-catching. Hiss, 982 points. This is the Subterranean Dragon ranking of all generations, with the most points, isn't it? That's right, even 600 years ago, that Shuang Tian War Emperor, he only took 500 points. When the crowd saw the number of points on the jade plate at the top, even though they were mentally prepared, they were still inevitably shocked. And the name on the front of that jade tablet was none other than Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Yi Lang, Chapter 103, Stone Tablet Seal, Undefeated God Emperor. Around the ring, people from all forces, their gazes were directed towards the ring. The still sleepy-eyed youth. One thought has risen in the back of his mind. The Yin Yang Heavenly Palace will definitely prosper even more with such an outstandingly talented person. Maybe even catching up with the Sky Masters one day. Where the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and the others gathered, Xianinzi and the others, at this moment, also had joyful expressions on their faces. Yi Lang taking the number 1 spot on the Submerged Dragon ranking was not just a boost in reputation for the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, but also had many substantial benefits. More importantly, after this battle, they also completely saw Yi Lang's potential. The future is bright with such a palace master. Beside them, Yin Yanran's clear and absolutely beautiful face also bloomed into a smile. The little guy isn't bad at all. At this moment, all the participating martial artists above and below the ring also saw the points manifesting above the sky. A sigh of relief immediately came out, obviously regretting that they hadn't been able to enter the top 100. And those who managed to make it onto the Subterranean Dragon ranking naturally looked uplifted. Plus a hint of celebration. This time, because of the existence of Yi Lang, there were actually quite a number of martial artists whose strength could have been on the list, who regretfully fell out. This Subterranean Dragon ranking contest has been very enjoyable for the old immortal to watch. Now, let's ask the top 10 to follow me to the Subterranean Dragon Monument to leave their names and obtain their seals. At this moment, Tianji whisked his sleeves and smiled as his pale voice rang out. As the words fell, the ring went silent, and the eyes of the crowd couldn't help but look to the back of the ring. Previously, where Tianji was sitting, a stone tablet that was tall, yet carried endless mysteries, slowly manifested itself. Beyond the stone monument, there were channels of auspicious clouds flowing, and the light shone amazingly. This monument is a spiritual object of heaven and earth, containing the mystery of Qi, and it is rumored that those who leave their names on it, and those who are sealed by it, will be able to get their Qi clocked. This, too, was one of the reasons why countless people longed for the top 10 of the Subterranean Dragon ranking. Is this the Subterranean Dragon tablet? It's truly marvelous. I heard that there was originally another true dragon tablet, which was even more unpredictable and wonderful, but it was lost 100,000 years ago, and none of the current true dragon list powerhouses have ever left their names on it. 100,000 years ago, was it not the time of the invasion of that extraterritorial soul race? Among the crowd, there were murmurs that rang out from time to time. In the ring, hearing these comments, Yi Lang couldn't help but move his eyebrows. This submerged dragon tablet can still give people a seal of fortune? That sounds pretty dang good. However, what is that extraterrestrial soul clan? But this time, the other 9 had all arrived under that Subterranean Dragon monument and were looking back at him. Speaking of which, these 9 people, all of them were peak Emperor realm powerhouses, and all of them came from hegemony-level forces. However, none of them dared to utter a word to urge Yi Lang. Shaking his head, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it, and with a flash, he appeared in front of that submerged dragon monument. Beside the stone monument, Tianji looked at Yi Lang, his eyes lingering on him for a long time, and praised him. This is really the first time I've seen an imperial realm with this kind of battle power. Little friend Yi has opened my eyes. Elder's fallacy. Yi Lang shook his head slightly and arched his hand back. Tianji was a supreme powerhouse of the 9 revolutions great emperor realm. In front of such a great power, even Yi Lang did not dare to be arrogant. Tianji laughed and shook his head, then faced the 10 Yi Lang people and opened his mouth. You will, in turn, carve your names and the forces to which you belong into the top of the stone tablet with your true essence. After he finished speaking, those 9 people couldn't help but twist their heads to look at Yi Lang. Yi Lang was the first in the subterranean dragon ranking, so naturally, he was the one who engraved first. Yi Lang was not polite, and immediately, he merged his fingers into a sword, and on top of the stone monument, he carved 6 big words, Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, Yi Long. After him, the remaining 9, in turn, inscribed their names, Battle Spirit Hall, Shanwu, Tongtian Temple, Mo Xian Yu, to the Dark Demon Palace, Spectral Knight, Hegemonic Body Divine Sect, Ling Maniac, Sacred Clan Ouyang Family, Ouyang Yifeng, Tianji Pavilion, Yi Chunfeng, Tien Dao League, Chen Qi, Feathered Immortal Sect, Zhang Rui, Tianji Pavilion, Mo Tian Gang. These 10 people were the top 10 who were qualified to receive the seal in this subterranean dragon ranking contest. Aside from the Tianji Pavilion, the rest of the hegemonic level forces all had at most one disciple ranked in the top 10. Even for the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, the presence of Yi Lang as a bug allowed almost everyone to stick around until the end and pick up a few leaks. However, in the second round, they were not able to compete with those truly powerful martial artists. This was, after Yi Lang and the other 10 people engraved their names into it, the submerged dragon steel surrounded by auspicious clouds violently bloomed with a flash of divine light, straight to the sky. In the void, a sea of clouds churned, as if something was about to brew. I wonder what title the palace master will be. Below the ring, Yin Bu Saint's son, Zhang Wuluo, said with some anticipation. Yin Yenran was also a bit curious and looked up at the void. She was born into the Yin family and was no stranger to the subterranean dragon tablet, knowing that it was a spiritual object of heaven and earth, possessing a certain degree of spiritual awareness, and would give a seal based on Yi Lang and the others' performance in battle. Boom! A heavy boom rang out in the void. Immediately afterward, a large character composed of divine light surfaced between heaven and earth. The Emperor of Strange Trigrams, Mo Tian Gang, Polar Shadow Wind Emperor, Zhang Rui, Crack Heaven and Earth Emperor, Chen Qi. Divine light flashed continuously in the void, but it was sealed from the 10th place. After each seal appeared, it transformed into a dragon-shaped pillar of metaphysical yellow qi, which was poured into the corresponding person's body. The hearts and minds of the crowd around the ring were stirred up and talking. Is that the qi luck? It seems that the higher the ranking, the thicker the pillar of qi? That's right. It represents the amount of qi gained. That first one, that Yi Lang, how much qi must he have? In a place around the ring, the Yin family's crowd watched the scene with lowered faces, none of them uttering a word. This time, their Yin family was completely wiped out, and none of them even made it to the potent dragon ranking. It was reasonable to say that with the Yin family's heritage, even though the family's strength had been damaged by the Great Change, it was not so bad that there was not even one person on the list. Yin Jian's strength alone was actually above many of the martial artists at the end of the subterranean dragon ranking. But sadly, Yin Jian and several other Yin family martial artists with outstanding strength were all assigned to Yi Lang's ring in the second round. If the family had, at first, directly fulfilled Yin Yenran and Yi Lang, then the current glory would belong to us, a Yin family elder. Looking at the spirited Yi Lang, couldn't help but say with some sourness, these words, falling on the ears of the people of the Yin family present, were rare in that no one refuted them. Yes, if that was done, then Yi Lang would be the Yin family's aunt. The alliance between the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and the Yin family could be considered ironclad. How could the Yin family be as difficult as it is today? At this time, the subterranean dragon tablet, which had already sealed the last 9 people, had all been completed. Above the void, divine light suddenly and violently released again, and a few large words fell between heaven and earth. Exactly. Undefeated God Emperor. Yi Long. Chapter 104, famous in the central region. Repenting of the past. Undefeated God Emperor. What a domineering title. That's right. Apparently in the eyes of that subterranean dragon tablet, Yi Lang is already invincible. After the seal belonging to Yi Lang appeared, the crowd around the ring could not help but marvel. The seal given by a spiritual object of heaven and earth such as the subterranean dragon tablet was by no means nonsense. And since the seal Yi Lang was undefeated, it meant that he had an invincible stance. Is the undefeated God Emperor? Barely worthy of my temperament. Yi Lang looked at the big words that shone with divine light, let out a light smile, and muttered to himself. Immediately, the divine light was seen to transform into a pillar of metaphysical yellow qi that was at least twice as thick as the other 9 before, and violently penetrated into Yi Lang's body. The crowd offstage could not help but gasp again when they saw the somewhat outrageously thick column of air. This Yi Lang, if he does not fall, perhaps in the future to be able to witness the Saint Ah. On the other hand, As the chi entered his body, Yi Lang didn't feel anything else, just some comfort. However, he recalled having seen a skill called Chi Luck Plus among the dislike system. What it does is that it allows him to have luck on his side, and can increase the probability of getting a chance, as well as a chance to survive in a desperate situation or something. Simply put, it's just luck and Ouija possession. Meaning, I've now become a son of Chi? It's not bad. I don't know if I can walk just to pick up some yuan stones or something. Yi Lang stretched his body and muttered darkly. At this point, with Yi Lang's sealing completed, the subterranean dragon ranking contest was considered to be basically over. What remains is the division between the various forces, regarding some of the resources on the ground. However, these had their own yin-yang heavenly palace elders to negotiate, so Yi Lang did not need to worry about it. At this time, he had already returned to the yin-yang heavenly palace and the others. Congratulations, Palace Master, for successfully winning the subterranean dragon ranking 1. Xianyin and the others hurriedly came forward to congratulate him. Yi Lang waved his hand slightly toward them and smiled. A subterranean dragon ranking 1 is just that. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The Palace Master has obtained the title of undefeatable God Emperor and already has an invincible son. So this subterranean dragon ranking is naturally nothing in the Palace Master's eyes. Xianyin heard this, but he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yi Lang's words. Instead, he nodded his head and agreed. Not far away from where he was listening, the faces of some other forces martial artists were speechless for a while. Can we not go to Versailles? Then I'll go back and rest first. And when you guys are done talking, then we'll go back to the heavenly palace together. Yi Lang knew that they were going to discuss the division of resources and whatnot with the Tianji Pavilion next, and only felt a little bored. Then he opened his mouth and dropped a sentence. Then together with Yin Yanran, they walked towards the palace. At the same time, as the curtain fell on the subterranean dragon ranking contest, the people present from all the forces also quickly transmitted the results of this ranking contest back to the sect. Soon, almost all of the major powers in the entire Middle Heaven region knew the results of this list competition, and Yi Lang's name was once again spread throughout the entire Mid-Heaven domain not long after. Last time, Yi Lang came out of nowhere to snatch a marriage amongst the sacred clan and exploded his shocking identity. This time, Yi Lang fought hundreds of battles and overwhelmed his generation, strongly winning the subterranean dragon ranking 1 and earning the title undefeated God Emperor. It could be said that today's Yi Lang was already the veritable number 1 person of the younger generation in the entire Middle Heavenly domain. Countless young martial artists idolized him, and how many young girls in their flower season treated Yi Lang as their dream lover, eager to see him. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. At this point, Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, in a hidden secret room. I didn't expect him to have captured the subterranean dragon ranking 1. At this rate, the position of Palace Master is afraid to be completely out of reach with me. A silhouette was hidden in the darkness and said in a deep voice, "Just wait, the opportunity will always come." After a moment of silence, the dark figure shook his head and fell silent. On the other side, Yin family, council chamber, the crowd of Yin clan elders, led by Yin Chun, as well as several direct disciples, were gathering in the hall. At this time, Yin Tian and the others had already transmitted the results of the subterranean dragon ranking contest back to the Yin clan. After Yin Chun and the others were informed of the results, they couldn't help but fall silent, their faces all incredibly complicated. This time, no one from the Yin clan was on the subterranean dragon ranking, which meant that not only would the Yin clan not receive more resources, but they would lose them instead. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the Yin family today, that Yi Lang is obviously targeting our Yin family. Otherwise, with Yin Jian's strength and theirs, it wouldn't be so bad that they wouldn't even make it to the bottom of the list. At this moment, a Yin clan elder, slamming the table, roared. However, Yin Chun just looked at him with a look that didn't have much anger in it, and was replaced by a look of regret. Yin Seed, now that it's come to this, don't you understand that when we chose to force Yin Yen to marry her, we've already stood against Yi Lang, and we're not taking advantage of it. Now that he has a powerful background and his strength has surpassed his generation, it's only reasonable for him to compete against our Yin family. Yin Chun shook his head and opened his mouth. Then his expression became a bit remorseful, saying, "I shouldn't have listened to that Yin Long brat's compulsion in the first place. If I had set up Yin Yen and Yi Lang from the beginning, what a great situation it would be today." Pass down the order to add another 50 years of confinement to Yin Long. Inside the hall, the rest of the elders heard this and regretted it in their hearts. None of them spoke for Yin Long. It was also true that Yin Long had reported back that Yi Lang was nothing but a poor boy with no background in the Green Sky domain, which was why they had not looked at him squarely. Yin Long has to take the blame for this. The great elder. At that moment, beside Yin Chun, another elder, pondering for a while, opened his mouth. Yin Yanran is, after all, a direct descendant of my Yin family, with the blood of the Yin family flowing in her body and bearing the Yin family's Empyrean body. This is a relationship that cannot be cut in any way. Now that the Shadow God sect and a few other families have turned on my Yin family one after another, there seems to be the shadow of the Shangguan family behind it again. If we can get Yin Yen to erase the old enmity and welcome her back to the family, then Yi Lang naturally won't sit back and watch our Yin family. With his saintly son's child plus the status of being the first in the subterranean dragon ranking, plus the deterrence of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, the Yin family's difficulties can be solved. This, when he finished speaking, before Yin Chun could reply, the rest of them could not help but look at each other. For a moment there was actually no one who stood up to object. Even the one who had gotten angry earlier did not speak. Obviously, this elder's proposal had impressed them. But, she had already openly declared her separation from the Yin family that day. I'm afraid she won't come back easily. That's right, Yen Yen nature is already stubborn. When the time of the year has already made it difficult for her to let go. Not to mention today. It's hard. However, when the elders thought of the decisiveness of Yin Yenran's tone that day, their tone couldn't help but darken again. Now that the old ancestor has fallen and the family head is in a coma, no matter what, I can't let the Yin family fall in my hands. I will personally travel to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace to make amends to Yenran. In addition, Yin Tian Yin Long and the two of them, both of them will also go with me and ask for forgiveness from Yen Yen. Yin Chun looked resolute, interrupting the lamentations of the crowd and through his voice. Chapter 105 Yin Chun leads the team, comes to offer sin. A few days later, in the mid-heaven domain, less than 10,000 miles above the sky from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, a huge airship was speeding. It was Yi Lang and the others. 2 days after the end of the submerged dragon ranking contest, Xianyin Zi and the others finished discussing things such as the division of resources and returned to Yin Yang Heavenly Palace with Yi Lang. On the airship, Yi Lang was still sleeping in the middle of his room as when he came. Yin Yenran, too, was asleep beside him. After this period of time, often being pulled by Yi Lang to sleep with him, Yin Yenran had thoroughly discovered that when she slept, her cultivation actually rose faster than she cultivated. Only after asking Yi Lang in detail did she learn that Yi Lang sleeping was also equivalent to cultivating. Such outrageous things made Yin Yenran feel even more incredible while being shocked. Yi Lang, the secret method is also too heavenly. It's just that he can grow his cultivation by sleeping. He can also drive others. Fortunately, Yi Lang's relationship with her nowadays had long since broken through the barriers, so Yin Yenran had no qualms about sleeping with Yi Lang the whole day. Just this scene fell in the eyes of other people on the airship is another meaning. Our palace master is powerful, but isn't he a bit too indulgent? That's right. From the moment they boarded the airship, the palace master and that fairy Yin, it seems like they haven't left the room. Then in that case, palace master's body is also great. Several disciples who were involved in the subterranean dragon ranking contest gathered together and discussed quietly. The words were full of a kind of curiosity about the big man's private life. Ahem, you few don't have a lot of guts, daring to discuss the palace master in private. At this time, Zhang Wuluo, who was not far away, came over and boarded up his face, and the disciples hurriedly stopped talking and dispersed. Zhang Wuluo looked at their backs, and his eyes couldn't help but sweep in the direction of Yi Lang's room. In his mind, he recalled that before he set out, he went to find the palace master, who also looked as if he had only just gotten up. The life of a courtier. My dream. At the bottom of Zhang Wuluo's heart, he leisurely sighed. Although he was the Inbu Saint's son and seemed to be in an honorable position, there was Wang Mang's presence within the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, which pressed down on him and made him unable to raise his head. He could only practice desperately. Where has there ever been a day like Yi Lang this dashing and happy? It didn't take long for the airship to arrive not far from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. However, when traveling here, the airship suddenly stopped and did not directly enter the Heavenly Palace. At the head of the huge airship, Xianyin Zi and a few elders were cautious with their eyes, frowning at the scene in front of them. Ahead, in the void, stood a straight line of people. The first person was an old man. Yin Jun, your Yin family is blocking the entrance to my Heavenly Palace. What do you want? Xianyin Zi's eyes swept over the face of the old man at the head of the group and asked in a deep voice. That's right, that old man was none other than the Yin clan's grand elder, the 8th Turan Great Imperial Realm Powerhouse, Yin Chun. Among those standing behind him, there were the two Yin Tian Yin Long brothers, as well as some Yin clan powerhouses. Xianyin Zi, we have no ill intentions. Seeing the cautious appearance of Xianyin Zi and the others, Yin Chun was busy explaining. Humph, I'm sorry, but your Yin family wouldn't dare. Besides Xianyin Zi, an elder snorted coldly, hearing the people of the Yin family behind Yin Chun. Their faces could not help but be somewhat stifled, especially Yin Long. At this moment, his mind was on the verge of collapsing. He was already upset about being confined. and a few days ago he was told to add another 50 years. Before he could completely accept the sudden bad news, he was again offered to accompany the Grand Elder to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Make amends to that Yin Yenran and Yi Long. Yin Long inwardly that he didn't want to come, but there was no way to disobey the family. Now, the moment he came, he was mocked by the people of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Who would be able to accept this? Phew. At that moment, Yin Chun sensed their dissatisfaction and twisted his head to deliver a stern look. Then with an unchanged face, he continued to speak. We came here to find Yenran and Yi Lang and make amends to them. Oh, Xianyin Zi and the others were a bit stunned when they heard this. He hadn't expected that Yin Chun was a powerful 8th-turn Great Emperor realm powerhouse, a hegemonic level power holder. Even though the Yin family had a change of heart now, it was still a big name in the entire Middle Heavenly domain. This kind of existence, even personally bringing people from the family, specially coming here to make amends? It seems like the Yin family's situation is even worse than imagined. In the hearts of the crowd of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and others, they all thought so. Master, should we go wake up the palace master and the others? Zhang Wuluwa asked tentatively. Xianyanzi pondered for a while and nodded. This matter, in the end, is still the matter of Yi Lang and Yin Yenran with the Yin family? Not to mention that Yin Yenran is from the Yin family no matter how you put it. Xianyanzi didn't dare to make a decision for Yi Lang without authorization. In the void, when Yin Chun saw that someone had gone to call Yi Lang and the others, he did not speak, and hung above the void with his eyes closed. It didn't take long for Zhang Wuluwa to return to the head of the airship once again. Behind him, a yawning voice came from far away. Ha! Did the Yin family come to make amends? This is something new. Is the Holy Clan so faceless? In the void, Yin Chun sniffed and opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth twitching unnoticeably. The crowd of Yin family members behind him were all a bit agitated as well. Yi Lang this out. They have to make amends. It can be expected that this matter will inevitably spread. They lose face. Between the thoughts of the crowd, Yi Lang and Yin Yenran had already arrived at the head of the airship. Yi Lang squinted at Yin Chun and the others and smiled gently. Yin Yenran had little expression on her face, not knowing what she was thinking. Yi Lang, Yenran, I brought them here today with no other intention than to make amends to you. Yin Chun was the first to speak after only a slight silence. After a pause, he looked at Yin Yenran and continued. Yen, the Yin family has many apologies for you. The matter of your Mother's Day was the fault of the family head, but it was never the family head's intention. Moreover, nowadays, the family head has also become completely comatose. I am afraid that he may not necessarily be able to wake up, and what happened 100 years ago is also what the family did wrong. Speaking here, Yin Chun twisted his head to look behind him. Yin Tian Yin Long. When the two of them heard this, there was some struggle in their hearts. However, Yin Tian, who was the young patriarch, was obviously more aware, and flashed in front of Yin Yenran first and opened his mouth. Little sister, big brother was wrong. I'll do anything you want me to do if you're willing to forgive the family. On the airship, Yin Yenran was stunned. In the bottom of her heart, she had indeed long since despaired of the Yin family, and she had long since lost her brotherly love for Yin Tian and the others. But Yin Chun was right about one thing. The Yin family, after all, he had given birth to her and raised her. At this time, the Yin family's sudden reparation was to make her momentarily confused, and she could not help but turn her head to look at Yi Lang. Yi Lang reached out and held her hand, meaning to tell her not to panic. Then he looked towards Yin Tian, and Yin Long who was dawdling there, a hint of a smile rising from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 106, Kneel down and kowtow. You can get out. At that moment, Yin Long also flashed in front of the airship under the eyes of Yin Chun as if he wanted to eat him. Keeping his head down, he stammered, I was wrong too. I'll do anything if you'll forgive us. Too. On the airship, Yin Yenran's jade hand was held by Yi Lang, and she also came back from her daze. A look of disgust appeared on his face as he looked at the apologizing Yin Tian duo in front of him. How familiar this scene was. Not long ago when she had just returned to the Yin family, Yin Tian and the others had apologized to her in the same way. That time she forgave the Yin family on account of the fact that the worst hadn't happened back then and on top of her family's affection. But what happened? In the blink of an eye, he's going to force her to marry that Wang Mang and threaten Yi Lang's life. Not a thought for her feelings. So, this time, she, Yin Yenran, would never be so soft-hearted as to be used by them again. Beside her, Yi Lang smiled with some mockery and raised his eyebrows, saying, do anything right? Then kneel down and kowtow a few times first to show your sincerity. As the words fell, the crowd in the arena froze. The two of them, Yin Tian and Yin Long, couldn't help but turn red in the face and squeeze their fists as they looked back at Yin Chun. At this moment, the faces of the people of the Yin family were all extremely ugly as well. They didn't expect that Yi Lang would be so faceless. The Yin family is at least a holy clan, and they have come a long way to take the initiative to ask for forgiveness. Even let them kneel and kowtow. In the hearts of the Yin family, they were all suffocated to the point of exploding, but they could only forcibly endure it. It couldn't be helped. They had come on this trip to ask for Yi Lang. What's more, this was the entrance to the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace. If they angered Yi Lang, they couldn't see how they could leave safely. No, if you can't do a kowtow, you can do anything? It's better to get out while you can. Seeing as Yin Yen was born into the Yin family after all, I won't make things difficult for you today. On the airship, Yi Lang skimmed his mouth and said. Yin Yenran was beside him and did not object in the slightest. Do what he says. At that moment, the Yin Tian Yin Long duo received a voice transmission in their minds. It was sent by Yin Chun. The two couldn't help but be silent for a while. Before they came, Junin had instructed them to hold back no matter how bad Yi Lang and Yin Yenran's attitude was. But damn if they were going to kneel and kowtow. They were really not expecting it. Anyways, they were also Emperor Realm powerhouses, and they were even the direct lineage of the sacred clan. But as things stand, Yin Chun, the great elder, the Yin family's present master of ceremonies, has issued an order, and they can only yield. Gritting their teeth, the two of them, with red faces, came to the top of the airship and slowly knelt in front of Yi Lang and Yin Yenran. Bang bang bang! The sound of kowtowing rang out and fell on the ears of everyone in the room. Xianyin Zi and the other people of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace were surprised. I didn't expect the unbeatable Yin family in the past to really kneel and kowtow, especially those Imperial Realm disciples. The admiration for Yi Lang in their hearts at this moment could be said to be like a torrential river, unceasing. Palace Master is too powerful, isn't he? With the Yin family's Grand Elder personally making amends, and the young patriarch and the first family members kneeling down to kowtow? Humph. The Yin family is still not trying to beg for the Palace Master's help. Haven't you heard what the Yin family once did to the Palace Master in Miss Yin? It's all the punishment they deserve. The disciples were starry-eyed and talking. The fact that Yi Lang had snatched Yin Yenran's marriage in the first place had long since been no secret, and the matters concerning them and the Yin family had long since been raked over the coals by good people. Spread out. Honey, is that a relief? Yi Lang came to Yin Yenran's side and asked quietly. He had long wanted to take revenge on this Yin Tian Yin Long duo, but now it was just right. Yin Yenran was moved to look at Yi Lang and gently nodded her head. Palace Master Yi, is it okay now? At that moment, the corner of Yin Chun's mouth quirked, forcing himself to hold back the stifled feeling in his heart and asked. It's okay. You guys can off. Yi Lang waved his hand. Rightfully so. The Yin family had once threatened Yin Yen with his life, and if he didn't have a system chat group, then it was likely that he would be dead by now. And Yin Yenran, odds are, she'll kill herself too. With this kind of enmity, how could he really help the Yin family? Think he's a charity? Without helping to destroy their Yin family, it was already on the face of Yin Yenran, who came from the Yin family after all. What did you say? After Yi Lang finished speaking, the two brothers, Yin Tian and Yin Long, who were kowtowing, immediately stopped. Straightening up, he pointed at Yi Lang, his eyes erupting with rage. At the front of the airship, the crowd of Yin family members, including Yin Chun, couldn't suppress the suffocation in their hearts anymore. Kneeled and kowtowed. Now tell them to get lost? How about playing? Yi Lang mentally perceived the rising dislike points within the dislike system and skimmed the fuming Yin family members in front of him. Yell at me? Are you guys afraid you don't want to leave? As Yi Lang's words fell, Xianyin Zi and the other Yin Yang Heavenly Palace elders instantly understood. The pressure belonging to a great emperor was released, instantly enveloping this piece of heaven and earth. At the same time, Xianyin Zi offered up the Palace Master's token that Yi Lang had given him earlier, and an illusory gate immediately appeared in the void in front of him. A dozen terrifying auras drilled out from the gate and descended around the airship. It was none other than Yinbu's group of great Emperor Realm elders. What are the Palace Master's orders? On the airship, Yin Tian Yin Long, who bore the brunt of the attack, was dumbfounded. Both legs were shaking a little. Yin Chun's face was hard to see. His eyes swept over the crowd of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace powerhouses, and he glanced in the direction of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace with extreme scorn, not daring to say more for a moment. Behind him, the other Yin family members were even more shocked by such a lineup long ago. Where would they dare to be dissatisfied anymore? Pop! Pop! Yi Lang reached out and slapped a big mouth on each of Yin Tian Yin Long's faces. The duo had long been locked by the breath of a dozen great emperors at this point, where they could still resist, and were solidly slapped. With that, Yi Lang looked at Yin Chun and the others, not hiding the disgust on his face as he disliked them. Ha! I knew it. Your Yin family will always be this hangdog, trying to ask me for a favor and acting like you don't want to do it if I don't agree. Do you really think everyone revolves around your Yin family? Yin Yenran, who was beside him, had the same disgust on her face. Yi Palace Master. Junin wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Yi Lang directly waving his hand. Now, just two choices. I'm going to count to 3. Either get the hell out of here right now, or they're all accounted for. Yi Lang's expression was cold and his tone took on a hint of seriousness. The full aura and big brother temperament couldn't help but superimpose themselves, causing the hearts and minds of the Yin family's crowd to flutter. Can't help but want to run away. The crowd of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace people were also somewhat horrified as they looked at Yi Lang. Palace Master, this aura. So overbearing. Go! Yin Chun looked deeply at Yi Lang, knowing that he wasn't joking, and immediately led the Yin family's crowd and left in disgrace. Head of Xuanbu, immediately issue a notice in the name of my Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master. I don't have any relations with the Yin family, and the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace will not even make a move to help the Yin family. Yi Lang looked at the backs of the Yin family's crowd as they left and said in a deep voice. Chapter 107, Before the Storm, A Vision in the Sky. After saying that, Yi Lang picked up Yin Yanran and headed inside the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Honey, you wouldn't blame me for being so unforgiving to the Yin family, would you? Yi Lang softly asked Yin Yanran. Yi Lang knew that if he did so, he would put the Yin family in an even more difficult situation. Hence the question. After all, Yin Yanran was always born in the Yin family. Yin Yanran sniffed, but she gave him an infinitely beautiful look and shook her head. From the moment I announced that I was breaking away from the Yin clan, I was no longer a member of the Yin clan. How can they go blaming you for them? Get it? Yi Lang smiled at his words, wrapped his arm around Yin Yanran's shoulder, and headed for the palace where he lived. On the other hand, Xianyin quickly sent out a notice according to Yi Lang's words after he had spoken, notifying the entire Middle Heavenly Domain. The large and small forces of the Middle Heaven Domain couldn't help but be in an uproar after learning the news. Many people were even secretly feeling a bit amused at the Yin family. If you knew it would come to this, why did you do it? The Yin family's current situation has long been no secret, and now that Yi Lang had set this aside, those forces that were previously still interested in bringing a hint of this layer of scruples, would no longer stay their hand. The Yin family is afraid that this time, it will be really difficult. Of course, at this time, Yi Lang did not have the heart to care about what would happen to the Yin family, and was lying on the bed with Yin Yanran, having just woken up from his sleep. On the way back from ascending Dragon City, with Yin Yanran beside him as a gas pedal, his cultivation grew extremely fast. On top of the middle stage of the Imperial Realm, it had risen a great deal. This speed, if outsiders were to learn about it, I'm afraid it would be another shock. Yi Lang blinked his eyes on the bed, his mind thinking about something else. The subterranean dragon ranking had ended, and he had even returned to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, but it was surprisingly calm. That murderer of Li Wu'er was slow to strike at him. Is it a wimp? It shouldn't be. Even the 9 Revolutions Emperor dared to move. There's no reason why he wouldn't dare to move me. Yi Lang calculated in his heart, thinking that this might be the calm before the storm perhaps. There are still 50 days before the 100-day deadline. If I can't complete the mission, the big deal is that I don't want this identity, and take Yin Yan back to the Green Sky Domain anyway. I'm not losing out anyway. Yi Lang made up his mind, so he didn't think anymore, closed his eyes again and forced himself to fall asleep. As time passed, several more days passed. Rumble. On this day, Yi Lang was still in the middle of his slumber, but he suddenly heard a loud sound of the sky crashing into the earth, waking him from his sleep. What's going on? Yi Lang was sleepy-eyed with some confusion on his face. Yin Yanran was beside him, first somewhat surprised that a large portion of cultivation had grown within her body. It's not far from a breakthrough. Only then, together with Yi Lang, did he straighten up his clothes and flash to the outside of the palace. The two looked up into the sky, and a flash of shock appeared in their eyes, only to see a great sea of red and somewhat demonic clouds appear above the extremely high void in the distance. It was boundless and stretched for no less than hundreds of thousands of miles. Shoo shoo. At this time, several streams of light flashed from afar and landed beside Yi Lang. It was Xianyin as well as several Yin Bu elders. Palace Master, head of Zhenbu, you're just in time. What is that thing? Yi Lang pointed at the majestic sea of clouds and smacked his lips as he asked. However, before Xianyin could reply, the void was changed once again. Only the demonic and boundless sea of clouds churned and rumbled. A gigantic shadow, as if coming from eternity, descended above the sea of clouds. The silhouette could not be seen, but its aura was terrifying to the extreme. The heaven and earth's great Tao emitted a wail, and it seemed as if they were all bowing down to this shadowy figure, even though they were separated by an unknown distance. Yi Lang couldn't help but tremble inwardly the moment this shadow appeared. Heaven and earth submit, and the origin is transformed into a boundless sea of blood. This is, could it be, the owner of that great saint's tomb? Beside Yi Lang, Xianyin looked horrified and trembled. The other few elders, too, seemed to recall some terrifying existence, and their faces also became horrified in an instant. When Yi Lang heard this, he could not help but suppress the tremor in his heart and twisted his head to ask, "Are you saying that that imaginary figure is the master of that whatsoever great holy tomb?" When he was in the Spirit Sky sect, Yi Lang had heard that old man beside Yin Long mention that a great saint's tomb had appeared more than 10 years ago. The old ancestor of the Yin family, a saintly powerhouse, all fell among them. Yin Yan's father, a 9 revolutions great emperor realm powerhouse, was also in a coma because of this, and it was estimated that he wouldn't necessarily be able to live. There were even Li Wu Er and many other powerful people who had fallen due to that great sacred tomb. And now, the projection of the master of this great holy tomb has actually appeared? Does this mean the great sacred tomb is coming out? Xianyin face had horror turn into gravity as he nodded and added, "Palace master, if there are no accidents, that great sage's tomb is definitely going to come out. Otherwise, there would never be such a vision. Please, Palace master, send someone immediately to the place where the vision is located to check it out, so as not to miss a good opportunity." Great sage's tomb represents the inheritance of a great saint, as well as countless extremely precious heavenly materials and treasures. Gongfu martial arts. No power can remain unmoved by these things. Yi Lang sniffed and immediately said, "Leave this matter to Elder Inbu. Go and do it." With that, Xianyin few people led the way. In the meantime, within the mid-heaven domain, all forces were startled by this vision. They also began to head out to the center of the vision, to check it out, lest they be snatched up by other forces. "Yi Lang, come to my master's place." At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded in Yi Lang's mind. It was the Yin Yang sage. Yi Lang was stunned. It seemed that the vision of the emergence of the great sacred tomb had alarmed even the saints. Yan, I'm going to make a trip to master's place, so wait for me here first." Yi Lang turned his head and instructed Yin Yanran nodded. With that, Yi Lang did not delay any longer and his body headed for the small world. Now that he was the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace master, he naturally had an unobstructed path. And soon, he arrived in front of that stone wall. On the stone wall, the face of the Yin Yang sage manifested. "See master." Yi Lang bowed and worshipped. "No need to be polite. I'm sure you've seen the vision in the outside world. That's exactly the same great sacred tomb that master explored in the beginning. I didn't expect to take the initiative to come out now." The Yin Yang sage's voice with majesty rang out with a hint of exclamation in his tone. To think that he, with the ability of a saint, explored the tomb of a great saint, but returned without success. Now, it's actually showing up on its own. It was impossible for the Yin Yang sage not to sigh and lament. "Master, I wonder what that great saint is all about, making such a big commotion before the tomb is even revealed?" At this time, Yi Lang looked up and couldn't help but ask curiously. On the stone wall, the Yin Yang sage looked at Yi Lang and opened his mouth. "Do you know about the invasion of the 9 heavens continent by the extraterrestrial soul race 100,000 years ago? Chapter 108, First Hearing of the Starry Sky. Extraterrestrial soul race. Extraterrestrial soul race? Yi Lang was stunned, and in his mind, he couldn't help but recall hearing this word by chance when he participated in the subterranean dragon ranking contest. It seems that the loss of that whatever true dragon tablet is related to it, but what exactly was this extraterrestrial soul race? He was indeed unclear. Disciple is ignorant, so I'll ask master to elaborate. Yi Lang shook his head and returned truthfully. On the stone wall, the face of the Yin Yang sage nodded slightly, and his old and majestic voice continued to ring out. "You're incredibly talented, but you're still young, and your understanding of this world is actually far from enough. My master will speak to you today in passing." A hint of interest appeared on Yi Lang's face as he pricked up his ears to listen. "This world that we are in is actually vast, far beyond your imagination. Beyond the 9 heavens continent is the endless starry sky, and in the starry sky, star fields are all over the place, and in each one of them, there are a varying number of great worlds. The star field where the 9 heavens continent is located is called the Heavenly Dipper star field." In front of the stone wall, Yi Lang couldn't help but show a trace of shock on his face when he heard the words, "endless stars, star fields all over." After crossing over for so long, it was the first time Yi Lang learned about the world outside of the 9 heavens continent. "I didn't realize that this world was so vast." Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a little stirred. At that moment, the Yin Yang sage's voice, after a pause, continued. "And the extraterrestrial soul race is a race that came from other star realms 100,000 years ago. This race is extremely powerful. Unlike our human race, which requires cultivation to reach the Emperor realm before they can barely make it through the void beyond the heavens and enter the true starry sky. It was born to be able to survive in the starry sky, but it's incredibly evil, feeding on the souls of living beings, and as soon as it entered the Heavenly Dipper starfield, it began its frantic invasion and plundering. In the end, it was only under the leadership of the two most powerful great worlds, us, the Nine Heavens continent and the true Martial continent, in the Heavenly Dipper starfield at that time, that it was driven out of the Heavenly Dipper starfield at an extremely grievous cost. After the Yin Yang sage finished speaking, Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a little shocked again in the bottom of his heart. This extraterrestrial soul race, it's so powerful? You have to gather the entire Tenda starfield to barely drive it away? Master, could it be that the owner of that great sage's tomb that came out this time is related to the extraterrestrial soul race? Yi Lang had some speculations and couldn't help but ask. Exactly. When I first explored that great saint's tomb, although I was blocked by the prohibitions in it and was unable to enter completely, I sensed the aura of the soul race. If the expectation is correct, that should not only be a great saint's tomb from 100,000 years ago, but also a battlefield for the war with the extraterrestrial soul race. The Yin Yang sage opened his mouth to reply. Battlefield? When Yi Lang heard this, he could not help but be stunned again, and his mind turned slightly. Since it was a battlefield, it couldn't have been only one great saint participating in the battle, and there were bound to be quite a few remains of other powerhouses such as saints inside. Then this great sage's tomb, its value may be even higher. Then, Master, are you going to enter it yourself? Returning to his senses, Yi Lang opened his mouth again and asked. No, there is a prohibition within that tomb. No one with the cultivation of a great emperor or above can enter without difficulty. This is also the reason why the master returned in defeat that year. The Yin Yang sage shook his head inside. Then, he looked at Yi Lang and said, My master summoned you here this time because he wants you to enter it as well. With your saint body talent, it's very likely that you'll be able to obtain that great sage inheritance. At that time, the master will also be able to borrow the contents of the inheritance to have a look. However, the specific matters will have to be discussed with the other saints after the situation of the great sage's tomb is clarified. Master, Yi Lang couldn't help but stare at his words. To be honest, he had little interest in that whatsoever great sage inheritance. With the system chat group in place, he didn't have to worry about that at all. However, since the Yin Yang sage had spoken, he had no intention of refusing. This is, after all, his current, thickest thigh, and, this time seems to be a good opportunity, may be able to fish out that murderer of Li Wu'er. Thinking of this, Yi Lang simply agreed, and the Yin Yang sage couldn't help but feel a sense of relief on his face. However, the great sage tomb is treacherous and unpredictable, so as the master gifted you a life-preserving arcane light last time, he will now plant 2 more in the sea of consciousness. After saying that, the light above the stone wall flourished, and 2 channels of metaphysical yellow light, like lightning, fled into Yi Lang's brow. Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. This was equivalent to him having 3 chances to save his life. Steady. Thank you, Master. No need to be polite. You go back first and wait for news. When the situation is cleared up, the Master will inform you. The Yin Yang sage instructed and disappeared from above the stone wall. Yi Lang stood in place for a while. Then he also returned and headed towards the outside of the small world. On the way back to the palace, Yi Lang suddenly remembered again that since he was about to enter the great sacred tomb, shouldn't he change his system as well? The sleeping stronger system is functional and easy to use, so you definitely won't be switching for a while. The dislike system, well, seems to be of little use if it enters the tomb of the great saint. The day to enter the great sacred tomb is still undecided anyway, so it's best to wait until the 1-month period expires before changing systems. Yi Lang counted the days. It was only almost half a month since he had bound the sleeping strengthening system. If you switch now, you won't be able to use the enter keyword feature, and you'll have to wait for the 1-month period to expire before you can switch with your 3 previous draws. Setting his mind, Yi Lang quickly returned outside the palace and spoke to Yin Yenran about what the Yin Yang sage had said to him. You want to enter the great sage's tomb? Yin Yenran frowned as she looked at Yi Lang. The great sage's tomb was treacherous and unpredictable. Even though Yi Lang had the Shen light of the Yin Yang sage to protect his life, she was still a little worried. After all, there are only 3 chances to save your life too. Well, don't worry, it'll be fine. There will be other emperor realms within the heavenly palace with me when the time comes. Yi Lang smiled and softly replied back. Then when the time comes, I'll go in with you. Yin Yenran pondered slightly, then said in a resolute tone. Yi Lang was stunned, and his heart could not help but be a little touched. He knew that Yin Yenran was still worried about his safety. Sure enough, it's better to be the Empress Sama. And at this time, in the middle heavenly domain, where the center of that amazing vision was, the people from all the forces who had come to investigate had also arrived. Xian Yin Zi, with a few Yin Bu elders, also appeared at this place, his divine thoughts falling forward. There, tens of thousands of miles of Earth had completely disappeared, revealing a huge and terrifying abyss. Above the abyss, a blood-red curtain of light shrouded the sky, mirroring the sea of clouds above. At this time, the shadow that had pressed heaven and earth had already disappeared, leaving only a boundless sea of blood-red clouds. It really is that great saint's tomb, but it seems that it hasn't fully come out yet. Those who came here were all powerful people from various forces, and some of them had also traveled to explore that great saint's tomb a dozen years ago and returned by chance. Upon closer inspection, it was recognized. Chapter 109, Saints agree. Move forward. Since it has been determined that it's that great sacred tomb, I'll be polite. That's right. First in, first out. To each his own. The powerhouses from all sides, after thoroughly ascertaining that underneath that abyss was that great sage's tomb that had appeared more than 10 years ago, were instantly nonplussed. Some people who hadn't come into contact with the great sacred tomb were even heading directly towards the abyss that was shrouded in a blood-red curtain of light. I'm afraid that someone else will beat me to it. Boom boom. However, after the crowd approached that abyss, the blood-red light curtain was a sudden generous glow that directly entangled them. These powerhouses whose cultivations were all above that of a great emperor, their flesh unexpectedly began to erode in an instant, directly revealing deep white bones. Ah! Successive miserable screams came out, and those who were entangled in the red light hastily used all their strength to frantically retreat. But in just this small amount of time, a great emperor perished in flesh and blood, leaving behind only a white bone that fell within the abyss. Only a wisp of the divine soul escaped, and was shielded by the fellow travelers who rushed out to protect it. Hiss! What kind of prohibition is this? It's so terrifying. In the distance, the people from various forces could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. I didn't even finish my sentence just now, so these people are in such a monkey business. Back then, when I explored this great sacred tomb with my old ancestor, I had already discovered that an extremely terrifying prohibition existed within it, and that cultivations above great emperors were simply unable to enter. If you want to force your way in, the only way is to fall. At this moment, the person who had spoken out earlier to recognize this great sacred tomb said in a cold voice. Those who managed to escape from the red light entanglement could not help but look at him with a ghostly glance and clench their teeth. It's also true that they're in a hurry. Gentlemen, please listen to what I have to say. The origin of the owner of this great sage's tomb is still unknown, but it is by no means a good person. So for the next matter, we'd better leave it to the sage ancestors. Another man stepped forward and spoke. The eyes of the powerful people in the arena skimmed over the abyss as they nodded at the words. With that, all forces left one or two people stationed here, and the rest returned to their clans. Soon after, Middle Heaven Domain. Above the void in the middle of the sky and the stars. Boom boom. More than 10 terrifying silhouettes that looked as if they had become one with heaven and earth manifested. One of them had an old face, and it was none other than the Yin-Yang sage. As for the others, they were naturally saint ancestors of the various hegemony level forces. Aside from those who were in slumber, and the few who had traveled to the stars, the rest had come. Among them, besides the Yin-Yang saints, there were also saints from the Tianji Pavilion as well as the Battle Spirit Hall who had gone to explore the great sage tomb. Of course, there was also an old ancestor of the Yin clan, but it was one that had already fallen. According to my disciples, it is impossible to enter that tomb above the great emperor realm? A sage, looking toward the Yin-Yang sage trio, asked. The three saints nodded. This was something they had known for a long time. What if we join hands? Could it be that we still can't break the district's prohibition? The other saint spoke with a slight silence. He was the old ancestor of the hegemonic body divine sect, an existence that had become a saint in the flesh, and his battle power was among the forefront among the saints. That's why it was thought that maybe we could break in by force. No. The celestial Chi Pavilion sage shook his head slightly and opened his mouth. This great sage's tomb is actually not fully manifested, and its and the forbidden system have become one. I have long since deduced that if I were to forcefully break the prohibition, it would cause the world within the tomb to collapse, and everything within would return to nothingness. The Yin-Yang sage's pale voice rang out as he sniffed. In that case, then the only way to enter it would be to let the elite disciples of their respective clans enter it. If my expectation is correct, that should be a battlefield from 100,000 years ago, when there are quite a few remains of other powerhouses. It can also be used as a trial. The saints heard the words and could not help but make secret calculations in their hearts. In this way, the great sage inheritance falling into the hands of whichever disciple is the one whose saint takes advantage of it. Of course, the great sage inheritance would be obtained by the disciples of those forces that didn't have saints sitting in their midst, and they wouldn't even consider it. The disciples of these hegemony-level forces of theirs were naturally more talented in general. To take a step back, even if it really was obtained by someone outside of the hegemony-level forces by chance, they wouldn't be able to protect it. then let the disciples go forward, but their cultivation must be above the imperial realm. Otherwise they will only be getting killed for nothing. The saints quickly made a decision and finalized the charter. Immediately afterward, the silhouettes of the saints disappeared and returned to their respective sects. At the same time, the decision was made, and the word spread. Once this news was spread, the entire middle heavenly domain, once again, boiled over. This was a great sacred tomb that contained a large number of powerful legacies. The large and small forces of the mid-heaven domain couldn't help but all rub their fists together and select talented disciples within their sects whose cultivation levels were above the imperial realm. At this time, Yi Lang, who was waiting for news within the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, had also long received the Yin Yang Sage's transmission. He was informed of this matter and was told to retrieve the Palace Master's token from Xianin Zi. Because of this token, it can be used to send a message to the Yin Yang Sage at a critical moment in case of an accident. Head of the Xian Ministry, you immediately select the people who will enter the Great Sage, and 2 days later, depart with me. Yi Lang held the token he had just received from Xianin Zi and opened his mouth. Xianin Zi nodded. He had actually begun preparations since he returned from the abyss. Basically have the personnel picked out. This time, aside from those Emperor Realm disciples who went to participate in the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest last time, there were several other Emperor Realms, as well as several extremely talented Emperor Realms. This included the respective saint sons of the Yin and Yang divisions, Zhang Wulua and Wang Mang. Soon, 2 days had passed. Come on, wife. Inside the room, Yi Lang turned his head to Yin Yanran and the two of them flashed towards the outside of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. It was worth mentioning that within these few days, Yin Yan had already broken through from the early stage of the Emperor Realm to the mid-stage of the Emperor Realm. Her original cultivation level, in fact, was not too far from a breakthrough, and after sleeping with Yi Lang for so many days, she even directly crossed the bottleneck and completed the breakthrough. At this time, outside the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, Xianin Zi and Tianyang Zi, who hadn't seen him for a long time, each brought a few elders from the Yangyin department and waited here. This time, when they traveled to the Great Sacred Tomb, although only those under the Great Emperor such as Yi Lang entered, there were quite a few strong people protecting them. The two ministry heads came out in unison, and brought along quite a few great Imperial Realm elders. This, naturally, was to protect Yi Lang and the others after they came out, so as to avoid the gains made in the Great Sacred Tomb being snatched by people with evil intentions. Palace Master, we'll set off now. At this time, Yi Lang and Yin Yanran appeared, and Xian Yinzi immediately spoke. Yi Lang nodded and took the lead in stepping onto the airship that had been prepared long ago. The others followed up, all with a hint of anticipation and excitement in their expressions, especially the 10 people who had participated in the Submerged Dragon ranking with Yi Lang before. They had absolute confidence in Yi Lang. The Palace Master is here. No surprises. Fierce, let's go too. At the end of the crowd, Tian Yangzi, whose complexion could not be seen with any emotion, and Wang Mang behind him, also stepped onto the airship. Chapter 110, All Parties Gather. Entering the tomb. A few days later, tens of thousands of miles in size, surrounded by an abyss shrouded by a blood-red curtain of light. Above the void, numerous large airships were parked. All of them were people from various forces in the Middle Heaven region. The Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's airship, naturally, was among them. So many people? Yi Lang walked out from the room on the airship and looked at the airship parked in the void, slightly shocked. This is even more than the Subterranean Dragon ranking at that time. The people who came, a great saint's tomb, coupled with countless other powerful inheritances inside. These people naturally tend to rush after it. If it wasn't for the saints, who gave a cultivation limit, there's no telling how many people would have come. Yin Yanran stood beside him and faintly returned. At that moment, a figure flew out from atop a snow-white and boundless airship. Yi Lang fixed his eyes on him and recognized that he was none other than the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Zi. Gentlemen, please be quiet. Tianji Zi slightly raised his hand and his voice rang out. The martial artists on top of the various airships hurriedly stopped their conversations and looked at Tianji Zi. As the number one power in the Middle Heaven domain, Tianji Pavilion was naturally the most vocal on such occasions. This time, when the Great Sacred Tomb opens, due to the prohibition, only those under the Great Emperor Realm can enter. Thus it is a rare opportunity for all of you. But I'm sure you all know that all the sage ancestors set the rule that martial artists whose cultivation is below the Imperial Realm are not allowed to enter. This is for the sake of the safety of the martial artists. Because this great sage's tomb was a battlefield with the extraterrestrial soul race 100,000 years ago, and the dangers within it are unpredictable. So, I hope everyone will behave themselves. Tianji Zi's tone was calm, but it clearly resounded in the ears of everyone present. Some of the forces that weren't very clear about the situation of the Great Sacred Tomb couldn't help but be a bit surprised at the words. I didn't realize this was still a battlefield from 100,000 years ago. But then, they were excited again. Since it was a battlefield, I'm afraid there were even more fallen powerhouses, and the inheritance inside might be beyond their imagination. Of course, Yi Lang had long since learned of this news from the Yin Yang sage and was not surprised at all. At this moment, what was on his mind was whether or not that shadowy murderer would actually strike this time. He had already made preparations. Once he encountered an assassination in the great sage's tomb, then he must subdue him, and then through soul searching, he would uncover the person behind it. Then directly through the palace master's token, inform the Yin Yang sage of all the evidence. In this way, his identity quest would be completed and he would be able to permanently obtain the identity of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's palace master. Alright, next, let's start into the abyss and enter the Great Sacred Tomb. Start with the hegemonic powers. After Tianji finished speaking, his figure approached in the direction of the abyss, hanging above the void. Around them, the various forces, those martial artists who were preparing to enter the Great Sacred Tomb, were immediately agitated. Palace Master, after entering the Great Sage's tomb, you can sense each other through the identity jade pendant with Immortal Yin, as well as the other people of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Be careful with everything. On the airship, Xian Yinzi spoke. Yi Lang nodded. This was the method that Yin Yang Heavenly Palace had come up with in order to avoid everyone getting separated after entering inside. However, the jade pendants could only sense each other's bearings, not determine who the other person actually was. With that, Yi Lang pulled Yin Yanran, followed by a group of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace disciples behind him, and flashed toward the abyss. Only, what Yi Lang did not notice was that one of them looked at him with a gloomy killing intent. Next to the abyss, Yi Lang and the others' figures appeared. Looking down at the bottomless pit below, their hearts were inevitably a little nervous. In order to be on the safe side, Yi Lang even took the demon puppet out of his storage ring and left it in the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. It was the fear of not being able to pass the ban and being attacked by it. And at this time, Yi Lang's appearance also attracted the attention of many people. Previously, during the Submerged Dragon ranking contest, Yi Lang's stance of killing indiscriminately across the board had left a deep impression on those who were present at that time. That Subterranean Dragon ranking one, undefeated God Emperor Yi Lang, is he going to enter the Great Sacred Tomb as well? Humph. So what if he goes? This time there are Emperor realms entering together. I'm afraid the Great Sage inheritance won't be his turn. That's true. He's always just at the Imperial Realm cultivation level. The crowd murmured quietly. But we're not so optimistic that Yi Lang would be able to obtain the Great Sage inheritance on this trip to the Great Sage Tomb. Well, get in there. At that moment, Tianji, who was beside the abyss, stroked his beard and spoke. When Yi Lang and the others heard this, they and the other martial artists from the hegemony level forces began to slowly fall down within the abyss. The terror that had corrupted even great emperor powerhouses. But it did not cause any harm to Yi Lang and the others. Soon, the crowd passed through the blood-red light curtain and disappeared. Subsequently, martial artists from other forces also began to head inside the abyss. Around the abyss, on top of one of the not-so-big airships, Yin Shun's face was hopeful as he watched a batch of people entering the Great Sacred Tomb. Let's hope Yin Tian and the others can get something out of it. During this period of time, with Yi Lang's public announcement, the Yin family's situation could be said to be surrounded by enemies on all sides. This time, when they came to the Great Sacred Tomb, they could be described as extremely low profile, and none of them let their own disciples, along with other hegemonic level forces, take the lead in entering it. On the other hand, after Yi Lang passed through that blood-red light curtain, he felt that his entire body was no longer under his control. The hand that was pulling Yin Yanran's hand also directly loosened, rambling downwards without any direction. It was only after a burst of Tianxian Di that Yi Lang felt that he had stepped on the ground and settled down. Only then did he slowly look up and survey his surroundings, only to see in front of him, completely different from the outside world. The earth was dim, there was no grass and trees, and it carried a flavor of an extremely long time ago. It was as if it came from the ancient flood and had gone through a long period of time. The sky was filled with a faint grayish-white mist that blocked his vision. Yi Lang tried probing out his divine thoughts, but realized that with his current cultivation, he could only probe about 1,000 feet in a radius. This environment, it seems a bit weird. Yi Lang muttered a sentence and reached out to pull out the identity jade pendant, only to see that it was distributed with faint light dots, representing the direction of the others. Yen Yen has just made a breakthrough and her strength has increased, so she should be fine for a short period of time. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly. This identity jade pendant was not very precise, and he didn't know which point of light Yin Yanran was for a moment. After thinking about it, Yi Lang decided that it would be better to explore this place for a while. and his colleagues rushed towards the location of one of the points of light as well. It's okay to polymerize the yin-yang heavenly palace first. However, as soon as he moved his body, he realized that flying was actually extremely strenuous. Can't fly? What the hell is this ing place? Yilang landed back on the ground and couldn't help but curse out the beautiful words. He had just finished cursing, but he suddenly heard, in the middle of his mind, the sleeping and becoming stronger system's alert sound. Ding! Trigger mission, sleep for a day in the midst of the treacherous Great Sacred Tomb. Chapter 111, Creepy White Bones. Morphing to sleep. Yilang was stunned at his words. A slight hesitation ensued, eyes skimming around. Sleeping. In this is afraid that it is a little bit unsecure nah. Who knows what danger there will be. Right. I have skills. Yilang suddenly remembered that he had previously exchanged the skill called transformation within the dislike system. You can transform into other objects after using it. That should make it okay to sleep again. Still, gotta pick a place first. Having made up his mind, Yilang no longer hesitated, and his figure immediately disappeared. Re-emerge, already 1,000 feet away. This was none other than Yilang's other skill, instantaneous flash field. You can't fly here. This skill is just right for catching up. What Yilang didn't realize was that not long after he left, a group of humanoid figures drilled out of the grayish-white mist. These figures manifested in their figures, but they were all white bone skeletons. There's not an ounce of flesh or blood on his body. 2 blood-red glows flashed in the empty sockets. The group of skeletons stopped at the position where Yilang stood before, led by a slightly larger skeleton with its head mechanically rotating, looking in the direction Yilang had left. With that, he led the skeleton minions behind him in that direction. Of course, all of this, Yilang did not notice in the slightest. At this time, he had already walked out a long way through the instantaneous flash domain. Along the way, while Yilang was rushing, his divine thoughts were also checking the surroundings all the time. Although he could only check 1,000 square feet, he was fast. Yilang realized that the terrain in this vicinity was almost all flatland, without any canyons, rivers, or anything like that. If it weren't for the grayish-white fog that permeates the area at all times, it would be very open. Ha! What's that? At this time, Yilang suddenly stopped and looked ahead with a startled expression. Within the divine concept, a sword artifact-like object was hanging in the mist in front of them. But what made Yilang suspicious was that this sword weapon actually seemed to be made of all white bones, and there was also a blood-red glow on the hilt, just like a one-eye. Shoo! At that moment, the sword-shaped white bone, which seemed to have discovered Yilang, violently attacked towards him. Its speed was so fast that it instantly arrived in front of Yilang, who instantly felt that his flesh and blood all over his body even showed signs of starting to rot. Then he hastily activated his skill and appeared 1,000 feet away. What the hell? It didn't touch me. Actually managed to corrode my flesh, but I'm still wearing my indestructible spirit robe. Yilang was instantly confused. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The corrosive force of the party wasn't weak, and one should know that he had a passive skill armor of damage reduction on him. But if he hadn't dodged so quickly, I'm afraid he would have lost his skin if he didn't die. At this time, the sword-shaped white bone once again found Yilang's position, and the one-eyed ghost looked at Yilang. Again? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Seeing this, Yilang could not help but skim his lips. That's a bit much. Extremely cold yet. Yilang let out a low gulp, and the skill was instantly activated. And then he saw the sword-shaped white bone surge to a halt, drop towards the ground. Instantaneous flash field. Armor breaker. Yilang's two-pronged attack. His figure appeared in front of the white bone, and his body's true essence surged wildly, blasting toward the white bone. Bang! After a loud bang, the sword-shaped white bone directly collapsed and scattered on the ground. The blood-red glow above that sword hilt disappeared with it. That's dead, isn't it? Yilang observed for a while, saw that there was no more movement, and muttered to himself, but this thing is creepy enough that if there are more of them, I'm afraid I won't be able to handle it. Yilang remembered the corrosive power of the sword-shaped white bone earlier, and his mind turned slightly. But then, Yilang slammed his thighs and his expression became excited. Yeah, this thing must be an indigenous being in here. I don't know what it's from, but I can take its shape. Wouldn't it be safer and you could sleep as much as you want to? Yilang did as he thought, and immediately launched his morphing skill, constructing in his mind the appearance of the sword weapon that he had just seen. The next moment, something magical happened. Only Yilang's body unexpectedly began to slowly shrink, gradually turning into the shape of a bone sword. A little red aura flashed at the hilt of the sword. It was exactly the same as the one that Yilang fought with just now. This feels kind of weird. Yilang's divine thoughts looked at his body and was somewhat speechless. He's turned into a sword here? However, although the body was no longer different from that white bone sword artifact, Yi Lang was not equipped with its ability to corrode the flesh, and Yi Lang's aura was also very different from it. This, too, was the downside of the skill, only having its form, but not its spirit. It's hard to beat Master Wave. Yi Lang smiled inwardly and took out a talisman from the chat group space and excited it with his divine thoughts. This was an emperor-ranked breath-restraining talisman. With Yi Lang's status and position nowadays, these talismans were naturally not a matter. Now, my scent is completely hidden, so I shouldn't be seen, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. From his observation, the intelligence of this white bone creature should not be high. After doing this, Yi Lang did not leave, so he maneuvered his body. No, now it should be the sword body, and dug a small pit in the ground, burying himself in it. Then, holding on to the mind, he began to sleep. At Yi Lang's current cultivation level of the middle stage of the Emperor realm, it was just a thought to put himself to sleep. Not long after Yi Lang slept, the group of humanoid white bone skeletons that had appeared before also appeared at this place. The lead skeleton stopped, twisted its head to look at the sword-shaped pieces of white bone that shattered into pieces, and seemed to freeze for a moment. The group of skeletons, however, did not discover Yi Lang underground, so after a short while, they disappeared. Meanwhile, the great sacred tomb was close to the center, and the terrain was very different from where Yi Lang was. The grayish-white mist was filled with grottos of varying sizes. In the middle of one of the largest underground caves in the very center, a large group of white bone skeletons were kneeling stiffly on the ground with their heads bowed. In front of them, on top of a throne paved with white bones, a 3 feet tall figure sat on it. Its head, which was white bone like the other skeletons, but the rest of it, it was actually flesh and blood, just like a living person. King, a large number of humans have come in. Beside it, bowed 2 skeletons with flesh and blood on their limbs, one of which spoke hoarsely. It's a human language. On the throne, blood-red flames danced within the hollow eyes of the skeleton king, and a smile seemed to flash across his white-bone face as he opened his mouth. Jie, all of these humans are the feed for this king. After absorbing their flesh and blood, this king will definitely be able to completely coalesce his body. Then go and obtain his inheritance and get rid of this damn place. Chapter 112 Awakening Breakthrough. Changing Systems. King, those humans are scattered all over the Toon world. I'm afraid it's a bit troublesome for the king to absorb them. There's also the fight between those 2 clans, which I'm afraid will interfere with the king's plans. At that moment, another bowed skeleton, stiffening, looked up and made the same hoarse sound. On the white bone throne, that skeleton king slowly stood up as he heard the words, his empty eyes looking at the kneeling skeleton army in front of him as he opened his mouth. In that case, create a commotion at the place of inheritance to draw those greedy humans over. As for those 2 clans, pass on this king's order for the skeleton army to move out and sweep those 2 clans away in the Toon world, but no strikes against the flesh and blood of this king. As the words fell, a large group of white bone skeletons kneeling within the huge underground cave nodded their heads stiffly, and at this time, the martial artists of the various forces that had entered the great sage's tomb had gradually discovered the existence of some bizarre white bone creatures within it. Its shape was either in the shape of a weapon, a demonic beast, or a human. All of them have powerful and unpredictable corrosive powers. There were quite a few martial artists who had lost their lives at the hands of these white bone creatures before any inherited treasures could be found. In the world within the tomb, in one of the places, 2 youths were standing together. If Yi Lang was here, he would have recognized that these 2 were Yin Tian and Yin Long. Both of them were at the Emperor Realm cultivation level and were from the same mother. Even though this world within the tomb restricted divine thoughts and voice transmission was ineffective, they were able to sense each other through their bloodlines and gather together in one place. Big brother, do we really have to listen to him and go help attack Yi Lang? Yin Long asked in a somewhat apprehensive tone. Yin Tian glanced at him and said in a cold voice, of course, if Yi Lang died in here, even a saint wouldn't be able to find out. Moreover, he has promised to help our Yin family once Yi Lang dies, after he goes out. As Yin Long listened to Yin Tian's words, he couldn't help but also remember the humiliation that Yi Lang had once brought to him, and he gritted his teeth and nodded. Let us go. Our current task is to use the power of our bloodline to find Yin Yanran's whereabouts first. On the other hand, Yi Lang transformed into a white bone sword weapon and buried himself into the ground, but he spent the day safely underground. Yi Lang woke up from his slumber and just wanted to stretch his waist, but he didn't. Almost forgot. It's a sword now, Yi Lang muttered, and then the system's beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host, becoming to sleep in the world within the tomb for a day, completing the task. Congratulations to the host, obtaining 1 chance to break through. Congratulations to the host, obtaining a map of the world within the tomb. Congratulations to the host, obtaining the great emperor martial art, bone transformation technique. Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a sense of joy inside. it's just a great feeling when the rewards arrive. With that, Yi Lang sank into the system and began to check out the rewards. Breakthrough opportunities, naturally, need no further introduction. The map of the world within the tomb, however, was a bit of a surprise to Yi Lang, which not only recorded the terrain of the entire world within the tomb in detail, but also labeled the place where there was a strong inheritance. And one of the most conspicuous inheritances was at the center of the entire world within the tomb. Then, that should be where the Great Sage inheritance is located. Yi Lang's eyes stared and secretly said, "But, why do all these places of inheritance have such markings?" Yi Lang was again a little puzzled. Every place of inheritance on the map had a small marking of white bones. Only some were beast-shaped, some were sword-shaped, and the most were human-shaped. Shaking his head, Yi Lang put down this matter first and turned to look at the last reward. Bone transformation technique, a great emperor's martial art, the use of which by the host can melt the enemy's flesh and soul, leaving only a white bone. Hiss. The effect of this martial art seems a bit similar to that sword-shaped white bone? Yi Lang couldn't help but recall that the corrosive power of that sword bone close to him earlier was also as if it was going to melt his entire body's flesh and blood. Then wouldn't that make it perfectly possible for me to pretend to be this sword bone, or even blend inside them? Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a movement in his heart, and a bold idea rose up. It was just like when he had mixed into the Sky Demon sect in the Cyan Sky domain, directly like a fish in water. This would also avoid a lot of dangers when looking around for Yin Yenron's whereabouts inside. Yi Lang settled on a plan and prepared to use that breakthrough opportunity again to break through the realm first. Although he appeared to be a bone sword nowadays, he was actually still human in essence, and breaking through was naturally no problem. Next moment, bang! Inside Yi Lang's body. No, it should be inside the sword. An explosion sounded. Late Imperial Realm. Breakthrough. After the breakthrough, Yi Lang remained where he was. There was still one thing he hadn't done. That would be replacing the system with a wave. Although by now, the distance from the binding of the sleeping to become stronger system, or not to a month, the use of the keyword function cannot be, but Yi Lang is not able to wait. The world within this tomb was treacherous and unpredictable, and even if he took on the form of a sword, he could not guarantee that it would be safe, and the dislike system isn't much use in this, so I'd better see if I can get a useful one instead. Yi Lang then took the remaining dislike points within the dislike system, exchanged them for some talismans and such, and unbound them. Afterwards, he then changed the sleeping and getting stronger system to the main system, and opened the system chat group. Sweeping across the illusory chat screen, Yi Lang didn't have the time to pay attention to the system's water clusters. Tapped on his avatar. Group leader, Yilong. Cultivation, late Imperial Realm. Binding system, unlimited identity system, limited to 100 days. Sleeping to get stronger system, main, being replaced. Skills, armor of damage reduction. Extreme cold, magical body. Ears of eavesdropping, armor breaking hands. Shared increase, instantaneous field of lightning. Shape-shifting. Abilities, charisma enhancement. Full aura, big brother aura. Tenfold janky absorption. Authority, LV4, 750/2000. Yi Lang looked at his data and nodded with slight satisfaction. Nowadays, he had quite a few skills of sorts, and all of them were permanent, except for that shared increase which had to be bound to the sleep system to be used. Unfortunately, the diving system is now limited to a maximum of 100 days. After binding the infinite identity system, Yi Lang can be considered to have learned how fierce the diving system is, so naturally he has some regrets. However, this was all temporary. When his authority was raised, the systems within the group would all be available to him one day. With that, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it, exited the personal panel, and began to extract the system. Now he can't use the keyword, but he still has 2 more chances to extract it. Next moment, on the illusory chat screen, countless system avatars flashed by, and Yi Lang's heart could not help but rise with a hint of anticipation. Let's get a little fierce and just sweep the world inside the tomb. Soon, the screen settled and a few large words appeared on the chat screen. Actor System, Chapter 113 Actor System, Character Sword Bone. Yi Lang couldn't help but be slightly stunned as he looked at the large words on the screen. The Actor's System. What does this do? As an actor? Yi Lang was slightly curious and began to check the specific functions of this system. However, this look was what made Yi Lang call out good guy. It's a system that couldn't be more appropriate for him right now. According to the system, after he binds, he can choose to star in a role on his own. The system will give a relevant script based on this character. The script contains the character's main quests, and once completed, you'll get the rewards given by the system. Of course, in the process of completing the main quests, side quests will be triggered, and there will be rewards for completing them as well. Now Yi Lang wanted to disguise himself as a sword-shaped white bone and mix in this world within the tomb. Then with this system, it would surely be twice the work with half the effort. In fact, to put it mildly, this system is actually somewhat similar to the unlimited identity system, except for the difference in its functions, which can be said to be one heaven and one earth. The unlimited identity system is the kind that gives a straight-up awesome bombastic identity that everyone recognizes. Yi Lang can also inherit the ability of identity. The actor system, on the other hand, is just Yi Lang unilaterally choosing to star in a role, but also step by step to complete the task. It's entirely up to Yi Lang's own acting skills and efforts. From here, it's perfectly clear what the difference is between a submersible system and a non-submersible system. Returning to his senses, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it and immediately chose to bind the actor system. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully binding the actor system. Please ask the host to choose his first acting role immediately. A mechanical electronic tone sounded in Yi Lang's mind. The inner world of the great sage's tomb. Sword-shaped white bones. Yi Lang silently replied back in his mind. In the next moment, the voice of the actor's system continued to sound. Ding! Detected the host completing character selection. Scanning for character-related backgrounds and generating a script. Script generated successfully. Please check it out by the host. Due to the host choosing a character for the first time, a newbie gift pack is given. Yi Lang sniffed. His mind couldn't help but sink into the system and open that script first. Character background: in the world inside the tomb of the fallen white bone great sage 100,000 years ago, under the influence of the white bone great sage's original source, the dead living beings and weapons within it were turned into white bones and gave birth to spiritual intelligence. There are three major bone clans: the human bone clan, the artifact bone clan, and the beast bone clan, of which the human bone clan is the most powerful and the artifact bone clan is the weakest. Your identity is a member of the sword and bone lineage of the artifact bone clan's royal family. Main quest: you need to thoroughly act out your role as the leader of the artifact bone clan, lead the artifact bone clan to rise to power, and ultimately capture the great sage inheritance. Is this a great saint realm powerhouse? Who can catalyze living beings even after their dead origin? And so powerful. Yi Lang couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart after reading it. He had seen the weird strength of the sword-shaped white bones before, and in his heart, he did not dare to underestimate these white bone creatures in the slightest. Besides, according to the background of the script, the weapon bone clan is still the weakest of them all. But this main quest is really a bit difficult now. Although the introduction said that his disguised sword bone clan is the king of the artifact bone clan, I am afraid that it is not so simple for him to be the chief as an actor. There was also the fact that although he didn't know why he was also going to compete for the Great Sage inheritance in his character identity, he could be judged from this. The Great Sage inheritance would certainly be very attractive to the Bone Clan, so there would be more competitors. You should know that there are still tons of martial artists from various forces in here. Let's check out the newbie bundle first. It might help. Shaking his head, Yi Lang no longer thought much about it and clicked on that newbie gift package to receive it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Bone Clan language. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Sword Bone Breath. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Top Sword Bone qualification. A series of system beeps sounded, and 3 rewarding messages appeared in Yi Lang's mind. Yi Lang felt quite satisfied after reading it. That bone race language was a language common to all white bone creatures, and now that Yi Lang had acquired it, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to communicate with them. After all, most of the bone beings couldn't do it with their mouths. That sword bone aura, on the other hand, would allow Yi Lang to have the same aura as the other sword bones, making up for the shortcomings of deformation. It also, to a certain extent, eases his path as an actor. What satisfied Yi Lang the most was the third reward. Top Sword Bone qualification can only be possessed if it is metamorphosed from a sacred soldier, and among the Artifact Bone Clan, it is equivalent to the human sacred body. With that qualification, then I might actually be able to mix it up as a chief. Yi Lang smiled in his heart and secretly said, the next thing he had to do was to head to the place where the Weapon Bone Clan gathered, and first penetrate the interior of the Weapon Bone Clan. The mind looked at that map for a while and found the nearest place marked with sword-shaped white bones. With that, the instantaneous flash domain unfolded and reappeared already thousands of feet away. After breaking through the late stage of the Emperor realm, the range of Yi Lang's instantaneous flash domain had expanded a few times accordingly. The world within the tomb, the place of that powerful inheritance that Yi Lang was heading to. Amidst the grayish-white mist, a cave entrance was revealed above the flat ground. Down there, it must be a powerful person's grave. We've made a lot of money this time. Come on, let's go down. Not far from the cave, 2 martial artists looked at each other with excited expressions. The 2 of them were disciples of the same clan. and they were relatively lucky to have encountered each other not long after entering the world within the tomb. And after wandering around the world within the tomb for a day now, they hadn't encountered any dangers. Now, it was a direct encounter with a powerful relic. The two of them couldn't contain themselves. Their figures flashed and they quickly entered the cave. Hiss! A lot of weapons. There are also jade slips. Must be Gongfa martial arts. This time it's rich. The two of them arrived in the cave and immediately saw a variety of weapons lying above the open space in front of them. Deeper still, there was a jade slip. Not by heart. A powerful relic that could appear inside this great sacred tomb would never be an idle existence, and the things it left behind would naturally have value. Wait, something doesn't seem right. At that moment, one of them pulled his companion back, looking a little puzzled. What's wrong? How do these weapons all seem to be made of white bones? There's something weird about it. The man pointed at the densely packed weapons in front of him and spoke. What? Is this perhaps it is made of some precious material that we do not know, or the beast bone of a high-level demonic beast? The companion waved his hand, full of concern, and stepped forward, reaching for the nearest knife. However, just then, buzz, within the entire crypt, all the weapons were suddenly trembling and making strange vibrating sounds. Shoo! Immediately, all the weapons, in an instant from the ground erect, blood-red light from the head of the weapons lit up, as if open eyes. Ah! The moment the red light lit up, that companion screamed miserably, and his flesh and blood were corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the twinkling of an eye, there was nothing left but a withered bone. Chapter 114 Weapon Bone Worship. Side Quest. Senior Wind. Inside the crypt, the remaining martial artist couldn't help but make a horrified sound. The entire person's soul dared to flee, and his figure flashed backward. Shoo! At that moment, within the crypt, the air was densely packed with bone weapons, dripping and turning in the direction of that martial artist. The latter immediately felt that his body's flesh and blood began to be continuously corroded. But his cultivation level was slightly higher than that of Master Feng, so he barely managed to hold on for a while. What the hell is all this? The martial artist was drenched in cold sweat as he turned around and headed out of the crypt. As soon as he left, the army of bone weapons within the crypt immediately moved with him. At the forefront was a white bone lance, and where its tip was, there was a bit of cold light flashing, the only part of the lance that wasn't white bone. Outside the crypt, after that martial artist came up, he had no time to discern the direction, so he wanted to run wildly for his life. However, a bit of cold aura behind him caught up with him directly and stabbed into his body from behind. Ah! As the white bone lance entered his body, the martial artist immediately let out a miserable scream, and the blood and flesh on his body began to melt away. Soon, there was no breath, and at that moment, a white bone longsword appeared as if out of thin air in the grayish-white mist in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Just got here and met someone who was killed? The person who came was none other than the deformed Yi Lang, who could not help but be a bit shocked at the sight. Buzz! The lance that was corroding the martial artist's flesh and blood, after seeing Yi Lang, but stopped moving, the blood-red light on the handle of the lance pulsed slightly, and the lance vibrated and made a sound. It was greeting me. Yi Lang understood its words and at the same time approached the lance without feeling any signs of corrosion, and instantly let go of his heart. It seems that by becoming one of their own, they really don't get attacked. At this time, the rest of the bone artifacts that had rushed out from beneath the crypt also came above the ground. They were also stunned after seeing Yi Lang, and then they actually shortened their bodies and trembled slightly. Obviously, it's worshipping. Yi Lang could not help but freeze slightly. By the way, I'm from the Sword Bone lineage, which is the Artifact Bone Royal clan, and I'm still a top-tier qualification, so it's only right to worship me. But, what makes it not worship? Yi Lang then remembered that his character, among the Artifact Bone clan, was not considered a minor character. God's thoughts could not help but survey the bone spear in front of him, still corroding that martial artist. This gun seems to be of no lesser status? By this time, that white bone lance had completely corroded that poor martial artist completely into a white bone, and the cold aura on the tip of the lance seemed to have increased by a touch. Then he turned to Yi Lang and vibrated slightly. Buzz! The royal lineage, why have they come to me? When Yi Lang heard this, his heart was suddenly clear. It seemed that this was a vassal-like figure. Just as he was about to reply, a mechanical electronic tone suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Trigger side quest, collect the Were Bone people here and gain a force of the character's own. Yi Lang smiled at the sound. Even if he hadn't triggered the side quest, he had already planned to do so. Because of the main quest given by the system, the first thing to do was to become the leader of this Weapon Bone clan. Yi Lang was very attached to this target. Once it was done, it would be his true bottom card to traverse the world within the tomb. Imagine the entire Artifact Bone clan being at his disposal at that time. The other martial artists were still straining against these bone creatures, struggling to find the strong inheritance. 9 lives. He, on the other hand, was already the leader of the Bone Clan on one side, and although he was the weakest of the 3 major Bone Clans, his strength was by no means to be underestimated. Also, the place where the Bone Clan resides is the relics of the powerful, so won't he get his hands on the inheritance? Of course, by that time, I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult to find Yanran. Shaking his head, Yi Lang's mind returned to reality. Things still had to be accomplished step by step. The stupid gun in front of him looked like the little leader of the place, so he had to take care of it first. Buzz! Yi Lang's sword body vibrated, and the kingly aura belonging to the sword and bone lineage was released. And in the language of the Bone Clan, he said, "If you know that I am a royal family, why don't you worship?" That white bone lance sniffed, but the body of the lance stood horizontally, aiming the tip of the lance at Yi Lang. This action almost made Yi Lang think that it was going to make a move against him, and he almost made a direct skill. Yi Lang had seen its corrosive ability with his own eyes, and in a few breaths of time, it had corroded a late stage of the Imperial realm. The same martial artist just now. Clean. Don't dare to be careless. However, the white bone lance just shook the tip of the cold light flashing and vibrated. I have begun to condense my true body, and although you are a royal, your strength is not worthy of my worship. Condensing the true body? Yi Lang sniffed and couldn't help but look at its tip and realized that there was indeed a little bit there that wasn't white bone, but a normal tip. Does this mean that the more it reverts to its normal weapon form, the more powerful it becomes? Yi Lang's gaze quickly swept over the one by one bone weapons behind him again and realized that they were indeed all white bones. Couldn't help but affirm that guess. Then won't this be a breeze for me? Yi Lang instantly felt lucky. He had the transformation skill in his hand, so it wasn't just a matter of how he wanted to change, just turn it into a normal sword. But, direct change is a bit deliberate. It's better to show a wave of strength first. Next moment, amidst the grayish-white mist, Yi Lang manipulated the sword to tremble. How dare you question my strength? I'll show you, silly gun. Buzz! When that white bone lance heard that, it immediately trembled, also intending to teach this unknowing royal family in front of him a lesson. Buzz! But then, the white bone lance stopped trembling and fell towards the ground. The blood-red one eye above the tip of the gun dripped and turned, seemingly confused. This, naturally, was Yi Lang using the skill, Extreme Cold Yet, Bone Transformation Technique. Immediately, Yi Lang shouted darkly in his heart, and his sword body was unleashed, chopping at that white bone lance. Although this white bone lance wasn't human and didn't have a body, it already had a spirit under the influence of the white bone great sage origin and was born as a divine soul. The bone transformation technique wasn't just capable of melting flesh and blood, it was likewise capable of fusing divine souls. On the ground, the blood-red light on the handle of that white bone lance actually began to dim under Yi Lang's bone transformation technique. This represents that its divine soul is being melted. Once the red aura completely disappeared, it would be as completely dead as the sword bone that was destroyed by Yi Lang before. Next to the crypt, in the grayish-white mist, the rest of the bone artifact saw this scene, and could not help but drip this, seemingly a bit bewildered. With their not-so-high intelligence, they couldn't understand why the leader and that member of the royal family were suddenly fighting. They, however, would never dare to intervene. Soon 3 seconds pass and the extreme cold passes, but the effect. Yi Lang looked at the lance on the ground that had dimmed a large portion of its red light, so he maneuvered his sword away and stopped striking. He just wanted to let this stupid gun feel the strength, not really wanting to kill it. Buzz! Now, am I strong enough for you to submit? Chapter 115, Corrosion Immunity. Heart's Warning. Yi Lang vibrated his sword and condescended. Woohoo! On the ground, the body of that white bone lance trembled, emitting a weak wail, then barely rose trembling from the ground. You haven't condensed your true body yet. How could you have the ability to corrupt the divine soul? The lance vibrated slightly, and in the language of the Bone Clan, he said with disbelief, if it could have an expression, it would be shocked in capital letters at this point. I haven't started condensing my true body yet? Yi Lang smiled inwardly and didn't reply. Only the transformation skill was quietly activated. In the next moment, it was seen that Yi Lang's sword body, which was covered in white bones, began to slowly appear to change. From the tip of the sword, the white bones began to recede, revealing the sharp and compelling true body of the sword. It didn't stop until the center of the sword. At this point, Yi Lang's appearance was already half white bone and half real sword body. This is still Yi Lang couldn't feel the strong people of this weapon Bone Clan. In the end, evolved to which step, didn't dare to let go of the whole. Afraid of scaring them, Yi Lang vibrated his sword and a buzzing sound rang out. Still not submitting? Opposite to Yi Lang, that white bone lance had frozen in the air and did not move after Yi Lang transformed again. Although its intelligence was higher than the average artifact bone race, there was no way to compare it to humans. Once he saw Yi Lang's appearance at this moment, he had actually condensed half of his true body. Combined with the fact that Yi Lang directly almost corrupted its divine soul just now, it instantly no longer dared to pretend to be big, and hastily lowered its gun in a sign of submission. Behind it, the rest of the artifact bones also hastened to shorten down another notch, and were almost lowered to the ground. Very good. From now on, you are my men. Yi Lang was delighted in his heart, and his sword trembled as he said, yes. The white bone lance's dull blood-red glow flickered and vibrated back. The other artifact bone clans behind it naturally didn't dare to have any opinions. To them, the pawns, it's the same whoever is the boss, and it's even better to change to a stronger one. And at this moment, in Yi Lang's mind, the actor's system's beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and receiving the reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the limited skill, corrosion immunity. Yi Lang sniffed and couldn't help but sink into the system to check out the skill. Corrosion immunity, limited skill. Limited to use in the Great Sacred Tomb, and only for the 3 major bone races in the Great Sacred Tomb. The host is able to use it to be immune to their corrosion damage. That's an awesome skill. Yi Lang gave a thumbs up in his heart after reading it. With this skill, he would be in a much better position to face these bone clans. Although Yi Lang guessed that those strong people among the bone race should have more than just this one means, but without the corrosive effect, its strength is bound to be greatly reduced as well. As for that what location object restriction, Yi Lang hadn't had much use for it outside in the first place. It's not like there are such creatures anywhere else. Come on, I'll check out your cave. Yi Lang was in a happy mood as he urged his sword and flew towards the bottom of the crypt. We've come all this way, so we'd better go and see if there's anything good in this powerful relic down here. Seeing this, the white bone lance hurriedly grayed out and followed behind. Inside the crypt, Yi Lang surveyed the inside, then came to the deepest part and looked at a fast jade slip on the ground. There were also some bottles and jars next to it, which should be potion bottles. Yi Lang probed his divine thoughts into those jade slips and found that inside were some techniques as well as martial arts. Its level should be very high. Yi Lang even felt that several of these martial arts were not below the ones inside his own Yin Yang Bible, placed in the outside world. It was something that could cause strong people to fight for it. These are all valuable items. It seems that the owner of this relic was at least a powerhouse at the level of a top-grade emperor in his lifetime. Yi Lang was in a great mood again. This was really picking up a fortune. Then he probed his divine thoughts into the vial next to him, only to find that the elixir inside had basically rotted. That's not a very good shelf life either. Not even 100,000 years. Yi Lang ventriloquized in his heart and withdrew his divine thoughts. Not far away, that white bone lance as well as the other artifact bone clansmen were all crooking their bodies and looking at Yi Lang. They couldn't figure out why this new head of the royal family was interested in those useless things. You, come here. Yi Lang turned the sword and vibrated against the white bone lance. The white bone lance drifted to his side in a hurry, and his attitude was not at all the same as before that. Do you have a name? Yi Lang, in the language of the bone race, asked. What's a name, chief? This, never mind. From now on you'll be called Silly Gun. Yes. After Yi Lang gave it a name, he once again asked it a few questions. It was about the current state of the artifact bone clan, and the way they cultivated. No, to be precise, it should be the way they evolved. The stupid gun, with its limited intelligence, didn't bend the rules that much and honestly told what it knew. After Yi Lang heard this, his mind could not help but turn slightly. According to what Silly Gun had said, the weapon bone clan's current situation wasn't too good. After the humans from the outside world, that is, Yi Lang and their martial artists, came in, the king of the human bone race sent an army of skeletons to sweep the entire world within the tomb. But instead of harming these humans, they swept through the artifact bone clan and beast bone clan, forcing the two clans to only cower within the various ruins. Then why would the human bone king do that? It's not logical that it would be friendly to humans, is it? Yi Lang's heart was a little puzzled, because there were two ways for this bone race to evolve. One was that it would automatically absorb and refine the origin power in the Toon realm itself. That is, the grayish-white mist that floats in the middle of the Toon world at all times. However, this absorption and refinement is only related to their pre-life strength or tomorrow's rank. It is passive and extremely slow. And there is another one, which devours the flesh and blood of living beings through corrosion. That's right, after these white bone creatures corrupted the living beings, the flesh and blood of the living beings were actually devoured by them. This type of evolution is certainly a little more accelerated than the previous one. Knowing this, Yi Lang naturally couldn't possibly think that the human bone king was a friendly force, hence his disbelief. Then there's only one possibility that it's up to something bigger. Contemplating for a while, Yi Lang concluded in his heart. A hint of caution rose in his heart. In the meantime, rumble. A loud voice suddenly emanated from the center of the tomb realm. A voice that rolled like thunder and resounded throughout the entire world within the tomb. Everywhere in the tomb realm, the martial artists from all the forces that entered this and were still alive all raised their heads at the same time and looked towards that place. In the sky above the center of the tomb world, a pillar of blood-red light shot up into the sky, breaking through the grayish-white mist. Its dazzle was so great that the countless martial artists within the tomb world noticed it even through the mist. Underneath the crypt, Yi Lang heard the commotion and also hurriedly opened the instantaneous flash domain and came above the ground. As soon as he lifted his sword, he saw the pillar of blood-red light that was still eye-catching under the obstruction of the grayish-white mist. Chapter 116, Strong Men Going Together. Swords to the Chiefs. Is that where the center of the world is within the tomb? Yi Lang had the map of the tomb realm in his hand, and it was not difficult to see that the place where the blood-red light pillar appeared was the most central place of the entire tomb realm. According to the markings on top of the map, the Great Sage Inheritance was there. This vision, does it mean that the Great Sage Inheritance has been triggered? Yi Lang secretly said in his heart. He didn't think that there was anyone who could obtain the Great Sage Inheritance so quickly. In other words, if the Great Sage Inheritance had truly already been obtained, they would probably have already been teleported out. And at this point, in a place in the tomb realm, a man with a cold face stood beside a powerful relic, looking up in the direction of the vision while cupping the neck of a wolf-shaped bone race in his hand. Click! With a gentle twist, the bone wolf's body was shattered and soon became a ground of ashes. It's exactly the same as the forbidden aura at the mouth of the abyss, so I think it's the place of the Great Sage's inheritance. I, Ling Maniac, am determined to win, the man muttered, an extremely strong confidence showing on his face, as if he was winning. Of course, he was qualified to release such grandiose words because Ling Maniac was the 5th on the True Dragon ranking today, with a peak cultivation at the Emperor Realm. There were not a few Emperor Realms that had entered the Great Sacred Tomb this time, and there were quite a few True Dragon ranking powerhouses like Wang Mang that had come. However, Ling Maniac's strength still belonged to the top group in this. After saying that, Ling Maniac's feet flashed, his body resembling thunder, and he headed for the center of the tomb world. It wasn't just Ling Maniac. After the appearance of the blood-red light pillar, the powerful people spread out across the tomb realm rushed to the center of the tomb realm, wanting to seize the Great Sage's inheritance. Only a handful of Emperor Realm powerhouse martial artists who came in to fish in troubled waters remained where they were, still exploring the legacies of other powerhouses. In another part of the tomb world, a man with a masculine aura emanating from his body, but his complexion was grim. A vision? Then with his character, he'll definitely go too, right? It saves me some effort. It's just that those two losers haven't gotten that woman under control by now. The man muttered to himself for a while, and then he stepped forward, also heading to the central place of the tomb realm. By the crypt, Yi Lang watched for a while and maneuvered his sword body back under the crypt. Silly Gun and the other artifact bone clansmen were still honestly staying here and were not startled by the vision. This kind of commotion will definitely attract other martial artists to go there, and Yen Yen will surely be there as well. After all, this is the best chance for a rendezvous. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly and decided to go forward as well. It was treacherous and unpredictable in here, and he was always still a little worried about the Empress wife. Of course, the Great Sage Inheritance he likewise had some heart. After all, the system's main task was to finally capture the Great Sage Inheritance. But before this, I have to make a trip to the Artifact Bone Clan's headquarters. Yi Lang hadn't forgotten that the main quest was first and foremost to become the leader of the Weapon Bone Clan, and this was also a step in his plan. Now that the world within the tomb was as strong as a forest, his cultivation was low after all. He still had to bring his strength up through other means. Immediately afterward, Yi Lang's mind sank into that map of the world within the tomb and found the location of the headquarters of the Weapon Bone Clan in the southwest of the central land of the tomb world, and the place closest to the center of the tomb world was the headquarters of that human bone race. To the southeast of the central land of the tomb realm was the headquarters of the Beast Bone Clan. Silly guns, take them and come with me on a trip to headquarters. Yi Lang's sword body slightly trembled and vibrated. The stupid gun sniffed, the blood-red light on its handle flickering slightly as it returned. Chief, there's a skeleton army sweeping outside. We should hide in the crypt. Humph, as one of my men, how can you be so timid? I'll naturally take care of things up front. Now, follow me. Yi Lang lifted his sword and buzzed and vibrated, with a hint of seriousness in his tone. The full aura and big brother temperament was invariably unleashed, frightening Silly Gun and the crowd of bone weapon clansmen, who hurriedly shortened their bodies in fear. The aura of the royal family is too terrifying. A thought flashed silently in Silly Gun's mind, and he honestly followed Yi Lang as he flew out of the crypt. Of course, those feats martial arts in the crypt, Yi Lang naturally packed them away. Let me ask you, what is the status of our Artifact Bone Clan's leader today? Identifying the direction, Yi Lang took the lead towards the Weapon Bone Clan's headquarters and asked the foolish gun behind him during the flight. When Silly Gun heard Yi Lang's question, he didn't dare to hide anything, and with his intelligence he couldn't reach the level of guessing Yi Lang's motives. Bluntly told all he knew, Lord Chief has already condensed 70% of his true body, but Lord Chief's sword body was naturally damaged, and he has been injured by the human Bone King, so now he is already very old. Pale? Yi Lang's heart froze. A sword would still pale? It was the first time he had heard of it. The stupid gun swung stiffly and seemed to nod. Anyway, I heard from one of the seniors of the royal clan that it won't take long for the chief lord to have his sword body crumble and his divine soul fade away. Like this? Yi Lang sniffed, but he very keenly smelled a hint of opportunity. The old chief is out of health, so doesn't he need a new one to take the throne? Especially since the world inside the tomb is in a time of turmoil. Here's his chance. This weapon bone race was not the same as the human race. They were all born spiritually because of the great sage origin, so as long as Yi Lang was a sword bone, it was a royal race. No one will care where he comes from. Moreover, Yi Lang's advantage was not small. He had the transformation skill and was able to change his form at will, condensing several % of his true body if he wanted to, and he's also a top-tier sword bone qualification, as well as the immunity skill he just acquired. You could say the credentials, strength, and qualifications are awesome. There's definitely a chance when it comes to being an alpha. Let's just see what the situation is like at the headquarters at that time. Operate a good wave, and make sure to take the chief's position. Having made up his mind, Yi Lang stopped talking and used the instantaneous flash domain to speed forward in the grayish-white mist, just from time to time, to stop and wait for Silly Guns and the others for a while. Half a day later, Yi Lang had already traveled half the distance with a group of bone weapon clansmen. The only advantage the artifact bone clan had over the other two clans was that they could travel faster through the mist. Although it couldn't be compared to Yi Lang's speed using the instantaneous flash domain, it was still fast. The terrain is different from the perimeter now, Yi Lang muttered as he walked forward while his divine thoughts probed out. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Lang's heart lurched and his sword body stopped. His divine thoughts vaguely sensed that not far ahead, a martial artist's aura was frantically approaching. Shoo! Soon, a figure came running frantically from the gray mist in front of him, and entered within the range of Yi Lang's divine idea. Is this Tan Hao? Yi Lang let out a cry of surprise in his heart. In the divine thoughts, that martial artist was none other than the disciple of Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, Tan Hao, who had previously followed Yi Lang to participate in the Submerged Dragon ranking contest. At this moment, Tan Hao's appearance was extremely miserable. The blood and flesh on the left side of his face disappeared, revealing the white bones. There were also traces of corrosion everywhere on top of the body. Yi Lang almost didn't even recognize him. Chapter 117, Saving Tan Hao. Trying to lure the snake out. At this time, the frantically fleeing Tan Hao also quickly crossed a distance of 1,000 feet and saw Yi Lang and a group of weapon bone race. It's over. A hint of despair appeared on Tan Hao's face full of corrosion marks, and he stopped his body. Having entered the world within the tomb for 2 days now, Tan Hao naturally knew that these white bone creatures were not existences to be messed with, and that's a whole bunch of them right there. It can be like having a wolf in front of you and a tiger behind you. Looks like he's on the ropes this time. No hands. Yi Lang's sword body vibrated slightly with a warning in his tone, stopping Silly Gun and the other weapon bones from wanting to make a move on Tan Hao. The crowd of bone tools immediately stood obediently in place, not daring to make the slightest movement again. Only the blood-red one eye on the handle of the weapon flickered and stared at Tan Hao. Although Tan Hao didn't understand the bone language, he did realize that these white bone creatures didn't seem to want to harm him. Couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Roar! At that moment, a horse beast roar came from the mist behind Tan Hao. A tiger-like bone beast revealed itself. Tan Hao immediately winced. This was exactly the bone beast that had been chasing him, but at this time he could not get the meaning of these weapons' white bones. A moment in nor out. Shoo! Seeing this, Yi Lang couldn't help but maneuver his sword and appeared in front of Tan Hao in the twinkling of an eye. Tan Hao was a disciple of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace and had always been respectful to him, the palace master. He wasn't going to watch him die in front of his eyes anyways. Moreover, Yi Lang suddenly had an idea rising in his heart, and was in need of Tan Hao to help him fulfill it. The artifact bone clan? A strong person who has condensed 50% of his true body? In the middle of the field, the tiger bone beast was stunned when it saw Yi Lang, and the large group of artifact bones behind it, especially when it realized that half of Yi Lang's sword body was not white bone. It could not help but buzz in panic. You know, it only had its tail slightly condensed. That's a bit of a gap. Get out! Yi Lang lightly vibrated his sword, and in the language of the bone race, expressed, under the double superposition of the big brother temperament and the aura of full openness, bluffing that tiger bone beast god's soul trembling. It almost went straight to my knees. Woohoo! With a wail, it didn't dare to linger any longer, and with a reluctant glance at Tan Hao, it fled in ashes. Yilang quietly watched the tiger bone beast leave until it disappeared within the range of his divine thoughts. Only then did he turn his sword and vibrate to the silly gun and the other group of weapon bones. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up later. All the bone weapons naturally obeyed the words of Yilang, the leader, and with a swoosh, they flashed toward the front. In the field, only Yilang and Tan Hao were left. By this time, Tan Hao also saw that the somewhat strange bone sword in front of him was saving him. Thanks for the help. Tan Hao wasn't sure if the bone sword could understand his words, and arched his hand to try and thank him. However, after Tan Hao finished speaking, he realized that the bone sword didn't respond in any way, but instead produced a burst of changes. The body of the sword slowly disappeared and even gradually took on a human form. Is this morphing? Tan Hao was stunned. He thought these white bone creatures couldn't take human form. No. Why does this look so familiar? However, as the full face of the humanoid figure transformed by the bone sword was revealed, Tan Hao was a bit confused. The man in front of me was handsome, with sword brows and starry eyes. Isn't this the Lord of the Palace? Palace Master, how is it you? Tan Hao was filled with question marks and was momentarily confused. Yilang, who had already recovered his true body, stretched his arms. Don't say, after 2 days of being a sword, restoring human form is still a bit uncomfortable. It's a long story. You take the pills first and recover from your injuries, then I'll tell you slowly. After that, I have something I want you to do for me. Will you do it? Yilang took out a few healing medicine pills from the chat group space, threw them to Tan Hao, and opened his mouth. These pills were all rewards that he had obtained before, and their grade was not low, and they were very effective in healing wounds. If the Palace Master commands, disciples are naturally obligated to do so. Tan Hao came back to his senses, received the elixir, and returned. With that, Tan Hao sat down on the ground and took the pills, while urging his body's true essence and starting to regulate his breathing. Soon, the corroded places on his body began to slowly heal. When a martial artist reaches the level of the Emperor realm, although he can't do a blood drop to be reborn, with the help of elixirs, it's still not a problem to recover a small amount of flesh and blood. While Tan Hao was recovering from his injuries, Yilang also told him about the 3 big bone clans and his preparation to blend into the weapon bone clan and compete for the inheritance with the help of the weapon bone clan's power. Of course, everything about the system, Yilang would naturally not reveal. After Tan Hao heard this, his heart couldn't help but be filled with shock, as well as admiration for Lord Palace Master. I'm afraid the only person who could think of such a solution and do it is the Palace Master. After all, Tan Hao had never seen anyone able to turn into a sword before, and even the breath is completely changed. Please also ask the Palace Master to command what he needs the disciple to do. At this moment, Tan Hao stopped his toning, suppressed the shock in his heart, and asked, Ha! Yilang smiled slightly and opened his mouth. Do you know that there are people in the palace who want me dead? Who is so bold? Tan Hao froze, and his first reaction was disbelief. The Palace Master was the disciple of a sage ancestor, and with the Yin-Yang saint body, he could be considered the future of the Yin-Yang heavenly palace. There are a lot of things you don't know, and I can't talk about them for a while. But who exactly in the palace tried to kill me? Although I had my suspicions, I never had proof. And this time, when we enter the great sage's tomb, I guess he would make a move because this is the best opportunity. But I'm going to transform into a sword bone, which leaves the assassins without a target. Yilang stared at Tan Hao and slowly spoke. Does the Palace Master mean that I should pretend to be you and make a trick of it? Tan Hao sniffed and instantly understood Yilang's meaning. Yilang nodded. That was exactly what he meant. According to his guess, the murderer behind that, if he really wanted to be the Palace Master, he would definitely not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and would definitely send someone to attack and kill him in the tomb. It was just that if he were to turn into a sword bone now, then the other party would be unable to find him even if they wanted to kill him. It's not a wasted opportunity. That's why Yilang thought of finding someone to pretend to be a snake, and this way he could surprise his opponent and have a better chance of getting it. You don't have to worry. This is a super emperor soldier. You wearing it should keep you safe, and I have a secret technique that allows you to take my form without being recognized. Yilang reached out and took off his outer robe and handed it to Tan Hao, saying, this outer robe, naturally, was the undying spirit robe, and the secret art in Yilang's mouth was the reward he had obtained when he was on an undercover mission in the Heavenly Demon sect back then. Transfiguration. This technique could change the appearance and could not be seen through by anyone under the cultivation of a great emperor. It's perfect for this. Chapter 118, Shifting Tan Hao. Yan Yan in danger. Opposite to Yilang. Tan Hao listened to Yilang's words while somewhat hesitantly receiving the undying spirit robe. It wasn't that he didn't want to do this, In his eyes, helping the palace master was a matter of course, and Yi Lang had just saved him. The reason he hesitated was because he recognized this undying spirit robe. Previously, at the time of the subterranean dragon ranking contest, he had once seen Yi Lang unravel this indestructible spirit robe in public, knowing that it is a super imperial soldier. But it's an excellent item to save your life. Tan Hao didn't even think that Yi Lang would give this to him. Palace master. It's just great. Tan Hao was somewhat touched in his heart and said that he was determined to help Yi Lang in this matter and bring out the abominable murderer. Don't resist. I'll change your appearance now, Yi Lang instructed, then reached out and wiped a hand on Tan Hao's face. After that, Yi Lang withdrew his palm, and then he saw that Tan Hao's face slowly began to produce changes. He became sword-browed and handsome to the extreme. Exactly like Yi Lang. Okay. Yi Lang smiled slightly and looked at the face in front of him that was exactly the same as his own. It's awesome. Yi Lang sighed in his heart. Tan Hao touched his face, then asked again. Palace master. So where do I go first now? Go to the center of the tomb realm, the place of that vision. But for safety's sake, just follow me on this journey. I'm going to the Artifact Bone Clan's headquarters anyway, so the road ahead is quite smooth. Yi Lang replied back, and then his body shifted, once again transforming into the shape of a bone sword. With a tremor of the sword, he took the lead and flew forward. And at this time, what Yi Lang didn't know was that in a place in the tomb world that wasn't too far away from the place of the vision, Yin Yanran was in danger. Rather. I didn't expect you to break through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm, but do you think you can escape like this? That's right. Obediently bind your hands and we'll be mindful of the love of brother and sister. And maybe we can spare your life after killing that Yi Lang. Within the gray-white mist, the voices of two men bellowing came out. Ahead, Yin Yanran coughed up blood at the corner of her mouth, stumbling but speeding forward with extreme speed. Yin Tian Yin Long, if you want to use me against Yi Lang, you guys don't think about it, Yin Yanran said with some weakness in her tone, but with incomparable firmness. That's right, the duo chasing her behind her was none other than Yin Tian and Yin Long. Half a day ago, the Yin Tian duo finally found Yin Yanran's trail by utilizing the pull of their bloodline power. Immediately, they struck out at Yin Yanran, but what they didn't expect was that Yin Yanran had already broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm before entering the tomb world. As for the two of them, Yin Tian and Yin Long, one was in the middle stage of the Emperor realm and the other was in the early stage of the Emperor realm. And when they joined forces, though Yin Yanyan was no match in a million, but it also allowed Yin Yanran to escape. At this time, the terrain in front of Yin Yanran had changed a bit, no longer a flat pattern, but a huge grotto. At the edge of the underground cave, white bone skeletons could be seen faintly patrolling. Exactly a human and bone gathering place. The front is the gathering place of those white bone creatures. If you run any further, you will only die. At the back, Yin Tian, who was gradually approaching, saw the underground cave, and the white bone creatures inside, and immediately spoke anxiously. Ha! Yin Yanran laughed ruefully, but her footsteps did not stop and she stepped directly into the underground cave. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Also, Yi Lang will definitely make you two pay. The Yin Tian duo's figures stopped outside the underground cave, their faces incomparably gloomy. This place obviously gathered a large number of white bone skeletons. How could the two of them dare to enter rashly? Big brother, if Yin Yanran dies here, how can we lure Yi Lang out alone? Now that the visions are together, those emperor realms of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace will definitely seek him out and protect him. So I'm afraid there will be no chance to kill him at all. Yin Long twisted his head and said with some panic in his tone, they are, now, riding a tiger, because even if this plan didn't work, the person they were working with had said before coming in that he would definitely forcefully kill Yi Lang in the tomb world. If it doesn't work, the other party will blow up their souls so as not to involve the people behind them. But, Yin Tian and the two of them don't want to die. But now with the handle of pursuing Yin Yanran falling into the other party's hands, once Yi Lang learned of it, not only would he not let them go, but the Yin family was bound to suffer as well. They can only go one way with each other. I'll keep watch around here, maybe she'll squeak out. You immediately go to the land of visions, find that man, and discuss with him what to do. After pondering for a while, Yin Tian spoke. Yin Long had no choice but to nod his head and bypass the grotto, heading towards the center of the tomb world. On the other hand, after Yin Yanran stepped straight into the underground cave, she was instantly spotted by the patrolling human bone skeletons. However, Yin Yanran was in the end an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and even though she was already injured at this point, the idle human bone minions were not yet a threat to her. After stumbling along the way, he soon came to the depths of the underground cave. At this time, the news of a human race intruding had long since reached the ears of the leader here. and a large number of human bone minions surrounded Yin Yenran. At that moment, the human bone minions made way, and a human bone, whose 2 legs had already coalesced with flesh and blood, walked over. Jie, the king doesn't allow us to go out and harm humans, but yet I didn't expect that a human would take the initiative to intrude into this general's residence, when really, he doesn't want to die. A blood-red light flickered in one of the hollow eye sockets of this human bone, emitting hoarse human words, surrounded by human bones. Yin Yenran was a bit surprised that this thing could speak human language. In fact, she didn't know that the 3 white bone clans were gifted with different talents. The artifact bone clan was naturally faster, while the beast bone clan had a strong carapace. The human bone race, on the other hand, was the most intelligent of the 3 races, and as long as it condensed its true body by more than 30%, it would be able to spit out human words. And this human bone general, who was already in existence that had condensed 50% of his true body, naturally had no problem speaking. This general observes that your blood and flesh are full of aura, which is a rare tonic, and the king is now in a critical moment, so it's just right to contribute to the king. This human bone general made a sniffing motion, forcibly resisting the desire to corrupt and devour Yin Yenran, and hissed. The human bone king had long ago given orders not to allow them to harm the humans in the middle of the Toon world, and these were the sustenance he used to sprint to the final step. Once they broke through, they would have a chance to seize the inheritance and lead them to the outside world. General Human Bone couldn't help but feel a little yearning when he thought of this. Take her down and take her alive. As the Human Bone general's words fell, the encircling Human Bone minions swarmed towards Yin Yenran. Boom! Yin Yenran forced her body to endure her injuries and her true essence surged wildly, shattering one of the small personal bone soldiers to pieces. However, at that moment, that human bone general was opening his white bone mouth at Yin Yenran. Yin Yenran immediately felt a stabbing pain in her divine soul, as if she had been bitten by something. This turn of events added insult to injury, and she was soon outmatched by these human bone minions, plus the siege of the human bone generals. Hold this human for now and wait for the king's call. Chapter 119 90% True Body. Sword Bone shocked. The other side. Yi Lang naturally still had no knowledge of Yin Yenran being hunted down and imprisoned. At this time, he had already arrived not far from the headquarters of the Artifact Bone Clan. Tan Hao, you head to the vicinity of that vision first, and when I'm done with the matters at the Artifact Bone Clan's headquarters, I'll come and find you, but don't reveal your position for now, just hide here and wait for me. Yi Lang once again recovered his real body and gave a copy of that map of the Toon world to Tan Hao, agreeing on a place with him and telling him to wait for himself there. Tan Hao took the map and stared at it for a while, but couldn't help but be shocked again. The Palace Master actually even has a map of all the worlds within this tomb, and it's so detailed. This is unbelievable and awesome. Palace Master, then I'll leave first. Only after a while did Tan Hao suppress the shock in his heart and said to Yi Lang. Yi Lang nodded and watched Tan Hao leave, then morphed his bone sword form. The instantaneous flash domain unfolded, and it didn't take long to catch up with the silly gun and the other group of weapon bone clansmen who were waiting in front. The old chief is condensing 70% of his true body, right? Yi Lang's sword body vibrated slightly as he confirmed to silly gun. Yes, chief. The stupid gun swung downward and buzzed back. In that case, then this 50% of my true form is a bit of a pull. Yi Lang secretly said in his heart that he felt he should change his appearance a little more. Otherwise the competition for chief looks a bit unimpressive when the time comes. Who knew how many existences of the Artifact Bone Clan that had condensed 50 to 60% of their true bodies? Just change. 80% first? No, 80% doesn't seem fierce enough. What if that old chief has recently broken through? Just 90%. Yi Lang secretly calculated in his heart for a while and decided to become like condensing 90% of his true body. Having made up his mind, Yi Lang did not delay any longer and immediately launched his transformation skill. In the next moment, his entire sword body suddenly began to change, the parts belonging to the white bones gradually fading away, revealing more of the true sword body. Buzz! The chief's level of condensing his true body is actually growing. So fast. Next to Yi Lang, Silly Gun was so shocked when he saw the scene that he nearly fell directly to the ground. In its limited gun life, it had never seen any of its clansmen able to condense their true bodies at such a fast speed. It made its already not-so-smart brain buzz, but after the shock, the Silly Gun couldn't help but land its body on the ground again, showing its submission to the powerful. Behind it, the rest of the Artifact Bones saw this, and at the first opportunity, they also respectfully fell to the ground and prostrated themselves. Soon, Yi Lang's deformation was completed, and at this time, his entire sword body, except for the hilt and a small section of the sword body that was still white bone, the rest was a real sword body that shone with a cold light. Shoo! Yi Lang maneuvered his body to make two false cuts in the air, which inexplicably felt quite imposing. However, this movement of his scared the silly gun and other artifact bones behind him, an existence that had condensed 90% of its true body. They had never even seen it with their own eyes. Go! With a vibration of his sword, Yi Lang took the lead and headed towards the Weapon Bone Clan's headquarters not far ahead. Within a short time, he arrived at the headquarters of the Weapon Bone Clan, outside a crypt that was unknown how much larger than the one Yi Lang had stayed in before. Who was coming? As soon as they appeared, they were spotted by the artifact bone skirmishers that stood guard by the mouth of the massive crypt. The leader, a white bone sledgehammer-like soldier, vibrated his hammer and asked in a bone language. However, it cut off only halfway through the last human word, and together with the other artifact bones behind them, as if in a natural reaction, they instantly prostrated their bodies on the ground. A royal family that condenses 90% of its true body? The blood-red light on the handle of the white bone sledgehammer flickered slightly as he looked at the sword bone that was leading the way in front of him with some disbelief. If it remembers correctly, the chief seems to have only condensed 70% of his true body. Does the Weapon Bone Clan still exist like this? Beside the mouth of the crypt, Yi Lang flew above the white bone sledgehammer and swept his divine thoughts over it. Worthy of being the headquarters, the little soldier guarding the gate is about as good as a silly gun when it comes to condensing his true body level. Yi Lang couldn't help but feel some secret joy in his heart. In that case, it seems that the strength of the Weapon Bone Clan is not as weak as imagined. Returning to his senses, Yi Lang's sword trembled slightly, and in the language of the bone race, he said, I have been in underground seclusion since my birth, and I have only come out not long ago now. Now specially come to the headquarters. Yuan, go ahead and inform. Although the bone race are all fatherless and motherless, they were born from the absorption of the great sage origin. But he showed up out of the blue and looked so powerful. How could he not? Yes, that white bone sledgehammer. Trembling hammer body returned, busy drilling into the crypt, went to inform. The huge crypt was not pitch black, but from time to time, there were dark beads of light flickering, illuminating the crypt. This crypt was a place where saintly powerhouses were buried, scattering an unknown number of treasures. Weapons were transformed into the Weapon Bone Clan, but some deep-sea night pearls and the like were still intact for 10,000 years. The depths of the crypt were the area where the Sword and Bone King clan resided. At this moment, that white bone sledgehammer was prostrating its hammer body on the ground, reporting the matter that at the mouth of the crypt, a king who had condensed 90% of his true body had appeared. After he finished speaking, the surrounding Sword and Bone Kings couldn't help but vibrate their swords to emit a buzzing sound as they murmured, what you said is true. Our Sword and Bone Clan really gave birth to a strong person who condensed 90% of his true body? But how is it possible? Even the head has only condensed 70%. If this matter is true, wouldn't our artifact Bone Clan have hope? Knowing that human Bone King has only condensed 90% of his true body. Silence. At that moment, a sword sound rang out, and all the sword bones fell silent. Twisting his body, the blood-red light dripped like a single eye as he looked in the direction of the voice. There, a long sword with an ancient style hung silently in the void without knowing it. Its entire sword body, about 70% of it, had faded to white bone, revealing the sharp blade. However, above the tip of its sword, there was a gaping hole. It is the leader of the artifact Bone Clan today. Whether it's true or not, head over and take a look. Outside the crypt, Yi Lang quietly hung in the short air, followed by Silly Gun and a bunch of other weapon bones. Below them crept a group of watchful artifact bone skirmishers. 90% of the real body should be enough to shock them. I hope it goes well as the leader. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly, secretly calculating. Shoo! At this time, the sound of breaking air came from under the crypt, and in the twinkling of an eye, a sword bone drilled out and appeared opposite Yi Lang. And all of these sword bones that appeared were all existences that had condensed varying degrees of their true bodies. Yi Lang noticed that the ancient long sword at the very front had reached 70%. This should be the chief of the artifact bone. This appearance is really an existence that has condensed 90% of its true body. The moment these sword bones saw Yi Lang, they couldn't help but, at once, let out a vibration of surprise. Chapter 120. So it's like this. Sword lacks to give up his position. Buzz. Beside the crypt, the ancient sword bone that had condensed 70% of its true body vibrated, and the field was suddenly quiet. It was then that this leader of the Weapon Bone Clan floated to Yi Lang, clearly sensing the aura of his body that belonged to the sword bone lineage. Moreover, from Yi Lang's sword body, it also smelled of familiar flavor. That was the qualification of being in the same category as it as a top sword bone, and before it turned into a sword bone, it was the existence of a holy weapon. Only, it had been damaged in the great battle of that year, and was innately flawed. Congratulations! My lineage of the Sword and Bone King clan has actually produced a strong person with a 90% true body. After the weapon bone chief determined that Yi Lang's identity was correct, he immediately vibrated and laughed. Come in with me. The chief of the artifact bones greeted him warmly. Yi Lang did not have many surprises in his heart and followed it into the crypt. The cultivation of the people of the Bone Clan could be said to be all plainly displayed on their appearance. After his transformation, he had the awesome cultivation of 90% of his true body, and the performance of these sword bones was actually expected. The silly guns behind them, naturally, followed them in. Only after entering the crypt, Yi Lang followed a group of kings to the depths of the crypt. That was where the royal family resided, but they were not qualified to go there. Silly gun. Deep in the crypt, under the dark pearl light, a group of sword bones dripped around Yi Lang. If they could make faces, they must all be curious and surprised at the moment, because since the birth of the artifact bone clan, it was the first time that there was an existence that had condensed 90% of its true body. My name is Swordlack, the current leader of the artifact bone clan, and I'm very happy about your appearance. By the way, do you have a name, or how do you call it? At that moment, the ancient sword bone leader vibrated and said in the bone language, Sword shortage? And this chief has a name? Yi Lang froze. If he remembered correctly, the bone race should all be without names. Stupid gun doesn't even know what a name is yet. Maybe it had contact with other humans and took one for itself. With a slight change of mind, it had been a few days since they, the humans from the outside world, had entered this, and it wasn't impossible that this weapon bone chief had captured the others. With that, Yi Lang vibrated his sword body back. Just call me Sword Wave. The ancient puffy sword bones trembled slightly, seemingly nodding. At this time, Yi Lang's voice sounded once again. By the way, along the way, I heard those clansmen who came with me talk about how the situation of our artifact bone clan doesn't seem to be too good nowadays. He didn't want to waste time. Now that Yuma was somewhere, he still didn't know. In his heart, he was also a little worried about whether she would be in danger. Therefore Yi Lang now wanted to quickly settle things here and then go to the place of visions to look for Yin Yenran. And at this moment, after Yi Lang asked, that weapon bone chief, also known as Swordlack, couldn't help but let out a sigh in the language of the Bone Clan. Hey, indeed. Afterwards, Jianxiu told the story of the human bone race hogging the best territory among the Grave Realm, and had been constantly suppressing and invading them, as well as the human martial artists sweeping the human bone race against the Beast Weapon 2 race after they entered, and so on. That look was somewhat like an aggrieved junior complaining to his elders. Listening to Yi Lang, he couldn't help but feel a little odd in his heart. When it came to real strength, even with the corrosion immunity skill added to his body, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely be able to defeat this weapon bone chief. After all, the sword bone that had condensed 70% of its true body, even if it didn't rely on the power of corrosion, that chilling sword body would surely not be low in damage. Humph. Isn't the reason why that human bone king is sweeping us away is because it's afraid that we'll spoil its plans. It wants to devour all those human martial artists, so it can condense all 10% of its true body. At that time, it will be able to obtain the inheritance in the center of the Toon world and take the human bone race to the outside world. After the Swordlack finished speaking, the other sword bones within the crypt couldn't help but vibrate. The tone of his voice was full of resignation. Yi Lang couldn't help but be a bit dazed after hearing this. I see. Before, he was still wondering why that human bone king would not let the other bone clans harm the human martial artists. So it turned out that he wanted to eat alone. He also wanted to seize the great sage's inheritance and break away from the boundaries of the Toon world. No. Then so. That vision, could it be that the human bone king made it, just wanting to gather the human martial artists in one place so that they could all be devoured? Yi Lang was creeped out, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a great possibility. One must know that the headquarters of the human bone clan was very close to the place of that vision. But now that I know about this, I'm afraid I can't let you have your way. Slightly pondering, Yi Lang's sword vibrated, and the sword bones within the crypt instantly quieted down. The 90% true body of Yi Lang had enough deterrent power against these sword bones. Everyone listen to me. That human bone king is only condensing its 9th true body. I don't see how I would be afraid of it. It's just that I don't know if you guys have the courage to fight along with me to grab the great sage inheritance and head to the outside world together. Yi Lang's sword body rang lightly, and his words landed in the divine soul of every sword bone within the crypt. When he said this, although he was temporarily lulling these sword bones into listening to him, he was not insincere. If he could really capture the great sage inheritance in the end, he would find a way to let these sword bones go to the outside. But when they go out, they certainly can't be allowed to corrode and devour humans at will is all. And at this moment, the sword bones within the crypt, including sword deficiency, sniffed, and the blood-red light on their bodies stirred. Honestly speaking, the moment they heard the news that there was a 90% true body sword bone appearing, they sprouted such thoughts. After spending an unknown number of years in the tomb world, how could they not yearn for the outside world? Jin Lang is right. With him, this 90% true body powerhouse leading us, our artifact bone clan, may not be unable to compete with the human bone clan. At this time, Jin Lang stabilized his mind and turned to Yi Lang, vibrating. Since that's the case, then I'll simply give up this chief position to Swordwave as well. From now on, you are the new leader of the Weapon Bone clan. When Yi Lang heard this, his heart could not help but be stunned. He was still brewing in his heart on how to get this chief position over. I didn't expect this sword shortage to give way on its own. It saved him a lot of work. In Yi Lang's heart, he couldn't help but feel a little more favorable towards this old chief of the Weapon Bone clan. There are patterns in the field. The rest of the sword bones naturally had nothing to say when they heard that. The stronger the alpha is, the happier they will only be. And at this time, in Yi Lang's mind, the actor system's beep suddenly sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully becoming the leader of the Weapon Bone clan, completing one of the main quests and receiving a reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Sword of Faith. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Energy Transformation. Chapter 121 Awesome Skill, Human Remnant Souls. As the system voice fell, Yi Lang's heart could not help but rise with a trace of joy. This system was quite generous. Completing one of the main quests also gave rewards. Subsequently, Yi Lang's mind sank into the system to check what these two rewards were for. He was still a little confused just by the name. Sword of Faith, Limited Skill, Limited Object Sword Bone Lineage. After the host uses it, it can condense the power of all the sword bones that have reverence for the host into their own body and explode out exponentially. Energy Transformation, a special ability that allows the host to transform any energy that can be absorbed into the body into cultivation. Fierce. After Yi Lang read it, his heart couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Both of these rewards are awesome to say the least. With this Sword of Faith, his name of condensing 90% of his true body was truly worthy of its name. As long as he conquered all of these sword bones, all of the power of the sword bones would then all be able to coalesce into him alone. And it explodes exponentially. What kind of concept is this? Even if it's that whatever human bone king, he definitely can't carry it, right? There was also that energy transformation, which was equivalent to the fact that in the future, he was just forbidden to do anything, as long as it was energy, no matter if it was poisonous or not, or if the human race couldn't absorb it. None of it was a problem for Yi Lang. All of it could be transformed. Of course, the first thing that Yi Lang thought of was the Great Saint origin in this Great Saint tomb. In fact, this origin power, Yi Lang was able to perceive and absorb it because he now possessed the sword bone top qualification. Only, Yi Lang hadn't absorbed the origin power in this, because this thing was created from the origin of the laws comprehended by the White Bone Great Sage. It could only be used by the Bone Clan to condense their true bodies. Ordinary martial artists could not absorb it at all, and although Yi Lang was able to absorb it by relying on his sword bone qualification, there was no way to utilize it before that. But now with this energy transformation, it meant that Yi Lang absorbed this origin power and could also use it to enhance his cultivation. Rather, I wonder how effective these origin powers are compared to heaven and earth Yuan Qi, Yi Lang secretly said in his heart, but did not rush to try. But his mind exited the system and looked at the group of sword bones in front of him. Buzz! When Yi Lang's sword vibrated, the sword bones within the crypt turned towards him, their blood-red one eyes staring at the new leader. Since I become this chief, I'll definitely lead the Weapon Bone Clan to rise up and snatch that great sage inheritance. Yi Lang, in the language of the bone race, said seriously. The big brother temperament and full aura unfolded invisibly, causing the hearts and minds of the sword bones present to go into a trance. Can't help but be more submissive to this new chief. Chief, what should we do then? It was only after a while that Jin Lang came back to his senses from Yi Lang's aura and asked without the slightest bit of embarrassment. The Bone Clan was originally a strong man, and not only was Yi Lang a 90% true body powerhouse, the aura he exuded was so powerful that Jin Shou didn't have any displeasure at all. You guys go ahead and tell the other clans the news, and then recall all the artifact bones from all over the Grave Realm, especially our Wang clan. Then follow me to the place of that vision to meet that human Bone King. Yi Lang turned his sword and faced the rest of the sword bones except for sword deficiency and said, with this Sword of Faith skill of his, the more sword bone believers he had condensed, the more powerful it could be. Yes, the sword bones replied back in unison, then flew outside. Within a short time, only Yi Lang and Sword Lack were left in the depths of the large crypt. No, it should be two swords. By the way, did you choose your name yourself? With nothing else to do for a while, Yi Lang couldn't help but ask curiously. No, actually, I was just about to tell you if the chief didn't ask. The lack of sword shook the sword and vibrated. Oh, in fact, my name was chosen for me by a human who forced his way into the great sacred tomb. No, it should be the remnants of a human soul. At that time, none of these human martial artists have entered this yet now. Human remnants? Yi Lang froze at his words. He had thought that Sword Lack would have a name because he had captured a martial artist who had entered the tomb realm, but now that didn't seem to be the case. Before these martial artists of theirs entered the great sacred tomb, that could only be the strongest of those who had explored those great sacred tomb before. I didn't expect that there were really strong people who strongly broke into the great sacred tomb, but the fact that such strong people were reduced to only a remnant of a soul is enough to show the terrifying nature of that forbidden system. In Yi Lang's heart, he could not help but sigh slightly. That human remnant, where is he now? You wouldn't have exterminated him, would you? Returning to his senses, Yi Lang vibrated his sword and asked, back to the chief. No, although I am able to corrode divine souls, only flesh and blood will help me condense my true body, not to mention that I know quite a bit about the outside world from that human remnant. The lack of sword shook his sword and returned. So where is he now? It's in the deepest part of the crypt. Take me. With that, Sword Lack took Yi Lang and flew towards the deepest part of the crypt. Along the way, due to Yi Lang's instantaneous flash field being too fast, from time to time, he had to stop and wait for Jian Lack for a while. This couldn't help but make Jianxiu even more convinced of Yi Lang's strength. Soon, the two swords arrived at the deepest part of this huge crypt. The space here was significantly smaller than outside, and at the end was a modest altar. Yi Lang's divine thoughts fell on top of the altar and found that in the very center of the altar was a small half of a red candle burning with a faint candle flame. On both sides, there were some jade slips, tortoise shells, and other things, so it was thought that they should be the things left behind by the owner of this relic. Yi Lang's sword turned towards the lack of sword. It means where's the human soul? Clang! Seeing this, Sword Lack hurriedly trembled the sword god and let out a sword cry. It resounded through the small space. With the sound of the sword ringing, in Yi Lang's divine idea, above the red candle that burned only a small half, it slowly began to change. Pale yellow flames began to rise, and an illusory figure of a woman gradually manifested within the flames. Through the flames, one could vaguely see the delicacy and flavor of the woman's brow, only that her head of white hair showed that she was by no means young. The sword is missing. Wake me up, but is there something wrong? The woman's voice sounded. Although it was the state of a wisp of residual soul, it still made Yi Lang feel a great majesty. It was as if facing the Yin Yang sage was a general feeling. This is a saint's residual soul? In Yi Lang's heart, he couldn't help but make some guesses. At this time, Sword Lack was beside him, vibrating non-stop, explaining Yi Lang's identity. When one's cultivation level reached a certain height, even if one's language was incompatible, it still wouldn't affect communication. This woman, however, had obviously reached such a level long ago, and even if Jianxiu was in the way of the artifact Bone Clan's restriction of not being able to spit out human words, she was still able to understand. A new chief? The woman slightly twisted her head and looked at Yi Lang, who was hanging in midair. As for Yi Lang, at this time, after carefully observing the woman, his heart was set off a wave. How does she look? A little like Huma? Chapter 122, Yin's ancestor. She's my wife. That's right. The remnant soul of the woman in the flames in front of him did have a slight resemblance to Yin Yenron's in her eyebrows. If she had been younger, I fear the resemblance would have been even higher. Both Yi Lang and Yin Yenran had already slept together in a big bed, so naturally they would not be mistaken. As such, he couldn't help but have a vague suspicion rise in his mind. Could this remnant soul be that Yin family old ancestor? Back then, when Yin Long brought people to the Spirit Sky sect to bring Yin Yenran back to the Yin clan, the underlying cause was because the Yin clan's old ancestor had fallen in the great sacred tomb. However, Yi Lang didn't know much about the Yin family's old ancestor, and it's not even clear whether it was a man or a woman. Having only heard Yin Yenran mention it, that old ancestor was very good to her, an elder that Yin Yenran liked and respected very much, not unlike the rest of the Yin family. And the unfair treatment Yin Yenyan had suffered 100 years ago was also because that old Yin family ancestor had gone off on a divine journey to the stars at that time. After returning, he was involved in the great sacred tomb quest, so that old ancestor didn't know these things at all. To a large extent, it was also because of the Yin family's old ancestor that Yin Yenran decided to return to the Yin family at that time to take a look. First, let's determine her identity. If it's really Yin Yan's old ancestor, then I'll have to save her from whatever I say. Yi Lang made a decision in his heart. Not bad. I wonder what your name is. Yi Lang vibrated his sword. Still speaking in the language of the Bone Clan, he would not reveal his true identity until he was sure of the woman's identity. Name calling? People outside call me Empyrean Holy Mother, so you can just call me Empyrean Holy Mother. The woman's face was unreadable, and she said in a breezy manner. Yi Lang couldn't help but confirm another point when he heard this. If you can be called a saint, you must be a saint. What did you want to see me about? The woman's eyes surveyed Yi Lang's body for a while, but there was no difference because he had condensed 90% of his true body. It's not a big deal. It's just that I've also encountered a few humans in this world within the tomb over the past few days, and one of them said that he came from what's known as the Yin family, a great power in the outside world. You devoured that Yin family member? Yi Lang intentionally mentioned the Yin family, wanting to try her reaction. However, he didn't expect that before he could finish his sentence, Emperor and Holy Mother interrupted him, her tone somewhat unkind. However, Yi Lang's heart was delighted. With this kind of reaction, it was very likely that this Wudong Holy Mother was really the old ancestor of the Yin family. That's not true. I'm just trying to get a feel for the outside world. But it sounds like, Holy Mother is related to that Yin family? Yi Lang's sword straightened and vibrated as he asked with a twist of words. Only when she heard Yi Lang say no did Emperor and Holy Mother's face regain its calmness, skimming him and nodding her head. I am the Yin family. In her opinion, these were nothing more than indigenous creatures born in the world within the tomb, and there was no need to hide their identities or anything. When Yi Lang heard this, he was basically certain in his heart that she was the Yin family ancestor. A saintly powerhouse was not so strong as to lie about his identity. Jianshu, you go first. I still have something to say to the Holy Mother alone. Yi Lang turned to Sword Lack, his sword vibrating, and commanded. The Sword lacked a sniff and obediently turned the sword and flew towards the crypt outside. What else do you want? Emperor and Holy Mother frowned slightly and asked. However, Yi Lang did not return to her, but activated the transformation skill. It was then seen that in the middle of the not-so-large crypt, the bone sword slowly dissipated, and in its place was a human man with a handsome figure. It was none other than Yi Lang's real body, contemporary palace master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Yi Lang, meet the Yin family's old ancestor. Yi Lang slightly arched his hand and said with a hint of a smile, and the moment Yi Lang recovered his true body, the remnant soul of the Empyrean Virgin Mother in the flames was directly stunned. Wasn't that the new leader of the Weapon Bone clan just now? How did he turn directly into a human? However, she could clearly perceive that the man in front of her was indeed a pure human being, and was by no means one of those white bone creatures in disguise. This makes her even more confused. What did you say? You're the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master. Isn't the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master Li Wuer? And how do you know who I am? The Empyrean Virgin had not yet come to her senses, and hearing Yi Lang's words again, in her mind, she could not help but raise another series of question marks. Yi Lang heard her admit that she was the Yin family's old ancestor, and his heart had no more qualms. After waiting for a while, when Empyrean Sacred Mother came back to her senses, she slowly opened her mouth. Holy Mother needn't be surprised. The kid is indeed a human race, and is indeed the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master. As for why he would turn into the leader of the Artifact Bone Clan, this matter will be heard by the kid slowly with the Holy Mother later on. What the boy wants to say now is, does the Holy Mother still remember Yin Yanran? Huma? She was my favorite junior. How could I not remember? You mention her. What is your relationship to her? Returning to her senses, Empyrean Holy Mother sniffed and temporarily suppressed the series of questions in her heart and returned. Truth be told, Huma is my wife. I precisely view the Holy Mother eyebrows and Hanya a few resemblance, and I have heard that the Holy Mother explored the tomb of the great saint, suspected to have fallen within it. This is why I spoke out before to try to ascertain the identity of the Holy Mother. Yi Lang said truthfully, not hiding anything. What? You say Huma is your wife? Empyrean Sacred Mother sniffed, but she was even more confused. Although she hadn't been in the family for a long time, it seemed like she hadn't heard that Yin Yan girl had gotten married. Holy Mother, here's the thing. Yi Lang saw that she was confused and knew that she had no knowledge of what happened behind the Yin family, so he told what he knew in detail. Of course, he also explained his identity as the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master in passing, and even what was happening to the Yin family right now. He did not hide it in the slightest. The Empyrean Virgin could not help but remain speechless for a long time after hearing this. She didn't doubt the truth or falsehood of Yi Lang's words. With her cultivation, even if she only had a remnant of her soul left, it was impossible for Yi Lang to lie in front of her when he was in the Imperial realm, and the details of these things would never have been so true if they had not been experienced. I didn't expect that the Yin family would hide so many shameless things from me. You did the right thing. This is the punishment they deserve. If I still have the chance to go back, I will certainly also severely punish all those involved. It's just bitter Yin Yin girl. Thanks to you protecting her. Anger surfaced on Empyrean Holy Mother's face, and she gazed at Yi Lang again inside. Yin Yin is my wife. I naturally won't let her suffer. Yi Lang gently smiled and rightfully said. Listening to the Empyrean Holy Mother nod her head for a while, she couldn't help but be very satisfied with Yi Lang. But, why have you become the new leader of this Weapon Bone clan? The conversation turned, and Empyrean Holy Mother asked again. The matter of the opening of the great sage's tomb was something she had heard Jian Shou mention 2 days ago, but Yi Lang was of the human race, and actually mixed up as the leader of the Weapon Bone clan. This really made her feel incredible. Chapter 123 Holy Soul Spirit Candle. Martial artists gathered together. Holy Mother, this matter is a long story. After entering this great sacred tomb, I realized that the corrosive power of these bone clans is extremely bizarre and difficult to deal with. It then occurred to me that I might as well pretend to be them and blend in, which would reduce a lot of the danger. I didn't expect that after mixing into the artifact bone clan, a bit of chance led to becoming the leader. As for how I can become their appearance, this involves the secret method of my master, but it is not convenient for the Holy Mother to say, "Please forgive me, Holy Mother." Inside the crypt, Yi Lang pondered slightly and slowly opened his mouth. He naturally couldn't say anything about the system with the Empyrean Virgin, and could only give a general explanation. Other than that, it's just a matter of putting it on the head of the Yin Yang sage. When he narrated about Yin Yenran just now, he had already explained his identity. An Empyrean Sacred Mother knew that the Yin Yang sage was his master. Within the flames, the Empyrean Holy Mother's remnant soul sniffed and gently nodded. The saint's secret method, indeed, could not be lightly passed on to outsiders, and she understood this point. However, Empyrean Holy Mother looked deeply at Yi Lang again. A chance to be the leader of the Weapon Bone clan? She naturally wouldn't believe this. Although the artifact bone race's spiritual intelligence couldn't compare to that of humans, the strongest among them weren't stupid either. Swordlack was even in existence that had condensed 70% of its true body, and its true strength was feared to be not below the average peak of the Emperor realm. How can you just give up the chief's position? This son's wisdom and means are certainly beyond my imagination, yet he doesn't flaunt it. It's really extremely rare, especially if it's still this young. Yuma's vision is really good, the Empyrean Virgin said inwardly. Inside the crypt, Yi Lang once again arched his hand. Holy Mother, I wonder what I have to do to get you out of here. The Empyrean Holy Mother sniffed and came back to her senses, but instead of answering Yi Lang's question, she pointed at the red candle underneath herself and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Yi Lang honestly shook his head. He really didn't recognize this thing. This is the sacred soul spirit candle, sacrificed from the souls of saints. It is a supreme treasure. Its ability to warm the soul is but one of its insignificant effects. Its true function is to be able to be fused by a martial artist, so that the fused person has the ability to detain the soul and dispatch the general. When it is intact, even the souls of saints cannot escape, being practiced alive as ghost generals. But nowadays, it is estimated that only souls below the 5th turn of the Great Emperor can be detained. Warm the soul, detain the soul and dispatch the general. Yi Lang couldn't help but stare at his words. This little candle is so powerful? And at that moment, the voice of the Empyrean Virgin continued to ring out. After you fuse the spirit candle, I will naturally be able to follow you out. When I find Yin Yen girl, I will enter her sea of consciousness to warm up. Good. Yi Lang came back to his senses and did not play any false politeness. He did want this sacred soul spirit candle because it suddenly occurred to him that if the people from that murderer's faction made a move against him later on, it would be more stable to have this spirit candle in place. The opponent's soul will never escape. With that, the Empyrean Holy Mother instructed Yi Lang on how to fuse, and then slowly disappeared, once again hidden in the flames. Yi Lang, on the other hand, stretched out his middle finger according to what she said and touched it towards the wick in the center of that red candle. Then I saw the small red candle emit a burst of light. Shoo! The next moment, the red candle was actually like a small loach, directly drilling into Yi Lang's middle finger. Yi Lang raised his hand, and after that spirit candle fused with his middle finger, a small red mark appeared on his middle finger. The red seal, with a space that comes with the spirit candle, is the place where the soul is warmed and refined. Holy Mother, then I'll turn into a swordbone first. Yi Lang's divine thoughts transmitted a sentence to the Empyrean Divine Mother in the spirit candle space, and then he activated his morphing skill, once again transforming into the shape of a bone sword. In the meantime, in the central place of the great sage's tomb, the huge blood-red light had gradually disappeared after a day. The place where it appeared was a huge flat square paved with white bones, and just a glance at it made one feel a chill at the back. At the end of the white bone square, a bone monument was erected. It was only obscured by the grayish-white mist, making it impossible to read the writing on it. This is the place where that vision appeared. It looks so weird. Where is the great sage inheritance? Where is it? I don't know. There seems to be a bone tablet there? Outside the white bone square, a large number of martial artists had already gathered, all of whom had heard of the news and wanted to seize the great sage's inheritance. At this moment, he was surveying the white bone square while searching for his fellow clan members. Holy Sun! At this time, in the direction of the left side of the white bone plaza, Several emperor realms of the yin-yang heavenly palace in Bu appeared from different directions near a man and shouted. That man, naturally, was Yinbu's saint's son Zhang Wuluo. Zhang Wuluo's eyes swept over a few people, but he frowned. Where is the palace master? A few people couldn't help but shake their heads at the same time when they heard this. The Holy Sun, palace master won't be in trouble, right? An emperor realm, somewhat worried, asked. No wonder he thought that way. This tomb was indeed treacherous, and the remains of those powerful people scattered everywhere hid groups of white bone creatures. One of the emperor realms they were traveling with was corrupted by white bone creatures while passing by a relic. No nonsense. The palace master may have been delayed by something. Zhang Wuluo spoke out and rebuked, and a few people instantly dared not say anything more. The other side. It was in a gully not too far from the white bone square. Two silhouettes were discussing something underneath it, and there were several other people standing scattered around the gully. What did you say? She escaped into a gathering of white bone creatures. Alive or dead? A man's voice, tinged with some anger, rang out from down the gully. Right. She insisted on going in, and it was really hard for us to stop her. But my big brother is guarding that neighborhood. The other person in the gully, none other than Yin Long, was saying bitterly at that moment. Waste. Across from Yin Long, the man turned his back to him, revealing his robust back, and chided. Yin Long nudged his mouth and didn't dare to answer. Just as well. The difference between her being trapped in there and falling into our hands isn't that great. You do this. The man sulked for a while, then began to give orders. After he finished speaking, Yin Long left from the gully, his figure heading in the direction of White Bone Square. The man, on the other hand, took a few people around him and headed in the opposite direction. At the headquarters of the Weapon Bone clan, after Yi Lang melted the spirit candle, he gave a word to Sword Lack and left the crypt alone. He's now going to meet up with Tan Hao and fish for the bait first. At the same time, it was also necessary to go to the place where the vision appeared to see if Huma had arrived. Along the way, Yi Lang's instantaneous flash domain unfolded, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the place he had agreed with Tan Hao. Only, his instantaneous like speedy speed was yet another shock to the Empyrean Holy Mother within the spirit candle space. Chapter 124 Words Without Falling. Yi Lang's anger. In the middle of the Toon realm, according to that White Bone Square was not too far away from a place. A youth with a handsome figure and handsome looks to the extreme was waiting there alone. This person, naturally, was Tan Hao, who had transformed into Yi Lang's appearance. Shoo! At this moment, in front of Tan Hao, in the midst of the grayish-white mist, a longsword sword appeared out of thin air. Miyagi? Seeing this, Tan Hao couldn't help but ask tentatively. It's me. Yi Lang did not transform into his real body again, but instead transmitted his voice with divine thoughts. It is? In the spirit candle space, Empyrean Sacred Mother couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Isn't the man in front of you Yi Lang? Her divine soul was crippled, and she didn't see through Yi Lang's shape-shifting technique for a moment. Holy Mother, this is a disciple of the Yin-Yang Heavenly Palace, and I disguised him as me in order to draw out some people who want to work against me. Yi Lang's divine thought transmitted a voice and explained to Empyrean Holy Mother. So it is. The Empyrean Holy Mother heard this. However, in her heart, her evaluation of Yi Lang was a few points higher. As far as she knows, it's only been 2 days since the opening of this great sacred tomb, and Yi Lang has done so many things? Tan Hao, now it's time to take a trip to the place of visions first. I'll transform into your sword first, Yi Lang said in a voice transmission, while his body began to change once again. That remaining small portion of white bone also completely disappeared, and its appearance looked no different from an ordinary longsword. Yes, Tan Hao respectfully carried the long sword that Yi Lang had transformed into on his own back. Then his feet flashed and he headed for the place where the vision appeared. Soon after, Tan Hao then arrived outside that White Bone Square, and at this moment, there were quite a few martial artists stepping on top of that White Bone Square, and the words on top of that bone monument were clearly seen by them. What was written on it was 11 large words. He who touches it with his hand is admitted to the inheritance trial. The great sage inheritance can only belong to me. On the square, a wild voice rang out, and the one who spoke was none other than the 5th on the True Dragon ranking. The Peak Emperor Realm Powerhouse, Ling Maniac. Ling Maniac waved his hand to shock the people beside him away, and directly reached out and touched his hand on top of that bone tablet. Boom! The bone monument turned after it was touched, and a pathway appeared behind it. Ling Maniac snorted coldly and stepped straight up, quickly disappearing. Then it's my turn next. After Ling Maniac left, another Peak Emperor Realm martial artist followed, and other martial artists also jumped in, waiting to enter the trial. At this time, outside the square, Yi Lang was not focusing on the bone monument, but rather, his divine thoughts unfolded, looking for Yin Yenron's traces. Huma cannot come is, Something wrong? Yi Lang's heart thumped with some concern. Yi Lang, don't be in a hurry. Yan Yan probably hasn't arrived yet. Empyrean Sacred Mother transmitted her voice within the spirit candle space. Palace Master. At this moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from the left front, and he saw Zhang Wuluo flashing over with several Inbu Emperor realms. Behind them were several Emperor Realm disciples who had previously participated in the Subterranean Dragon ranking contest with Yi Lang. Don't reveal it yet, just pretend to be me. Yi Lang suppressed the worry in his heart and transmitted his voice. Tan Hao nodded lightly and looked at Zhang Wuluo and the others. Palace Master, you're finally here. We were just about to go look for you. Zhang Wuluo looked a bit flustered and somewhat anxious. What's wrong? Tan Hao froze. Just a short while ago, I was supposed to be here with them waiting for you, Palace Master, but I was suddenly attacked. Since divine thoughts are restricted in here, that's why I didn't catch up with that person. But that person left a message on the ground. Zhang Wuluo looked a little self-blaming and looked at Tan Hao, hesitantly. Quickly ask him what the message is? Yi Lang vaguely guessed what was going on and transmitted his voice to urgently say. Tan Hao hurriedly urged Zhang Wuluo, who then opened his mouth. That message said that Immortaline had fallen into their hands, and left an address in the middle of the Toon World for the Palace Master to travel to alone. If not, then kill Fairy Yin. What? Tan Hao couldn't help but directly freeze when he heard this, while behind him, Yi Lang, who had transformed into a sword, was almost unable to control the rage in his heart directly. Yi Lang didn't need to guess to know that the person who did this was definitely sent by the murderer who had assassinated Li Wu'er, the same guy he's been trying to fish out. However, how could Yi Lang not expect that the other party would be so shameless as to actually make a move on Yin Yanran? At this moment, his heart was truly filled with killing intent. Shameless. If anything happens to Yin Yan, I will definitely not spare those people. Within the spirit candle space, Empyrean Sacred Mother also snorted coldly with a face full of anger. Don't worry, Holy Mother, it's hard for them to escape death. Yi Lang held back the killing intent in his heart and transmitted his voice in a deep voice. Then he said to Tan Hao, tell them to stay here, and you go forward alone. Immediately after that, Tan Hao asked Zhang Wuluo for the address as Yi Lang had instructed him, and then told them to wait here. A person left the White Bone Square. Soon, not far beyond the underground cave where Yin Yanran was trapped, Tan Hao's figure appeared here. Palace Master. What now? Tan Hao asked. Move forward. You have the undying spirit robe with you. No one can kill you with a single blow. Yi Lang replied back in a deep voice. His skills were ready, just waiting for the person in the dark to reveal himself. Then, he decimated his flesh with a thunderous force. Yi Long, a few thousand feet away to the left and right. Several people lurk, all with cultivations above the Emperor realm, while there is one person hiding farther away, and his scent is a bit fuzzy. Two people are approaching fast. At this moment, the voice of the Empyrean Virgin sounded in Yi Lang's mind. She was, after all, a saint's residual soul, and even in her miserable state, the range of her divine thoughts far exceeded that of Yi Lang. When Yi Lang heard this, he immediately raised his guard. Shoo! At that moment, two sword lights flashed by in the midst of the grayish-white mist. Like thunder, they chopped toward Tan Hao, who was moving forward. From two directions, Yi Lang, die! Two furious shouts, accompanied by sword light, crossed the distance of 1,000 feet in an instant and chopped at Tan Hao. Tan Hao was only at the Emperor Realm cultivation level, and naturally couldn't dodge in time when faced with two such speedy and intense swords, hard by the sword light. However, Tan Hao just shook his body, pressing nothing. He has a super emperor weapon protecting his body. Chop his soul. A voice once again came from the depths of the grayish-white mist. Late. However, at this time, Yi Lang was bursting in his heart, and the instantaneous flash domain directly unfolded. In the next moment, it had already disappeared from Tan Hao's back, following those two sword lights, and appeared in front of the two men. Yin Tian Yin Long. It's actually you two. Yi Lang looked at the dumbfounded duo in front of him, and the monstrous killing intent in his heart could no longer be held down. Chapter 125, Sword of Faith. It's really you. How could Yi Lang not expect that there were actually two Yin Tian Yin Longs involved in this matter? If I had known this, I shouldn't have let them go at that time outside the door of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace. Die. Yi Lang mentally burst out a sentence, not even caring that within the spirit candle space, there was still an old ancestor of the Yin clan. These two, he had to kill today. It's no use to anyone. Sword of Faith. In the next moment, Yi Lang's sword body stormed up, and the Sword of Faith skill was instantly launched. This skill only restricts the object, but it is one that does not restrict where it can be used, and can be activated anytime, anywhere to gather the power of the sword bone. At this moment, the moment the skill was unleashed, in the middle of the Artifact Bone Clan's headquarters, those sword bones who had seen Yi Lang and submitted to him, including sword lack, all suddenly felt as if the power belonging to them, including the ability to corrode, had been siphoned away. They could not help but be alarmed, but they could not find out why. Boom! At the same time, a violent white light suddenly flashed above Yi Lang's sword, which was stretched across the midair. A corrosive force that was strong to the extreme appeared above his sword. Ah! The Yin Tian Yin Long duo in front of him immediately let out a miserable scream. This sword is weird. Go! Yin Tian bellowed and pulled Yin Long to retreat. However, having condensed the power of so many sword bones, among which there was also sword deficit, an existence that had condensed 70% of his true body, Yi Lang's speed was no longer something they could compare to. Neither used the instantaneous flash domain to catch up with them in an instant. Shoo! 2 flashes of sword light flashed by as Yi Lang's sword body chopped across the two of them, and the massive corrosive force took effect immediately. Ah! The two men's flesh and blood continued to melt away, emitting extremely painful hisses, yet they were still struggling to escape. However, no matter how they fled, Yi Lang always followed them closely, chopping down one after another. Soon, the flesh and blood on the duo's bodies were completely corroded, leaving behind only 2 white bones. No need to care about them. Kill Yi Lang first. And at that moment, a voice once again came out from the depths of the grayish-white mist. As the voice fell, several figures emanating the aura of the Emperor Realm attacked Tan Hao at a rapid speed from within the mist. Palace Master. Behind Yi Lang, Tan Hao stood in place. Although those attacks were not yet coming, he already felt a slight stinging pain in his soul. As strong as the indestructible spirit robe was, it couldn't possibly allow Tan Hao to evade all damage. His cultivation level was still too low after all. On the other hand, after Yi Lang had corroded the Yin Tian duo into white bones, the divine souls of those two, who had also been corroded and injured, drilled out of the white bones. As for Yi Lang, he also activated his transformation skill at this moment and restored his true body. Now that the murderer had shown up, there was no need for him to hide anymore, and hiding any longer might instead harm Tan Hao. Yi Long? The divine souls of Yin Tian Yin Long and the two of them could not help but both be greatly shocked when they saw that the sword that had decapitated them had suddenly turned into Yi Lang. Detain the soul. Yi Lang had already heard Tan Hao's plea for help, coldly sweeping the two's divine souls. His right hand quickly extended. Ah! What's this? The two Yin Tian's divine souls immediately felt an irresistible gravitational force coming from Yi Lang's right hand. In the next moment, it had been pulled into Yi Lang's middle finger. After doing this, Yi Lang temporarily put away the corrosive power that had coalesced from the countless sword bones, and the instantaneous flash domain opened, directly appearing behind Tan Hao. And at this moment, those several Emperor Realm attack distances were about to blast into Tan Hao's sea of consciousness. Go! Yi Lang grabbed Tan Hao and the two of them instantly disappeared in place. He's not Yi Lang? That sword is. It's a trap. Go! A shocked and angry voice came out from within the grayish-white mist. You stay here and don't move. And at this moment, after several instantaneous transmissions, Yi Lang had already placed Tan Hao 10,000 feet away. With that, he instantly shifted again, and in the twinkling of an eye, he returned to Tan Hao's previous location. Left front. They've started to leave. When Yi Lang chopped down the Yin Tian duo just now, the empty spirit Holy Mother, who had never uttered a word, suddenly reminded Yi Lang. This grayish-white mist greatly compressed Yi Lang's range of divine thoughts, and with the reminder of the Empyrean Virgin, it was much more convenient. Thank you, Holy Mother. Yi Lang was slightly surprised and said thanks. Then the instantaneous flash domain unfolded and chased towards the left front. In this Toon realm, everyone was unable to fly, so the speed of these Emperor realms couldn't be compared to being in the outside world. Naturally, it was far inferior to Yi Lang's instantaneous flash. Soon, he caught up to within 1,000 feet of a few people, and this, already within Yi Lang's divine thought range. He instantly saw the faces of the several people in front of him. God's mind deadlocked on a tall man with exploding muscles at the very front. Wang Meng, sure enough, it's you. Yi Lang gritted his teeth and bellowed explosively. For the murderer of Li Wu'er. In fact, he had guessed it long ago. That's the head of the Yang division, Tian Yangzi. There just hasn't been any proof, just suspicion. And now, the Yang division's saint son, Tian Yangzi's personal disciple Wang Meng, had brought several Yang division emperor realms to assassinate him in the middle of the Toon world. This directly confirmed Yi Lang's suspicions. Ha? Just him? At this time, Wang Meng noticed that Yi Lang was the only one who had chased after him, and his heart was suddenly moved. In the next moment, Wang Meng turned around, and the pressure belonging to the Emperor realm directly blossomed as he blasted his palm out. He knew that Yi Lang was armed with a secret technique, the ability to instantly move. Thus, Wang Meng blasted palms one after another, and monstrous palm prints spread across the sky, directly covering a range of thousands of feet. trying to get Yi Long nowhere. Die. If you die, there will be no one left to steal the palace master's position from master. Wang Mang couldn't help but let out a loud shout as he launched his palm. Humph. Under the roiling palm imprints, Yi Lang however snorted coldly, and his killing intent blazed in his heart. Extremely cold yet, the skill was turned on, and the moment the terrifying palm prints that filled the sky were about to fall, they suddenly faded away. It's as if it never existed. This? How is that possible? At the same time, Wang Mang also felt that his body strength suddenly disappeared, as if he had become an ordinary person, and was not greatly shocked. Damn you! In the next moment, Yi Lang once again released the corrosive power that had coalesced from the many sword bones, and his figure flashed violently in front of Wang Mang. Ah! The corrosive power condensed by many sword bones, and then under the exponential outbreak, Wang Mang under the extremely cold but cold skills, was directly transformed into a white bone at that moment. Only the divine soul weakly burrowed out from the skull. If not for Yi Lang's intentional control, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to keep his divine soul. There is no way. It is not that Yi Lang does not want him to be in shape now. It is just that where Yenya is today is still unknown, and they're going to search his memory and use it to testify against Tian Yangzi. Detain the soul. Yi Lang's right hand opened, and Wang Meng's divine soul was immediately sucked into Yi Lang's middle finger without any resistance. Holy sun! I can't believe I was killed by. Seconds. Around them, the remaining few Yang Division Emperor realms saw that Wang Mang, whose strength was far above theirs, was actually beheaded by Yi Lang in an instant. Even the soul has been sucked out. Couldn't help but panic straight away. Chapter 126, Where is Huma? Killing into the cave. Run! A few people reacted, no longer having the courage to fight against Yi Lang, and fled in all directions. Yi Lang smiled coldly. If it was in the outside world, these few Emperor realms might still be able to get away. But in the midst of this flightless toon world, they had no second choice but to regroup. With that, Yi Lang's figure disappeared and appeared behind an Emperor realm in the twinkling of an eye. The strong to the extreme corrosive power was released, and the man instantly wailed and stopped in his tracks. It didn't take long to turn into a white bone. Yi Lang followed suit and still detained his divine soul. Afterwards, Yi Lang's figure disappeared once again, and it didn't take long for him to wipe out the entirety of several Emperor realms. The divine souls were all detained into the spirit candle space. This corrosive power, I'm afraid that even the peak of the Emperor realm won't be able to resist it. Yi Lang stood on the ground and couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. In this battle, if it wasn't for the power of the sword bones condensed by the sword of faith, he would never have been able to cut down so many Emperor realms so easily. Among them, there could be a late Emperor realm Wang Mang. This is still the case when some of the sword bones are in other gathering points. I wonder how powerful they will be after all of them have coalesced. Sighing a sentence, Yi Lang shook his head and no longer think about it. Now the priority is to ask Yin Yan's whereabouts. Yi Lang stretched out his right hand. His divine thoughts gathered on top of his middle finger, and the next moment his consciousness sank into the spirit candle space. This spirit candle space is divided into two areas. One side is used for warming the soul, which is where the Empyrean Virgin is located. On the other side, it was used to hold and refine the detained divine souls. At this moment, Yi Lang's consciousness manifested and appeared in the space where the divine soul was imprisoned. Say, where's Huma? Yi Lang coldly looked at Yin Tian Yin Long, who was locked by the illusory chains, as well as the divine souls of Wang Mang and the others, and asked, Yi Long, just kill me. I won't tell. Wang Mang's divine soul was weak, and his face was fierce as he roared. After being detained into the spirit candle space, he realized that he couldn't even self-destruct his divine soul, and his heart couldn't help but be very flustered. In that case, as long as Yi Lang searched his soul, then there would be no more secrets about everything about Master. Humph. Yi Lang coldly swept him a glance and directed his eyes to the divine souls of the Yin Tian Yin Long duo. I said. Yin Tian Yin Long's scalp was numb and they were all trembling. Yi Lang's thunderous method of exterminating them before had truly frightened the two. They didn't expect that Yi Lang had now grown to such a point that he could kill them in seconds without relying on external objects. Now that even their divine souls had fallen into Yi Lang's hands, how could they still dare to go against him? Yin Yan Ran was actually not captured by us, but was chased by us and broke into that out-of-the-ground cave ahead. The duo's voices trembled, not daring to hide a single word. What? You chased her into that grotto? When Yi Lang heard this, anger surged furiously on his face. Where that grotto was, he who possessed the map couldn't be clearer. It was a gathering place for the human bone race, and it wasn't small. Yen Yu entered for so long and hasn't come out yet. Something must have happened. You deserve to die, and it's a curse for your godly souls to remain in this world. Yi Lang gritted his teeth and uttered a sentence, reaching out to take the divine souls of the Yin Tian Yin Long duo directly into his hands. In this spirit candle space, He had absolute control as the master. Yi Long. Don't! I don't want to die. Boom! Yi Lang didn't even care about the wailing of the two. And with a firm pinch in his hand, 2 hurricanes surged out of the spirit candle space, blowing their souls to smithereens. Not far away, those few young Division Emperor Realm Divine Souls couldn't help but be terrified to the extreme at the sight of the situation. I am afraid that their end will not be much better than those two. Yi Lang coldly swept a glance at them, and his mind exited the spirit candle space. Yi Lang, is Yin Yin okay? At this time, Empyrean Holy Mother, who had been paying attention to Yi Lang, transmitted her voice and asked. She was chased into a gathering of those white bones, alive or dead. Yi Lang's tone was a bit low and said, I exterminated Yin Tian and their divine souls. This is the price they should pay. Yi Lang added another sentence. You did the right thing by yourself. The Empyrean Virgin returned. I'm going to check out that grotto. Yuma might still be alive. Yi Lang raised his head, his gaze passing through the grayish-white mist and looking in the direction of the underground cave. With that, the instantaneous flash domain unfolded and disappeared into thin air. Soon, Yi Lang arrived outside that underground cave and looked at the human bone minions patrolling in front of him. A corrosive power that had coalesced from above the many sword bones instantly unfolded, directly killing the underground cave. Boom! Yi Lang's figure appeared in front of the group of human bone minions, and he didn't use any other means. The corrosive power on his body, which was strong to the extreme, instantly corrupted the spirit of this group of small soldiers directly. The blood-red glow on the minion's head disappeared, reduced to a lifeless white bone. Bone clans fight against each other by corrupting each other's spirits, but the ability to corrode spirits and divine souls is only available to bone clans that have condensed their true bodies. After resolving these minions, Yi Lang made a long drive and flashed straight into the grotto. At this moment, the leader in the underground cave, that human bone general, also heard the commotion and appeared with a large group of human bones. Jie Jie, another human coming in on his own accord? The human bone general grinned his large, bloodless mouth and let out hoarse human words. When Yi Lang saw that it could talk, he stopped for the time being and opened his mouth to ask, let me ask you, what did you do with a human woman who broke into the grotto earlier? That human woman is being held by this general to be contributed to the king. This general sees that your flesh and blood is not bad, even if it is still in her hands, so leave it for this general as well. The human bone general hissed, blood-red flames dancing in one eye socket. Huma's in custody? Great! Yi Lang couldn't help but reveal a happy smile and sighed in relief when he heard this. Being imprisoned means that life is still alive, so it's not the worst outcome. Yes, the human bone king wanted to devour all the humans in the Toon world and take the final step, so naturally he wouldn't let his men devour it. Yi Lang secretly said in his heart, already somewhat impatient to see Yin Yin go. The human bone general waved his hand stiffly, and the human bone army behind him immediately swarmed towards Yi Lang. At the same time, it opened its own large mouth, ready to deal with Yi Lang like the other party. Yin Yin ran. However, Yi Lang didn't care at all, and the corrosive power was unleashed once again. Boom! Those human bones that were close to him, the blood-red light on their heads suddenly disappeared piece by piece and fell at Yi Lang's feet. The human bone general's attack that wanted to corrode Yi Lang's divine soul also seemed to have no effect, and did not affect Yi Lang in the slightest. Just kidding, he's got corrosion immunity now. Shoo! In the next moment, with a flash of his body, Yi Lang appeared in front of the human bone general and reached out to pinch its skeletal neck. The strong corrosive force was immediately directed at its divine soul, corroding it continuously. Ah! The human bone general let out a hoarse, miserable scream, and the blood-red flames within his eyes grew weaker and weaker. And finally, it's completely gone. Chapter 127, Goodbye Yin Yin, I'm too late. Inside the underground cave, Yi Lang casually threw the cold white bone body of General Human Bone aside. Cold eyes swept around the remaining human bone minions. They can't help but back away slightly in fear. Kidding aside, the general was casually crushed to death by this human. Can they not be scared? Yi Lang also did not have the intention to drive them to extinction. At this time the most important thing was to find Yin Yin first. As the instantaneous flash domain unfolded, Yi Lang's figure instantly disappeared and headed towards the depths of the underground cave. Yi Long, right. Empyrean Sacred Mother opened her mouth to remind her that her divine thoughts had a wider range and had already discovered the imprisoned Yin Yanran. Yi Lang nodded and hurriedly instantly flashed toward the right. Soon, it came to the deepest part of this underground cave. Yi Lang's figure appeared, and as soon as he looked up, he saw the woman in front of him who was locked in a cage made of white bones. The woman's face was pale, her eyes were tightly closed, and there were still some dried blood stains on her body. It was Yin Yanran that Yi Lang was searching for painstakingly. Huma! When Yi Lang saw Yin Yanran, his expression couldn't help but be a little excited, and with a single arrow step, he arrived outside the cage. Bang! Yi Lang slashed out with his palm, and the white bone cage exploded into knots of broken bones. What's going on with Yuma? Yi Lang picked up Yin Yenran, who still had her eyes closed and felt that she still had breath. He could not help but say with some doubt, Yenya girl, should have her divine soul corroded and fallen into a deep sleep. Empyrean Sacred Mother pondered slightly and transmitted her voice. Does the Blessed Mother have a solution? Yi Lang was stunned at his words and opened his mouth to ask. I've been warming up inside the spirit candle for a long time, and there is a scent from inside the spirit candle on my residual soul. So I can enter Yenya's sea of consciousness and perform a secret method to awaken Yenya. But it will take time for her to recover completely, and she will need time to slowly recuperate. The Empyrean Virgin returned. As the words fell, he saw a flash of white light from Yi Lang's right middle finger, and the remnant soul of the Empyrean Virgin manifested. She was not detained by Yi Lang into the spirit candle space, so she was free to enter and exit the spirit candle space. Thank you, Holy Mother. Seeing this, Yi Lang couldn't help but be grateful. He still needed to turn into a sword bone in the back, and he really couldn't rest assured if Yenya couldn't wake up. No need. Yen Yen is my favorite junior and has suffered so much in the Yin family. This is all what I should do. Besides, I was originally going to enter Huma's sea of consciousness to warm up. The Empyrean Sacred Mother smiled gently towards Yi Lang, and then the remnants of her soul transformed into streams of light and drilled straight into Yin Yenran's sea of consciousness. Soon after, Yin Yenran, who was in Yi Lang's arms, then her eyes trembled slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. What came into his eyes was Yi Lang's handsome face with some excitement. Wife, I'm late, Yi Lang said with some self-reproach amidst his delight. If he had come looking for Yin Yenran earlier, she might not have come out of this. When Yin Yenran saw Yi Lang, her eyes were refracted with a trace of tears, lightly biting her red lips and constantly shaking her head. She knew that Yi Lang would definitely come to her rescue. Yen Yen girl, could it be that you haven't noticed old ancestor me? At this moment, a voice rang out from within Yin Yenran's sea of consciousness, and Yin Yenran could not help but be stunned. Then the look became more surprised. Old ancestor? It's great that you're still alive. That's right. Your divine soul was corrupted by that human bone general. Thanks to Holy Mother entering your sea of consciousness to save you. Yi Lang helped Yin Yenran up from the ground and opened his mouth to explain. When Yin Yenran heard this, she was pleasantly surprised and at the same time couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. What the hell is going on here? Yi Lang. Then you will be the one to tell Yen Yen girl how it all went down. Empyrean Holy Mother laughed, but her voice was slightly tired. Thinking about it, waking up Yin Yenran was not as simple as she said. Yi Lang nodded and then told the story of his transformation into a sword bone and becoming the leader of the weapon bone clan, and meeting the Empyrean Holy Mother in the middle of the crypt. Then Zhang Wulua said that you were captured, so I rushed here with all speed. Yi Lang opened his mouth as he led Yin Yenran outside. What about Yin Tian and Yin Long? Yin Yenran asked again. It was those two who chased after her and she was forced into the underground cave, and since Yi Lang had come, he must have touched base with them. Already killed by me. Form and soul. Yi Lang's voice did not fluctuate much as he returned. Yin Yenran nodded. She had no pity for the death of the Yin Tian Yin Long duo. She was kind, yes, but not indecisive about the people who had victimized her several times. Soon, Yi Lang and Yin Yenran went out of this underground cave. Those remaining human bone minions, naturally, did not dare to block them in the slightest. After exiting the underground cave, Yi Lang brought Yin Yenran again and flashed toward where Tan Hao was. Palace Master, Fairy Yin, the son of the grayish-white mist, Tan Hao, who had been placed here to wait by Yi Lang, hastened to respectfully pay homage when he saw the duo that had appeared. After seeing the previous battle, he had a clearer understanding of Yi Lang's terrifying strength. In his heart, he could not help but respect Yi Lang even more. It is? Seeing the man in front of her, Yin Yenran actually looked exactly like Yi Lang. She couldn't help but twist her head to look at Yi Lang in confusion. He's Tan Hao, and I'm the one who got him to temporarily assume my likeness. But now that the murderer has been solved by me, you won't have to disguise yourself anymore. Yi Lang explained a sentence, then reached out and wiped his hand on Tan Hao's face. Then he saw Tan Hao's face slowly begin to change, returning to his own appearance. Palace Master, this back to you. Tan Hao touched his face, then unclasped the undying spirit robe and handed it to Yi Lang very respectfully. Aha! Yi Lang was not polite and took the indestructible spirit robe. The indestructible spirit robe was a super emperor soldier, a life-preserving weapon, and he couldn't possibly give it to Tan Hao for no reason. Even if he gave it away, I'm afraid Tan Hao wouldn't dare to take it. However, Tan Hao helped him out, so he couldn't possibly do nothing. So he pulled out a talisman from his storage ring, as well as a few jade slips. It's an emperor rank talisman. There's also this, which I obtained from a powerful relic inside the Toon realm. all of which are techniques and martial arts above the great emperor level. There is no need to excuse yourself. Consider it your payment for helping me this time. Yi Lang handed these things to Tan Hao and opened his mouth. Thank you, Palace Master. Tan Hao received the item, and surprise appeared on his face. These things, to a martial artist of his realm, were already considered rare treasures. After doing so, Yi Lang asked Yin Ran and Tan Hao to wait by the side, while he himself sank his consciousness into the spirit candle space and coldly looked at the divine souls of Wang Mang and the others in front of him. What he had to do now was naturally to search Wang Mang's memories and find out the evidence of Tian Yangzi's assassination of Li Wu'er. Yi Lang, you killed me. Within the spirit candle space, Wang Mang's divine soul let out a violent hiss. Yi Lang simply ignored her, and with a single reach, he took Wang Mang's divine soul into his eyes. Soul search. Yi Lang coldly spat out 2 words, and Wang Mang's divine soul immediately began to tremble. Let out a mournful scream. Chapter 128, Transmitting Sage. Sword Bone Gathering. And as Wang Mang's divine soul continued to tremble, the memories within his divine soul were continuously seen by Yi Lang. Wang Mang's memories were extremely patchy, with all of his memories from over 200 years of his birth. Yi Lang frowned, skimming over those irrelevant parts with a clear goal in mind, only staring at the memories about Tian Yangzi in search of them. Little by little, time passed, and Yi Lang finally found what he wanted. Back then, Li Wu'er's death was indeed plotted by Tian Yangzi and concealed from the Enbu elders who went along to greet him. Therefore, although Xian Zi had suspicions, he had no evidence. However, all of this was clearly known in the memory of Wang Mang, who was Tian Yangzi's personal disciple. With Wang Mang's divine soul, Tian Yangzi can't defend himself with 100 mouths. This identity system's task, at last, is almost complete. After Yi Lang finished reading, he threw away Wang Mang's divine soul, which had become even weaker, and his consciousness exited the spirit candle space. However, right now he's not completely done. The mission was for him to find the murderer, and while he wasn't asked to put the murderer squarely on the spot, he certainly couldn't do it just knowing about it. He also had to give Wang Mang's divine soul to the Yin Yang sage, so that he could see the evidence as well, and then he would be considered to have completed his mission completely. However, I still have to tell my master first, so that he can come outside the tomb world first and keep Tian Yangzi under covert surveillance. Yi Lang's mind turned slightly, as today Yangzi was just outside the tomb boundary. In case the other party didn't see Wang Mang when he went out, that would probably have spooked him, maybe even taken a direct shot at him. Thinking of this, Yi Lang flipped his hand and took out that Palace Master token. When his divine thoughts probed into it, Yi Lang transmitted the evidence that Wang Mang and the others had attacked and killed him, as well as the evidence that came out of the soul search, to the Yin Yang sage through the Palace Master's token, and advised him not to rush to the top first, just come here secretly to keep an eye on Tian Yangzi, and wait for him to bring out Wang Mang's divine soul before doing anything. In this way, Tian Yangzi could no longer struggle. In the meantime, the Yin Yang sage, who was far away in the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's small world, immediately received the transmission. Its sleeping body behind the stone wall could not help but slowly open its eyes. In the middle of the small world, there was a wild surge of heaven and earth yuan qi and a succession of visions. Old ancestor is awake? What happened? Several Yin Yang Heavenly Palace powerhouses who were cultivating in the small world immediately looked at each other in shock. The Yin Yang sage had been sleeping and recuperating since he returned from exploring the great sage's tomb, and even if something happened, he only manifested his distraction through the stone wall. This time, surprisingly, it was the main body that woke up. I didn't realize that it was really him, killing earless not to mention, and now even making a move on my disciple. I will never tolerate it again. A trace of killing intent flashed across the pale face of the Yin Yang sage as he muttered to himself. However, he didn't have the impulse to immediately go out and make a move against Tian Yangzi. Yi Lang was right in his voice transmission. Nowadays, just relying on Yi Lang's side of the voice transmission was really not enough. Tian Yangzi was, after all, the #1 strongest person in the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace other than the Yin Yang sage. Shaking his head, the Yin Yang sage's figure directly disappeared in place, quietly heading towards the place where the great sage's tomb was located. Inside the tomb of the great sage, after Yi Lang completed his voice transmission, he returned to Yin Yanran and the two of them and said, Yan Yan, I'll send you guys to White Bone Square there first and stay with Zhang Wulua and the others. I still need to go back to the Artifact Bone Clan headquarters. Yin Yanran nodded. Yi Lang had already told her everything he had done within the Toon World just now. She knew that Yi Lang was also the leader of the Artifact Bone Clan nowadays, so she naturally wouldn't affect Yi Lang's plan. The little guy's methods now are really getting more and more powerful. Yin Yanran looked at Yi Lang and shook her head, secretly saying in her heart, once upon a time, Yi Lang was still in the Spirit Sky sect, just an ordinary disciple. Go! Yi Lang naturally held Yin Yanran's jade hand, and the two of them flashed their figures towards the direction of the white bones. Tan Hao hurriedly followed behind. Soon after, Yin Yanran and Tan Hao arrived outside the white bone square and gathered with Zhang Wulua and the others. Yi Lang, on the other hand, turned into his sword form and traveled to the artifact bone headquarters once again. Fairy Yin, you're fine. Where is the palace master? Zhang Wulua couldn't help but ask in surprise when he saw Yin Yanran. Yi Long has some things to take care of. Yin Yanran nodded and said softly, so are we going in now? Zhang Wulua pointed at the bone monument, and by now, most of the martial artists had already entered the inheritance trial. Above the white bone square, there weren't many people left. Yin Yanran shook her head and said, we're not going in yet. This was what Yi Lang had specifically instructed her not to act rashly. That human bone king had evil intentions and wanted to devour all the humans who entered the Toon world. But until now, it hadn't shown itself, so Yi Lang suspected that this so-called inheritance trial might be a trap as well. Meanwhile, Yi Lang, who had transformed into the condensed 90% true body sword bone form, had arrived at the headquarters of the Weapon Bone Clan. Chief, you're finally back. The power we had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Does the chief know what happened? That's right, even the condensed sword body is no longer sharp. As soon as he stepped into the depths of the crypt, the many sword bones flew to him, vibrating and opening their mouths. When Yi Lang heard this, he remembered that his Sword of Faith skill was still on all the time. Buzz! Quiet! Everyone! Yi Lang's sword body shook, and the crypt fell silent. You don't need to be alarmed. Your power is being gathered by me to go against the enemy. This is an ability that I have comprehended, able to condense everyone's power into me and explode it exponentially. I will return it to you. Yi Lang didn't hide it and truthfully said to these sword bones. With that, Yi Lang cancelled the skill and the endless corrosive power on his body disappeared. And those sword bones within the crypt were feeling their power return. It's really back. What is this ability of the chief? It's also too powerful. In that case, wouldn't the chief's power plus ours be able to defeat that human bone king? Inside the crypt, the sword bones vibrated. Somewhat shocked. They don't have the complexity of human thought, and all they can think of is that the Alpha can use them to become stronger. This, too, was the reason why Yi Lang did not hide them. The sword on the side was missing, and there was also a blood-red light constantly pulsing above the hilt of the sword. This was the first time it had heard of such an ability. It's really a bit unbelievable. By the way, the kings of the other crypts, can they be recalled? Yi Lang floated to the front of Jian Lak and asked. Back to the chief. All have returned to headquarters. The lack of sword vibrated the sword body and said, great. Yi Lang's heart rejoiced, so that the power he gathered with the Sword of Faith could be even stronger. Quickly, have all the royal families gather and all come to face me. Yi Lang vibrated the sword god and commanded. Chapter 129, Human Bones Surrounding, Guarding the Bone Monument. Yes, chief. Sword Lak sniffed and hurriedly revived his voice to reply. After saying that, Sword Lak twisted his sword and went out to call in the sword bones from the various crypts. Soon, within the huge crypt, in the area belonging to the royal family's residence, a sword bone swooshed and gathered in unison. Yi Lang looked in front of him. There were a lot more sword bones than what he had seen before, and his heart was just overjoyed. Clang! Once all the sword bones were gathered, Yi Lang flew to the middle of the crypt and let out a loud sword roar. All the sword bones couldn't help but turn their swords towards him. The old sword bones naturally all recognized Yi Lang, the chief, while the sword bones from the other crypts were shocked. Their Weapon Bone Clan had actually produced a strong person who had condensed a 90% true body. Gentlemen, I am your new leader. Nowadays, the human bone king is secretly plotting, wanting to seize the great sage inheritance and take the human bone clan out of here. But we can't just sit back and wait. We have to go and grab it so that our Weapon Bone Clan can travel to the outside world. Yi Lang vibrated his sword. His tone carried seriousness, and he said dryly, now that the situation within that inheritance trial was still unclear, Yi Lang did not want to delay. And as he spoke, the superimposition of his big brother temperament and aura of full power couldn't help but make the hearts and minds of all the sword bones present tremble. Submissive to Yi Lang, the chief, coupled with Yi Lang's stirring words, it couldn't help but make their hearts yearn for it as well. You are all of the royal family. Are you willing to contribute your strength so that I can snatch the inheritance? Yi Lang's sword body once again emitted a sword sound, and in the language of the bone race, he asked. Yes, yes. On the other hand, outside the white bone square, Yin Yanran and Zhang Wulua and other people from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace were waiting quietly outside the square. A large number of white bone creatures are coming from the neighborhood. Yan Yan, quickly go. Head towards the Weapon Bone Clan headquarters. Yi Lang is over there. Within Yin Yanran's mind, Emperor's Sacred Mother's voice suddenly rang out. Yin Yan froze at the words and hurriedly flashed in front of Zhang Wulu, allowing them to leave with her. Fairy Yin, what's wrong? Zhang Wuluo asked with some confusion. There are hordes of white bone creatures coming. Don't ask. Go first. Yin Yanran was too late to explain more, but she knew that the old ancestor wouldn't lie to her. Zhang Wuluo and the others were stunned, but they left with Yin Yanran. Yin Yanran was Yi Lang's woman after all, and even though Zhang Wuluo and the others were doubtful, they still did not dare to disobey. And shortly after they left, a large group of human bone race appeared outside the White Bone Square. At the head of the group was a human bone clan with flesh and blood on its limbs, precisely one of the two human bones that had accompanied the human bone king. It is the left protector of the human bone clan, and behind it, there were a large number of human bones that had coalesced to varying degrees of their true bodies, and more ordinary human bone minions. Ah, so many skeletons. Run! At this moment, on top of the White Bone Square, there were still a few sparse martial artists with low cultivation, and when they saw this scene, they immediately panicked. A few ordinary flesh and blood. The king won't say anything if I devour them. The human bone protector who was in the lead let out a hoarse voice. Immediately, with a bend of the legs that were no different from those of a normal person, his entire body shot out and arrived above the square. The human bone protector's large mouth without an ounce of flesh and blood opened and violently sucked. Ah! Ah! The few martial artists in the square who were planning to flee immediately let out miserable screams. In the twinkling of an eye it turned into a few white bones, and the form was destroyed. The human bone protector smashed his mouth, seemingly unfulfilled, and then walked over to the fast bone monument. The rest of the human bone minions, at this time, also flocked to the White Bone Square. Those who have condensed the true body of the palm of their hand. Enter the trial. The king and the right guardian have been waiting inside for a long time. The rest of you follow me here to guard the bone monument in case those two clans take advantage of the situation. The human bone protector's voice hoarsely commanded. As its words fell, many human bones whose palms were no different from those of normal people touched the bone monument and entered the trial. Its light-hearted look seemed not to be the first time it had been here. The other side. After Yin Yanran led Zhang Wuluo and the others out of the White Bone Square, they followed the guidance of the Emperor's Sacred Holy Mother and headed straight towards the direction of the headquarters of the Weapon Bone Clan. On the way, Yin Yanran also explained the reason for her sudden departure, not concealing the existence of Emperor's Sacred Mother. Ahead, Yi Lang is here. At that moment, the voice of the Emperor Virgin resounded once more, and Yin Yanran and the others could not help but stop in their tracks. Soon, in the gray-white mist in front of the crowd, a sword bone appeared as if out of thin air. It was Yi Lang. After obtaining all the sword bones to submit at the Artifact Bone headquarters, Yi Lang went out of the crypt alone and headed to the White Bone Square. With the Sword of Faith's skill in hand, the strength he could exert alone was stronger than all the sword bones combined. Therefore, Yi Lang then let the sword lack them to stay in the crypt, and just let him gather his power at the critical moment. This, too, is for their safety. After all, after being coalesced by Yi Lang, they would have little ability to defend themselves. Palace Master. After Yi Lang appeared, Tan Hao, who had seen him in this form long ago, couldn't help but be the first to come forward to pay homage. Tan Hao. Danger. Zhang Wuluo didn't know what to do, so he couldn't help but panic, trying to pull Tan Hao back. Don't be alarmed. It's me. When Yi Lang saw the crowd, he was also a bit puzzled in his heart, but he still morphed and restored his real body at the first opportunity. Palace Master? When Zhang Wuluo and the remaining few Bu elders saw this, their minds were filled with question marks. Tan Hao, explain it to them. Yi Lang smiled, walked straight to Yin Yanran and asked, Honey, what are you guys doing here? At this moment, Yin Yanran, a strange color was flashing within her beautiful eyes, and this was the first time she had seen Yi Lang use this tactic. Hearing this, he hastily returned to his senses and said, Around the White Bone Square, a large number of white bone creatures approached, so we left first. A white bone creature approaching? Yi Lang sniffed, and his mind could not help but turn. There was only one explanation for such a situation, and that was that the human bone king had already begun to make a move. Thinking about this, Yi Lang couldn't help but feel some urgency. Don't let the human bone king take the inheritance from you. Honey, let's go to White Bone Square first. Yi Lang came back to his senses, reached out and put his arm around Yin Yanran and opened his mouth. Yin Yanran's pretty face gently nodded. Afterward, Yi Lang told Zhang Wuluo and the others to follow behind. Then he unfolded the instantaneous flash domain and disappeared with Yin Yanran. After they left, Zhang Wuluo and a few other emperor realms also finished listening to Tan Hao's words. He couldn't help but look at the direction Yi Lang had left, shocked for a long time. The Palace Master's power is really far beyond their imagination. Soon, Yi Lang and Yin Yanran then appeared outside the white bone square. These human bone race, they actually guarded the entrance to the bone monument? Yi Lang looked at the scene on the white bone square and muttered. Chapter 130, Strong Chopping. Entering the trial. Yi Lang had been to the white bone square before, and had personally seen martial artists pass through the entrance of that bone monument and enter the inheritance trial. And now, this bone monument was actually guarded by these human bone clans. What does that tell you? Yi Lang wasn't stupid. Combining the previous information, it wasn't hard for him to guess that the human bone king and some of the human bone race powerhouses must have long been ambushed in the trial land. Yes, the bone race is able to obtain inheritance. The human bone king has been in the Toon realm for an unknown amount of time longer than us. It must have entered the trial land a long time ago. It's just that due to not fully condensing his true body, he has been unable to obtain the inheritance. Yi Lang secretly said inwardly, guessing the key to the matter at once, and his heart could not help but be slightly anxious. It wasn't that he was worried about the safety of those martial artists who entered the land of trials. He doesn't know them well. Yi Lang just didn't want the great sage inheritance to be taken away by that human bone king. He didn't want to cheapen it by tossing it around for so long. The leader of the Bone Clan got a nice reward when he got on board, and he's still looking forward to the reward of getting the great sage inheritance. As for the main quest of leading the rise of the Weapon Bone Clan, Yi Lang didn't even want to do it. Weapon Bone's strength was never going to increase overnight, and it wasn't like he was going to go and capture humans for them to corrode and devour. Shaking his head, Yi Lang withdrew his mind and said to Yin Yanran, "Honey, wait here for me. I'll go meet them. Look out." With that, Yi Lang appeared above the white bone square with a flash of his body. Human? As soon as Yi Lang appeared, the human bone protector instantly spotted him, and a blood-red flame pulsed within his eyes. Sword of Faith. Yi Lang didn't talk nonsense with them, the skill was directly activated. In the next moment, above Yi Lang's body, an extremely strong, corrosive force that was even more powerful than the skill she had used before appeared violently. The surrounding void couldn't help but emit a nuisance sound. Yi Lang clenched his fist. At this moment, he didn't just possess the corrosive power of all the sword bones, but also their speed power and so on, all gathered in him. One must know that this was the cohesion of the entire sword and bone clan doubled, even if the strongest of them had only coalesced 70% of their true bodies. But Yi Lang estimated that at this time, his true strength had also surpassed the bone clan who had condensed 90% of his true body. This flesh and blood, this protector wants it. At that moment, the human bone protector hissed, flashing towards Yi Lang. I don't know how to die. Yi Lang's corrosion immunity skill was turned on, and he didn't even put this human bone protector in his eyes, even though it was an existence that had condensed 60% of its true body. Bang! As the instantaneous flash domain unfolded, Yi Lang directly appeared beside the human bone protector, superimposing the power of countless sword bones, coupled with a punch from the armor breaker's hand, and blasted on the head of that human bone protector, slammed it right down to the ground. Not only that, Yi Lang's corrosive power, which was terrifying to the extreme, was also corroding its divine soul in an instant. Hiss! Ah! The human bone protector let out a miserable cry, the blood-red flames in his eyes diminishing. It didn't take long for it to disappear completely, and it hadn't taken more than 3 breaths from start to finish. I'm afraid that the strength of this white bone is far above me, but it was actually chopped down by the little guy so simply? Outside the white bone square, Yin Yanran's clear and stunning face could not help but reveal a touch of shock. Even though she knew that Yi Lang already had the strength to kill the Emperor Realm, she was still a bit shocked to see this scene with her own eyes. Yan girl, your vision is extremely good. This Yi Lang will definitely be a supreme powerhouse in the future. I'm afraid that his achievements will be far higher than old ancestor me. At this time, the Empyrean Holy Mother couldn't help but sigh from within her sea of consciousness. When Yin Yanran heard this, she couldn't help but reveal a stunningly beautiful smile that was half shy and half proud. And at this moment, above the white bone square, after Yi Lang killed that human bone guardian, he once again turned his body around and rushed straight towards the group of white bone pawns guarding the bone monument. The corrosive power unfolded, and immediately, a piece of the small soldier's divine soul was obliterated and turned into cold white bones that fell to the ground. These human bones, on the other hand, could not do any damage to Yi Lang, but could only be passively beaten. As time passed, the human bone minions on top of the white bone square had already been slaughtered by Yi Lang by more than half. Those remaining, no longer having the courage to resist, fled toward the distance. They, the pawns, were not very intelligent, but they were not so stupid that they didn't know how to run for their lives. Yi Lang swept his eyes at the escaping minions, but did not pursue them, and gathered up the terrifying corrosive power of his body. Only then did he turn his head to look at Yin Yanran and said, "Wife, get up here." Yin Yanran sniffed and hurriedly flashed in front of Yi Lang. "Come on, let's go in." Yi Lang picked up Yanran and leaned into the bone monument, placing his hand on top of it with her. In order to avoid Yanran being in danger again, Yi Lang naturally had to bring her with him. The bone monument then moved, and the trail appeared before the duo's eyes. Yi Lang and Yanran exchanged a glance, then stepped up. It didn't take long for the two of them to reach the end of the path, and an illusory portal appeared in front of them. Yi Lang and his duo didn't have much hesitation and directly flashed inside the portal. After a moment of Tian Xiandi, the two of them landed on the ground. This? Yi Lang couldn't help but freeze as he looked at the scene in front of him. The place they were in at the moment was sort of underground, with a spacious passageway in front of them. And what made Yi Lang dumbfounded was that in the middle of the passageway in front of him, a set of white bones were piled up in a scattered manner. With Yi Lang's vision, it was not difficult to see that these white bones were not the human bone race of the Grave Realm, but were formed after the blood and flesh of human martial artists were corroded. How come? Yanran obviously saw it as well and couldn't help but frown. It must be the human bone king. It's devouring those martial artists. Let's hope those people aren't done dying. Yi Lang reacted by wrapping his arms around Yanran. The instantaneous flash domain unfolded and directly disappeared in place. This place of trial, the deepest part of the passage where Yi Lang was located, was an extremely wide cave. At this moment, in the middle of the cave, a tall human bone was standing on the ground where white bones were scattered everywhere. The entire body of this human bone, all of which had condensed the true body, was no different from a normal person. Even the face beneath its eyes had coalesced with flesh and blood. It's none other than the human bone king. It's not enough. It's not enough. The human bone king roared madly, kicking away the white bones piled up around his feet and looking into the cave. One of the corners. There, dozens of martial artists were huddled together, hiding in a circle of boundaries, and almost all of these martial artists were covered in corrosive wounds, looking miserable. This thing is too horrible. Killed so many people. We are also finished. Ling Maniac, aren't you a true dragon ranking powerhouse? How come you're no match for it? The exit is also guarded by many white bones. There is no escape. Dead. Seeing that human bone king's gaze cast a glance, the martial artists within the boundary immediately uttered out in despair. And in the center of this group of martial artists, it was the previously incomparably wild true dragon ranking 5, Ling Maniac. Only, at this time, his face was pale, and his body was littered with wounds that were so corroded that white bones were visible, and he could be described as a diametrically different person from before. Chapter 131, Kill the Cave. Everyone is shocked. At that moment, in the middle of the huge cave, that human bone king's figure flickered and arrived in front of the boundary. Blood-red flames danced madly within the fleshless eye sockets. Bang! The human bone king stretched out his hands, which were already no different from those of a normal person, and violently slammed them towards the boundary light screen. The boundary suddenly swung, and the faces of the dozens of martial artists inside couldn't help but pale for a while. Ah! The human bone king opened his mouth and let out another hiss. The terrifying and extremely corrosive power then appeared all of a sudden, and the space in the cave began to zip, and that boundary, under this terrifying corrosive force, even began to become thin. What to do? The boundary is getting thinner. Woo! Knew that I wouldn't have come to grab this whatsoever great sage inheritance. Within the boundary, many martial artists had been shocked to the extreme, their bodies constantly trembling. In fact, if it was just death, they wouldn't be so out of it. However, they had seen with their own eyes how this human bone king in front of them had devoured the rest of the martial artists' flesh and blood one by one. That kind of pain is something they definitely don't want to experience. On the other hand, at this time, Yi Lang, with Yanran in tow, had also arrived at the depths of the passageway, not far from the cave at the end. However, where he was about to step into this cave, Yi Lang was the first to see a group of human bones, guarding the entrance of the cave to death. This group of human bones was much more powerful than the ones guarding the bone monument outside. Almost all of them had condensed more than 30% of their true bodies. However, to Yi Lang, it was not a big difference. Honey, wait here for me. At this moment, Yi Lang noticed that the group of human bones had discovered him, so he put Yanran behind him and instructed. With that, the corrosion immunity and instant lightning domains opened at the same time, appearing directly in front of the group of human bones. Without the slightest bit of nonsense with them, Yi Lang's corrosive power, which was condensed from countless sword bones, was directly opened in full. Ah! The group of human bones immediately let out a painful hiss as their divine souls were being continuously corrupted. At the same time, Yi Lang's armor breaker's hand opened, blasting away the human bones in front of him whose divine souls had been corrupted one by one, clearing out the intersection into the cave ahead. Ha! Inside the cave, that human bone king also discovered the commotion outside the cave at this time. The color of madness on his face Zan retreating as he twisted his head to look over. Inside the boundary, those martial artists also noticed the huge commotion and couldn't help but murmur out loud. What's going on out there? Is someone coming to rescue us? But the elders can't get in. Who else can save us in the Toon world? In the center of the crowd, Ling Maniac also turned his head to look outside the cave. However, in the bottom of his heart, he knew very well that no matter who the visitor was, he would never have the ability to save them from getting out. He had fought with that human Bone King and clearly knew his opponent's strength. Its strength had long since exceeded the limits of the Emperor realm, and after devouring the blood and flesh of so many martial artists, it was feared that the average Great Emperor realm was no match for it, and the martial artists who entered this Toon realm had no existence of the Great Emperor realm at all. But at that moment, several human bone corpses were blasted in from outside the cave and smashed onto the ground with a loud sound. The two silhouettes appeared at the edge of the huge cave as if out of thin air. Yilong? How could it be him? Isn't he only in the Imperial realm, actually able to defeat the white bones outside and rush inside here? Some of the martial artists in the boundary let out sounds of surprise after seeing the visitor. When the other martial artists who had not seen Yilang before heard this, their hearts, which were originally carrying the last glimmer of expectation, could not help but completely despair. This Yilang was crowned the undefeatable God Emperor. Perhaps it was considered formidable in the Imperial realm, but in front of this human Bone King, there was only one way to die. He's Yilang? Seek your own death. Ling Maniac shook his head as he listened to the comments of the people around him, and pressed on with no hope for Yilang. The martial artists that came in, is that all that's left? Is that the human Bone King? Looking at this appearance, I'm afraid that I'm already only one last step away from 10% of the true body. Yilang asked Yanran to stand aside and swept his own eyes over the boundary and the human Bone King in his heart. When it came down to it, he had basically guessed what had happened. It looked like, in the past years, this human Bone King had already broken through the inheritance path a long time ago. It's just that he hasn't condensed a 10% true body, and that's why he's been unable to painstakingly obtain the inheritance. And the previous apparition manifestation was merely a trap to attract martial artists to this place. At this time, that human Bone King also came to the opposite side of Yilang, but did not directly strike, but sniffed at Yilang. Strange, why do you humans have the scent of sword bones on you? The human Bone King spoke with a hint of strangeness on the lower part of his flesh and blood face. Oh, you don't need to know, because you're about to die. Yilang sniffed and knew that it had sensed the sword bone aura on his body and sneered back. What is there to say to a monster? Just do it. Seek death. The human Bone King let out an enraged cry as a blood-red flame pulsed within his eye sockets. Instantly, the space was nuisance, cracking open horrifying gaps, and the endless corrosive force violently wrapped toward Yilang, and Yin Yen ran beside him. Shoo! Seeing this, Yilang's instantaneous flash domain directly activated and disappeared in place with Yin Yenran. As soon as he disappeared, the corrosive force suddenly blasted onto those white bones on the ground. In an instant, those white bones turned into a mass of flying ash and completely annihilated. There's that trick again. Within the boundary, some martial artists who had seen the subterranean dragon ranking contest exclaimed in shock. At the time of the submerged dragon ranking contest, this Yilang was relying on this instantaneous transformation mystery technique to fight hundreds of battles in a single battle, laying claim to the name of the undefeated Divine Emperor. Honey, stay here and don't move. At this time, Yilang and Yin Yenran's figure appeared behind that boundary. Yilang touched Yin Yenran's face and said softly. With that, in a flash, he appeared in front of the human Bone King once again. Try mine. Yilang shouted fiercely. His figure leaped to the front of the human Bone King, and all the terrifying corrosive power was released in full, blasting towards the human Bone King. Zira. In the cave, the human Bone King was also releasing his corrosive power with all his might, and under the bombardment of the two opposites, a stalemate was actually formed. Space emitted a numbing sound, and large horrifying cracks appeared, looking extremely horrifying. This scene, falling in the eyes of the people inside the boundary, immediately stirred up shocking waves. Yilang he can actually be an even match with that thing? No. Did you guys notice that Yilang released that same corrosive power? How does he know these white bone tactics? Yes, it's unbelievable. The people within the boundary, including Ling Maniac, all looked incredulous and murmured in shock. Chapter 132, All Means Used, Human Bone King Destroyed. But after the shock passed, the hearts of these dozens of lucky surviving martial artists were lit up with a glimmer of hope. No matter what kind of strange encounter this Yilang had, he was able to obtain such a strong strength. But the stronger Yilang was, it meant that the more likely they were to survive. Thinking of this, the shock on the faces of the martial artists within the boundary could not help but transform into excitement one after another, shouting, Palace Master Yi, please make sure you defeat this damn thing. That's right, if we can get out alive, we will definitely be grateful and spend our lives remembering Palace Master Ye's kindness. Oh, little lady would like to give her life. I do too. Behind the boundary, Yin Yenran couldn't help but sweep a glance within the boundary when she heard a surviving woman say such words. Jealous, girl? Within her sea of consciousness, Empyrean Sacred Mother let out a light laugh and said, Yi Lang is not a casual person. Yin Yenran laughed dumbly and shook her head, and the two of them actually chatted idly like this, not worrying about Yi Lang's defeat at all. It couldn't be helped. After seeing Yi Lang's strength with their own eyes, they could be said to be full of confidence in Yi Lang, and at this moment, in the middle of the huge cave, that human Bone King couldn't help but flash his figure once again when he realized that the human in front of him was actually able to resist his corrosive power. The hands that were no different from those of a normal person stretched out, carrying a strong force that thunderously blasted toward Yi Lang. Boom! Under this punch, it caused the already corroded and shattered space to suddenly ripple once again. Sure enough, condensing a true body to this extent is not a vegetarian even without the power of corrosion. Yi Lang's heart was flabbergasted. The power of this punch alone. I'm afraid that it was already close to an ordinary first-turn Great Emperor strike. Even its speed was extremely terrifying, basically calling it an instantaneous shift. Yi Lang only hesitated a little before he even had the chance to open the instantaneous flash domain before he was blasted by both of his fists. The crowd inside the boundary couldn't help but tense up as they watched. Yi Lang was now their hope for survival. They didn't want Yi Lang to lose. Even Ling Maniac, who had always been arrogant and cocky, clenched his fists and stared at Yi Lang to death. On the battlefield, when that terrifying power bombarded Yi Lang's body for an instant, Yi Lang's body, however, suddenly revealed two auras. It was none other than the Super Emperor Soldier Undying Spirit Robe and the Emperor Soldier Sea Condensation Armor. Phew! Yi Lang lightly exhaled. The Indestructible Spirit Robe plus Shanghai Condensed Armor had removed 90% of the damage from this attack, and the little bit that was left, after another cut from his Armor of Damage Reduction passive skill, didn't really hurt him much. Now it's my turn. Extremely cold yet. Squeezing his fist, Yi Lang mentally snapped, and the skill was instantly activated. At this point, a day had passed since he had beheaded Wang Mang and the others, and the extreme cold was yet naturally available again. In the middle of the field, the moment Yi Lang's extreme coldness yet started, the terrifying corrosive power of that human Bone King's body disappeared in an instant. Its double fists that were planning to blast Yi Lang again also directly lost their power and hung down limply. Ha! This bizarre change caused a flash of dumbfoundedness to appear on the human Bone King's hideous face. Its intelligence today is not really that different from humans anymore, but couldn't really understand how his power had suddenly disappeared. Die! As the skill took effect, Yi Lang seized the opportunity, and the corrosive power from the countless sword bones on his body suddenly blasted towards the human Bone King with a brain. Ah! The cooled human Bone King was completely defenseless under this corrosive power at this moment. The blood and flesh that had coalesced on his body began to slowly corrode, revealing white bones once again. The blood-red flames in its eye sockets were also gradually becoming dimmer. Obviously, its physical body and divine soul were both under attack. Only, the speed at which it was corroded was much slower than other people's bones. No, no! The human Bone King let out a hissing scream, his tone filled with anger and unwillingness. No! At this rate, 3 seconds won't be enough to finish it off. Yi Lang's mind was racing, and with no choice but to restart his morphing skill, his entire body once again turned into sword bone form. Shoo! Immediately afterward, the sword body soared wildly, chopping over the human Bone King's entire body continuously. The extreme sharpness of countless sword bones stacked on top of each other allowed Yi Lang to dismember the human Bone King in no time. In the end, it even nailed the human Bone King's brow with a sword. He did this because the Sword of Faith skill, which itself coalesced strength from above the sword bone, was more suitable for him to use in sword bone form, and the sharpness and corrosive power of the sword bones could only be maximized after they chopped on top of the opponent's flesh. The reason why Yi Lang didn't deform when dealing with the other white bones before was simply because it wasn't necessary, and at that moment, the flames in the eye sockets of the human Bone King, under such an intense attack, finally disappeared and extinguished completely. This king is not willing, only having the time to let out a miserable scream. This human Bone King, who had devoured nearly 1,000 martial artists and was only one step away from condensing a 10% true body, completely fell. Phew! Finally solved this guy. Yi Lang restored his true body and couldn't help but exhale lightly. The time it took to kill this human Bone King wasn't long, but he could be considered to have used all of his means without hiding a bit. And at that moment, the martial artists within the boundary saw this scene and became excited at first. That human Bone King is finally dead. They don't have to die. However, after the excitement, when the crowd looked at Yi Lang, they couldn't help but be incomparably shocked. especially since Yi Lang actually turned into a sword at the end. Such tactics were simply unheard of for them. Inside the cave, Yi Lang swept a glance at the martial artists within the boundary who were watching him and did not take them to heart. With a flash of his body, he arrived beside Yin Yanran. "Are you okay?" Yin Yanran stroked his sleeve. Concerned, Yi Lang shook his head easily, pointed to the deepest part of the cave and opened his mouth. "Let's go and check out that great sage inheritance." After saying that, he flashed towards the deepest part of the cave with Yin Yanran, where there was a clean white round platform. On top of the round platform, a human statue, silently standing on it. Its appearance was exactly the same as the great sage's shadow that had previously manifested in the outside world. Those who are true to the human race, break the ban and award the top to receive the inheritance. Yi Lang looked at the few large words on the chest of the portrait and read them out. Prohibition? Yi Lang twisted his head and looked around, but found nothing. "I guess it was broken by that human bone king Du. It has coveted this inheritance for a long time, but unfortunately it ended up being a graft for me," Yi Lang secretly said in his heart, and could not help but laugh a little. At this moment, seeing the words on the portrait, he also understood the key to the human bone king's inability to obtain the inheritance. This great saint obviously came from the human race, and the human bone king didn't have the true body of the human race and couldn't be recognized by this great saint. With that, Yi Lang asked Yin Yanran to slightly back away and leapt onto that round platform himself. With that, he sat down in a cross-legged position, with the top of his head resting just below the right palm of the figure. Chapter 133, Half-Step Emperor Realm, Void Origin. The instant the portrait made contact with Yi Lang's head, its eyes snapped open. Rumble. At the same time, the entire Toon world immediately resounded with a huge roar. In the Toon realm, some martial artists who were still wandering around, searching for the legacies of the inheritance of other powerhouses, noticed that the grayish-white mist that shrouded the entire Toon realm was gradually receding in one direction. What happened? How did this fog disappear? Could it be that someone has gotten that great saint inheritance? These martial artists couldn't help but be shocked one after another, and in the bottom of their hearts, they began to speculate as to who had obtained the great sage inheritance. At the headquarters of the Artifact Bone Clan, next to the huge crypt, Sword Lack, who had been drained of his power by Yi Lang, as well as a group of sword bones, followed by an uncountable number of artifact bones, were also staring blankly at the fog that was receding towards the White Bone Plaza at this time. The origin converged, and the great saint's inheritance was taken away. "I hope the chief got it." The sword lacked a slight vibration of the sword body, and his voice was feeble but carried infinite expectations. On the other side of the White Bone Square, where the headquarters of the Beast Bone Clan belonged, a bone tiger whose entire body had condensed 70% of its true body looked up and gazed in the direction of the white bone moments ago, and also let out a beastly roar of unwillingness. Trial space, inside the cave. At this moment, the human statue suddenly stiffened and raised his other arm, and a grayish-white air mass that was dense to the extreme surged from the outside world and appeared in his hand. The moment this chi cluster appeared, the entire space in the cave instantly let out a wail, as if it was submitting. What's that? In the distance, the boundary had opened, and the martial artists who had come out couldn't help but stare at the situation. The power of origin is a terrifying means that only great saints can possess. Ling Maniac murmured with a yearning in his eyes. The great emperor realm can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, while the sage realm can condense the laws of heaven and earth into the body and control them. Great saints, however, are above the laws of heaven and earth, with their own origin in their bodies, possessing endless divine power. And this origin power is where a great saint's entire cultivation lies. So it can be said that whoever obtains it has the possibility of achieving great sainthood. Who wouldn't be impressed? It's just that Yi Lang's battle power is there. And even Ling Maniac, he doesn't dare to move at all. Void origin. No wonder the bone race that was born with the help of this origin power is so strong. At that moment, the Emperor and Holy Mother in Yin Yanran's mind couldn't help but murmur in shock as well. And at that moment, after that human statue summoned the grayish-white mist, it gently pressed it towards Yi Lang's head. Boom! As the air mass entered his body, Yi Lang immediately felt that in his sea of consciousness, his divine soul was wrapped up in a grayish-white mist. Along with that, there was an obscure and profound memory that then flooded into his mind. Not only that, strands of grayish-white gas also appeared in the meridians of his entire body. Yi Lang, who had received the inheritance, could not help but move in his heart, and the ability of energy transformation could not help but unfold. And the grayish-white gas transformed by that silk origin power was instantly transformed into a strand of true essence. This true essence was extremely huge, making Yi Lang's breath soar wildly almost instantly. The cultivation of the late imperial realm was climbing, and soon it was like riding a rocket to the critical point of the peak of the imperial realm. Boom! An explosive sound came from Yi Lang. His aura shook. His cultivation was already at the peak of the Imperial realm. However, after the breakthrough, his rising aura continued unabated, coming all the way to the limit of the Emperor realm amidst the jaw-dropping gazes of the crowd of martial artists in the cave. Only one step short of achieving the Emperor realm. It could already be called a half-step Emperor realm level. The little guy is afraid that it won't take long before even his cultivation exceeds mine. On the side, Yin Yenran could not help but feel a sense of urgency in her heart. The rapid growth of Yi Lang's strength was something she had witnessed with her own eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart that one day the gap between her and Yi Lang would be too large. Couldn't keep up with him. However, if Yi Lang knew what she was thinking, he would definitely laugh it off. Kidding aside, with his system chat group in hand, as long as he elevated his authority to the extreme one day, then he would definitely be able to use whatever system he wanted to use. Making Yin Yenran strong was probably not a big problem, and at that moment, Yi Lang's surging breath finally stopped, and within his eyes, a white light shot out violently. A crack appeared in the void ahead, and that white light landed on the ground, instantly making the ground disappear a whole lot faster. This scene couldn't help but make Yin Yenran and the rest of the martial artists smack their lips again. Phew! Yi Lang lightly exhaled, feeling the powerful strength in his body, and his heart was filled with surprise. Originally, he had come to snatch this great sage inheritance, but it was only mainly for the rewards and the Yin Yang sage's mandate. And now, Yi Lang only wanted to say that this great sage inheritance was fragrant. Not only did it bring his cultivation directly to the half-step Emperor realm, but there was also the grayish-white air mass that surged into the area around his divine soul, whose name was Void Origin. It is a powerful force that can annihilate all things and return them to nothingness, far beyond the corrosive power of those bone clans in the grave realm. It was an extremely domineering means of sparring. What's more, this Void Origin was guarding around his divine soul at all times, and could defend his divine soul against attacks from the outside world. It could be said that it was another powerful means of preserving his life, much more dangling than even the 3 arcane lights given to him by the Yin Yang sage. By the way, there's one more thing. At that moment, Yi Lang remembered what was in those memories, so he stood up from above the round platform and turned to look at the stone statue. With that, he violently blasted out a poem. Bang! A loud bang arose. The stone statue cracked open a mouth, and a ray of light blossomed from its chest. A white and flawless halberd, like the master of heaven and earth, flew out from the chest of the stone statue. The moment the halberd appeared, the entire Toon Realm sky above could not help but suddenly wind up. Extreme Saint Soldier. In the distance, the corners of Ling Maniac's mouth were a little dry, and his tone trembled as he spoke out. Uncontested tears just flowed out of my mouth. The Extreme Tao Saint Soldier, an existence above Saint Soldiers, comes with the power of its own origin and is infinitely powerful. Void Sky Halberd. The corners of Yi Lang's mouth swung into a smile. This was the weapon of this great saint, and it was likewise part of the inheritance. Immediately afterward, Yi Lang catalyzed the Void Origin, and a layer of white light was immediately attached to his hands. Without a single hindrance, he picked up the halberd. The Extreme Tao Saint Soldier was already an existence that had given birth to a spirit. If Yi Lang hadn't obtained the Void Origin, he wouldn't have been able to obtain it. Slightly closing his eyes, Yi Lang felt that the halberd had recognized him as his master. After recognizing the owner, Yi Lang could put it into his dantian for preservation, so he put the halberd into his body, and it was only at this point that he was considered to have fully obtained this great sage inheritance. Inside his head, the actor's system beeped, and it rang out immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing one of the mainline missions and successfully obtaining the great sage inheritance, and receiving a reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the upgraded version of the Sword of Faith. Congratulations to the host for becoming the Lord of Sword and Bone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hidden Void Sacred Elixir. Chapter 134 Mission Reward. Forced Teleportation? On the round stage, Yi Lang couldn't help but swing a smile at the corner of his mouth as he listened to the voice in his head. The reward arrived too. Perfect. Immediately, Yi Lang's mind sank into the system to check the specific efficacy of these rewards. Upgraded Sword of Faith. The host's corrosive power coalesced from above all sword bones is upgraded, transformed into a Void Origin, and its power is increased. 2. After the host condenses the power of the sword bone, the sword bone can still retain its own strength, which is only equivalent to replicating the strength of countless sword bones in the host's body. Lord of Sword and Bone, the host is in complete control of all sword bones, summoning them at any time, and is able to open up a sword bone space within his body and contain a lineage of sword bones within it. Hidden Void Sacred Elixir, a sacred elixir that can be taken to completely conceal the body, soul, and everything else between the heavens and the earth, allowing it to evade divine thoughts, prohibitions, and treasures, and even attacks. Note, take it to hide for 3 days. Awesome. After reading it, Yilang couldn't help but sigh for a while. The rewards of this actor system are quite powerful. After the Sword of Faith was upgraded, not only did its power increase, but those sword bones no longer had to become temporarily weak on their own like before after he gathered power from them. Adding a second Lord of the Sword and Bone was equivalent to him having another group of fighters in the future. Still a growable type. It was just a bit of a shame that he couldn't bring out the rest of the artifact Bone Clan. As for that hidden void sacred pill, although for the time being Yilang didn't seem to be able to use it, it sounded awesome. One must know that it was a saint grade pill, and one must know that the grades of pills above the 4 grades of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow were emperor grade, great emperor grade, saint grade, and great saint grade. The great sage pin was a legendary level elixir, and now that the great sage wasn't coming out, no one had ever seen it at all, and a saint grade pill would already be an extremely treasured existence, with an incalculable value. If it leaks out, even a saint would be unable to resist snatching it. Shaking his head, Yilang lifted his right hand up and focused his divine thoughts on his ring finger. The sword and bone space needed to be opened up inside his body, and he chose the place on his ring finger, right up there with the spirit candle space as a neighbor. And at the same time, after Yilang's Sword of Faith had been upgraded, the Grave Realm artifact Bone Clan's headquarters was in the middle of the Grave Realm. The group of sword bones, led by Sword Lack, suddenly felt that the power in them had returned. Not only that, but there was suddenly a firmer-than-life guideline in their not-so-highly spiritual wisdom. From now on, serve the chief as master. Their master's flowery words are the supreme command, and their master's life is always above their own. Master. All the sword bones twisted their swords in unison, the blood-red light on their hilts resembling a single eye, looking in the direction of the white bone square. At this time, in the middle of the huge cave, Yin Yenran looked at Yilang dazed on top of the round platform and couldn't help but open her mouth and shouted, Yilang, why don't you come down? On the round stage, Yilang smiled gently before stepping down. Buzz. However, Yilang was stopped by the edge of the round platform, an invisible boundary. Ha! Yilang froze, and was about to force his way out of the round platform, when he heard an old, yet incomparably majestic voice, resounding from behind. My inheritor, you have finally arrived. Yilang couldn't help but turn his head to look at the sound. Then he saw that the human statue with a cracked chest. At that moment, a white light had risen from his body at some point, and he was stiffly opening his mouth. You don't have to be nervous. This is just a wisp of my divine idea hidden in the holy statue. Sensing that the inheritor has appeared, and that's why it came out. The majestic voice was calm, but it was like a flood bell, so that those who heard it could not help but feel submissive. In the distance, quite a few martial artists already couldn't help but kneel down, looking at the holy statue with horrified faces. A great sage powerhouse. It's truly unimaginable. Even a wisp of divine thought has this kind of divine might. Yilang couldn't help but be a little shocked in his heart as well. Then he suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said back, Elder appears. I wonder what he has to say. After Yilang finished speaking, that holy statue however did not answer immediately, but slightly closed its eyes, as if it was sensing something. It took a moment before he opened his eyes again and continued to speak. The seal of the true martial continent has been loosened, and the extraterrestrial soul race is afraid of wanting to make a comeback. If you have my legacy, go for me. What the hell? Yilang couldn't help but stare at his words. What's that supposed to mean? The seal of the true martial continent is loosened. Do you want him to go to the true martial continent? However, while Yilang was still in a daze, the holy statue exploded in a violent manner, transforming into a huge pillar of teleportation light that forcefully wrapped Yilang up. A divine thought that shot into Yilang's sea of consciousness. After entering, it immediately transformed into a few strands of memories as well as a map that appeared in Yilang's memory. This is the location of the great sage of the Soul Clan that was sealed in the true martial continent back then, and with my void origin, you can strengthen the seal, please, heir. That great saint's voice flashed through Yilang's mind. This nifty, doesn't bring this kind of fun. At this point in time, after looking at those strands of memory, Yilang also finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that the master of this great saint's honorary name White Bone Great Sage, whose was not a Nine Heavens continent powerhouse, but someone from the true martial continent. Moreover, it was also one of the strongest great saints in the true martial continent, one of the 2 leaders of the allied forces of the Heavenly Dipper starfield at that time. 100,000 years ago, the extraterrestrial soul race invaded and was eventually driven out of the Heavenly Dipper astral domain, but there were a few great saints of the soul race that were sealed. Now that the seal of the 2 soul race great saints sealed in the true martial continent had been loosened, the divine thoughts left behind by the White Bone great saints had taken the initiative to bring the Toon realm into existence. It was just that. Although Yi Lang didn't have much of an opinion on strengthening the seal, after all, he was also a martial artist of the Heavenly Dipper star region, so if that what's-her-name soul race really invaded again, he wouldn't be able to run away. But what's with this forced teleportation? He's got things to do. Yi Long. What happened? Inside the cave, Yin Yenran looked at the scene with some confusion, her red lips lightly opening. Wife, there's no way out. I'm going to be teleported to the true martial continent. I have some things to explain to you to do. Feeling the pillar of light that was about to be unleashed, Yi Lang had no choice but to accept this reality and hurriedly opened his mouth. What? Shoo! Yi Lang reached out with his right hand, and his mind instantly connected to the spirit candle space, forcing out the divine souls of Wang Mang and the rest of the several Yang section emperor realms inside, and bouncing them in front of Yin Yenran. Although this pillar of light restricted him from going out personally, the things on his body were not restricted. Several of them were involved in the death of the former palace master of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, and there is evidence of that murderer in their memories. Wife, you help me to imprison their divine souls. When we get out of the tomb world, the Yin Yang old ancestor will be waiting for you outside, and you will just hand over their divine souls to him. Yi Lang's tone was urgent as he quickly instructed. Although he was leaving, this mission of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace was just one step away, so he naturally couldn't let him go yellow. Chapter 135. Wait for me. My wife, the tomb of the great sage is closed. One should know that with his current authority, he was able to use the infinite identity system for 100 days. And now, only almost 2 months had passed since he had bound the infinite identity system, and there were still 40 or so days left to use it. After completing this mission of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace, Yi Lang would not only be able to keep the identity of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's palace master permanently, but he would also be able to continue to draw the identity once more. It was naturally impossible for Yi Lang to let go of such a good thing, especially since he was now going to the completely unfamiliar true martial continent. With the help of the unlimited identity system, it would be easier to open up the situation. At this moment, within the cave, Yin Yanyan was a bit dazed as she reached out and put the several divine souls in front of her, which were already extremely weak, into a jade bottle. Old ancestor, is there any way to make Yi Lang come out? Yin Yanran reacted, and naturally did not want to watch Yi Lang being forcibly teleported to that whatever true martial continent, and could not help but ask in her mind. There's no way. This is a teleportation light pillar set up by the great sage. Even when I was at my full strength, I didn't have the ability to interfere. Empyrean Sacred Mother's voice resounded within Yin Yenran's sea of consciousness, and after a pause, she added, but you shouldn't worry. Looking at this situation, Yi Lang was only transported there and won't be harmed. Besides, that great sage divine thought has a point. If it's really that Soul Clan seal that's loosened, it's indeed necessary for Yi Lang to go on this trip. Yin Yenran heard. Clear and beautiful face cannot help but slightly gloomy. Axiom she understands, but she didn't want to be separated from Yi Lang. That true martial continent, which she had also heard of, seemed to be on the other edge of the Heavenly Dipper starfield, extremely far away from the Nine Heavens continent. With her cultivation, although she can enter the starry sky, but I am afraid that she will not be able to go there in a short time. At this time, within the light pillar, Yi Lang had just used the Palace Master's token to send a message to the Yin Yang Sage. He informed the other party that he was going to travel to the true martial continent, as well as placing the divine souls of Wang Mang and the others in Yin Yenran's body. At this time, Yi Lang noticed Yin Yenran's complexion and could not help but exit to comfort him. Honey, don't worry, I'll be fine. Wait for me at ease in the Nine Heavens continent. I will come back for you. After saying that, Yi Lang sensed that the teleportation light pillar had already been activated, and hastily activated his Lord of Sword and Bone's ability to launch the summoning. Shoo! In less than a few breaths only, a blazing air-breaking sound suddenly rang out from outside the huge cave. With Sword Lack as the leader, rows and rows of sword bones violently appeared in the cave. The powerful corrosive aura emanating from the body is intimidating. That seems to be another white bone creature? How did they get here? Those dozens of martial artists, seeing this scene, couldn't help but change their faces as their feet retreated in unison. Even Ling Maniac flashed behind the crowd at once, not living up to his initial arrogance. He was scared by that human bone king, and although these sword bones in front of him didn't look as powerful as that human bone king, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. However, the crowd of sword bones simply ignored them and flashed directly under the round platform where Yi Lang was. The hilt of the sword is facing down, clearly showing submission. This scene, falling in the eyes of those martial artists, could not help but cause another burst of shock and envy. This trip to the Great Sacred Tomb had resulted in countless deaths and injuries to martial artists from all forces, but it was clear that this Yi Lang was the biggest winner. There's no time to explain to you. Come on, time was running out. Yi Lang couldn't say anything more as his right ring finger jerked forward. Swoosh! The crowd of sword bones immediately turned into sword light, directly drilling into his fingers and entering the sword bones. And at this moment, the teleportation light pillar that wrapped Yi Lang had also been fully activated. Boom! After a loud bang, the entire light pillar, as well as Yi Lang in it, disappeared. Yi Long. Inside the cave, Yin Yenran was frustrated, and a touch of despondency appeared on her face. Rumble! And at that moment, as Yi Lang disappeared, this world within the tomb began to emit a violent tremor. Inside the cave, as well as the martial artists scattered elsewhere in search of the inheritance, they all felt a gravitational force wrapping itself around them. The great sacred tomb is closing. Within Yin Yenran's sea of consciousness, Empyrean Sacred Mother murmured. As the words fell, the martial artists in the entire great sacred tomb world disappeared in an instant. Outside, above the abyss, above the airships that covered the sky, the elders of all the forces were all paying attention to the point below, the abyss that was beginning to move differently. At this point, none of them knew what was going on inside and were waiting with bated breath. The palace master and the others are coming out. On top of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's airship, Xianyin looked slightly agitated as he muttered to himself. Not far away from him, Tian Yangzi's ancient face was also carrying a trace of undetectable expectation at this moment. Mighty, should have gotten it already. At this point, above the huge abyss, the blood-red prohibition suddenly bloomed with light, and streams of light were being thrown up from beneath the abyss. It was the martial artists who went inside and were still alive. After these martial artists were thrown out, there was a surge of that blood-red prohibition. Then, surprisingly, it slowly disappeared, and the mouth of that huge abyss began to close quickly. All the visions in heaven and earth began to dissolve, and before long, they returned to the original appearance of the earth, as if nothing had happened. The entrance to the great sacred tomb is closed and people are coming out finished? That's all that came out? How can that be? What happened in there? Above the various airships, the top brass of the various forces looked at the sky above, the sparse 200 or so martial artists, and could not help but be confused. One must know that the number of martial artists who had entered this great sacred tomb was even more than those who had participated in the subterranean dragon ranking contest last time. So many people went in, and 200 or so came out? Other martial artists are dead? And most importantly, who has the great sage's legacy in their hands? In the minds of the top echelons of all forces, a string of thoughts could not help but flash through at the same time. Quite a few people had their gazes falling on Ling Maniac's body. This person was the fifth on the true dragon ranking, the topmost powerhouse to enter the great sacred tomb this time. They naturally guessed that the great sage inheritance was obtained by him. At this time, those martial artists who had come out also flew towards their own forces' airships, and Yin Yenran and Zhan Wuluo and other disciples of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace also flew towards the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace's airships. Where is the palace master? Xianyin eyes swept over the crowd, but he didn't find Yi Lang, so he couldn't help but speak urgently. Not far away, Tian Yangzi similarly noticed that among the crowd, there was no figure of Yi Lang, nor Wang Mang and those few Yang section Emperor realm figures. The heart can't help but be thrilled. It seemed that Manger had paid the price of her life to leave the Yi Lang completely in the tomb world. The master will remember your dedication, Tian Yangzi secretly said in his heart, pressing down on his disciple's death without half a bit of sadness. What he didn't know was that at this time, Yin Yenran, in her mind, had already sounded a transmission. What happened in the tomb realm? Yi Lang has already sent a voice message to inform me. I'll take care of the rest. Chapter 136, all parties are shocked. Why don't you take the law into your own hands? On the airship, Yin Yenran was slightly stunned, and then she nodded her head in an unnoticeable manner. Yi Lang did not tell her who the real murderer actually was, so Yin Yenran did not say much. One could only wait quietly for the Yin Yang sage to deal with this matter. At this time, under Xianyin Zi's questioning, Zhan Wuluo was unable to tell Yi Lang's whereabouts. They really didn't know where Yi Lang had gone, because they hadn't followed into the trial space at all. At this time, Ling Maniac and the other martial artists who had entered the trial space and survived, under the questioning of their respective elders, were the ones who told the truth. Yi Lang of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace? Isn't he only in the Imperial Realm? How did he get the Great Sage inheritance? And saved you? Several cries of alarm rang out above a few airships, instantly attracting the attention of the rest of the forces. When Xianyin Zi heard the word Yi Lang, he also hurriedly turned his head to look and listen intently. What are you guys saying? Who obtained the Great Sage inheritance? A martial artist opened his mouth and asked the exclaiming few in some disbelief. In the sky, on the airship engraved with the words Battle Soul Hall, a middle-aged man stood beside Ling Maniac, his face also carrying shock as he returned. The recipient of the Great Sage inheritance is Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master Yi Lang. Not only that, Quite a few of the people who came out of our forces were saved by him. The voice spread across the sky, and the people of all forces could not help but freeze on the spot at the sound of it. Most of the people present were aware of Yi Lang's reputation. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. So many Emperor realms entered the Great Sacred Curtain, and in the end, they let an Emperor realm seize the inheritance. This Yi Palace Master is really powerful. I really admire him. No, Yi Lang, he doesn't seem to have come out. At that moment, someone realized that the martial artist who came out from inside was not Yi Lang at all. Shocked, he couldn't help but have deep questions. After obtaining the inheritance, he was teleported to the true martial continent. Ling Mania, who was on the Battle Spirit Hall's airship, stood out and explained in a slightly lower tone. He was the one who witnessed everything in the cave throughout the entire process, and he did know where Yi Lang was going. It could be said to be a different look from the previous arrogant and open-minded look. To the true martial continent? Could it be that this great saint is from the true martial continent? It should be. The people present were all the top echelons of various forces, and they had naturally heard of the true martial continent, so they couldn't help but talk about it. The palace master is fine and has even obtained the great sage inheritance. Great! Xianyin Zi, who had been listening the whole time, was relieved and a little excited when he heard this. What he didn't notice was that Tian Yangzi, who was not far away, was directly frozen in place. His face clouded over and his eyes blossomed with a cold light. Yi Long is not dead. Then Wang Mang and the others must have failed, because he had absolute certainty that Wang Mang would definitely do it. Either you succeed or you fail. It's just that, whether Yi Lang has taken hold of him or not, he is not sure in his heart. Let's go back to the Heavenly Palace. After Xianyin Zi learned of Yi Lang's whereabouts, his mood was much lighter and he could not help but open his mouth to command. At this moment, the rest of the forces, with heartache and unwillingness and envy, were ready to return to their sects. This time, all of their forces had died a lot, and they still hadn't obtained the great sage inheritance. It can be a loss. Wait. At this time, it was a majestic and incomparable voice that suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. An old man's figure, which looked plain and ordinary, but seemed to be with heaven and earth, appeared in the sky. After the old man appeared, his eyes faintly scanned the entire room and finally landed on Tian Yangzi. Greetings to Sage Yin Yang. Above the sky, the people from the various forces on top of the airships were first stunned the moment they saw the old man, and then they hurriedly paid their respects. Just in the bottom of their hearts, they were all speculating one after another. How come all the saints from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace had come? That's not necessary, is it? Greetings to the old ancestor. I wonder what the old ancestor is here for. On the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace airship, Xianyin Zi and the others also hurriedly paid their respects, similarly puzzled. And next to the crowd, Tian Yangzi's cold sweat ran down the moment the Yin Yang sage looked at him. An ominous premonition immediately rose in his heart. Tian Yangzi, still not ambushed? Above the sky, the Yin Yang sage ignored the others. His voice was like a flood of bells, exploding in Tian Yangzi's ears. Old? What is the old ancestor talking about? Tian Yangzi doesn't understand. Under the suppression of the saint's breath, even the heavenly Yangzi, who was an 8-turned great emperor, couldn't help but tremble and forcefully held himself up. He was gambling that the Yin Yang sage didn't have evidence and didn't dare to really do anything to him. Humph, dead to the world and still not waking up. The Yin Yang sage's voice was like thunder, and his two fingers directly joined together. Boom! Immediately, underneath the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace ship, a huge Taiji disc, but it suddenly appeared, completely enveloping the space where the airship was. It seemed to be completely cut off from this side of the world. That's the holy weapon Yin Yang disc. What happened to the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace? And why did the Yin Yang sage suddenly strike at Tian Yangzi? I don't know. Let's see. Quiet murmurs resounded among the crowd, all of them looking at this scene with extreme curiosity. Not only them, in fact, even the people from the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace were all confused at this moment. Only Xianyin Zi vaguely guessed something and had a grave expression on his face. No good. He's already set up. When Tian Yangzi saw the Yin Yang disc appear, he directly panicked. An aura belonging to a great emperor unfolded, actually wanting to forcefully escape. Out of your depth. The Yin Yang sage shook his head slightly, and then he saw the Yin Yang disc contract for a while, and a huge Taiji diagram appeared out of nowhere, directly enveloping Tian Yangzi. The annihilation power that was terrifying to the extreme was continuously generated along with the Yin and Yang Qi. In the Taiji diagram, Tian Yangzi resisted desperately, letting out an unwilling roar. Old ancestor, why did you deal such a harsh hand to me? What did Tian Yangzi do wrong? Assassinating Li Wu Air and sending someone to assassinate my disciple. What you did you think you could really hide it from the world? A rare trace of anger surfaced on the yin-yang saint's face as he said, I didn't. Someone must have made a false accusation. Tian Yangzi still refused to admit it and gritted his teeth. Humph. Yin family girl. The yin-yang sage snorted coldly and looked down at Yin Yenran on the airship. Yin Yenran gently nodded her head and looked at Tian Yangzi with cold eyes, then released the divine souls of Wang Meng and the others. The yin-yang sage reached out his hand and called, and the weakened divine souls of Wang Meng and a few Yang section emperor realms appeared before him. See for yourself. Today, I will clean up my house in public. With a gentle wave of the yin-yang sage's hand, the memories within the souls of several people were transformed into images that manifested how Tian Yangzi had assassinated Li Wu'er, as well as sending Wang Mang and the others to assassinate Yi Lang, were all clearly displayed in front of the crowd. This, too, was where Yi Lang's ultimate purpose lay, and although he was not here now, it was to make the evidence that Tian Yangzi was the murderer public, and only then would his mission be complete. Hiss. That day Yangzi was so vicious as to assassinate 2 palace masters in a row. No wonder. Even the saints have personally shown up to clean up the situation. People from various forces, seeing those images, couldn't help but be greatly shocked and talk about it. Chapter 137 Tian Yang ambushed. Mission accomplished. On the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace airship that was shrouded by the Yin Yang disc, Xianin Zi and the other people of the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace looked at the images that were manifested from one memory after another, and were first incomparably shocked. With that, they all glared angrily at Tian Yangzi, who was struggling in the Taiji diagram. Tian Yangzi, I didn't realize that the old palace master was really killed by you. Anger surfaced on Xianin Zi's face and he pointed at Xianin Zi from a distance. In the middle of the huge Taiji diagram, Tian Yangzi resisted in an extremely lousy manner, but he could no longer say any words of sophistry. The evidence was overwhelming and he knew he was done for. Ha 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 ha. I'm not happy about it, nah. Years of scheming, to lose in the hands of a junior. Tian Yangzi let out a miserable laugh and said in an extremely unwilling tone, Humph, you assassinated 2 palace masters in a row. All of this is nothing but your own fault. Death to the guilty. Above the sky, the Yin Yang sage snorted coldly, his majestic and murderous voice resounding through the sky. With that, he waved his hand to break up the image and gave it a gentle squeeze. The souls of Wang Meng and the others were completely wiped out. After doing so, the terrifying pressure of the Yin Yang sage belonging to a sage was all released towards Tian Yangzi. The laws of Yin and Yang manifested in that huge Taiji diagram, strangling toward Tian Yangzi. Ah! Under a saint's full strength, even the heavenly Yangzi of the 8 revolutions great emperor realm was powerless to resist. It didn't take long to be completely annihilated. A powerhouse of the 8 revolutions great emperor realm had been forcefully killed just like this. Dead. Dead. Form and spirit destroyed. A saint's strike is truly as terrifying as it is. At least it's an 8th turned great emperor powerhouse. It's extremely rare even for hegemonic level forces. Right. To be killed just by saying so? The scene of the Yin Yang saint decapitating Tian Yangzi without a hint of hesitation couldn't help but shock the martial artists from all the forces present once again. Tian Yangzi was ambushed. Yi Lang is temporarily absent from the palace, so the heavenly palace will be temporarily under your charge. I'll go first. The Yin Yang sage retrieved the Yin Yang disc and lowered his head to Xianinzi. With a slight flash of his body, he disappeared. Just before leaving, he once again sized up Yin Yenran. Yes, old ancestor. On the airship, Xianinzi respectfully returned. This old fellow, Yin Yang, seems to have discovered me. Within Yin Yenran's sea of consciousness, the voice of the Empyrean Holy Mother rang out. She was naturally acquainted with the Yin Yang sage as they were both saints of the mid-heaven domain. Yen girl, what do you plan to do next? The Empyrean Virgin asked again. Raise my cultivation as soon as possible, and if Yi Lang doesn't return for a long time, I'll step into the stars and go to the true martial continent to seek him out. A trace of determination flashed across Yin Yenran's cool and absolutely beautiful face as she returned. Good. Then I will accompany you, girl. I need to warm up in your sea of consciousness nowadays anyway. As for the Yin family, let them fend for themselves as punishment. Empyrean Sacred Mother shook her head in Yin Yenran's sea of consciousness and smiled back. The other side. Far away at the other edge of the Heavenly Dipper starfield. In the true martial continent that was separated from the 9 heavens continent by an unknown amount of distance. The outskirts of a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. Yi Lang was kicking away a huge tree trunk that had collapsed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where is this? That teleportation light pillar should be a random teleportation without any fixed location. And Yi Lang was a complete stranger to the true martial continent, so he was a bit confused for a moment. The map of that soul race great sage's sealed location in his mind also didn't match up with this place at all. However, at that moment, a series of crisp beeps suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully identifying Li Wu'er's murderer. Tian Yang Zi, and completing the mission. Congratulations to the host for permanently maintaining the identity of the 9 heavens continents hegemonic level power, the Yin Yang Heavenly Palace Master. Congratulations to the host for permanently obtaining the Yin Yang Sacred Body. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the sacred grade martial art, Breaking Delusion Dharma Eye. It has been detected that the host's 100-day period of use for the dive system has not yet expired, and the extraction of the next identity will begin in 3 minutes. Yi Lang sniffed and instantly recovered from his daze. It was the infinite identity system's beep. He had been longing for it for a long time. Now it's finally time. It's better to have a wife who is reliable and explains things just as fast as they can be done. Yi Lang let out a joyful self-comment, and in his heart, he gave Yin Yanran a thumbs up. With that, Yi Lang couldn't help but look at the rewards given by the system. For completing the mission, the first 2 go without saying. He has them in his own right. It's just an extra safeguard now, permanently valid. As for that delusion-breaking Dharma Eye, Yi Lang slowly operated his true essence with the memories that appeared in his mind. Then he saw a divine light flashing in his eyes, seeing through illusions, breaking illusions and breaking prohibitions. That's not bad. Yi Lang stopped running and secretly nodded. This martial art belongs to the auxiliary martial arts, although in terms of combat power is not very useful, but in some specific circumstances, it is an excellent effect. Shaking his head, the 3 minutes hadn't expired yet, and he hadn't started drawing new identities yet. Yi Lang then opened the system chat group. On the illusory chat group screen, the non-diving systems, seeing the group master appear, could not help but speak. Daily surprise system. Wow, the group leader is here. This is the surprise of the day. Killing upgrade system. The group master looks at me. I have a sword to kill. Dog licking system. Licking 1 person is a dog. Licking 10,000 people is a wolf. If you are the king of dogs, why fear the king of the sea? Teaser system. Group master treasure. My cultivation was abolished. How abolished? Want to tear your heart out. Oh, these systems are interesting. Laughing dumbly, Yi Lang didn't continue to care about them and clicked on his avatar in a very happy mood. Group leader, Yilong. Cultivation, half-step emperor realm. Bound systems, unlimited identity system, limited to 100 days. Sleeping to get stronger system, primary. Actor system, secondary. Skills, armor of damage reduction. Extreme cold. Magical body. Ears of eavesdropping, armor breaking hand, shared increase, instantaneous field of lightning, morphing, corrosion immunity, sword of faith, abilities, charisma enhancement, full aura, big brother aura, tenfold janky absorption, energy transformation, authority, LV4, 1050/2000, *******. It's really quite slow to add this permission point. Yi Lang looked at his data and couldn't help but have some abdominal rows. It couldn't be helped though. The increase in permission points was dependent on how often he used the system. In the middle of the Great Sacred Tomb, he didn't use the sleeping system much, and the actor system was only used when completing missions. It's good enough to get this much. Shaking his head slightly, Yi Lang withdrew from the system chat group and his mind sank above the infinite identity system. At this point, 3 minutes have elapsed and the drawing of new identities is about to begin. Extract it, Yi Lang silently said, a trace of anticipation burning in his heart. I wonder what kind of identity will be drawn this time.